Chapter 1. Do you know your crimes? I know what kind of guy you are. Xinhuang Mountain, Xiuxian Sect, Trial Hall. Hatcher, you have destroyed one of the sect's treasured items. Do you know your crimes? I know what kind of guy you are. The youth's gaze was like lightning. In this life, he was a reborn supreme powerhouse. In his previous life, he was betrayed by his junior brother, despised by his master, regarded as an enemy by his senior sisters, and ultimately killed by their collective efforts. In this lifetime, he would not harbor any old feelings, but instead, would right all wrongs and repay enmities with vengeance. The questioner was a strikingly beautiful female dignitary with white hair cascading like a waterfall, cold and noble. This person was none other than his master, Gwyneth, who was also one of those responsible for his death. He had no father or mother since childhood. He was brought back to the sect by Gwyneth during her external trials and taken in as a disciple. There were 5 senior sisters ahead of him, each exceptionally talented and outstanding in appearance. Initially, they took care of him quite well. However, everything changed after junior brother Adrian joined. Adrian was extraordinarily gifted and deeply scheming. With the blessings of destiny, he quickly stole everyone's affection from Hatcher. Afterward, both Master and the senior sisters treated Hatcher as if he were worthless, barely giving him a second glance. To regain the favor of Master and the sisters, he tried every means to please everyone and once even attempted to challenge Adrian, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by everyone. Just as today, it was clearly Adrian who had damaged the sect's treasured item, but he collaborated with the 4th and 5th senior sisters to frame him just to see him unable to explain himself. How dare you speak to me like that? Gwyneth's expression turned icy immediately. With human witnesses and physical evidence present, not only do you refuse to admit it, but you dare to be impolite to your elder. Your crime is compounded tenfold. Get down on your knees. Following her words, a powerful aura descended, pressing down heavily on Hatcher's shoulders. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding could be heard from Hatcher's body. Despite enduring immense pressure, he stood unbowed. This scene shocked everyone. Hatcher was still injured, making this experience akin to a form of torture. However, Hatcher sneered coldly, his eyes sharp, looking at them and saying, "Rumors can't replace reality. With no solid evidence, you want to force me to confess, treating me like a toy anyone can trample on in your eyes. Everything you do is unprincipled protection of your favored disciple. You don't deserve to be my master." Gwyneth's expression tightened as she met his gaze and couldn't help but shiver. That obedient and agreeable Hatcher, who always tried to win her favor, should be pleading for forgiveness with a pained look. Thinking of this, she became even angrier. What do you mean? Is Terrence and your senior sisters liars? They aren't despicable hypocrites like you. Why are you putting on this show? Since you choose to express dissatisfaction through stubbornness, let me tell you this. In front of Terrence, you are nothing. Gwyneth intensified her pressure, causing Hatcher's bones to creak under the strain, almost breaking. Master, please spare senior brother this time. He might be too afraid and jealous of my being loved by everyone, which led him to frame me. At this moment, Adrian suddenly stood up, feigning concern. Seeing this person, Hatcher's pupils constricted sharply. This fellow seemed innocent on the surface but harbored sinister intentions, practicing demonic techniques, intending to sacrifice countless lives to aid his ascent. Later, this person succeeded. He massacred the entire Xiuxian sect, turning the 5 senior sisters into puppets, and imprisoned Gwyneth, reducing her to a plaything. These scenes were witnessed by Hatcher as a soul after his death in his previous life, bringing him no small amount of schadenfreude. You are too kind-hearted, Terrence, which is why others dare to betray you. There's no need to plead for him. Today, I will ensure he gets what he deserves. A rare smile graced Gwyneth's face, an unabashed display of favoritism. Master, no, senior brother just made a temporary mistake. Please give him a chance to repent. Adrian kneeled before Gwyneth, pleading emotionally. While seemingly pleading for Hatcher, he reinforced the accusation firmly on him. Well, for your sake, I'll spare this good-for-nothing this time. Gwyneth's demeanor softened slightly, but then glared at Hatcher. Hurry and thank your junior brother. Truly unrefined. I shouldn't have brought you back. Hearing this, Hatcher laughed bitterly. What a spotless master. All these years, wasn't it I who did all the dirty and tiring work within the sect? If not for me, you wouldn't have the capital to transcend this world. As for you, since I bowed to you as my master, you've scarcely fulfilled your duties, indulging your disciples in targeting and humiliating me. From beginning to end, I owe you nothing. How dare you? You are truly ungrateful to offend our master in such a manner. The 2 senior sisters, who were testifying nearby, scolded at the same time, their eyes filled with mockery. Today, this trash was destined not to escape punishment. How could he dare to compete for favor with younger brother Adrian? This was his inevitable fate. Mistress Gwyneth felt intense anger and said, I saved you from the wilderness, allowing you to avoid roaming as a vagrant, which is already an immense kindness. Yet, you harbor resentment and are so ungrateful. What use do I have for you? I'll give you one last chance. Immediately kneel down, apologize to your junior brother, and accept punishment. Then today's matter can be wiped clean. Hearing these words, Hatcher's blood surged. Even though he had resolved to sever all ties, at this moment he couldn't help feeling oppressed in his chest, his breath becoming labored. I have already said it. It was Adrian who intentionally destroyed the sect's treasured item and framed me. I refuse to bear the baseless accusation. Very well, very well, very well. At this point, you still dare to be stubborn and slander Terrence. Then don't blame me for using the heart-questioning trial. Upon hearing this, the elders around them all changed expression. You can't do that. Even if Hatcher has faults, he is still the most outstanding disciple of the sect, having made significant contributions. Perhaps just a minor punishment would suffice. There's no need to say more. My mind is set. Gwyneth waved her hand, and a beam of light shot into the sky. In an instant, wind and thunder raged, and the scene of the judgment hall appeared in the sky. Look, it's the public execution by the Xiuxian sect. An elder exclaimed in surprise. It was heard that the Xiuxian sect enforced strict discipline, and for disciples who committed grave offenses, the enforcement elders would conduct public trials. Once publicly executed, it meant being branded as a sinner, forever being looked down upon and despised by others. Because the punishment was too severe, the elder who imposed it also had to take responsibility. In the following period, the heavenly Tao would expose their actions to the public to prove their integrity. Whoever is the disciple who committed an offense, worthy of making the Xiuxian sect go to such lengths? Some faces were full of curiosity. When Hatcher's face appeared on the screen, many people were suddenly startled. It's him. Heaven, isn't he the champion of the 100 Sects conference? I know this person. He is called Hatcher, almost omniscient and omnipotent. He is the most extraordinary person I've ever seen. The Xiuxian sect really dares to act. Seeming to anticipate everyone's thoughts, Gwyneth's voice came through the screen. What use is a genius if they are morally corrupt? They are just trash. Then, she announced Hatcher's sentence. Hatcher, you have damaged the sect's precious item and slandered your junior brother. Your crimes are unforgivable. I sentence you to receive 100 lashes from the God-punishing whip and to sit in repentance on the penitence cliff for 3 years. The elders couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Without concrete evidence, even if it were indeed Hatcher's fault, the punishment was too severe. I object. Hatcher took a deep breath and said resolutely. The verdict has been made. Even if you beg for mercy now, it is too late. I will not lighten your punishment. Gwyneth narrowed her eyes and said confidently. According to the sect rules, I should be stripped of my cultivation and expelled from the sect. Hatcher said word by word, making Gwyneth widen her eyes in shock. Elders, please enforce justice. Since you have given me such a name, let you witness my departure. I will leave the sect today and cut all ties with Gwyneth. You mean to sever our master-disciple relationship? Gwyneth gazed down at him, her entire body emitting a frigid aura. Chapter 2 The Letter of Severance. Sign it with great force. Yes. Hatcher and Gwyneth exchanged glances. The turbulent emotions in their eyes had calmed. He said these 2 words with a calm demeanor, his face showing determination. It seemed both expected and unforeseen, but Gwyneth's heart still trembled violently. This rebellious disciple actually dared to sever ties with her. But why did her mind have such ripples? Impossible. The surrounding elders could no longer contain themselves and stood up one by one to stop it. This is absurd. This matter lacks a beginning and an end, lacking critical evidence. This shouldn't happen like this. That's true. Why not bring out the 10,000 reflections mirror? When this mirror shines, it can reflect everything from the past, and it will certainly reveal the truth. The elders didn't expect the situation to escalate to this point. Hatcher was originally Gwyneth's disciple, so they found it inappropriate to interfere. But now, they couldn't just stand by. It was because Hatcher was exceptionally outstanding and had great merit for the sect. Countless young disciples looked up to him as a role model, aspiring to follow in his footsteps. Hatcher had become the pillar and spirit of the young disciples. Such an extraordinary person, even if he were at fault, should be treated leniently. How could he be hastily accused like this? Upon hearing this, Adrian's expression changed abruptly. 4th Gilda Kirsty and 5th Gilda Rosalie also turned pale. If the 10,000 reflections mirror were really used, their schemes would be exposed. Elders, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? The 10,000 reflections mirror is the treasure of our sect. Each activation costs greatly. Why stir up a big fuss over a sinner? Kirsty said anxiously, trying to prevent the truth from coming to light. However, nobody paid attention to her. An elder stepped forward and said to Gwyneth, only the sect leader has the authority to use the treasures. Since the sect leader is in seclusion, you, as the direct disciple, have the right to act on their behalf and can use the treasure mirror. Upon hearing this, Hatcher also became interested. In his previous life, fearing the displeasure of his master and seniors, he had to endure and took the blame for the fabricated charges, never reaching this stage. Now, he wanted to see what choice Gwyneth would make when the truth was within reach. There's no need for this. An answer came quickly. Gwyneth looked down at Hatcher and said resolutely, aren't you, this wicked disciple, very defiant, wanting to threaten me through severing ties? Don't think I'll fall for your tricks. Since this is what you want, then fine, I'll grant your wish. A torrent of spiritual energy surged out, carving words in the air to form a letter of disavowal. This was a covenant of law. As long as both parties' blood was dripped onto it, the contract would be formed. Any party who dared to break the contract first would pay a heavy price. Gwyneth did not hesitate for a moment, snapping her finger to send a drop of crimson blood flying onto the contract, leaving a mark. It's your turn. She stared intently at Hatcher, watching every subtle expression closely. For some reason, she seemed to be waiting for signs of nervousness or struggle. Ha ha ha, what am I expecting? I should have known. Under everyone's gaze, Hatcher burst into laughter, loud, free, and filled with ridicule. This scene caused ripples in Gwyneth's heart once again. He was laughing? Laughing about what? How could he laugh? Unconsciously, Gwyneth clenched her fists. What are you doing standing there? Still not dripping blood? Have you regretted it? I never regret anything. Hatcher restrained his laughter. At this point, it no longer mattered who was right or wrong. My respected master, you can clearly obtain the truth but still remain obstinate. In the end, you treat me as a plaything to be manipulated at will. If you say I'm guilty, I must be guilty. To dare resist is considered a great rebellion. The decision I most regret in my life was abandoning my dignity to become your disciple. Now, I'm going to correct that mistake. As he spoke, Hatcher lifted his arm, and another drop of blood flew out toward the contract. Gwyneth's pupils suddenly contracted, and her hand instinctively rose. Hold it. At this moment, a beautiful elder intervened, catching the drop of blood mid-air. Seeing this, Gwyneth's chest rose and fell slightly, and her tightly clenched hand gradually relaxed, as if she breathed a sigh of relief. Hatcher, how did you come to this? The elder looked at him with a complex expression. I know you might have grievances, but why not endure for a while longer? Once the sect leader comes out of seclusion, we will surely petition collectively to clear your name. Moreover, Gwyneth is ultimately your master. You should respect her. But your behavior today was too disrespectful. Hearing this, some of the elders also nodded, starting to persuade Hatcher in a cacophony of voices. These words are true. As a disciple, one must have the awareness to respect and value their master. You were just wronged a bit. There's no need to make such a fuss. Apologize to your master right now, and this matter can be dropped. On the other hand, Gwyneth was now like a statue, motionless. No one knew that at the moment Hatcher released his blood, it felt as if she had been jolted by an electric current, tensing up to the extreme. Even now, her heart still raced wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. Look, your master has implicitly agreed. Go say something nice to her, and today's incident will be forgotten. The beautiful elder had a look of delight. She knew that Gwyneth's silence was a form of concession. If Hatcher calmed down and admitted his fault, perhaps the conflict could be resolved. Hatcher raised his head, revealing a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. This elder knew a little about his experiences and had helped him a few times before, so she stepped forward at this moment. Sally, I've received your care over the years, Hatcher responded with a smile, as if he had taken her words to heart. Humph. Gwyneth let out an extremely displeased cold snort, staring sharply at Sally. If he wants to leave, let him go. I won't try to stop him, but if he ever wishes to stay under my tutelage again, he'd better behave. This won't happen again. The elders exchanged glances, all seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Given Gwyneth's aloof nature, saying this already amounted to forgiving Hatcher. However, at this moment, Hatcher suddenly exhaled lightly. Sally's face changed abruptly, feeling as if the drop of blood in her palm had come alive, becoming scorching and violent. No, she shouted, trying to increase her force to contain the drop of blood, but it was too late. Smack. Like a crimson meteor crashing into the earth, it struck the contract forcefully. Chapter 3. Your grandfather isn't buying it, I'm leaving. Silence enveloped the scene as if time had come to a standstill, save for the vivid red mark on the contract that stood out sharply. The contract was sealed. Immediately after, the contract emitted light and split into two, each landing in the hands of Hatcher and Gwyneth. You actually dared. Gwyneth broke the silence first, emitting an icy aura that froze the very air around her. At the same moment, her face showed no emotion, like an eternal piece of unfathomable black ice, her pupils dark and inscrutable. Everyone's hearts sank. They knew the situation was beyond salvaging now. Hatcher's defiance had thoroughly enraged Gwyneth. Rosalie, Jeanette, and Adrian exchanged glances, all seeing the gleam of joy in each other's eyes. Once their master entered this state, she would show no mercy whatsoever. Hatcher, from this day forward, you are expelled from the sect. You may not call yourself a disciple of xiuxian sect, nor use its techniques. If you dare defy this order, I will not forgive you. My wishes have always been so. Hatcher took out a jade pendant from his chest, an ancient and beautiful piece that exuded a warm and peaceful aura. It was evident that this jade had been well cared for, showing how much its owner cherished it. What do you want with this? Gwyneth's pupils constricted. This jade pendant was the token she had given Hatcher when he became a disciple. Originally just an ordinary piece of jade, she hadn't expected him to carry it with him. I return it to you. Hatcher extended the jade pendant, but it was shattered by a gust of energy Gwyneth casually sent at it. Why would I want something soiled by your touch? Then please return my token as well. Hatcher stretched out his hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. Hearing this, Gwyneth hesitated. She vaguely remembered that Hatcher had once carved a delicate wooden bead as a token for her, but she had long since discarded it somewhere unknown. Such trash, why would I carry it? Are you trying to extort me? She mocked, her words cruel and merciless. Whatever. Hatcher shrugged. That wooden bead concealed his youthful thoughts. Since it was already lost, there was no point in pursuing it further. Farewell. As he turned to leave, the coldness in Gwyneth's eyes intensified. Hold it. Your cultivation is entirely due to the sect. Since you're leaving, shouldn't you leave everything behind? This statement made even the elders look at Gwyneth in disbelief. She was going to make Hatcher cripple himself. How heartless could she be? Hatcher stopped, turning back to look at the exquisite woman, a cold expression on his face. How arrogant. Did you ever teach me these past years? Even the spirit stones I used for cultivation were earned through my own hard work. What does it have to do with you? Upon hearing this, many people gasped. Had Hatcher really lived such a hard life these years? Without guidance or resources, his life had been worse than that of a menial servant. If this were true, for Hatcher to reach this level through self-study alone, his talent must be terrifyingly high. Don't talk nonsense. Right now, you truly resemble a dog with nowhere to go. Gwyneth looked down at Hatcher, her coldness making one shudder. Regardless, the sect has protected you for many years. Otherwise, you might not even be alive today. You can't just leave like this. If you can't bear to give up your cultivation, then you should serve as the lowest servant within the sect for 10 years. After 10 years, we'll call it even. As she spoke, she pulled out a tablet with 3 golden characters engraved on it, Sect Leader's Order. With this tablet, Gwyneth wielded the authority of the sect leader. Her words were the law in xiuxian sect. For Hatcher to leave today, there was no other way except to cripple himself. Gwyneth felt incredibly satisfied, thinking she had Hatcher right where she wanted him. She didn't believe anyone could bear to lose their cultivation. I don't buy into your act. If severing ties means getting rid of you, then I consider it a good deal. Hatcher's tone was calm, as if he had truly let go of everything. But to Gwyneth, his words were like thunderclaps. Humph, don't put on that act. Do you think this will win my pity? You're deluding yourself. Gwyneth scoffed, thinking Hatcher was just playing games. Boom. A powerful momentum surged from Hatcher's body, rapidly expanding to its limit and continuing to grow. Little boy, stop this. Elder White Crane exclaimed in shock. Continuous overloading one's own spiritual energy was the most common method of self-mutilation. Bang! With a loud explosion, Hatcher's aura plummeted to rock bottom, completely transforming him into an ordinary person. This scene was transmitted via celestial imagery to everyone's eyes. No matter how far away they were, their expressions were extremely shocked. The peerless genius who had dominated the gathering of 100 Sects conference was now ruined. What a joke. Such decisiveness, it seems he has lost all hope, some elders lamented. Truly admirable, not everyone has the courage to start anew. He lives up to being called a genius, others praised Hatcher without reserve. What admiration, truly laughable. To me, he is just a stubborn brat who doesn't know how to adapt. The overly rigid will break easily. He is destined for nothingness. In the Grand Punishment Hall, Gwyneth's expression was stunned as Hatcher's actions once again exceeded her expectations. Unconsciously, her eyes misted over momentarily, the fog swirling only to be instantly dried by spiritual energy, returning her to cold indifference. That guy is finally ruined. From now on, I am the strongest genius in the sect. Adrian maintained a calm demeanor, but inside he was nearly ecstatic with excitement. He himself was also a top-tier genius, able to excel in any field effortlessly. Originally, he should have been the center of attention, but he always remained overshadowed by Hatcher, thus harboring deep resentment. Now, he had finally rid himself of this thorn in his side, and the process was much easier than expected. You can get out of here. Once you leave the sect today, never return. Your grandfather isn't buying it. I'm leaving. Hatcher left without looking back, his figure tall and resolute. Isn't this too cruel? Jolene hesitated as she looked at Gwyneth. In recent years, he has done so much for the sect. Moreover, the next gathering of 100 Sects conference is imminent. Apart from him, there is almost no one else who can shoulder the burden. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Gwyneth scoffed. All his achievements are the result of the sect's cultivation. Besides, my young disciple Adrian has the disposition of a divine king. Compared to him, he's like a sparrow beside a phoenix, incomparable. Her voice was loud, almost as if she wanted Hatcher to hear every word clearly. Moreover, she kept her gaze fixed on Hatcher's retreating back, unwilling to let it go for even a moment. Under normal circumstances, hearing such remarks, Hatcher would have become extremely fearful, becoming even more humble, terrified of being abandoned by her. Now, she deliberately said this to see Hatcher waver or suffer, even just a hint. But she was bound to be disappointed. Hatcher's steps were steady and resonant, growing further and further away until he vanished from her sight. Yet she stared in that direction for a long time, yearningly. Bring the myriad phenomena sky mirror. I want to monitor everything he does and then announce it publicly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders were shocked once more, and someone immediately objected. This doesn't conform to the rules. In public trials, only the judge needs to undergo celestial scrutiny and monitoring, not the judged. Special circumstances call for special measures. Since he left the sect, he cannot use the sect's unique techniques anymore. I must monitor him. This is inappropriate. Jolene frowned. Hatcher is invincible among his peers and has made many enemies. Now that he is utterly ruined and vulnerable, exposing his whereabouts will certainly lead to danger. So what? His life and death mean nothing to me. Hearing Gwyneth's cold words, many people felt chills from head to toe. Clearly, Gwyneth intended to force Hatcher into a desperate situation, using the threat of death to pressure him into submission. She wanted to completely crush Hatcher's pride. Chapter 4. 1,000 Miles of Farewell. Not only the Patsy but also others were stunned by Gwyneth's coldness. It was rare for a master to be so heartless towards their disciples. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. Adrian could barely hide the excitement in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, barely suppressing the urge to shout out loud. With the major threat now gone, given his talent and acting skills, it would only be a matter of time before he could trample everyone else underfoot, turning them into his slaves. Thinking of this, he looked at Gwyneth with an unmasked greed, filled with possessiveness. What a beautiful person, so aloof, so proud, truly a poison to all men. If one day he could shatter her dignity and nobility, pin her down, make her cry and beg for mercy, even death would not be a regret. But soon, his expression turned gloomy. He saw Gwyneth staring blankly at the heavenly mirror, which reflected Hatcher's back. This scene made him feel incredibly disgusted. Looking is of no use. That person is completely ruined and can no longer compete with me. For some reason, Adrian couldn't help feeling waves of anger, wishing to ravage Gwyneth mercilessly, making her eyes see only him. White Crane, where are you going? Gwyneth suddenly spoke, having noticed that the Patsy was about to leave. The journey ahead is too dangerous. Hatcher is after all our junior. I want to protect him along the way. Upon hearing this, Gwyneth's pupils instantly trembled, then shot out an exceptionally sharp gaze. No. Why? The Patsy's face changed slightly, giving rise to some anger. Even if ties were severed, being so relentless was excessive. White Crane, you must recognize your place. You are an elder of the sect, yet you wish to protect a traitor. What kind of propriety is this? As she spoke, Gwyneth unleashed even stronger momentum, directly overwhelming the Patsy, causing even other elders to change their expressions. Indeed, as a top genius, Gwyneth had few equals among her peers. Even older generations had to acknowledge her abilities. She pressed down with one palm. The Patsy's face instantly changed, retreating while spitting blood, utterly overpowered. Seize her. Another order was issued, and members of the enforcement hall surrounded the Patsy, restraining her on both sides, preventing any other actions. You. The patsy trembled with anger, but was powerless to resist. You all listen, from today onward, anyone who secretly protects or assists that traitor will face no mercy from me, dealt with according to sect rules. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, all falling silent. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? An elderly elder muttered to himself. Humph, this is his own choice. Isn't he confident in his abilities? Today, I will make him understand that without the sect's support, he is just a wisp of floating grass, to be trodden upon by anyone. Even if he repents now and seeks my forgiveness, he must crawl to me step by step, kowtowing all the way, and then serve as the lowest servant for 3 years before any consideration. Gwyneth's voice was cold, not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears through the heavenly mirror, including Hatcher's. This was exactly what she wanted. She intended to shatter Hatcher's dignity completely with harsh reality, making him grovel at her feet for survival, never daring to rebel again. However, under the heavenly mirror, Hatcher's back remained straight, unwavering, gradually moving further away. How long can you pretend? You're probably trembling with fear now, right? Gwyneth thought, believing that once Hatcher encountered danger, he would immediately submit. Without my protection, you are nothing. Gwyneth said confidently, guaranteeing that Hatcher would struggle once outside the sect. Suddenly, in the heavenly mirror, other disciples appeared around Hatcher, gathering more and more, catching the attention of many elders. What are these youngsters up to? Are they adding insult to injury? An elderly elder said gravely, having seen such things many times. See, that ingrate can't even leave the sect. Gwyneth said arrogantly to the patsy. But then, her smile froze abruptly. A thud echoed as over 100 disciples knelt in unison, looking sincerely at Hatcher, expressing deep gratitude. Brother's great kindness, we bow before you. At this sight, the judgment hall fell silent. Even Hatcher was taken aback. What favor did I do for you? Senior brother might have forgotten, but when I practiced swordsmanship and suffered from a spiritual deviation, it was senior brother who saved me and protected my life. And me, I still remember when I was a mortal, my parents had incurable diseases. It was senior brother who generously helped me and guided me onto the path of cultivation. Senior brother saved me 13 times during the beast tide. How could you forget that? Senior brother taught me the method of refining pills, leading to my enlightenment. Such kindness can never be forgotten. One by one, piece by piece, past events were brought up, revealing Hatcher's traces like a dusty road swept clean, presenting clearly before everyone's eyes. There's me too. Senior brother also helped me. More people were drawn in, approaching Hatcher and bowing deeply to him, each showing sincere respect from the bottom of their hearts. Only now did the elders realize just how much Hatcher had done. They became even more silent. These are all things of the past. Why bring them up? Now I have left the sect. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We shall meet again in another lifetime. Hatcher waved his hand, speaking with ease. Please wait, senior brother. Allow us to escort you for a while. Everyone stood up, surrounding Hatcher like stars circling the moon, not allowing him to refuse. I'll see who dares. At this moment, Gwyneth's furious voice echoed through the heavenly medium. Whoever dares to approach that traitor will face the consequences according to sect rules. Upon hearing this, everyone expected the disciples to quickly distance themselves from Hatcher, but the outcome surpassed all expectations. Senior brother saved my life. If I don't help him now in his time of need, how am I different from a beast? If the sect obstructs today, I will leave the sect. If there is further obstruction, then please kill me. The leading few disciples spoke in unison, the rest echoing in agreement. Senior brother's kindness must be repaid, without regret. The voices of the youths joined together in a thunderous chorus, reverberating through the judgment hall. Gwyneth's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Even she could not punish so many disciples at once without facing severe repercussions. What made her even angrier was that Hatcher had secretly gathered so many supporters behind her back. This was clearly a premeditated plan. Chapter 5. Cleansing the heart of impure thoughts, spirit ascends to the supreme heaven. I should have seen it sooner. This mountain fiend indeed harbors malice. To secretly form alliances and stand on his own is a clear attempt to split the sect. Gwyneth's face was extremely dark, tendrils of murderous intent emanating from her, cold and oppressive, suffocating. Even Patsy could only close her mouth, not daring to provoke her. I also agree with Master's thoughts. Adrian suddenly said softly, elder brother usually acts submissive and keeps a low profile. I never thought he would secretly rally so many people. I suspect this scene was planned long ago to increase his weight and to force Master into submission. That's right, it's exactly what he would do. I can vouch for it. Lindsay also chimed in from the side, speaking resolutely. But he will be disappointed. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. They are just a rabble that cannot achieve anything and certainly cannot sway my will. Gwyneth sneered, causing several elders' hearts to tremble. To belittle Hatcher, she dared to speak ill of other disciples of the sect. This was absolutely not the demeanor of someone in power. Her voice reached everyone's ears. Over 100 disciples heard clearly but did not waver in the slightest. Why go through all this trouble? To cause such trouble for me, an invalid. Looking at these young men and women beside him, even Hatcher couldn't help but feel moved. In his previous life, he blamed himself, thinking he was alone and ostracized by the entire world. Yet he forgot that Gwyneth and others were never his entire world. In the corners he couldn't see, there were still people who admired, envied, and yearned for him, seeing him as their savior and hero. These were the people worth cherishing, and in this life, he would fight to protect them. With one enlightening thought, everything became clear. He felt as if the long-lasting shackles binding him had loosened, becoming fragile and ready to crumble with a slight push. In his previous life, his cultivation approached the realm of creation, being only a step away from the peak. However, that short distance limited his lifetime achievement, preventing any further progress until his death. An elder had once pointed out that there was still a flaw in his heart, and without resolving it, he could not achieve the complete Tao. Now, the missing piece had finally been found, and he regained the qualifications to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. In this life, he would leave no regrets. With this thought, the heavens seemed wider, and Hatcher underwent a tremendous transformation within. This was a profound enlightenment and a metamorphosis of the soul, affecting his entire body from the inside out, aiding him to transform and gain rebirth. Unbeknownst to outsiders, Hatcher knew that he was about to trigger an extremely dazzling heavenly phenomenon, re-entering the path of cultivation. Elder brother, why did you stop? Is there something uncomfortable? A disciple noticed the abnormality and asked with concern. Upon hearing this, everyone around stopped and looked at Hatcher anxiously. Having sent you for miles, there must eventually be a parting. I appreciate your intentions, but now it's time to return. Hatcher smiled warmly, but those around him showed hesitation. Elder brother, your cultivation. Let us escort you a bit longer. Hold it, aren't you listening to me? Hatcher's stern expression silenced the youths who were about to persist. Don't make elder brother angry. We'll listen to you, but remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, we will share the burden. Anyone who dares to bully you, no matter how far apart, we will tear them limb from limb. Even if we can't defeat them now, there will come a day when we will make them pay. The youth's voice was strong and resonant, not just for Hatcher but as a warning to the world. To let the world know that although Hatcher had lost his cultivation and was like an ordinary person, his junior brothers and sisters were not to be trifled with. Anyone wanting to harm him should think twice before acting. What a bunch of unruly disciples, daring to defy me. If I don't discipline you properly, you'll really take me for granted. Gwyneth clenched her fists tightly, her prominent chest heaving rapidly, showing her agitation. Beside her, Adrian's eyes blazed with jealousy. On what grounds? Hatcher, an invalid, shouldn't he be trampled upon and despised by everyone? Why does he still have so many people respecting him? Adrian, enlightened and with the bearing of a divine king, deserved to be worshipped by thousands. Why should he be overshadowed by that invalid? Even Lindsay and Rosalie widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. They never expected that the Hatcher they looked down upon daily would have such prestige, leaving them feeling as if they were in a dream. Gwyneth, don't be so delusional. Patsy looked at the lonely figure in the heavenly mirror and could not help speaking again. We should invite Hatcher back. Once the patriarch completes his seclusion, let him make the final decision. Nonsense, talking nonsense. Gwyneth sat down gracefully, looking down at the figure in the mirror from her lofty position. He is already a cripple. How can any past prestige change that? Sooner or later, everyone will forget about him. Without the Sect's support, he will never rise again and will achieve nothing all his life. Everyone around fell silent. Gwyneth's words were not entirely unreasonable. No matter how glorious Hatcher's past was, it couldn't hide the fact that his martial arts had been utterly destroyed. Once he reached this point, it would be extremely difficult to return to the path of cultivation. Countless geniuses who were incapacitated would fall into despair and eventually become ordinary. Could Hatcher truly break free from this trap? At this thought, the elders wavered. Even Patsy showed hesitation. This scene caused a slight upturn at the corners of Gwyneth's mouth. She had to admit, the waves Hatcher stirred today did shock her, but that was all there was to it. Without strength, there was no backbone, and ultimately, Hatcher would have to submit. However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the heavenly mirror, drawing everyone's attention to the glowing figure within. This is Hatcher? What's happening to him? Someone muttered, sensing something unusual. But they found their answer in the next instant. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as strange phenomena appeared. The sky filled with auspicious light, steamy fragrance rose from nowhere, lotuses bloomed on the ground, creating a magnificent spectacle. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated violently, converging from all directions, rushing crazily into Hatcher's body. Hatcher was like a bottomless pit, accepting everything without refusal, emitting a cultivator's aura once more, with a luminous spot between his eyebrows. This scene made countless spectators draw in sharp breaths. A great awakening and soul sublimation, he resolved his inner regrets. Breaking before rebuilding, he has once again embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming stronger than before. Numerous powerhouses' eyes turned red. It was like finding a matchless genius free for grabs, accompanied by auspicious signs. Why wait if you shouldn't snatch him up quickly? Bring out my token, prepare generous gifts, and go ask this young man if he wants to join the Wuji sect. Our Xiuxian sect won't lag behind either. Such talent belongs in our sect. Humph, how can we let you monopolize this? We each rely on our own merits. Instantly, countless sect leaders became red-eyed, eager to extend offers to Hatcher. A crippled Hatcher might be worthless, but after breaking through and being reborn, Hatcher now held even greater value. How could they not go crazy over him? Bang! Gwyneth crushed the teacup beside her. Hot tea trickled down her white palm, yet she felt nothing. How can this be possible? That waste? She murmured to herself, her eyes vacant, losing all composure. Chapter 6. A stinging slap in the face. Awakening to the way of heaven, the imperial path lies straight ahead. No matter how astonished everyone was, the celestial anomalies continued, escalating further. It had already become a reality that Hatcher had undergone a complete transformation. The sky grew dim, thunder rolled, and pitch-black clouds pressed down on the firmament, leaving no room for breath as if something was about to burst forth. This is the heavenly lightning tribulation. His enlightenment has stirred the way of heaven, Fairy Liza muttered, her voice filled with shock. Gwyneth shivered and stared intently ahead. But before she could speak, Jeanette and Rosalie broke through first. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What virtues or capabilities does Hatcher possess? How could he be worthy of such an honor? He's just a sycophant and a waste of space. In the entire xiuxian sect, only little junior brother has the qualifications to stir the way of heaven. Adrian remained silent but nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with their views. Even the elders held similar opinions. For someone who had just been incapacitated to immediately cause a disturbance to the way of heaven, this was simply inconceivable. Crack! A bolt of lightning exploded, containing the power of the heavenly tribulation, slapping everyone in the face. Everyone gaped in shock, their limbs numb. It really was the heavenly lightning tribulation. A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, its radiance surging like dragons and serpents dancing in the air, forming a diagram of the lightning tribulation. That diagram quivered slightly and transformed into a vast star river, countless stars falling simultaneously towards Hatcher. Those with knowledge trembled. These were not ordinary stars. They were clearly condensed manifestations of heavenly essence, representing supreme opportunities. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hatcher opened his arms and swallowed those stars whole, incorporating them into his body. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. From a defunct mortal, he became a cultivator once again, then ascended to the peak of the innate realm. This scene left everyone gasping, the path of cultivation being as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Each step forward required years of accumulation, yet Hatcher had instantly leaped over 9 minor innate realms. This was nothing short of divine. Could an enlightenment do this much? In fact, no one understood what this enlightenment meant. Hatcher's state of mind had reached perfection. From this moment onward, he now possessed the qualifications to challenge the highest imperial realm. This anomaly was the acknowledgement by the way of heaven of a potential emperor. What's there to be so surprised about? Gwyneth said with disdain, catching everyone's attention. Ancient texts have long recorded that if someone burns their potential to the limit, their realm will temporarily rise, even deceiving the way of heaven into sending down anomalies. However, the cost is exhaustion of life force, leading to complete annihilation. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, looking at Hatcher in astonishment. Would this once omnipotent genius really destroy his future just to gain attention? Yet apart from this possibility, there seemed to be no other explanation. Seeing many believe this, the mockery in Gwyneth's smile deepened. To slap my face, you chose such an ugly option. Unfortunately, your schemes are transparent to me. Your behavior is nothing more than a clown act. Master, this trash's potential has probably been exhausted. Even if he kneels and begs for forgiveness, would you still accept him? Rosalie sneered, speaking with a mocking tone. No matter what, we share some karmic connection. If he can genuinely repent, I might bestow him some elixir to prolong his miserable existence. For a moment, people looked at Hatcher with pity. Even the greatest geniuses might reach a dead end and fade away. Throughout history, tragedies like Hatcher's were numerous. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling sentimental, an even greater anomaly descended suddenly. The sky blazed with even brighter rays, the earth cracked open, and a spirit spring surged forth. Lotus flowers bloomed around Hatcher, encircling him. Birds flapped their wings, circling him, while tigers and leopards lay prostrate before him, making him look like a descending immortal king. This unprecedented sight left people stunned. Was this truly enlightenment? It seemed more like a supreme being had been reborn, possessing Hatcher's body to live anew. At the same time, Hatcher's realm soared once again, entering the congenital realm and leaping 9 levels to reach the peak of the congenital realm. This level of advancement was far beyond mere potential burning. Even if a mortal were reduced to ashes, it would be impossible to transcend 2 major realms and trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon. The birds honor the king, beasts revere the sage. Diagram swallows sun and moon, deep earth springs forth. Someone muttered, sending chills down the spines of those who heard. These were lines from the Imperial Ascension chart, perfectly matching Hatcher's anomalies. The implications were terrifying. Did Hatcher possess the potential to become an emperor? What's going on? This boy's aura is clearly very weak. Yet, from such a distance, why do I have the urge to prostrate and worship him? Someone wiped the cold sweat from their forehead and whispered, don't tell me, I also feel this impulse. My knees seem unresponsive. This isn't right. Could it be that the xiuxian sect has accidentally let a true dragon go? Heh. If that's true, it would be amusing. Seeing that woman's haughty demeanor makes me uncomfortable. I want to see her regretful face. I think the best solution now is to apologize to Hatcher immediately and invite him back. That way, all problems will be solved. Hearing these comments, the elders in the great hall were drenched in sweat, silently watching Gwyneth, making her feel as if she was sitting on needles. But soon she showed an indifferent look, saying coldly, so what if he triggered celestial anomalies? A rogue is still a rogue. There's no way I'll let him come back. Moreover, at such a low realm, he's not even comparable to servant disciples. Who would take him in? These words made Adrian, who had been nervous just moments ago, laugh with relief. Gwyneth was right. Even if Hatcher could continue cultivating, so what? He was no longer worthy of being his rival. Cultivation realm started from the acquired realm, followed by the innate realm, then the soul division realm, soul transition realm, and heart fusion realm. These 5 realms were known as the 5 realms of mortals. Only after breaking through the heart fusion realm would one undergo a rebirth, reaching the extraordinary realm. Before his disability, Hatcher had been at the peak of the heart fusion realm. Adrian himself had also reached the heart fusion realm, confident that it wouldn't take long to cross into the extraordinary realm. When that happened, he and Hatcher would belong to 2 different worlds. Just a wave of his hand would turn the latter into powder. But then, his smile froze. Several figures, emitting powerful auras, descended from the sky and approached Hatcher. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing these people. Major figures from various sects, including some patriarch-level leaders. Clearly, these people had come to recruit Hatcher. Young friend, you are now free. would you be willing to join our Qingdan sect? An elderly man stepped forward and asked with a kindly look. Qingdan sect? My God. Many people wore expressions of shock. Although the Qingdan sect lacked any world-class powerhouses, it was a sect of alchemists with close ties to countless great powers, holding extremely high status. If Hatcher joined, he would receive support from numerous elixirs, likely restoring his peak state quickly. And the Qingdan sect precisely valued Hatcher's potential, aiming to cultivate its own world-class powerhouse. Both parties complemented each other perfectly. Boy, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. They don't understand cultivation. Follow them, and your talent will be wasted. A refined man stood up, shocking everyone as soon as he appeared. It's him, the head of Taching Sect, Etienne. Seeing this person, even Gwyneth couldn't remain calm. The Taching Sect, along with the Xiuxian Sect and the Xiuxian Sect, were collectively known as the top 3 sects, all equally formidable. Etienne, as the head of Taching Sect, held a position equivalent to the head of Xiuxian Sect. Gwyneth would have to pay respects to him as an elder. That such a person also intended to recruit Hatcher completely exceeded her expectations. Do you want to take me as a disciple? Hatcher asked, his face expressionless. Not quite. My master wants to take you as a disciple. If you agree, you will become my junior brother. This statement further stunned the crowd. Etienne's master. That must be the former head of Taching Sect, now the Zechariah. If Hatcher became his disciple, he would immediately be on the same generation as Etienne. In the future, Gwyneth would have to call him junior uncle. Realizing this, her expression changed several times, abruptly standing up from her seat. Predecessor, are you truly intent on introducing this villain to the Taching Sect? Through the celestial image transmission, Gwyneth bowed to Etienne, and then asked in a stiff voice, do you have any objections? Or did you change your mind? Want to take him as a disciple again? Etienne narrowed his eyes, laughing aloud. How could that be? Such a rogue, I would never want again. Gwyneth hurriedly denied. Then shut your mouth and watch obediently. Being treated so rudely, Gwyneth's expression changed slightly but dared not react. She could only smile and say, I'm just thinking for the good of the Taching Sect. You don't know. This villain harbors demonic seeds. If you don't believe it, you can verify on the spot. Taking him back to the sect would be like bringing a demon child home. The consequences can be imagined. Chapter 7. The Peerless Demoness. At these words, everyone's expression turned incredibly serious. Possessing a demonic seed was a grave taboo, unacceptable to society, a threat that everyone would join forces to eliminate. Etienne's face also changed. He grabbed Hatcher's arm and scanned it with divine light. Indeed, a thread of demonic aura seeped out from the palm of Hatcher's hand. This kind of aura could only come from a heavenly demon. The so-called heavenly demons were humanity's natural enemies, deriving pleasure from tormenting and devouring humans, making them the common enemy of all human races. Seeing this scene, everyone's gaze towards Hatcher changed, filled with contempt and loathing. Some even wished they could tear him apart. So he's just a demon spawn. I felt sorry for him earlier. My good intentions were thrown to the dogs. Can you stop insulting dogs? Those who fall into demonhood are worse than beasts. They should be killed immediately. Haha. No wonder he became so powerful. Turns out he had already turned into a demon long ago. Maybe his true nature is nothing but trash. Etienne's expression grew exceedingly sharp, staring at Hatcher with eyes like knives. Is what Gwyneth said true? It's not. Without the slightest hesitation, Hatcher replied directly. At this point, you still dare to spout lies. You really won't regret until you see the coffin. Now there's evidence and witnesses. Your sophistry will be futile. Gwyneth mercilessly cornered Hatcher, doing her best to push him into a dead end. She's right. For someone who has fallen into demonhood, there's nothing more to say. Just one word, kill. Kill him. Just kill him. We can't let this demon spawn live any longer, or else we don't know how many more people he might harm. Suddenly, voices roared in uproar, unanimously condemning Hatcher. Falling into demonhood was everyone's red line, and those who willingly did so must be eradicated. Wait, there's no demonic seed left in his body. After a moment, Etienne spoke in a deep voice, silencing the cacophony. How is that possible? Many people were stunned. The defining trait of demonization was the presence of a demonic seed. Now that the seed was gone, who could say Hatcher was a demon? No matter what, his association with demons is undeniable. To be safe, it would be best to eliminate him. Someone suggested, gaining approval from many others. It was better to err on the side of caution. Humans treated demons with an attitude of complete annihilation rather than tolerance. Etienne furrowed his brow and said to Hatcher, according to the rules of law enforcement on the continent, unless a sect vouches for you, you will either be executed or have your cultivation permanently sealed, preventing you from ever cultivating again. Can you find a sect willing to vouch for you now? When he said this, all eyes turned to Gwyneth in the projection. Don't look at me. The Xiuxian sect is a prestigious and righteous sect. How could we possibly vouch for a demon spawn? You can dispose of him as you see fit. Gwyneth said emotionlessly, while Adrian's eyes sparkled with mockery. Even if Hatcher had an enlightenment experience, what difference did it make? His ultimate fate was inevitable, and only Adrian was the destined protagonist. Since that's the case, there's no other way. Etienne's expression turned cold. According to the rules, I must seal your cultivation, ensuring you can never cultivate again. He approached Hatcher, slowly raising his hand to cast the spell. Wait, we are willing to vouch for him. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out, as refreshing as clear spring water and as gentle as a breeze, calming everyone's hearts. The crowd parted ways, revealing a young woman in red, who appeared dramatically, instantly becoming the center of attention. It's her. Seeing this woman, everyone's pupils narrowed. She was clearly a formidable figure. The young woman was as pure as a lotus blooming in clear water. Her bare feet touched the ground, untouched by dust, each step bringing forth a lily, swaying gracefully. Her beauty was captivating, already bearing the makings of an incomparably stunning beauty, exuding a mesmerizing charm in every gesture. From the Hagen sect, Christina. Someone revealed the identity of the young woman. Many were familiar with her. In the last war among hundreds of sects, she stood out, winning second place, only behind Hatcher. And the Hagen sect didn't seem like a legitimate sect at first glance. However, decades ago, the Hagen sect was one of the top-tier sects on the entire continent. Later, due to certain events, it declined rapidly and only accepted women. It was now on the brink of extinction. From any angle, the Hagen sect had no reason to vouch for Hatcher. This unexpected variable not only saved Hatcher, but also made Gwyneth's expression turn even colder. Her plan to force Hatcher into submission had failed once again. Foreign culturists, do sects of evil and chaos even have the qualifications to vouch for others? She sneered, trying to undermine the Hagen sect's eligibility. Do you doubt us? Christina looked at Gwyneth. Would you like my master to personally meet you? When these words were spoken, many people drew in a sharp breath. Although the xiuxian sect was dilapidated, that woman was terrifying. Over a dozen years ago, she personally unleashed waves of chaos across the land, exterminating more than a dozen forces, yet no one could bring her to justice. It was said that after that battle, she was left with nothing, her life not long for this world. But even before her death, no one dared to provoke her anger. Alright, since the xiuxian sect is willing to vouch for Hatcher, according to the rules, we won't make things difficult for him. However, if anything happens in the future, you will be fully responsible. Etienne left after throwing out those words. The other sect experts also lost interest, not sparing a glance at Hatcher, and filed out one by one. At this moment and place, only Hatcher and Christina remained. The two stared at each other, Hatcher's eyes flashing with complicated emotions. If there was anyone he felt guilty about in his previous life, it was likely just this Tiana before him. Little Irma, Hatcher whispered softly, but didn't expect her to sneer and then draw a long sword, pressing it against his throat. I never thought you, the faithless man, would have this day. Do you remember what you did to me during the conference of hundreds of sects? You don't have the right to call me that. These words stunned everyone. It seemed they had met before and had quite a deep relationship. Seeing this scene, Gwyneth's face changed several times. To have dealings with a Irma, what a disgrace. It seems my choice was right. Someone as filthy as you doesn't deserve to be my disciple. Hatcher ignored her words, his gaze fixed on the person before him. Why did you come to save me? You really have a high opinion of yourself. Is there any possibility that I saved you just to kill you myself? The girl sneered, pushing the sword closer, which excited Adrian immensely. Kill him, quickly kill him. Adrian clenched his fists and shouted silently. Say your last words quickly, or you won't get the chance. The young girl pressured him again, looking as if she meant business. But Hatcher was neither sad nor fearful, his gaze calm and his smile gentle. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Those few short words were like thunderclaps, harboring immense power. The Tiana froze, the coldness on her face shattered as the long sword fell to the ground. At the same time, in the Xiuxian sect's judgment hall, Gwyneth erupted with an incredibly icy aura. She was utterly broken by these words. This rebellious disciple refused to bow down to her, even unto death, but surrendered easily before the Irma. Chapter 8. The Alluring New Master. Humph. I didn't expect that after a few days, you not only became shameless but also developed a smooth tongue. The little demon girl's willow-like brows rose in anger, as she lightly flicked her foot to raise the sword and once again placed it against Hatcher's neck. Do you think your honeyed words can stop me from killing you? Hatcher stared at this face, his thoughts drifting back to the past. In his previous life, Adrian conspired with the Ellie, intending to sacrifice everyone for the sake of his grand path. Hatcher fought to protect them all, but was betrayed by several senior sisters. In the final battle, he was stabbed through by Gwyneth and died in bitterness. Only this little demon girl remained loyal to him until the end, fighting beside him until her own death. Thinking of this, Hatcher felt myriad emotions. To have such close encounters yet remain devoted through life and death, while millennia of kindness resulted only in cold betrayal. The gap between people is truly greater than between humans and dogs. His thoughts returned, and upon seeing that bright and enchanting face again, he smiled, leaving the little demon girl dumbfounded. He hadn't shown such a genuine smile for a long time. In my past life, you stood by me through life and death. In this life, I will be by your side through wind and rain. Hatcher made a vow in his heart. For some reason, when Gwyneth saw Hatcher smile, her heart shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning, feeling both numbness and pain. She had seen that smile before. When Hatcher first joined the sect, his innocent face was filled with admiration and warmth. Now, Hatcher would never show her such a smile again, transferring all his gentleness to the demon girl. Why does he reserve such a smile only for her in this world? Gwyneth's breathing was unsteady, forcing herself to forget that innocent face and sit upright again, watching with cold eyes. What has happened to you? You seem like a completely different person. The little demon girl put away her sword, examining Hatcher carefully. Her memory of Hatcher was one filled with restraint and caution, but now he seemed to have endured much hardship and let go of everything. You deceitful fellow, no matter how good your acting is, you can't fool me. If you want redemption and my forgiveness, you must do 3 things. Tilda avoided eye contact, her small hands restlessly playing with her hair, though her mouth was firm. I agree. Hatcher answered without hesitation. I haven't even said the conditions yet. Then I still agree. I want you to join the xiuxian sect. Fine. I want you to help xiuxian sect win the next 100 sect conference. That is my wish. It's not over yet. I also want you to assist in my cultivation. I feel greatly honored. Their quick-fire exchange left everyone speechless. It wasn't just shocking. It was unbelievable. What kind of sect is xiuxian? With its terrible reputation and dire straits, it wouldn't last much longer. The conditions the little demon girl proposed were virtually impossible, and more shockingly, Hatcher agreed to them. Crazy. Both of them are crazy. A demon girl and a genius discarded by his sect, clearly deranged, naturally caused a sensation. Even Tilda was stunned by Hatcher's decisiveness. In an instant, her face displayed countless emotions: surprise, confusion, uncertainty, doubt, and finally, she turned her back on Hatcher. No word is credible. Then I can swear by the heavenly Tao. Just as Hatcher raised his hand, a cold little hand grabbed his wrist. There's no need. I'll take you to see Master. If you dare to deceive me, I won't forgive you. Fearing Hatcher might change his mind, she immediately transformed into a streak of light, carrying him off at breakneck speed. Red Dust Mountain, xiuxian Sect. The light of Tianjiao mirror pursued Hatcher, reflecting here. Unlike the imagined grandeur and prosperity, there was only a dilapidated and desolate gate. Cold winds blew, mist covered the area, wild grass grew rampant, and it looked worse than a deserted tomb. People couldn't understand how xiuxian Sect could fall to such a state. Sherry, you're back? From the decrepit house, a slender figure slowly emerged, stunning everyone instantly. This was the leader of xiuxian Sect, the feared female demon of decades ago, Vera. Just standing there, she perfectly exemplified the phrase, beauty outshines the world. Even the moon would pale in comparison, and even Gwyneth standing beside her would become mere scenery. Heaven, this beauty is too much. How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Someone emitted a sharp cry, their eyes rolling back as they fell down. Wasn't the head of xiuxian Sect supposed to be an ugly, evil old woman emitting a foul smell? Wasn't she supposed to have 3,000 lovers and couldn't go a day without a man? This is nothing short of deceit, a grand deception. With her looks, she could ensnare countless men willing to die for her with just a beckoning finger. Commoners, upon seeing Vera, were all smitten with her, while only the rulers of major sects heaved sighs of relief. The rumors were indeed true. This woman had truly reached the end of her days. It seemed that her demise was imminent. By then, the xiuxian Sect would be easily extinguished. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Gwyneth laughed from the bottom of her heart. A broken-down sect and a decrepit person are perfectly matched. To think you still aim to win the 100-sect conference, it's sheer delusion. Upon hearing this, Hatcher furrowed his brows and locked eyes with Gwyneth directly. Do you find that amusing? I'll say this right here. We're determined to take home that championship. Overestimating yourself. Look at your new master. She's about to meet her end. As soon as those words fell, a streak of abnormal redness appeared on Vera's face, causing Hatcher's pupils to constrict sharply. Clearly, this was a prelude to Tao injury flare-up combined with a sign of internal energy gone awry. The slightest misstep could lead to a desperate fight for survival. Master, what's wrong? The little demon girl asked anxiously. I'm not few. Before Vera could finish speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped backward weakly. Master, don't touch her. Hatcher stopped Tilda and asked, is there a furnace for refining pills here? Yes. Do you have any demon-suppressing moss, conscience grass, soul-clearing flower? Hatcher rattled off a series of spiritual medicines, making many master alchemists' hearts tremble. This is the recipe for the 7th-rank Buddha Enlightenment Pill. This youth actually wants to refine Buddha Enlightenment Pill. Yes, I will fetch them right away. The little demon girl, as if finding a mainstay, immediately went to gather the ingredients, putting on quite a show. Even master-level alchemists might not be able to succeed in refining a 7th-rank pill. What makes you think you can defy the heavens? Well, you'll just have to wait and see. Hatcher sat cross-legged and no longer spared a glance at Gwyneth. Chapter 9. The 100-year-old maiden unable to control her emotions. Hatcher used one hand to support the fallen Vera, helping her to sit in a cross-legged position. Manchang. Master, I need to help you suppress the mind demon. Can you cover that mirror? Hatcher pointed at the Tianjiao mirror. He disliked the feeling of being monitored. That's easy. Even though I'm almost at my limit, destroying a mirror is still manageable. Vera's gaze was piercing, fixed on the horizon where a powerful fluctuation was gathering. You dare. Gwyneth became anxious. The Tianjiao mirror was a treasure of the sect, and if it were destroyed, she would not escape severe punishment. But if she withdrew it now, she wouldn't be able to continue monitoring Hatcher, which left her very reluctant. After some deliberation, she made her choice. Don't get too cocky. It won't be long before the xiuxian sect disappears entirely, and then we'll see who can protect a good-for-nothing like you. As she spoke, she withdrew the Tianjiao mirror. Vera spat out another mouthful of blood, her aura weakening again. At the same time, black smoke began to rise from her body, full of malevolent and poisonous qi. This was the manifestation of the mind demon. Little one, stay back. Don't touch this. Otherwise you'll die. Vera said anxiously. No one understood the horror of the mind demon better than she did. This kind of power specifically targeted the spirit, and anyone with weak mental strength would be instantly killed. Even with her formidable cultivation, she had been tortured to the point of wishing for death. Hatcher, just a young man, would be obliterated if he dared to touch it. Do you think I'm just anyone? It's merely a mind demon. How could I possibly fear it? Without further ado, Hatcher reached out and touched Vera. Don't. Vera's expression changed dramatically. Just as she tried to stop him, she felt two hot palms press against her soft waist. In an instant, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, trembling violently. Perhaps due to the mind demon, her body had become extremely sensitive. Moisture gathered in those enchanting eyes, giving her an alluring appearance. Just as she was about to get angry, she felt an immensely strong spiritual power emanating from Hatcher, instantly suppressing the mind demon, bringing her considerable relief. This is your spiritual power? Her beautiful face revealed unprecedented surprise. This pure spiritual power was exceedingly powerful and was the perfect counter to all mind demons. What she didn't know was that this spiritual power was just the tip of the iceberg for Hatcher. In his previous life, Hatcher had been only a step away from the imperial realm, with spiritual power that had already transcended that boundary. Now, reborn, while his cultivation hadn't carried over, his spiritual power had been fully retained. In this world, he was unparalleled. Few dared to claim second place. Little one. Vera's lips moved slightly, but a storm raged in her heart. Could this child be her destined good fortune? Perhaps the xiuxian sect wasn't fated to end after all. At this thought, she couldn't help but smile. In that moment, the heavens lost their luster. Her peerless beauty seemed tangible, radiating like shimmering light across desolate grasslands, rotten trees, barren plains, and the vast sky. Hatcher was astonished to find that the surrounding space showed signs of renewed vitality, defying all reason. Raising his hand to stir the dust, revealing his smile to sway the spirits of sages, everything in the world was captivated by her every expression. The xiuxian heaven skill of the xiuxian sect was unbelievably powerful. Then, Hatcher shook his head slightly, rejecting that notion. If it were truly so powerful, the xiuxian sect would have become an imperial sect long ago. Perhaps only Vera could achieve such an effect. Forcing himself to steady his mind, Hatcher controlled his hands to slowly move along Vera's body, channeling spiritual power into key acupoints. You little one, be gentle, I can't take it. Vera suddenly reacted strongly, her shoulders trembling, her delicate hands clenched, and even her exquisite toes curled together. Her involuntary reaction made Hatcher's breathing heavier. Just endure a little longer. It will be over soon. While speaking, he quickened his movements, condensing his spiritual power into threads that stimulated her inner self. Puff puff, brat, don't go too far. Vera's reactions grew stronger, looking at Hatcher with a mix of anger and allure, seemingly accusing him of being a libertine. Yet Hatcher was even more irritated and directly scolded her. I know you become sensitive during the mind demon state, but as the head of the xiuxian sect, can you not bear this much stimulation? Upon hearing this, she looked incredibly aggrieved, almost on the verge of tears, saying, Why are you so mean? Being the head of the xiuxian sect means nothing. I've lived for over 100 years and have never been touched by a man before. Hatcher was utterly stunned, unable to close his mouth, never expecting the head of the xiuxian sect to be a maiden over 100 years old. This was too fantastical. I'll be gentler then. Just bear with it a little longer. His movements became more tender, and he concentrated harder, not letting her charm distract him. Muyongya had been very nervous at first, but when she realized that Hatcher was indeed fully focused on saving her, she finally put down her guard. This little guy seems different from those stinky men, and he's so cute too. Thinking this to herself, she impulsively reached out to stroke Hatcher's cheek. Not going to rest, huh? You still want to tease me? I think you're just asking for trouble. Hatcher said irritably. This woman had no idea how alluring she was. Her pure yet seductive aura could turn anyone into a beast. Didn't she fear he might do something improper? Muyongya recoiled like a startled rabbit, hurriedly covering her scarlet cheeks with her hands. How embarrassing. I'm here. At this moment, the Tiana arrived just in time, holding a rusty alchemy furnace in her left hand and a bundle of spirit herbs in her right. Are these enough? Hatcher gave a cursory glance and nodded slightly, which relieved her. You really plan to refine 7th grade elixirs? Do you even know alchemy? What do you think? Hatcher said unreservedly. How come I didn't know? There's plenty you don't know about me. The Tiana blinked her eyes rapidly, her long lashes fluttering incessantly. Half of her face puffed up in pink, clearly not in a good mood. Muyongya couldn't help but laugh inwardly, knowing her darling girl was sulking. Begin. Without delay, Hatcher unleashed his mental and spiritual power simultaneously, instantly igniting divine fire and starting the refining process. Such powerful control, girl. You found yourself a real gem. Muyongya looked at the Tiana with affectionate eyes. As flames swirled around, time ticked by second. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Hatcher's forehead, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. 7th grade elixirs posed no challenge to him. After another half day, the cauldron suddenly began to tremble. With a loud pop, the lid flew off. Next, a dazzling beam of light, intertwined with holy energy, shot upward. The Tiana's mouth dropped open. Knowing nothing about elixirs, she knew Hatcher had succeeded. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the ground began to shake, signaling that something was about to happen. Be careful. Once a 7th grade elixir is completed, heavenly thunder and earthfire will be triggered, Hatcher said gravely. Elsewhere, in the great hall of Xiuxian sect, Gwyneth's face was exceedingly grim. That rogue disciple actually dared to obstruct the Tianjiao mirror. Truly, he doesn't know whether he lives or dies. Master, please calm down. Adrian said maliciously. Without your protection, senior brother can do nothing. That's true. Do you think he can refine a 7th grade elixir? Hearing this, Adrian immediately displayed an arrogant look. You worry too much. Eldest Gilda once said my achievements in alchemy far surpass senior brothers, making me the best among the younger generation. Even I can only refine 5th grade elixirs. What chance does senior brother have to succeed? Chapter 10. Master's Reward. Take it off. When these words were spoken, everyone around couldn't help but sigh. Though Adrian was arrogant, it had to be admitted that he indeed had the capital for such behavior. Good. You are worthy of being my disciple. From today on, you are my personally tutored disciple, and I will provide you with better resources so you can surpass all your opponents. Gwyneth clapped her hands and smiled, a look of anticipation already in her eyes. She would let the world know that Hatcher was nothing to her. Discarding Hatcher was as casual as dropping a sesame seed. As long as she wished, she could easily cultivate another Hatcher, or even someone stronger. When these words were uttered, everyone trembled slightly. They all understood that Gwyneth had made up her mind to support Adrian and abandon Hatcher. This is wonderful. This way, little junior brother can surely surge forward and leave that trash far behind. Kirsty and others were overjoyed, unable to contain their cheers. Boom. At that moment, an extremely authoritative sound reverberated through heaven and earth. Everyone was startled and looked towards the direction where thunder was breaking out. That's celestial lightning and earthly fire? Someone said abruptly. like tossing a stone into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples. Hiss. Can't be? When celestial lightning and earthly fire appear, extraordinary treasures must also emerge. Could it really be that a 7th grade elixir has come into existence? Everyone is making a fuss over nothing. Such a brief celestial lightning can only indicate a failed alchemy process, Adrian said with a smile, drawing everyone's attention. You mean Hatcher was forcefully refining an elixir and failed? Yes, not only did he fail, but he also suffered from heavenly backlash. Haha, he brought it upon himself. That nobody actually dared to compare himself with little junior brother, not knowing his own worth. This is what he deserves. Rosalie said with biting sarcasm, earning nods of agreement from Minnie. On Xiuxian Mountain, within Hagen's sect, Delilah's palm glowed, holding the Linglong Bodhi pill, while her other hand slowly lowered. Just moments ago, this woman had split the heavenly tribulation with her decaying body, forcibly extinguishing it and calming the disturbance. This combat power surprised Hatcher. Perhaps at her peak, she truly possessed the strength to sweep across hundreds of sects. Master, take it quickly. The little demon girl urged beside her, eyes full of anticipation. Delilah nodded slightly, lips parting to take the pill, doing so with utmost grace. Instantly, a wave of incomparably peaceful energy spread within her. A harmonious aura, gentle and benevolent, capable of wiping away all malevolence, specially resolving heart demons. After 10 breaths, everything returned to tranquility, and Delilah slowly opened her eyes. How do you feel? The heart demon has been suppressed by more than half, but the Dao injury remains. It needs gradual adjustment. Now it's about 2/10 of its peak condition. Upon hearing this, Hatcher's pupils constricted. If it were an ordinary heart demon, anyone taking the elixir he personally refined would have been cured instantly. No worries, as long as I assist with adjustments, within half a year, both heart demon and Dao injuries will be eliminated. Hatcher said confidently. Before his words ended, a wisp of fragrant breeze brushed past. It turned out Delilah moved, enveloping Hatcher in her embrace. Caught off guard, Hatcher's entire face sank into warm softness. The ugly woman from Yuqing's sect lacks discernment, not wanting such a treasure, thus benefiting me. But alas, I lack any valuables, so I can only use a hug as a reward. This voice lingered in Hatcher's ear, lingering and enthralling, captivating his soul. If not for his unparalleled mental strength, he might have already been lost in it, falling into decadence. Let go first, I'm suffocating. With great effort, he managed to escape, only to see her smiling beautifully, one hand pressing against her chest, which still retained Hatcher's warmth. Your willpower is indeed firm. You are qualified and ready to learn the Hagen heavenly art. Hearing this, Hatcher felt as if struck by lightning. No. He hurriedly refused. With countless supreme arts already known, he had no interest in the path of yin-yang union. Come here. She laughed like a cunning fox, grabbing Hatcher. Entering my sect means inheriting my ultimate art. There's no escape for you. Before he could struggle, a delicate finger touched his brow, and soon after, for large characters appeared in his mind. Hagen heavenly art. What is Hagen? The answer came, uniting the great Tao of heaven and earth, joyfully sharing the same heart through eternity. This is the essence of Hagen. These few sentences caused Hatcher's body to shake wildly. Could his understanding of Hagen have been wrong all along? Master, I've thought clearly. I want to learn the Hagen heavenly art. That's right. Delilah's smile deepened, her gaze filled with boundless affection, almost melting Hatcher. First, practice is the priority, so take it off. What to take off? Hatcher was slightly stunned. Need I say more? Of course, it's your clothes. The first level of Tiangong is the art of the bedchamber. Didn't you know? Hatcher turned to stone again. Chapter 11 Master. It's nothing to be bullied by you a bit. Are you two ever going to finish? It's just dual cultivation. It doesn't need to be this much, does it? The little demon girl's face was flushed red as she angrily said from the side. Hatcher was bare-chested, while Vera had both her hands pressed against his back, transferring strands of crimson spiritual energy into him. Bang bang bang. Strange noises echoed from within Hatcher's body. Then, blood-red lines appeared on his skin like shackles that eventually converged at his heart. This is the bliss lock of the chamber technique. Hatcher opened his eyes and looked at the red lines on his body, feeling an inexplicable power flowing through them. Yes, the bliss lock can control everything. If one's mental power is strong enough, even the heavenly Tao can be controlled. Before he finished speaking, Vera's demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Oh no, Master's Jade Demon Body has been activated. The little demon girl exclaimed in alarm. The Jade Demon Body was a special secret technique of the blissful celestial skill, making her extremely dangerous once it was triggered. Master, calm down. Quick, use the bliss lock to bind me. Hurry. Seeing Vera struggling to keep herself calm, Hatcher gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Bliss lock, counterattack for me. In an instant, the defense turned into offense, with the shackles binding Vera before fusing into her body. At this moment, Hatcher could clearly feel Vera's life rhythm and even easily grasp the pace of her heartbeat. After triggering it, Vera soon calmed down. Little one. Master, I'm sorry about the bliss lock. No worries, it was a contingency measure. All things considered, this isn't too bad. Vera gazed at Hatcher's slightly sweaty pectorals, swallowed, and her eyes sparkled. She then softened and fell directly into Hatcher's embrace. When she touched Hatcher's chest muscles, Vera felt a certain place in her heart satisfied. When had she ever had it so good? Soft and fragrant in his arms, Hatcher's heartbeat quickened instantly. Simultaneously, he also felt a transformation in his body as his cultivation rapidly grew. He broke through from the 9th level of innate realm and entered the soul division realm, ascending all the way to the 9th level of soul division realm. The chamber technique, terrifying indeed. Master, please maintain decorum. Upon being reminded by Hatcher, Vera also realized her actions were inappropriate. She lightly pushed herself up and looked at Hatcher's chest muscles with some reluctance before waving her hand and saying, I am tired. Sherry, take the young man to choose a cave abode. Vera said in a seductive voice, drenched in sweat, looking truly exhausted. Come with me, you rascal. The demon girl scolded playfully, dragging Hatcher away forcefully. Vera's beautiful face quickly turned bright red. She lowered her head and cursed herself inwardly. Wanton. Very well, I am quite satisfied with this place. Hatcher nodded. His new cave abode was named Red Dust Cave. I also like this place very much. There's nobody around, perfect for punishing a certain rascal. The little demon girl smiled and suddenly attacked. Hey. Hatcher's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected her to be so dishonorable and actually ambush him. Taking advantage of me not being at my peak is really over the line. Hatcher protested. Over the line? Are you still shameless enough to say that? At the conference of the 100 sects, you abandoned me and went to save your useless eldest senior sister. Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Hatcher was at a loss for words, recalling how his judgment had been clouded at the time. Now that the demon girl was bringing up past grievances, he had nothing to say in his defense. I thought you had let it go. As soon as these words left his mouth, the demon girl burst into laughter, unable to stop shaking. Do you misunderstand something about me? Remember how others call me Demoness, Temptress. Do you think I am the kind of woman with broad and forgiving bosom? Hatcher was stunned as he watched the Irma's chest bounce along with her laughter, creating a scene that was undeniably stirring. Not sure, but at least outwardly, you do have a rather substantial chest. Upon hearing this, the Irma was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes instantly reflected excitement and mischief. Well then, why didn't I notice it before? So, you are a closet pervert, aren't you? Watch me stuff my foot in your mouth. As she spoke, her attacks intensified, her slender legs moving with force, sweeping through the air and sending waves of fragrance toward Hatcher's face. Stop. I don't have such a fetish. Hatcher resisted vehemently, swearing never to yield. You will, I swear. She would settle not only for what Hatcher had done to her, but also anticipate what he might do in the future, settling it all now. This is on you. In an instant, Hatcher's demeanor changed. His black hair instantly turned white, and his aura surged. You. The little demon girl's expression changed dramatically. This was clearly the fourth layer of the blissful celestial skill, the jade demon body, which Hatcher had apparently mastered directly. Don't underestimate people, beauty. The young man wore a mischievous smile as the bliss lock attacked simultaneously, intercepting her sweeping jade leg and raising it high. Ah! The demon girl gasped in surprise as the boy suddenly exerted force, pushing her against the wall. They pressed tightly together, their breaths synchronized, and both blushed. Let me go, the little demon girl said, her eyes darting away. Haha, there are no such easy things in this world. When you say it starts is up to you, but when it ends, it's my call. Hatcher felt playful, one hand holding her ankle while the other touched the sole, tickling her. Ah, you wicked person, I won't let you off. The demon girl drew in a sharp breath, unable to hold back her exclamation. Hatcher, however, marveled at the perfection of her foot, tiny and exquisite, white like jade. Her adorable toes curled inward as if out of nervousness, like rounded buds, exuding a faint fragrance. Even more striking was the red string wrapped around her ankle, adorned with two golden bells that chimed softly, causing ripples in the heart. Demon girl, walking barefoot all day, aren't you worried about any smell? Upon hearing this, the demon girl froze as if struck by lightning. Immediately after, a blush spread across her face, and she couldn't help feeling annoyed. Nonsense, it smells good. I soak my feet in petals from heavenly fragrance flowers. Don't believe me? Try tasting it yourself. At this moment, a streak of light flashed from the sky, carrying a message jade slip, breaking their position. Feather flow light. The demon girl's gaze changed, becoming serious. This was a method of communication, a declaration by some sect. Opening it, she smiled slyly. Your former master wants to take Adrian as a personal disciple and has invited geniuses from various sects to attend the ceremony in 3 days. How nice of her, not forgetting to send us an invitation. Looking at Hatcher, she couldn't resist teasing him. To cater to your jealousy, she specially made dumplings for you. This old woman has quite the sense of humor. Pointless. Hatcher couldn't help but sneer, saying indifferently. You're not going? If I don't go, wouldn't it show that I'm afraid of them? Hatcher took the invitation, his expression unchanged. That's right. In the future, you will be the backbone of the Bliss sect. How can you be afraid of those punks? The demon girl said approvingly. It's also time for me to settle accounts with Aisha. Let's settle new and old grudges together. Aisha was once Hatcher's senior sister, and the demon girl considered her a sworn enemy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Xianhuang Mountain, atop the Jade Purity sect, crowds gathered, filled with the young generation from various sects, eagerly awaiting the talent who could make the Jade Purity sect willing to give up Hatcher. On the platform, Adrian looked down, unable to contain his excitement. This was the scene he had long dreamed of. Now, finally, it was reality. There would be no place for Hatcher here anymore. Master, do you think brother will come today? He asked obediently beside Gwyneth. He will definitely come. Gwyneth didn't respond, but Aisha interjected. That traitor is just playing hard to get. Let's see how long he can last. Chapter 12. Kneel and speak. Gwyneth remained calm, saying nothing, but her eyes occasionally glanced toward outside the sect as if she were waiting for something. The Hagen sect people are here. Someone shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Gwyneth's clear eyes narrowed, focusing intently. In the distance, a wave of red light spread out like a crimson tide, grand and pervasive. Within that dazzling mist, 2 figures walked side by side in the air, gracefully arriving. It was Hatcher and the Tiana. This scene stunned everyone. There was no need to elaborate on the Tiana. She was stunningly beautiful, wearing no jewelry, adorned with no makeup, dressed in a red long dress, standing against the wind like an immortal. Even so, her charm did not overshadow the young man beside her. Hatcher's face was as white as jade, his demeanor elegant yet commanding, exuding an unspoken aura of quiet authority that silently impressed all who saw him. Some drew in their breath sharply, inwardly astonished. Such an aura wasn't typical of a young person. It belonged to a world-renowned master who had faced countless battles and seen the vicissitudes of life. Many talented young men and women already felt stifled, recalling how they were overshadowed by these two during the last sect assembly. These two prodigies were walking together once more. Suddenly, countless wary gazes were cast upon them. Yet the duo seemed unaware, landing gracefully. Such grandeur! If we didn't know better, we'd think you're the main characters. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, exciting Minnie. It's happening! It's happening! How quickly we're into the climax. Rosalie and Jeanette walked forward, smirks on their faces, their gazes lingering over the Tiana before fixing on Hatcher. You, traitor, weren't you acting so high and mighty? I thought you'd never have the guts to come back. Gilda, you overestimated him. I told you he would beg to return within a month, and look, I was right. The two looked down at Hatcher. Today is little junior brother's day to become Master's personal disciple. If you dare cause trouble, don't blame us for beating you to a pulp and throwing you off the mountain. Instantly, this area became the center of attention. Countless eyes were drawn here, some curious, some excited, others filled with mockery. Everyone wanted to see what choices this former top young disciple would make. On the high platform, Gwyneth, Adrian, and Coraline watched everything clearly. Master, should we stop this? It's too disgraceful to let such chaos continue. Coraline suddenly asked. No need. Dealing with this traitorous wretch requires no mercy. He brought this upon himself. Gwyneth suddenly settled down, knowing Hatcher's character well. Without reason, he wouldn't attend Adrian's glory moment. Since he had come, it meant Hatcher sought something from the sect. This time, she would give him a good lesson. Where do these foul mouths come from? Truly disgusting. Let me clean them for you. The Tiana, never one to back down, advanced on the two. Hold on, don't fight. Hatcher moved faster, grabbing her wrist. Seeing this, the two women immediately wore smug smiles. Hatcher was still the same weakling. No matter how much they insulted him, he dared not show any displeasure. You want to protect them? The Tiana asked in surprise. No. Hatcher shook his head, walking towards the two who kept taunting him. Kneel and speak. Rosalie mocked, believing Hatcher came to beg forgiveness, sure she could control him easily. Suddenly, Hatcher moved, slapping her across the face. Slap. Chapter 13. Save the world songstress? Die for me. Slap. The sound was so loud, and the force so strong that everyone trembled. Rosalie's lips were split from the blow, emitting a blood-curdling scream. Ah, you scum. What are you doing? I'm shutting this trash mouth of yours. Feel good, ha ha ha. I'll kill you. Her madness reached its peak. Hatcher had always pampered and indulged her, which led to her arrogant character. Now, with Hatcher's attitude towards her taking a sudden turn for the worse, she instantly flew into a rage and pounced at him wildly. Hee hee, you really take yourself seriously. When I treated you well, you could say anything, but now that I don't care about you, you're nothing. Die for me. Despite his significant drop in cultivation, Hatcher's strength far exceeded hers. He delivered a heavy strike, kicking her directly in the abdomen. Ah! Rosalie's eyes bulged out, flying backward like a broken sack, landing miserably on the ground. This scene deeply shocked Jeanette, who stood nearby. How dare you? Do you know the gap between us? You're nothing but a traitor now. Compared to us, you're on earth while we're like gods in the sky. Jeanette roared angrily, wanting Hatcher to realize his place here, where he had no room to act recklessly. You damn save the world songstress. You also die. Hatcher let loose completely, expressing his true feelings openly without any restraint. Grabbing Jeanette by the hair, he slammed her head forcefully into the ground. Bang! Ah, let go. Begging me? Hatcher mocked. Dream on. Right, if you want me to let go, you're dreaming. Everyone stared in shock, having never seen such a ruthless side of Hatcher before. Some even began trembling uncontrollably. Stop it right now. Just then, someone finally couldn't bear to watch anymore. Space distorted as Gwyneth, Aisha, and Adrian suddenly appeared. Only then did Hatcher stop his actions, scanning these people calmly. Daring to wreak havoc here, you've committed a capital offense. Gwyneth said coldly. Less scare tactics, old woman. The little devil girl stepped forward, confronting her head-on. These two bitches provoked the xiuxian sect first. Even if they die from beating, they deserve it. If you have issues, ask my master. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately recalled Vera, that female devil, shuddering involuntarily. Although it was said that the woman was on her last legs, no one dared to offend her. Hatcher, you've been too reckless. I'm very disappointed in you. Coraline spoke haughtily. You've even mixed with devil women. Truly degenerate. You're nothing. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Hatcher replied disdainfully. Coraline raised her pretty face. How childish. Attacking junior sisters, aren't you just trying to get my attention? Now that I'm standing here, do you dare hit me? This statement left everyone speechless. They had never heard such demands. Yet, Coraline wore a proud expression, looking down upon others with contempt. She dared to act this way because she knew Hatcher once harbored deep feelings for her. Otherwise, why would Hatcher have abandoned the little devil girl during the conference of the 100 sects and rushed unconditionally to her side? Unless he liked her, how else could Hatcher have given up his cultivation time, going through great efforts to help her study sword manuals, making her the top swordsman among the younger generation? Unless it was due to love, how else could Hatcher have spared his spiritual energy to pour it into her for enhancement? But so what? She was naturally aloof, clear, and elegant like a snow lotus, untouched by worldly matters. Moreover, she despised Hatcher's cautious and servile appearance, viewing only her spirited and talented young brother as a true genius. Even now, she believed Hatcher was using reverse psychology, which only made her look down on him more. Under everyone's gaze, Hatcher gently rolled up his sleeves, smiling warmly, and slapped her pristine face fiercely. Chapter 14. The Melissa's Declaration. Go to hell too. The arrogance on Coraline's face shattered instantly. Struck, she spun backward like a top, crashing into a pillar. Hatcher gave her special treatment. The Tiana couldn't hold back her laughter. She was highly satisfied with Hatcher's performance. Not only her but everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Coraline gradually recovered, disbelief written all over her face. At this moment, she felt ashamed and furious. The old Hatcher would never have made her lose face. You really dared to hit me. Even my father has never laid a hand on me. In that case, you should thank me. After all, I've compensated for your missing paternal love. Upon hearing these words, everyone burst out laughing again, the Tiana laughing the hardest. Coraline glared at her angrily. In response, the Tiana held onto Hatcher's arm triumphantly, looking back at her with satisfaction. Let him go. I will teach him a lesson today. Coraline suddenly lost her composure, as if something had been taken away from her. Even Gwyneth's chest rose and fell slightly, ready to act at any moment. Senior brother, isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Adrian wore magnificent robes, making him stand out remarkably, especially among the female disciples who turned their heads in admiration when he spoke. Wow, so that's Adrian, who has been rising in prominence lately. He indeed has fine looks. I've heard his talent is second only to Hatcher, but it's hard to tell. That's old news. Hatcher is now a cripple and no longer deserves to be mentioned alongside him. Naturally. Otherwise, why would real person MO make him a genuine disciple? Hatcher has spent over 10 years by real person's side without gaining such an honor. Hearing these comments, Adrian subconsciously raised his chin, assuming a condescending posture. Gwyneth also watched Hatcher intently, trying to discern any signs of change in his expression. However, Hatcher remained indifferent, his gaze piercing Adrian like a sword. Do you even deserve to call me senior brother? How shameless. Everyone listen up, me, Hatcher, have long severed ties with Jade Purity Sect. In this life, I will never return. Even if I turn into a handful of yellow earth or a wisp of floating duckweed, I will never fall within the boundaries of Black Hill. Unless Jade Purity Sect is annihilated before that happens. These words and oaths reverberated, seeming to carry profound truths, illustrating Hatcher's determination. But before he could finish, Hatcher felt his arm tighten. Looking over, he saw the Tiana's eyes twinkling, already leaning against him. Don't say such foolish things. As long as I live, as long as Master lives, there will always be someone who holds you first in their heart. You won't be lonely, nor will you become a wisp of floating duckweed. Hearing this, Hatcher was speechless, his eyes moistening. This woman had touched a soft spot in his heart. Demoness, how could your enchantments reach such a level, daring to disrupt my resolve? Though he said this, he reached out and gently embraced the slender waist of the Tiana. This scene left many people with red eyes, imagining a match between celestial immortals, a heavenly couple that everyone envied. So what if she was a Irma? What did it matter if he was crippled? For this moment, they were worthy of everyone's envy. Adrian was almost driven mad with jealousy, staring at the Tiana with undivided attention, wishing he could swallow her whole. Such incomparable beauty, naturally bewitching, even surpassing his 5 senior sisters. If he could get her under his control, wouldn't he be living in bliss? Humph. To do such shameful things in broad daylight, truly shameless. Coraline said coldly. Gwyneth was equally cold. Feel free to sit anywhere. The initiation ceremony is about to begin. Remember to pay attention properly. With that, she turned and walked toward the platform step by step. You disappoint me too much. Coraline left this statement behind and followed her. Linger, do you think that wayward disciple has truly made up his mind? Gwyneth asked quietly. Master overthinks it. I've seen through his intentions long ago. Really? Tell me more. Gwyneth listened with interest. Think about it, Master. If he had really joined Harmony Sect, he would call Tanya senior sister, but he called her Demoness. Gwyneth brightened up, feeling relieved. In her view, this was undoubtedly a derogatory term. So you mean that Troublemaker still wants to come back, just pretending well this time? Just putting on a show, see how long he can last, Coraline said disdainfully, already planning how to punish Hatcher. I have decided to use all the Sect's power today during the initiation ceremony. I will invoke the heaven's gaze for your youngest brother, aiding him to rise swiftly. Excitedly, Gwyneth said. She wanted to let Hatcher see right in front of him how much she doted on Adrian, so that he would know that what he had dreamed of, she could casually give to others. She couldn't believe that Hatcher could still keep up the pretense after seeing this. Hatcher and the Tiana found a secluded spot to sit down. No one was willing to approach them voluntarily, leaving an empty area around them immediately. At noon, sunlight bathed the earth, and a clear voice echoed through the sky. The auspicious time has arrived. Begin the ceremony. All eyes turned to the high platform. The platform had 9 tiers, stretching into the clouds, with 9 disciples standing on each tier, holding sharp swords, their faces solemn and dignified, emitting fierce sword chi. Is this intended to attract the gaze of heaven's way? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes widened, especially the genius disciples from other sects, who found it hard to believe. The Jade Purity Sect truly spared no expense, going to such lengths for one disciple. It seemed they really intended to make him the foremost among the younger generation. Thinking of this, many people looked at Hatcher simultaneously. Hatcher's eyelids twitched. The ritual to invoke the gaze of heaven's way was extremely resource-intensive, requiring not only enormous resources but also communication with 81 subsidiary arrays and 1 main array. The Jade Purity Sect had once held a sword Dao ceremony for Coraline, helping her become the first in swordsmanship. At that time, the person who drew the array for her was Hatcher himself. The reason was simple. Although each array was not of a high level, they were extremely complex and involved the heavenly Tao. Ordinary array masters dared not attempt it, fearing backlash. Only Hatcher, with his undivided heart and strong will at the time, could handle this task. Moreover, the conditions for preserving this heavenly Tao array were extremely strict. After one use, it had to be discarded. Reusing it would cause major problems. Chapter 15. Those who could have achieved it have already been driven away by you. The rosy light shot up into the sky, lingering in the air, revealing an unparalleled figure. Jaslyn stood there with her white hair fluttering and a precious sword in hand, emitting a holy aura around her. Suddenly she moved, forming a sword seal with her hands and striking fiercely towards the sky. Boom! Cloud layers split apart, revealing miles of clear blue sky. The sword formation rises, Tao methods are invoked. She recited softly, her gentle voice echoing. Then, within the Jade Purity sect, numerous Tao formations shone, 81 in total, corresponding to each disciple on the platform. Seeing this scene, Rahim finally felt relieved. These people indeed reused the previous formations. The 81 disciples on the platform seemed to sense something and began to brandish their swords, performing different sword techniques skillfully as if they had rehearsed countless times. Just at that moment, Mizusu slashed down with her sword again, and immediately a larger sword formation emerged from the bottom layer of the platform, encompassing everything. So this is the ceremony that attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao? It's so magnificent that it makes me feel breathless. The elders from other sects present had trouble breathing. This was the first time they saw such a spectacle. Undoubtedly, this was a ritual to connect with the way of the sword. Once it caught the attention of the heavenly Tao, Adrian's sword skills would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Before the words had finished, numerous precious materials rose into the air and exploded mid-sky, transforming into pure spiritual energy which gathered around Adrian on the platform. This scene made everyone gasp involuntarily. Each of those treasures was invaluable, yet the Jade Purity sect used them without hesitation. How much did they value this disciple? Do you see clearly? Waste of space. This is what junior brother deserves, and you will never be able to match him. Rosalie was still bouncing around, racking her brains to break Rahim's defenses. Clearly, she knew very well what the former Rahim cared most about. Unfortunately, that Rahim no longer existed. Scram. Her reply was another loud slap, delivered by the little demon girl who didn't even turn her head, sending her flying. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and Rosalie's eyes were filled with resentment, but no one paid any attention to her. On the platform, Adrian opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He looked down at the crowd below, his gaze sweeping across and immediately locating Rahim's position. How insignificant they look like ants. A smile crept onto his lips, exuberant and full of confidence. From now on, he would leave Rahim far behind, unable to be mentioned in the same breath with him. Connect heaven and earth, summon the great Tao, the sword comes. Adrian roared, and a golden longsword flew through the air, landing in his palm. This was the heavenly Tao sword, both a ceremonial object and a supreme weapon among swords. With this sword, Adrian performed sword techniques, radiating 10,000 rays of light around him. Boom! An unusual fluctuation came from the heavens above. Everyone held their breath, witnessing a massive vertical eye opening and closing like the eye of heaven. Its gaze locked firmly on Adrian. It worked. It actually worked. Adrian is defying the heavens and will surely become the first among the younger generation. Ha ha ha. This feeling is truly extraordinary. Adrian laughed heartily and visibly. The wave-like patterns of sword energy flowed into his body, making his aura incredibly sharp, like an unsheathed treasure sword. Mizusu and Aisha couldn't help but glance in the direction of where Rahim was. However, Rahim showed no signs of disturbance, and he was even drinking and chatting happily with the little demon girl. At this point, he's still pretending to be strong. How pitiful, just like a clown jumping around. Aisha said, Miguel, how do you feel? Mizusu leaned over and asked Adrian. Master, my understanding of the way of the sword has increased several times over, and this is only the beginning. Once I integrate all these insights fully, none of my peers will be able to match me. That's good. I hope you don't let me down, forgetting your gratitude and turning against me like someone else, becoming despised by all. Don't worry, Master. I'm different from him and won't disappoint you. The little demon girl poked Rahim teasingly. Look, the acting of this master and disciple is really impressive. Rahim nodded. Not yet. The best is yet to come. Before he finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. A loud booming sound erupted around the platform, and the 81 disciples simultaneously spat blood, their auras weakening significantly. Moreover, the main array and the 81 subarrays trembled violently, emitting eerie light, and even cracks appeared. What's happening? Everyone was startled, and then they felt a chilling cold, making their scalp tingle. Looking up, the eye of heavenly Tao in the sky had changed. It was no longer calmly observing but filled with anger, and its gaze, wrapped in fierce killing intent, surged downward. Why? What's happening? Adrian's expression drastically changed. His skin was cracking open, and blood spurted out, almost rendering him unrecognizable. He couldn't help but scream in agony, fear evident in his eyes. Master, save me. Master, Master. What on earth is going on? Where are the disciples from the array hall? Step forward and explain. Jaslyn roared angrily, while Aisha looked displeased. Rosalie and Jeanette kept yelling relentlessly. Array hall, this is your doing. If anything happens to junior brother, I'll make you pay with your lives. Under the watchful eyes of these Fengkong women, the chief disciple of the array hall timidly stepped forward. Reporting to Venerable Mo, this accident came too suddenly, all the formations have cracked. Don't tell me useless things. Go fix them immediately. Mizusu interrupted coldly, issuing a command with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing this, the chief disciple of the array hall revealed a bitter smile. Venerable, we can't repair them. This made Mizusu even angrier. Nonsense. In this grand Jade Purity sect, The renowned Array Hall. How could it be impossible to repair a few minor formations? Venerable, I dare not lie. Besides our sect, to my knowledge, there is only one person in the entire world who has both the ability and courage to repair this formation. Upon hearing this, not only Mizusu but everyone else perked up, straining their ears. In nearly a century, the only sect that had successfully attracted the attention of the Heavenly Tao was the Jade Purity sect. Since then, countless sects have tried to uncover its secrets, yet none succeeded. Now it seemed that the key to everything lay in this person. Who is that person? Bring him here, and he won't lack rewards. The chief disciple of the Array Hall shuddered slightly, his expression indescribably strange. Venerable. This person was once a disciple of our sect, but was expelled by you. He is at the scene now, only. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. It was as good as pointing him out by name. For a moment, Mizusu's face became incredibly colorful. Coraline also appeared horrified as she remembered. Indeed, it was Hatcher who personally engraved the formations initially, but she hadn't taken it seriously back then. Now that this was brought up again, it left her feeling unprecedentedly stunned. Chapter 16. One must have the proper attitude when asking for help. So it's him. Everyone suddenly came to their senses, feeling as if they were in a dream, finding reality to be absurdly comical. If this were true, it would mean that every member of the Jade Clarity sect was nothing more than a group of clowns, and what pure clowns they were. Expelling the only disciple in the world who could set up the heaven-guiding formation from the sect and forcing him to abolish his cultivation, escalating enmity to the maximum. If even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. Caden from the Supreme Clarity sect was also present. He couldn't help but beat his chest, staring at Gwyneth with anger. Had it not been for trusting this woman's deceit, Hatcher would have long been part of the Supreme Clarity sect. How could the Joyful Union sect have picked up such a windfall? Since you can repair it, why are you still sitting here? Quickly go and fix the formation. Jeanette and Rosalie reacted first, immediately jumping up and pointing at Hatcher's nose, ordering him. But Hatcher remained unmoved, continuing to converse with the Tiana. This move was undoubtedly fueling the fire, making the two women instantly furious. Didn't you hear me talking to you? If anything happens to Junior Brother, your miserable life won't be enough compensation. Jeanette roared angrily, her face twisted into a grotesque expression as she overturned the table in front of Hatcher, spilling all the fine liquor and delicious food on the ground. None of the surrounding people attempted to mediate. They watched this farce with great interest. Today, the Jade Clarity sect had truly lost face. Even scoundrels knew one must have the proper attitude when asking for help. This immortal Julianne was said to be pure and graceful, elegant and courteous, yet her disciples acted so barbarically and crudely. It was indeed an eye-opener. Are you asking for my help? Hatcher showed no emotion, calmly looking at the two before him, his light words once again igniting their fury. Asking for your help? What are you? Something special. Don't glorify yourself. We're giving you a chance to redeem yourself. What you say is correct. As a traitor who destroyed the sect's precious treasure, not being executed is already a tremendous grace. You owe us for life. Now you must repair the formation for Junior Brother. Hearing these absurd statements, Hatcher's smile grew wider. I refuse. What can you do about it? You truly deserve death. Whether or not you repair it today, you won't leave here alive otherwise. The two looked like they were about to call upon the nearby experts to take action. Hatcher, this is enough. Such posturing will only make people despise you. Just then, Aisha leaped down from the high platform and approached them. She looked at Hatcher, her expression still icy cold. Isn't your desire to return to the sect obvious? Relying on minor abilities and pushing boundaries is too disgraceful. Forget it. Even for the sake of Junior Brother, I'll fulfill your wish. Go save him now, and if successful, I'll speak to our master on your behalf. Whether or not it works depends on her. Upon hearing these words, everyone felt as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. For the first time, they realized just how shameless the Jade Clarity sect could be. Even if Hatcher were utterly crippled, unable to cultivate ever again, solely based on his ability to draw the Heavenly Tao formation, countless sects would fight tooth and nail to snatch him away. Contrastingly, the Jade Clarity sect, despite having lingering sentiments, thought not of mending ties but treated Hatcher like a beast. Listen to that woman's nonsense. If Hatcher helped them out of this predicament, whether he could return still depended on their goodwill. Wouldn't Hatcher become someone begging on his knees? Truly, painting a nose on paper and thinking it makes you look important. In my eyes, you are less than nothing. Hatcher stood up, facing them with a sharp gaze. Aya, save me quickly, master. I feel so much pain. I'm dying. From the high platform came Adrian's more pitiful cries, causing Aisha to flinch. Don't make me hate you. If Junior Brother suffers any harm, you cannot bear the responsibility. Come with me now. With those words, she prepared to force him, reaching out to grab Hatcher's shoulder. Do you think I'm dead? The Tiana immediately became angry, striking out boldly and clashing with Aisha. A gale swept across, thunderstruck, leaving Aisha completely at a disadvantage, sent flying. How is this possible? Her expression was shocked, unable to accept the outcome. The two had previously been nearly equal in strength, with at most a slight gap between them. Why the huge disparity now? The Tiana was also surprised but soon grinned widely. Over the past few days, she had constantly practiced with Hatcher, learning and gaining insight from him, significantly advancing her understanding of the Joyful Union heavenly power. Now, she could easily overpower Aisha. Enough. Suddenly, Gwyneth's cold rebuke sounded, followed by a thick pressure descending heavily, precisely pressing down on Hatcher and the Tiana. Go save him. Gwyneth looked down at Hatcher, issuing orders just as she used to. With what identity are you speaking to me? Hatcher wore a mocking expression, looking up at her without submission or defiance, more like he was examining Gwyneth, ready to tear apart her high and mighty disguise. I am giving you orders as a strong one. Gwyneth's face changed several times, her words sending shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone knew this woman was about to completely turn her back. In the martial world, might makes right. With enough strength, one can dispose of the weak at will. It is the way of heavenly Tao. But Hatcher smiled even more brightly, realizing that the other side had run out of tricks. Do you think you can be the sole ruler? Hatcher sneered. Controlling you is enough for now. Not necessarily. Hatcher was fearless. As soon as he spoke, someone intervened. Gwyneth, you are still a spokesperson of the Jade Clarity sect. To bully a youth so despicably, aren't you ashamed? The speaker was Caden, whom Hatcher had met before. Hatcher had always thought highly of this person and anticipated that he would step in to help resolve the situation. The reason was simple. This person was a true gentleman who could assess the situation, disliking despicable actions and recognizing Hatcher's value. If not now, when would be the time to offer help? This is an internal matter of the Jade Clarity sect. Senior Ing, it's best not to meddle. Gwyneth's expression changed slightly, this intervention putting her in an awkward dilemma. You are wrong again. Hatcher is no longer a disciple of the Jade Clarity sect. Caden ruthlessly added fuel to the fire, determined to embarrass her. Facing this person, Gwyneth had no room for toughness. Fine. If the senior wants to protect this villain, then I'll back off a step. Her chest heaved as she glared at Hatcher. Isn't it just that you want benefits? State your terms. Why didn't you do this earlier? Hatcher's gaze swept around, pointing at Coraline, Rosalie, and Jeanette. You, and you, kneel and beg me. Additionally, I want the 7-star Emerald Blood Lotus from the Jade Clarity sect. Chapter 17. Hatcher, kneel down before me. What a lot of nerve you have, dreaming in broad daylight. Gwyneth and Aisha's faces immediately turned grim. Rosalie and Jeanette directly flew into a rage, pointing at Hatcher and scolding him harshly. They couldn't accept either of his conditions. For years, they had despised Hatcher from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, he was even less than a servant. To kneel before Hatcher would be more painful than death. The 7 stars green blood lotus is not something you can aspire to. It is the sacred artifact of the sect, unique and priceless, not something you are qualified to touch. Gwyneth said coldly, as for making them kneel before you, I can only say you are unfit for it. Think of another condition. Haha. Hatcher couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Wrong. This is a notification, an order. You only get to choose whether or not to do it. There's never been any option to change. Are you threatening me? A dangerous aura emanated from Gwyneth. Of course, can't you see that much? Hatcher responded without retreating, sending shivers down everyone's spines. This young man was so resolute, showing how hatred could indeed last forever. You beast, do you really think we can't handle you? I'd rather kneel to a dog than submit to you. Rosalie and the others could no longer tolerate this. In the past, Hatcher wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly, let alone make a sound. Just wait until your beloved junior brother turns into a dead dog. I have all the time in the world, but he won't last long. Hatcher said casually. At that moment, Adrian was in dire straits, his skin torn open, looking like a bloody mess, almost on his last breath. But Hatcher knew this guy wasn't so easy to die. In his previous life, he was favored by fate, and his body concealed a powerful soul, holding numerous trump cards. However, if he used his trump cards today in front of everyone, it would be too easy to expose himself, and the cost would be too great. He wouldn't make a move unless absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Gwyneth's face kept changing, her anger burning inside her heart. Do you think that after harming Terrence, I will take you as a disciple again? Forget it. Even if you were to kneel and beg me to teach you, I wouldn't consider it now. Hatcher shot back without mercy, leaving no room for sentiment. Alright, since this is your choice, I hope you don't regret it later. Gwyneth took a deep breath, her gaze becoming emotionless. She turned to look at the 3 female disciples beside her and said, I accept your conditions. Master. Jeanette and Rosalie's faces changed dramatically. You really mean to make us kneel to this scum? How about it? Unwilling? Or do you want to watch Adrian die? So it seems your feelings for him aren't that deep after all. Hatcher laughed, causing a change in their expressions. But then, Jeanette revealed a mocking look. I understand, you're jealous of junior brother, wanting to see how far we'll go for him. So let me tell you, you're not even worth 1 strand of his hair. Someone like you, we wouldn't care if you died right now. And to save junior brother, we might give up our dignity, she said with self-righteousness, and then knelt down towards Hatcher with a mocking smile. Seeing this, Hatcher felt speechless, revealing an expression more nauseating than having swallowed half a caddy of flies. Haha, looks like sister caught you in your weak spot. How pitiful. Always comparing yourself to junior brother, but always falling short. With that, she also knelt down, as if it were an honorable deed. Aisha followed closely behind, touching the ground with her knees while still maintaining an air of superiority, as if bestowing a favor upon Hatcher. Looking at these 3 abstract expressions, Hatcher smiled oddly and slowly raised his hand. Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps, 1 for each, not physically harmful but deeply humiliating. Rain in your gazes, they disgust me. You hit me again, and this is the 2nd time. How dare you? Aisha couldn't believe it. Hatcher clearly admired her yet dared to do this. This way of attracting attention was too despicable, and she swore to herself that she would never show Hatcher a good face again. Slap. Hatcher didn't hold back and struck her again. An ugly person often acts strangely. While speaking, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief as if he had touched something dirty. Seeing this, Aisha felt an immense humiliation and couldn't hold back anymore. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Have you had enough? Gwyneth asked coldly. Of course not. Hand over the 7 stars green blood lotus, and don't make me repeat myself. Humph. This time, Gwyneth did not hesitate. With a wave of her hand, a 7-colored lotus appeared in midair and flew to Hatcher's face. Everyone's eyes widened, many looking at the lotus with a greedy expression, wishing they could claim it as their own. This was an extremely rare holy artifact, not only capable of enhancing one's cultivation, but even possessed the power to bring back the dead and regenerate flesh. Each petal was worth its weight in gold. Indeed a fine item, invigorating to behold. Keep it safe. Hatcher casually handed it over to Melissa and gave her a meaningful glance. Melissa caught on immediately, storing the lotus in her spatial ring while subtly crushing a jade pendant. Now can you repair the array? Gwyneth urged. Naturally. Hatcher said this easily. For others, it might be harder than climbing the heavens, but for him, it was as easy as turning over his palm. From his forehead emanated dazzling light, which soon transformed into visible ripples spreading toward the high platform. This is mental waves, tisk? Caden drew in a sharp breath. Except for him, no one else around showed any change in expression. They failed to notice the subtleties. This spiritual force seemed simple but was immensely powerful, hiding indescribable might, something only those with profound Taoist practice could perceive. The effects were evident. Under the cleansing of the spiritual light, the broken array simultaneously repaired itself, and the heavenly Tao eye above also returned to normal. Boom. Moments later, Adrian emitted grand sword Tao ripples, clearly experiencing a qualitative leap, breaking through some limit. Haha, I've succeeded. He laughed loudly, and with the disappearance of the heavenly Tao eye, his injuries healed instantly. Good. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Gwyneth finally sighed in relief, then glanced at Hatcher and Melissa. In that instant, the surrounding air turned chillingly cold. Hand over the 7 stars green blood lotus, and I will consider dealing with you lightly. With these words, the surroundings fell silent. People knew that Xiuxian Sect intended to turn their back on them. Chapter 18. Doting on the new master, Gwyneth jealous. Are you going back on your word? The little demon girl stared at Gwyneth, her voice tinged with anger. Going back on our word? Not really. You never had the qualifications to make a deal with me from the start. This was all just a temporary expedient. Gwyneth remained unperturbed as she said, let me repeat this. Hand over the 7-star blood lotus and kneel on the ground, awaiting punishment. And what if I say no? Hatcher rubbed his brow, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. Then I'll tear you into pieces. Rosalie raised her eyebrows and said with satisfaction, weren't you very arrogant just now? You dared to force us to kneel, so you should have thought of this kind of outcome. Don't waste words. It's time to give this trash some lessons. Jeanette was also burning with rage, wishing nothing more than to execute Hatcher in the most severe manner. Kneel. Gwyneth pressed down with one palm, like a 10,000-foot mountain peak, landing on both their shoulders. The two bodies trembled violently, almost bending down, but they immediately straightened up, unbending. Do you want to bully the Huan sect, or do you wish to fight our master? The little demon girl stepped forward, using the heavenly art of joy, conjuring up a sea of red dust. Upon hearing this, Gwyneth looked even more disdainful. You mean that burnt-out wretch of a master? Laughter spread around, seemingly mocking the little demon girl for having used up all her tricks. Just a few days ago, everyone had seen clearly that the female devil could hardly take care of herself, long losing her power. Your Ethanpon is off. My master has already taken the Bodhi pill. Although not fully recovered, it's enough to deal with you. Big talk bluffing. Adrian walked down from the platform, looking down at Hatcher, wearing an unprecedented air of superiority. Don't think I don't know. You can't even refine the Bodhi pill, and you've incurred severe Tao injuries because of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to get the 7-star blood lotus. Upon hearing this, Gwyneth suddenly understood. So that's it. You're not only trying to save yourself, but also that female devil. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As she spoke, her palm pressed harder, emitting even stronger force, aiming to crush Hatcher and the other completely. Right then, a soft shout rang out like a phoenix cry, piercing through the sky. Who dares to harm my disciple? How many lives do you have to repay? Only to see the light of heaven shift, wind and thunder weeping. Invisible ripples speeding towards, impacting Gwyneth first. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, her aura shattered, unable to stand steady, retreating continuously in midair. Everyone felt dazzled and saw a figure like a celestial being appear suddenly. The patriarch of the Huan sect. The female devil. Many stood up, calling out to Vera with varied names, their expressions tense to the extreme. The little demon girl sighed in relief, grateful that Hatcher had predicted this scene and had sent for help timely. Otherwise, they would have suffered greatly today. Who dares to be fierce here? Xiuxian Sect isn't a place for you to act recklessly. Several elders flew up, surrounding Vera. A few old things dare to face me equally. Get out of my way. Vera's hair stained with snow, directly activating the jade devil body. She seemed like a different person, the cold and deadly aura surging out like a tidal wave, freezing many people's limbs. Back then, this female devil overturned several sects with such a stance. Calm down. Let's talk properly. The elders of the Xiuxian Sect's pupils contracted, sensing the dangerous aura, harming my disciple and expecting me to calm down. Why don't you die? Vera, unfriendly, cast a hand seal that exploded in midair, instantly causing terrifying ripples to sweep in all directions, injuring the elders who fell bleeding from all 7 orifices. This scene terrified everyone. So powerful, where were the signs of her being exhausted? It seems this woman did indeed take the Bodhi pill, which Hatcher refined. This is impossible. You were clearly dying. That waste couldn't refine a 7th grade pill. Adrian's face darkened, insisting firmly. These words reminded many of the scene from that day. Indeed, there was celestial lightning and earth fire near Red Dust Mountain. That must have been the anomaly caused by the Bodhi pill? Thinking this far, many people showed stunned expressions. Adrian refining 5th grade pills was considered heavenly talent. So what was Hatcher? A prodigy? A monster? It seemed that in alchemy, Hatcher wasn't inferior to Adrian, but rather, Adrian wasn't worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Hatcher. This is fake. They must have obtained the Bodhi pill through other means. Jeanette said, none among the younger generation can surpass little junior brother. True, Only this explanation makes sense. Gwyneth adjusted her aura, facing off against Vera from afar. Two peerless beauties stood suspended in the air, a scene that was undoubtedly pleasing to the eye. Yet, there were still differences between these peerless beauties. Gwyneth was like the bright moon in the sky, while Vera was so captivating that even the real moon would pale in comparison before her. The comparison revealed a clear distinction. Daring to harm them, you will pay the price. Vera's face immediately darkened, and she was about to take action with lightning speed. They are nothing but trash I discarded casually. You consider them treasures, truly choosing anything when hungry. Gwyneth's expression slightly changed, yet she couldn't resist mocking. Upon hearing this, Vera actually restrained herself, her gaze suddenly turning playful. Are you jealous? Preposterous. What could you possibly have that would make me jealous? There are many reasons. You're envious of my strength, envious of my beauty, and most of all, envious of the fact that the little one abandoned you and directly joined under my tutelage. Gwyneth's smile gradually faded. Vera continued eloquently. You wouldn't know how much the little one adores his new master. He asks after my well-being every day, cares about my injuries, refines various elixirs for me, and even massages me at night. Gwyneth clenched her fists tightly, her cheeks already slightly flushed. However, Vera twirled a lock of hair around her finger, appearing coy yet content. Having such an excellent and thoughtful little one is truly troublesome. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he even scolded me. What can I do? Of course, I have to pamper him well. If anyone dares to bully him, I'll let them suffer eternal torment. Suddenly, Vera's expression turned incredibly sharp as she stared at the other woman. When the little one was under your guidance, did he treat you this way? Blame only yourself for being too ugly. Nonsense. He treated me much better. Gwyneth completely lost her temper, her aura surging wildly, impossible to control. She wasn't angry because of Vera's provocation, but because she was genuinely envious. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the swift blade. She envied how Hatcher showed such respect and care for someone other than her. This was supposed to be her exclusive privilege, something she didn't grant, others shouldn't dare to claim. What a surprise indeed. Vera's face turned completely cold. He treated you so well, yet you wanted to drive him away. What a beast you are. Chapter 19. Who claims invincibility? Who speaks of undefeatability? Who? A gust of wind swept straight toward Vera. It was Gwyneth who couldn't hold back any longer and attacked directly. She was anxious, so anxious. Vera's smile widened. Her snow-white hair fluttered as she extended her palm. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be too impatient. In an instant, the two clashed. Gwyneth came swiftly but retreated even faster, being flung out and crashing into the elevated platform. The 9-tiered high platform collapsed instantly. A terrifying aura spread and filled the air with dust. The 81 disciples on the platform seemed to be locked in place, momentarily unable to escape. Quickly, help them! Elder Baiha shouted in alarm, watching as the disciples were about to be buried under the dust. Just then, Hatcher took action. Unite! With a clap of his hands, the 81 subarrays merged into the main array, instantly breaking the lock on their aura. This brief moment brought a breath of life, allowing the disciples to exert themselves and break free without any casualties. Thank you, senior brother, for saving our lives. They knelt on one knee, paying homage to Hatcher devoutly. No need for that. I am no longer your senior brother. Hatcher's words were heartless, adding a touch of melancholy to the disciples' eyes, but it quickly turned into sincere gratitude. Everyone was astonished. Hatcher's speed when he acted was too fast, and his methods were too profound for anyone to comprehend. More importantly, they could not discern Hatcher's strength at all. It was as if he had no cultivation, or was at the peak of the spirit's soul realm, leaving everyone puzzled. One thing was certain. Hatcher showed no signs of Dao injuries. He remained as formidable as ever. This left the geniuses from other sects trembling. Would this person suppress them again at the 100 Sect conference? You useless things. It was his master who put you in danger. Why should you kneel to him? A loud boom echoed as the dust exploded, revealing a disheveled figure slowly emerging. Gwyneth's hairpins and rings were disordered. A trace of blood hung at the corner of her mouth, and her breath became noticeably short. People once again witnessed Vera's power. Despite bearing Dao injuries and mental demons, she was not someone her peers could easily challenge. Do you think you've won? Gwyneth took a deep breath, speaking defiantly. You can continue. One hand is enough for me. Vera spoke with contempt, making Gwyneth's chest heave, eager for another battle. Hold on. At that moment, Adrian suddenly stepped between the two. Adrian, move aside. It's dangerous here. Master, there's no need to worry. I have a solution. Adrian smiled innocently, then turned to look at Vera, his expression turning serious. Senior Morong, today is my apprenticeship ceremony, yet you forcibly intruded into our sect and injured my master. Even if you were strong, I must demand justice. Having said that, he turned his heavenly Dao sword and pointed it at Vera. I want to issue a sword Dao challenge to your disciple. If I win, you must apologize to my master. Humph. Vera sneered. Sherry, teach him some manners. Yes, master. The little demon girl leaped eagerly, taking a step forward with nearly transcendent aura, which caused Adrian's expression to change. The person I want to challenge is not you but him. He pointed his sword at Hatcher. I originally respected you as my senior brother, but you conspired with outsiders to injure my master. Today, I seek justice for my master. If you are not a coward, accept the challenge. You're hilarious. The little demon girl sneered. You accepted the baptism of heavenly Dao just now, and now want to challenge someone whose cultivation has been crippled. Who's the coward here? Stop talking nonsense. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If he's afraid, just say it. Don't keep hiding behind women, making a fool of yourself. Gwyneth also chimed in from the side, looking at Vera. You looked down on this good-for-nothing, right? So why don't you let him fight? Is it because you realized he's nothing but dead wood? Upon hearing such shameless remarks, Vera's aura rose again. Are you good talkers? Then we'll see if your mouths are stronger than my fists. I advise you not to be too outrageous. This is Jade Purity Sect. If I call for the Zechariah, you will die here too. Before that, I can crush you 10 times over. Master! Hatcher suddenly held Vera's arm, calming her down. Little one, it's time to settle this. I accept the sword Dao match. Upon hearing this, Adrian almost burst into laughter. Never did he expect this waste of space to take the bait. On the battlefield, blades and swords show no mercy. Even if he accidentally killed him, others would have nothing to say. This time, he intended to utterly defeat Hatcher. Everyone looked on with anticipation. They couldn't gauge Hatcher's cultivation, but once he made a move, he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. Little one, you need to be careful. Vera felt Hatcher's determination and didn't stop him, only giving a concerned reminder. Don't worry, I won't lose. Under everyone's gaze, the two turned toward the platform. The moment they got closer, Adrian revealed his true colors. From today, your era officially ends. I'm going to let you see the strength of the top sword cultivator among our generation. Hatcher's lips curled upwards. Before he could speak, a cheerful female voice carried over the wind. Such boldness. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who speaks of undefeatability? Let this girl meet you. In the next instant, sword chi flew, and a figure in purple appeared before everyone's eyes. The girl had a heroic appearance, with a sharp sword at her waist, dazzling everyone as soon as she appeared. It's Talia. She actually came too. Legend has it that she inherited the legacy of the Casper and has already mastered it. Truly unfathomable. Someone revealed the girl's background, causing countless exclamations. I've heard about her too. Her sword talent is unparalleled. Not just among peers, even the older generation isn't a match for her. If these three were to discuss sword Dao, it's hard to say who would win. Whispers spread among the crowd, but Talia stepped onto the platform first, facing Hatcher and Adrian. At first sight, Adrian's face showed astonishment, and he started calculating. Do you two think you're really that amazing? This girl's hands are itching. You can come one by one or together. I will accompany you either way. Everyone suddenly became interested. This girl was indeed confident. Her strength must be good. Let me go first. After dealing with you, cleaning up after him won't be too late, Adrian said, stepping forward with grace. Do you think you can win me? I don't think I'll lose. If I win, miss, you should agree to one condition of mine. Joining the Jade Purity Sect? How about that? Agreed. I hope you won't lose too miserably. Talia was brimming with confidence, an aura of invincibility gathering between her eyebrows. Hatcher had already stepped down from the platform. Frowning, he felt this woman's sword intent was strangely familiar. Casper. I remember now. This Talia must have inherited his legacy. A majestic figure flashed in Hatcher's mind. That was none other than the Casper himself, whom he had fought in his previous life. He remembered it because the Casper managed to last 3 moves against nearly Dao-level Hatcher before falling. Chapter 20. Instantly defeating Adrian. On the stage, Talia and Adrian stood facing each other. Before they even started, an icy sword chi had spread around them, sending shivers down everyone's spines. What formidable momentum. It seems like they are equally matched. There will be a splendid final battle today. Nonsense. My junior brother is much stronger than this woman. The battle will end soon, Rosalie said blindly, gazing at Adrian with nothing but infatuation and worship in her eyes. Do not underestimate her. This woman is quite something. Coraline's face was solemn. Among those present, her sword cultivation was also among the top, and after being baptized by the heavenly Dao, she could see much more than ordinary people. Tatiana became interested too. She sized up the woman on the stage, repeatedly opening and closing her right hand. She was treating the other party as a hypothetical enemy and simulating the battle scene in her mind. If we just talk about the sword path, I'm not as good as her. After a moment, Tatiana came to this conclusion and then looked at Hatcher. Who do you think will win? Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Even though Hatcher's cultivation had been destroyed, he was still once the king of the young generation. His insight far surpassed that of ordinary people. What does a cripple know? He only knows how to attract attention. Zhang Yuria coldly said from the side. Tatiana glanced at her, instantly shutting her up. Just then, Hatcher suddenly said, this is a battle without suspense. The winner will be decided within 3 moves. And the result will be Adrian's miserable defeat. His words stirred a wave of reactions among the crowd, all looking at Hatcher in disbelief. That can't be. Adrian isn't only a top genius, but has also received baptism of the sword path. Among the younger generation, there might not be anyone who can defeat him. I think you're just jealous and crazy. How embarrassing, what a laughingstock. Coraline sneered, still holding a grudge for the slap and trying to belittle Hatcher verbally. Coraline, I have to say, your talent is really mediocre. When I helped you hold the heaven-inducing Dao ceremony, it should have given even a pig sharp eyes for swords, instead of leaving you a blind one. Hatcher looked at her with disdain, making Coraline blush with shame and anger. Enough. Gwyneth said disdainfully, you don't have the qualifications to comment on Linger. Hatcher wasn't intimidated and met her gaze. I've never heard that evaluating garbage requires qualifications. As a waste, at least she does one thing well, learning self-categorization. Garbage should stay with garbage. These words were like thunder striking everyone's minds. In one breath, Hatcher cursed everyone under Gwyneth. Gwyneth's pupils constricted. In that instant, her body temperature rose rapidly, unable to distinguish between anger and embarrassment, only feeling her heart painfully contracting. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't. Initially, whenever she was troubled or exhausted, seeing Hatcher's respectful and admiring eyes would calm her down, dissipating all doubts and confusions. Now, his eyes held only disgust and ridicule towards her, transferring all tenderness to someone else. This is wrong. This shouldn't be. On the surface, Gwyneth remained calm, but inside, she was struggling. Within her, 2 wills clashed and fought against each other. One yearned for care, while the other wanted to maintain high arrogance. This left her utterly confused. Boom. A violent surge emanated from the stage, capturing everyone's attention. Adrian took the initiative, wielding the heavenly Dao sword, gathering celestial energy into a massive 10-meter-long sword, and slashing down. Everyone trembled at this sight, transforming celestial energy into Dao, manipulating matter with spiritual awareness. This was an extremely high realm accessible only to those who had crossed into the transcendent realm and entered the slashing heaven realm. Yet, Adrian performed it effortlessly. Now let's see how that woman can block this. Defeating the junior brother in 3 moves? Ridiculous. Zhang Yuria scoffed. To her, this move alone could decide the winner. She already thought about how to humiliate Hatcher, but in the next moment, her expression froze. Seeing Talia's clear eyes, holding an ancient sword, he swung it lightly. In an instant, wind and thunder roared, and another huge sword appeared, also achieving manipulation of matter with spiritual awareness, causing excitement among the audience. Swords intersected, lightning flashed, thunder roared. The crisscrossing sword chi swept through, even breaking the clouds above into fragments. Adrian's face turned serious. After probing, he finally took it seriously. Talia was indeed not simple. Yet, his confidence remained, already having a firm grasp on victory. Miss Long, if you cannot bear it, concede early. I can stop in time. He took a step back, leaped into the air, and countless rays of light appeared behind him, dazzling like a galaxy. Heavenly stars. This was his signature sword move. Whenever he used it, victory was assured. Among his peers, almost none could escape unscathed. The crowd stood in awe as stars filled the sky, illuminating all around, leaving no place to hide. This was nothing short of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, already touching the threshold of momentum. In sword cultivation, mastering techniques leads to momentum, breaking through momentum leads to Dao. Sword techniques, sword momentum, and sword Dao represent different levels of cultivation. In the entire world, only a few masters could comprehend sword momentum, while sword Dao was merely a legendary existence. It's over. Talia has no way to turn the tide. Someone said confidently. The battle had reached its climax with no doubt remaining. Facing this peak attack, one must either comprehend sword momentum or be at the mercy of the opponent. At this moment, people once again looked at Hatcher, wanting to see how he would explain. It indeed should be over. Hatcher said. Before he finished speaking, the situation on stage rapidly reversed. Talia wiped her fingers along the blade, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. Everyone felt their bones chill, as if a sharp sword hung above their heads, ready to take their lives at any moment. Not only that, but the heavenly stars formed by the sword chi trembled, then shattered in succession, finally disappearing into nothingness. Sword momentum. Impossible. I won't make a mistake in judgment. Everywhere present, invincible and indestructible. This is what sword momentum means. Slash. Talia lightly waved her sword forward. Despite the distance of dozens of feet, Adrian felt as if struck by lightning, falling to the ground like a broken-winged bird, spitting out blood. The match was decided. Bitch, daring to injure my junior brother. You will pay for your life. Rosalie shouted and rushed forward, only to meet Talia's gaze and nearly lose control from fright. I lost. Adrian got up, reluctantly admitting defeat. He had lost without a doubt, due to encountering dimensional suppression. Miss Long's sword Dao is strong, but if it were a real fight, I might not be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Talia didn't even spare him a glance. She had seen enough ranting from losers. You. Adrian's face changed slightly, seeing that Talia was already facing Hatcher. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 21. Defeated with one move. Finally, it's my turn. Hatcher leaped onto the platform with great eagerness. Having witnessed my prowess, not only did you not run away, but you actually approached me? Talia said in surprise. If I don't get closer, how can I beat you up? Hatcher said bluntly, casually grabbing the red dust sword from Melissa, waist. Teach this woman a lesson. I won't forgive you if you lose. Melissa waved her fists and said, no problem. Hatcher replied nonchalantly. What arrogance. Truly delusional. Adrian directly ridiculed. Even I am no match for her, let alone you. You couldn't even withstand one move. Everyone nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they thought Hatcher was too weak, but Talia was just too strong. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Hatcher stared straight into Talia's eyes, sensing a trace of naive ignorance. Can you read? Hatcher asked, which immediately infuriated Talia. Don't talk nonsense. We are here to compete in swordsmanship. Seeing her reaction, Hatcher already had his answer. No wonder Talia could master the sword's momentum. She possessed the legendary wisdom of being wordless. People born with this wisdom were illiterate by nature yet could understand meaning through shapes, comprehend enlightenment from myriad phenomena, and grasp the essence of texts. Truly extraordinary. The old vagabond, Casper, had this constitution, and now his successor also possessed it. What are you looking at? How dare you lose focus during a competition with me? Such audacity. Talia made her move. Her eyes flickered as she activated the wordless wisdom, opening her sword eye. Suddenly, Hatcher appeared as stiff lines in her eyes, revealing no trace of sword energy flow. He's clearly just an ordinary person who doesn't understand swords. This is such a waste of my expectations. Talia lost interest and was about to end the battle casually. At that moment, Hatcher began his opening stance. Talia froze immediately, as if struck by lightning in her mind. This was an extremely dangerous signal. Without hesitation, she tried to activate the sword's momentum, but it was too late. Hatcher seemed to have become an abyss, his posture flawless and without any vulnerability. Talia couldn't help but tremble, feeling like she was carrying 10,000 tons on her back, completely suppressed by a stronger sword momentum. I can't even retaliate. She was horrified and realized that Hatcher wasn't just ignorant of swords. He was unfathomably deep. Here it comes. Hatcher finally drew his sword. The light flowed like water, gracefully cutting across her throat, while she remained motionless like a puppet. As the light shifted and their figures crossed, they stood back to back in silence. The surrounding area fell deathly silent, where even a needle drop could be heard. Those who couldn't understand looked puzzled. Those who could understand were drenched in sweat. What happened? Who won? Someone asked innocently. This is the strongest sword I've ever seen, simple yet incomparable. After a long pause, an elder murmured, his voice filled with sighs. The strongest sword? Whose? Others questioned, but saw Talia kneeling on one knee on the platform. I lost, utterly and completely, she admitted, revealing the outcome of the battle. Seeing her dejected appearance, people felt a sense of suffocation. What kind of defeat could make her so despondent? It must have been an insurmountable gap, leaving her no chance of winning. I don't believe it. Someone jumped out, questioning this absurd scene. Yes, this must be fake, an act. How can a cripple achieve this? Rosalie yelled, glaring at Hatcher with bloodshot eyes as if he were a mortal enemy. It's undoubtedly true. His sword momentum is far superior to Talia's, though you failed to notice. Etienne said, humiliating those who doubted. Adrian's face turned ashen, unable to maintain his innocent demeanor, emitting a violent aura. The person who had instantly defeated him was now defeated by Hatcher in one move. A thorough and exhilarating crushing victory. People finally realized that even if Hatcher were crippled, his peak level wasn't easily surpassed. Some sects unfriendly with Xiuxian's sect showed no restraint, their disciples and elders laughing out loud. They thought Xiuxian's sect's leadership must have their heads wedged in toilets to make such a foolish decision, expelling Hatcher from the sect. Swordsmanship is just a minor art. Only hard power truly matters. Gwyneth spoke coldly. Xiuxian's sect will never shelter a hidden villain or accept a cripple again. Hearing this, Adrian finally calmed down. Gwyneth was right. Hatcher was already crippled, so why should he compete with him? In an instant, he resumed his arrogant demeanor. He was convinced that if they fought normally, Hatcher would be no match for him at all. Hatcher shrugged, indifferent to anyone's thoughts. The farce was over, and it was time to leave. He didn't want to stay even a second longer. Hold on. At that moment, Talia stopped him. Is there something? According to the agreement, since I lost to you, I must join your sect. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart stirred again. This xiuxian sect was really pushing boundaries. A female demon, a Tiana, a former top young genius, and now Talia. Was the xiuxian sect going to become a den of monsters? Girl, don't ruin your own future. They are not righteous, and their sect will be destroyed soon. If you want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, it's best to stay in Xiuxian's sect. We will provide you with the best resources. An elder stepped forward to advise, immediately drawing disdain from many. The intentions of Xiuxian's sect were clear as day. Hearing this, Talia glanced back, her gaze sweeping over Gwyneth and her disciples. I'm sorry, I'm not good at scheming, nor am I interested in weaklings. These words instantly ignited the anger of Xiuxian's sect. It was a direct insult, accusing them of being both weak and evil, without any mercy. Ignoring everyone's expressions, Talia approached Vera and knelt down on one knee. Senior Morome, may I have the honor of becoming your disciple? To nurture extraordinary talent is my wish. Vera smiled happily and wasted no time in accepting her as a disciple. However, I'm afraid you'll have to endure some hardship. Our xiuxian sect has long declined, and counting you, we only have 3 disciples. Isn't that better? Talia was pleased, pointing at Hatcher. This way, I can always find him for sword practice. Cough, cough. The Tiana cleared her throat, her expression suddenly turning serious. You can join us, but you must follow the rules. From today onward, I am your Gilda, and Hatcher is your senior brother. Understand? Yes, I will respect both of you. No, no, no. You don't have to respect me, but you must not harass your senior brother. Talia's expression changed slightly. I will try my best. Also, you cannot practice with him for more than 2 hours each day. Understood. Senior brother also needs time for cultivation and rest. No, the remaining 10 hours he has to help me with my cultivation. That's a promise he made. Chapter 22. You pull the firewood from under the pot, and I'll take advantage of the situation. The splendid ceremony of paying homage to a master was drawing to a close. Although it wasn't as spectacular as everyone had imagined, it still had its unique charm. Everyone was satisfied, except for the people of the Jade Purity sect. This was supposed to be their moment to establish authority, but it turned into repeated humiliations by the discarded disciple, Hatcher, who cost them both substance and dignity. Adrian was particularly enraged, watching Hatcher surrounded by beauties, his demonic powers almost erupting in frustration. His own failure was disheartening enough, yet Hatcher's success made it even harder for him to accept. Waste will always remain waste. Even if one can revel for a moment, they'll ultimately become my stepping stone, because I am the true master of this world. It's getting late, we should return. Vera couldn't stop smiling. Wearing her wide-sleeved gown, she carefully protected her 3 beloved disciples and was about to leave. You cannot go yet. Gwyneth suddenly spoke up, causing those ready to depart to halt. Return the 7-star Crimson Blood Lotus. Pa. Vera spat saliva all over her face and left without looking back. The air in the world seemed to freeze. Master, you are so handsome. I love you so much. Talia was carried through space, her eyes full of stars as she adored Vera. What an inexperienced little girl. This is just the beginning. There's more handsomeness to come. Ha ha ha. Hatcher couldn't help but laugh, exchanging a glance with Vera like 2 successful foxes who had stolen chickens. Oh. You guys really sync well. Didn't expect someone to also prefer the new over the old. Got new disciples, forgot the old ones. The young demon girl said with jealousy dripping from her mouth. Behave yourself, Sherry. Don't be naughty. There's a big surprise waiting for you once we get back to the sect. The 4 soared across the skies, quickly returning to Mount Hongqian. I never would have thought that the once formidable xiuxian sect has deteriorated to such a degree. Seeing the desolate mountain, Talia couldn't help but sigh. They soon arrived at the sect's entrance, where only a dilapidated sign hung swaying in the wind. Talia stopped suddenly, looking at the 3 characters on the sign, finding it incredibly beautiful. What a great inscription of heaven rewards diligence. That's Xiuxian's sect. Are you illiterate, or something? Even if you don't recognize words, you should at least recognize numbers. The young demon girl was shocked, despite Hatcher already introducing the concept of characterless wisdom roots to her. Meeting it in person, she was especially surprised. Is she pretending? No, I've seen cases worse than hers. Just stepping into the sect, the young demon girl and Talia grew wary. Be careful, unfamiliar aura detected. Someone has been here. The young demon girl's expression changed dramatically, leading the charge straight to the sect's treasury. Hatcher and Vera exchanged glances and followed suit. With a bang, the door to the treasury flew open, revealing nothing inside. These damn bandits. The young demon girl's face paled, all joy evaporating. These were the last assets of the Xiuxian sect. More importantly, the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Bodhi pill were taken, making it impossible to treat Master's heart demon. Don't panic, I know who did this. Hatcher calmly waved his hand, sending out countless small arrays that formed an image. I'd forgotten you're an expert in formations. The young demon girl was relieved, her worries subsiding. Since Hatcher was prepared, there wouldn't be any problem. Without realizing, she had started to subconsciously rely on Hatcher. In no time, figures appeared on the screen. Several middle-aged men moved swiftly, emptying the treasury in mere seconds. All familiar faces, and to think Jade Purity Sect would stoop so low. Talia was furious. These men were elders of the Jade Purity Sect who took advantage of Vera's absence to clean out the Xiuxian sect. How outrageous, I'll settle scores with them. The young demon girl was about to act when Hatcher grabbed her wrist. Calm down, if they want it, let them have it. When did you become so generous? It's because someone else is even more generous. Hatcher looked at Vera. Master, show them some live treasures. All right then. Vera flicked her sleeves, scattering countless treasures into piles, as if strewing starry sky fragments. The other 2 were dumbstruck, staring in disbelief. These treasures included pills, herbs, spirit stones, everything valuable, worth dozens of times more than what was lost. Bad woman, who did you rob? The young demon girl blurted out instinctively. Don't put it so harshly. This is called reciprocity. If they dare to pull the firewood from under our pot, they should be ready for a response. Moronya raised her delicate chin. When you were confronting the Jade Purity Sect, I had already arrived first and gave them a taste of their own medicine. Master, you're awesome. The 3 of them spoke in unison, prostrating themselves in worship. This time, they had truly struck it rich. Xinhuang Mountain, Jade Purity Sect. Everyone from the other sects had left, leaving nothing but a mess behind. Gwyneth, this is all you're doing. Patsy directly confronted her. I will impeach you for abusing your power as the sect leader. If not for you expelling Hatcher, we wouldn't have suffered such an unprecedented humiliation today. The other elders remained silent, each with a heavy expression, their eyes filled with resentment. Stay calm. Everything is under my control, Gwyneth said calmly. It won't be long before the Xiuxian sect disappears completely. As she finished speaking, several elders stepped out of the crowd, presenting the treasures they had plundered. Did you take advantage of this situation to loot these treasures from the Xiuxian sect? The others exchanged glances, many with a gleam of joy in their eyes. These treasures were of considerable value. They did not find anything wrong with this. Under the rule of the survival of the fittest, if one couldn't even protect their own treasures, they deserved to be wiped out. This should be enough to compensate for our losses. Several elders said with satisfaction. Bad news, very bad news. At this moment, a disciple stumbled over, his face filled with panic. Speak slowly. This is the Jade Purity Sect. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to support it. Gwyneth said discontentedly. Venerable Amo, it's really as if the sky has fallen. Our sect's treasure vault has been raided. Upon hearing this, everyone present was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. You're lying. I wouldn't dare to lie. Don't believe me? Take a look. The disciple shakily handed over a piece of paper, which Gwyneth took. Upon seeing it, her face quickly turned pale. It read, Moronya was here for a visit. Bitch, I'll never forgive you. She gritted her teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I'm going to find the enforcer and report that the Xiuxian sect does not meet the requirements, making them revoke its sect name. Chapter 23, Enforcer. I am adult Lady Vera's dog. Inside the Crimson World cave of the Bliss sect, Hatcher was meditating cross-legged, a radiant light emitting from his brow. This place had been transformed into a medicinal field where he planted all the spiritual medicine seeds he had looted. The 7-star blood lotus was planted right in the center of the field like the king among herbs. Simply staying in this cave enhanced one's cultivation naturally. The peak of the Soul Division realm is really not worth mentioning, Hatcher muttered to himself. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible, break through again and again. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the air. Hatcher abruptly opened his eyes, rose up swiftly, and shattered a bolt of lightning with a kick. This body is too weak, Hatcher said grimly. His mental strength rivaled that of an Imperial realm cultivator. The flesh simply couldn't match it, making him a complete anomaly, always under the watchful eye of the heavenly Tao. If things continued this way, not only would his cultivation be restricted, but there would also be a threat to his life. The pressing matter was to temper his physical body until it could support his mental strength. However, tempering the body was far from simple, difficult, and fraught with danger. A slight misstep could result in permanent injuries. To Hatcher, it wasn't something worth worrying about. The simplest and most efficient method was to summon Heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation, using thunderbolts to strike the body to strengthen it. As for the risks, to hell with the risks. If he died, so be it. Survival meant gaining everything. To summon the Thunder Tribulation, he needed the Heaven Tao carved stone to set up an array. The Heaven Tao carved stone seems very precious. I wonder if the Bliss sect has any. I should ask Master. Just as Hatcher was about to act, Sheridan burst in. Little rogue, it's not good. An envoy from the enforcement office is here, claiming they will revoke the Bliss Sect's founding privileges. Master is facing off with them now. Hearing this, Hatcher was shocked. The enforcement office was an extremely powerful organization responsible for maintaining order, eliminating evil beings, and had authority over all cultivators. For maintenance, the enforcement office regularly issued various tasks. Completing these tasks earned merit points, which could be exchanged for treasures. As a sect power, each cycle required paying a fixed amount of merit points to the enforcement office. Long-term arrears could lead to the revocation of its founding privileges. The Bliss Sect had existed in name only for years, so the enforcement office had never visited. Today's incident wasn't trivial. Take me there. Hatcher, serious, knew this must be Xiuxian Sect playing tricks. When they reached the outside of the Bliss Sect, the scene shocked both of them. I am adult Lady Vera's dog. The enforcers had indeed come, but the scene was different from what Hatcher had imagined. The envoy was kneeling before Vera, filled with adoration and fervor. The title, Female Demon Head, wasn't just for show. She could reach for the moon and catch sea turtles while mesmerizing people. Even being mesmerized was only the limit of one's tolerance, not the limit of Vera's charm. Master, stop fooling around. With a slight effort, Hatcher saved the enforcer's life. These guys are too bullying. I won't pay, let's see what they can do. Vera suddenly acted like a petulant little girl, uncaring. She had no fondness for the enforcement office, having had an unpleasant encounter decades ago. Don't mess around. This isn't a joke, Hatcher said sternly. The ancient monsters in the enforcement office were not weaker than Vera at her peak. Clashing with them would lead to loss. After helping the envoy stand up, the other still stared at Vera without blinking, captivated. Elder, please tell your seniors that we will accept the mission tomorrow to repay the outstanding merit points. Yes, I understand. I'll definitely pass the message on. Waiting for you tomorrow. The man left hopping, turning back frequently, unwilling to leave. Hurry up and get lost. Vera spat out. Despite being scolded, the man smiled even brighter, flying away satisfied. Hatcher was speechless, never expecting such troublesome individuals to become lapdogs in front of his master. Did you use Chilua Dreamy Illusion on him? Hatcher asked Vera, referring to Chilua Dreamy Illusion, the third section of the Bliss Heaven art, an unparalleled enchantment technique. Ordinary people could drastically increase their charm when performing it. In the hands of a beautiful woman, its lethality was terrifying. Who made him act so arrogantly? Of course, I had to give him a taste of his own medicine. Hatcher couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Indeed, calling his master a female demon head was justified. Master, I want to learn that move too. It's far more useful than swordsmanship. Talia jumped out from somewhere. Being a woman and a beauty at that, she was almost enchanted by her master just now. This move had reached the realm of winning without fighting. Just then, a white, tender hand suddenly reached out, grabbing her ear. Nice thinking, huh? I've already taught you the Bliss Heaven art. If you want to practice this move, first learn to read. Follow me. The Sheridan said bluntly as she dragged Talia away. Ow, it hurts. Weren't you soaking your feet in petals just now? How did you suddenly end up behind me? Shut up. The devil girl blushed, having developed a habit of soaking her feet in petals since the last time she stepped on Hatcher. Little guy, are you really going to the enforcement city tomorrow? Vera asked with a frown. Watching them leave, Hatcher's smile faded. Master, do you know where I can find heavenly Dao-carved stone? Hearing this, Vera was slightly taken aback and laughed lightly. Though I don't know what you intend to do, if you're looking for heavenly Dao-carved stone, you should indeed visit the enforcement city. Is it there? Hatcher's eyes lit up. Yes, but it needs to be exchanged with merit points. If so, let's set off tomorrow. Hatcher wasted no time, finalizing his plan. Hold on, little guy. Suddenly, Vera pressed down on his shoulder, pressing her lips against his deeply. Master! Hatcher widened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming force transfer from her lips into his body before he could react. Soul division broken. Soul transformation emerged. The breakthrough came naturally. This is just a thank you gift, don't get any ideas. Master has no interest in you at all. Vera ran off, leaving Hatcher staring at her red-tinged ears. The next day, Hatcher, Talia, and the Sheridan set off for the enforcement city. To save their sect, they needed to work as laborers temporarily. Moronya remained at the Bliss Sect to prevent anyone from acting dishonorably again. Soon, the three entered the grand hall of the enforcement office, where they could receive missions and earn merit points. Upon entering, they saw familiar faces. Adrian and Coraline walked side by side. Adrian wore an unmistakable mocking smile. Senior brother. It must feel awful betraying your sect, isn't it? Don't worry. This is only the beginning. I guarantee you won't earn a single merit point today. Not up to you. As Adrian spoke, Hatcher glanced past him, fixing his gaze on the enforcer from yesterday. I am your receptionist, you can call me David. David got straight to the point. The Bliss Sect has accumulated 500,000 merit points over the years. If you cannot deliver half of that within 3 days, the Bliss Sect will cease to exist. Hearing this, everyone around was stunned. 500,000 merit points equated to 5 million spirit stones. That value nearly matched the entire foundation of a small sect. A sect as poor as the Bliss Sect definitely couldn't come up with such wealth. Its demise seemed inevitable. Wasting no time, let's start. Hatcher said indifferently, ready to accept a mission. Hold on, regular missions are gone. I've prepared something better for you. David smirked and waved his hand, causing a stone tablet inscribed with mission details to appear. Everyone looked at it simultaneously, their expressions filled with pity. Indeed, the tablet listed high reward missions, but even the easiest one required refining 6th grade elixirs. Such difficulty was absolutely beyond young people. I told you, you won't earn a single merit point today. Adrian sneered, his face full of mockery. Chapter 24. Who would invite humiliation? Finished talking? Then let's not delay. We should start refining the pill. Hatcher said indifferently, which made Adrian's smile fade from his face. Pretentious. He mocked. You've already been affected by backlash from forcibly refining a grade 7 pill before and have become nothing but a cripple. What right do you have to act tough in front of me? When these words came out, the surrounding crowd was first startled, then looked at Hatcher with interest. To refine a grade 7 pill? Ha, he doesn't even know what he looks like. He ought to take a piss and check himself out. This is what it means to overestimate one's own ability. This person believes his talent is greater than the sky when he's actually trash. It looks like Julie, and did well to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he would have eventually brought disaster upon us all. In the face of ridicule from everyone, Hatcher remained unperturbed and sat cross-legged on the ground as he took out his pill furnace. There just happened to be a task on the mission board to refine Bodhi pills that suited him perfectly. A grade 7 pill could earn 20,000 merits each. If he were to refine all the pills listed on the mission board, not only would he be able to pay off his debts, the surplus merits might also be enough to buy several heavenly Tao inscribed stones. What a twofold advantage. With pills entering the furnace and divine flames being ignited, everything was going according to plan. Everyone closed their mouths. This was the rule. However, there would always be someone who wanted to break the rules. Aisha walked forward and said in an imperious tone, "Don't pretend anymore or else your Tao injury will erupt and no one can save you." Hatcher fell silent, as if he hadn't heard her words. "I'm speaking to you. How dare you ignore me?" Enraged by his silence, Aisha felt that Hatcher was intentionally toying with her. She reached out to grab his shoulder. Scram! A slap sounded out as the little female demon had pulled out her sword scabbard and slapped Aisha across the face. "Come any closer and I'll kill you." "Ah!" Aisha screamed in pain, shock and anger evident in her eyes. "You're only harming him further. Fallon, we shouldn't waste our time on these garbage people. Let him bring humiliation upon himself. I'll make it happen." Adrian curled the corner of his mouth into a grin. He realized this was a good opportunity to stomp all over Hatcher. If the two were to refine pills at the same time, and while Adrian succeeded, Hatcher failed, wouldn't his prestige reach unparalleled heights? With this thought in mind, Adrian excitedly took out his pill furnace and entered a state of refinement. This scene immediately drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. The former genius facing off against the current genius. No one knew what sort of spark this conflict might produce. Do we even need to see this? One has real substance, while the other only pretends. The result was decided long ago. As though to verify this man's statement, after half a mark passed, Adrian's pill furnace started exuding waves of fragrant pill scent, invigorating the heart and refreshing the soul. How rich and pure this pill chi is. This is a high-quality return origin pill. An alchemy grandmaster leaned closer and nodded in approval. At this moment, the crowd went berserk. As expected of a peerlessly talented individual, he broke through from a grade 5 to grade 6 alchemist in just a few days. Truly humbling. Success. Adrian's eyes gleamed brightly as he opened the cauldron lid. A bright red pill flew out. Beautiful colors and dense pill chi. It is indeed an excellent grade return origin pill. The crowd sighed in admiration. Immediately afterwards, the sky turned dark and gloomy, pressing down tightly upon the area, not allowing a breath of fresh air to pass. Heavens! These are pill clouds. Several alchemists shouted in alarm. Refining a grade 6 pill triggered this unusual phenomenon, showing that this pill is nearly at grade 7 quality. When these words were spoken, the crowd stared blankly, looking at Adrian with reverence. Master Tang truly is a peerless heavenly pride. For a time, sycophantic voices never ceased, while plenty of others were denigrating Hatcher. Just look at yourself. You, trash, trying to compare yourself to Master Tang? You may as well be dreaming. Everyone, don't bother him. Don't let him blame us if he fails. Adrian laughed sarcastically, watching Hatcher intently, while Aisha shook her head on the side as though disappointed to the extreme. After a moment, Hatcher opened his eyes. Done. He said coolly. What have you completed? There isn't even a ripple in pill aura. Don't tell me you refined a grade 7 pill. Someone rushed forward, saying extremely mockingly. Indeed, it's a grade 7 pill, the Bodhi pill. At the sound of this, people exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, did I hear that right? He really dares say so. A grade 7 pill can stir celestial lightning and terrestrial fire. Are we supposed to prepare ourselves so that we won't die from being struck by lightning? All the better. Hatcher looked at that person, smiling genuinely. Then let me die from the lightning strike. And with that, the person ran outside with arms wide open as though about to embrace the heavens. If I don't die from the lightning strike, then you can crawl through my legs. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Then let's wait and see. Hatcher smiled and slowly opened the pill furnace. Chapter 25. Brant's Arrogance. Everyone held their breath, ready to ridicule. Adrian crossed his arms and wore an expression that seemed prepared to watch a good show. But as the pill furnace opened, something unexpected happened. Boom! Adrian's pill cloud instantly dissipated, as if it had encountered something terrifying. How is this possible? As people were dazed, dragons and snakes danced across the sky while fissures appeared in the ground, releasing subterranean flames. No! The man who just uttered the despairing cry was directly struck by the heavenly tribulation and turned into ashes. To blaspheme against the heavenly tribulation naturally led to retribution. These are indeed celestial lightning and earthly fire. He is a 7th grade alchemist. Some of the grandmasters of alchemy sounded hoarse, staring at Hatcher with expressions filled with awe, as if they had witnessed a new faith. Amidst the intertwining lightning, the light illuminated half of the youth's face, making him appear solemn and dignified. At this moment, no one dared to mock anymore. Hatcher used his strength to slap everyone's faces hard. It can't be, this absolutely isn't real. Adrian's face turned extremely pale. Just now, he was still a celebrated rising star among the crowd, but now he had become a pitiful foil. A 7th grade versus a 6th grade was a crushing dominance. There was simply no comparison. After a moment, the lightning subsided. and the Bodhi pill came into view before everyone. Everyone conceded. This pill could reign supreme even among 7th grade pills. Aisha stood to one side, as if struck by lightning, her heart pounding fiercely. She stared intently at Hatcher, as if she was meeting him for the first time. She had to admit that the image of the youth bathed in lightning had quietly stirred something within her heart. The pill is complete, the mission concludes. Without showing any arrogance, Hatcher handed the pill to David, but the latter's face turned extremely grim. He had miscalculated. He had already received instructions from Gwyneth to undermine the Harmony Sect at all costs. Now, wouldn't his efforts come to nothing? I'm going to refine another 7th grade pill next. Upon hearing these words, David abruptly flew into a rage and kicked the mission stone tablet to pieces. My apologies, but these missions have been revoked too. Hatcher's pupils immediately turned icy cold. If we lose even these missions, how will we earn our merits? Talia asked anxiously. Haha, then you'll just have to wait. If there's no mission for a day, you wait a day. If it takes a year, then you wait a year. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this person was in cahoots with the Jade Purity Sect. Adrian instantly swept away his gloom and laughed madly. Haha, in this world, one needs connections. So what if you can refine pills? In the end, aren't you still powerless? Just as he was about to enjoy Hatcher's miserable expression, suddenly a powerful aura descended upon them. Who can save my daughter? I, Brant, will surely reward them generously. Everyone trembled. This Brant was none other than the patriarch of the Upper Clarity Sect, wielding immense power and authority. All eyes fell on him as he appeared anxious, holding a pale-faced girl, his daughter, Noemi. His arrival attracted many of the present alchemists, including genuine masters. However, after examining the situation, many masters shook their heads inwardly. This child has contracted an extremely potent water poison, highly resistant to any kind of pill. The situation is very critical. Brant's expression darkened, having heard similar statements many times. So my daughter, Wugo, truly has no hope? I can save her. Hatcher suddenly spoke up, catching Brant's attention. The boy's eyes blazed red, like a beast preparing to pounce. Young man, are you mocking me? Even alchemy grandmasters are helpless. What can a mere child do? Not so. I can detoxify your daughter from the water poison, but it requires an unconventional method. Just as Hatcher was about to explain, Adrian beside him looked gleeful. He had once obtained great fortune and carried a ring with not only a powerful soul, but also various medicines capable of neutralizing water poisons. This was a perfect opportunity to showcase himself. How could he let it slip? Please don't listen to his nonsensical talk, senior. I have an essence of the Netherworld Flame pill here which can alleviate the urgent danger faced by your daughter. Adrian proudly stated, and produced the pill. The air in the entire hall was instantly filled with a fragrant scent of medicine, and the eyes of several alchemists lit up. This was an 8th grade pill, exceedingly rare and beyond their reach. Wonderful. Truly blessed by heaven. If you can save Wugo, whatever request you have, old man will grant it, Brant said excitedly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he was about to administer the pill to the girl in his arms. Hold on. Hatcher hurriedly stopped him. I have already mentioned that saving your daughter requires extraordinary methods. Taking any pills will only make the situation worse. What kind of person are you to dare speak such nonsense here? Atlas raged. If you dare to disrupt again, I will kill you on the spot. Haha, senior, you must know that this person was once my senior brother. Due to his evil intentions, he was expelled by our master. Now he has fallen into degeneracy and joined the Harmony Sect. His words, you'd best not believe them. Adrian fanned the flames from the side, as expected. Contempt immediately appeared on Atlas's face. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Vicky swallowed the pill. Immediately after, the toxins in her body quickly disappeared, and her complexion returned to a healthy red, as if she had truly recovered. How do you feel? Atlas asked the girl excitedly. Father, I feel much better. My body is warm and comfortable. Everyone sighed with relief, except for Adrian, whose eyes flashed with a sinister light. He intended to use this opportunity to utterly ruin Hatcher, ensuring the other could never rise again. Senior, I have a request. He clasped his hands toward Atlas. Ha, I owe you a great favor. Ask whatever you wish, and I will grant it without question. Thank you, Senior. Adrian's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly pointed at Hatcher. Senior, please listen. I once respected this person deeply, but his actions have greatly disappointed me. Not only did he betray our sect, but he also colluded with outsiders to insult our master. Please help me punish this traitor. The crowd's expressions changed. It was clear Adrian was determined to destroy Hatcher. Terrence, this is our own affair. There's no need to trouble Senior, Coraline inexplicably spoke up for Hatcher. There's no need for further words. Even if the young man does not speak, I will not let this kind of scum act freely. Atlas said coldly, stepping forward toward Hatcher. A terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave. Surrender your cultivation, strike yourself 300 times, and cut off one arm. Today's matter will then be settled. Otherwise, what can you do? Hatcher was unyielding, his eyes filled with pity and mockery. This expression ignited fury in Atlas's heart. Giving you an opportunity, yet you do not cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. This is the Hall of Law Enforcement. Do you dare to be violent here? Stacio and V, the little devil girl, and Talia simultaneously mobilized their chi, sharing the burden of the pressure alongside Hatcher. Talia glanced back at David, who wore a look of anticipation. Someone wants to cause trouble here. Why don't you go call for help immediately? Why should we call anyone? There's nothing illegal happening here, and you were the ones who cheated first. If anyone should be punished, it should be you. His mocking tone made everyone recall that David had also been bought by the Jade Purity Sect. Now, let's see who can save you. Atlas's expression turned cold, and he was about to attack Hatcher. 5. Hatcher seemed indifferent, suddenly starting to count down. Are you counting down for your own life? Atlas found it immensely amusing. 4, 3, 2. What are you counting? Atlas frowned, unsure why a sense of unease crept into his heart. 1. After finishing the countdown, Hatcher sighed softly. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall, making Atlas shudder. Wugo, what happened? Chapter 26. Atlas knelt on the ground and begged pitifully, while Coraline secretly felt regret. Father, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Vicky collapsed on the ground, her petite body writhing in agony before curling up into a ball. Her body was intertwined with shades of red, green, and blue, representing fire, wind, and water respectively. These three forces were not only unbalanced but had turned completely berserk, as if they were about to tear her body apart. Wugo, what's wrong with you, my child? Don't scare your father. Atlas shouted mournfully, his voice filled with anguish. The tyrannical look on his face instantly shattered. At this moment, he resembled an injured old ape, clearly possessing supreme cultivation, yet stumbling as he picked up the girl, rolling and crawling along the way. Someone, quick, who can check what's wrong with my daughter? He roared loudly. An elderly alchemist approached, examined her for a while, then his expression turned extremely grim. What is it? Atlas felt his heart sinking, his limbs turning cold. I'll speak plainly. Water toxins have entered her lungs, fire toxins her heart, and wind toxins her abdomen. The situation is far from optimistic. So, my daughter has only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Upon hearing these words, the elder shook his head slightly. 1 in 10 is a gentle way of putting it. In this situation, even a celestial being would find it hard to save her. Prepare for the worst. Atlas felt as if struck by lightning. Immediately, he cast a gaze sharp as a sword towards Adrian. You said you could save my daughter. If anything happens to her, I'll make you pay the price. Adrian instantly broke out in a cold sweat, sensing the breath of death. I didn't know what would happen. After taking the pill, she should have been fine. Perhaps it's a side effect. Yes, it must be a side effect. Please take deep breaths. Dizziness is normal. Looking for death. Atlas flew into a rage, his aura transforming into thunder that struck down upon Adrian, severely injuring him and causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Elder, please spare me. I meant well. Adrian fell to his knees, begging for mercy without any dignity. Even with the soul of a powerful cultivator within him, he could not withstand the enraged Atlas. If we weren't in the law enforcement hall, I would execute you right here. Hatcher watched the unfolding drama, his face as calm as water. This has nothing to do with us. Let's go. With that, the three of them turned to leave. Big brother, please save me. A trembling, pitiable voice came from behind, causing Hatcher to instinctively stop in his tracks. Turning around, he saw Vicky extending her small hand, pleading for help with tears in her eyes. Children are most perceptive at moments like these, able to accurately sense who might be their savior in life and death situations. Atlas finally came to his senses, recalling Hatcher's earlier warning which he had ignored. Boy, can you really save my daughter? What did you call me? Hatcher's eyes showed no emotion, only a cold indifference that treated human life as grass. Even Atlas, accustomed to life and death, couldn't help but tremble. Recalling his actions just now, he felt utterly remorseful. Sir, please save my daughter. He lowered his noble head, his voice full of plea. I refuse. Hatcher remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Hearing this, Atlas actually revealed a trace of relief on his face. Hatcher had refused but hadn't said he couldn't save her. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Thud. To everyone's astonishment, the patriarch of the xiuxian sect knelt down on both knees, bowing deeply to Hatcher. Your humble servant was blinded by the urgency to save my daughter. I offended you, sir. Please show mercy, guide me, and save my daughter. I am willing to give everything to repay your kindness. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. Though Atlas was domineering and somewhat stubborn, he was undeniably a real man. None were more shocked than Coraline. Who was Atlas? Even Gwyneth would greet him respectfully. Yet here he was, kneeling before Hatcher and crying, begging like a child. In contrast, Hatcher remained unperturbed, even closing his eyes. It was as if all of this was perfectly reasonable. He, Hatcher, deserved the prostration of this world-class powerhouse. Coraline couldn't help but feel dazed. Was this the same timid, cautious junior brother? Only now did she realize how much Hatcher had truly changed. At this thought, she felt immense panic. She had thought Hatcher was playing hard to get, but now, it seemed she was really about to lose him. I don't want a future without you. I didn't mean to toy with you. Her throat tightened, her voice barely audible. No one could hear what she was saying. Big brother, please save me. I'm not afraid of death, but if I die, my father will be too lonely. The little girl's understanding moved everyone to the core, and upon hearing these words, Atlas burst into tears. She was the only child left by his late wife. If she were to leave him, he wouldn't want to live either. At this scene, the two girls beside Hatcher were deeply touched. Talia gave Atlas a meaningful look, hinting that he should plead to Stationf. Indeed, Wuji's wisdom truly resonated with the essence of life. Immediately, she identified the key point. Among those present, only Stationf could persuade Hatcher to change his mind. Atlas grasped it at once, earnestly pleading to Stationf. Child, I am truly at my wit's end. Please help me. I will repay you generously when it's done. Stationf nodded in agreement and gently patted Hatcher's shoulder. Quick, save the child. They are innocent. All right, for your sake. Hatcher stood up and reached out to pick up Vicky. This simple action broke Coraline's heart. That Irma had only spoken one sentence, not a negotiation, not a request, certainly not an order, and Hatcher acted for her. What immense indulgence and favor was this? Once, such affection belonged to her, yet now she had cast it aside herself. Heaven, what have I missed? What have I done? Coraline, You are the stupidest person in the world. She covered her face as tears trickled through her fingers, unnoticed by all. Sir, can my daughter still be saved? Atlas rose, though his posture remained hunched. No one mocked his humble plea. Instead, they saw the greatness in his stature. She can be saved, rest assured. With these words, Hatcher unleashed a formidable mental force comparable to that of an imperial realm. He would use the most violent means to purge the toxins. Such terrifying energy surpassed everyone's comprehension. Though they couldn't sense it, they saw the little girl's expression finally ease. Done, really done. Atlas was overjoyed because the blue and red hues enveloping his daughter had vanished, a good omen. It's not over yet. Hatcher retracted his mental power and explained calmly. The wind and fire toxins are gone, but only the water toxin remains. How do we neutralize it? We need to summon the storm and ignite the earth's fire to break the water poison inside her. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale with alarm. Chapter 27. Heaven's Way, come out. The Gantry wind is also known as the Wind of Life. It is a gift from the Heaven's Way to all living beings on the continent. Bathing in it can cure chronic diseases, cleanse toxins, increase cultivation, and enhance comprehension. Every surge of the Gantry wind is an extraordinary event, celebrated universally with cheers and jubilation. Unfortunately, such grand occasions occur only once every century, and it has been less than 50 years since the last one. A look of anxiety appeared on Han's face. Was he to make his daughter wait another 50 years? I thought you had some real skills. Adrian stood up spitting blood, his eyes brimming with undisguised resentment. Setting an impossible condition was just to cover up your own incompetence. You can't do it at all. When these words were spoken, everyone present agreed. The conditions Hatcher set were as good as not set. If they really waited for the Gantry wind, everything would be too late. Mr. Tang makes a fair point. David finally stopped pretending and openly supported Adrian. Patriarch Shangguan, in my view this boy is nothing but a fraud. Your daughter's salvation might well be due to Mr. Tang's elixir, while he just took credit undeservedly. Yes. All my doing, that trash is just putting on a show. Adrian's eyes lit up as he immediately found an excuse. People exchanged glances, and it wasn't hard to see that many believed Adrian's lies. After all, Hatcher had done nothing but hold Vicky for less than half an hour before the crisis resolved itself. It was hard not to have suspicions. Silence! Han roared with anger. Whoever among you has the ability, step forward and help my daughter detoxify. If successful, I will willingly surrender the entire xiuxian sect to you. But if you fail and still dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak as Han's words carried a hint of deadly seriousness. Sir, I am willing to pay any price to save my daughter. What can you instruct me to do? Han humbled himself and bowed again to Hatcher. Erect an altar and summon the wind. Hatcher's brief and concise response made Han tremble. Not just him. Everyone present widened their eyes, thinking Hatcher was speaking nonsense. The Gantry wind comes once a century, decreed by the Heaven's Way. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth crumbles, this rule would not change. What was Hatcher compared to this? No matter how talented, he was just human flesh and blood. How could he defy the laws of the Heaven's Way? This was sheer folly. Yet Hatcher paid no mind to others' opinions, continuing. Outside the law enforcement city, by the mountains and water, construct an altar using Heavenly Way stones as the base. The altar shall have 7 levels, each guarded by a soul transference realm expert following my orders. During the wind summoning ceremony, no one else may come within 10 miles of me. Can we have the wind start today and end in 3 days and nights? Yes. I'll gather the people immediately. Without hesitation, Han turned into a blur of wind and sped away, leaving behind the stunned crowd. This is too easy. Watching him leave, Hatcher thought. Now he could publicly draw down celestial lightning to temper his body, enhancing his physical strength, saving lives and cultivating simultaneously. You're reckless to claim such an outrageous thing. Do you know what consequences this might bring? Coraline, acting like an old friend, looked anxious and scolded Hatcher. What's it got to do with you? Hatcher sneered. Don't be unreasonable. Follow me back to the sect. Only Master can protect you. Coraline grabbed Hatcher's wrist, intending to take him away by force. Let go. A sword sheath struck her wrist, making her recoil in pain. If anything happens, our Master will protect him. You're being hypocritical. Melissa stood defiantly before Hatcher, glaring at Coraline whom she had never liked. You are harming him. If you care at all, you should think of him and let him come with me. Coraline, visibly upset, tears forming in her eyes. Coraline, Hatcher called softly, with a touch of former gentleness. I'm here, junior brother. She lifted her head sharply, surprise and hope shining in her eyes, awaiting his reply. You disgust me. Upon hearing this, Coraline's expression shattered instantly. Why? You weren't like this before. You said. Before she finished, Hatcher interrupted her. Listen carefully. I won't turn back. The time spent living with you all is my greatest disgrace. I wish you would die right now. No, don't be like this. She pleaded pitifully, her usual arrogance gone. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand why. All she did was not respond to Hatcher's feelings. Their master was a bit stricter with him, and the female disciples were a little mischievous and rebellious. Why did it come to this? Hatcher had tolerated them for so many years. Why couldn't he take one more step back? Gilda, there's no need to beg him. Watch what happens when he fails. Adrian fumed with anger and tried to drag Coraline away. That damned woman. She still dares to hope for a rekindling of old feelings. Just wait until I deal with you later, he cursed inwardly. But Coraline didn't move an inch. Fear appeared on her face. You're right. We must protect him. Quickly send a message to Master to prepare for rescue. No, I'll do it myself. Coraline ran off while crushing a jade pendant in her hand. Bitch. Adrian watched her alluring figure retreat, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot. Outside law enforcement city, at the foot of Tianyu Mountain, by the riverbank of Dikuan River. In less than 2 hours, an imposing altar rose from the ground, surrounded by 7 stone pillars corresponding to the Big Dipper stars. Everything was ready, except for the gantry wind. As soon as Hatcher stepped onto the altar, everyone else retreated. Countless experts stood in the air, watching from afar with solemn expressions. Adrian wore a cold expression but was secretly nervous, fearing that Hatcher might succeed, overshadowing him and winning back Gwyneth's heart. Master, will that guy succeed? Finally, he could no longer hold back and asked the soul inside the ring. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can change the will of the heaven's way. An aged voice came through, finally calming Adrian down. His master had never been wrong. At this moment, Hatcher exuded a serene aura. Time seemed to stand still. This is a good opportunity. I have some questions that need answers. Unparalleled mental power surged into the clouds, followed by red lightning erupting from his body. The blissful union lock rang out sharply, piercing the sky alongside the lightning. Boom! A massive ripple spread out. No matter how far away people were, they could clearly feel the boundless power within. Actually the 5th level of blissful union heavenly art. Celestial words of the azure sky. This lecherous thief has reached such a realm, the April exclaimed in surprise. Hatcher looked up at the sky, his will following his mental power into the heavens. No one could hear what he said. Heaven's way, old man, get out here. Chapter 28, I will. Ignite the sea. Hatcher unleashed his divine power to the utmost, driving the union joy heavenly art to its peak and breaking through a barrier. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Thunder rumbled and the oppressive pressure fell like a mountain, astonishing those on the altar. Steady, everything will be fine. I will bear all the consequences. The young man's face was filled with determination and confidence that calmed everyone. In his previous life, at the time of his death, he had already created an array capable of communicating with the great principles, which could now come into use. Rumble. Thunder roared and descended with immense force, attempting to destroy everything below. Hatcher defied heaven and faced punishment. Come on, let's see what you've got. Grandpa will beat all of you into submission. The altar glowed brightly around him, protecting him. Hatcher leaped into the sea of thunder amidst shocked cries. He harbored anger in his heart, as in his past life he was targeted by the way of heaven, oppressed everywhere until he died miserably. Now, he intended to break through the limits and find the root cause, questioning why fate had made things difficult for him. With this thought, he became even braver, colliding with the heavenly tribulation with his flesh and blood body, tearing through the thunder again and again. Roaring with defiance, blood flowed but also radiated unwavering will. His body continuously split open and healed, gradually becoming tougher, finally surpassing some limits suddenly. Boom! Suddenly Hatcher's whole body glowed, his muscles sparkling like jade, unbreakable. His flesh transcended limitations. Then, boundless spiritual energy surged out and hovered around him, completely under his control. At this moment, the thunder ceased, and another streak of light struck his body. Hatcher seemed frozen as a path of light appeared beneath his feet, stretching far away. He saw scenes after his death in his previous life. Adrian became emperor but was unsatisfied and allied with the celestial demons from outside the domain to perform a blood sacrifice across the entire continent in pursuit of immortality. To resist him, countless elites shed blood, countless heroes turned into bones, and fought to their last breaths. Blood formed rivers, souls filled the heavens and earth. People fell one after another, standing up again and again, sacrificing themselves to prevent his desires from being fulfilled. This was a bloody scroll, endless and filled with sorrow. At the end of the scroll, Hatcher saw people kneeling before his statue. These devout followers hoping his spirit would return. I understand it all. Tears streamed down Hatcher's face. He realized that his rebirth was because these people's faith had broken the boundaries of time and space, protecting his soul. The scene changed once more, and countless figures appeared before Hatcher. Pain filled his heart. He knew these were the strong who tragically died at the hands of Adrian, in their prime. Sorry, so sorry. I could have stopped all this, but I let myself fall, causing your untimely suffering. As he spoke, warmth enveloped him. These people emitted light, gazing gently at him without words, but giving him infinite strength. I swear, to make up for my sins and allow your souls to rest, I will make Adrian pay with his life. Boom! Without hesitation, Hatcher punched through the stream of light, reaching out to grasp an imprint above his head. This was the principle of the heavenly heart, bearing the operation of all things, usually untouchable by commoners, but Hatcher was blessed and free of restrictions. D***MN fate. Stir up the wind for Grandpa. In the sky over Law Enforcement City, countless people gazed at where Hatcher was, only hearing the sound of swallowing saliva. In a blink, 3 hours passed. The evening glow dyed the sky, signaling the arrival of dusk. Just as I said, he was just putting on an act. We've all been played like puppets. Adrian breathed a sigh of relief, smirking victoriously. Crowds immediately grew noisy, many showing discontented expressions. Among them were several renowned figures who had been toyed with today, their anger understandable. What should we do? Don't let anything happen. Aisha's palms were soaked with cold sweat, silently praying in her heart. Talia and the little demon girl were equally tense, moving closer to Vicky without speaking. If Hatcher failed and Ida turned against them, they would kidnap Vicky to force calm. Farther away, a figure in white stood alone, swaying in the breeze like a celestial maiden detached from the world. Rebellious disciple, playing with fire has finally backfired. Soon you will realize that only beside me can you be safe. Gwyneth's lips curled upward, and her usually calm eyes actually sparkled with genuine joy. Just then, the world suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh. The fierce gale came swiftly, like a prehistoric beast, emitting a chilling roar that sent shivers down one's spine. In the blink of an eye, the wind surged to the ground, crumbling rocks and snapping giant trees, producing a tearing sound that was piercingly loud. However, the people in the sky were already dazed, while those on the ground stood up abruptly, fearlessly charging out in wild frenzy. Wind, 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 strong wind, strong wind. People waved their arms wildly, running around ecstatically, laughing and weeping, as happy as children. When they saw a hint of emerald green in the wind, their expressions contorted with their shouts. The wind has risen. Indeed, it is the wind of life. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Wuhe was overwhelmed with joy. The usually composed patriarch now resembled a trembling, sick cat, on the verge of fainting. My daughter can be saved, he shouted, picking up Vicky and rushing toward the direction, with the little demon girl and Talia following closely behind. As soon as they approached, Vicky responded, her entire body floating up, flying toward Hatcher. Endless gale winds penetrated her body. Moments later, a mass of dark blue light was expelled. It was the deadliest poison from the water. Boom! The earth cracked open, and molten fire spewed forth, scorching the water poison, trying to incinerate and evaporate it. However, the water poison was ferocious, instantly transforming into a vast sea, overpowering the molten fire and threatening to return to Vicky's body. Not good. Shangguan Wuhe's expression changed drastically, ready to intervene. At this moment, a thick pressure descended from above, making him pale. Hatcher, entwined by the gales, appeared like a god of wind, controlling everything here. With a wave of his hand, emerald green gales condensed into a spear in his grasp. I will ignite the sea. The spear fell, merging with the molten fire. Wind and fire gained strength, multiplying by hundreds. Whoosh! Amidst a dazzling array of lights, huge flames swallowed the sky, burning the sea of poison, purifying all impurities. This was not a fire of destruction but a fire of the great principles, a fire of life. Those who swam in the sea of fire were all purified. The little demon girl, Talia, Shangguan Wuhe, Vicky, and the disciples on the altar all benefited immensely, their cultivation level skyrocketing. One person achieved enlightenment, and even chickens and dogs ascended. Chapter 29. Instructing all beings. Each person present experienced a Fengkong surge in their cultivation. Adolf looked radiant, appearing much younger as if he had returned to his youth. Vicky's sickly appearance vanished, her small face turning rosy with a blissful expression. More astonishingly, her body, which had never cultivated before, suddenly emitted spiritual energy fluctuations. Within the blink of an eye, she completed her foundation establishment and entered the acquired realm. The Tiana radiated light, breaking through the limits of the Heaven Sympathy stage and taking a step into the Heaven-cleaving realm. Talia's cultivation also reached the peak of the Heaven Sympathy stage. There was no need to mention the disciples of the Supreme Clarity Sect. Their cultivation levels soared greatly, some even directly entering the Heaven Sympathy stage. People outside watched those within the Sea of Fire with red eyes, able to hear Adolf's unrestrained laughter from such a distance. This old dog has really hit the jackpot, not only saving his daughter but gaining a large number of talented disciples. That meal was truly worth it. Someone complained, about to rush into the Sea of Fire to share in the opportunity, but in the blink of an eye, the Sea of Fire extinguished itself. This feast did not belong to them. Alas, everyone pounded their chests in frustration, filled with regret. But soon they lost the chance to feel regret. This was because a thick breeze of life swept across the heavens and earth, washing over everyone without discrimination. How could this be? Why is this happening? Damned heaven, you are truly unfair to me. Adrian's eyes were bloodshot. Despite being bathed in the mighty wind, he felt not a trace of joy. Looking at Hatcher on the dais, who shone like a deity, Adrian felt so envious he almost burst. Master, didn't you say it was impossible? He questioned the elder inside the ring, anger already coloring his voice. All he received in return was prolonged silence. What's wrong? Speak. It is I who lacks knowledge. I have never seen such a feat. Perhaps he is special. No, only I am the most unique under the sky. No one can outshine me. His impotent rage grew, his expression gradually becoming hideous. Calm down, boy. Don't let yourself be driven mad. The old man roared, temporarily suppressing Adrian's madness. I want to destroy this garbage and snatch all the women around him, driving him away again from everyone. Master, you must help me, or my thoughts will not find peace, and I cannot help you reshape your flesh. Adrian said between clenched teeth. Without my help, you won't get your physical body back. Very well. I agree. I have long prepared the cursed formation, sufficient to bring endless misfortune to Hatcher. I've also refined the passion worm. Just plant it within those women, and I guarantee they'll follow you faithfully. Haha. Excellent. Thank you, master. Adrian's eyes flickered with excitement as he looked at Hatcher on the dais, revealing a mocking smile. Just wait. I'll drag you back into the dust, ensuring you suffer eternal damnation. A smile curled Hatcher's lips. Through his supreme mental power, he had long overheard every word exchanged between the two. Cursed formation? Passion worm? Interesting. He remembered that in his previous life, Adrian had never used these means. They must come with side effects. It seemed the other party was indeed desperate this time. At this thought, he felt a hint of anticipation. If Adrian dared to act, he would teach him what true cruelty meant. Great wind. Sweep. Hatcher waved his hand, making the mighty wind more intense, channeling it into each person's body to aid their transformation. Countless strong cultivators emerged from seclusion, their expressions filled with confusion. That's odd. The timing isn't right for the mighty wind yet, but it has come 50 years early. Who knows if this is a blessing or a curse? Why worry so much? This is a great blessing. If you wish to waste it, be my guest. Some cultivators had no reservations, immediately meditating to absorb the wind. Every second wasted in such circumstances was a significant loss. In the heart of the law enforcement city, in the grandest hall, a withered and aged figure slowly opened his eyes. This person exuded a deathly aura, clearly an old man nearing his end. Yet, when he opened his eyes, murky pupils flashed with a sharp, thunder-like brilliance, piercing through space and landing upon Hatcher. Good boy, you've actually summoned the wind of life. Looks like my fate doesn't include death just yet, allowing me to fight on for some time longer. The old man spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. Within moments, all the mighty winds within 100 miles were drawn into his body. This process was extremely brief, unnoticed by others, but not by Hatcher. His mental power traversed the void, landing upon the old man. What a formidable character. I see an ancient monster, he murmured. This elder was absolutely stronger than Vera in her prime. Boy, I owe you a favor. Separated by tens of miles, their gazes met. Hatcher saw renewed vitality in the elder's body, nodding slightly before retracting his gaze. The fierce wind continued, and the revelry persisted. This rare era of prosperity lasted for 3 full days. As dusk approached again, the powerful wind gradually subsided, and people's faces were filled with pure joy, untainted by any impurity. This enlightenment is a gift from young Master Hatcher. Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly countless others agreed. Looking up, the crowd gazed at Hatcher with gratitude. However, they saw the youth had a solemn expression, preventing any words of thanks from being spoken. You all. Hatcher's voice sounded as if it came from the heavens, shaking their spirits. Have you forgotten the unwavering resilience of our ancestors who battled the heavens and earth, never giving in? We have not forgotten. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes filled with devotion. In their sight, Hatcher seemed to lose his form, blending with an exalted will, delivering earnest guidance. Have you forgotten the spirit of our ancestors who strove ceaselessly to forge new paths? How can we dare forget? Have you forgotten the courage of our ancestors who fought through blood and faced death without fear? We will never forget. We shall strive diligently, advance continuously, and face everything without regret. The crowd spoke as one, their voices like thunder, their robust wills reaching the heavens. The children of the future, did you hear that? Hatcher whispered softly, but received no response. He looked down at the crowd once more, his voice softening, his features becoming clear again. If so, let us thrive greatly in the next century. The crowd rejoiced even more, their shouts echoing across the universe. He has changed, really changed. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Tears welled up in Coraline's eyes, her sobs muffled, feeling as though she had lost something incredibly important. Wretch, do you still have the nerve to cry? Seeing this scene, Adrian flew into a rage, then grinned wickedly. Master, I want to use the passion worm on her to make her my slave. Don't act rashly, the passion worm has side effects. The elder cautioned seriously. No, I insist on using it. At this moment, Gwyneth stood expressionless in midair. No one knew what she was thinking. She had been standing there for 3 days and nights, and now finally moved. With a flash of white light, she appeared beside Hatcher. I now allow you to return to the sect. I can take you as a personal disciple, granting you the same status as Adrian. Upon hearing this, the scene fell utterly silent. Chapter 30 Gwyneth stand dog. Hatcher gave this woman a strange glance. If it had been before, he would very likely have faced her with a cold expression and mocked Gwyneth mercilessly. But after experiencing the silence of the heavenly Tao, he felt a bit tired of it all. I refuse. Anger immediately colored Gwyneth's face. However, in Hatcher's eyes, she became intriguing. This woman was so high and mighty, so hard to approach. Everyone described her as noble as a snow lotus, detached from the world's troubles, clearly a fairy-like figure. Yet Hatcher knew that this fairy had a very explosive temper. Is she going through menopause? I've given you a way out. You'd better take it, Gwyneth said coldly, the aura of a powerful person leaking out. However, Hatcher only responded with a sneer, pulling out a contract from his robe. Do you dare tear this up in front of me? That is. The people below squinted, trying to make out what it was. It's an estrangement agreement, one copy for each party, representing the severing of ties, never to reconcile. If anyone breaks the agreement, they will suffer terrible backlash. Heavens, young Master Zhou was actually forced to sign such a thing. The Xiuxian sect is truly heartless. Even you don't know this? That day caused quite a commotion. Everyone in the world witnessed it. How regretful must the Xiuxian sect be now? They see young Master Zhou's value and desperately want him back. How laughable. After enduring the Wind Shi, everyone held Hatcher in high regard and couldn't help but speak up for him. Gwyneth hesitated. For any cultivator, punishment from the heavenly Tao was a terrible nightmare. Just endure a little suffering, and you can come back to me. Even this, you're unwilling? She asked, wanting Hatcher to break the agreement himself and bear the consequences. These words shattered the common sense of the crowd. Many people expressed their disgust. Was this woman really that confident? Ordinary people might flock to her, but Hatcher was absolutely not possible. A person with such capabilities would be admired and treated as an honored guest wherever he went, perhaps even looking down on the Xiuxian sect. We've reached this point. Don't Zhou-chan anymore. Hatcher put away the contract and was about to leave. Gwyneth's body moved instinctively, pressing on his shoulder. Being unreasonable also has its limits. If you really anger me, can you bear the consequences? Hatcher sneered, looking at the beautiful face full of amusement. Gwyneth, are you so persistent because you regret it? Or do you like me? As soon as these words came out, Gwyneth's pupils contracted suddenly. Hatcher could clearly feel the surge of anger and embarrassment within her. Nonsense. You think you're worthy of making me miss you? Gwyneth burst forth with her power, having decided that she would forcibly take Hatcher back even if she had to use violence. She would then properly discipline him, believing he would surely change his mind. However, she miscalculated. Here she did not have the freedom to act as she pleased. Immortal Amo, this young man has done great favors for me. If you force him, I'll be the first to object. Atlas stepped forward, separating Gwyneth. Senior. Gwyneth's face changed slightly. She dared not provoke him and could only bow obediently. This rebellious disciple is giving me a hard time. I'm just about to take him back for proper discipline. Please don't interfere. Didn't you cut ties? How can you still call him your disciple? Atlas interrupted her without hesitation. Moreover, I heard you once forced him to disable his cultivation. Do you know how deep a grudge that is for a cultivator? Speechless under the attack, Gwyneth stammered. At the time, I didn't think. I will compensate him. Not needed. Hatcher was unperturbed, looking at Atlas and saying, Master Shangwan, let us return to the enforcement city. I have a favor to ask. Haha, you are my benefactor. Why be so formal? Not just one favor, even 100 or 1,000. I would never refuse. Atlas spoke generously, taking a step that twisted the sky and earth, bringing them back to the enforcement city. Others gradually returned, including Gwyneth. My sect members are here today for one thing, to pay the owed 50,000 merits. Hatcher looked at David, his expression icy. Fortunately, the 3-day deadline hasn't passed yet. Just 15 minutes left. We made it. Atlas understood. I will pay these 50,000 merits. David's expression was inscrutable. He knew he had offended Hatcher, which was not a comforting result. If it were a normal person, they would lower their pride at this moment, reconcile with Hatcher, and perhaps laugh it off. But this person was not so normal. His current move against the xiuxian sect was because he had received a request from his heart's white moonlight. As a seasoned lickdog, even if it meant spilling blood and brains, he would help his goddess accomplish her mission. Indeed, his goddess was Gwyneth. At their first meeting, David understood what love at first sight meant. Over more than a decade, his admiration for her grew increasingly intense, to the point where he believed dying for Gwyneth was no big deal. So, he glanced subtly at Gwyneth, wanting to seek her opinion. As expected, Gwyneth shook her head slightly at him, insisting that he should destroy the xiuxian sect. In an instant, David's demeanor became resolute like a loyal dog receiving its master's order. Sorry, but time has passed. According to the enforcement rules, the xiuxian sect should be dissolved. You may leave. How unreasonable. The Tiana scolded. There is still half a quarter left. Are you blind? You'd better watch your words. If you dare to disrespect me here, I'll make you regret it. David, as an enforcer, you do not enforce justice impartially but deliberately target someone. Are you not afraid of being found out by the Amal? Atlas also stepped forward, eyeing him unkindly. David's body trembled slightly, but he soon forced a smile. Master Shangwan, while you are a great figure, you have no right to meddle in enforcers' affairs. As for what the Amal thinks, it is none of your concern. Hatcher stepped forward and looked at him. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Think carefully before answering. You only get one chance. Hearing this, David laughed outright, sitting aside sipping tea leisurely. He had already offended Atlas, so offending Hatcher wasn't a big deal. Time slowly ticked away, and the half-quarter passed in a blink. This time it really has expired. I declare, the xiuxian sect is null and void from this moment on. He looked down at Hatcher with superiority, feeling immensely satisfied at having such absolute power over others' fates. Especially now, watching an unparalleled genius rendered helpless gave him utmost satisfaction. But then, Hatcher laughed, which made David frown. What are you laughing about? Go back and disband the xiuxian sect immediately. This is an order. You know the consequences if you disobey. The xiuxian sect will not be disbanded, and your orders are nothing but dog poop, useless before me. Bold, challenging an enforcer. I see you are tired of living. Bring them in. Before anyone arrived, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Let's see who is truly tired of living today. Upon hearing this, David's pupils dilated. Hatcher remained unperturbed. This old enforcer monster had been watching from the shadows for so long, finally willing to emerge. Chapter 31. If he doesn't die miserably enough, I won't be happy. Who is it? Everyone was terrified. This presence was too frightening. Compared to it, even Adolf's aura seemed insignificant. It's the senior enforcer. Someone reacted first, eyes filled with reverence. Immediately after, the void shattered, and an elderly figure emerged. Upon seeing this person, David's face showed intense fear. How is this possible? Wasn't he on the verge of death? Why does he suddenly look so energetic? Greetings, Senior General Enforcer. Adolf bowed respectfully, behaving like a well-behaved child. This elder is the General Enforcer of the Eastern Continent. People never expected to encounter this elusive grand figure here. To put it mildly, this person was the most powerful existence in the entire Eastern Continent. Under countless astonished gazes, the old man approached Hatcher, placing his palm on his shoulder. Fine lad, you've done well. Thank you for your praise, Senior. I am undeserving of such commendation. Hatcher responded modestly but confidently, which made the elder laugh heartily. Yes, 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 young men should have such self-assured confidence. Lad, by summoning the gusts that extended my life, you've earned yourself a significant favor from me. Speak up. If there's anything you wish, I will not refuse as long as it lies within my power. Upon hearing this, everyone felt deeply envious. A word from the General Enforcer was like an imperial decree. If Hatcher wished, he could use this favor to destroy the Jade Purity sect. David turned pale, his legs trembling, almost unable to stand. Moments ago, he had been particularly arrogant, disregarding Hatcher due to his own standing. Now, in the blink of an eye, Hatcher had become the guest of honor to the General Enforcer, making it as easy to kill him as crushing an ant. Relax, nothing will happen. The favor of the General Enforcer is far too precious to be used on someone like me. He comforted himself, increasingly convinced by his logic. What did he, David, amount to? Was he worthy of having the General Enforcer take action personally? But accidents always happen unexpectedly. Hatcher's gaze suddenly met his eyes, and in that instant, he felt his blood freeze. With a thud, he fell to his knees straight away, drenched in cold sweat because the General Enforcer had also looked over. Senior, this man uses the name of law enforcement to do underhanded deeds, intending to sever the lineage of our pleasure sect. My hatred towards him is irreconcilable. I wish him to suffer every torment of this world and die without a proper burial. These words reverberated loudly, sending chills down everyone's spines. Hatcher truly intended to use the favor for this purpose. His vengeance was swift and sure. Many already considered Hatcher as someone not to be provoked. Do you not regret this decision? The elder was slightly surprised. To deal with a corrupt individual didn't require spending his favor. If I don't thoroughly destroy him, my mind will not be at peace. His death must be miserable for my heart to feel any relief. I would gladly pay a fortune for it. Hatcher said firmly, brimming with youthful resolve, unchangeable. Wonderful clarity of thought, wonderful peace of mind. As cultivators living between heaven and earth, we seek nothing but a conscience free from guilt and a spirit unbowed. Your wish is granted, the elder said, his gaze turning cold and piercing, pressing down heavily on David like two mountains. Spare my life. I know I was wrong, really wrong. Please let me off, Sergio. I'll work for you like cattle. David was almost scared out of his wits, hands and feet ice cold, almost losing his soul. You are not admitting your mistake. You merely know you're about to die. Hatcher replied coldly, his resolve unshaken. Take him away. The general enforcer ordered. Immediately, two golden-armored warriors stepped forward, dragging David behind a door. Shortly after, excruciating screams erupted from there, silencing everyone in horror. Compared to enduring the tortures of the enforcers, immediate death seemed a release. Little one, even without your request, I would have flayed this scoundrel alive. So this favor doesn't count against you. The general enforcer gifted Hatcher a token engraved with Apollo, clearly his name. Holding this token makes you my half-disciple. In times of danger, you may shatter the token, and I will personally assist you, clearing any obstacles. Thank you, senior. Hatcher accepted it without hesitation. Little one, grow stronger quickly. This world isn't peaceful. It needs younger and more powerful beings to bear its weight. I can protect you for at most 10 years. Hatcher's heart trembled. How could he not know the hardships of this world, with treacherous people within and heavenly demons lurking outside? The current peace was only maintained by the extraordinary strength of some great beings. After the Amal left, the crowd dispersed as well, all expressing their gratitude to Hatcher before they went on their way. When Adolf paid the 50,000 merits on behalf of the Joy Sect, the matter was finally settled. Let's go, Hatcher said to the two women beside him, about to leave when he was blocked by Gwyneth. Move aside, a good dog doesn't block the road. Come back with me after you've had enough fun, Gwyneth said with her willow eyebrows slightly quivering. Scram, or I'll kill you both. Hatcher took out the token given by the Amal, his expression unkind. You would really use such things against your master? Gwyneth's body trembled slightly, but she still wouldn't move. Just watch closely. Hatcher sneered coldly and was about to shatter the token. Hold it, senior brother. At that moment, Adrian walked up with a fake smile, wagging like a pet dog. Senior brother, master is doing this for your own good. If you could come back, we'd all welcome you, right Gilda? Yes, welcome, we welcome you. Coraline responded mechanically, her face somewhat blank. Immediately, Hatcher knew Coraline had been planted with a love charm. Master, give me 2 more love charms. I want to plant them in the 2 women beside him. Adrian was observing Hatcher's reaction while talking with the soul in the ring. Love charms cannot be misused. The soul spoke solemnly. It's a double-edged sword. The one who uses the charm will also be influenced, developing feelings for the victim, though only 1/10 as strong. However, any mistake could result in backlash. I don't care. Give it to me now, or I won't reshape your physical form for you. Adrian threatened fiercely. All right, but be extremely cautious. Don't mess up. I'll prepare it right away. Hatcher overheard their conversation clearly, smiled slightly, and slapped Adrian across the face. Why did you hit me? Adrian gritted his teeth. No one dared to strike him openly before. I feel like it. Don't like it? Then get lost. Of course not. It's appropriate for an elder brother to discipline his junior. I should endure it. He forced a smile, yet inside, he raged wildly. If not for the time needed to prepare the love charm, he would never have let it go. Well done. Hatcher nodded satisfactorily and slapped again. It's ready. The elder's voice excited Adrian immensely. Give it to me fast. He eagerly demanded, feeding the worm with his blood, and then threw it towards Xiuxian and Talia. Chapter 32 The Amal's token shattered. Be careful. Hatcher released his mental power to alert the 2 girls beside him. Detected. Talia responded first, her root of wisdom penetrating everything, and was about to swing her sword to split the bug in half. Don't make a move, let me handle this. The Tiana smiled like a little fox. She was very familiar with the infatuation bug, as it was a specialty of the Harmony Sect. Adrian daring to show off in front of her was no different from courting death. It could be seen that the Tiana lightly hooked her jade-like fingers and pinched the 2 bugs between them. Hatcher simultaneously emitted mental power for cover, making the other side mistakenly believe they had succeeded. The 2 of them cooperated seamlessly. Adrian immediately showed a delighted smile, laughing extravagantly and without restraint. He greedily stared at the Tiana and Talia. These 2 beauties were about to become his possessions. What are you looking at? Shut your damn eyes. Hatcher sneered, 2 fingers like 2 dragons playing with a pearl, stabbing directly toward his eyes. Aya, my eyes, I'll cripple you. You piece of trash. How dare you scream? Hatcher became even more ruthless, mustering all his strength, kicking him right in the crotch. Aya araheh. Adrian flew up in one go, his body arching into a shrimp-like shape, crashing heavily onto the ground. He clutched his crotch with both hands, his legs kicking wildly, his face livid, veins popping out on his neck, looking as if he was about to die. Hatcher narrowed his eyes. This was a perfect opportunity to finish him off. Atlas was right there, and with the favor of the Amal, he could seemingly keep everyone from the Jade Purity sect here just by making a decision. But he held back. Things weren't that simple. In his past life, every time he was about to kill Adrian, something unexpected would always happen, allowing the latter to barely survive. This was due to the mysterious protection of luck, which seemed inexplicable yet undeniably real. To truly destroy him, he could only constantly undermine his morale, wear down his will, torment his mind, and crush his dignity, so that luck would no longer favor him. By then, Adrian would be nothing more than an ant, easily crushed at any time. You've gone too far. Gwyneth couldn't help but get angry as she saw Hatcher act, daring to hurt your junior brother right in front of me? It looks like I can't let you off without a proper lesson. She raised her arm to strike Hatcher. Master Emo, you've gone too far. Atlas quickly blocked the blow. He glared at Gwyneth. Hatcher is no longer your disciple. Dare to provoke further, and don't blame me for being unfriendly to you. Humph. Gwyneth's chest heaved, but she had to stop. Let's go. She grabbed Adrian and Coraline, turning to look at Hatcher. Don't think a bit of achievement makes you superior. There are plenty of geniuses better than you. You're just lucky. When you've finished making trouble, come back, and I'll improve your treatment. After saying that, she flew away, disappearing into the horizon. Old man should take my leave. If young master needs anything later, old man won't refuse. Atlas bade farewell with clasped hands, parting ways with Hatcher and the others. We should return too. We've been out for 3 days and 3 nights. Master is probably worried sick. The Tiana took out a communication jade pendant to report safety to Vera. Before she could send the message, the jade pendant lit up, emitting a strange fluctuation. After reading it, the Tiana's expression turned extremely grim. These bastards. What happened? Hatcher asked. It's urgent. We'll talk while we run. Without hesitation, the 3 of them pushed their speed to the limit, rushing towards Red Dust Mountain. The Righteous Alliance has gathered over 100 people to attack Master. They have already attacked Red Dust Mountain. On the way, the Tiana explained succinctly. The Righteous Alliance? What's that? Why have I never heard of it? Hatcher said, somewhat puzzled. Very normal. You were once a disciple of a major sect, so you wouldn't know much about these insignificant forces. The Tiana spoke with irony. They're just some scattered cultivators who grouped together for warmth. Initially an unremarkable force, as their numbers grew, they began calling themselves righteous. Since taking the name of justice, they started forcibly recruiting other stray cultivators. Anyone who dared not comply would be directly attacked by them. Indeed, they are a bunch of cowards. But why would they target the Harmony sect? Don't they fear Master? Hatcher was puzzled. Vera's reputation as a devil was widely known, deterring anyone from getting close. He didn't think this group of lowlifes really dared to punish evil and eliminate good, to attack true devils, but under the guise of eliminating devils, they likely had the audacity to gather wealth. Master once exterminated more than a dozen sects, so there are always some Lowang Druyir who have joined the Righteous Alliance, always wanting revenge. So that's it, no wonder. Hatcher suddenly understood and quickened his pace again. Although the motive was clear, Hatcher was very curious about where this Righteous Alliance's confidence came from. If Vera could annihilate them once, couldn't she do it a second time? On Red Dust Mountain, outside the Harmony sect, everything had been dyed blood red. Murmur Yao stood in midair alone, holding off the entire Righteous Alliance single-handedly, preventing them from advancing even one step. Red Dust Sea. Her lips slightly parted, summoning an immense wave of crimson dust that enveloped everyone. Velvet Dream. With a move, most people were captured by her charm, fighting among themselves, resulting in heavy casualties. Do you all come to die? I will grant your wish. Murmur Yao formed a hand seal, preparing for an even more deadly attack. Don't get too cocky, Irma. No matter how powerful you are today, your fate is death. The leader of the Righteous Alliance spat out blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes gleamed with insane hatred. He opened his palm, revealing 4 jade pendants, each radiating intense energy. This is... Murmur Yao frowned, recognizing the origin of these jade pendants. Clearly, they belong to the Jade Purity Sect, Supreme Purity Sect, Great Purity Sect, and the Amal, capable of summoning formidable fighters from each faction. She never imagined that the grand title of the Righteous Alliance could deceive the trust of these 4 forces. Crack! All 4 jade pendants were shattered simultaneously, followed by a burst of strong fluctuations as 4 figures appeared, each incredibly powerful. Surrender! All 4 attacked together, shattering the Red Dust Sea, forcing Vareo to fly backward, her lips oozing blood, sustaining minor injuries. Die, Irma. The leader of the Righteous Alliance laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with ruthless satisfaction. Hold it! At this moment, Hatcher and the other 2 arrived just in time, blocking Vareo. 3 little brats, daring to block my path. The leader sneered disdainfully. Take a look at this. Hatcher took out a token inscribed with Apollo. What rubbish is this, Apollo? Is it your name? Don't worry, I'll soon write it on your tombstone. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the token into pieces. But he didn't notice that the faces of the enforcers beside him had turned liver-colored. Chapter 33. Clarifying grievances and preparing to depart. The moment the token shattered, Hatcher froze. He had never imagined that the other party would act so decisively, so puobujidaida, impatiently. What was shattered wasn't just a token. It was clearly their very lives. The law enforcer opposite was also bewildered. Apollo was precisely the name of the Grand Law Enforcer, wasn't it? Regardless of whether the token was real or fake, insulting these 2 words was already a crime. You're finished. No one will escape today. The April and Talia looked at these people in front of them with pity. They had seen those who courted death, but never anyone who did it so blatantly. Haha, who are you trying to scare? To threaten me here. Today is your end. The Aaron showed no hesitation, his eyes flashing with viciousness. Listen up, everyone. This disciple of the female demon lord is a brood of devil spawn. For the sake of all under heaven, destroy them for us. Not so fast. The law enforcer suddenly shouted, stopping everyone. What is it? The Aaron asked unhappily. Ignoring him, the law enforcer stared straight at Hatcher. Boy, what exactly is that token? You already know. Why ask me? Hatcher said coldly, making the other person's hands and feet go numb. Does a little piece of wood scare you this much? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the prestige of the law enforcers? The Aaron frowned. That's the Grand Law Enforcer's token. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent on the spot. All members of the Righteous Alliance felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only the leader didn't care, laughing even more wildly instead. Ha ha, look how scared you all are, actually believing such a ridiculous thing. What qualifications does this boy have to contact the Grand Law Enforcer? He must have heard the Grand Law Enforcer's name and forged the token to frighten you all. Whoever kills him will not only be blameless but will receive credit. Hearing this, the Law Enforcer's eyes flickered. What the other party said made some sense. The Grand Law Enforcer always kept a low profile, even he rarely saw him, let alone someone like the Greenhorn Hatcher. As he hesitated, Hatcher had already stepped forward, shielding the women behind him. His expression stern, he faced everyone. Today you wage an unjust war and destroy my sect. Whatever grievances you have, list them out clearly. Don't die without cause. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Hatcher then looked at the powerful figure from Taiching's sect. I talked happily with Sect Master Ing. He probably didn't know about this matter. You can withdraw. I won't hold it against you. Next, he looked at the powerful figure from Xiuxian sect. I have great favors for your sect master. Ask him immediately before deciding. The other party's face changed. Without delay, he transmitted sound to contact his sect master. In a few breaths, his expression grew even more serious, filled with respect when looking at Hatcher. Old brother, what's going on? The powerful figure from Taiching's sect asked softly. My friend, this youth has an imposing demeanor. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Let's form a good bond now, for better encounters later. Understood. Brother and I will leave together. Without a word, the two men left the Righteous Alliance. Cowards, trash. The Aaron roared furiously at their backs, but could do nothing. Hatcher then looked at the powerful figure from Xiuxian sect, his face slightly complex. What about you? To his surprise, the other party sneered disdainfully. What qualifications do you have to strut around, traitor? The head of the law hall has issued strict orders. Kill the demons first, then the traitors. Today, I will show no mercy. Hatcher nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the law enforcer before landing on the rest of the Righteous Alliance. At this moment, Vera had already come to his side. Little guy, there's no need to persuade these people. It was they who colluded to kill your eldest senior sister back then. Your teacher developed a heart demon due to revenge. These rats were all survivors from back then. Even if they want to leave, I won't agree. For the first time, Hatcher sensed killing intent from this woman. He asked only one question. Do you regret it? A teacher who doesn't avenge his disciples isn't worthy of his power, even if he reaches the imperial realm or rules vast lands. I only regret not being ruthless enough then, allowing them to cause trouble again. The Aaron's face turned extremely ugly. Demon, no matter how eloquent you are today, you will not escape death. Everyone, our moment of glory is today. Follow me to slay the demons. With a command, hundreds of members of the Righteous Alliance moved, charged with murderous intent. Come at me. Hatcher's aura soared. With a wave of his hand, the 8 wastes trembled, and light emerged from all directions. Dozens of formations rose simultaneously, enveloping the sky and earth. Vera also activated her domain, transforming the boundless red dust into a sea of red dust, completely enclosing them. With this dual enhancement, Hatcher and the other two strength surged, sufficient to handle the enemies before them. Illusory dreams of Chilua. Wordless slash. The April and Talia cooperated flawlessly. The former lured souls, while the latter reaped them, greatly hindering their opponents. Gather your strength. Take out these little bastards first. The elder from Xiuxian sect shouted loudly, and everyone responded accordingly, launching their strongest attacks to crush Hatcher and his companions. Let me handle it. Hatcher stood in front of the two, radiating boundless light as he unleashed a world-shattering blow. This was the first time since his rebirth that he revealed his true trump card. This move was a forbidden technique he had comprehended in his previous life, embodying the pinnacle of myriad doctrines. When this technique was unleashed, all other techniques would submit. Its divine might disintegrated the murderous aura of the crowd, then surged forward like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, crushing dozens of people. What kind of move is this? The enemies were terrified, their eyes filled with dread and hatred when looking at Hatcher. This youth was even more terrifying than the former master's eldest senior sister of the Hawa sect. They could not let him live today. You've got some skills, I see. Looks like I have to pull out all stops if I want to wipe you out. The Aaron said viciously, then took out 6 jade pendants and crushed them simultaneously. Instantly, 6 formidable auras appeared, bringing over 100 people directly into the battlefield. It's the 6 great sects. Hatcher's eyes flickered. Beneath the top 3 sects, the 6 great sects were the most resilient in strength. Their reason for attacking was only one: to suppress Vera and prevent her from rising again. Our Hawa sect has no grudges with any of you. Why do you persecute us relentlessly? Vera looked at the members of the 6 great sects, her energy reaching its peak as she tried to stop them. It is everyone's duty to exterminate demons. Demoness, you will die today. The Ilias said with bloodshot eyes, your disciples are not ordinary. After drinking their blood, my sect will become even stronger. How despicable. Do you even deserve the title of righteous path? Ha ha ha. What righteousness and unrighteousness? The strongest punch defines justice. If I'm stronger, I am just. Isn't that simple? Everyone laughed, mocking the Hawa sect as being at the end of its rope. At this moment, an elderly voice echoed. Does having the strongest punch define truth? Let me show you old man's definition of truth. A red light dashed towards them, striking the patriarch of the blood god sect directly. Puff. Without a word, he exploded lightly. Chapter 34. Let me explain. A supreme powerhouse died like this, without any grandeur or fanfare, not even as significant as a fart. The scarlet blood splashed down, reflecting in the sunlight and dazzlingly striking everyone's heart and soul. Who struck? The leader of the alliance was utterly terrified. An old man appeared out of nowhere, towering over everyone. His withered figure resembled rotten wood, seemingly disintegrating with just a gentle touch. Yet his eyes were radiant and piercing, like two hidden suns that none dared to look straight at. It's I will explain to you. The voice of the Amal was steady. His body slightly hunched, but it intimidated everyone into silence. Senior, we are cleansing evil and upholding justice. Please do not embolden them. The people of the world would remember your kindness. The Aaron gritted his teeth. What if I refuse? Then you're opposing righteousness. Not only all major sects but also enforcers won't let you off, no matter how powerful you are. Before he could finish, a loud slap resounded on his face from one of the enforcers. What are you doing? He roared in anger, but then saw the enforcer kneeling before the old man. Great Amal, my subordinate has insulted your envoy due to ignorance. Sever your arm and leave. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Without hesitation, the man cut off his left arm and quickly fled. Seeing this scene, every member of the Righteous Alliance paled, feeling an intense dizziness overwhelming them. Run! Someone shouted. Everyone scattered immediately, realizing they had encountered something far beyond their reach. None of them expected the token to be real and now bore deep resentment towards the Aaron. This old rascal had personally summoned a world-class demon. In such circumstances, taking revenge or resolving grievances was out of the question. Simply escaping alive would be considered a blessing. Why run? Aren't you here to talk reason? Let me accompany you thoroughly, stretching my limbs properly. With one step, the Amal turned the world upside down, blocking everyone's path. With just a snap of his finger, another patriarch from one of the 6 major sects was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of his soul. Other patriarchs were petrified. Ordinarily, each of them was held in the highest esteem wherever they went, worshipped as gods. Their powers were extraordinary, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and some could pluck stars from the sky and refine voids. Yet, in this moment, they were as fragile as ants, easily crushed with no chance to fight back. Though visibly aged and radiating a strong aura of death, the old man could lock onto each of them, passing judgment one by one. The Aaron stared wide-eyed, sweat soaking him, fear immobilizing him. Although the Amal targeted only the heads of sects, ignoring him, Vera did not. She directly attacked these underlings, driven by past grievances and her disciples' vengeance, showing no mercy. She particularly focused on capturing the Aaron alive, knowing this attack wasn't initiated by a random mob, but likely backed by a greater force. She aimed to expose it to avenge her senior disciple. Spare us, great enforcer. We know we were wrong, misled by wicked ones. A patriarch pleaded weakly. If not for me, you would have annihilated the entire xiuxian sect today. Can mere words absolve you of your sins? The Amal remained calm and emotionless, killing another patriarch with a wave of his hand. By now, 3 attacks had been enough to claim half the lives of the 6 major sects leaders, yet he showed no signs of stopping. My lord, you've killed enough. Our losses are great. Show mercy and stop. Haha, how can eradicating pests ever be too much? I wish to wipe you all out. The elder's breath surged, pressing forward like a river, crushing the pleading patriarch to dust. It didn't end there. He reached into a spatial tunnel, grabbing and crushing a fleeing man along with the space around him, leaving only shattered bones in midair. Within moments, 5 men had perished, leaving only 1 patriarch and an elder from Xiuxian sect. The Amal relentlessly suppressed their strength, forcing them to kneel like commoners. They could only bow and beg. You are the supreme existence. We are mere insects, having paid enough. Spare us. The elder of the Xiuxian sect trembled wildly, catching sight of Hatcher beside him, feeling as though he had grasped the thread of life. Senior, I once taught this boy Hatcher and can be considered his senior. For this reason, please spare me. Hearing this, Hatcher narrowed his eyes and approached. Kid, what do you think? The Amal asked. I remember I gave you a chance before, Hatcher said, looking down at the elder. Please give me one more chance. I am your senior after all. All right. Hatcher nodded. As hope flickered in the other's eyes, Hatcher beheaded him with a single sword stroke and casually executed the last patriarch. I'll grant you a swift death. Kid, the bandits here are dealt with, but their leaders have yet to be apprehended. Would you dare follow this old man? The Amal spoke with renewed vigor, causing Hatcher to pause for a moment. Instantly, he understood the old man's intentions. They were to go directly to the offending sects, delivering a bloody warning. From this day forward, no one would dare to scheme against the xiuxian sect, at least not on the eastern continent. Hatcher is willing to go. At this moment, the battle below also came to an end. Vera stood in a pool of blood, her white hair flying, surrounded by corpses. She had wiped out the entire Righteous Alliance alone, only sparing the leader who hung limply in her hand, barely alive. Master, interrogate this fellow thoroughly. I will return shortly after accompanying the senior. Hatcher bid farewell and raced off with the Amal. In the Blood God sect's council hall, the Zechariahs wore expressions of joy. This operation will surely destroy the xiuxian sect. The sect leader will gain blood essence, greatly enhancing our power. This is a blessing for our sect. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. It's heaven's will to strengthen our Blood God sect. Trouble, trouble. At that moment, a panicked disciple rushed in. Report to the Zechariahs, the xiuxian sect has attacked us. How many? 1 youth and 1 elderly. It seems the xiuxian sect truly has no one left. These must be 2 escaped fish. I'll take care of them immediately. Chapter 35. Successive demolition of 6 sects, troops arriving at Xiuxian. Get your old geezers to come out and meet their deaths. Hatcher followed the Amal to the Blood God sect's gate, and as soon as he landed, he started challenging them. Who do you think you are, daring to provoke here? Your 9 generations should all die. The gatekeeping disciple held a blood spear, aiming it at Hatcher. It seems I've been too kind to you. Without another word, he plunged the blissful union lock into the ground and drew out a 10,000-ton boulder. Under the astonished gaze of the gatekeepers, Hatcher hurled it directly. Boom! Amidst a cloud of dust, the gates of Blood God Sect were shattered to pieces. Boy, you're courting death. A strong killing intent suddenly descended, and only then did they see the Zechariah of Blood God Sect revealing his true form, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. A mere ant had dared to make the first move, even destroying their entrance. It was an outright insult. You have long been tyrannical, but today it's you who should die. Hatcher confronted him head-on. Humph! Like a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the Milky Way. More Zechariahs emerged, looking down at Hatcher. Lucky for you, the leaders of the 6 major sects have already united to exterminate Blissful Union Sect. They must be there by now. You, a lucky fish escaping the net, not only failed to keep a low profile but also came here of your own accord. It can only mean your days are numbered. Upon hearing this, Hatcher's smile gradually became peculiar. Perhaps you don't know yet that your leader has already been killed, soul and all. The crowd from Blood God Sect froze, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous little bastard, concocting such nonsense. Truly admirable imagination. As they laughed, they noticed the cold figure behind Hatcher. And who might this old thing be? Half in the coffin. Is he your servant? Well, today I'll grant you both release. Just as he prepared to attack, a sudden sound broke through the air. A messenger rushed forward, delivering news from afar. The situation is dire. The Righteous Alliance, along with the leaders of the 6 great sects, besieged Red Dust Mountain. But they've all been slaughtered without mercy on the bloody wilderness. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread far enough for everyone to hear, becoming a shock wave that reverberated throughout. What? This can't be true. What could possibly happen that would give Blissful Union Sect such strength? Another messenger arrived, clarifying the truth. It was the Amal who made the move, along with the youth, seeking to settle accounts with each sect and unleash a massacre. Blood God Sect's people widened their eyes. When they looked at Frank again, their eyes brimmed with uncontrollable fear. If I may ask, who are you? One Zechariah trembled. I am Frank, merely an old servant close to death. Today, I'm here to reason with you. A destructive aura erupted from the withered body of the Amal. The Zechariah, who faced him first, turned pale with terror. No, you cannot do this. Please. He exploded into fragments, disappearing into nothingness along with his unfinished sentence. Why not? Your leader said it himself. Might makes right. I am simply here to reason with you. We beg for mercy. We admit our mistakes. We are willing to compensate. Several Zechariahs knelt simultaneously, with no will to resist. The disciples watched in shock. Those who usually acted superior, whom even the patriarch treated with respect, now seemed like cowards, only wailing and begging for mercy. But none understood that though this old man appeared on the verge of death, he possessed terrifying power capable of upturning the world. The old man slowly shook his head. We don't want compensation or discuss right and wrong. We just want to reason with you, to show you my grand reasoning. Run fast. The 6 Zechariahs made their decision simultaneously, scattering in different directions. But the outcome was sealed. The old man's figure seemed to dissolve, as if he had ascended to divinity. One gesture covered the heavens and earth, leaving no place to hide. Puff 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 puff. All 6 exploded instantly, dying without any doubt. This horrifying scene caused every living being present to kneel, submitting to their fate under overwhelming fear. The Amal didn't massacre, but Hatcher stormed into Blood God Sect, taking all valuables, unimpeded by anyone. Let's go to the next one. The old man strode majestically, stepping through the void. The eastern continent was shaken by the news of the Amal's declaration to cleanse the 6 major sects. Among them, the most relieved were the leaders of Taiching Sect and Xiuxian Sect, grateful that the strong figures they had dispatched were savvy enough. Otherwise, they would have been included on the list for purge. In stark contrast, the Xiuxian Sect was cloaked in a profound silence, as if struck by calamity. Report. Amal has already wiped out the leaders of 3 sections. Apart from the Zechariahs of Blood God Sect who were killed on the spot, the leaders of the other 2 sects attempted to flee but were all caught and crushed into blood mist by the Amal. Further report. Yes. Now what do we do? The deputy sect leader of Xiuxian Sect sat at the head of the table, looking down at the elders beside him. Originally he was in seclusion, but faced with such a situation, he must come out to take control of the big picture. What else can we do? Of course we will fight them. Our Xiuxian Sect is not comparable to those 6 major sects, and we still have the spirit rhinoceros chain formation, which can gather all disciples and elders to launch our strongest attack. We don't have to fear that old man. A hot-tempered elder slammed the table and spoke. Report. Amal passed through Xiuxian Sect. They refused to admit fault, even united everyone to activate the protection formation against him, resulting in their total annihilation without leaving any survivors. Further report. The deputy sect leader said with a face as cold as water. Cough. I think there should be a way to solve this problem peacefully. The elder who just spoke quickly changed his tone. Report to deputy sect leader. The results for the other 2 sects are now known. Another disciple stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. Please speak quickly. To deputy sect leader, the last 2 sects suffered minimal losses. They did not flee. After admitting their mistakes and providing adequate compensation, they publicly executed the leaders who proposed attacking Huanyuan Sect. Then, the Amal left gracefully. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the hall focused on someone. This person was Quentin, the head of the law hall, one of the main orchestrators of the siege on Huanyuan Sect, and also an admirer of Amanda. The purpose of this operation might have been to target Hatcher and win Amanda's favor. Humph, I don't believe that little bastard dares to touch me. He may not even dare to come here. This is Xiuxian Sect, Quentin stubbornly said, never putting Hatcher in his eyes throughout. He didn't believe that the boy would dare to act against the former sect. Quentin, old dog, come out and meet your death. At this moment, Hatcher's voice rang from above, echoing through the entire grand hall. Chapter 36. Today is just a warning. Hatcher's voice echoed through the grand hall, interrupting everyone's discussion. This little brat really came. How dare he? Dixon's face turned extremely ugly. As the head of the law enforcement hall, everyone feared him, and no one had ever dared to curse him by name before. All this is due to your excellent disciple. The Clinton glanced at Gwyneth, his tone filled with displeasure. Even he hadn't expected that such a minor pawn could cause so much turmoil. If only they had known earlier, they should have buried him instead of letting him go. Since he has come here himself, let's go out and see. The Clinton stood tall, a cold expression hanging at the corner of his eyes. Moments later, more than 10 elders stood in the air, spotting Hatcher and the Amal. Greetings, Lord Apollo. What brings you here? The Clinton bowed politely, speaking neither too humble nor arrogant. Hatcher stepped forward, his expression as indifferent as the other parties. To kill. Upon hearing this, all the elders' faces changed dramatically. They thought there would be some polite conversation to ease the conflict, but Hatcher got straight to the point, rendering their prepared speeches useless. Little brat, what business do you have here? A powerful aura descended directly toward Hatcher. It was then seen that Dixon walked out, looking down on Hatcher disdainfully, displaying an arrogant attitude. Seeing this man, Hatcher's eyes flashed with fury. Back when he was still in the Jade Clarity sect, he wasn't favored by Gwyneth, and this old dog treated people differently based on who they were, constantly causing him trouble for no reason, making him suffer punishment unjustly. Over those years, 80% of Hatcher's injuries were inflicted by this person. Now, with both new and old grievances, it was time for reckoning. Old dog, my sect, xiuxian sect, has no enmity or grudge with you. Yet you sent people to exterminate us. Did you never think about how things would end up now? Humph. Dixon showed disdain and looked sideways, believing Hatcher had no right to ask him questions. Senior, please take action. Hatcher smiled faintly. Since the other party didn't care, he wouldn't either. The Amal wasted no time and immediately unleashed a shocking aura. You. Dixon's face changed drastically. It was already too late to speak as the Amal's overwhelming presence struck him like a meteor from the sky. Pooh, Ea. He screamed, coughing up blood. His internal organs almost shattered, suffering fatal injuries that made him as fragile as a newborn infant. This scene left everyone else terrified. They had assumed that even if they couldn't defeat the Amal together, they could at least stand their ground. That thought was cruelly shattered. After all, despite Dixon's low character, his strength was top-notch, even surpassing Gwyneth and second only to the Clinton. Such a powerful individual couldn't even withstand the other party's aura, leaving them wondering just how terrifying this elder truly was. Senior, please show mercy. Instantly fearful, Dixon hurriedly begged for mercy, receiving only cold silence. Hee. So, even you know fear, old dog. You refuse to answer me, but don't you know that in front of the Amal, you're nothing but an ant, easy to crush with just a thought. Little brat, I will tear you limb from limb. Dixon roared furiously, never expecting that his life would be in Hatcher's hands, which enraged him profoundly. Hatcher, have you not caused enough chaos? Quickly stop the Amal. If something happens to Head Huang, can you take the responsibility? Some of the elders reacted and, not daring to intervene, began pressuring Hatcher. I'm here today to kill him. I won't leave until he dies. How could you ask such a foolish question? Upon hearing this, several elders' faces turned deathly pale. Once upon a time, they could manipulate Hatcher as they pleased, but now he was different. This transformation made them extremely anxious and infuriated. Enough, boy. Finally, the Clinton spoke. You are so young yet so ruthless. Just because you received a bit of favor from the Amal, you want to stir up a bloodbath. Have you considered the consequences? Can the Amal protect you forever? I am merely seeking justice. Only he can exterminate my sect, but why can't I kill him? What logic is this? But xiuxian sect is safe and sound now. You should know when to stop and withdraw immediately. Ha ha ha, what a great joke. It's not because he's incapable that we weren't destroyed. And now, if I can kill him, I won't show any mercy. Before the words faded, cries of pain from Dixon echoed from afar. No matter how hard he tried, burning his life away was useless. In the Amal's palm, he was nothing but a helpless insect. Save me, please. His voice trembled, filled with fear. For the first time, he knew what regret felt like. All of this happened because he provoked Hatcher. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Let the Amal stop now, and the Jade Clarity sect won't hold you accountable in the future. Otherwise, the Clinton's voice was icy cold, starting to threaten Hatcher. Clank. Hatcher drew his sword and pointed it at the Clinton's throat. From this moment on, if I hear your voice again, I will grant you death. Don't believe me? Try it. In an instant, the Clinton's hairs stood on end, filled with both anger and fear. Someone else wanted to intervene, but Hatcher continued. Whoever dares to ask me to put aside my hatred will become my mortal enemy. Those words left everyone speechless. Even Gwyneth turned pale and dared not utter another word. The Amal saw this scene and smiled faintly, then clenched his hand. Aowa. Only to hear Dixon let out a final 惨烈的惨叫, 整个人就炸成了血雾. The head of the law enforcement hall of the Jade Clarity sect died so easily. Boy, the ringleader is dead. Do you want any compensation? Guess this bunch of poor devils don't have anything valuable, Hatcher said with a cold laugh, his gaze then shifting to the entrance of the Jade Clarity sect. This entrance looks quite nice. It could be used to compensate the xiuxian sect. No way. Gwyneth immediately refused, putting aside that the entrance itself was a priceless treasure. For the sect, the gate represented dignity and couldn't be handed over like this. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you. The Amal acted decisively, lifting his finger to uproot the gate. Today is just a warning. If you dare to provoke me in the future, it won't end as lightly as today. Before leaving, Hatcher delivered his final threat, and then walked away proudly. The long wind blew past, and the elders of the Jade Clarity sect remained frozen in midair, unable to regain their senses for a long time. How dare this boy act so insolently? I'll make him pay the price. The calmness on the Clinton's face vanished completely, his features twisting violently. Then a mouthful of blood spewed out. Chapter 37 The Master's Heart Demon, and the eldest Gilda's whereabouts. The elders were greatly alarmed and hurried to support him. After a moment, the Clinton finally came to his senses, a fung kong wild chill flickering in his eyes. Having lived to such an advanced age, he had never experienced such humiliation. The same went for the Jade Purity sect. With a hall master killed openly by someone, the group didn't even dare to retaliate. They had even lost their main gate. This was absolutely intolerable. I hereby declare that from this day forward, Hatcher will be our sect's #1 enemy. We must do everything it takes to annihilate him. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions turned grave, but ultimately, they agreed. If this vendetta wasn't avenged, the face of the Jade Purity sect would be utterly lost. How could they continue to stand in the world? Gwyneth, this incident is due to you. You bear most of the responsibility, the Clinton said in a cold tone. I order your lineage to immediately devise a plan to eliminate that wretch without fail. Hearing this, Gwyneth frowned. As the only personal disciple and the predetermined successor to the patriarch, her status was no less than the Clintons. He had no right to command her. I refuse. What did you say? The Clinton erupted into a rage. Dixon's fate is entirely self-inflicted. Don't blame Hatcher. If you want to target him, be my guest, but I won't participate. And just a reminder, be careful about the Amal's wrath. With that, she walked away, her expression complex beyond anyone's understanding. That despicable woman. In powerless fury, the Clintons stared at the remaining people. Even without her, it doesn't matter. Quickly send someone to investigate the relationship between the Amal and that beast. I don't believe the Amal can protect him forever. Boy, today you've overplayed your hand using my name. After leaving the Jade Purity sect, the Amal spoke earnestly. Our connection isn't a secret. Once investigated, it won't be hard to find out. You have now lost my protection. So what? Hatcher was unconcerned, showing no trace of fear on his face. You're not afraid of death? The Amal asked in surprise. I won't die. His confidence was unshakable, rooted deep within him. While he might not be the strongest, he was undoubtedly one of the hardest to kill. Just an Imperial Realm spirit alone gave him the means to protect himself, let alone his versatility with countless tricks up his sleeve, ensuring he could find powerful allies. Sir, this expedition has consumed much of your spirit. Please accept this small gift from me as a token of appreciation. Hatcher handed a brocade box to the Amal, then carried the gate as he headed back to Red Dust Mountain. What is it? So mysterious? The Amal opened the box. Instantly a beam of golden light shot skyward, followed by a rich medicinal aroma. This is... Looking at the black and white pill inside the box, his eyes widened in shock. The Tianyuan Life and Death Pill, a top-tier 8th grade holy pill that can bring the dead back to life and make flesh grow over bones. It could grant me another 10 years of life. The Amal drew a sharp breath. Could it be this boy stole it? No. None of the 6 major sects should possess such treasure, and if they did, it would have been used long ago. Sigh. Could it be that he refined it himself? In a secret chamber of the Blissful Union sect, Vera, with her head full of white hair, was in the throes of a heart demon outbreak. At this moment, the leader of the Righteous Alliance was hanging there, every inch of his body bruised and battered, clearly having undergone unimaginable torture. Kill me, please kill me. I really don't know anything about what happened back then. He pleaded through tears, fear etched on his face. Fine, let's do it 10 more times. Vera licked her red lips gently, resembling a cruel queen as she pointed her finger at him. This was the highest level sinew-severing hand technique. Ah! The Aaron's screams became hoarse as his bones twisted and writhed, all his meridians intertwining. At the limit, the sound of breaking could be heard. This form of torture was almost unimaginable. Killing someone was simpler, but to learn about her eldest senior sister's plight, Vera couldn't afford to hold back. Master, please stop. Releasing such murderous aura will truly drive you into madness. Let me handle the interrogation instead. The Tiana looked worried. Her greatest fear had come true. Her eldest senior sister was her master's heartache. If unresolved, Master could never find peace. Hee. Who would have thought that after all these years, Terra is still so stubborn? How enchanting it is. Though the Aaron was nearly dead, an unfamiliar voice came from him. Upon hearing this, Vera's pupils constricted. Get out here, she roared, her emotions more chaotic than ever before. Do you really want to see me that badly? Then I will gladly oblige. As he spoke, there was a sudden burst, and a blood hole exploded in the back of the Aaron. A beam of light flew out from the wound, smoothly spreading out to reveal an image. In the image, a young man in a green robe, as gentle as jade, smiled at everyone, looking every bit a refined gentleman. Eugene. These 3 words were forced out through the gaps of Vera's teeth, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Terra can still remember me. This truly makes me happy. After being apart for over a decade, I have prepared a gift for you. I believe you will like it. Eugene laughed like a demon, lightly clapping his hands. Behind him, a lump of ice crystal appeared, within which someone was frozen. More accurately, it was a girl as beautiful as a flower, frozen in the prime of her youth. Xiao. Vera was instantly overwhelmed with tears, calling out the girl's name, her face showing a complex mix of emotions. Who is this person? Talia asked curiously. This is our eldest Gilda, Aurora. During a trial, she was besieged by disciples of multiple sects and lost contact. We all thought she was dead, but didn't expect she was kidnapped by this man. It seems those sects were merely his pawns. What a smart and pretty little thing. I like you too. Why not consider becoming my concubine? A greedy look flashed in Eugene's eyes, only to be blocked by Vera. Zhao, if you dare to touch her, I will destroy your heavenly Dao manor even if it means my own death. Give Xiao back now. TSK, I can't do that. This child has an extremely rare yin-yang Dao body. Any man who practices dual cultivation with her will gain immense benefits. I waited so long for her to mature. How can I easily return her? He laughed mockingly, watching Vera's expression with interest. What do you want? Very simple. You know I like you. If you agree to be my Dao companion, I'll do anything you say. After all, no woman compares to you. But if you refuse, his expression turned cold. In 10 days, I will auction off the right to dual cultivate with this girl. You might not know this, but already over 1,000 people are eager to enjoy her favor. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Vera's pupils turned black. An extremely violent aura surged towards the sky. Not good. Teacher is entering madness. Talia exclaimed. Damn it. Where is that little lecherous thief? Only he can calm teacher down now. Ha ha ha. Vera, you're truly pitiful, falling into madness so easily. Then I won't hold back anymore. Strange spiritual waves emitted from Eugene's image, about to envelop Vera and control her mind. Get lost. At that moment, a roar like thunder erupted as Hatcher returned just in time, delivering a punch towards Eugene. Chapter 38. They have already scolded me, so you can't scold me anymore. Finally, you're back. The Tiana's voice trembled with sobs, full of grievance. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll hold up the sky if it falls down. Hatcher passed by the Tiana and faced Albin directly. Watching his back, the Irma smiled involuntarily, her eyes brimming with an indescribable emotion. Boy, who are you to dare ruin my plan? Believe me, I can make you bleed right now. Albin raged. Seeing this, Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. So, it's you. Do you know me? Albin looked surprised. Humph. Just a stray soul separated from your true self. No need for more knowledge. Haha. Such big talk, boy. Why don't you check behind you? As he spoke, a powerful aura surged forth, as Vera made her move. Be careful. The Tiana and Talia's expressions changed drastically. This attack was not to be underestimated. To have delved into madness without restraint. What a reckless elder. Hatcher reprimanded softly yet gently. Suddenly, he moved with incredible speed, striking with one finger, one punch, and one palm. 3 beams of red light traversed space, piercing Vera's forehead, chest, and dantian, without causing any harm. Then, red patterns emerged on Vera's body, and the harmony lock activated smoothly, suppressing all her strength. Just stay calm. Having subdued Vera, Hatcher turned his gaze towards Albin. Grabbing the separated soul, he unleashed terrifying mental power and employed soul search technique. How is this possible? A yellow-haired child like you shouldn't possess such skills. With a boom, the separated soul exploded, revealing valuable information to Hatcher. As expected, Albin of the Heavenly Path Manor. His lips curled into a smile, confirming the identity of this man. In his previous life, he had met Albin at this very time, which was when a shocking event occurred on the continent. The Heavenly Path Manor hosted a grand gathering under the pretext of the yin-yang Dao body, attracting countless powerful figures. But in reality, it was Albin's sinister plot. He ultimately activated a sacrificial array, refining numerous experts into essence to strengthen himself alone. Years later, when he resurfaced, he had become a universally despised villain with almost unmatched strength. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Hatcher, who was about to attain enlightenment, suffered severe injuries, and was finally slain by the Casper, bringing his reign to an abrupt end. You dog, meeting me again in this life means your end has come. Killer intent flashed in Hatcher's eyes, marking this man as a dead one. Suddenly, he heard timid sobbing, which made his heart tremble. It was Vera crying, being scolded by the Tiana. I will never speak to Master again. Sherry, I understand. I promise not to lose control easily again. Please forgive me this once. Cough. Hatcher coughed loudly, turning around with an exceptionally stern expression. Upon seeing his expression, Vera panicked instantly, curling into a ball and even hiding her tender feet beneath her dress. She has acknowledged her mistake and repented. The 2 girls stepped forward, pleading on Vera's behalf. Ignoring them, Hatcher only stared at the woman playing ostrich. Vera blinked her watery eyes, looking pitifully vulnerable, enough to soften even the hardest of hearts. They have already scolded me, so you can't scold me anymore. Ultimately, Hatcher sighed deeply, sat beside her, and gently embraced her. Vera shivered, her heart pounding wildly. I know your grievances, and I will always be by your side, anytime and anywhere. With these words, Vera could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed like a broken dam. Wah, little guy, I feel so miserable. They've bullied me. Can you fight them for me? She pouted shamelessly, soaking Hatcher's chest with her tears. All right, I'll make them regret being born in this world. Hatcher said firmly, I will protect anyone important to you, including Gilda. Chapter 39. We only need to fight, but Master has more to consider. Really? Upon hearing this, Vera stopped crying, and her eyes instantly regained their light. Can we go save Courtney? She asked meekly. She wasn't afraid of death. She was only afraid that the 3 disciples in front of her would be implicated. If saving Marcia required sacrificing Hatcher and the other 2, then she would rather not save her. But doing so would drive her mad with guilt, tormenting her soul forever. Of course we will save her. None of our family can be left behind. Without letting Vera suffer too long, Hatcher smiled gently and gave a firm answer. With these words, the light in Vera's eyes grew even brighter, as if 10,000 stars were shining. What about you 2? She looked at the 2 girls behind Hatcher, already knowing the answer in her heart. I joined the sect following senior brother, and my thoughts are his. Talia said without hesitation. Same here. The little demon girl responded succinctly but firmly. In that case, we'll set off in 3 days. We won't return unless we bring back Gilda. Hatcher made his decision. All right, I'll follow your lead. Before she finished speaking, Vera lost control of her emotions again, her tearful eyes about to overflow once more, and she buried her head in her knees. Cough, cough. Hatcher coughed a few times. He had never been good at comforting women, in this life or the previous one. Take care of her. Don't let her transform again. Hatcher turned to leave. Senior brother, where are you going? Talia asked curiously. The 6 major sects and those bastards from Xiuxian Sect won't stay quiet for long. They'll come seeking revenge soon enough. To properly welcome them, I plan to use the treasures I've plundered from them to set up a protective formation that will give them unforgettable memories. Watching Hatcher leave, Talia's face was full of surprise. Senior brother knows how to arrange formations? I didn't know that. There's plenty you don't know. The little demon girl grinned, patting Vera. He's already gone. How long do you plan to hide like a turtle? They heard a soft whimper, and after a few breaths, she finally lifted her teary eyes, revealing a beauty drenched in sorrow. Shameless, acting like a grown-up but still crying. I'm embarrassed for you. The little demon girl teased. Brat, what do you know? You dare mock your master. Yes. I know nothing. I just need to practice and fight, while master has many things to consider. After all, you owe someone so much that it might be impossible to repay without offering yourself as a gift. Leave me alone. Vera puffed her cheeks and acted like an ostrich again. Since we're playing, let's play big. Otherwise, we can't deal with that pack of beasts. Hatcher murmured to himself, excitement shining in his eyes. Formations are ranked from level 1 to 9, with 9 being the strongest and requiring the most resources. The 6 major sects protective formations are level 7, the top 3 sects are level 8, and the law enforcement city protection formation is near level 9, currently the strongest on the eastern continent. But that record won't last long. With a booming sound, terrifying spiritual power surged out, and Hatcher, who was already experienced, began engraving the formation. Spiritual power could reach the heavens, controlling everything. At the Imperial realm, his spiritual power truly allowed him to do anything. After one day, the red dust mountain was enveloped in colorful mist, radiating light in all directions, causing massive phenomena before retreating suddenly. Even so, it still alarmed Vera and the others. What kind of formation is this? It exerts such immense pressure. Vera released her spiritual power. Upon touching the formation, she felt her soul tremble, as if it would be shattered by the formation at any moment. How can this formation be more terrifying than the law enforcement cities? The little demon girl frowned, doubting her own judgment. It's impossible. That's a near level 9 formation. Only a true level 9 formation can surpass it. Vera shook her head, her gaze burning toward Hatcher. Little guy, isn't this an illusionary formation? Hatcher shook his head smilingly and said, this is the profound Heaven 9 glory formation. It's impossible. The 3 of them spoke in unison, especially Vera. The stronger one was, the more they understood the terror of this formation. According to records, this formation was created by the profound Heaven Steward, with 9 forms containing supreme destructive power, and it had long been lost. How could her disciple? But Hatcher's next words shocked them even more. Nothing is impossible. It's a pity that Red Dust Mountain is too barren, with no geomantic veins passing through the surrounding area. Otherwise, by drawing 9 geomantic veins to converge here, the formation could break through level 9 and reach the realm of a holy array. Hearing this, Vera and the other 2 women found it even harder to believe their ears. Little rogue, you can't be fooling me, right? Senior brother, this joke isn't funny? The little demon girl and Talia both showed suspicion. Ha, then open your eyes wide and watch. Hatcher raised his hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly surged. Profound Heaven 9 glory, shifting stars and constellations. As he spoke, the peaks surrounding Red Dust Mountain were uprooted, swirling around it. Stop, this master is dizzy. Vera pressed her brow, overwhelmed by immense surprise and happiness. With such a terrifying grand array, only the Amal himself might be able to retreat unscathed. In the meeting hall of Xiuxian Sect, the deputy sect leader and the newly appointed leaders of the 5 major sects were having a discussion. To ask why there were only 5 major sects, one could only say that one of them had been utterly destroyed, leaving not even a chicken behind. Gentlemen, I have investigated clearly. That little beast has only one chance to summon the Amal, and now he has no more trump cards. It's time for us to take our revenge. They glanced at each other, longing churning in their eyes, yet also exercising restraint, as if waiting for someone to make the first move. I don't think so. The new Ilias suddenly said, I sent people to monitor Red Dust Mountain and learned that they are constructing a grand protective array. They say it's quite impressive, so we should proceed cautiously. Nothing to worry about. The deputy sect leader was confident. Our sect possesses a treasure called the Annihilation Mace, specifically designed to counter formations. It can destroy any formation below level 8 with one strike. Hearing this, the leaders perked up immediately. This would ensure their success without fail. But just then, wind and thunder gathered, making the entire hall abnormally dark. The powerful figures present instantly changed expressions, showing shock and horror. This is mental power, incredibly strong mental power. Which senior is this? Please reveal yourself. Hee. At this moment, a mocking voice echoed throughout the hall. Good grandson, it's your grandpa. A projection of Hatcher appeared in midair, leaving everyone speechless. How did you do that? The new Ilias cried out in astonishment. Your grandpa is everywhere. This is just a warning. If you dare come to Red Dust Mountain, I'll send you a gift first. As he spoke, all the furniture in the hall exploded and reassembled into coffins. I'm waiting for you. With that, the weather cleared up again as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the coffins still present, everyone would have thought they were hallucinating. Little brat, I will kill you. The deputy sect leader of Xiuxian Sect gnashed his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 40. Hatcher. How to define justice. Isn't it my call? A massive earthquake occurred in the 3 Purities domain. major sects jointly issued a manifesto for condemnation. The manifesto declared that Hatcher had become demonic. He was not only responsible for countless massacres, but also looted countless treasures. All righteous people should rise up against him. Whoever could kill Hatcher could have all his possessions. When the list of treasures was published, many people went crazy instantly. It was like a mountain of gold dropped from the sky. Whoever could obtain it would reach the pinnacle of life at once. Losing meant nothing more than an insignificant life. If winning, one would directly step into the peak of life. Kill, exterminate the joyful Union sect, and destroy the devil. The crowd surged forward in that direction. A bunch of rabble. A small trick will make them pawns, said the Davian and the rulers of 5 major sects with cold laughter from afar. These ants are too naive. Just painting pies in the air. Do they really think this wealth can be taken by anyone? Is such a loud move really okay? What if law enforcers act again? One of the rulers asked with lingering fear. Just rest assured. The chief law enforcer has already gone into seclusion. No enforcer will interfere before this matter is settled, Paul said confidently. After those rabble die out, we can go and avenge them. That way, we will have a legitimate reason to start a war. After hearing these words, the other 5 people nodded in approval while chills ran down their spines. Ginger is indeed hotter when it's old. This old coot is indeed treacherous. At Red Dust Mountain, in front of the joyful Union sect, Hatcher sat in a rocking chair, looking leisurely at the people below. Each person looked at him with eyes filled with greed and desire. Are you all here to kill me? Hatcher asked with a light laugh. Yes, your actions have been excessive and indiscriminate killings. People around the world are already dissatisfied with you. For the sake of justice. Before he finished, Hatcher snapped his fingers, and the man's head exploded. A level 9 array, killing without any visible action. It was that overbearing. This scene immediately shut everyone up. How much is your so-called justice worth? Hatcher stood up and looked down at the crowd below. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. You will definitely fall sooner or later. For justice. Before he could finish, Hatcher waved his hand and grabbed the man next to him. I'm asking you, how much is your justice worth? MEM. His eyes were wide open, trembling non-stop. As a spokesman for the 5 major sects, he was used to swaying public opinion, yet now faced with death, he dared not say a word. How disappointing. The mouth that preaches justice has become stuttering. Then what use do you have? With a boom, a powerful pressure fell and crushed him into powder. This didn't happen too quickly. However, others seemed frozen. All their previous passion solidified. Let me tell you what justice is. Hatcher opened his arms and walked forward voluntarily. Embrace power. Uncover the truth. Maintain selfhood. That's justice. And you are merely weak puppets. In front of me, I am justice. As soon as the words fell, many people burst into pieces, frightening everyone around. Most of these dead were informants planted by the Jade Purity sect and the 5 major sects. Not right. 9 times out of 10, this guy is no pushover. Finally, someone came to their senses and wanted to run away. Something's wrong. Let's retreat first. Walking in and walking out as if this place is a public toilet? Hatcher waved his hand and sealed off everyone's retreat with an array. What do you want? Seeing there was no escape, some people bravely asked. To kill all of you, any objections? A terrifying aura rose behind Hatcher, ready to strike at any moment. Spare our lives. We've learned our lesson. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people gave up resistance. An ancient saying goes well, those who know the time are wise. These guys sure knew how to be flexible. Who sent you? Of course, we came on our own. A burly man blurted out without thinking. Before he finished speaking, he was killed by a wave of energy, vanishing into thin air. This man is unjust, dying as he deserved. Remember, it was the Jade Purity sect and the 5 major sects that forced us to come. We were all innocent. You may still be taught. Hatcher nodded approvingly. If facing the law enforcers, will you say the same thing? We can swear. Everyone spoke in unison. Very good. Go to labor and atone for your sins. Hatcher distributed tools to these people, ordering them to build the walls of the joyful Union sect within a day. Looking at their dejected figures, Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. Then, he glanced at the sky with a cold smile, and his mental power immediately crossed thousands of miles, locking onto the target. This prelude is too weak. If that's all you've got, you might as well kneel down one by one and lick the soles of my shoes. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll spare your lives in the future. Brat, don't regret it. Today is your death day. The furious voice made Hatcher especially excited. The big fish finally took the bait. Using these people to test the formation couldn't be better. Chapter 41. Since you're here, prepare to die. The wind howled fiercely, and the sky was stripped of clouds. When people saw over a dozen colossal spaceships streaking across the sky, they knew that the real climax was about to unfold. This signaled the entrance of the 5 major sects and the Xiuxian sect. How overwhelming it feels. Is this what the strength of a grand sect looks like? These ships are like monsters. A young cultivator looked astonished, trembling uncontrollably before these creations as if facing divine wrath. You underestimate these ships too much. Calling them instruments for the extermination of sects wouldn't be an exaggeration. An elder explained, these ships are capable of both offense and defense. One blast, and even the mightiest experts will turn to ashes. Does this mean the xiuxian sect is dead meat this time? That's obvious. Guaranteed to die. Deploying such a force is complete overkill. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, flags filled the sky above Xiuxian Mountain, filling the world with a chilling aura. Hatcher, your death is nigh. Looking at the youth on the hill, the Inigo stood at the bow of his ship and declared arrogantly, Old scoundrel, had it not been for my leniency, you would have been killed by the Amal long ago. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you dare to challenge us openly. Truly ungrateful. At these words, all the authority figures' faces darkened severely. Hatcher had casually brought up their most embarrassing memory. There are some things even the greatest can't tolerate. What does a mere child know of the vastness of the world? We've come here to seek justice for those innocent lives taken by you. Prepare to die quietly. As he spoke, the heavenly essence became wildly turbulent. The dozen warships simultaneously gathered power, revealing their menacing cannon muzzles. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of spirit stones were consumed. A dazzling light flickered in the cannons, about to transform into thunder and pour out, destroying everything in their path. Hatcher stared with wide eyes, not fear but excitement visible on his face, as if a child discovering an intriguing toy. How foolish. Why didn't I create more of these useful gadgets in my previous life? He patted his head, scrutinizing the ships closely, comprehending their construction thoroughly in mere moments. To his discerning eye, these ships were far too crude. If crafted by him, weapons 100 times stronger could be forged. Unfortunately, setting up formations had already consumed too many materials. At this thought, Hatcher's eyes lit up again. Dismantling these ships would solve the material issue. I originally intended to play along nicely, but since you're so accommodating, let's get straight to the main course. With Hatcher's mental command, the xiuxian formation expanded instantly, enveloping everyone within its confines. Xiuxian, Stars Shift. The formation began to activate, demonstrating just a fraction of its power to effortlessly manipulate space. With the ripple of spatial distortion, the dozen spaceships vanished in an instant, relocated by Hatcher elsewhere. Only the strong cultivators of the major sects remained, looking bewildered, completely clueless about what had transpired. My ship? What happened to our massive ships? Even the deputy head displayed a ghost-like expression, staring intently at Hatcher. Little brat, did you do this? Would you stop talking? Do you not know how disgusting your two large yellow teeth are? Grandfather will mercifully help you with them right now. Another wave of spatial distortion spread, causing the deputy head's complexion to drastically change. Before he could react, his two front teeth were gone. The only thing he could do was emit a melodious scream of agony. Now, everyone was certain that this was Hatcher's doing. It's a formation. He deployed a very powerful formation. Someone realized the situation, leading to confusion amongst them. Any formation that could affect space must be at least level 7. This revelation shocked them immensely. From when they learned that the xiuxian sect started setting up the formation until now, barely 2 days had passed. What kind of expert could accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Could there be other great masters supporting the xiuxian sect from behind? This thought made many shudder in terror. Don't panic. Even with formations protecting him, he won't escape today. The deputy head, confident of victory, retrieved the annihilation mace from his ring. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief. This treasure specifically counters formations. Any array below level 8 can be broken with a single strike. What is that? Hatcher frowned, unable to clearly see what it was. Just give it here. With a wave of his hand, the annihilation mace was snatched away. The Brecken's face instantly paled significantly. He had been careless just now and didn't dodge. Brat, return my treasure immediately, he roared in anger. What's mine and yours? What's yours is mine. What's mine is still mine. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Hatcher's face showed disdain. This trash not even a dog would want. Here you go. In the next moment, the annihilation mace was back in the Brecken's hand. Haha, I can't believe you chose to court death. Say goodbye to your protective formation. The Brecken laughed maniacally and hurled the annihilation mace into the sky. With a loud bang, the annihilation mace struck the barrier of the formation, and then, it exploded. Nice fireworks anymore? Hatcher's voice snapped the stunned crowd back to reality. When they saw the smirk on the youth's face, they felt a chill run down their spines. The other party had already seen through the function of the annihilation mace, but still allowed them to attack at will, which could only mean one thing. The xiuxian sect's formation was impervious to it. This meant it was at least an 8th level formation. Not possible. Absolutely not possible. The Brecken doubted his life. The xiuxian sect's protective formation was an 8th level formation. Once fully activated, even he had no confidence in escaping unscathed. It seems you have no more tricks to entertain me. Since that's the case, it's time to wrap this up. Hatcher spoke indifferently, yet everyone felt their blood run cold. What do you plan to do? A friend from afar, how delightful indeed. Since you came, prepare to die. As the words fell, Hatcher's aura became unbearably intense. Xiuxian, primal unity. Boom. The true killing move was activated. Terrifying chaotic energy surged from all directions, crushing everyone to bits. Job done. Hatcher clapped his hands, looking at the sky without a drop of blood falling. Finally couldn't help but chuckle. A bunch of cowards, only sending avatars. Such a waste. Outside Xiuxian Mountain, the true bodies of the major sect's elders spat blood simultaneously, their faces filled with shock. They had just experienced a real taste of death. The avatars were extremely important. Once destroyed, their power would drastically decrease. Hurry, summon the enforcers. We need them to uphold justice. The Brecken screamed without regard for his dignity, fear already budding in his eyes. Chapter 42. You can't sail the ship away, but you can carry it away. The enforcer has arrived. A middle-aged powerhouse in a golden robe tore through the space and descended outside the red dust mountain. This was the Fremont among the enforcers, holding an extremely high position in the enforcer city, being the right hand of the Amal. At this moment, he was gazing at the heads of the major sects with an odd expression. He had seen ordinary people seek protection from the enforcers countless times, but had never experienced such a scene. Have you been dealt with by the Harmony sect? The Fremont barely held back his laughter, using much effort to ask this question. It's that little brat who used despicable means. The Elisha's face turned red. Admitting defeat pained him more than death. What despicable means? He used materials stolen from us to set up an 8th level array, specifically waiting for us to fall into the trap. Upon hearing this, the enforcer's calm expression instantly crumbled. He even thought there was something wrong with his ears. An 8th level array, what concept was that? Even the highest ranked array masters from the Array Master Association would take a month to set up such an array and still risk failure. Now, to hear that someone completed an 8th level array in less than 2 days made him skeptical right from the start. I don't believe it. However, he immediately believed it because Hatcher directly activated the Grand Array, transporting them all over. Seeing the graceful and handsome young man before him, the Fremont quickly reacted and then took a deep breath. As the Amal said, this child is truly extraordinary. He recalled the Amal's instructions before closing his meditation retreat, telling him to take care of Hatcher under any circumstances. Because the Amal suspected that Hatcher could refine 8th grade pills, which now seemed entirely possible. Young man, I am an enforcer, and you may also call me Spike. I have come here on behalf of these people to mediate the grievances between you. After saying this, he gave Hatcher a look, letting Hatcher instantly understand that this was one of his own. Spike, you came just in time. I was just looking for an enforcer to uphold justice, Hatcher said with a sorrowful expression, pointing at the leaders of the various sects. These people act without restraint and do as they please. This time, they brazenly sought to destroy our Harmony sect. Please mete out severe punishment to them. Upon hearing this, the various patriarchs were enraged to the point of fury. Little brat, in front of senior enforcer, how dare you accuse falsely? The vice patriarch jumped up, pointing at Hatcher's nose and scolding him. Not only did you steal our starship, but you also annihilated our avatars. Such sins are intolerable. What more do you have to say? Hatcher laughed outright, his mocking gaze unhidden. If I've disciplined you, it only shows that you're incompetent. Would you let a mosquito live just because it's weak? I wouldn't. His words nearly caused the others to spit blood. They were so hurtful, comparing them to pests and implying they were stupid, evil, and weak, trying to bully others but ending up getting thrashed. It was as if he treated their dignity like a doormat. Boy, stop twisting words. Quickly return our starship, and we'll leave immediately. The experts from the various sects knew they couldn't gain anything and thus proposed terms. Sorry, you can't sail the ship away, but you can carry it away. Hatcher clapped his hands, and piles of parts appeared before everyone's eyes. Ah! The new Blood God sect leader suffocated and fainted straight away. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, Hatcher disassembled their starship into parts. This was simply the destruction of celestial proportions. Each part of the starship was connected by secret forces, and once separated, the cost to reassemble would exceed building a new one. To them, these materials were no different from scrap metal. Bastard! The vice patriarch's cursing voice quivered. This loss was massive, making his heart bleed. Such an armed starship was a symbol of deterrence for a sect, each worth a fortune. Individually launched, it could easily exterminate a medium or small sect. Now, about half of the Jade Purity sect starships were destroyed, inevitably leading to reduced competitiveness, falling behind the Upper Purity sect and Supreme Purity sect. Thinking of this, madness filled his eyes. Senior Enforcer, I want to report that he has already killed hundreds of innocent cultivators. Please execute him on the spot. The Vice Patriarch played his ultimate card. Regardless, Hatcher's slaughter of scattered cultivators could not be escaped. If the enforcers pursued this, it could cripple him. Don't talk rubbish, I'm going to sue you for slander. Hatcher pointed at the other party and responded. Those people were coerced by your power. Out of pity for them, I took them in and protected them. How dare you slander? Watch me slap your face right now. Following this, Hatcher clapped his hands, and those who were undergoing labor reform came out. You are still alive? How is this possible? The Vice Patriarch said in disbelief. Old dog, you still have the nerve to say that. A Mackenzie stepped forward, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely as she scolded. It was all due to your coercion and inducement that we attacked the Hagen sect. Fortunately, Master Zhou is kind-hearted and returned good for evil, giving us a chance to live. He is our great benefactor. You dare to incite the populace. Spike's gaze turned sharp, making the leaders of the various sects shiver with fear. This is sheer slander. What proof do you have? The Vice Patriarch's eyes trembled. He recognized this woman. She had colluded with him before to stir up the crowd. They had agreed that after the deed was done, the Jade Purity sect would provide shelter for her and her family. Of course, it was just an empty promise. The Jade Purity sect wouldn't protect worthless ants. Humph. I knew you'd say that, so I prepared a sound recording array beforehand, willingly offering it to the enforcer. With these words, the Vice Patriarch's face turned completely pale. He knew he could no longer defend himself. This stab in the back was truly devastating. Now that things have come to this, what do you have to say? Spike's aura was imposing, ready to act at any moment. The Vice Patriarch couldn't understand how things had deteriorated to this point. He had bribed the enforcers, ensuring that Hatcher would be put at a disadvantage no matter what. But he hadn't expected the extremely high-ranking Fremont to arrive directly, foiling all his arrangements. It seems you have nothing to say. Not only did you incite wandering cultivators, but you also have prior offenses. Speak. Do you admit to being punished, or do you resist? Chapter 43. Killing the body and soul, going to extremes. We accept the punishment. The patriarchs were thoroughly frightened and did not hesitate to respond. Compared to enduring the harsh torture of the enforcers, they would rather suffer heavy losses. After saying this, all of them fell into a state of extreme dejection. They felt utterly humiliated, not only failing to avenge themselves but also suffering heavy losses. Perhaps seeking revenge was a mistake from the start. Wait. At that moment, Hatcher suddenly spoke up. He walked up to the Barkley and stared directly into his eyes. What do you want to do? Despite possessing immense cultivation, the Barkley felt chills down his spine in front of this young man, as if being targeted by a primordial beast. That day I saw you. Hatcher's words sent shivers down the other's spine. When the Amal was present, you all kept saying you admitted your mistakes. Why did you still come back to trouble my sect again? Spike also glanced over, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He seemed to turn mute, his eyes darting around rapidly, unable to find an acceptable reason. Speak quickly. You are renowned major sects. Can anyone really coerce you? Hearing these words, the other party's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes. We were coerced. The culprit is this old bastard. The Barkley immediately understood, pointing at the Delbert. The patriarchs of the other 4 major sects also caught on, joining in to accuse Jade Purity Sect. Better to sacrifice one's friends than oneself, and it wasn't entirely unjust either. This revenge plan was orchestrated by him, and there was no way for him to escape responsibility. You, how dare you? The vice patriarch's eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably. Enforcers' rules dictate that accomplices aren't questioned, but the ringleaders must be dealt with. Originally, 6 sects sharing the blame wouldn't have been catastrophic, but now, as the principal offender, it wouldn't be easy to get away. His bloodshot eyes stared at Hatcher, feeling like his insides were exploding. This time, he was completely ruined. You cruel little beast. Are you truly going to annihilate your former sect? Are you begging for mercy? Hatcher asked from a position of superiority, infuriating the other who felt deeply disrespected. What are you? Don't look down on me. I am the Delbert, above 10,000 people. The world should respect and fear me. How dare you treat me like this? Above 10,000, what arrogance. Spike sneered and slapped the man, sending him coughing up blood. It seems you haven't realized your place yet. You can speak your final words in the Sky Prison. We have plenty of time. A golden chain flew out from Spike's sleeve, effortlessly binding the vice patriarch and suppressing his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a once mighty figure became a prisoner, his face ashen. Little brother, I will take my leave first. The compensation from these sects will be sent soon. Spike said to Hatcher, silently marveling at the person the Amal favored, able to toy with these people so effortlessly. Thank you, Elder. Hatcher smiled and replied, just send the compensation from the 5 major sections. As for Jade Purity Sect's portion, I am willing to donate it all to reward the enforcers who helped me. Upon hearing this, Spike remained expressionless but nodded slightly. I will remember that. You vicious little beast. The vice patriarch trembled with fear. Now, the enforcers, to maximize their gain, would drain him of all his worth. He was utterly ruined. The other patriarchs also felt chills run through them. They had thought the Delbert was already cunning enough, but this boy was 10 times more sinister. With this, the decapitation action of several major sects officially failed. After watching them leave, Hatcher's gaze fixed on the Mackenzie who had testified. Before he could ask, she prostrated herself. Please see me, young master. My name is Isabel. I was pursued by enemies and wandered aimlessly. To seek protection, I joined those people. Please show mercy and give me a chance to live. Hatcher's eyes twinkled, then he smiled. We're about to travel far and need someone to guard the gate. It will be you. He tossed her a token that allowed passage through the great array. Thank you, young master. Isabel expressed deep gratitude, bowing vigorously. Just returning to the depths of the sect, Hatcher saw the 3 women waiting for him. Previously, Hatcher had instructed them not to show themselves, and now that the storm had passed, they finally relaxed. The person you left behind feels off to me, the master said. Freya spoke directly to the point. She is entwined with an indistinct evil aura, as if she were. That's the aura of a celestial demon. Hatcher directly gave the answer, causing the 3 women's faces to drastically change. Yet you still dared to give her the token. Isn't this like inviting a wolf into your house? Freya asked, somewhat worried. Celestial demons are the mortal enemies of all humans. Once discovered, they must be immediately destroyed. I can only say that she used to be a celestial demon. Now, most of her demonic aura has dissipated, and she has begun transforming into a human. These words struck them like thunder. It was hard for them to believe that while they knew humans could fall into demons, they had never heard of a celestial demon converting into a human. Moreover, in the eyes of celestial demons, humans are no different from food. How could they lower themselves to convert into human form? Do you want to keep her close to observe her? Freya suddenly asked. Exactly. I have a premonition that this woman will bring us a great surprise. Hatcher said with a sinister smile. In his previous life, he had slaughtered countless celestial demons, and he wondered if this time it would be a big catch or a treasure. As night fell, the pale moonlight illuminated Jade Purity Sect, adding an extra layer of desolation. Damn vermin, why can't you die? Your life must be really tough. Adrian was raging inside his residence. He had thought that with the combined forces of 6 sects, Hatcher would surely die, but he hadn't expected that a master array practitioner would protect him, allowing him to escape. Junior brother, what did you do to me? Why do I feel so strange? Aisha struggled to speak, twisting her delicate body as if resisting some intense desire. Upon hearing this, Adrian became even more furious. The love charm he had planted on Aisha had taken effect, which should have been a good opportunity to possess her. But since his crotch had been kicked by Hatcher, a certain function of his temporarily disappeared, increasing his hatred for Hatcher. All this is your fault. For daring to make me unhappy, I will make your woman betray you. His eyes turned red as he tried to control the love charms he had planted in Talia and the Tiana a few days ago. In the Bliss sect, for master-disciple pairs watched the love charms flickering restlessly, each with varying expressions. Only Freya's face was nearly frozen. Give me the love charm. I want this lustful rogue to pay the price. Chapter 44. Gwyneth's Fated One. Vera grabbed the love charm and, channeling her heavenly power, immediately refined it. A stream of light later, the 2 charm insects merged into one, transforming into a gemstone. This is now an inverted love charm, having evolved into a mother charm. The charm on the caster's body has demoted to a baby charm. Whoever holds the mother charm can control the caster's desires. Hatcher couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He never expected Vera's countermeasure to be so ruthless. Adrian was truly courting death by casting a love charm on someone from the Hawan sect. Filthy pervert, go mate with the wild boar. Vera soared into the sky, aimed in a certain direction, and hurled the mother charm. Hatcher's mental strength followed closely. When he saw the charm taking root on a wild boar, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, Adrian would likely lose sleep. But who else lost sleep besides Adrian? Inside a true person's cave abode in the Xiuxian sect, Gwyneth was plagued by terrible nightmares. Being so powerful, she only needed meditation to replenish her spirit and no longer required sleep. However, recently, she had been thinking too much, especially about Hatcher being slandered by fellow disciples, which mentally tormented her. Thus, she took a rare rest. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw a scene that chilled her to the bone. Under a broken sky, Hatcher stood mid-air, looking grand and graceful. He seemed so pure and flawless, almost ready to step into the supreme Stewart realm, achieving eternal legend. But this path was violently interrupted. A delicate hand tightly gripped the sword, stabbing it into his chest, wildly twisting as if they were mortal enemies. Facing this, Hatcher did not resist, instead watching with a mournful smile, mumbling words until his life force finally waned and he fell into the abyss. No! Gwyneth screamed heartbreakingly and woke up instantly. Her nightgown was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to her body, revealing alluring curves. She felt her mouth dry, her heartbeat at its peak. At her cultivation level, meaningless dreams no longer occurred. Dreams now carried significance, either indicating cultivation mishaps or foreshadowing future events. Why am I dreaming such things? Even if real, I should rejoice at the death of that rebellious disciple, not grieve for him. She struggled to regulate her breathing, but to little avail. The image of Hatcher's heart being stabbed haunted her mind, causing paralysis and prolonged unease. Not good. I'm suffering from deep nightmares. She recognized the severity of the situation. She remembered facing worse nightmares a decade ago, almost fatal ones. After a particular event, those nightmares ceased, and her cultivation proceeded smoothly thereafter. What happened then? Such a significant event shouldn't be forgotten. She dwelled on this, trying to recall. Feeling exhausted again, she drifted back into sleep. The familiar scene reappeared, the same hand, the same sword, piercing the same person. Hatcher continued mumbling right before death. This time, part of his words remained. The thing I regret most in my life? Interrupted, Gwyneth woke up again, panting heavily. He regrets? What does he have to regret? If this dream revealed the future, it meant Hatcher genuinely regretted something in the future. Could it be? Gwyneth considered a possibility, her eyes sparkling. I knew that rebellious disciple would come to regret breaking ties with me, she said triumphantly. Based on this, the identity of the woman who killed him must be clear. None other than the Irma Vera. Summon Hongxiu at once. She commanded without delay. Hongxiu, whose name was Fiona, was her second disciple, exceptionally skilled in talisman drawing and prophecy. Her talent was unmatched in a millennium. Gwyneth summoned her to use her divination skills to complete the predictive dream and extract the prophecy to announce it publicly. Doing so would ruin Vera's reputation, make Hatcher regret deeply, and reveal who could truly protect him. The mere thought of this brought an exhilarated smile to her face, and the frustration accumulated over the past few days seemed to vanish. Master, I have arrived. Fiona floated in, wearing a bagua robe with a cinnabart between her eyebrows. She was elegant and simple, clearly beautiful, but exuded an aura that kept people at arm's length. Girl, tonight I sensed something and had a prophetic dream, but unfortunately, it was incomplete, leaving me unable to fully grasp its meaning. Gwyneth came straight to the point. I need your skill in divination to complete the dream. What do you think? Of course, it's possible. Fiona closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded happily and began drawing talismans and setting up an array. Half an incense stick later, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled faintly, saying to Gwyneth, I'm ready. Master, please bring Six's junior brother here. Hearing this, Gwyneth's brow furrowed slightly. By Six's junior brother, Fiona meant Hatcher. Fiona, who frequently dealt with heavenly mysteries and often secluded herself, had not yet learned that Hatcher had been expelled from the sect. Why him? Can't you do it alone? Upon hearing this, Fiona showed an expression of rare surprise. What's wrong? Did Master say something inappropriate? Master, don't you remember? Little junior brother can shield you from calamity and stabilize your destiny. Only he by your side can ensure everything goes smoothly for you. What? Gwyneth's eyes widened instantly, as if struck by lightning. She finally recalled what happened 10 years ago. Back then, she was plagued by nightmares and almost suffered from a mental breakdown. To find peace, Fiona read her fortune. The divination revealed that she would encounter 3 disasters and 4 tribulations in her life, which could only be Huajie if she found someone fated to stabilize her destiny. Following this advice, she sought out a young boy during the Yangday, hour, and Yang Minute on the southern hill and took him as her disciple. This boy was her fated one, Hatcher. Master, master. Only after Fiona called out several times did Gwyneth slowly regain her senses. There's no time to waste. Quickly bring Six's junior brother here. That rebel has already been expelled from the sect. Gwyneth said coldly. What? No more talk. Help me interpret the dream. That wayward disciple will return soon enough. She spoke eagerly, desperate to uncover the truth that would make Hatcher regret. Chapter 45. Hatcher's Token, the Terrifying Sky. Master, are you sure about this? Sky's face was very grim, and a trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. Is there any problem? Gwyneth's voice gradually became icy cold. She was starting to become impatient. Hee. Of course not. Master has boundless good fortune. Even if the 6th apprentice brother is temporarily away, Master can still take care of yourself. After saying this, she took out an incense burner from her bosom and silently lit it. What is this? Is it also part of the heavenly calculations technique? Gwyneth asked subconsciously. Yes, this is the divine guidance incense, which allows Master to enter the prophetic state more easily. Then let's begin. Gwyneth nodded and sat down in the formation. As the formation slowly activated, she saw that familiar dream again. Waves crashed over, space shattered, and the universe split. What an incredibly intense battle. However, Gwyneth could not know the process and was destined to only reach the predetermined conclusion. With a plop, the sky was stained with blood, the near immortal's blood splashing down, reminding her that this scene would soon replay. In the next moment, Hatcher stood suspended in midair, his heart pierced by a long sword. Meanwhile, the mist surrounding the sword wielder gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance. Gwyneth held her breath. She didn't need to look to know the woman was Vera, but she insisted on confirming it for certainty. She was about to see Vera's hideous face. But then, her expression suddenly froze. This can't be. This absolutely can't be. Her face turned pale. Her disheveled hair flew wildly as she shrieked, as if suffering a huge blow. Because that woman wasn't Vera, it was herself. Gwyneth had killed Hatcher, perfectly predicting the future of her previous life. This is false. There must be something wrong. How could I kill him? Never ever. She completely lost it, her emotions boiling over, and 2 bloody tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks. At this moment, Hatcher in the dream suddenly turned his head and met her gaze. Tonger. Facing those gentle eyes, she called out instinctively, feeling some anticipation in her heart. The thing I regret most in my life is following you as my master. As these words were uttered, the light in Gwyneth's eyes instantly faded. At this moment, she felt as if thousands of snakes were devouring her heart, the pain cutting to the bone. No. Don't leave me. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood and woke up in reality. What happened to you, master? Sky asked anxiously. I'm fine. She shook her head, unable to help but laugh bitterly. She had thought she could catch Vera red-handed, but who knew the murderer was herself? Your condition is severe. The signs of the 3 disasters and 4 tribulations are showing signs of revival. Upon hearing this, fear appeared on Gwyneth's face. Anyone who cultivates might encounter the 3 disasters and 4 tribulations. It's just a matter of probability. But for people with extraordinary talent, heaven sends down punishment, greatly increasing their chances of facing calamities. And a few individuals are fated to endure 7 trials. Gwyneth was one such person. So-called 3 disasters and 4 tribulations. Disasters signify major calamities, while tribulations signify minor ones. The 3 disasters include body destruction catastrophe, soul chaos catastrophe, and Tao-cutting catastrophe, all of which can cause a cultivator to lose their cultivation. These 3 disasters are nightmares that make all cultivators tremble. The 4 tribulations refer to unwarranted tribulation, bringing nightmares, life constraint tribulation, hindering cultivation, solitude tribulation, leading to abandonment by all, and abandonment tribulation, causing one to forget their past. Gwyneth's current symptoms indicated the onset of unwarranted tribulation and abandonment tribulation. What should we do? Must I really apologize to that rebellious disciple and bring him back? Gwyneth said resistively. She had never considered bowing to anyone, especially not Hatcher. No. Sky directly rejected the idea. You have already severed ties, and he has found a new patron. Forcing a reunion will harm both sides. Then what should we do? Simple. Make him lose his patron, crush him until he hits rock bottom, then bring him under your control. Then you two can fit together perfectly as before. Hearing this, Gwyneth immediately perked up. This way, she wouldn't have to submit to Hatcher, yet she could safely navigate the tribulations, a win-win situation. And the cost was merely making Hatcher suffer a little more, but she would compensate adequately later. Indeed, that's exactly what I had in mind. Gwyneth nodded. In that case, Master should rest more. I will take my leave now. Sky stood up to leave, but was stopped. Girl, you're the best to me. That's for sure. We are of the same lineage. The better my master's fortune, the more benefits I will gain. Sky smiled charmingly, but as soon as she left the grotto, her expression turned grim. Idiot. Useless trash. Wretch. She raged. I showed you a grand path, and you don't follow it. Don't blame me for being merciless. Her path of heavenly calculations required relying on a person of great fortune to succeed, and Gwyneth was the chosen one with such fortune. She watched Gwyneth about to transcend the 3 disasters and 4 tribulations, but did not expect her to self-destruct at the last moment, ruining everything she had set up. Therefore, she changed her mind, deciding not to depend on Gwyneth anymore. Instead, she decided to devour Gwyneth's good fortune and reach the great Tao by strengthening herself. From now on, the worse off Gwyneth became, the more benefit Sky would gain. Thus, she fabricated lies to prevent Hatcher from reconciling with Gwyneth. However, this was unnecessary. No matter what, Hatcher would never forgive Gwyneth again. I bet my dear master is feeling extremely comfortable now. Enjoy it while you can. Sky's smile was mocking. When she heard that Hatcher had been expelled from the sect, she immediately harbored murderous intentions, which is why she lit the incense. Gwyneth could not know that it was the long-lost incense of disaster amplification, specifically used to magnify her calamities. Inside the immortal real person's grotto, indeed as Sky had thought, Gwyneth was undergoing cruel torment. She was kneeling on the ground, both hands covering her head, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. My head feels like it's going to split open. Who can save me? Who can help me? At this moment, she was no longer the lofty immortal real person but a helpless weak woman, easily manipulated by anyone, leaving her powerless to resist. Before her voice even faded, an even more intense pain surged, nearly driving her to collapse. In an instant, she sweated profusely, her body contorting and convulsing, attacking everything around her uncontrollably. Boom! A burst of energy swept through, causing a nearby cabinet to suddenly topple, scattering treasures all over the floor. Only an unremarkable wooden ball rolled over and stopped at her feet. At this moment, Gwyneth regained her normal state, and the pain that had just assaulted her miraculously vanished. This wooden ball. She bent down to pick it up, her pupils suddenly constricting as she remembered its origin. Wasn't this the token that Hatcher gave her as a sign of respect when he asked to become her disciple? Its presence calms disasters, and its token suppresses tribulations. This saying is indeed true. She muttered to herself, feeling nothing but profound bitterness. Chapter 46, Hatcher, Master, go play elsewhere. Tonger, my disciple. Millie called out with a surge of emotions. When she swept her mental power over the small wooden ball, her expression immediately turned moved. Ripples of mental waves emanated from the wooden ball, interwoven with incredibly pure wish power. This was the wish engraved by a young boy's sincere love at the cost of his mental strength. I, Hatcher, beseech heaven and earth for my master to be free from calamity and live in peace. I, Hatcher, pray to time for my master to leave a good name that lasts for millennia and be admired for thousands of years. I, Hatcher, ask fate to bless my master with fewer worries, sorrows, and a smooth path towards the great way. These unremarkable wishes had turned into an impregnable barrier, protecting Millie from countless disasters and nightmares. Only now did she understand that it wasn't her protecting Hatcher. Instead, Hatcher had protected her. Each word felt like a chisel, deeply piercing into her heart. The disciple she once despised and looked down upon turned out to be the person she owed the most. Now, that person had been cruelly driven away by her. Enduring humiliation and having his cultivation disabled, he must have become utterly disheartened and left without hesitation. At that time, Hatcher must have been extremely desperate. The person he trusted most betrayed him. The person he respected most hated him. The person he lingered for wronged him. The more Millie recalled, the more she felt as if her heart was being sliced with knives, unbearable pain surging through her. Putting herself in Hatcher's shoes, she felt suffocating. That feeling of being completely unsupported and isolated in the world was something she couldn't endure even for a second. Suddenly, the small wooden ball glowed, indicating that Millie had just encountered another disaster. It was a loneliness tribulation caused by abandonment, but the wooden ball blocked it off. She carefully picked up the wooden ball, using golden threads to string it around her long neck. A closer look revealed 12 faintly shimmering light points on the wooden ball. Those were 12 wishes, all serving as protective charms for her. Tonger, rest assured, no matter what, I will bring you back. She muttered to herself, forgive me, although my methods may be intense and might cause you some pain, it will pass soon. Then, I will treat you twice as well. Pretending to be profoundly emotional, tears streamed down her face as she clung tightly to the wooden ball. If Hatcher were present, he would only find it disgusting. These were merely crocodile tears. Far away on Red Dust Mountain, Hatcher felt a chill and sneezed suddenly. Who's cursing me? He murmured to himself. Hagwon Sect had just received good news. The compensation from the 5 major sects had arrived. Even more worth celebrating was that the deputy head of Xiuxian Sect had been executed and reported to Yama prematurely. Hatcher felt nothing. One deputy head goes down, another comes up. There were plenty of them in Xiuxian Sect, so he wasn't worried. At that moment, he was undertaking a grand project. Under the astonished and admiring gazes of the 3 girls, he was building a ship never seen before. An unprecedented, terrifying spacecraft. The Tiana held the blueprint of the spacecraft, looking as puzzled as a dog watching stars. Vera also frowned, showing her confusion. They were outsiders, and they simply couldn't understand. Only Talia could grasp some of its essence. After reviewing the blueprints, she sincerely praised. Senior brother is the greatest in the world. Of course, I've never doubted that. You're bragging about being fat, and now you're wheezing. The Tiana coldly snorted, giving Hatcher a disdainful glance before turning her gaze to Talia. Weren't you illiterate? How can you understand such profound things? Don't underestimate people. Talia said proudly, I'm not boasting, but all paths in the world are within my grasp. I just indulge in swordsmanship alone. So you dare to be arrogant. The Tiana mercilessly countered, so powerful, yet you got killed in one move. Upon hearing this, Talia immediately became dejected. Since joining Hagwon Sect and constantly sparring with Hatcher, she had made significant improvements. For a while, she even thought her swordsmanship was nearly equal to Hatcher's. But every time they formally fought, she couldn't even see Hatcher's second move. When she was on the ground, she thought Hatcher was on the mountain. When she climbed the mountain, he had already flown into the sky. The gap was that large. Are you all dead? Don't you see I'm busy? You really lack common sense. Hurry up and help me connect the parts. Hatcher scolded the 3 women impatiently. The ultimate battleship was even harder to construct than a level 9 formation, with hundreds of thousands of parts, each connection requiring deep knowledge. It was too much for him alone. Coming. The Tiana and Talia enthusiastically approached, receiving instructions from Hatcher on how to connect the parts before they began working according to the blueprint. Let me help as well. Vera felt an itch in her hands. After glancing at the blueprint, she dazedly picked up a hammer and lightly pounded down. Wait. The Tiana's face changed drastically. With a loud boom, blazing flames enveloped by shockwaves erupted, blasting the 3 of them flying. The 2 girls fell headfirst into the grass, while Hatcher was thrown headfirst into the wall. He struggled to pull his head out, looking at Vera in disbelief. I was wrong. I offer compensation. I'll give you double compensation. Can you tell me how you managed that? Hatcher had stunned many people numerous times, yet he was repeatedly shocked by Vera. How could someone's manipulation skills be so poor? I used to be very precise, but ever since I developed a heart demon, I've been like this. So it's a delusion tribulation? Hatcher suddenly understood. Heart demons were one of the 3 disasters and 4 calamities, which could be categorized under delusion tribulation or the disaster of severing the path. Why don't you go play somewhere else? The 3 of us can manage. Vera pouted her lips, looking as if she had been bullied, but could only obediently listen, because her help was nothing but trouble. However, just watching from the side, her gaze was soon drawn to Hatcher and couldn't look away. This confident youth seemed endless to admire. I must record this moment. She took a deep breath, activating the Hihen Tiangong, painting in midair, sketching Hatcher's eyebrows and eyes. But her control was so poor that every stroke went awry. surprisingly unpredictable and amusing. One more time. Start over. Ruined. Start again. Phew. Finally it somewhat resembles him, but it's not enough. Next time will be better. She continuously discarded her drawings, yet felt a profound calm within her, neither arrogant nor impatient, pursuing perfection. Unbeknownst to her, during this process, her delusion tribulation was gradually dissipating, bringing her closer to her peak self. After a long while, boundless light erupted within the joyful Union sect. The ship was completed, just as Hatcher and the others sighed in relief. Boom. Instantly, thunder rolled across the sky, and mountains trembled. A terrifying aura spread through the vast sky, as if ready to annihilate everything, causing immense disaster. If not for the level 9 formation here suppressing it, the world would have known. This is the Tiana. Seeing this celestial phenomenon, instantly widened her eyes. Postnatal holy artifact, heavenly authority descended. Others also looked shocked. Hatcher had gone too far. Clearly, they had built the ship manually, yet it could be recognized by the way of heaven as a post-natural holy artifact, causing such a phenomenon? Just as the three were about to cheer, there was a soft thud. Vera's painting dropped to the ground, and she stared dumbfounded at the terrifying warship. This ship was pitch black, radiating a rigid and cold aura. Though only a dozen yards long, Vera felt immense pressure from it. This was no longer a ship, but a magical artifact. Riding this ship, no matter how vast the sky, there was nowhere one couldn't reach. Huh? What are you drawing, master? The Tiana, with sharp eyes, saw the fallen painting. Instantly, Vera's expression changed wildly, immediately retrieving the painting, looking guardedly at the other. Chapter 47 Vera. My whole being is yours now. You must give me what I want. You're acting suspicious. What are you drawing? The April was alert, her sharp gaze looking over. I won't tell you. Vera smiled faintly, her smile deep with meaning. Let me see it. No. She gently put away the drawing with grace that exuded elegance. I'm also very interested in what you were doing just now. Hatcher's expression was surprised. He had originally planned to find a time to help Vera overcome her impending calamity, but now it seemed unnecessary. This is a secret. Even the little one can't see it. Vera's cheeks were flushed. She would be too embarrassed if Hatcher found out she had been secretly drawing him. Well. Hatcher chuckled and waved his hand before taking out 2 jade plaques. I've crafted these into amulets using some of the remaining materials. Keep them on your person. They might come in handy. After speaking, he handed the jade plaques to the April and Talia. The jade contained his mental energy, capable of resisting heart demons and mental attacks, possibly saving a life when necessary. With care, said the April as she accepted it with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. Talia held the jade plaque carefully close, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Vera looked longingly from the side, tugging slightly at Hatcher's sleeve when she saw there wasn't one for her. What about mine? Hatcher's brow twitched. Looking at her with a helpless expression, he asked, You want one too? They both have one. Why don't I? Vera pouted like a little girl who felt jealous, not letting up. But this is a protective charm. With your strength, do you really need something like this? Then you haven't exchanged tokens with me when you became my master yet. Isn't that? Hatcher stopped mid-sentence, meeting Vera's shimmering eyes, suddenly speechless. You've already placed the harmony lock on me, which means you own all of me. Isn't this enough? Cough, cough. Hatcher cleared his throat. Her logic left him without any counter-argument. So, give me some time to prepare properly. Vera beamed immediately and instructed hurriedly. It absolutely can't be worse than the token from initiation. It should be at least 10 times better. Yes, everything will go according to your wishes. Hatcher chuckled. So Vera was actually competing with Gwyneth. The little one, you're the best. Vera succeeded, her gaze once again drawn to the warship. The little one, you should name this ship. Let's call it Red World. Hatcher suggested. Now everything is ready. It's time we head to the heavenly Dao domain to bring our families back. His words instantly excited Vera immensely. She had been waiting for this moment for many years. Nellie, just hold on a bit longer. Master is coming to save you. Your little junior brother is powerful. He will make those who bullied you pay. With these words, the spacecraft shot into the sky at an astonishing speed. Unlike the excitement of the 3 women, Hatcher sat cross-legged on the deck, exploring paths to break through. For him, cultivating to higher levels was effortless since in his past life. He had almost reached the pinnacle and endured all tribulations, encountering no bottlenecks. However, achieving imperial status was far from easy. Not only did one need cultivation approaching the Dao, but also one had to cultivate spiritual power into the imperial realm, simultaneously transcending 6 realms. These 6 realms were collectively known as the 6 void imperial realms. No awareness, no form, no self, infinite, limitless, invincible. In his previous life, Hatcher could not step into any of these realms, having barely set half a foot into the no-awareness realm, reaching the level of omniscient law. Reborn now, he had rebuilt his foundation and felt the no-awareness realm loosening, perhaps needing only one battle to break through smoothly. He anticipated it. In a deep forest near Mount Red World, Isabel knelt devoutly before a coffin. Great Holy Heart Demon Lord, your loyal servant asks for your return. As soon as she finished speaking, the coffin stirred. A loud boom resounded, and the lid exploded open, releasing a strong energy. Strangely, this energy was not evil or murky but carried a hint of sanctity, entirely different from heavenly demon chi. Then, a beautifully sculpted little girl emerged from the coffin, looking rather adorable. Isabel, I didn't expect you to still follow me. The little girl's voice was complex. She had once been an unparalleled demon lord, betrayed and killed by fellow demon lords due to her refusal to massacre humans. Now reborn, she sought to distance herself from those heavenly demons. She was now a pure human. My lord's sacred heart? The other demon lords have already calculated that you may have successfully reincarnated. and they are likely to send people to assassinate you at this critical moment. So you must move with me to a safe place. Before Isabel could finish speaking, a sinister aura suddenly attacked. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the mighty Paulette would also fall to such a plight? Truly a gift from heaven. A chilling voice echoed, causing both servant and master to change expressions. Inauspicious, the minions of the other demon lords are here, come with me quickly. Isabel acted swiftly, grabbing the reincarnation of the Paulette and rushing towards the Joy Sect. Chapter 48. The Wondrous Journey of Demon Lord Camille. Where do you think you can run? A sinister voice full of mockery echoed from behind. Who are you? How dare you chase and hunt the honorable Camille? Aren't you afraid of overstepping boundaries and facing the punishment of being pierced by 10,000 swords? Isabel rebuked with pain as she fled. He. Lady Camille betrayed her own position and has been stricken off the roster of demons. Several demon lords have issued orders to hunt her down. Do you think I would pass up on this great opportunity for merit? The opponent laughed darkly, his voice drawing closer, filled with a sense of oppression. Let me allow you to understand before you die. Remember to tell Yama in the underworld that it was Commander Gabriel who sent you on your final journey. Servant of the Exiled Demon Lord. Demon Lord Camille clenched her teeth, harboring resentment deep within. That Exiled Demon Lord had always been at odds with her, and his share of sin lay in the death she faced. We can't escape. Put me down and flee. Demon Lord Camille made a swift decision, unable to bear watching her loyal servant suffer alongside her. Hearing this, Isabel was profoundly moved, ready to dedicate everything for her demon lord. Rest assured, my lord, I found a great protector who can keep us safe. At that moment, the token Isabel carried began to glow, followed by spatial fluctuations that transferred them to Red Dust Mountain. Demon Lord Camille looked around in surprise. They were now at the xiuxian sect. We are safe. Isabel breathed a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Do we really think we're safe? Camille surveyed the surroundings doubtfully. This broken-down sect seemed unlikely to offer protection. At that moment, dark clouds gathered overhead, surging toward them. That guy is chasing us again. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you running now? Run faster. It'll add to my enjoyment. The demon commander spoke as if he were a cat playing with a mouse, reveling in tormenting his prey. Since you won't run, then die. Just as he was about to strike, his expression changed drastically, sensing an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. What is this thing? The commander's face showed fear, feeling insignificant like an ant under this pressure, akin to the will of heaven and earth. Shintian Jiuhua, Huanyuan Gi. No. Blood dissolved, bones shattered, organs crumbled, leaving only ashes that were dispersed by the wind. How could this be? Am I dreaming? Demon Lord Camille was drenched in sweat, also terrified by what had just happened. Though she had never killed humans, she liked observing them. In her understanding, there was no human strong enough to set up such an array. Could it be that humans were hiding their top experts, waiting to launch a devastating blow against the demonic race? Isabel, tell me, have you truly seen that human who set up the array? Yes, he was a handsome youth, not seemingly very powerful. Superficial. He must be disguising himself. The real person must be a super ancient monster. I thought so too. Demon Lord Camille's face turned serious, suddenly inhaling a refreshing scent. What? This is definitely a great nourishment. Her eyes lit up as she followed the aroma to the herbal chamber. Heavens, it's the 7-star by Lotus, which can help me quickly restore my cultivation. She was about to pounce. Wait, my lord, this will anger that great one. Isabel tried to stop her urgently. Camille couldn't help but swallow hard. To look but not eat is torture. Just one leaf. Surely, he won't notice. If he doesn't notice, it won't count as a transgression. She comforted herself, reaching out her hand. At that moment, a massive wave rippled through the air, pressing directly on Demon Lord Camille. Aya! She screamed, being flattened to the ground, her small face turning pale. I admit my mistake. Don't kill me, I'm still a child. Boom. A vague figure appeared in midair, though unrecognizable in features. Isabel fell to her knees immediately. It couldn't be anyone other than Hatcher. She sweated coldly, realizing how unpredictable the master was, able to manifest even from afar. Suddenly, thunderous sounds echoed, and the figure moved, forming spirit energy into palm-like shapes, striking Demon Lord Camille's buttocks repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of spanking continued, like a parent disciplining an unruly child, making Isabel shiver inside. Wah wah wah. Stop it. How can you bully a child? I'm already scared. Why are you still hitting me? It hurts. Isabel was also trembling, kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped around the token as she begged for mercy. Honorable one, my lady has realized her mistake. Please forgive her this time. A moment later, that overwhelming sense of oppression finally disappeared. Demon Lord Camille plopped down onto the ground, then jumped up abruptly, clinging to Isabel's body. Are you crying? Nonsense, I am a dignified demon lord, someone who doesn't bat an eye at killing. How could I cry? Wah wah wah. The little girl felt extremely wrong now but still sobbed. I need to revise my report on humans. There are indeed some terrifying individuals among them. Chapter 49. What level are you to play bumper boats with me? Ha ha. Thousands of miles away, Hatcher couldn't help but chuckle. I thought I had caught a big fish, but unexpectedly it's an utterly harmless person. Since that's the case, let him live for now. He might be of some use in the future. He muttered to himself, easily deciding Camille's fate. What are you laughing at? Melissa glanced over. Nothing much, just thought of something amusing. Several people were riding the wind and breaking through clouds, traveling day and night, having already left the territory of the Three Purities domain and about to enter the Heavenly Tao domain. Don't be nervous. Hatcher held her hand, making her tremble slightly. Little guy, what are you doing? Before she could finish speaking, Vera felt her finger turn cold as a shiny object appeared on her left ring finger. A ring? It's a token of trust, Hatcher emphasized, but saw her smile becoming more unrestrained. This is way better than that ugly woman's. Vera examined the radiant ring, her eyes gleaming as if they contained stars. At this moment, Talia raised the alarm. Master, there are 2 warships approaching from behind. They appear to be from the Free Will Sect. Upon hearing this, Vera's eyebrows furrowed, emitting an astonishing aura. What's wrong? Do you have an enemy? Hatcher asked. Not just an enemy, they are my mortal enemies. Vera gritted her teeth. The Amaze was once my senior sister. Because she was upset that the master passed the position to me, she led half the sect's resources and defected. The news drove our master to spit blood and die, and since then I have become biased and sowed the seeds of a demon within my heart. So, she turned out to be a traitor. Hatcher sneered. Speaking of which, do they practice the heavenly pleasure art as well? They don't have the qualification yet. Only the true sect leader can receive the complete inheritance and teach disciples. These people should only have learned the first level of heavenly pleasure art, and they've taken it to extremes. Hatcher drew in a sharp breath. The first level of heavenly pleasure art was about dual cultivation techniques, where male and female could mutually benefit, enhancing each other. However, if taken to extremes, it degenerated into licentious practices. Such actions would surely lead to disaster, making it hard for them to achieve the ultimate path. Can dual cultivation really balance yin and yang? Melissa suddenly asked, puzzling everyone else. Aren't you a Irma? How can you not know such things? Talia sized her up with strange eyes. My name is Demoness because I like tormenting others. She shot back at him. Don't just blame me. You've also learned dual cultivation techniques, haven't you practiced them? Cough. Sister, you know me. I love my sword so much that I have no interest in matters of love. Talia dodged the question, his gaze shifting toward Vera. Sweetie, you know me. Although I'm over 100 years old, I am still a girl. Ultimately, Vera's eyes fell on Hatcher, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Master, you understand me. In the past, I was, shall we say, a licking dog. That makes us feel reassured. All 3 women breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. A deafening roar approached swiftly. 2 warships from the Free Will Sect were speeding towards them, surrounding the red dust. Oh, isn't this my talented younger sister? Decades haven't seen us. How did you end up with just a small boat? A lascivious voice echoed. Hatcher looked over and saw an incredibly flirtatious woman. Her attire was so scant that even a beggar would weep in pity. It barely covered her private parts, revealing most of her skin when the wind blew. Even worse, her chest seemed stuffed with 2 watermelons, bouncing wildly with every slight movement, almost showing off her ample assets to all. Accelerate. Shake them off. Vera frowned, ignoring the taunt. Don't be in such a hurry. We haven't met in ages. Wouldn't it be nice to catch up? That woman grinned maliciously, positioning her warship sideways to block their path. This sight made Hatcher laugh out loud. What level are you to play bumper boats with me? Do you have the capability? Chapter 50. Wreck the ship, crush the spirit. Warning you once, move your ship out of the way. Hatcher's voice was calm, yet everyone could hear him. However, the other side ignored him completely. Second warning, move your ship away, or bear the consequences yourselves. Hatcher's voice turned severe. Upon hearing this, disdain spread across the faces of those on the opposite ship. What makes you think you're qualified to give us orders? From the ship, dozens of young men and women poked their heads out. They were in pairs, behaving intimately and boldly. A leading youth looked down at Hatcher and his company with mockery and ridicule in his eyes. Clearly, he was the leader of these disciples. The woman beside you is pretty good. How about we swap? His gaze greedily swept over Vera and the others, not hiding his possessiveness one bit. And the patriarch of the passionate sect merely watched from the side, with no intention of stopping anything. Talia drew his sword, while the Tiana's face darkened ominously, ready to take action at any time. But Hatcher smiled. He would not give anyone a third chance. Clutching the token in his hand, he pushed the Scarlet Dust's power to its limit. Boom! A terrifying roar came, causing waves of panic to rise among the crew on the opposite ship. They're crazy. They want to ram straight into us. Don't be afraid. It's all just posturing. I want to see if they have the guts. The corners of that youth's mouth curved up, taking it for granted that Hatcher and his company wouldn't dare. In his view, a small ship like the Scarlet Dust daring to collide head-on with theirs was no different from an egg hitting a rock. However, the backlash came swiftly. Before his words even faded, the warship beneath his feet emitted a loud explosion, followed by intense vibrations. Crazy fools. The facial expression of the passionate sect's patriarch aboard another ship changed drastically. She never thought Hatcher and company could be so reckless. Did they not fear death? Soon she understood why. Scarlet Dust slashed through their ship as easily as a red-hot steel blade cutting through butter, effortlessly cutting it in half while remaining unscathed itself. How could this be? Incredulity flashed across her face. Their spaceship was no papier-mâché toy, yet it proved helpless against the Scarlet Dust. What kind of monster is this ship? Or what kind of madman built it? Ah, Master, save me. As the spaceship fell apart, dozens of passionate sect disciples tumbled down from the sky like dumplings being dropped in a pot, flailing their limbs in the air. Especially the leading disciple. The confidence vanished from his face, replaced by thick terror. A bunch of useless waste. The Tiana sneered. Can't even fly gracefully through the air. Might as well reincarnate right away. The patriarch of the passionate sect's face turned unbearably grim. With a wave of her hand, she caught all the falling disciples. You go too far. Watching the destroyed spaceship, she trembled with pain, unable to comprehend when Vera had become so wild. Chase after them. I need to settle accounts. Eyeing the Scarlet Dust preparing to speed away, she gritted her teeth and issued the command. Boom! Her spaceship instantly roared like a beast, revving up to catch up quickly with the Scarlet Dust. Just then, Hatcher's voice rang out again from the Scarlet Dust. First warning, Come within 30 zhang of us, and we will destroy you outright. The passionate Sect disciples were startled and immediately slowed down. They did not want the only remaining ship to turn into fragments either. So you've finally seen sense. Hatcher nodded, saying, it seems teaching you a lesson through strength has proven effective. Once was enough. Upon hearing this, the faces of the passionate Sect disciples flushed red. It was open humiliation, no different from slapping them in the face. Proud. Let's see what you've got. The patriarch of the passionate Sect's face slightly changed. Then she stepped onto the air directly, flashing onto the scarlet dust and appearing before the four. Vera, long time no see. Zora, who gave you the audacity to come before me? Vera's expression was icy cold, mixed with dense disgust in her eyes. Hatcher sized up the other party. So the patriarch of the passionate Sect was named Zora, indeed a fine name. Humph, what do you have to be proud of? I heard that the Joyful Union Sect has utterly declined under your hands. If the master still exists in spirit, she must surely regret her past decision. Zora's tone was light, aiming directly at the sore spot, trying to shake Vera. However, it seemed Vera was prepared for this. She responded, the master should feel fortunate. If she really passed on her position to you, the Joyful Union Sect would have turned into a den of filth and vice long ago. Even in death, she wouldn't rest easy. This remark broke the other party instantly. Vera, don't act so sanctimonious in front of me, pretending to be a virtuous saint. You've had your share of men over the years, haven't you? Let me see your true colors. Before the words even finished, Zora's third eye at her brow center cracked open, staring intently at Vera. Moments later, she showed an incredulous expression. How is this possible? You're over 100 years old and still untouched by a man. How do you endure it? She then glanced at Talia and the Tiana, receiving the same results. This can't be real. Are you even worthy of being called members of the Joyful Union Sect? Zora went into a frenzy, as if she had suffered a huge blow. In the path of cultivation, only those who can restrain themselves can go further. The heavenly bliss art may involve yin-yang harmony, but it also requires moderating desires and not indulging excessively. Otherwise, it would destroy one's foundation. This was the lesson taught long ago by their former master, which she had long abandoned, but Vera had always adhered to. Thinking of this made her furious. Who are you trying to fool with your good student and obedient disciple act? That old thing is dead. Do you really expect her to crawl out of her grave to praise you again? You're jealous. Vera looked at her with pity. Jealous? Me? Ha ha ha. What a great joke. I never thought that after a few years apart, you've even learned humor. Zora ranted in a mad manner. Do you think I care for that old thing's praise? I never cared what she thought of me anyway. She never liked me, and it's all because of you. As she spoke, she noticed Hatcher beside her, her expression instantly turning gentle. I get it, there must be no man who likes you, which is why you're still single. Or maybe this boy has issues and can't satisfy the three of you. Shut up, get lost. Vera stepped in front of Hatcher, coldly ordering Zora. Haha, nervous now, looks like I hit the nail on the head. Let me help you stir up this boy's desire. With that, she channeled her heavenly art, focusing solely on Hatcher. Seductive dreams. Captivating soul. Chapter 51. Capturing Zora alive. Zora exuded a bewitching aura, enveloping Hatcher. She was wielding her most potent charm. The swirling red dust transformed into a gentle haven capable of making even a man with a heart of stone sink and kneel before her beauty. Zora's beauty and power rivaled Gwyneth, second only to Vera. Few could resist this move of hers. As expected, Hatcher's complexion changed, turning bright red as if he was struggling intensely against some sort of desire. Young man, seize the day and enjoy life. You should embrace what's in front of you with both hands. Missing out would mean endless regret. She spread her arms wide, showcasing her ample bosom more prominently, its whiteness dazzling almost painfully. Come, into big sister's arms. I'll treat you well, and soon you'll experience the most wonderful sensations in the world. Upon these words, Hatcher's face contorted even more painfully, seemingly at his limit of endurance. This scene delighted Zora immensely. She needed only a hint of her allure to make Vera's disciple act involuntarily. Auntie, you're so ugly. Hatcher's expression changed instantly, filled with disdain as though he was repulsed. Ha ha ha. Vera laughed in a melodious voice, evidently very pleased. She gently patted Hatcher's back. Don't be afraid. Master is here. As long as you stay behind me, the hideous monster can't do anything to you. Vera wrapped an arm around Hatcher, patting his back lightly. However, this warm exchange between master and apprentice felt like a thunderbolt to Zora. Auntie, you say I'm ugly? At that moment, her Taoist heart nearly shattered. For decades, people had called her malicious, licentious, but never ugly. With her unparalleled beauty and supreme enchantment skills, countless dignitaries had turned docile before her, bowing their heads and obeying her every command. This was her strength and pride, which she would not allow to be desecrated. Now this pride has been trampled by Hatcher, utterly defeated and stripped of all dignity. It was unbearable for her. Brat, who are you calling Auntie? Instantly, waves of killing intent surged forth, and Zora's anger boiled over. You're talking about me, aren't you? You ungrateful witch. To show off before my master. I'll give you one chance. Kneel down now and apologize to my master, and I might spare your life. Hatcher stared straight at her, eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Her heart ached under this piercing gaze. No man had ever looked at her this way. Others saw nothing but unbridled lust. My master is 1,000 times more beautiful than you. After getting used to her, you showing off in front of me is simply asking for humiliation. I will kill you. Zora finally snapped and lashed out at Hatcher in a fury. Come on then. Hatcher didn't dodge, focusing his terrifying mental energy into a hammer strike aimed directly at her forehead. It hurts. Zora retreated, feeling an excruciating pain surge through her mind. She couldn't figure out what Hatcher had done exactly. Is that all? Hatcher muttered to himself. This was his first time using mental energy for an attack since his rebirth. Judging by its effect, it should be enough to cause confusion even to a strong figure like Gwyneth. If his cultivation advanced further, he could wield stronger mental attacks, preventing Zora from escaping so easily. I didn't want to tangle with you, but since you've attacked, you'll have to stay. Vera's expression turned cold, her long hair turning white instantly. Zora's face twitched. She knew Vera was ready to get serious. Don't think I'm scared of you. If we fight here, your 3 disciples might get hurt. She tried to intimidate Vera, hoping to hold her back. Enough talk, die. The young demon girl struck first. Her opponent daring to threaten her master crossed a line. One step forward, and the sea of red dust rippled, dragging everyone into her realm. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. Zora scoffed, though her expression was grave. She knew none of her disciples could match this opponent. A clang echoed as a sword unsheathed. Talia joined the fray, adding his sword momentum. It's endless. Zora felt increasingly agitated, but had no choice but to carefully counterattack. The sword pressure was everywhere, unpredictable, and any carelessness would mean taking a hit. Combined with Vera's overwhelming presence, she found herself in immediate trouble. Damn it, these 2 brats are incredibly troublesome. Looks like I need a hostage to escape. Her mind raced rapidly, quickly identifying Hatcher as her target, seeing him as an easy catch. It's you that I've chosen. In her view, Hatcher had the weakest aura, making him the easiest to seize and would most incite hatred, thus almost an obligation to capture. In a flash, she decisively activated the Jade Devil Body, her aura soaring drastically, increasing by more than just 1 level. Following this, she forcefully opened a path, using her flesh to endure the trio's attacks as she charged straight toward Hatcher. Despite using protective spells, she still suffered serious injuries but paid no heed. For now her hand had already grasped Hatcher's shoulder. Boy, you finally fell into my hands. She suppressed the urge to vomit blood, a cold smile playing on her lips. Then you'd better hold on tight. Don't let go for any reason. Hatcher's lips curled upward, his gaze fearless, which sent a jolt of surprise through Zora. This was absolutely not the expression someone in captivity should have. Hatcher extended both hands, entwining hers. Under her astonished gaze, his hair also turned white. This scene made Zora's heart race wildly. For Hatcher to reach the 4th level of Heavenly Union technique in the realm of Jade Devil Body at such a young age, what terrifying talent did he possess? However, she was too early in her astonishment. Next, red lightning surged from Hatcher's body, winding up her arm, aiming to bind her entire body. Heavenly Union shackles. You actually cultivated Heavenly Union shackles. The surprise on Zora's face instantly turned to horror. She knew if completely bound, she would lose her freedom forever. Let go. Her voice trembled with genuine fear as she immediately struck Hatcher with her other hand. Don't be hasty, let me give you another one. Hatcher channeled his mental energy once more into a heavy hammer, striking her between the eyebrows again. This time it was heavier, eliciting a scream of agony from Zora, leaving her nearly powerless. Taking advantage of this moment, Vera arrived just in time, delivering a palm strike to her back. Zora felt darkness envelop her vision and slumped onto the deck, lying there weakly. Huff. Hatcher exhaled deeply, truly feeling the danger he faced just now. Once such a powerful person becomes cornered, they are indeed terrifying. Little guy, do you want to use your shackles to bind her? Doing so will cause your strength to surge again, Vera said enticingly with a mischievous grin. Chapter 52. Tao follows nature, heaven moves myriad phenomena. Zora woke up. When she realized that all her clothes had been changed, her face instantly changed. I've been captured. She abruptly jumped out of the bed, her body trembling uncontrollably, and her heart sank to its lowest point. What she feared most was Hatcher's joyful union shackles. If he had taken advantage of her unconsciousness to put the shackles on her, just thinking about it made her hands and feet go cold, the light in her eyes dimming significantly. Compared to losing freedom and becoming a tool for others, she would rather choose death. The door opened, and Virei entered gracefully. Seeing her enemy, Zora felt so angry that she nearly cried. Now you must be satisfied. I have completely lost to you. Now you can let your disciple toy with me at will. Virei's lips curled upward as she watched Zora's frightened appearance, feeling greatly relieved. What a pity, my disciple doesn't look up to you. Upon hearing this, Zora immediately reacted like an exploding cat, unable to help roaring angrily. How much longer do you want to humiliate me? If you have any real skills, then kill me. I'm just telling the truth. Virei reined in her smile. If that little guy could place shackles on you, not only could he increase his cultivation, but also gain a powerful henchman, yet he refused. Hearing this, Zora's pupils suddenly constricted, and she hurriedly examined her body. Realizing that she really wasn't under control, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while at the same time, a strange emotion welled up in her heart. Why did I lose? How is this possible? She bit her red lips gently, and the image of Hatcher appeared in her mind, making her teeth grind with hatred. What does that brat mean? She, a great beauty, fell in front of him, completely defenseless, letting him act at will. He could fully possess her by merely moving his fingers. In such a situation, Hatcher actually gave up. Was it because he didn't fancy her? Or, it's catch and release. This is definitely catch and release. As a woman of charm, she instantly came up with a logical explanation. Hatcher must have deliberately ignored her allure, acting as if it didn't matter, trying to stimulate her competitiveness and make her think of him constantly. Boy, you've miscalculated your wishful thinking. I won't fall for your tricks. Just as Zora was about to move, a sword was placed against her neck. Virei, do you really want to kill me? Her body tensed, her pupils constricting sharply. In her current weakened state, she would undoubtedly die in a real fight. I do indeed want to kill you, but I can also give you a chance to atone. Virai put away the blade and snapped her fingers, sending a ray of light into the other person's brow center. Ah! Zora couldn't help but cry out in pain. What did you do to me? Just a little trick. Next, you are to help us rescue someone. If you succeed, I will set you free and forget our past grievances. If you try anything, I understand. Humph, you just want to save your disciple, right? I hope you keep your word. I can swear to heaven. That's unnecessary. I trust your reputation. Zora waved her hand and walked out of the room onto the deck. She looked back and saw no sign of her spacecraft, a trace of anxiety instantly appearing on her face. Don't worry, I sent your disciples back and even gave them some advice so they don't stray into the wrong path in the future, said Virai from behind. Mind your own business. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed another presence around her, seeing Hatcher sitting cross-legged on the deck, seemingly in meditation. Is this an orchestrated encounter? Don't think I can't see through your petty tricks. Zora sneered and attempted to ignore Hatcher forcefully, but then she stopped in her tracks, for Hatcher emitted the aura of a cultivator. This is first stage of soul transmigration. How can this be? Zora stared dumbfounded. Hatcher's concealment technique was so advanced that she couldn't determine his level before. Knowing Hatcher's true realm now almost dropped her jaw. How weak, did I really fall for this boy? She said dejectedly, unaware that Hatcher was undergoing an autonomous transformation at that moment. Having been reborn, he had mastered too many supreme techniques, each extremely high grade. If leaked outside, they would surely attract attention across the entire continent. However, for one preparing to impact the steward realm, these were no longer necessary. To become a true great steward, one needed to comprehend 6 kinds of nothingness realms beforehand. Among them, the nothingness of mind was the pinnacle of supreme techniques, capable of creating any supreme technique at will. However, reaching such a realm was extremely difficult. Not only did one need to forget all the ultimate techniques and retain just one cultivation method for protection, but also undergo long-term trials and tempering. In his previous life, Hatcher had half-stepped into the realm of no awareness, synthesizing the strengths of various schools to create the move Shatter 10,000 Arts, capable of breaking through myriad principles. Now he had severed all the ultimate techniques in his mind, using the Heavenly Union Art as his protective method to start advancing toward the realm of no awareness. The Heavenly Union Art was divided into 9 levels, the first level being Chamber Arts, the second Red Dust Sea, the third Brocade Dream Fantasy, the fourth Jade Devil Body, and the fifth level being Azure Sky Divine Language. Azure Sky Divine Language referred to the power of communicating with heaven and earth, understanding its patterns of operation, allowing water, fire, wind, thunder, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees to enter one's heart, and then controlling them. This level was very similar to the realm of no awareness. The realm of no awareness was the realm where one could master myriad arts, while Azure Sky Divine Language explained the mysteries of nature. Tao follows nature, perfectly coinciding. In an instant, Hatcher comprehended everything. His accumulated knowledge burst forth like paper torn from a window, smoothly leading him into the realm of no awareness. Suddenly, the sky darkened, all light vanished, and it seemed like night descended. What's happening? What's going on? Zora trembled, staring at Hatcher as if seeing a ghost. She felt an extremely terrifying aura rising from this youth, surpassing everything. Is this still the soul transmigration realm? Why do I feel like I'm seeing an imperial star slowly rising? She muttered, her knees weak, unable to resist kneeling down. Boom! Ea! Suddenly, thunder clapped, echoing in all directions, tearing through the heavens as if dragons and snakes were leaping, causing Zora's soul to shudder. Under her stunned gaze, Hatcher's presence sharply escalated. This? She pointed tremblingly at Hatcher, who was advancing rapidly like a rocket, continuously breaking through from the first stage of soul transmigration all the way to the 9th stage. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? She questioned herself in disbelief. You'll get used to it. Virai remarked casually beside her, striking her like lightning. Get used to it? Is this normal for him? Before she could finish speaking, Hatcher advanced further, breaking through major realms and entering the Heart Harmony realm. Boom! Thunder rolled, and heavenly tribulation descended. It's a lightning tribulation. He hasn't even transcended the boundary between ordinary and extraordinary, yet he can invoke a lightning tribulation? What kind of monster is this? Zora gaped in shock, but then something even more astonishing occurred. Hatcher rose into the air, gazing up at the heavenly thunder, his eyes gleaming with golden light, completely fearless. This showy lightning tribulation should just dissipate. With a wave of his hand, the sky shattered instantly, and an amber-colored celestial star descended from the heavens. Azure Sky Divine Language. Heaven moves myriad phenomena. Chapter 53. The Gianna's Dream. The celestial star blocked out the sun, casting a huge shadow that completely overshadowed the red dust. Zora gazed up at the sky with her mouth agape, her expression long since lost control. Hatcher actually pulled down an extraterrestrial meteorite directly. What kind of power was this? Boom! The celestial star crashed into the lightning calamity, producing a vast ripple that tore everything in its path to shreds. After a long time, the clouds dispersed, and the calamity subsided, leaving the sky clear for 10,000 miles, with only Hatcher standing alone in the heavens like a god. In the heavenly Dao region, within the imperial family of the Lingxiao Empire, a woman suddenly woke up from her sleep, her nightgown drenched in sweat. Your Majesty! The night guard rushed in, asking anxiously. Nothing, I had another nightmare. You may all leave. The woman got up and removed her golden nightgown, revealing her slender yet voluptuous body. How many times has it been now? I had the same dream again. This person was none other than the Supreme Empress Janie of the Lingxiao Empire, also the most talented emperor in the history of the empire. 10,000 years ago, when the empire was first established, it could only settle in a corner. But But after 26 generations of rulers worked diligently, they finally unified the entire Heavenly Dao region under this generation's rule. The reason it went so smoothly was because Janey formed an alliance with the Heavenly Dao Temple and hired its leader Albin as a national master, thus creating a significant gap between them and their rival nations. Nowadays, the Heavenly Dao Temple is the leading sect of the Lingxiao Empire, and the Heavenly Dao region is named accordingly. A cold wind blew in, evaporating the sweat and causing her fine hairs to stand on end. So cold. Janey shivered and then sat on the bed, wrapping herself tightly in blankets, as if it were a shell that could protect her from danger. She was about to have insomnia, constantly recalling that dream. Since some point, the dream had clung to her bones, always 纠缠着她，而且一次比一次清晰。在梦中，无数强者蜂拥而来，意图覆灭帝国和天道府。为了求存，他与天道府的强者联手，共同抵抗群敌。那一战极为惨烈，帝都被打崩了，天道府也被连根拔起，但他们始终没有放弃，一直在战斗到血流成河，不落下风。然而就在僵持不下之时，天空突然炸裂，一个金色少年乘风而来，俯瞰天地，仿佛将所有人都踩在了脚下。那少年笼罩在迷雾之中，只有模糊的轮廓和一双威严无尽的明眸，令他刻骨铭心。对方只是一招手，就从天外拽下了飞星，对着天道府和帝国的强者发动了毁灭打击。每次梦到这里，他就会被强烈的情绪惊醒，恐惧的难以自制。死亡来得如此真切，有时甚至让他分不清哪个是梦，哪个是现实。千妙语也是修炼者，甚至是难得一见的天才。他知道这个梦不是无根无据，必然映照了某种因果。来人，去把国师请来，就说朕有要事和他相商。千妙语当机立断，立刻就要寻求解决之道。然而他的话音刚落，外面就有熟悉的声音先传了进来：“启禀陛下，国师求见。”女皇微微一愣，而后道：“宣，微臣拜见陛下。”只见赵无天出现在大殿中，儒雅的如同一位书生，看不出哪怕一点疯狂和阴毒。真是英雄所见略同，朕刚准备召你呢，没想到国师就主动来了。千妙语正襟危坐，既优雅又高贵，不知国师深夜前来所为何事？一件小事而已。陛下可知道5日之后的那场拍卖会？自然清楚，那不就是爱卿亲自举办的吗？莫非是遇上了难处？尽管说来，本皇帮你解决。多谢陛下，难处倒算不上，只不过为了保证拍卖会能顺利举行，微臣准备找个强力助手来保驾护航，特地来请示陛下。对方拿出了一块通讯玉佩，当着千妙语的面直接捏碎。陛下请看。只见吸烟飘起，一道影像突然浮现，赫然倒映出了一张女人的脸。看到此人，千妙语不动声色，心头却猛然一跳。他跟这个女人在现实中没有见过，却能叫出对方的名字：玉清宗莫流苏。此话一出，不光是赵无天，就连影像中的莫流苏都为之一愣。陛下为何会认识我？说出来你可能不信，朕在梦里和你见过几面，留下了很深的印象。呵呵，陛下还真会开玩笑。千妙语不着痕迹地捏紧了拳头，声音逐渐变得冷漠。修正部分。Since some point, the dream had clung to her bones, becoming clearer each time. In the dream, countless powerful figures surged towards her, intent on annihilating both the Empire and the Heavenly Dao Temple. To survive, she joined forces with the mighty figures from the Heavenly Dao Temple to resist the enemy together. That battle was extremely brutal. The capital city was ruined, and the Heavenly Dao Temple was razed to the ground. But they never gave up and fought until rivers ran red with blood, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, during the stalemate, the skies suddenly exploded as a golden youth rode the wind, overlooking the world as if he could trample everyone underfoot. The youth was shrouded in mist, his figure blurry except for a pair of infinitely authoritative eyes that left an indelible mark on her. With just one wave of his hand, he dragged down a shooting star from outer space, launching a devastating strike against the mighty figures of the Heavenly Dao Temple and the Empire. Every time she dreamed this far, she would be startled awake by intense emotions, overwhelmed with uncontrollable fear. Death felt so real that sometimes she couldn't tell which was the dream and which was reality. As a cultivator and an extraordinary genius, Janey knew this dream was not baseless. It must reflect some form of cause and effect. Summon someone to bring the national master here. Tell him I have important matters to discuss. Janey decided quickly, seeking a solution immediately. However, even before her words faded, a familiar voice came from outside. Your Majesty, National Master requests an audience. The Empress was slightly taken aback before she said, Admit him. Your humble servant pays homage to your Majesty. There stood Albin in the hall, elegant like a scholar, showing no signs of madness or malice. It seems we think alike. I was just about to summon you, but you've already come. Janey sat upright, exuding grace and nobility. What brings the National Master here at this hour? Just a small matter. Does your Majesty know about the auction in 5 days? Certainly. Isn't it organized by your esteemed self? Did you encounter any difficulties? Speak freely, and this Gianna will help resolve them. Thank you, your Majesty. Not exactly difficulties, but to ensure the auction proceeds smoothly, I plan to find a powerful assistant to provide protection and support. Hence, I've come to seek your Majesty's permission. He took out a communication jade pendant and crushed it right in front of Janey. Please observe, your Majesty. Thin smoke rose, and an image suddenly appeared, revealing a woman's face. Upon seeing her, Janey remained composed outwardly while her heart skipped a beat. Although she had never met this woman in reality, she knew her name. Xiuxian Sect, Gwyneth. Upon hearing these words, not only Albin but also the Gwyneth in the image froze in surprise. Why does your Majesty know me? You might not believe it, but I've seen you several times in my dreams, leaving a deep impression. Hee. Your Majesty really knows how to jest. Janie unconsciously tightened her fists, her voice gradually turning cold. All right, you, a renowned figure, went through such great lengths to contact me. What exactly do you want? Gwyneth was no fool. She clearly heard the displeasure in Janie's tone and wondered when she might have offended her. But thinking of her goal, she spoke up, on behalf of Xiuxian Sect, I hope to form an alliance with the Lingxiao Empire. We will share both hardships and prosperity, never abandoning each other. To this end, I plan to personally meet with your Majesty in a few days and offer a substantial gift as a token of our sincerity. Janie's frown deepened. If it were any other time, she would have readily accepted such an overture from a major force. However, due to that dream, her impression of Gwyneth was far from favorable. National Master, what do you think? This is certainly a good thing, Albin answered without hesitation. As the leaders of two major sects, he had been in contact with Gwyneth for a long time. Just today, Gwyneth approached him, claiming she wanted to discuss a collaboration. Upon learning the content of the collaboration, Albin agreed immediately without a second thought. Gwyneth's proposal to join forces with him to eradicate the Hawan sect was precisely what he wanted. Since National Master has spoken so highly of it, this Gianna has nothing more to say. Janie's tone softened slightly. After all, dreams were just dreams. As an emperor, she couldn't let such intangible matters cost her a powerful ally. Your Majesty, I have one more request. Gwyneth, still smiling, pressed on with her request while the moment was hot. Speak. A few days ago, I learned that members of the Hawan sect are planning to visit the Lingxiao Empire. The Xiuxian sect has an irreconcilable feud with them. I hope your Majesty can help us monitor those individuals beforehand, so we can deal with them together when we arrive. That should be easy. Do you have their portraits? Of course. With a wave of her hand, Gwyneth produced 3 strikingly beautiful faces. They belong to Vera, Talia, and the young enchantress. Even a group of beauties. It's truly a pity. Their fates are irrelevant. Your Majesty and National Master can handle them as you see fit. However, regarding the next person, please ensure his safety at all costs. He may be injured but must not die. Immediately, Hatcher's face appeared on the screen. Seeing this person, Janie tensed up completely. Chapter 54. Unrecognized Creation, the 6 Directions Destruction Sword. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Albin called repeatedly before Janie finally came back to her senses. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Janie took a deep breath and suddenly remembered the scene in her dream. Although the face of the boy who pulled down the celestial star was blurry, she could never forget his eyes. They were identical to the eyes of the boy in the painting, as if carved from the same mold. Is this a coincidence? Her heart raced wildly, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Even if it's just a dream, there are too many coincidences. Who is this young man? He's called Hatcher, my former rebellious disciple, who was bewitched by a Irma of the joyful sect. I've come here to guide him back to the righteous path. I see, I understand. Janie remained composed. Initially, she intended to discuss her dream with the National Master, but now she suppressed this impulse. The boy in her dream had to be watched closely. This concerned the survival of the Empire. Therefore, she planned to observe him personally and wouldn't rely on anyone else. After sending off Albin and others, the Gianna's expression turned somewhat gloomy. In recent years, the Heavenly Way mansion had shown signs of becoming uncontrollable, even to the extent that rumors circulated that the true ruler of this land was not Janie but Albin. On the red dust ship, Hatcher continued to sit cross-legged, his third eye gleaming brilliantly. Why is he still meditating? Surely he can't have another enlightenment moment, right? Ailey asked. Probably not. Vera said uncertainly, immediately drawing scornful looks. If you can't even grasp your disciple's condition, do you deserve to be a master? Before she could finish speaking, intense ripples emerged around Hatcher. Light points danced in the air, condensing into mysterious symbols before coalescing into a book. What is this? Both mature women were taken aback, instantly rushing over to Hatcher's side. Looking closely, they saw that the book was formed from heavenly energy, interwoven with profound Tao principles, making it unfathomable. 6 Directions Destruction Sword. Vera read aloud instinctively. It was clearly a secret sword manual. Phew. Hatcher exhaled deeply, looking somewhat weary. So this is the essence of creating all laws. He finally understood. So-called creation involved the realm of ignorance for the powerful colliding with the natural forces of heaven and earth, transforming formless Tao into tangible law. Undoubtedly, this was an unrivaled cultivation technique. Once comprehended, one could harness the natural power of heaven and earth, unleashing unpredictable might. Let me take a look. Talia rushed over, listening intently. The moment she opened the first page, she became completely absorbed. Though she couldn't read, she understood its profound meaning. A brief gaze left her with a serious expression. How about it? The little demon girl asked curiously. This sword technique has a very high threshold, requiring cultivation at the sword aura stage before it can be learned. It consists of 6 moves, representing heaven, earth, and the 4 cardinal directions. Each move can harness the power of heaven and earth through sword aura, achieving harmony between man and nature, capable of countering sword Tao. Upon hearing this, everyone except Hatcher sucked in a breath sharply. Sword technique, sword aura, sword Tao. Each step beyond was a world apart. But with this manual, the gap between sword aura and sword Tao could be bridged, revealing astonishing value. Without further ado, Talia sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Time passed quickly, less than 2 hours, yet she underwent dramatic changes. A boundless sword aura surged continuously, visibly expanding and swirling around Talia. She's also having an epiphany. Am I dreaming? Ali widened her eyes, suddenly recalling something and grabbing Vera's collar angrily. You must be hiding something from me. Are these monsters grown from the ground? Certainly. I once heard the old man say that in the world there exists a divine seed which, when planted and sprouted, grows 7 formidable children. Now you've already hatched 3, and I demand one. That's because the old man is senile. Should you believe her? Vera replied irritably. I don't care. The old man dotes on you the most. Who knows if she left you the divine seed? Boom. At that moment, an even more terrifying sword aura exploded, disappearing instantly as if it had never existed. I've comprehended it. Talia stood up with joy, excitement flashing in her eyes. My sword aura has reached the minor accomplishment stage. If I use the manual and harness the power of heaven and earth, I can defeat a fully accomplished sword aura cultivator. One could say that beneath sword Tao, I am invincible. Heavens! Ali was almost crying out of envy. Why was the world so unfair? Ultimately, her eyes fell on Hatcher, filled with unmasked greed. This was truly the most monstrous one, casually creating an unparalleled secret manual. Was it really okay to be this heaven-defying? Gilda, I've never asked you for anything in my life. She directly hugged Vera's leg and pointed at Hatcher. Sell this boy to me. Just name your price. If I can get him, I'll do anything. Vera gave a gentle smile, leaned down, and pressed her hand on the other's head. With a thud, Ailey's delicate face made intimate contact with the deck. A mere captive dared to set conditions? Truly treating herself as one of them. Hatcher finished his meditation. Only now did he alleviate the accumulated fatigue. Creating a secret manual was extremely draining. According to his estimate, he would need at least 3 days before he could create another of the same level. Stop fooling around. We have already entered the heavenly Dao domain. In a short while, we will reach the imperial capital of Lingxiao Empire. At that moment, dozens of warships simultaneously crossed through the sky, coming from different directions and representing various forces, all likely here for Gilda. Because the Yin-Yang Dao body was not only an excellent furnace, but also an unparalleled genius. Whether for dual cultivation or as a disciple, or both, it was extremely tempting. Halt! At the city gate of the capital, guards with long spears blocked their path, demanding they register before entering. Hatcher put the red dust ship back into his ring. After reporting his name, he saw the guards' expressions change. They exchanged glances and then smiled genuinely. Welcome, esteemed guests. We have provided you with a free tour guide. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. Just then, a well-built woman approached, smiling warmly as she greeted Hatcher and company. Everyone, please follow me. Seeing this person, no one else reacted except Hatcher, whose expression slightly changed. The woman wore an artifact that isolated her cultivation, making her seem like an ordinary person, but her actual strength was formidable. She was definitely not just a tour guide. We are guests too, and we need a tour guide. After Hatcher left, someone loudly clamored, only to receive a slap. Get lost. The guard sneered, I gave you face. Chapter 55. Failed provocation turned into capture. The beautiful tour guide led the group strolling around the imperial capital, but as time passed, Hatcher's expression grew increasingly cold. Stop right there. Upon hearing this, the tour guide couldn't help but tremble all over. What's happening? Did I get exposed so quickly? She shook her head and hastily dismissed the thought. After all, she was Janie, the supreme Gianna of the Lingxiao Empire, an expert in disguise. With the aid of her ancestral secret treasure, even experts couldn't detect any anomalies. Unless someone had an extremely terrifying mental power capable of unveiling all illusions to reveal her true identity, but such a person was nearly impossible to exist. Sir, what's wrong? She timidly asked, glancing at Hatcher almost imperceptibly. He was incredibly similar to the young man in her dreams, with more than 80% resemblance in both figure and features. To bring us to this remote area, are you guiding or planning to rob us? Hatcher cast a disdainful glance at Janie, making her feel as if all her blood had frozen. I didn't. Janie's voice quivered. At that moment, Hatcher perfectly overlapped with the figure in her dreams. Zora and Vera narrowed their eyes, staring sharply at her. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just an ordinary. Enough. Hatcher interrupted her. Do you want me to tear off this mask of yours and see your true face here? At these words, the Gianna nearly fell apart. Her pride in disguise had been seen through in one glance. Was he truly the man from her dreams? She had disguised herself to get close to Hatcher to probe his strength. Unfortunately, Hatcher seemed shrouded in mist, giving away no information. You think she's in disguise? Vera asked, somewhat shocked. As the leader of Hahuan's sect, she was an expert in disguise. If even she couldn't spot it, Hatcher noticing was terrifyingly insightful. Not good. At this point, I can only resort to my final move. The Gianna paled, gritted her teeth, and made up her mind. Whatever it takes, I must gauge your true strength. In her palm was a jade pendant emitting peculiar fluctuations. This was her prearranged plan. Once the jade was crushed, powerful operatives would emerge to attempt assassinating Hatcher. No one could hide their cultivation level at life or death moments, making it the best way to test strength. Even if the operatives were captured, they would immediately choose suicide, leaving no leverage. Even if Hatcher died, or rather, especially if he did, for the survival of the Lingxiao Empire, offending the Xiuxian sect wouldn't matter. What is this? Hatcher snatched the jade pendant, startling the Gianna. Give it back. You intended to crush it, let me do it for you. With a snap, the jade turned to powder. Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy went haywire, unleashing intense murderous intent that scattered everyone like startled birds. Boy, give your life. A dozen strong black-clothed figures appeared simultaneously, daggers in hand, rushing at Hatcher. Each was at the heaven-severing realm, moving swiftly with terrifying momentum. Foolish, Hatcher sneered, striking out with a palm enveloped in the six-direction sword stance, forcing the black-clothed figures back. What level do you think you are to surround me? The surrounded ones are you. As he spoke, Vera and Zora turned into white-haired figures, holding Janie down by her shoulders on either side, immobilizing her. What are you doing? Janie was alarmed inwardly, feigning innocence on her face. Don't pretend, you've already slipped up. Let's go. The two mature women exerted force simultaneously, whisking Janey and Hatcher away instantly. Their speed was so swift, as if vanishing into thin air, leaving the killers bewildered in the wind. After a brief pause, time seemed to resume. Oh no! The Gianna has been kidnapped. In a hidden space, an unusually sensual interrogation was taking place. Janey never imagined she'd be in such a humiliating situation before others. Bound tightly by a red thread, her curvaceous figure became even more accentuated, hanging suspended in midair. How do you get so adept? Hatcher looked at Zora with an odd gaze. You're making a fuss over nothing. I practice tying people up every day, so my skills are already at a masterful level. This red thread can suppress cultivation, so she, being just a minor heaven-severing realm practitioner, has no chance of escaping. Speak up, who are you? Why did you approach us? If you cooperate, I can give you a quick end. Vera stared at her coldly and pressed on. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. I'm just an ordinary girl from a common family. Still putting up a front. Vera took immediate action, pulling out a pendant from between the captive's breasts, which made it hard for her to hide her true aura. Nice trinket. She praised it, then tore off Janey's mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. A fine lady like you, why resort to thievery? Janey fell silent. She had nothing left to say. Let me handle her. Using soul search will wrap this up quickly. Just as Hatcher moved closer, fear flashed across the captive's face. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Janey surrendered instantly. It was Gwyneth. Gwyneth sent me to spy on you. Chapter 56 The Fragrance of Lies. Hearing this name again, Hatcher felt nothing in his heart. It even made him want to laugh a little. That woman must not think that by destroying the Joyful Union sect, she can make him change his mind, right? If so, she is truly daydreaming. Gwyneth, what an annoying name. Lauren showed disdain, clearly having heard of her infamous reputation for a long time. But when she learned about Hatcher's past relationship with Gwyneth, her whole demeanor became much more disheartened. So this little fellow was indeed not planted by you but snatched from someone else's field. I've told you many times, he was born naturally like any other human. There is no such thing as a divine seed, and you have been brainwashed by that old man. Vera got angry, almost ready to resort to violence. Then have you seen his parents? Vera was stunned. Not just her, but even Hatcher himself had never seen his parents. This scene did not escape Janey's notice, causing her to break into a cold sweat instantly, as if something terrifying had crossed her mind. Born supreme. Hatcher might very well be born supreme. According to royal records, throughout the countless years of history, some strange substances could absorb the essence of heaven and earth and evolve over time, eventually taking on human form and gaining intelligence. At that moment, such enlightened beings were comparable to supreme existences. Legend has it that the born supreme never ages and remains eternally youthful. Moreover, their cultivation is inwardly profound, mastering myriad paths. Although they appear ordinary, their power can easily destroy everything when unleashed. Everything matches up perfectly. Janey felt she understood everything. Combined with the conversation between Vera and herself, she was convinced that Hatcher was a divinely sown enlightened being who had transformed into human form and was then picked up by Gwyneth. As for being expelled from Jade Purity Sect and joining the Joyful Union Sect, that was merely part of the journey of a born supreme refining their path through the secular world. When he completes his journey and his Tao is perfected, the world will gain an emperor, and the emperor's name would be Hatcher. Now I understand why Gwyneth was eager to reclaim Hatcher. She wanted to create a karmic bond with a born supreme. How cunning of her. Thinking of this infuriated her, making her chest tighten. You, Gwyneth, covet wealth and wish to attach yourself to a supreme existence, which is understandable. But why involve the Lingxiao Empire, forcing it into a confrontation with the future emperor? Does the empire even have the strength for such a conflict? Does this Gwyneth know how terrifying the future Hatcher will be? No, she does not. But Janey knows very well. With a casual wave of the hand, pulling down celestial stars and shattering everything. What kind of awe-inspiring and terrifying power is that? Millions of lives reduced to dust, the greatest of warriors turned to ants, all destroyed in an instant. What a desolate sight it would be. No matter what, Janey could not let that happen. Yet she didn't realize how far-fetched her imagination was. If Hatcher were to search her soul, he would probably laugh at how ridiculous it sounded. His power comes entirely from his previous life's accumulation and has nothing to do with being born supreme. Please let me go. I am just an average-looking, common female emperor. How could I dare plot against you? I was also forced into this situation, she said pitifully, making the onlookers gasp. This person is actually the Gianna of the Lingxiao Empire. The April opened her mouth wide, feeling a sense of unreality. For a mighty empress to personally infiltrate, did she not know what death means? She seems very suspicious. Lauren leaned closer, her cheek resting on the other's fragrant neck, sniffing closely. Sister, you smell so good. Janey's skin crawled, but before she could stop Lauren, her voice turned cold. Do you have anything hidden from us? No, nothing. Janey let out a startled cry, seeing Lauren stick out her pink tongue and lick her face. This is the smell of a lie. Lauren's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she said to Hatcher, Boy, search her soul. No, please don't do that to me. I am the ruler of the empire, carrying the responsibility of millions of subjects. If I die, my people will be slaughtered and oppressed by foreigners. Why should I care? I know you are moral cultivators and wouldn't be so cruel. Ha, are you trying to use guilt on me? Do you think I have morals? My conscience is thoroughly corrupt. Feel free to check. Lauren laughed wickedly, pressing her chest forward, bringing their faces close together, causing the dignified empress to blush intensely. Stop fooling around. Vera stopped Lauren. Knowing Janey's identity, she didn't want to further torment her. No matter what, this person is nominally the master of this land. If we can gain her assistance, the process of rescuing the senior disciple will go much more smoothly. Albin, what is your relationship with her? He is my imperial advisor, how? Before she could finish her sentence, Janie sensed a chilling killing intent. To be honest, I'm not that close to that guy either. He always acts so pretentiously. I've had it with him for a long time. If not for fearing the heavenly Dao mansion, I would have dealt with him countless times. We can help you get rid of him, but on one condition. You must cooperate with us. Morongya stared into her eyes, speaking slowly and heavily as she laid out her demands. No problem, I agree. Janie did not hesitate at all, her gaze shifting to Hatcher. If possible, please, become my guest scholar. This way, we can better collaborate and cooperate. To change the future scene in her dreams, she decided to take the initiative, first by improving her relationship with Hatcher. Upon hearing this, Hatcher and the others exchanged glances, surprised by such a request. A guest scholar is not a subordinate but rather a cooperative partner, free to come and go as they please, very relaxed and unrestricted. On closer consideration, they had no reason to refuse. You pass. Lauren waved her hand, releasing her from her bindings. From now on, we are friends, right? Janie quickly asked, seemingly finding this question very important. Of course. Will you not attack your friends in the future? As long as you do not turn against us, we will forever be friends. Hatcher's promise finally put her at ease. Immediately after, Hatcher clapped his hands, and the white space around them dissipated, returning everyone to reality. This is. Don't be so surprised, Hatcher said to Janie. The space just now was constructed by an array formation. You can think of it as a spatial ring. Janie was shocked. Everything he does seems effortless. Indeed, this is the method of a born supreme. Suddenly, Hatcher raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. All of you leave. Albin is coming over. Only I and His Majesty need to stay here. Chapter 57 Albin breaks through on site. Take care of yourself. With these words, the four women rapidly withdrew, leaving Hatcher standing alone. Janie looked around but felt nothing, which only made her admire Hatcher even more. Indeed worthy of being a born supreme. His perception could cover the heavens and earth. Even if she tried her hardest, she couldn't compare. Your Majesty. A familiar voice came next. It was Albin's shout. Not good. Albin has seen your portrait too. He will recognize you. Only now did Janie recall last night's scene, causing her face to turn slightly pale. If she angered Hatcher, all her efforts would be in vain. Don't worry, just introduce me normally to him. He won't recognize you. Are you sure? Janie doubted it, but soon Albin descended from the sky and stood before them. I'm late in protecting you. I beg forgiveness. The moment Albin landed, he said anxiously, though there wasn't much reverence on his face. Thanks to the National Master's concern, I can remain safe. You are exempt from bowing. After exchanging formalities, Albin's eyes immediately fell upon Hatcher. Who are you? He frowned, finding this youth somewhat familiar. Hatcher didn't reply, but Janie stepped forward and said, thanks to this gentleman's help, I managed to escape safely. From today onwards, I shall appoint him as an imperial guest. Master must not be impolite. Upon hearing this, Albin's pupils constricted instantly. Undoubtedly, Janie was a domineering empress who allowed no one to stand equally with her in the entire empire. Never before had she appointed a guest. Why break this rule today? Old servant greets the imperial guest. Albin scrutinized Hatcher but could not discern his cultivation, which made him feel irritable. Since you saved your majesty, you must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Pardon my rudeness, but may I ask what is the imperial guest's current level of cultivation? Hatcher coldly laughed, immediately emitting his aura. Heart-uniting realm, first stage. Albin's expression changed. Then disdain surfaced in his eyes. Not even crossing the boundary of extraordinary, just an ant. Your majesty, this person's strength is really... He left the sentence unfinished, implying that Hatcher wasn't fit to be a guest. However, instead of belittling Hatcher, Janie showed utmost admiration. Indeed worthy of being a born supreme. To hide his cultivation so naturally showed terrifying control. Imperial guest, you are truly a paragon. I am greatly impressed. With you by my side, I have nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Albin was completely bewildered. Is she serious? That's just heart-uniting realm. Even she could crush him with a flick of her hand. What is she admiring? Instantly, he released a powerful aura toward Hatcher, both as a demonstration and a test. National Master, please don't be impolite. Janie's face changed drastically. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late, leaving Hatcher enveloped in the atmosphere. Yet, facing such overwhelming pressure, Hatcher's face remained composed, as if unaffected. How is this possible? Albin was astonished. Such a low realm shouldn't be able to withstand his aura. Either the other party had some secret treasure or hidden cultivation. You are quite something, Hatcher said softly, approaching closer and lightly patting Albin's shoulder under shocked gazes. Then he spoke in a voice audible only to the two of them. Those who dare manipulate the life and death tranquilizing array are few indeed. Hearing this, Albin trembled violently, showing extreme shock. You, how do you know? His heart pounded wildly, revealing uncontrollable fear. No one knew his plans. He intended to gather the strongest people at the auction and then sacrifice them using the life and death tranquilizing array to fulfill his own path. Yet, this youth could easily expose his plan. Who is he? Pity, this grand array is only 90% complete and still carries great risks. If only. Albin listened intently, but Hatcher abruptly stopped, leaving him hanging. Your Majesty, it seems the National Master has matters to attend to. Let's leave first. Hatcher suggested to Janie. Very well. The recent thieves have been rampant. Take care of yourself, National Master. I shall return to the palace. With that, they walked side by side towards the palace. Huff, huff. Albin panted heavily, sitting down dejectedly on the ground. After holding such a high position for so many years, it was the first time he experienced the feeling of his pants being soaked with sweat. The life and death tranquilizing array was his greatest secret. If it leaked out, no matter how strong his cultivation was, he would become the common enemy of the world. By then, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. Who is this person? Why can't I see through him? Could he really be an old monster disguised as a young man? But judging by his tone, it seems he didn't expose my intentions. Perhaps this person is a friend rather than an enemy and should not be provoked. He muttered to himself while pacing chaotically, already losing all composure. No, I can't rest easy without figuring out his true identity. I need to find someone to test him. Imperial guest, how did you manage to make him not recognize you? Janie's face was full of curiosity. This is simple because I know his character, Hatcher smiled. He is both cautious and arrogant. Once he identifies an opponent, he will use every means possible to crush them. On the contrary, for those he looks down upon, he won't care at all and won't even bother remembering their faces. Clearly, he never took me seriously from the start. Indeed worthy of being an Imperial guest, you understood his character thoroughly after just one meeting. I am deeply impressed. Janie flattered him lavishly, unaware that things were far more complicated than they seemed. Just moments ago, Hatcher had used his mental power to cloud Albin's perception, making him subconsciously separate the insignificant Hatcher from the formidable Imperial guest. From now on, he would believe Hatcher and the Imperial guest were two different people. Even if Hatcher stood next to his portrait, he wouldn't notice any abnormality. Back in the palace, Janie once again became the stern empress, while Hatcher was arranged in a luxurious residence within the Imperial city, receiving great honor. Believe it or not, it wouldn't take more than one night for the news of Hatcher becoming an Imperial guest to spread throughout the entire capital. Night fell, and inside the National Master's residence, Albin's face was grim, with a young man kneeling before him, clearly a sky-slicing realm powerhouse. Kill this person, fail the mission, and you die. With that, he handed over Hatcher's portrait. Chapter 58 Guest Envoy. Wash my feet for me. The young man's name was Roman. The moment he saw the portrait, he showed disdain. Just a teenager, and the Sect Master wants me to take action? Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? He radiated overpowering confidence, classifying Hatcher as nothing more than an ant. Albin did not explain to him that Hatcher might be hiding his true strength. Roman was merely a pawn, perfect for probing Hatcher. The extraordinary gap is hard to bridge. If Hatcher were truly at the Heart Union realm, it would be impossible for him to match the Heaven-severing realm. But if Hatcher could defeat Roman, it would mean he had been feigning weakness, absolutely a formidable powerhouse, a friend worth having but too dangerous to be an enemy. I want you to kill him in public, in front of everyone, Albin said vindicatively. Publicly assassinating a guest envoy was slapping the Gianna's face. Over the years, Janie had increasingly ignored him. Even if it failed, it didn't matter. Nobody knew Roman, so naturally no one would trace it back to him. Guest envoy, I can't sleep, guard my night for me. It was already late at night, yet Hatcher was summoned to the Gianna's bedchamber. Upon hearing her words, his eyes widened. Just that? I haven't had a good night's sleep for months. Every time I close my eyes, nightmares haunt me. Janie lay on her side on the bed, looking utterly exhausted. She did not tell Hatcher that her nightmares stemmed from him. As she spoke, someone brought in a luxurious seat, which looked more like a bed. Its grandeur rivaled even the dragon bed. Hatcher's eyebrows twitched. Was she asking him to guard her through the night, or accompany her to sleep? I will personally refine a 7th-grade tranquility pill for your majesty. It will surely cure your illness. Speaking, Hatcher immediately had the alchemy furnace and medicinal ingredients prepared, instantly getting into the rhythm. Truly worthy of being a born supreme. Mastering myriad paths isn't just talk. I have finally witnessed it. Watching Hatcher's proficient technique, Janie became more convinced of her guess. For some reason, long-lost drowsiness surged at this moment, making her eyelids flutter incessantly. Guest envoy, could you repeat what you promised me back then? What's so difficult about that? Hatcher slightly raised his head, gazing into her eyes. We are already allies. As long as you do not turn against us, we will never harm you. Janie laughed, feeling the drowsiness overwhelming her, certain she would have a good dream tonight. Moments later, the pill was completed. A 7th-grade pill emerged, drawing down a thunderous tribulation. Scatter. Hatcher, with his no-recognition realm, used the celestial language to dissipate the thunder. Your Majesty, it's time to take the medicine, Your Majesty. Hee. Seems like all my efforts were wasted. You're sleeping so peacefully. Hatcher held the spirit pill, laughing helplessly. At this moment, Janie had entered a deep sleep with a bold posture. Her two snow-white, smooth, and slender legs tightly clasped the silk quilt. She hugged the pillow to her chest, occasionally rubbing her cheek against it, seemingly cooing to someone in her dreams. Worse still, due to restlessness, her loose sleeping robe had opened up, revealing a large expanse of pale skin, dazzling to the eye, almost tempting enough to incite sin. It seems everything is fine. Relieved, Hatcher took out the 6 Directions Destruction Sword Manual and began studying it intently. For a no-recognition realm powerhouse, this seemed unnecessary, especially since the sword manual was his own creation, which he had long memorized. But Hatcher maintained his past habits. He deeply understood that reaching the pinnacle of martial arts relied on relentless diligence. Practice the sword 1,000 times, and its meaning will become self-evident. A path to power is endless. The 6 Directions Destruction Sword has 6 moves corresponding to the 4 directions, heaven, and earth along with natural forces. South Sword is fire, for defense. North Sword is thunder, for weakening. East Sword is wood, for vitality. West Sword is metal, for slaughter. In addition, there are the heaven and earth swords. The earth sword is the underworld sword, capable of capturing the essence and spirit of the killed, enslaving them for battle. The heaven sword is the power accumulation sword, the strongest move, storing sword momentum within and releasing it in one go, multiplying its usual power several or even tens of times. This move could kill beyond its rank. To complete the heaven sword, one must first forge it. For Hatcher, this was effortless. He himself was the strongest blade in the universe. Without moving, A powerful sword aura erupted from his body, not dispersing but converging towards his left palm. Hiss. Hatcher sucked in a breath, feeling excruciating pain as if his hand was being hollowed out, blood and bone crushed into pieces. But he endured it silently, without even a change in his expression. Boom. After an unknown period of time, a thunderous sound resonated within him, signaling the success of the sword forging. At this moment, it was as if a space had been opened in his palm, the sword momentum pouring into it like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to be filled for a long time. What a tough guy. Hatcher exclaimed in surprise. Even with his intense sword momentum, it took him an hour to fill it up. If it were Talia, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? If this move were unleashed, it could only be described as terrifying. Unconsciously, the night was about to pass, and the east was already tinged with the light of dawn. Hatcher stood up and was about to leave when Janie on the bed suddenly made a commotion. Guest envoy. Guest envoy. She frowned tightly, repeatedly muttering these 2 words, as if suffering from nightmares. Indeed, it still won't work? Hatcher shook his head, his mental power bursting forth, ready to forcibly intervene in her dream. Guest envoy. Kneel down, wash my feet for me. Chapter 59. Because of not being afraid, there's no need to avoid. Upon hearing this, Hatcher's expression suddenly froze. He picked up the Gianna and threw her back onto the bed head first. She still slept soundly like a log. Half an hour later, the great Gianna slowly woke up, stretching her body extensively, revealing her perfect figure in full display, unfortunately with no one to appreciate it. What a comfortable sleep. Has the guest minister left? She let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly noticed a brocade box on the bedside, inside which lay some tranquility pills. I'll take them. The corners of her mouth curved upward, her smile filled with ease. Strange. Why is my waist so painful? Who dared to hit me in my dreams? Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Guest Minister Your Excellency. Hatcher walked through the imperial capital at dawn, and within moments, everyone knew his identity. Behind him, several guards spread their wings like peacocks, broadcasting his status far and wide. You all must have side jobs. Hatcher stopped, looking at them without any good humor. He understood the Gianna's intention, to solidify their relationship and bind Hatcher to her war chariot. Guest Minister, truthfully speaking, protecting you is just our side job. The leader of the guards said with a grin. Our main job is publicity. All right. So, you're not pretending anymore? Hatcher eyed them. Since the goal has been achieved, get out of my sight. Don't show up unless I call for you. Yes, sir. The leader of the guards didn't hesitate for a moment, signaled, and was about to lead the team away. Let me take you all out for a good time. As soon as he said this, the remaining 7 men let out wolf calls and scattered off in various odd directions. But Hatcher knew these people had not gone far. Instead, they were watching his every move from different positions. Whatever, as long as they don't bother me. He muttered to himself, came to a roadside tea house, ordered a pot of fine tea, and prepared to enjoy this brief moment of comfort. At this moment, he seemed to become a painting where he watched the scenery while others watched him in the scene. Yet no one knew what was on his mind. After reaching the state of ignorance, I should attempt to break through into the state of formlessness. Hatcher mused, a trace of gravity on his face. To break through to the realm of formlessness, the simplest method was to find a supreme treasure, and such a treasure happened to be in Xiuxian Sect. The formless precious pearl. Seems I'll have to visit Xiuxian Sect again. Hatcher made up his mind when suddenly, he heard disharmonious voices coming towards him. That's the guest minister? So young indeed, truly talented. How admirable, to be selected by the Gianna as a distinguished guest. He will surely be blessed. Humph, who knows what reason? No need to guess. It must be because the Gianna favors his appearance and plans to play with him for a few days, tiring of him before long. Hearing these words, Hatcher merely shook his head with a laugh. Albin, compared to his previous life, was still too naive. Now that the provocateurs had set everything up, they successfully stirred public dissatisfaction toward Hatcher. Next, the real testers would step forward. The corners of Hatcher's mouth curved up as a black figure appeared out of nowhere, holding a spear pointed straight at his throat. The teacup was pierced clean through, the icy tip of the spear only half an inch away from Hatcher's throat. A sharp cry erupted from the crowd, most of whom were commoners who had never seen such a scene. Guest minister attacked, locked down the area. The observing guards leapt up in alarm but were pressed back down by their leader. Just watch quietly. The guest minister said, we are not to approach without his command. But what? The guest minister is born superior. Does he need your protection? With a snap, the teacup shattered into powder, its contents instantly evaporated without a drop landing on Hatcher. This sight made the eyes of Roman, the attacker, narrow sharply. Why didn't you dodge? Because of not being afraid, there's no need to avoid. Why aren't you afraid? Would you react to an ant's probing? Hatcher spoke frankly, seemingly forgetting the spear tip still resting against his throat. Haha, what arrogance. I simply can't stand your sudden success and overconfidence. Dare you accept my challenge? Boss, check please. Hatcher ignored everyone, placing a spirit stone on the table. The tea was good. I'll come again next time. Then he casually deflected the spear tip and said to Roman, you're seeking death. Since I'm feeling itchy today, I'll hone my sword skills on you. Very well, let's go outside the capital. Roman said with great delight. He was not only going to assassinate Hatcher in broad daylight, but also kill him openly and honorably. Only by doing so could he slap the Gianna's face harder and perfectly complete his master's mission. For a moment, the news spread like wildfire, and countless people rushed to the scene, following the 2 of them outside the imperial capital. Among these people were commoners, powerhouses, and informants from various forces. They all wanted to know what the first guest minister of Lingxiao Empire was truly made of. Show your cultivation, Roman said. Hatcher did not refuse, letting his aura bloom without reservation. Heart Union first stage. Many powerhouses were stunned by Hatcher. Such talent could indeed be considered an outstanding individual among humans. Ha ha ha, is that all? Don't wet your pants later. Roman laughed heartily. He intended to humiliate Hatcher to the extreme. When Roman revealed his aura, everyone looked at Hatcher with pity. It was actually Heaven Slayer first stage. This Roman had already crossed the boundary into the extraordinary realm. Their strengths were not even on the same level. However, in the face of such a huge disparity, Hatcher showed no trace of fear, but rather a hint of disappointment. It seemed as though he was blaming the opponent for being too weak. Just a heart union realm. What gives you this confidence? Let's see how long you can keep up the act. With just one move, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Roman's brow slightly lifted as he flew into the air and thrust his spear down at Hatcher. This strike used 70% of his strength, enough to instantly kill a peak heart union realm cultivator. Hatcher moved unhurriedly, slowly raising his left hand. A flame suddenly burst forth from his palm, then spread like wildfire. He activated the Six Directions Annihilation Sword. This sword represented the South, specializing in defense, known as Remnant Fire Manifestation. Chapter 60. The Might of the Heavenly Sword, the World-Ending Lotus. The sharp spear light descended, striking Hatcher's body head-on. Boom! The earth trembled, and a 100-foot dust cloud rose. Not even worth a fight, completely no challenge. Nathan's lips curled into a cruel smile. The feel of this strike was familiar, with the accuracy of a precise hit. Hatcher must have been reduced to ashes. At that moment, the temperature of the surrounding air skyrocketed, and a fire tornado surged up, tearing apart the sky filled with haze, making everyone's eyes sparkle. This is... Someone shuddered in fear, sensing an ancient, unshakable aura. Though not overpowering, it was irrefutable. Hatcher reappeared before everyone, enveloped in flames that shimmered like armor, vaporizing all attacks into nothingness. Impossible. I said it. Her Majesty's judgment is as true as a ruler. She would never be wrong about someone. The guard captain said smugly, looking at Nathan floating in midair with pity. This poor creature will never understand until death that the young man he faced is the legendary innate supreme. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion, or you use some magical artifact. Boom. An explosion broke his doubt. From Hatcher's body emerged an incomparably terrifying sword momentum, as if capable of cutting through everything in the world. Nathan's eyes nearly popped out. This power far exceeded his own. Is this still Heart Union? It's clearly a monster in human skin. Six Directions Destruction Sword, Heavenly Sword, World-Ending Lotus. Behind Hatcher, a brilliant lotus blossomed, descending upon him. Hidden within the lotus was the force of destruction, instilling a sudden sense of despair in him. No, this can't be real. I won't lose. He raved, revealing a massive Azura figure behind him. This is the terror of the heaven-cleaving realm, where one can transform mental power into spiritual manifestation, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a single stroke. He raised his spear, the Azura's shadow synchronizing with him, instantly swinging down and turning into thousands of deadly strikes. Azura dance, shatter the mortal world. Radiant light illuminated the heavens, and everyone felt they were about to suffocate. This was the might of the heaven-cleaving realm. Boom! The Azura giant met the lotus but disintegrated instantly, destroyed completely. Under the heavenly sword, all things were slain. Puru! Nathan immediately suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sight burned the hearts of onlookers. A heaven-cleaving realm expert injured by a heart union? They could hardly imagine such a nightmare. So this is the strength of a guest scholar, indeed formidable. No wonder His Majesty favors him. He absolutely held back his true power. Among the crowd, a few sneaky individuals exchanged glances and quietly retreated. They were Albin's spies, and such an unusual situation required immediate reporting to their master. This isn't real. What did you do? Nathan's face twisted with madness, as if losing his mind. Why ask so much when you're already dead? As he spoke, Hatcher readied himself again. An even more terrifying presence descending, surpassing his previous level several times over. Everything indicated that this would be a heaven-shattering strike. Nathan felt coldness creep up his limbs. He was entirely suppressed by this aura, unable even to move. No. I don't want to die. He roared, blood tears streaming from his eyes, bursting with a powerful will to live. Once a qualified assassin who had long disregarded life and death. But now, facing overwhelming terror, it made him once again resist death. Don't kill me, I want to live. He screamed, crazily burning his essence and blood, elevating his power several levels. When people thought he would fight to the death, he turned and fled, not forgetting to throw his spear at Hatcher to slow him down. In a blink, Nathan vanished into the horizon. He escaped. What a scatterbrained fellow. Hatcher's lips curled upward, palm rising to catch the spear midair. He then turned the spearhead toward the direction Nathan fled. How can a warrior casually discard his weapon? Take it back. As he spoke, overwhelming sword momentum poured into the spear. With a wave of Hatcher's hand, the spear shot off into the distance. Everyone was stunned, while a few changed expressions wildly, rushing after to witness the final outcome. In the state preceptor's mansion, Albin leisurely sipped tea, calculating that Hatcher should have been cut down by now. Master, there's trouble. Someone rushed in anxiously, precisely Albin's spy observing the battle. Nathan was no match for that person, unable to break through even his defenses. With a crack, the teacup was crushed in Albin's hand. Nonsense! He roared angrily. In his estimation, even if Hatcher could win, it would be at great cost. Master, save me! At that moment, Roman plummeted from the sky, knees hitting the ground, his face etched with fear as if something ghastly chased him. You! Albin felt a lump in his chest. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on the other man's face. What terrifying thing could have shattered this person's sanity? What happened? Master, I suspect that guy is... Before he could finish, a long spear descended from the heavens, precisely piercing through him from behind and pinning him to the ground. With a splash, blood bloomed and spattered onto Albin's face. He didn't immediately wipe the grime off his face because his eyes were drawn to the marks on the ground. The blood pooled into 4 characters, like a provocation or a warning. Chapter 61. My power comes from imagination. Never again. Albin stared at these 4 characters, his breathing becoming rapid. He felt dizzy and lightheaded. His greatest fear had come true. That guest really was a terrifying supreme powerhouse. The person not only effortlessly crushed Roman but also sent him a warning, which meant the person had seen through everything, including every move he made. Never again. Never again. It seems that person doesn't have any intentions of targeting me yet. I should take the initiative to show submission and earn his favor. Lord, we need to avenge Roman. An informant looked at the tragic scene before him, his anger evident in his voice as he spoke with indignation. Their heavenly Dao mansion had never suffered such a huge loss. Do I need your guidance for my actions? Albin flew into a rage, slapping the man's crown, instantly causing him to explode, his soul dissipating. He did not know if that person was still monitoring him, so it was better to be safe and always show sufficient respect. With a wave of his hand, the bloodstains and remains on the ground were cleaned up by a blazing fire that left nothing behind. I should proactively visit that gentleman and ask him about perfecting the desolate life array method. He muttered to himself. The problem with the array had been troubling him. Although it was already 90% complete, the remaining 10% of variability made him uneasy. If one wished to achieve great things, even if it wasn't possible to be flawless, the possibility of failure must be reduced to the minimum. But going directly to ask for advice seemed too disrespectful. Maybe it would even lead to retribution. A generous gift was absolutely necessary. He paced back and forth, racking his brains about what kind of gift to offer, but could not come to a decision. True powerhouses usually despised ordinary treasures since they already had more than enough. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. A wonderful gift idea. Marcia, Inyang Daobadi, it's time for you to contribute to me. He licked his lips, looking incredibly excited. This treasure was originally intended for his personal enjoyment after success. Compared to the success or failure of a major undertaking, one woman seemed insignificant. People, go fetch. Just then, someone else burst into the National Master's mansion, infuriating Albin to the point of considering killing sprees. Only when he saw it was someone from the palace did he calm down. The steward has decreed. The xiuxian Sect spacecraft is about to enter the capital city and specially invites the National Master to join in receiving the distinguished guests. This seat knows. Tell His Majesty, I will go immediately. Watching the messenger leave, Albin's expression turned slightly grim. A group of bad omens, they didn't come earlier or later, just at this moment. It's truly disgusting. Outside the capital city, Hatcher released his own momentum and reverted to an ordinary person. Long live the guest advisor. The guard unit pushed through the shocked crowd, quickly moving forward, and knelt on one knee, expressing their allegiance. Weren't you supposed to enjoy yourselves? For us, being able to follow the guest advisor around is the ultimate joy. The leader of the guards said sincerely, confirming to Hatcher that this guy likely had other sidelines. Such eloquence was far beyond a typical roughneck. At this moment, a roaring sound suddenly came from overhead, and a spacecraft tore across the sky, heading straight for the city gate. Persistent souls. From afar, Hatcher saw the flag of the xiuxian Sect, but his face remained calm. Let's go back to the palace. Inside the imperial palace, within the grand reception hall, Janie wore her 9-dragon robe. Despite being a woman, she couldn't hide her authority and majesty. She overlooked those seated below without showing any emotion, as if she was born to rule, her every movement exuding imperial grace. Isa and disciples of the xiuxian Sect pay our respects to His Majesty. Isa bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. Next to her stood 3 disciples, Adrian, Aisha, and Nyla. These few people all looked like exceptional talents, but Isa didn't know that each harbored their own thoughts. Aisha was the simplest. She was controlled by the love infatuation spell, developing cheap feelings for Adrian. Ordinarily, she should be utterly devoted to Adrian now, but somehow, she developed resistance against the love infatuation spell, sometimes clear-headed, sometimes confused. Adrian's problem was similar to Coraline's. These days, there was always an image lingering in his mind, haunting him. This figure was quite outstanding, almost superhuman. At first glance, it had 4 legs, long hair covering its wide body, a large nose, fangs, and was constantly snorting. Indeed, it was a real wild boar. For some reason, he began to think wild boars were far more beautiful than humans. Because of this, he hesitated to possess Coraline. As for Nyla, she was even more formidable, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to bring about Amanda's downfall and steal her fortune to achieve her own great path. To reach her goal, she did not hesitate to light the calamity-inducing incense multiple times, attempting to trigger the 3 disasters and 4 tribulations on Amanda's body. But the outcome drove her to despair. Not only was Amanda unharmed, but she seemed radiant and lively. Be seated. Janie's voice brought the scheming few back to reality. After they sat down, they began to observe the Gianna before them. Adrian's eyes nearly popped out. She was an exceptional beauty as well. If he could add her to his collection, his lust grew, and he continuously urged the elder in the ring to prepare a new love infatuation charm. Nyla, on the other hand, wore a serious expression, staring intently at Janie. Why do you look at me like that? Janie noticed the intense gaze and asked directly. Your Majesty, I boldly observed your facial features just now and found that there was a deadly aura between your eyebrows, indicating a sign of immense misfortune. But recently, this ominous sign has transformed, showing signs of turning from bad to good, and it's now a very auspicious omen. It seems you must have encountered someone important? Indeed, I did meet someone quite extraordinary. Janie's lips curled upward in a meaningful smile. Oh, there are such remarkable people in the world. May we be honored to meet him? Amanda seized the opportunity and followed up with her question. Certainly. Look, isn't he coming right now? Janie pointed behind them. Chapter 62 True and False Hatcher, Fooling Gwyneth. Hearing this, all of them turned around at the same time. A youth was slowly walking towards them. When they got a clear look at his face, all of them showed expressions as if they had been struck by lightning. Welcome, distinguished guest. Please take the honored seat. Janie rose from her imperial throne to welcome him and had Hatcher's seat arranged next to her, showing evident favoritism. Junior brother, how could you be here? Coraline immediately suppressed the love spell that had been cast on her and asked with tear-filled eyes. This bitch. Adrian cursed inwardly. No wonder the love spell could not fully control her. It turned out she harbored feelings for Hatcher and resisted the worm's invasion. Gianna, you'd better explain why my disciple became your distinguished guest. Gwyneth was the first to react, anger showing on her face. She felt cheated. She clearly asked Janie to help monitor Hatcher, but instead, she kept Hatcher for herself. Was this a joke? Not only had Hatcher's backing not been taken away, he gained an additional one. Gwyneth felt utterly paralyzed. If this continued, Hatcher would never return to her side, preventing her from smoothly passing through the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. How could she bear this? Are you misunderstanding something? The corners of Janie's mouth curled up slightly into a teasing arc before she forcibly suppressed it. This person is our distinguished guest, not your disciple. They just happen to look very similar. These words left the 4 below exchanging glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. This explanation was too explosive, leaving them unable to refute it immediately. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Gwyneth grew even angrier, looking at Hatcher. Since you appear before me, why won't you acknowledge me? Or are you afraid and dare not face me? Such cowardice truly makes you unworthy of being my disciple. Her heart trembled. Originally, she wanted to say something gentle but remembered Nyla's instructions. To bring Hatcher back, she must utterly destroy his dignity and pride. Emolyozu always remembered this point. Bang! The Gianna slammed her fist on the dragon desk with a loud noise. You shouldn't go too far. I respect you as honored guests, but not as excuses for your rudeness. If you dare to insult my distinguished guest again, beware my wrath. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a rustling sound as a pile of documents fell at Emolyozu's feet. This is the distinguished guest genealogy. His ancestors have resided in the capital for 3,000 years. I found the distinguished guest using the portrait you provided. For this, I should thank Daoist Emo. Without your clue, I wouldn't have found such a talent. Frowning, Emolyozu picked up the forged genealogy and carefully read it, finding no flaws. At this moment, a guard outside reported. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master requests an audience. Quickly let him in. Immediately, a tall figure walked in, glanced disdainfully at Emolyozu, then walked past the others. Greetings, Your Majesty. After paying his respects, Albin looked at Hatcher. Seeing the latter bow again. I have offended you multiple times, distinguished guest. Please forgive my insolence. This scene greatly shocked Emolyozu. For the esteemed Imperial Master, head of Tian Dao Mansion, to bow to a mere youth, it seemed like an overacted performance. Did Albin have no pride? Master Zhao, you arrived just in time. Please judge. Grasping a clue, Emolyozu hurriedly said, Hatcher is clearly my disciple, yet the Gianna insists he is her guest. Moreover, she claims they are 2 different people. Do you find this reasonable? Unreasonable. Albin directly replied, bringing a smile to Emolyozu's face. What qualifications does your useless disciple have to compare with the distinguished guest? Does he have the capability? Does he have the strength? Hearing this, Emolyozu was utterly stunned. Was she the only one who was deluded? Gentlemen, please listen to me. At this moment, Nyla stood up and said, even if 2 people look alike, their destinies are different. I remember Hatcher's destiny. May I divine the distinguished guest's destiny? Hearing this, Emolyozu perked up. If both had identical destinies, the Gianna would have nothing to say. Please proceed. Hatcher's voice was emotionless. In that case, allow me to impose. She moved forward, opened her heavenly eye, and stared at Hatcher's face. This was her unique secret technique. At close range, she could determine one's destiny solely through facial features. She clearly remembered that Hatcher's destiny was a special solitary calamity star. Although it could help others deflect disasters, it was entangled with misfortune itself. Even if he possessed unparalleled cultivation, he would ultimately face a situation where the entire world turned against him, ending in a tragic death. No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't escape my eyes. Nyla sneered inwardly. She had always believed that the person before her was Hatcher, because in the cultivation world, the probability of 2 identical people appearing was too low. If there really was such a case, there was only one possibility. Just as she was confident, suddenly Hatcher's body emitted a dazzling light. Each beam of light was like a sharp sword, piercing towards her eyes. No. Ah. She let out a blood-curdling scream. Her face twisted in agony, her eyes bleeding as she fell to the ground. He is. Nyla trembled, pointing at Hatcher as if she had encountered the most terrifying thing. Her beautiful face turned pale with fright. Chapter 63, 2 Similar Flowers. Vilma, what happened to you? Gwyneth's face changed dramatically. In a flash, she rushed forward and helped Fiona to her feet. Ah, he. Fiona seemed to have witnessed something extremely terrifying, trembling incoherently with her finger pointing at Hatcher. Seeing this scene, Gwyneth's face instantly darkened. No matter who you are, daring to attack my disciple, shouldn't you give a reasonable explanation? She emanated her aura, enveloping Hatcher. Lianghe destroying sword, Hatcher muttered in his heart, pressing down with one finger. Heaven, divine might unbroken. The sword's momentum roared out, like the gaze of a celestial deity, instantly breaking through all auras. Boom. Gwyneth retreated 2 steps, not because of insufficient strength, but due to a tremendous shock to her mind. Through this confrontation, She could basically confirm that this person indeed had the power to slay a sky-cleaving realm expert, which meant Albin wasn't lying. Adrian's face also turned ashen white. Though that strike wasn't aimed at him, it made him feel the threat of death. What followed was boundless humiliation. Even if this person weren't Hatcher, just thinking about being suppressed by this face was unbearable. Don't be his enemy. Fiona recovered somewhat and quickly held onto Gwyneth. What happened to you? Master, this person has an exceedingly rare void destiny, which cannot be seen directly, interfered with, or speculated upon, or else great calamity will befall us. Void destiny, very powerful? It's not a matter of whether it's powerful. His fate has already transcended the world, unrestricted by the heavenly Tao. All methods of reading faces and changing fortunes are ineffective against him. Only he can control his own destiny. Disciple merely glanced at him once and suffered backlash, nearly invoking the unprovoked tribulation. Gwyneth took a deep breath. Just one glance would invoke disasters. What a terrifying existence. Albin secretly rejoiced in his heart. It was finally confirmed that Hatcher was truly an unimaginable powerhouse. Fortunately, he hadn't offended him excessively. There was still a chance for reconciliation. Seeing these people's reactions, Hatcher almost died laughing inside. Never did he expect that their mutual corroboration would elevate his status so high. As for the void destiny, he had always scorned it. Perhaps the rebirth brought imperial-grade mental strength, causing him to exceed normal logic and trigger a misjudgment. This person really isn't Hatcher. Fiona made her judgment, and a trace of disappointment flashed in Gwyneth's eyes. If not, how could there be two people so alike? There's only one possibility, Fiona said somberly. He and Hatcher are two similar flowers, one wilting while the other blooms. The stronger he becomes, the more destitute Hatcher will be. This statement left everyone present stunned. Such a strange phenomenon. Gwyneth immediately became animated, looking intently at Hatcher. Two similar flowers, one strong and one weak. If she could make the visiting elder stronger, wouldn't Hatcher automatically fall into despair? That way, she could subdue Hatcher effortlessly. How wonderful. My apologies, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Gwyneth put on a smiling face, but Lola was unimpressed. You haven't offended me. You insulted the visiting elder. If you want forgiveness, it depends on him. Haha, I was thinking the same thing. She took out a brocade box from her ring, radiating a brilliant light, exuding a rich aura of good fortune. It was itself a rare treasure. Let alone its contents, which were certainly rare and precious. Adrian's face changed immediately, filled with envy and desire. Esteemed guest elder, this is a small token of my appreciation, unworthy of mention, but I hope you will accept it. What's inside the box? A xiuxian linglong pearl. Upon hearing this name, Hatcher couldn't help but shudder. This was a holy relic even more extraordinary than the 7-star blood lotus. It was said that only 7 xiuxian linglong pearls existed in the world. Once used, it would take 10,000 years for a new one to form. Its effects were terrifying. Below the sky-cleaving realm, cultivators who could refine it would instantly advance one major realm without any side effects. But that was only secondary. Upon reaching the sky-cleaving realm, one could manifest a dharma body. Yet the xiuxian linglong pearl could forcibly elevate this manifestation, causing a qualitative transformation, increasing its power several folds. If such an extraordinary treasure were to fall into the wrong hands, it would inevitably lead to a bloodbath and fierce competition. Even those ancient recluses would not be able to resist and would come out of seclusion to engage in slaughter. But if it only had these effects, Hatcher still wouldn't care much. Neither breaking through cultivation realms nor enhancing dharma bodies would impress him. What truly attracted him was the least known and most heaven-defying function of the xiuxian linglong pearl. It could help near-Dao achievers break through to the no-manifestation realm among the 6 imperial realms. This was the temptation Hatcher could not ignore. Would you not feel regretful giving such a treasure to this seat? Of course not. Treasures should belong to those of virtue. If the guest elder can refine it, that would be the best outcome. Gwyneth spoke generously, but Hatcher sneered inwardly. Although the xiuxian linglong pearl is one of the greatest treasures under heaven, it has a significant drawback. Its refinement threshold is extremely high. Apart from those with destined connections and world-class experts, forcibly refining it would entail heavy consequences. Furthermore, if the refinement fails, the xiuxian linglong pearl will escape control and return to its original owner. Gwyneth obviously had her calculations ready. In her eyes, if the guest elder successfully refines it, Hatcher will be weakened. If he fails, then it's his own fault for lacking ability. However, Hatcher could see through her true thoughts. She did not wish him to succeed. Such a valuable treasure, even if she couldn't use it herself, she wouldn't want others to benefit either. But Hatcher was going to disappoint her. A fool would pass up a gift like this. Since you are so thoughtful, this seat cannot refuse. Hatcher waved his hand, and the brocade box opened, revealing a colorful pearl in his palm. The next moment, blazing Dao fire erupted from his body, making him as hot as the sun itself, radiating intensely. Is he crazy? He's going to refine it right here. Gwyneth said incredulously. Facing such a great opportunity, no cultivator would dare to proceed without thorough preparation to ensure success. Yet, this person was so impatient. Wasn't he afraid of dying from backlash? Pay the price, arrogant creature. Gwyneth's expression turned cold as she cursed silently. Chapter 64. Who approves? Who disagrees? Hatcher sat as immovable as a mountain, his body like a myriad path furnace capable of embracing and integrating all things. The intrinsic linglong pearl emitted brilliant light, vivid and dazzling, intertwined with the flavor of the great Tao, leaving one captivated. However, before these rays of light could escape, they seemed to be restrained by an invisible gravitational force, gradually flowing back into Hatcher's body. This process was not overly brief. It held everyone present captive, preventing them from looking away. Ultimately, the treasure transformed into a molten aura in the palm of Hatcher's hand, shimmering and flowing like a river of stars. Success. Hatcher smiled slightly and then exhaled powerfully, like a dragon drinking water, directly inhaling the light into his body. The process was extremely swift. Gwyneth did not even have time to react, standing dumbfounded at the scene. How is this possible? He actually refined it. Even a person with great affinity wouldn't do it this fast. She trembled slightly, finding it hard to accept the outcome, realizing there was no room for regret now. Congratulations to our guest master. You've taken another step closer to the great Tao. Gwyneth forced out a strained smile, only to notice that Hatcher's aura had remained unchanged. This shouldn't be right. Even cultivators beyond the heaven-cleaving realm would experience their dharma bodies advancing after refining such a treasure. Yet, there was no noticeable improvement in Hatcher. Something was amiss. However, she didn't know that countless red lightning bolts inside Hatcher's body were restraining the radiant glow, temporarily storing it. Because now wasn't the optimal time to absorb it. To ensure success, ample preparation was still needed. Ancient texts recorded that the no-form realm involved controlling myriad dharmic bodies. In this realm, one's heart can transform heaven and earth, capable of demonstrating mountains and rivers, vegetation, as well as converting suns, moons, and stars. All phenomena were within control. No-form realm itself is an invincible dharmic body. To enter this realm, stringent conditions must be met. The no-form realm is exceedingly lofty. Forcing entry risks mental assimilation, being purified into a state of nothingness. At best, one's spirit suffers injury, and at worst, the soul dissipates entirely. This is a terrifying erosion. To resist, one must possess extremely intense emotions, such as the three poisons. That is, greed, anger, and delusion. With Hatcher's incredibly stable mental state, obtaining such intense emotions was challenging. This was a common ailment among near-enlightened beings. Unbelievably, powerful mental stability hindered his ascension to emperorhood. Therefore, to cross this threshold, Hatcher needed to borrow others' emotions. His gaze shifted to those below, and a smile formed on his lips. What better material than this? Guest master, how do you feel? Eugene cautiously approached, observing every change in Hatcher meticulously. Got some improvement, not bad. These words made Eugene marvel. Truly a remarkable individual, able to refine such a treasure yet remain unruffled. Just how solid was his foundation? Guest master, since the friends from Eugene's sect have shown their sincerity, should we turn the page and get to the main point? Lola suddenly reminded them, lighting up the faces of Gwyneth and the others. I was thinking the same. Please, Hatcher said calmly, his gaze turning increasingly intense. In his eyes, the people from Eugene's sect had become ripe targets. So I'll cut to the chase. According to the agreement, the Empire will cooperate with us fully to eliminate the Joyful Union sect and encourage my wayward disciple to return to reason. Do you have any questions? Gwyneth's expression was solemn, her tone carrying powerful resolve and determination. I do have a question, Hatcher spoke, holding a communication jade in his palm. At this moment, he was already in contact with Vera, revealing the details of the military meeting clearly. I heard your disciple bears a striking resemblance to me, likely having a stubborn temperament. Keep in mind, destroying the Joyful Union sect is easy, but changing one's heart is difficult. If he refuses to return to reason, what will you do? Hearing this, Gwyneth fell into a long silence. That depends on the means you provide. After a moment, Gwyneth gritted her teeth and said, I allow you to handle him however you see fit. Just strip away his dignity, break his pride, and once he reaches utter despair, I'll take him away. That way, there's no fear he won't submit. Even if it damages his core essence? Certainly. Even if it cripples his cultivation? So be it. Very well. Hatcher stood up from his seat, coldness evident in his eyes. Apart from that boy Hatcher, all other members of the Joyful Union sect should belong to me. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Eugene's expression changed slightly. He had long lusted after Vera, wanting to claim her for himself. But faced with this guest master, he did not dare voice any objections and could only resign himself to giving up his heart's desire. I disagree. At that moment, Adrian, who had been standing in the background, suddenly stepped forward. We have already paid the reward. All spoils of war, including those women, should belong to us. Why should they be left for you to handle? He was blinded by lust, always thinking of Vera and others like Belinda and Talia when the charm was not acting up. Especially Vera, her peerless beauty. If he could just kiss her, he would have no regrets in this life. Hatcher's expression darkened as he slapped him across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap echoed like thunder, and Adrian screamed as he flew out, spinning through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Anyone else agree or disagree? In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Gwyneth stared angrily at Adrian, never expecting her usually obedient disciple to act so rashly. It disappointed her greatly. Adrian also regained his senses, trembling as he lowered his head, the venom in his eyes almost boiling over. Hatcher raised an eyebrow, releasing his mental power to capture the xiuxian fluctuation. This is indeed effortless. He hurriedly made hand seals, activating secret techniques to collect Adrian's emotions. This isn't even 1%. What a waste. Now I still need to collect greed and delusion. There's still much work ahead. We have no objections. Except for Hatcher, the others are yours to handle, Gwyneth promised. Excellent. If so, we should not delay. I will personally make your wish come true now. Upon hearing this, everyone except Lola showed looks of shock. They knew very well about Vera's strength. Capturing her alive would not be easy. But Hatcher spoke so casually, as if he were going to catch a rabbit. How could he do it? First step, let me confirm their positions. Hatcher pressed his finger against his brow, unleashing his fierce mental power without restraint, sweeping over everyone present. Chapter 65. The entire Halwan sect are actors. Is this mental power? Albin and others were breathing heavily, solely because this force was overwhelmingly powerful, leading him to suspect as much. It indeed is mental energy. Gwyneth hurriedly focused her powers to resist, But the 3 disciples beside her weren't so fortunate. They momentarily felt dazed, almost collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, this force came swiftly and departed just as quickly, instantly covering the entire imperial capital. Acting must be done thoroughly, and Hatcher played it with realism. Found them. A smirk appeared on his lips, revealing a defiant arc. Just a few insignificant beings. Watch as I handle them effortlessly. In the next moment, he darted out, leaping through the sky, speeding toward a certain direction. The others didn't delay either, all soaring up into the air, closely following behind. So fast. Gwyneth looked at Hatcher's back, exclaiming while leading the 3 apprentices. Lord Guest only slows down to match our speed. Otherwise, he would have left us far behind long ago, Albin said disdainfully. Within less than an hour, they crossed half of the imperial capital and arrived at a more open area. Why stop here? The target is here. How can that be? I don't sense anything. Then use your eyes. Hatcher raised his left hand, with sword momentum flowing in his palm. With a single press of his hand, he reduced the buildings below to rubble. In an instant, there was uproar among the people as they fled in fear, yet no one was injured. From amidst the rolling dust, 4 figures soared up into the air, coming into their sight. None other than Vera, the Tiana, Talia, and another Hatcher. The 2 Hatchers faced off across the distance, forming a peculiar spectacle in the eyes of onlookers. The original gazed at the imposter, even catching a hint of amusement and satisfaction on the latter's face. This disguise technique had reached its peak. Without Hatcher's original formidable mental power, it couldn't have been detected. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be my disciple? Vera said angrily, her expression perfectly controlled. The evil spirits of the xiuxian sect, your end has come. Gwyneth stood tall with confidence, looking down upon Vera. So it's you, that pesky presence. I already said, Hatcher is my disciple, and he will never return to you. Master is right, I won't forgive you anymore. The Hatcher rushed into Vera's arms, an act that stirred jealousy in Adrian and Gwyneth, while making Vera's skin crawl, barely holding back from using violence. You don't get to decide that. Gwyneth's presence grew imposing, ready to act. No one else is allowed to intervene. These are all mine for the taking. Let me handle this. Hatcher stepped forward, radiating an aura of supreme authority. Then it's in your hands. Gwyneth's gaze flickered, choosing to step back. She understood the mindset of top-tier experts. They are incredibly proud, and if someone dares to interfere in their battles frivolously, they won't receive gratitude but instead might incur revenge. What terrifying auras. Who are these people? This commotion drew the attention of countless onlookers, including those above the heavenly severing realm, who cast heavy gazes. I see Her Majesty the Gianna, the Imperial Tutor, and Lord Guest. Are they going to deal with that woman? Wherever she went, Vera was the absolute focus, mesmerizing people merely by standing still. At the same time, her aura grew even more intense. Undoubtedly, she was the strongest among the group. That's Lord Guest. He wants to take on that woman alone. Is that possible? There's a significant gap between them. Don't underestimate him. Lord Guest is definitely a concealed powerhouse. Didn't you see how he instantly killed someone at the Heavenly Severing Realm? Completely laughable. At true powerhouse's level, Heavenly Severing Realm is nothing. I bet he'll be utterly defeated in 3 rounds. Ignoring the crowd's murmurs, Vera made the first move. Daring to impersonate my disciple, you won't leave unscathed today. Before her words finished, waves of red dust spread outward from her center, summoning the red dust sea that covered 300 miles, suppressing the 9 heavens. What terrifying power! Janie hugged her arms tightly, trembling uncontrollably. She knew Vera was strong, but never imagined she'd be this powerful. In this domain, she hadn't even been targeted and was nearly unable to hold up. If she fought seriously, even a legion of Heavenly Severing Realm practitioners wouldn't survive. The Tiana and Talia also moved simultaneously, their power greatly amplified by the red dust sea. Dual swords emerged, forcing even Gwyneth to retreat temporarily. Paltry tricks. Hatcher showed utter disdain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he pressed out a hand seal. Shatter myriad dermas. With a booming sound, the vast red dust sea shattered into fragments, along with the 3 individuals' attacks, all reduced to nothingness. Silence enveloped all. Not a whisper could be heard. That scene had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Hatcher merely waved his hand. With a slight motion, he dismantled the terrifying energy. What a calm demeanor. And what incredible power. Their forces were on completely different levels. How is this possible? Who are you? Miranya seemed to have suffered a significant blow, continuing her intense performance. Since you've made your move, it's my turn now. As he spoke, lightning flashed around him, turning the sky dark with thick clouds. Hexagonal destruction sword. He reached out, grabbing the lightning, aiming it forward. North, divine thunder like prison. The lightning spear was thrown out, exploding midair, transforming into a sea of lightning. Vera and the other 2 were hit first, struck by lightning, and became paralyzed. Their powerful auras plummeted, leaving them seemingly defenseless. Even Gwyneth was stunned, admiring this godlike technique of control and weakening. If she could master it, she might have a fighting chance against Vera. It should end here, Hatcher said calmly, making the onlookers feel a chill down their spines, sensing that something major was about to happen. Then, Janie slumped in midair, as if a nightmare scene from her dreams had become reality. Heaven stirring 10,000 images. Hatcher waved his hand, causing the sky to explode suddenly, revealing a clear blue expanse. Everyone looked up and froze instantly. There was a bright spot in their pupils, growing closer and larger. It turned out to be a shooting star that Hatcher had pulled down. I must be dreaming, someone muttered, while many others were too shocked to speak. Boom. The shooting star hit its target directly, creating a horrifying shockwave. After the impact, 3 figures fell from the sky, appearing powerless to resist. Master! The imposter let out an exaggerated scream. In the next moment, the real Hatcher appeared before her, delivering a palm strike to her body. Chapter 66. The prison must be raided. The fake Hatcher's face changed drastically, and his Tanjiao Sung became even more heart-wrenching. Everyone who heard it felt a chill run down their spines. Hey, aren't you overdoing this? It's really damaging my reputation. Hatcher, with a black line all over his face, whispered. All thanks to the little brother being too gentle, making it hard for big sister to get into character. A coquettish voice rang out, causing the real Hatcher to take a deep breath. Now, perform well for me. Don't worry. The imposter glanced sideways, looking at a few people from the Jade Purity sect, finally settling on Adrian. The one who has been twisting facts and framing the little brother is him, right? I'll soon let him see who the master of this craft truly is. Then I'll leave it to you. Hatcher's lips curled up, and he placed one hand on the other's Danteon position. In everyone's eyes, the guest senior displayed immense power, subduing Hatcher with one move and destroying the opponent's Danteon. Hatcher's aura suddenly plummeted, clearly indicating that his cultivation had been ruined. Ha, good. Excellent. Adrian's eyes flashed with wild joy, shouting excitedly in his heart that this formidable enemy had suffered another heavy blow. He must have been completely crippled. Adrian didn't believe the other party could revive again. You actually dare to do this to me. The imposter showed a weak appearance, eyes full of intense despair, as if his spirit had been destroyed, turning him into nothing more than a living corpse. Seeing this scene, Gwyneth couldn't hold back her excitement and revealed a happy smile. This was truly a win now. Contrary to her, Nyla looked uneasy, her heart sinking to the bottom. She hadn't expected that after so much caution, Gwyneth still managed to subdue Hatcher again. If this happened, Gwyneth would be able to safely weather the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations, which would thwart her plan to seize destiny. No, absolutely not. She had already changed her plan once. Changing it back would surely anger Tianji, leading to unpredictable consequences. So this time she had to stick to the end, not only interfering but also further ensuring that Gwyneth met disaster. Junior brother. Only Coraline looked mournful, almost fainting with pain. She had long regretted her actions, wanting to make amends to Hatcher, only to find herself powerless. The fake imposter lowered his brows, about to faint, giving Gwyneth a final glance. This single gaze made Gwyneth shudder all over. Grief, hatred, blame, and intertwined longing exploded her emotions. She felt an incredibly complex sentiment churning within her, leaving her at a loss. At this moment, a bright light appeared around Gwyneth's neck, stabilizing her. The real Hatcher caught this scene and instantly understood. Clearly, this was a sign of calamity erupting, yet something suppressed it. On closer inspection, the suppressive item turned out to be the token he had given Gwyneth. No wonder she was so eager to make me change my mind. It turns out she wanted me to help her suppress the calamity. Hatcher's lips curled up, filled with mockery. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. With just 2 moves, Hatcher had thoroughly subdued the formidable enemy before him. More terrifyingly, throughout the process, he did everything effortlessly, as if not using his full strength. Everyone was awestruck, trembling with excitement, some even kneeling in worship. With such a powerful guardian defending the Lingxiao Empire, what need was there to fear its decline? He's even scarier than I thought. Albin's heart raced, unable to help but feel secretly relieved. According to his estimate, if faced against Hatcher, he might not last even a single move. The target has been captured. Escort them back to the palace's maximum security prison. Supervise separately, guard strictly, no mistakes. Yes. Below, the guards answered with reverence, loading the already unconscious Vera and others into the prison cart, signaling the end of this farce. Having done this, Hatcher then said to Gwyneth, the contract is made, and we've set the stage for you. Tonight at midnight, this seat will have important matters elsewhere, and will not be stationed at the prison. Thank you for your reminder, guest senior. I'll remember that. Gwyneth's eyes lit up. The guest senior had already hinted, instructing her to raid the prison on schedule, to capture Hatcher and humiliate Vera along the way. As night fell, inside the maximum security prison, the 4 from the Joy Sect were held in 2 entirely different cells. One was extremely luxurious, housing Vera, the demon girl, and Talia. The other was exceedingly humble, holding Hatcher. More shockingly, these 2 cells were right next to each other. Damn little pervert, you hit too hard. The Irma girl massaged her shoulder, grumbling. That meteor strike from the sky almost broke her bones. Be thankful, little girl. He held back on that move. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to complain here. Zora, disguised as Hatcher, said beside her, I've always had a question. Is little brother really at the convergence of Heart Realm? I heard he instantly killed someone at the heaven-cleaving realm. That's an unprecedented feat. As real as can be. The Irma girl replied, that guy is the one who can break all conventions. It's just a pity that in the future, I won't be able to bully him with my strength anymore. Instead, I can only let him bully me. You can still use your body to bully him. Zora teased from the side. Pa. The Irma girl was not shy about showing her disgust. Quiet, our prey has taken the bait. Muyongya whispered quietly. She had the strongest spiritual power among them and could detect any movement, including the approach of Gwyneth. 2 muffled thuds sounded as the guards responsible for watching fell to the ground. Tong. I've come to save you. A slender figure in a black robe appeared before the 4 of them. How despicable you are, Gwyneth. To achieve your goal, you teamed up with others against us and even hurt the little one. He will never forgive you. Muyongya scolded directly. Is that so? I didn't expect you could say such childish words. Isn't survival of the fittest the law of the world? Your inability to protect him only shows your incompetence. You're unworthy to be his master. Do you think you're fit then? He followed you for so many years but never acknowledged you. Only when he's by my side does he feel safe and happy. Ha ha ha. Gwyneth burst out laughing upon hearing this. You don't understand. You don't know how much he once respected and liked me. Let me show you something. As she spoke, she carefully took out the wooden ball she wore. It was the token Hatcher had given her. She channeled her spirit power, and the wishes left by Hatcher were projected from the wooden ball, recounting his most sincere affections from childhood. Muyongya's expression changed slightly, as if she were jealous, and then she showed a look of disdain. Just as I thought. Chapter 67. Can't hit, can't get. Frustrate you until you're dying of envy. Upon hearing this, the smug expression on Gwyneth's face momentarily froze, then became even more triumphant. You're jealous. Having said this, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted off her shoulders, incomparably relieved. Vera's former sarcasm still rang in her ears, unforgettable to this day. You're jealous that I'm stronger than you, that I'm more beautiful than you, and that the little guy likes me more. Recalling these words would make her uncontrollably angry. Now, finally, she could pay her back. How pitiful you are, taking pride in that old thing. Let me show you something far more interesting. Vera wasn't furious. This letdown made Gwyneth feel somewhat regretful. However, when the other party revealed the ring on her finger, Gwyneth instantly couldn't keep calm anymore. What's that? Guess. I'm asking you what that is. Gwyneth yelled loudly without any restraint. Her delicate features, though twisted by rage, still held an extraordinary beauty. But they also carried an added touch of madness and savagery, making people dare not look directly at her. How could she not be aware? The energy stored in that ring was incredibly familiar. The rosy glow dancing, auspicious light billowing. It was far superior to her wooden ball. This was clearly an unparalleled amulet, and most hateful of all, it belonged exclusively to Vera. Even if others snatched it, it wouldn't work for them. They might even be injured by the spiritual power within. It was an openly blatant favoritism and indulgence. You're jealous again. Vera laughed heartily, stabbing mercilessly at Gwyneth's heart. Huff huff huff. She breathed heavily, staring at Vera with incomparable hatred, wishing she could tear her into pieces. Don't look at me like that. It was the little guy who insisted on giving this to me. I tried to tell him not to go through so much trouble, but he wouldn't listen. What can I do? Upon hearing this, Talia and the Tiana shivered. They never imagined their master could be shameless to such an extent. I don't believe it. You must have forced him. Gwyneth, seemingly drained of strength, struggled to find excuses for herself. And you still dare not believe it? Today I'll cure your stubbornness. Vera turned fierce, like a mother leopard ready to spring, determined to protect her most precious possession. Then she opened her spatial ring, and suddenly a stack of scrolls fell out. These were the drawings she had been practicing diligently to eliminate false tribulations. The Tiana and others knew Vera had been drawing, but didn't know what exactly. Today, they would finally get to see. One scroll unfurled, revealing Hatcher's profile. In the painting, Hatcher was commanding shipbuilding, full of vigor and youthful charm. Gwyneth widened her eyes. She had to admit that she hadn't seen such an expression on Hatcher's face for a long time. What had happened over these years that could transform such a vibrant and confident youth into someone so despondent? She hadn't forgotten the cold and lonely figure of Hatcher when he left the sect. Did I do wrong? Truly wrong? Maybe. But that is all past now. From now on, I will treat him better. Gwyneth clenched her fists, but remained obstinate. It's just a painting. What does it prove? All right, if you won't cry until you see a coffin, then I'll let you fully understand reality. Another painting was revealed, showing Hatcher gazing at Vera, his eyes soft and affectionate, capturing a moment nearly eternal. Himph! Gwyneth's face flushed red. She only grunted in disdain and fell silent. She was genuinely envious. Not talking? I know you're still unconvinced. Take a look at this. Scrolls were unfurled one after another. Vera talked incessantly, introducing each with fervor. This is a painting of the little guy cooking for me. This is a painting of the little guy hugging me. This is a painting of the little guy resting on my lap. The little guy rubbing my shoulders. The little guy massaging my legs. The little guy kneading my feet. The little guy comforting me to sleep. There's more. This too. Vera was relentless, detailing everything. By this time, her cheeks were already as red as fire from embarrassment. Ordinarily, she'd rather die than reveal these paintings publicly. But now, to hit back, she'd let it all go, harming the enemy by 100 while injuring oneself by 800. Yet she found pleasure in it. Our master is terrifying. The Tiana and Talia clung together, shivering in a corner. Even Hatcher stood dumbfounded, as if his worldview had been completely refreshed. I used to think I was shameless enough, but now, I feel that I would be out of place with you because I'm not perverted enough. At this moment, Ali wanted to grab Murungya's collar and yell loudly, "Stop it right now, being so perverted is already impolite. How can such a grown-up person act coquettish in front of disciples and ask them to take care of her? Are you a baby?" The most affected was naturally Gwyneth. She stood there like a statue, the only sign of life being the spreading bloodshot veins in her eyes. Spit. Whether shocked by Vera's world-shaking paintings or reaching her limit of endurance, she finally spat out a mouthful of blood. "You flirtatious hussy, die for me." She clasped her hands together and shot out a tremendous burst of spirit energy, which was blocked by the iron door of the cell, clearly made of superior material. "Can't hit you. Driving you mad with envy?" Vera was extremely delighted, and she kept waving the ring on her hand. "Can't get it, leaving you dying of hunger." Gwyneth felt dizzy and disoriented. She never dreamed she'd be this furious one day. "No matter what, I have one. Today, I will take Tonger away, and you can just cling to these memories to end your miserable life." Upon hearing this, the smile on Vera's face vanished instantly, which made her feel as if she had reclaimed some ground. With a wave of her hand, she split open the door of the adjacent cell and walked in gracefully. "What are you doing here again? I don't want to see you anymore." Hatcher shrunk back, hugging his knees in a defensive posture. Gwyneth's heart leaped with joy. Looking at Hatcher, it seemed his aversion to her had been greatly diminished, obviously having endured a lot of hardship. The guest adept's credibility was still reliable. Now, as long as she lowered her stance and spoke softly, Hatcher would immediately submit. Behave, don't throw tantrums. No one else can protect you except me. Do you want to continue staying here and suffering? Hearing this, Hatcher visibly trembled but stubbornly said, if you put me back in that environment, I'd rather die here. I promise it will never happen again. As long as you behave obediently and don't compete with your junior brother, I'll love you well. Chapter 68 The Whip to Flog Gwyneth. Scum. Zora's eyes flashed with dangerous light. She never thought that Gwyneth would be shameless to such an extent. Even at this point, the person she cherished most in her heart was still Adrian, placing his position even above Hatcher's. Just thinking about it made her feel unworthy for Hatcher. What are you hesitating for? Do you really want to be a slave here for life, or endure torture until death? Gwyneth pressed on while she had the upper hand, wanting to destroy Hatcher's psychological defenses in one go. A moment later, the color in Hatcher's eyes dimmed further, as if he had completely resigned himself to fate. I agree. Each word was incredibly heavy, but to Gwyneth, it was no different from the sweetest music. I knew you're a good boy, and won't disappoint your master's expectations. But there is still one more thing. Gwyneth's voice was low and filled with pressure. That severance contract needs you to tear it up. Hearing this, Hatcher suddenly lifted his head, looking at the other party in disbelief. You must understand that if I suffer from backlash due to the contract, no one can protect you anymore. Besides, you're still young, and your cultivation has been ruined. Suffering a little more hardship is not a problem. After we return, I will compensate you many times over. Beast, are those human words you speak? Annette couldn't stand it anymore. Even though she knew it was just a performance, her anger couldn't be contained. Defeated dog, what qualification do you have to comment so recklessly? Finally getting to gloat, Gwyneth looked down upon them with arrogance. Good, I hope you don't violate our agreement. Hatcher took out the forged contract and shredded it in front of everyone. Immediately after, his face turned extremely pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, making his already weak presence even weaker. Very good, my good disciple. Let me ask you again. On the day you defied me and left the sect, did you know regret? Asking this question, her eyes shone with excitement and a strong desire to dominate. She wanted Hatcher to deny all his past beliefs on his own. If Hatcher nodded, it would mean complete submission, abandoning his dignity and freedom to willingly become an object of domination. At this moment, Annette exuded a chilling killing intent. She knew how despicable Gwyneth was, yet she was still shocked by the depths of her actions. I did nothing wrong. Hatcher said firmly, making Gwyneth's expression immediately darken. You're not behaving well. It seems necessary for you to reflect here for a few more days. With that, she turned to leave, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she was certain that Hatcher would beg for mercy soon. However, she misjudged. Having walked 6 paces away, she still didn't hear any pleas, which made her extremely angry. One last time, do you repent? No regrets. Zora answered resolutely, simultaneously gently stroking the red string on her left wrist. It was a tool left by the real Hatcher. Once activated, it could restrain the artifact on Gwyneth's neck, causing her disaster to occur. She didn't expect to use it so soon. Gwyneth hadn't realized it yet, her whole body emitting a cold aura, just about to attack, when suddenly, she experienced unbearable pain in her mind. Unable to even blink, she screamed heart-wrenchingly, falling to the ground, convulsing violently while clutching her head. Serves her right. Annette applauded gleefully. Not good. My calamity struck. Why did the artifact fail? Could it be because of him? She looked at the nearby Hatcher, whom she had been looking down upon moments ago, now only able to look up at him from the ground. Forget about this question for now. I will no longer pursue this matter. Come with me. Her expression showed difficulty, only wanting to stop the disaster quickly. I'll pursue it if you won't. Tell me, when you allowed others to frame me initially, did you know it was wrong? Gwyneth's face changed drastically. She never expected Hatcher to take advantage of her weakened state to threaten her. For her, admitting fault was more painful than death, but the side effects of the calamity were even more unbearable. This torment, she couldn't endure even for a second. Fine, let it be my fault. I apologize and promise it won't happen again. Gwyneth gritted her teeth, and as soon as she finished speaking, the wooden ball on her chest lit up, instantly relieving her suffering. Huff, huff. By now, she was drenched in sweat, her body trembling slightly. The pain had almost left her completely drained. Since things are settled, I will take you away now. Gwyneth took a deep breath, her gaze towards Hatcher carrying an added trace of dissatisfaction. However, Zora's heart was filled with joy as she gently stroked the red string on her hand. This is indeed an excellent whip, making beasts obedient. Watch this, little brother. Sister will make those who targeted you pay a heavy price. Gwyneth gave Annette a smug look before walking away with Zora in tow. Poor thing, taking away this real female devil. You're going to have a hard time ahead. The performance is over. Why hasn't senior brother come out yet? Talia glanced around. Even after half an hour, there was still no sign of Hatcher. He was invited by Albin, apparently for something very important. In the capital of the Lingxiao Empire, at the National Preceptor's mansion, underground, Hatcher's true self had accepted Albin's invitation and arrived here, which appeared to be a vast underground world. Truly befitting the National Preceptor, what grandeur, indeed harboring ambitions of a hero. Hatcher released his spiritual energy, sensing that this world was extensive and interconnected, covering the entire imperial capital. Moreover, this space served as an array foundation, specifically designed to carry the living dead silence array, which had taken at least 30 years to construct. Guest has praised too much. To achieve great things, one must endure solitude and forsake conscience. Albin said shamelessly, but with a respectful expression. I invite the guest today only to discuss the perfection of the grand array. Please don't hesitate to share your wisdom. You know how difficult that is, Hatcher replied with a troubled look. I might have been abrupt, so I've prepared a gift, I believe you'll like it. What? You also have treasures comparable to the xiuxian linglong pearl? Perhaps, let me show you. With a clap, a secret door suddenly opened. Seeing the object inside, Hatcher's pupils constricted sharply. It was a large lump of dark ice crystal, encasing a pitiful-looking girl. Eldest Gilda, mercy. Chapter 69, Master and Apprentice Meet. Sir, please don't frown. This woman has an extraordinary constitution. Yin-yang Dao body, Hatcher said in a deep voice, which made Albin, who was about to explain, slightly stunned. As expected from you. I believe you already know her unique qualities. Albin said proudly while continuously observing Hatcher's expression. I accept this gift. Set her free. Of course, but there's something I need to inform you beforehand, sir. Albin continued. If you wish to replenish your energy from her, it's best done within 1 day after thawing her. Otherwise, she will wither and die immediately. Did you use the method of forcing growth? Hatcher's voice was low, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Using this method allows her entire vitality to be condensed and released within 1 day, greatly enhancing the effectiveness of dual cultivation. Within 1 day, whether or not dual cultivation occurs, she will exhaust all her life force, which is why cryopreservation is necessary. Hatcher kept a blank face, slowly closing his eyes to prevent his murderous intent from showing. Instantly, countless thoughts surged in his mind. To let Marcia live on, a method that can revitalize her must be used, such as the 10,000 ancient evergreen vine. Unfortunately, this spiritual herb is extremely rare, with very stringent growing conditions, and once mature, it would likely be snatched up by top-tier powerhouses. After all, it's a treasure for longevity. No one could remain unmoved. Sir, I happen to have a 10,000 ancient evergreen vine. Albin's voice suddenly rang out. And what of it? Hatcher opened his eyes and stared at him. Seeing as Sir enjoys collecting beauties, I boldly guessed you might want to keep this yin-yang Dao body alive, but... Albin paused, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. I should offer you the 10,000 ancient evergreen vine willingly, but unfortunately, it has already entered the auction process. If Sir desires it, I will personally buy it at the auction in a few days and then gift it to you, though this has to wait until after the major event. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Hatcher smiled, seeing through the other party's intentions clearly. His so-called grand plan was to activate the Dead Silence Array and refine all the powerful individuals. At that time, his strength would skyrocket, giving him a strong position in any negotiation, holding absolute initiative. But if things reached that point, Hatcher didn't believe Albin would keep his promise. This proposal was nothing more than a mirage. To save Marcia, another method had to be found. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling a secret technique. In his previous life, when combating the heavenly demons, he discovered they all possessed a secret art called the Heaven Repair Creation Technique. This secret technique could forcefully transfer life force to another person, allowing even the gravely injured to recover fully, making the heavenly demons notoriously hard to kill. Do I really need to capture a heavenly demon? Where would I even find one? As he pondered, he couldn't help but laugh. He had a ready-made solution right here. Sir, Albin repeatedly called, finally bringing him back to reality. What do you think of my proposal? Very well, I accept. Hatcher answered straightforwardly, catching Albin off guard. This is for you. Hatcher casually tossed a scroll into Albin's hand. Albin eagerly opened it, his face immediately showing sheer delight. It detailed the refinement method of the Dead Silence Array, a prize beyond expectation. Thank you, sir. You'd better put in some effort. I won't accompany you further. With a wave of his hand, Hatcher summoned the mystic ice crystal, which flew up behind him. Then, with one step, he vanished from the underground world. Farewell, sir. After the matter is accomplished, I'll repay you handsomely. Albin licked his lips, a sinister look crossing his face. Rewarding you by becoming my nourishment. Imperial Palace, guest house. I'll kill all you scum. Just liberated by Hatcher, Marcia unleashed an intense attack, madly striking at Hatcher. Such formidable fighting spirit. Truly worthy of being a yin-yang Dao body. Hatcher dodged while praising her. Marcia wasn't suffering from mental confusion, but was driven by unyielding battle spirit. She had been captured and preserved during a battle, and her indomitable fighting spirit remained unbroken even after decades. Now that she had broken free from the seal, she still believed she was in the midst of battle, regarding everything before her eyes as the enemy. Gilda, calm down first and listen to me. Who is your Gilda? I won't spare you today. Marcia stood gallantly, yin-yang chi gathering around her, forming a spiritual sword. Boom. The sword's momentum surged out, even stronger than Talia's, and her cultivation had long since surpassed the heaven-slashing realm, not having weakened at all over the years. It seems there's no way to reason with you, then I can only... Hatcher instantly switched states, like he had become another person, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. Subdue you by force. With one step, the sea of red dust rippled, enveloping the surrounding world. This is... Marcia had already attacked, but when she saw Hatcher's hair turn completely white, her whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. Jade Demon Body. This was a realm even she hadn't reached. Just at this moment, Hatcher had already approached, a spiritual sword in his hand shimmering with cold light, mercilessly slashing out. One move. The sword shattered, deciding the winner. Marcia was sent flying backward, intercepted midair by Hatcher who restrained her cultivation. You are really my junior brother? I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Let someone else tell you. Hatcher directly brought her to the celestial prison, opened the door, and tossed her inside. Gilda. Master. Courtney. Except for Talia, the few women exchanged glances, thinking they were dreaming, then instantly burst into tears, hugging each other tightly. Master, why are you here? What happened? You disobedient fool. It has made your master wait so painfully. Vera choked with sobs. Your return is all thanks to your junior brother. Master, Senior brother just left again without a word, as if something urgent came up. Talia said, somewhat surprised. This child, what could be so urgent for him? Vera wondered aloud, one hand gripping Marcia's wrist. Let me check your body. After a moment, her expression turned extremely grim. Chapter 70. Adorable Demon Overlord, Deceived Online. Hongchen Mountain, Hepi Sect. I am a little demon overlord, la la la. I want to build my Hepi Sect into something beautiful. Isabel and Demon Overlord Camille were enjoying hot pot and singing songs, living quite comfortably. Especially Demon Overlord Camille, since arriving here, had already entered an early retirement filled with idleness. Most importantly, according to the principle of reincarnation, she was only 1 year old now. Overlord, in order to take revenge early and restore our former glory, you should cultivate today. Isabel urged tirelessly. The 9 heavens array seemed to be enlightened, seeing their diligence. It rewarded them with spiritual herbs daily. Thus, they were constantly nourished. With no enemies chasing them and no need to shoulder the responsibility for their race, this life felt too good. What? You want me to cultivate? Really? But I'm still a child. Tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. Demon Overlord Camille blinked her big black gem-like eyes. Though small in stature, she was full of cunning. What kind of nonsense is this about being a demon overlord? Whoever wants it can have it. Just then, the space rippled as if waves appeared. Both instantly perked up. According to past experiences, this meant Master Array was using spatial power to send them more warmth. What delicacy would it bring this time? Under their eager gazes, a figure of a young man suddenly appeared in midair. Isabel's pupils immediately shrank as she froze on the spot. What's this? A spirit herb with transformation power? What a treasure we've found. Demon Overlord Camille looked excited, pointing at the nearby hot pot and telling the figure, come into the pot quickly. Why don't you come into the pot yourself? Can actually talk? How amazing. You must be something extraordinary. I'll definitely eat you. You're the extraordinary one. Your whole family is. Hatcher replied with visible annoyance. Beside him, Isabel felt numb. It seemed rumors were true, that reincarnation did indeed lower one's intelligence. Though the demon overlord's knowledge remained, and her personality was retained, her way of thinking had become childlike. In short, she had turned into someone less intelligent. Overlord, this is Master Zhou, also the master of this place. Ah. Camille's face changed dramatically, showing obvious tension. She surmised that this young man before her might be a powerful human masquerading as a youth, likely aware of her previous identity. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Hatcher smiled kindly, examining Camille approvingly. According to reincarnation rules, only those who never killed humans in their past lives can choose to be reborn as humans. You are not our enemy. You're truly a great person. Camille said gratefully. Of course, but I'd like to ask, now that you've become human, can you still use the innate abilities of the heavenly demons, such as the heaven replenishing technique? Of course I can. Are you trying to learn the secrets of the heavenly demons from me? Camille answered without hesitation. I understand all that. As humans often say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. I will cooperate fully. What do you really understand? A hint of suspicion flickered across Isabel's lips, but she dared not warn Camille aloud. Good. Seeing how cooperative you are, I plan to reward you. Hatcher's words made Camille's eyes shine. Could I have a petal of the 7-star blood lotus? She asked shyly, not really expecting it. Of course you can. 1 petal isn't enough. I allow you 2. Hatcher was so generous it was almost unnatural. If it were anyone else, they would have been alerted. When people are humble, they seek something. But Demon Overlord Camille lacked this awareness. In her past life, she was a recluse, knowing nothing of social graces. Now, with forced mental regression, she couldn't see through his intentions. She skipped into the herb room, returning with a smile an hour later. Her aura completely changed. Her cultivation level had improved, and she looked older, around 11 or 12 years old, especially lively and cute. Thank you, big brother. Seeing Hatcher was still there, she smiled sweetly, utterly delighted. No problem. See that small hut over there? Go inside and activate the array. There's a surprise for you. Camille did as instructed, trusting Hatcher completely. When the hut lit up, a scream was heard, and Camille vanished. Master Zhou, what happened to our demon overlord? Isabel's face paled. Her fears were confirmed. Don't worry, she is safe with me. I promise I will return her unharmed in a few days. Then I'll leave it to you, Master Zhou. Isabel's face was full of worry as she walked towards the hot pot, tears uncontrollably streaming down from the corner of her mouth. In the Imperial Palace, guest residence, a teleportation array was glowing and then exploded into fragments. Fortunately, I had the foresight to set up a one-time teleportation array in the sect. It has indeed come in handy. Hatcher grabbed Miles' demon lord and laughed very sinisterly. You, what are you going to do with me? Don't be afraid. I want to use your power to save an important person. After I succeed, I will give you even more benefits. At this moment, inside the royal prison, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly heavy, dark, and gloomy. Gilda can only live for 1 day? How is this possible? The April's face was pale. She couldn't accept this fact at all. Vera couldn't help trembling all over. Her poor disciple finally regained freedom, only to face death again. Why was fate so harsh on her? Master, don't be sad for me. I'm very happy that I could see you one last time. I'm unfilial and can't repay your upbringing kindness. Marcia's eyes were filled with tears. She was a strong woman who never gave up fighting even when trapped in a desperate situation, yet now she felt utterly powerless. Learning that Vera had nearly gone mad because of her, she felt immensely guilty. Luckily, there's still little junior brother. By the way, where is little junior brother? Marcia seemed to have thought of something and forced herself to cheer up. Since the outcome is already determined, let me give little junior brother a gift. Hey, you're not thinking of? Talia suddenly asked, then abruptly stopped. At that moment, they heard a bang. The prison door was kicked open, Isn't it a bit too early to hold a memorial service now? Hatcher strode in, carrying Miles' demon lord and showing her off to everyone. Whose little kid is this? So cute. Marcia looked at the demon lord's pouting expression due to being tricked, and it seemed like her spirit was restored. Little sister, how old are you? Replying to elder sister, I am just over 1 year old. Chapter 71. Offering herself in love at first sight. Only 1 year old? Several women were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Little junior brother, you came just in time. Marcia regained her composure and grabbed Hatcher's wrist. Follow me to a quiet place. I have something important to give you. I hope that in the future, you will take good care of our master and the sisters. Her cheeks were flushed, embarrassment mixed with determination, having made up her mind to face her fate. Hold on. Hatcher exerted strength, freeing his wrist, and shoved Camille into her arms. Caught off guard, Marcia's slender, long arms immediately closed, hugging tightly. You're choking me. Camille rolled her eyes. In resistance, she reached out with both small hands. When they touched two large, heart-throbbing soft mounds, she squeezed hard. Ah! Marcia was struck as if by lightning, falling weakly to the ground, her pretty face turning redder. What are you doing? She complained reproachfully, staring at her. This little girl had such strength. This is simply a masterpiece. Camille was entranced, pinching and touching, envying fiercely. In her past life, she hadn't been outstanding. In this life, barring any accidents, she was a mere plank of wood. Hey, you brat, don't touch that randomly. Don't move around. Your days are numbered, but I can save you. Upon hearing these words, everyone except Hatcher gaped. This little girl didn't know about Marcia's condition but could reveal it so accurately. Perhaps there really was a chance for salvation. Little sister, are you serious? No problem at all. Let me show you my prowess. The Demoness Camille said arrogantly, clearly not letting go. She immediately activated the Pango creation skill, infusing her vitality into Marcia's body. Oh, this feeling. Marcia's body trembled, but her expression gradually grew serious. She could sense that the vitality within her was being replenished. This person was indeed saving her. Is this right? You're still so young, losing too much vitality. Don't say anything more. Big brother has already paid the price. I'm here specifically to save you. Hearing this, everyone's attention turned to Hatcher's face. Marcia gazed at him with deep affection, her eyes full of tenderness, almost melting him. It's as if heaven bestowed you upon me, pulling me out of danger. It has truly treated me well. Hearing this, Melissa felt a stir in her heart. Though she was happy, she also sensed a crisis. Vera had mentioned Gilda's character to her. Decisive and passionate, she never avoided her feelings. Judging from her behavior, even if she hadn't fallen in love with the young rogue instantly, she probably had considerable fondness for him. Unconsciously, she clenched her fist. Melissa, you've really been slacking lately. Are you developing a habit of relying on the young rogue for everything? That's no good. She encouraged herself. From today on, enemies aren't just outside. You need to stay alert. In cultivation and matters of the heart, you absolutely cannot lose. Hatcher raised an eyebrow, collecting the emotion of greed. And it was significant. Enough already. At this moment, Marcia suddenly spoke, trying to stop Camille. It's too early. I'm fine for now. Camille was slightly taken aback. This is enough. With this vitality, I can break through my realm, continue striving against heaven. This is the true path of cultivation. With those words, a powerful aura emanated from her, actually pushing Camille away. Then she closed her eyes, entering a state of emptiness. Whoosh! A loud burst echoed, as heavenly essence gathered beneath her, forming a lotus platform. The 8-petaled lotus bloomed slowly. Each petal underwent a transformation, evolving qualitatively. Heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, marsh. These symbols appeared sequentially on the lotus, representing the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams reversed and converged, elucidating yin and yang. Yin and yang melded, revealing the Tai realm. Reaching the Tai realm meant the true form of the yin-yang Dao body breaking and reforming. Marcia had an epiphany, transcending death and rebirthing. Gather jade-like steps, draw on heaven and earth, shake sun and moon, pierce the void, reach great chaos directly. Eject turbid chi, clear mind and spirit, absorb the essence of all things. Chanting the profound truth, she opened her star-like eyes, dispelling gloom. The genius was reborn. Between her eyebrows, a vermilion slowly spread, splitting into black and white, eventually forming a tiny taijutsu. The next moment, her aura soared dramatically. The first level of slashing heaven, the second level, the third level, all the way to the 9th level, with no sign of stopping. Break through it, Hatcher said solemnly, feeling inexplicably tense. Whether Marcia could reverse her fate hinged on this moment. Not worth mentioning. She lightly licked her red lips, her eyes radiating an aggressive light. A mere realm barrier, how could it possibly obstruct the indomitable yin-yang Dao body? With a thunderous roar, the constraints shattered. Immediately after, an immense aura descended upon this place. Above slashing heaven, the life and death realm, Marcia floated in midair as her jade hairband exploded, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, intertwined with specks of starlight. Subsequently, boundless vitality rained down from the sky, pouring into her body and completely reversing the decline. Visibly, her figure grew taller and more perfect, her skin becoming increasingly translucent and radiant, exuding a startling charm. So beautiful. Camille's eyes widened. Even as a woman, she was conquered by the beauty right before her eyes. She had never seen such a high-level beauty while writing human observation reports, but today, she discovered a whole group of them. These beauties were quite adept at hiding. Little junior brother. Marcia's red lips parted, her voice filled with endless twists and turns. Hatcher instinctively took a step back because she had already triggered the Harmonious Union heavenly skill, and it was at the 2nd level, Silk Dream. In the next moment, he felt a soft and tender body collide into his arms. Who else could it be but Marcia? Gilda, what are you doing? You saved my life. From today onwards, I belong to you. The gift I prepared for you previously, you can claim any time. Her red lips close to Hatcher's ear, her breath warm and sweet, entwining intimately, making it hard for anyone not to be moved. Gilda. Even with Hatcher's resolve, he felt slightly unable to hold back. We are fellow disciples. Saving you is only natural and doesn't require repayment through your person. Fool. The woman shot him a coquettish glance. Don't you understand yet? I fell in love with you at first sight. Chapter 72. My alluring ancestor. Hatcher's body trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired the powerful emotion of greed from Marcia in his arms, clearly showing that she was quite genuine. Indeed worthy of being a yin-yang Dao body. Even emotions are much more intense than those of ordinary people. Hatcher finally realized the strength of the yin-yang Dao body. Whether it was someone at the Emperor realm or anyone she loved, they couldn't escape her grasp if she wanted them. You two must separate. The little demon girl couldn't stand it anymore and forcibly intervened between them. Gilda has just been rescued and is still very weak. She can't withstand anything out of bounds, so you should restrain yourself. Upon hearing this, Hatcher was utterly bewildered. Through her puffed up cheeks, Hatcher looked back at Marcia, who had a half-smiling, half-serious expression. Her aura was perfectly balanced, undoubtedly that of a life-death realm cultivator, showing not a hint of weakness. Such a realm was what people commonly referred to as the pinnacle of strength. If one were to advance further, it would be into the reincarnation realm, also known as Great Sage Cultivators, a category including Albin, Gwyneth, and Ailey. Advancing beyond the Great Sage level would make one a semi-sage. Even at her peak, Vera stood out among semi-sages. As for Amal Enos, whom Hatcher had seen in this reincarnation as the strongest, he was indeed a true sage. Across the entire eastern continent, there might only be 2 or 3 others who could match him. At this moment, Marcia already possessed the qualifications to found a sect and could serve as the leader of a third-rate sect. Ah! The little demon girl suddenly let out a gasp, having been caught by surprise by Marcia, who had sneaked up behind her and wrapped her slender waist with her arms. Xiuxian, how dare you ruin my good time? When I get angry, I can be quite terrifying. I'm not afraid of you. I was here first. The two whispered to each other, but before they could compete any further, they were separated by Vera. Now isn't the time to discuss romance. We need to take our revenge. At these words, everyone present became solemn. Albin kidnapped Gilda, an unpardonable sin. With our current strength, we can storm the Imperial Teacher's mansion and easily kill him. After some thought, Hatcher came to this conclusion. If so, then, Vera clapped her hands, ready to give orders. The conditions for revenge were ripe, and she was unwilling to wait a moment longer. Just hold on. Marcia stopped everyone. Her expression was extremely serious, as if recalling something. Among those who attacked me initially, there seemed to be traces of extraterrestrial demon clans. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. Could Albin have allied with the extraterrestrial demon clans? I should have mentioned this earlier. Miles spoke up, looking at Hatcher. Big Brother has a faint trace of demonic aura, as if he had just come into contact with someone carrying demonic aura. Albin, you scum. For the first time, Hatcher's pupils revealed a blood-red color. No wonder he could obtain the life and death stillness formation. He's long been in league with the demons. Life and death stillness formation. Hearing this name, everyone present turned pale. This was a notoriously dangerous formation that had claimed countless human lives. No one knew its creator, though the prevailing belief was that it was created by the demon clans. Are you mistaken? This formation is clearly of human origin. Miles widened her eyes, delivering a bombshell of truth. How is that possible? Talia was the first to express disbelief. Humans love peace. Why would they create such a large-scale destructive formation? Love peace? Miles was stunned, repeating these 4 words as if they were absurd. How do you even say that? Do you know what your human race looks like to other races? She counted off on her fingers. From their inception, humans severed the pillar of heaven, cut off access between heaven and earth, exterminated the demon clan, suppressed the evil clan, oppressed the spirit clan, coerced the immortal clan, subjugated the divine clan, humiliated the ancient clan, slaughtered the ferocious clan, and exiled the alien clans. Of the once thriving 9 ancient clans, 8 were eradicated by you humans, leaving only scattered individuals and small tribes surviving. This is still the result of your ancestors' efforts to preserve biodiversity. As for the lesser races you wiped out, they're countless. Some didn't even make it into records. To them, the heavens weren't fearsome, nor were disasters. Only your humans were a true calamity. Do you call this loving peace? Miles, the demonic sovereign, shivered in cold fury. In her past life, she had also viewed humans as weak, but after meeting Hatcher, she began to believe those unbelievable battle records. This race is truly strange. Individually, they are genuinely weak, but once they gather, extremely powerful individuals emerge. To put it in human terms, this is called unity creates heroes. If there's oppression from other races added on top, it becomes even more remarkable, inevitably leading to the emergence of the strongest beings in history. Recalling the god race back then, how exalted and invincible they were, they saw humanity at a low ebb and wanted to wipe them out completely. As a result of excessive oppression, humans rose up collectively, thriving through battles, ultimately resulting in several emperors coexisting and beginning to counterattack the gods. The entire god race was annihilated in one war, their ancestral temples destroyed, lineage severed, not even a single chicken was left alive. If not for later internal strife among humans, the demon race would have been exterminated long ago too. That life and death stillness formation was used by human ancestors to extract the essence of demons. When they found that the demon's essence couldn't be utilized by humans, they banned the formation and sealed it away permanently. But, Moronia frowned, still somewhat disbelieving. In our historical records, there are all stories of being bullied by others. Miles couldn't help but laugh again. Of course, because your history books are like ledgers. When you win and destroy others, it's always glossed over. But when anyone bullies you, it's recorded in great detail, exaggerated. Enmity that spans millennia can still be avenged. Hatcher touched his cheek, murmuring in a slightly intoxicated manner. It was the first time he had heard such an argument. On my deathbed, I sat up in shock. The disaster turned out to be myself. My alluring ancestor truly appeals to me. Immediately after, his eyes became hazy yet profound. We should emulate our ancestors to make all races pay homage, prosper those who follow, and eliminate those who resist. Hearing this, Gianna Miles felt a chill run down her spine. Looking at Hatcher, she felt as if a prehistoric beast stood before her, baring its sharp fangs at him. Chapter 73, Ailey, your grandfather is back. The little girl was dumbfounded, drenched in cold sweat in an instant. This feeling of being drenched in sweat is something one can never fully appreciate no matter how many historical records they read. The seemingly amiable and easily deceived human race had such a terrifying core. Anyone who dared to take advantage of their weakness would surely end up on the table themselves. Since we know that Albin has already conspired with the heavenly devils, what should we do next to deal with him? Vera clapped her hands and looked at Hatcher. Just watch and wait until all the pests show themselves, then wipe them out in one go. That's it? Isn't this too risky? Talia said, the enemy has perfected the lifeless array. If it's suddenly activated, how will we counter it? Don't worry. I've already made arrangements, and now there's an extra layer of insurance. Hatcher smiled and said, since I know the lifeless array was created by a human powerhouse, Albin is doomed to fail. Upon hearing this, everyone cast questioning gazes. Do you know about Dominion allocation? Everyone shook their heads except for Camille, who showed a glimmer of recognition. I've heard that it's a heavenly principle where deities govern the divine, devils govern the demonic, and humans must be governed by humans. Just like this array, as long as it was created by humans, once Dominion allocation is triggered, the control of the array falls entirely into human hands. Unless all of humanity is wiped out, even if only one human remains, Dominion allocation won't lose effect. However, the conditions to trigger Dominion allocation are very stringent. It's said only the emperors of each race can wield it freely. At the very least, a power capable of reaching imperial mental strength is needed. Camille glanced at Hatcher. Though she acknowledged Hatcher as a superpower, she didn't believe he could reach this level. To this, Hatcher remained silent, smiling but offering no explanation. Suddenly, his brow began to sparkle. It was a sign his mental strength had been replenished. It had been enough time since he last used the Ignorance Realm to create the Six Directions Annihilation Sword manual. Now he could begin creating again. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, surrounded by golden runes dancing around him. What's happening? Marcia was puzzled and wanted to find out. Don't disturb him. Sheridan held back the other person, her eyes fixed intently on Hatcher. Would this result in an ultimate technique suitable for her cultivation? In the imperial territory of Lingxiao Empire, Yuqing Sect's residence, Fengxiang Inn was the most luxurious inn in the capital, yet it was entirely rented by the Yuqing Sect. When Gwyneth returned with the disguised elite pretending to be Hatcher, her three disciples wore varied expressions. From today onwards, Hatcher will once again be my disciple. You shall get along peacefully as usual, and don't cause your master any worries. Yes, they replied in unison, but their facial expressions were markedly different. Junior brother, you've finally changed your mind. Coraline was most elated, and was about to approach before stopping abruptly. After a brief inner struggle, she resumed her composure, appearing extremely indifferent. The scent of the love-stricken poison. Ailey immediately noticed and shot a teasing look at Adrian. Daring to display this before her, it was truly asking for death. Welcome back. I hope you understand boundaries henceforth. We can overlook past events, but if you overstep, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Nyla, looking icy, immediately laid down the gauntlet for Hatcher. She wished he would die right away so her plans could proceed smoothly. What gives you the nerve? To think of forgiving past actions, you don't deserve it. Elise sneered. If anyone needs investigating, it's me. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Can you deceive others, but not me? As soon as she spoke, Nyla grew guilty. Since joining the sect, she had stolen countless fortunes from others, leaving many traces behind, which simply went unpunished. Otherwise, she'd be in deep trouble. Yet, what she found most unacceptable was that Hatcher had dared to defy her. Who gave him the courage? Enough. At this moment, Gwyneth snapped coldly. I rescued you through hardships, not for you to stir up conflicts here. Her bias was clear. Recalling how Hatcher had defied her in the heavenly prison infuriated her further. She only needed an obedient Hatcher to help shield her from calamity, not someone obstinate and defiant. Did I ask you to save me? If you're unwilling, you can send me back. Ellie tightly gripped the other's vital point, retaliating recklessly without leaving any face for the other. You. Gwyneth was greatly infuriated. What a big mouth. Do you really think you're some treasure? Master, just grant him his wish. Nyla eagerly fanned the flames, hoping to expel Hatcher again. However, she was disappointed. Gwyneth only changed her expression and then said to Adrian, your senior brother seems tired. Find a room for him and let him rest well. After speaking, she flashed back into the room and disappeared from everyone's sight. Senior brother, follow me. Adrian's expression was casual, even dropping the pretended respect, with nothing but naked provocation in his eyes. Under his guidance, Ailey was led to an old storeroom. This is your room. You can stay here freely for the next few days. Adrian said mockingly, looking forward to Hatcher's reaction, hoping the other would fly off the handle. He enjoyed tormenting such people. This place is for dogs, quite fitting for you, but definitely not for me. Ali wasn't having any of it and turned to leave. Where are you going? Of course, where I came from, back there. If this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of places that do. Upon hearing these words, Adrian's face changed drastically. If Hatcher left now, Gwyneth would blame him, and he'd be in serious trouble. I order you to stop right there. Adrian's voice turned cold, no longer respecting the person in front of him. But Ali wouldn't put him in his sights either, continuing as usual. Waste, do you think you have the right to be arrogant? Adrian exploded in anger, completely discarding pretense, grabbing Ali and about to slap him. He wanted to thoroughly humiliate the other, making Hatcher never lift his head again. Chapter 74. If this is love, then it's truly perverted. Adrian swung his hand, his face flushed with excitement. He had long wanted to do this, but never got the chance. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he let it slip away easily? Just a worthless piece of trash. I want to see how you can escape my grasp this time, he thought to himself, striking mercilessly. This time he intended to utterly crush the other's dignity, making them fear him forever. Slap. The sound of the palm striking the face was distinctly audible. Yet, Adrian stood frozen in place. His expression was dazed, one hand clutching his cheek as if struck by lightning. He had been hit. Before he could act, Zora moved faster, delivering a slap first. It wasn't the pain on his face that hurt. It was the ache in his heart. Realizing what happened, Adrian's eyes nearly bulged out of his sockets in rage. He had been countered by a piece of trash, the damage insignificant, but the humiliation immense. I will have you dead. He emitted a strong aura of killing intent, his pressure rolling over and forcing Hatcher against the wall. The effect was minimal, yet the retaliation was decisive. Hatcher remained unmoved, and Adrian even saw a hint of mockery on their face. This terrified him. On what grounds did the other dare to be so brazen? Clearly without any cultivation, not even matching an ordinary person. Where did they get such confidence? Was this mere bluster? However, Adrian didn't know that the person before him could crush him with just one hand. He couldn't detect the other's cultivation level solely because his own realm wasn't high enough. In a daze, Zora struck again. A palm, surrounded by an empty aura, effortlessly cut through the air, ready to repeat the earlier scene. No way you'll succeed this time. Adrian gritted his teeth, trying to evade this attack. Yet reality proved strange. The slap seemed slow enough for even a child to dodge, but he couldn't manage it. Slap. The familiar sound echoed, and Adrian knew he was being humiliated once more. This time, there was no room for anger, only because this strike carried both humiliating and devastating damage. Adrian felt as if his face had been run over by a wheel studded with steel nails. The force penetrated to his bones, making his brain shudder, his limbs and internal organs violently shaking. Aya! He screamed, the sound uncontrolled, piercing the sky and clearly heard from miles away. The pain was excruciating, severe enough to make him wish for death. Only now did he realize something was amiss. Why could a piece of trash cause him such significant harm? Could it be that the other wasn't really crippled at all? Teacher, what's going on? He asked the soul within the ring. The old man can confirm this boy indeed has no cultivation. Perhaps he uses some other means, the elderly voice replied, leaving Adrian even more puzzled. They didn't know Zora wore Janie's secret treasure, which perfectly hid her aura, making her indiscernible to anyone below the Stewart realm mentally. Lend me your power, I must kill him immediately. Adrian discarded pretense, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent. At that moment, two figures approached, clearly alarmed by the commotion. What are you doing? Coraline and Nyla's voices echoed. Zora trembled, weakly collapsing against the wall, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Adrian looked at this scene in shock, finding it strangely familiar. Suddenly, his mind jolted. He realized he had used the same tactic before. You. He pointed at Hatcher, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Hold it, what are you doing? Coraline roared uncontrollably, seeing Adrian overpowering Hatcher. Seventh junior brother, how dare you? You dared to attack Hatcher while we were away? Has all your upbringing been thrown to the dogs? Coraline berated him harshly, making Adrian's face pale. Damn. He offered no explanation, opting for the most direct approach by triggering the love poison. But this time it had little effect. Coraline's expression changed several times before resisting the insect's interference. This left Adrian inwardly shaken. Such resistance had never happened before. Could it be because of Hatcher? Seemingly, staying close to Hatcher increased Coraline's resistance exponentially. Could it be she had fallen in love with Hatcher so deeply that she could even resist the love poison? That was impossible. He knew too well how Coraline had treated Hatcher previously. If that was considered love, then it was truly perverted. Gilda, you've misunderstood. He struck me first. I haven't even touched him with a finger from start to finish. Adrian tried to explain desperately, but received two disdainful gazes in return. Even Nyla didn't believe his lies. A cultivator about to reach the heaven-severing realm being slapped by a cripple? Did he think they were fools? Unbelievable as it may sound, look at my face. Adrian, anxious inside, pointed to his cheek, hoping for them to notice the slap mark. However, there wasn't even a trace of a palm print on his face. Zora's strikes were meticulously executed. Only internal organs and bones suffered damage without any visible marks on the skin. Brother, you're overacting. Nyla frowned, remembering Adrian's past tricks, thinking he was doing the same thing again. Why don't you believe me? Adrian felt helpless when suddenly, Zora, lying on the ground, spoke up. Please don't argue over me. I'm just a cripple, and this is all deserved. He looked up, pretending to be pitiful and self-abandoned, as if he had lost all hope. Coraline's tears fell like rain immediately. No, you shouldn't think like that. She seemed deeply pained, reaching out to hug Hatcher in an attempt to comfort him. But she hesitated, afraid to touch him for fear he would shatter. If you have been wronged, speak up boldly. Your Gilda will fight to the death to make things right for you. There's nothing. Just pretend I'm weak and hurt myself. Please don't blame seventh brother. It has nothing to do with him. As he spoke, Zora rubbed his already fiery red cheek, mimicking the effect of having been slapped. Adrian, you've gone too far. Coraline's eyes were red, and she stood in front of Adrian. Apologize. Hearing this, Adrian was full of disbelief. You want me to apologize to him? That's what you should do. I won't. I didn't touch him at all. Why should I apologize? He's the one who should apologize. Slap. Coraline finally snapped, swinging her arm and delivering a heavy slap across his face. Chapter 75. Zora, little Adrian, I'll take you down. Coraline put all her strength into this strike, sending Adrian reeling. Nyla watched in shock from the side. In her memory, Gilda had never laid a hand on Adrian before. This was the first time. Adrian was dazed and covered his face, unable to accept this reality. You actually dared to hit me. Even my father has never hit me. Of course not, because you're an orphan. Coraline's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if she were a different person. Such a sudden shift caught Adrian completely off guard. Wasn't he her most beloved? For him, Coraline would even disregard principles and target Hatcher. But why? Ever since he cast the love spell on her, did she treat him even worse than before? Could women be so fickle? I won't let you off. Enraged, Adrian strained to activate the love spell, aiming to make Coraline pay the price. Ugh. Coraline's face changed drastically as she felt a powerful surge overwhelming her body, making her lose control. Her long legs slightly bent, trembling and squeezing together, her body becoming several times more sensitive. No. Stop it immediately. What's happening to me? She bit her red lips tightly, trying her best to resist this bewitching impulse. At the same time, she kept telling herself that the one she truly needed to care for and compensate was Hatcher, and she must not waver under any circumstances. But no matter how hard she tried, the image of Adrian in her mind became increasingly clear, until it was deeply etched in her heart. She was about to be subdued. Showing off your axe at Luban's door. Beside them, Zora sneered contemptuously. With a slight flick of her finger, she cut off the connection between the love spells, rendering them temporarily ineffective. In an instant, Coraline returned to normal, but was now furious beyond measure. How is this possible? Adrian panted heavily, completely thrown off by this turn of events. He had exerted all his efforts, even using the old man's soul power, and was just about to completely subdue her, only for it to fail at the last moment. You actually dared. This time, Coraline was genuinely enraged. Free from the influence of the insect, she could think clearly and understand the whole situation. So that's how it is. I was being manipulated. Adrian used despicable means to cloud my judgment, making me endlessly favor him. Perhaps the way I treated Hatcher back then was all because of Adrian's fault. If Adrian knew what she was thinking, he would shout out in indignation. Don't blame everything on me. But Coraline wouldn't listen. She thought she had found a reasonable excuse, instantly feeling enlightened and relieved of all her burdens. That's right, I've always had a good impression of Hatcher. I only turned into this state because I was manipulated by an evil person. Thinking this way, her feelings towards Adrian completely turned into pure disgust. Disgust that was free of any other emotions. All of this is your fault. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung her arm again, ready to give Adrian another slap. Stop! An angry voice suddenly interrupted. There was no way Gwyneth could have missed the commotion here. She arrived just in time to stop Coraline's action. Master, junior brother Adrian attacked Hatcher just now. Please punish him to restore justice for Hatcher. I didn't do anything. It was all his own doing. Adrian argued loudly, but was silenced by Gwyneth's gesture. This is merely a trivial matter. There's no need to make such a fuss. Gwyneth said expressionlessly. Master, how can you? Coraline's face changed slightly. The evidence was so obvious, yet Gwyneth was brushing it off, clearly favoring Adrian. And indeed, this was the case. Gwyneth was still angry with Hatcher for defying her. Adrian's actions against Hatcher aligned perfectly with what she wanted, so why would she punish Adrian? She wanted Hatcher to recognize his place. A cripple had no right to stand up to her. She was Hatcher's world. One could only say that Gwyneth lacked sense, or was excessively greedy. When Hatcher was away, she only wanted him back and would pay any price for it. Now that he was back, she wanted complete control over him. Never satisfied, never remembering her promises. Adrian laughed. He saw through Gwyneth's favoritism and instantly felt reassured. Master, I merely arranged a small room for senior brother, but he was unsatisfied. Not only did he speak ill of me, but he also attacked me. You know, the other rooms are prepared for distinguished guests. I thought senior brother would understand my actions for the sake of Xiuxian Sect, but I didn't expect. He hesitated, making Gwyneth frown at Hatcher. I didn't expect you to lack a sense of the bigger picture. For the sect, can you not endure this minor grievance? That's not right. Coraline stepped forward, pointing at Adrian and said, since you find it so easy, why don't you swap rooms with Hatcher? How about living in this doghouse yourself? Adrian's expression changed slightly, but Gwyneth cut in directly. Of course not, they cannot be compared. Miguel is the hope of the sect, representing its face, while Hatcher is merely a cripple. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly twisted, and she felt the familiar intense pain in her mind. Oh no, another episode of Wuwang Tribulation is coming. Just thinking about it filled her with fear. That pain was terrifying. Damn it, looks like I still can't be too harsh on this disobedient disciple. Gwyneth saw the situation clearly and immediately changed her mind, making a decision. After further consideration, I believe Linger has a point. Since Miguel is the hope of the sect, he should take on more responsibilities. Therefore, I agree to swap rooms. Upon hearing this, Adrian felt as if struck by 5 bolts of lightning, standing there dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Master, my decision is final, no changes allowed. After saying that, Gwyneth left, not giving him a chance to speak. Junior brother, let's go. Coraline affectionately linked arms with Zora, who suddenly turned back just before leaving, locking eyes with Adrian and delivering a challenging glance. That single look nearly made his heart explode with rage. These were tactics he had once used, now returned in full measure by Hatcher. Was there anything more humiliating? I swear, I will make you suffer eternal torment. He roared with bloodshot eyes like a wild beast. In the Imperial Palace's dungeon of Lingxiao Empire, Hatcher's creation was nearing completion. Suddenly, rosy light flickered and condensed into a secret manual. As everyone leaned in, 5 golden characters appeared prominently. The small, unknowledged talisman. Chapter 76 Wordless Wisdom. Awesome. Illiterate. Not awesome. Xiaowu knows talismans. Hatcher stared at the secret manual in his hands, slightly dazed. He hadn't expected to actually obtain something of this level. This was undoubtedly an ultimate treasure technique that surpassed the 6 Directions Annihilation Sword. As its name implies, it was a type of talisman technique. The 3 words, Xiaowu knows, were even easier to understand, representing a simplified version of the Wu Ji, ignorance, realm. This was somewhat heaven-defying. The ignorance realm was one of the 6 realms of becoming an emperor. Even saints could not reach it. As long as one could grasp a hint of it, they could stand undefeated in the contention of Tao and law. And this secret manual perfectly demonstrated a hint of this realm. The only drawback was the overly stringent cultivation conditions. Marcia gave up after just a glance. She had her own great path, Yin-Yang Tai encompassing all things, so she didn't need external assistance. I'll take a look. Talia rubbed her hands excitedly, filled with anticipation. It was time for her to drink the broth again. Wordless wisdom, awesome. She opened the first page enthusiastically but found some characters she couldn't recognize. Even with wordless wisdom, she couldn't understand their meaning. Sister, how do you read these characters? Melissa glanced and burst into laughter. To cultivate this technique, one must be proficient in painting characters and refining talismans. How did I suddenly lose interest? Talia's face fell, and she tossed it to Melissa. Illiterate, not awesome. Melissa continued flipping through it, her smile gradually disappearing, replaced by a serious expression. Who would have thought that such a divine talisman technique exists, truly broadening my horizons? If it were to spread, it would cause a huge upheaval. You can really understand it? Hatcher was surprised. Do you think who I am? Melissa shot him a coquettish glare. Talismans are divided from level 1 to 9, and only saint-level powerhouses can draw those legendary level 9 talismans. But the talismans in this manual are different, without any level restrictions, including talisman techniques from 1 to 100, capable of strong attacks, defense, control, weakening, truly comprehensive. And most importantly, even low-level talisman masters can draw high-level talismans, drastically enhancing their combat power. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Wasn't this going against heaven? According to Melissa, a level 1 talisman master could wield the power of a level 9 talisman master. How could anyone else live with this? It's not that simple. Hatcher dampened the mood. Although the cultivation and grade thresholds have been removed, drawing high-level talismans requires extremely strong mental power. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Throughout the world, mental power is the hardest to cultivate. Even with outstanding talent in this area, few people learn talisman techniques because the threshold is too high, making significant achievements extremely difficult. Cassidy's peak mental power was sufficient, but now plagued by an unwarranted tribulation, she was destined to miss out on this secret manual. As for Camille, Hatcher took one look at her and directly chose to give up. All the Heavenly Demon clan members were rough individuals, akin to mountain boars unable to eat fine rice. Learning this was simply a waste. Camille felt insulted. Hatcher didn't say anything yet seemed to have said everything. Open. At that moment, Melissa suddenly exhaled. With her command, the spiritual energy in the air rapidly converged, forming a blank spirit talisman. Next, Melissa extended 2 fingers, pinching one end of the spirit talisman, and infused her mental power through her fingertips. Hatcher's eyes widened as he watched lines form on the talisman, completed in an instant, the whole process fluid and seamless. Void inscribing. When did you learn this? Surprised? I'm a level 5 talisman master myself. Melissa lifted her white chin, beaming proudly. A glow emanated from between her brows, and with a puff, it seemed like she broke through some restraint, clearly benefiting from comprehending the manual. Oh, sorry. I'm now a level 6 talisman master. You never told me. I had no idea. Hatcher was genuinely shocked. For Melissa to reach level 6 as a talisman master at her current cultivation was a rare miracle. Hemph, there's much you don't know, and you never asked me. Melissa looked proud and sly, speaking in a way that resonated with Hatcher. However, despite her pride, Hatcher detected a hint of sorrow in her eyes. This made his heart tremble. In his previous life, even until death, he never saw the Melissa display any skill in talismans, which could only mean that her skill had been nullified before this. Considering how meticulously she has concealed herself in this lifetime, Hatcher had reason to believe that she had some unspeakable secrets. After all, since Vera was not proficient in talismans, there must be other forces backing the Melissa, though it was unknown whether they were friend or foe. Hatcher did not press for answers. He was confident that one day, the Melissa would confide everything to him. Gilda, try out the power of this talisman. Talia stared at the spirit talisman, filled with curiosity. Sure, attack me and let's see. The Melissa immediately rallied, revealing a bright smile. Be careful. As Talia finished speaking, she immediately drew her sword, releasing a blade of energy that split through the air. Talisman 1, repel. The Melissa promptly threw the spirit talisman, and as its light flashed, the inscription exploded, bouncing the blade of energy back along its original path. Talia dodged to the side, and the blade struck the wall, leaving a clear gash. One more time. The Melissa wasn't satisfied and inscribed another talisman in midair, but just then, rapid footsteps approached urgently. Guest, you're really here. The leader of the guard rushed in as if he had found a savior, kneeling down with a thud. Please save his majesty. He was just kidnapped by a shadow, and we were powerless to stop it. Only this was left behind. The leader pulled out a jade pendant, an item close to Jamie. Seeing this object, Hatcher's expression turned much sharper. There was heavenly demon chi on it. Albin finally couldn't resist making his move. Chapter 77. Gentlemen, let us meet inside my sword. Perfect timing. I've been wanting to confront them again. A sinister smile curved Hatcher's lips as he rose to his full height, ready to set out immediately. I'll accompany you. Miles' demon lord stepped forward voluntarily. In this life, she intended to sever ties with her past and live on as a human. This mission could serve as an excellent gesture of loyalty. To prevent tipping them off, Vera had to remain in the heavenly prison, just like Marcia. The April suddenly stood up, stopping Talia, who was about to rise as well. Then she affectionately held Hatcher's arm. I want to go too. It's time to test my newly acquired skills. Her fingertips pinched a spiritual talisman, continuously infusing mental energy into it, drawing extremely intricate patterns. This talisman was certainly of high rank. Once completed, it would unleash terrifying power. It was also a form of gathering momentum, somewhat similar to the heavenly sword within the Six Directions destruction sword. Thank you all. The guard captain was profoundly grateful. Under his lead, the three quickly arrived above a secluded courtyard. The emperor was abducted here. The guard looked grim. We searched everywhere but found no trace. Hush, let me handle it. A light shone from Miles's forehead, and with a small hand gesture, a black path appeared in the air, extending into the distance. That direction leads to the grand estate of the Imperial Preceptor. The guard trembled in shock. The Imperial Preceptor kidnapped the emperor. This is beyond your concern now. Return and leave the rest to me. Hatcher commanded. Yes, sir. Wishing success to guest Minister Hatcher. Watching the guard depart, Hatcher's left hand suddenly glowed, followed by the formation of a black sword. This black sword was peculiarly eerie and domineering, exuding cold, dark vapors. Compared to these dark vapors, even demonic aura seemed benign, like gentle lambs. What is that? Miles widened her eyes, sensing an intensely threatening presence. This is the human sovereign sword, specifically for slaying evil spirits. Hearing this, Miles twitched, thinking it was more like a ghostly sword from the underworld. Anyone killed by this sword, whether human or demon, would have their soul and spirit confined within it, becoming absolute loyal undead soldiers to Hatcher. In moments, the three reached the luxurious estate. This place was where the heavenly Dao Palace resided in the capital, and upon probing with his mental energy, Hatcher found 200 people inside. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. Everyone here was tainted with demonic aura, including over a dozen pure-blooded celestial demons. This was truly a den of demons. Finally, he saw genuine demons today. Definitely a memorable day. As soon as he spoke, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura enveloped the area. Who dares to act so insolently here? Have you grown tired of living? Hundreds emerged simultaneously, but immediately changed expressions when they saw Hatcher in the sky. Guest minister, why are you here? Of course, I'm here to bestow a boon upon you. Come, let's talk inside my human sovereign sword. Instantly, a black crescent moon-shaped sword chi connected heaven and earth, roaring like a ghost's cry, descending from the sky. Aya! Terrifying screams echoed as both humans and demons were instantly cleaved apart. The human sovereign sword emitted waves of black ripples like stormy seas, leaving no life in its wake. The aim was clear. No survivors. Within moments, the demon den was suppressed, revealing only a massive void floating in the air, akin to a chasm mouth, ready to devour reality. This was the true entrance. So terrifying. Miles's soul trembled. If humans mastered such power, could the demon race survive? In a pitch-black space, Janie slowly regained consciousness, realizing she had been abducted. When she saw the culprit, a chill ran through her spine. Entirely black, fangs bared, radiating intense hostility. The epitome of a celestial demon. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the demon race. You may call me Swallow Wave Commander. What do you want? Simple. Hand over the Empire's dragon vein, and I will spare your life. I see. So that's why you're here? Janie sneered. Forget it. Knew you wouldn't cooperate. So, I prepared a soul-seizing technique for you. Soon, you'll obey willingly. Black vapor emitted from the demon leader, enveloping Janie. Ouch. My head hurts so much. He's forcing me to go berserk. Janie felt a sense of foreboding. Her hand pressed against her chest, feeling incredibly distressed. How could I forget this thing? Her expression changed slightly as she touched a brocade box, inside which were the soothing pills refined by Hatcher. Truly, there's always a way out when one is in dire straits. Guest minister, you've helped me again. Without another word, she immediately swallowed the pill. Chapter 78, but I refuse. Just after consuming the pill, Janie felt a refreshing chill permeate her entire body, instantly stabilizing her soul. Afterward, neither the seductive voices nor the demonic aura could shake her resolve even slightly. Truly worthy of being produced by a guest advisor. It is indeed top-notch. She praised inwardly while having to feign agony and endurance on the surface to deceive the other party. Speak up. As long as you reveal it, you won't have to endure this pain. Will's commander wore an amused expression, like a cat toying with a mouse, leisurely observing the struggling prey. You dream. Even if I die, I will not yield to you. Quite a tough mouth. Let's see how long you can hold out. Half an hour later, Will was taken aback. This woman had an extraordinary tolerance. It seemed he needed to intensify his methods. Soul-seizing technique, thousand demon roar. The demon commander opened his gaping maw filled with fangs, spewing out even denser black gas. In the midst of the black gas were countless weeping faces, people who died at the hands of demons. Their resentful souls, unable to find peace, eventually turned into malevolent ghosts aiding the demons. You actually killed so many of my subjects? I will never forgive you. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are to say that? You can't even save yourself. If you don't cooperate now, Commander will send you to join your subjects. As he spoke, those malevolent ghosts surged forward, about to invade Janie's mind. But unexpectedly, she seemed to be shielded by an impregnable barrier, solid as a fortress. The demon commander was flustered. With his abilities, he couldn't subdue a mere heaven-severing realm cultivator. If the Gustav blamed him, he would face severe punishment. Grand demonic transformation, fueled by anger, will unleash even more terrifying demonic energy, targeting not just the mind but also eroding the body. Ugh. Janie furrowed her brows, trembling uncontrollably, feeling genuine pain. At that moment, a faint golden light flickered around her but was forcibly suppressed. It was her last lifeline. Unless absolutely necessary, she couldn't reveal it. This was tied to the fate of the entire Lingxiao Empire. If it were taken, millions of lives would be destroyed. Aren't you in agony, almost unable to bear it anymore? Confess quickly. I can tell you're at your limit. If you tell me the location of the dragon vein, I'll make the pain stop immediately, and you will experience supreme bliss. Don't persist any longer. It's just a few words. Is it worth risking your life for? As the Gianna, you possess boundless wealth and glory. Can you really abandon all this? The demon commander pressed relentlessly, chattering non-stop. If I talk, will you truly let me go? Breathing heavily, weakly, Janie asked. Hee. Hearing this, the opponent gave an eerie laugh, believing the Gianna had finally surrendered. Yes, speak up. I swear to you. He listened intently, determined not to miss a word. But, I refuse. The Gianna's expression instantly became resolute, laced with thick mockery, seemingly mocking the overconfidence of the other party. You damn demon, the proudest moment of my life is saying no to those who think they have the upper hand. As she spoke, powerful aura erupted from her, with faint golden light surging. Clearly, she was prepared to fight with everything she had. Overconfident, enraged, prepared to suppress her with absolute force. At that moment, a divine light appeared, charging toward them. Space seemed to give birth to a sun, with 10,000 rays of light tearing through the darkness, incinerating it completely. Indeed, your majesty has shown remarkable character. I, Hatcher, am truly impressed. Guest advisor. Janie was instantly overjoyed, calling out affectionately. She had finally waited for her savior. As long as he was here, no one could harm her. You've finally come. Will didn't seem surprised, guessing that Hatcher and his companions would arrive here, only because the higher-ups of the demon race learned about Hatcher from Eugene, deeming him a significant threat that must be eliminated. Thus, this abduction was staged. This move not only aimed to seize the Imperial Dragon Vein, but also hoped to eliminate a human powerhouse if lucky. A 2-for-1 deal. Wouldn't that be perfect? Just a small commander, Hatcher said disdainfully, daring to challenge us alone. It seems you're quite satisfied with your grave. He glanced around the space and nodded. This is indeed an excellent coffin. In the demon race, the hierarchy was strict. A commander like himself was equivalent to a birth and death realm powerhouse, matching the realm of Martia. Above commanders were the demon marshals, equivalent to reincarnation realm powerhouses. Above demon marshals were demon venerables, representing those who had stepped into the semi-saint realm. Above that were Elis, true sages. Indeed, this is a fine coffin, but it's prepared for you. Will sneered, his gaze sweeping over Hatcher and the others, filled with intense disdain. 2 petty heart fusion realm ants, plus an underdeveloped brat. Truly a waste of this commander's setup. I can deal with you all with one hand. Kathleen, soaring dragon in clouds. The Tiana saw an opportunity and hurled a spirit talisman, unleashing a powerful suction force that pulled Janie away from the enemy. Will didn't seem to care at all, not even thinking of stopping her. These people were destined to be detained. He was confident of that. Thinking of this, he inwardly despised Eugene. That lowly human had hyped up these people so much, truly cowardly. Humans indeed were an inferior race, fated to become their food and slaves. Don't blame me for bullying you. I'll stand here and give each of you one chance to attack. I won't dodge or deflect, just take the hits on my body. Let's see if you can make me take even half a step back. After speaking, he indeed spread out his arms, presenting a posture ready to receive the blows. Are all demons this brave? Hatcher was stunned, glancing at Camille beside him. This should be an exception. Don't generalize from one case. I'll go first. The Tiana stepped forward, holding a brilliantly shining spirit talisman in her hand. Even from appearance alone, this talisman was extraordinary. Just a piece of paper. Your human race loves playing such small tricks, a sign of weakness. Unlike our great celestial demons, we only pursue the perfection of our own bodies. Before he could finish, the Tiana threw the talisman. Kenzie, Thousand Hands Bright Heaven Purifier. Chapter 79. An illusion. This was all an illusion. A terrifying aura roared as it spread. When that talisman exploded, the entire space shook violently. In the void, over 1,000 gigantic hands were arrayed in intricate patterns. Each hand seemed to wield the power of stars and the sun and moon, harboring unparalleled strength. Such a scene would make even cultivators at the life-death boundary wary, let alone the mighty figures at the samsara boundary, who would have to seriously consider dodging its might with grave expressions. Indeed, this talisman had reached the level of a 9th-grade spirit talisman. The April was now extremely weak, her face pale, sweat drenching her from head to toe. Given her mental strength, she couldn't possibly complete spirit talisman number 91 in such a short time on her own. It was only thanks to Hatcher's assistance, shouldering 80% of the mental strain, that they managed to complete the spirit talisman. Even so, the power of this spirit talisman did not reach 40% of its normal strength. This was due to the precision issue of the April's mental power. Despite surpassing ordinary people by far, it still deviated, reducing its power greatly. However, using this spirit talisman to heavily injure or even kill someone at the life-death boundary was more than sufficient. Ha ha. Woody laughed, his laughter filled with wild abandon, unbridled arrogance, and a mocking air. You guys really live up to your reputation. Tricks just keep pouring out. That illusion sure was realistic. Although he felt an enormous threat, Even his instincts warned him of impending death. He simply refused to believe what was happening before him. After all, how could a peak heart union realm cultivator like the April possibly leap across two major realms and deliver a blow potent enough to kill him? It was utter nonsense. Yet he overlooked the fact that the April employed a supreme level technique. More importantly, there was an anomaly beside her. Reincarnated being whose mental power had reached the Steward realm. In the end, it led to his carelessness. He didn't dodge. Boom. The 1,000 hands launched, shaking and falling together, forming an incomprehensible expanse of deadly light. It struck Woody with a terrifying force and speed. At that moment, the light was blindingly bright, reaching a pinnacle where it turned dark, interspersed with fragments of darkness within flashing brilliance, creating an eerie and frightening sight. Up until then, no shockwaves had occurred, indicating that Woody bore all the force. Spirit Talisman number 91 was an ultimate single-target attack technique. Be careful, he's not dead yet. Miles's perception was acute. As the light dissipated, everyone saw a distorted human shape. The man's features had vanished, his body twisted like a rope, and countless piercing holes covered his body. Nicely done. The April, though pale-faced, joyfully waved her tiny fists. If an ordinary life-death boundary powerhouse had taken this hit, they would have certainly disintegrated into oblivion. Given her current strength achieving such an effect, anyone else would be incredibly excited. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, lost her balance, and fell into Hatcher's arms. My dear. Hatcher was somewhat surprised. He knew the April would unleash something significant, but not to this extent. He showed an indulgent smile, casually taking out a pill and slipping it into the Irma's thin red lips. After a few breaths, the April's complexion regained some color, perhaps even a bit too red. I want to do it again. She wasn't satisfied yet. The feeling of wiping out a formidable enemy with a wave of her hand intoxicated her. Enough. Hatcher encircled her slender waist with one hand, completely restraining her. Listen, if you try again, I'll need to find a way to save you. Moreover, that lump in front of us doesn't require Spirit Talisman number 91. Hatcher's voice was teasing. Woody's distorted figure struggled as the remaining life force surged, Manchang regenerating his facial features. How does it feel? Is this also an illusion? Yes, it's also an illusion. But this time, your method was somewhat advanced, able to hypnotize me into believing I was critically injured. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Hearing this, Hatcher was stunned. Ha ha ha, looking at your expression, clearly I hit the nail on the head. You will die today anyway. Janie finally couldn't hold back. Your nonsense is as full of holes as your body. Since you can't see reality, I'll finish you off myself. She was eager for action. One strike would now suffice to extinguish Woody. Wait. Hatcher stopped her. He no longer wanted to kill this demon. Clearly, this was a complete fool. Leaving him alive would harm the demonic race even more. Look into my eyes. Hatcher suddenly shouted, and Woody indeed fell for it, locking gazes with him. An Stewart-level mental force instantly completed the hypnosis, knocking him unconscious. Not only that, Hatcher also inscribed a talisman and cast a healing spell on him. Given the demon's strong survival capabilities, this guy would soon recover completely. Let's go. Everything was set. Miles clapped his hands, creating an exit path. Not so fast. Suddenly, an even stronger demonic aura descended upon them, pressing down from above. It's a Gustav-level powerhouse, said Miles with a grave expression. I had expected this. The sudden drop in Woody's life force must have drawn the Gustav here. We should keep moving and ignore it, Hatcher said calmly, infusing confidence into everyone around him. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shadow appeared behind them. It was indeed the Gustav. Halt for the general. He channeled demonic energy and launched a devastating strike at their backs. Hatcher didn't change his pace. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He murmured a string of characters. Talisman number 81, Severed Sky Barrier. Boom. The demonic energy collided with the barrier, causing a tremendous explosion. Black mist spread, obscuring everything. When the dust settled, Hatcher and his companions were long gone, leaving behind only a shattered barrier. How could this be? A mere insect can't possibly withstand my casual attack. Did he really hide his true strength? The Gustav was about to investigate when the barrier suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. Greetings, General. Woody regained consciousness and startled the Gustav with his shout. Weren't you on the brink of death? General, how could those humans harm me? I just fell for their illusions. Illusions? This doesn't add up. That man blocked my attack, which means he's no ordinary opponent. General, this proves you also fell for the illusion. Woody stubbornly insisted. Look around. Where is any sign of a barrier? That's proof of the illusion. No. I sensed your impending death, which means you were indeed gravely injured by them. General, do I look injured? Woody displayed his body, showing no signs of damage. There's no way they could have injured me and then healed me. Chapter 80. Can the honored guest collaborate with me to have a child? The Marco fell silent, starting his own brainstorming session. After a moment, he finally reached a rigorous conclusion. What you say makes sense. The human's trick even deceived this commander. It proved that foolishness could be transmitted through breathing. The mighty Marco had been assimilated so quickly. That dog bastard Albin actually dared to exaggerate in front of us. He really needs a good beating, Woody said in righteous indignation, wishing he could hang Albin up and beat him. You're right. Thanks to the wise demon lord who kept a hand ready, having us come here in advance to find out the truth. Otherwise, just hearing Albin's one-sided words, we would have summoned the Ellie, and then we'd be utterly embarrassed. The two geniuses agreed and, arm in arm, destroyed this space before going to report back to the demon lord. Now night had fallen, the moonlight was like water, and stars dotted the sky. Hatcher and his companions stood in the void, seeing countless lights stretching to the horizon. This was all part of the Lingxiao Empire's territory, monopolizing an entire region, vast and boundless. What a splendid and magnificent world. Hatcher couldn't help but exclaim. Honored guest, you flatter us. Janie said modestly, though the pride on her face gave her away. Your Majesty, don't be too modest. To be able to open up new territories as a woman with Tianjing realm cultivation and stabilize the kingdom is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing these words, a faint bitterness appeared at the corner of Janie's mouth. Who could understand her worries? Who could alleviate her sorrows? The stability of this empire relied entirely on the dragon vein's protection. The emperors of the Lingxiao Empire nourished this dragon vein with their essence, over 10 generations, establishing a connection with it, thereby obtaining the mandate of heaven. Under this heavenly mandate, misfortunes did not attach, and only the passage of time could wear down the body. Thus, none of the past 10 emperors of the Lingxiao Empire lived past the age of 35, and this generation would be no exception. I am now 26, Janie muttered to herself. This should be the prime of life. The April covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly. Not true. Father Stuart was 17 when I was born and passed away at 30. There were no other royal siblings born afterward. I remain unmarried. The Lingxiao imperial family now consists solely of me. Hearing this, Hatcher's eyes widened. This situation was indeed perilous for the imperial family. Your Majesty should consider your lifetime arrangements. As an honored guest, it was necessary for him to give this reminder. I know, but those I have seen are all mediocre. I cannot bring myself to accept them. Suddenly, her gaze focused on Hatcher. I wonder if the honored guest can collaborate with me to have a child? The moment she spoke, everything became deathly quiet. Even the insects in the night sky stopped chirping. The April smile immediately faltered. How could there be yet another one despite all her precautions? These women must be poisoned. His elder sister aside, as an empress, why should you lack any man, and why do you need to snatch food from others' pots? Your Majesty, with demonic threats rampant and treacherous ministers in power, you are neglecting your duties by discussing romance rather than considering the welfare of the people. The April interjected between the two, speaking bluntly. Ha, I was only joking, honored guest, don't take offense. Please excuse me. As she turned to leave, a shadow of melancholy lingered in Janie's eyes. 9 years, at most 9 more years. Even if an heir were born immediately, by the time she passed, the heir would barely be 10, leaving the empire vulnerable to collapse if handled improperly. Dragon vein, please grant me another decade. She gently caressed her left ribcage, her tone filled with pleading. After the empress left, the April visibly cheered up. Go back and report safety first, little one. We still have other matters. What matters? Camille asked instinctively. Mind your own business, kid. Hearing this, the demon lord pursed her lips disdainfully. Just a tender sprout, daring to act like an old onion in front of me. Do you even know what kind of person you are? Her gaze swept between Hatcher and the April, ultimately revealing a knowing smile. Don't think I don't know your scheme. Isn't it just about hunting? It's uncertain who will end up as the prey here. With the hindrance gone, under the vast night sky, only the two remained side by side, the atmosphere both silent and charged. Hatcher finally burst into laughter, breaking the silence. The April instantly flew into a rage. Why are you laughing, you lecherous thief? She reached out a hand, pressing against Hatcher's chest, a dangerous smile on her face, cold yet enchanting. So many beauties favor you so much, must be pretty pleased with yourself, huh? Jealous? Hatcher teased. He had expected the April to blush and deny it in a proud manner, but the situation turned out completely different from what he had anticipated. Yes, I am indeed envious. The April's voice was ethereal and profound. Immediately afterward, her black hair turned snow white, signaling she had entered the jade devil body state, indicating a breakthrough in her union joy heaven skill. Be careful not to fall into magical obsession. Hatcher frowned, sensing an unprecedentedly intense emotion. Desire arises from unattainable longing, infatuation from partial possession, and anger from fear of loss. At this moment, the April was filled with desire, anger, and infatuation all at once, extremely intense. This was not a normal phenomenon. Falling into magical obsession is better. That way, I can give myself to you without any hesitation or let you belong to me. Fu 66, 5 elements light cage. Just as Hatcher was about to make a move, his body was restrained by 5 beams of light, immobilizing him in midair. The April stepped forward, exuding an aggressive aura, and a tender arm like lotus roots wrapped around Hatcher's neck. Their faces were almost touching, the April's breath warm and fragrant, making Hatcher feel an uncontrollable surge of passion. Suddenly, the sea of red dust spread out, blocking the void and creating its own realm. The two of them directly fell into a private space. Little lecher, are you afraid? The Irma moved closer, their noses nearly touching. Her face wore an unrestrained charm, which wasn't enough for her. She even extended her small pink tongue to get closer. Crack! The restraint on Hatcher's body shattered, followed by a surge of domineering and fierce momentum. He pinched the April's cheek with one hand while the other reached behind to tightly encircle her waist. I'm unafraid of 10,000 soldiers and horses, unbothered by mountains of knives and seas of fire. Why would I fear this land of gentleness? Hatcher's eyes sparkled, staring at the peerless beauty before him. She tilted her delicate face, smiling like a blooming flower, just as radiant as in his previous life. In this moment, 2 lifetimes seemed to overlap. There was no need for hesitation. Their relationship had long been tested by life and death. Hatcher's gaze softened yet became firm, and he pressed his lips to the inviting red ones below. Chapter 81 Only Death Can Separate Us. Suddenly attacked, the Tiana let out a muffled groan that stirred the heart. Now, her whole body burned intensely, soft and boneless, clinging entirely to Hatcher's body, her watery big eyes filled with panic. She had never expected this blockhead to actually take the initiative. After a long while, their lips parted. The Irma appeared dazed, breathing heavily like a drowning person about to suffocate. Greed, anger, and infatuation all vanished, leaving behind only contentment. Let me go. The Irma's voice was coquettish. Sensing the burning heat from Hatcher's body, she felt flushed and utterly powerless, instinctively trying to struggle free. Want to escape? Not that easy. Retreat when the enemy advances. A mischievous smile played on Hatcher's lips. He wished he could melt her into his very being. You took the initiative, aren't you afraid now? Who would have thought that the famous Irma is only strong in words, actually quite timid in reality? Who's afraid? I. Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered again. This time, the contact was even more passionate and unrestrained, brimming with wildness and awkwardness. When they separated again, both of their lips were swollen, and blood seeped from the corner of the Tiana's mouth. You're not professional at all. You've learned nothing but what a dog can stomach in the art of lovemaking. She smiled disdainfully. Oh, woman, are you teaching me how to behave? I hate it most when others point fingers at me. You need punishment. Hatcher approached with immense pressure. How annoying, just go away. The Tiana pushed against Hatcher's chest with both hands. Her eyes were clear, yet inside she was almost dying of embarrassment. She couldn't understand what madness had overtaken her, making her act so boldly. All she knew was that seeing so many beauties harboring good feelings for Hatcher made her nearly go mad with jealousy. And during this period, she had also acquired an unparalleled secret technique. This led to a surge in her strength, causing her mental balance to shift, leading her to act incomprehensibly. Suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat all over. Thinking about her own origins, she felt as if a mountain pressed down on her heart, making it hard to breathe. She wasn't ready to give herself completely to her beloved yet. If they crossed the line, it would inevitably invite earth-shattering calamity. Her earlier actions might well be a breakdown, a desperate abandon. What should I do? Clearly, I started it, but stopping now seems irresponsible, doesn't it? She blamed herself, not daring to look directly at Hatcher's face, only to have a warm hand caress her cheek. Demoness, you're back? The pure and gentle youth's voice washed over her heart like a clear stream, instilling infinite courage. I know you have worries and entanglements. I will wait until you're willing to tell me everything. Whenever and wherever, I'll be there. These words completely opened the Irma's heart, and 2 streams of clear tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks. You naughty guy, when did you learn to say such things? You're the real demon. The girl laughed through her tears, feeling unprecedentedly calm within. Hatcher's declaration clarified his intentions for her, bridging the gap between their hearts forevermore. Little lecher, I want to become extremely powerful, so strong that nothing in this world can stop me from doing anything, she said resolutely, her jade-like hand reaching out as if to grasp the dazzling stars. Clean your tears first before we return, or we'll be teased. Before Hatcher finished speaking, he was grabbed by the Tiana, who pressed his hand against her chest. Do you remember our 3 rules? Of course, join the xiuxian sect, win the championship of the 100 sects meeting, and finally assist you in cultivation. Hatcher replied fluently. Now I want you to help me cultivate. Release the xiuxian lock and bind me. Hatcher hesitated, taking no action for a long time. Do you know what this means? Of course, it means from now on, only death can permanently separate us. As you wish, as I wish. No longer hesitant, Hatcher burst forth with red lightning that tightly wrapped around the Tiana's body. They both trembled, their heartbeats syncing perfectly, intensely sensing each other's presence. It felt as if, no matter how far apart they were, closing their eyes would lead them straight to each other. Boom! Suddenly, the Tiana radiated with a rosy light, her bottleneck instantly loosening, allowing her to advance half a step forward. This half step is known as the transcendent barrier, where countless geniuses have failed and lived uneventful lives. Strange, there's no thunderstorm descending. Hatcher looked up at the sky, already prepared to disperse any lightning, but nothing happened. The Tiana's breakthrough came naturally, unobstructed by heavenly laws, and yielded even greater results. Ordinarily, crossing the transcendent barrier could boost one's combat power by at most 3 to 4 times. For the Tiana, it increased by at least 10-fold. Moreover, according to Hatcher's observation, her mental strength surged by at least twice. Such achievements usually required arduous cultivation, yet she obtained them effortlessly. In the heavenly prison, Vera gazed in a certain direction, smiling happily. The girl has finally taken this step. As another bearer of the xiuxian lock, she could clearly sense their conditions. Master, what good thing has happened? Marcia pounced into Vera's arms, coquettishly asking. Silly girl, it might not be good news for you. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister's smile froze. To dare sneak away, severe punishment is imminent. She clenched her fists, feigning ferocity. At Phoenix soaring in, Coraline turned pale, curling into a ball. Just moments ago, she felt an emptiness in her heart, as if something important had been taken away from her. What did I lose? Don't leave me, please don't go. She cried out loud, like a soul being torn apart. Jessie also experienced this feeling, but the token on her chest was gently glowing, alleviating her sorrow. At the same time, in a spacious hall filled with numerous jade plaques, a special plaque suddenly emitted intense light, startling the elderly guardian. Quickly informed the family head. Moments later, countless strong auras descended upon the scene, with a towering middle-aged man standing at the forefront. Report to the family head. The lifeline plaque shows that the optimal material has matured to the chopping heaven realm and can now be used. It's faster than I expected. The stern-faced middle-aged man revealed a rare smile. Where is Cade? The eldest son is currently in the heavenly domain, preparing to seize the yin-yang Dao body. Send him a message, ordering him to retrieve the material along the way without fail. Chapter 82. Hatcher, voluntarily joined the Gianna's martial arts contest for marriage. On the morning of the second day, Hatcher continued to wander around the imperial capital, all in an effort to keep track of the movements of the Dead Silence array. Unlike before, he now found himself in a terrifying battle royale. Gilda, isn't this a bit too much? The Tiana had his one arm tightly embraced in her arms, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. His other arm wasn't idle either. It was firmly occupied by Marcia. You naughty kitten. You've made your big sister angry. Big sister won't let you have it all anymore. The two girls stared at each other from opposite sides of Hatcher, their eyes shooting daggers, generating sparks between them. Hatcher's face was full of helplessness. The cause was that Marcia found the prison cell irksome and wanted to explore the bustling imperial capital. He couldn't refuse this request. Otherwise, his beautiful Gilda would cry and make a scene for the entire night. Hatcher quickly surrendered, but on the condition that Marcia must dress as a man. I will not let go. Gilda purred seductively, her lips brushing against Hatcher's ear, filled with a lazy charm. Not only that, she also proudly pushed out her chest, gently rubbing it against Hatcher's arm, causing him to feel as if struck by lightning. This ultimate killer move. What's there to be proud about? I definitely won't be worse than you. The Tiana glanced at her own plump chest, speaking with immense confidence. TSK kid, you're still too young. Don't talk about me. Who was the one sitting on the ground crying last night? Ugh, so pitiful. At that moment, a huge commotion arose among the crowd. Hatcher saw the captain of the guards, who was once again proclaiming the Gianna's decree to the people of the imperial capital. Gianna Ling Xiao proclaims, this emperor is 26 years old and has no children, which is a concern for the nation. Ministers frequently advise that the country cannot exist without an heir. I deeply agree with this. Thus, I intend to select a worthy hero from among the commoners to be my husband and share the glory of ruling the land together. I have constructed a martial arena in the center of the capital, inviting eligible bachelors under 30 to compete. The ultimate winner will marry me on the same day. Hearing this decree, Hatcher felt utterly astonished. Last night, he thought Janie was just talking offhandedly, never imagining she would follow through. Is she so eager to marry herself off? The Tiana asked, puzzled. With her strength and talent, wouldn't her beauty remain unchanged even after 100 years? 100 years is too long. I only strive for the moment. A familiar voice came from behind, and everyone around fell to their knees. Your Majesty. Rise. Janie appeared seemingly out of nowhere, staring at Hatcher with a complicated expression in her eyes. She dreamed about him again last night. Though not a nightmare, it kept her awake the entire night. Do you have any intention of participating? The Gianna asked bluntly, making Hatcher's heart skip a beat. Her ambition was clearly written on her face. If he dared to step up, he would undoubtedly be fast-tracked. At that time, looking at the Gilda and the Tiana watching him intently, he felt a chill run down his spine. Forget the contest. Just as Hatcher was about to decline, he suddenly noticed a group of peculiar individuals. They wore long robes, led by a black-robed youth and a dusty, followed by 5 life-death realm experts and a large entourage. Suddenly, Hatcher felt the Tiana's body tense for a moment, even holding her breath. A sign of extreme tension. Who are these people? Hatcher wondered, his mental energy subtly extending towards the black-robed youth. As soon as they made contact, he grasped a flood of information. 7th stage, heaven-cleaving realm, carrying 34 spirit talismans, likely a talisman master. And the dusty was even more impressive, having reached the 9th stage heaven-cleaving realm and serving as the leader of this group. Hatcher suddenly recalled the scenes where the Tiana inscribed talismans, clearly indicating a close connection to these people. In that case, I'll participate for fun. Hatcher abruptly changed his tone, causing the 2 girls beside him to change expressions drastically. Little rascal, everyone in the capital knows you. Who would dare fight you? The Tiana anxiously said. It's fine. He can wear a mask. The Gianna lit up with anticipation, urging hastily lest Hatcher reconsider. It's settled then. Hatcher made his decision final. I'll join too. Marcia's aura flared. She had made up her mind to eliminate her beloved junior brother, determined not to let the Gianna succeed. The arena was packed with voices and countless registrants. There was no other reason. The rewards were too tempting. An incredibly beautiful empress, half the kingdom, world-renowned glory. If one could defeat everyone, they would gain all this. Who could resist such temptation? At the registration desk, the staff member in charge of registrations had a grim expression, his head nearly smoking. The elderly man in front of him had a white beard that almost reached his waistband, yet he still claimed to be a young man. How old are you? Lying is considered treason. You're senior. Your junior is 18 years and 1,000 months. Throw him out. Just as the registrar was livid, a figure suddenly descended. It was none other than the captain of the guards. Greetings, leader. All the officials bowed respectfully. This person held no ordinary status. You may rise. I have important instructions. The captain yanked the registrar aside and whispered into his ear. Our guest will soon arrive wearing a mask. No matter what methods you use, ensure he wins in the end, understood? Upon hearing this, the official's eyes lit up. I understand. There won't be any mistakes. Excellent. The captain nodded in satisfaction. By the way, there's one more thing. He then pulled out a portrait depicting Gilda dressed as a man. Arrange for the most formidable opponents for this person. Absolutely don't let them reach the finals. Mission guaranteed. Watch me handle it thoroughly. Chapter 83 Adrian. Explosive Pill Boy. At the martial arts arena, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. There were 2 platforms in total, dividing the participants into 2 teams. They had to compete in one-on-one matches to determine the winners who would advance to the next round. Hatcher and Senior Master Sister were unsurprisingly assigned to different platforms. Their treatments were also completely different. Hatcher's opponent would fall with a touch, or without it. Despite wearing a mask, the contorted expression on his face was noticed by the Gianna. So handsome. I'm definitely going to have him. Hearing this, the head of the guards felt a chill run down his spine and showed complete disdain. Do you have something to say? The Gianna noticed his expression and coldly said, Tonight, call your 9 clans to the palace. I will grant them rewards. With these words, the leader was frightened into a cold sweat. Your Majesty is blessed by heaven. For a guest scholar to be paired with you is truly a match made in heaven. To save his life, the leader showered her with flattery, finally pleasing her. Meanwhile, Marcia's rage seemed about to burn through the clouds. She had already fought with a berserk frenzy, finishing off her opponents in one move regardless of their strength. So far, no one had forced her to use a second move. That was because she herself was a cheating existence. Life and death realm, yin yang dao body, touching the tai realm. Any one of these alone was an incredibly explosive presence. Now, with all three combined, she simply outclassed everyone in this setting. Bitch, how dare you compete with me for my junior brother? I won't let you succeed. She glared at the Gianna on the high platform. This person is very strong. I thoroughly investigated the capital's powerhouses, so why don't we have any information on her? Below the viewing stand, people from the Jade Purity sect arrived. Gwyneth frowned, unable to gauge Marcia's true strength. Master, it's my turn now, Adrian suddenly said, having also registered. He was extremely confident because he had touched the barrier of the heaven-slaying realm. Now he only needed that final push, and perhaps this battle could be the opportunity for his breakthrough. Be careful, this person is very powerful and hasn't shown her full strength yet. A voice came from within his mind. So what? With our minds aligned, there is no enemy we cannot overcome, Adrian said nonchalantly, feeling invincible with the old man inside the ring as his trump card. You have a point. I was overly cautious, the elderly spirit chuckled. If he possessed Adrian, they could unleash peak heaven-slaying realm power, which would dwarf all contemporaries unless the opponent had reached the life and death realm. But was that even possible? Impossible. I challenge you. Adrian strode onto the platform confidently. Marcia's face darkened immediately. Through Verada's exaggerated descriptions, she had learned about Adrian's deeds and harbored deep hatred towards him. Gwyneth watched from below, filled with satisfaction. With little Chi's strength, defeating her shouldn't be difficult. If he can marry into that royal family, it will greatly benefit the Jade Purity sect. Adrian looked down on Marcia with disdain and laughed boldly. I'll give you a chance to live. Get off the platform now, or I'll make you regret forcing me to act. He had just said that, and now, his leg was broken. Everyone's eyes blurred as Adrian flew out, twisting his left leg midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Ea! He screamed, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. Scum! How dare you launch a sudden attack? I will make you regret being born. He roared fiercely, his energy rapidly rising, breaking through its constraints. Boom! He transcended the extraordinary gap, his strength instantly multiplying several times over. Heavens, I've never seen anyone break through to the heaven-slaying realm during a match. This guy is insane. He must have deliberately injured himself, using it to break free from his limits. You're right. It looks like the outcome is already decided. A thick surge of vitality repaired Adrian's broken leg. Now, he was enveloped in nearly boiling Sa-chi, hostile aura. Seeing Adrian's grim expression, an imposing aura surged forward. Many people paled, and those weaker almost knelt immediately. Kneel before me, he roared. With a thud, Adrian himself fell to his knees. His leg was once again rendered useless, and few could see Marcia's movements clearly. Good boy, give me 2 more bows. Marcia stepped on his forehead, applying force. Bang! Adrian's forehead smashed into the ground, sending rocks flying. Old man, give me your strength quickly. He realized something was wrong, fearfully urging in his mind. Boom! Under everyone's astonished gazes, Adrian's aura exploded once again. The magnitude of this enhancement was shocking. 3rd level of heaven-slaying realm, 5th level, 7th level, and it still showed no sign of stopping. Is this his true trump card? Such a terrifying secret art, almost bridging a major realm gap. How can anyone fight like this? Many looked at Marcia with sympathy. This elegant and handsome youth was undoubtedly a top-notch genius who had encountered a monster, destined to suffer defeat. Get lost. Adrian gained formidable power, his courage soared, filled with confidence. He exerted all his strength, shook off the restraints from Marcia, and stood up again. Did you see clearly? This is my true strength. He was proud and self-satisfied, standing tall and arrogant like an emperor. I didn't want to be so high-profile, but since you are too despicable and will surely become a future threat, for the sake of all living beings, I must reveal my true form and annihilate you completely. Adrian said hypocritically but drew many admirers. No matter what he said, the aura of a strong man always made people follow. As for Marcia, she was not good with words. She only knew martial arts. So she attacked again. Her moves were simple yet carried a profound beauty, lethal in execution. 2 dragons playing with a pearl, straight for his eyes. People often fall twice in the same place. Animals do too. Adrian felt that this move was very familiar, swift and deadly. He froze on the spot and was hit immediately. Aya! He covered his eyes, blood and tears streaming down, wanting to curse fiercely but then got kicked in the crotch. Almost every man present couldn't help tightening their legs and sucked in cold air. Some pains just hurt to watch. This was a crush-the-egg blow from the life and death realm. Aya! Adrian curled up like a big shrimp on the stage, wailing from deep within his soul as the old spirit inside him cried out. In possession mode, the soul could feel what the body felt. The one truly suffering now wasn't Adrian himself. I can't hold on. Master has to withdraw first. No, stop. You stop. Adrian's consciousness shouted, full of fear. That kind of pain, once experienced, became the worst nightmare for any man. However, things did not go as wished. The spirit entity eventually withdrew, leaving Adrian to bear the brunt. Hi, yeah. Everyone was stunned, looking at Adrian frothing at the mouth on the stage, wondering why the sounds changed. Could it be that the kick contained some secrets, making it sound rhythmic? Regardless, the winner was decided. Adrian came in standing up and left lying down. You used such despicable means against my disciple. I will remember you. Gwyneth looked displeased, wanting to cause trouble, but remembering this was the Empress's marriage selection site, so he refrained. Thus, under everyone's gaze, The Jade Purity Sect members quickly left the scene, slinking away. Next, Marcia surveyed her surroundings. No one dared to challenge her. That earth-shattering kick scared countless men out of their wits. On the other side, Hatcher finally met his anticipated opponent. The black-clothed man among the alchemists approached him, wearing a menacing expression. Did you come through the back door? If you want to live, get down. I am determined to marry the Gianna. Hearing this, Hatcher's lips curled up. And if I say no? Chapter 84. Tiny Celestial Master Clan. Easily controlled. The young man in black was initially stunned, but immediately after, a look of disdain spread across his face. He had to marry the Gianna today, no matter what. Only then would they have enough funds to bid for the Yin Yang Dao body. The young man in black said with an air of superiority, I'll give you one last chance. Count of 3 and get out of here on your own. Don't let that bastard off. Hatcher was momentarily taken aback as he heard the Tiana's voice in his ear. Seeing her slight nod, Hatcher then looked at the young man in black and said, I will also give you one chance. Get down on your knees and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I might spare your life. Hearing this, the man's expression turned grotesque. It seems you prefer punishment over courtesy. Remember, it was Gideon who trampled you. Gideon? Hearing this name, Hatcher became even more certain about his suspicions. His opponent shared the same surname as the Tiana, indicating a possible blood relationship between them. Next, I will end this battle in an instant. Gideon's tone was cold, and he unleashed formidable mental power as soon as he acted. Humming, the aura of the land trembled, and dozens of spirit talismans emerged from his body, floating in the air. Talisman Master! Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with awe. This was an extremely powerful and mysterious profession. With a wave of their hand, they could mobilize the Earth's energy, possessing the ability to move mountains and fill seas. In combat, no one dared to underestimate a Talisman Master. Fighting enemies far above their level was just child's play for them. Judging a Talisman Master's combat strength by their cultivation realm alone was sure to lead to regrettable consequences. Go! With a flick of his finger, he launched a grade 5 spirit talisman which exploded around Hatcher. Heaven-locking talisman. Yellow energy surged, forming a cage that restricted Hatcher's movement. The fight is already over. Beg for mercy now, or I'll obliterate you. That's all? Hatcher's lips curled up, his indifferent demeanor piercing the other man's pride. Very well, you've chosen to give up any hope of survival. Even if you kneel and beg later, you won't leave unscathed. Gideon said coldly, emphasizing that the members of the Celestial Master Clan were inherently superior beings. Any strong person picked randomly from the clan could predict fates and foretell the future. As for drawing talismans and cultivating relationships, these skills were embedded in their bones. One could say that they had mastered the course of destiny and were the race chosen by the gods, extremely noble. Now this frog at the bottom of a well actually dared to underestimate him. Thunderous punishment must be meted out to him. With a wave of his hand, 2 grade 6 spirit talismans flew out, dispersing into the void. Lightning Catastrophe Talisman. As soon as he spoke, the sky darkened with clouds, thunderous booms mixed with lightning pouring down, chilling people to the bone. Terrifying methods to actually summon heavenly calamities. Each bolt of lightning can critically wound someone at the heaven-cutting stage. People were speechless, frightened by the sight of hundreds of bolts of lightning descending simultaneously. Even someone at the 9th level of heaven-cutting realm would have to dodge its wrath. Game over. Gideon laughed cruelly. In his view, Hatcher couldn't evade this and was destined to be obliterated. Sigh. Hatcher sighed. A duel between talisman masters was a battle of mental power. He ultimately still overestimated his opponent. Dealing with such a weakling didn't require using talismans. Directly overwhelming him with mental force would suffice. Bang. A terrifying wave of mental pressure surged like a rising tide, instantly shredding all of his opponent's spirit talismans. How is this possible? Gideon's expression was shocked. He couldn't even dodge, directly struck by the mental pressure. Aya! His face bore an incredulous look as he screamed loudly, blood streaming from his 7 apertures, organs shifting positions, bones shattered. He was one step away from death. Bang! Gideon was thrown out, proving that Hatcher had ultimately held back. The result shocked everyone. A powerful talisman master was killed in one strike. Who was this masked man? You're good. This enmity, we will remember. The servant beside the dusty lifted Gideon, his face coldly saying. Upon hearing this, Hatcher felt nothing but disdain. He thought the Celestial Master Clan was capable, yet he overestimated them again. If this level of strength could be considered genius within the Celestial Master Clan, Hatcher's mental power could completely suppress them, rendering them powerless. Next. Wearing a mask, Hatcher's voice was mechanical, but no one responded for a long time. Next. Congratulations, contestant. You've made it to the finals. Just defeat the final opponent, and you can marry the Gianna. Upon hearing this, Hatcher was startled, staring wide-eyed at his senior sister. At this point, one of the 2 of them had to marry the Gianna, and things had escalated significantly. Not only were the 2 of them drenched in sweat, but even the Gianna was extremely anxious. What should we do? If the guest retainer concedes defeat, wouldn't all my schemes be for nothing? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have everything under control and guarantee that nothing will go wrong, the head guard said with confidence, as if everything was within his grasp. Chapter 85. This girl's got bigger. The final showdown, watched by all, would decide who would become the Gianna. However, the 2 participants in this decisive battle seemed less than enthusiastic. What do we do, junior brother? Don't panic. We can escape by feigning death. After a brainstorm, Hatcher came up with an outlandish solution. Since neither of us has revealed our true appearances, let's die together in front of everyone, vanishing into ashes. Hatcher whispered, immediately gaining approval from Gilda. Good idea. Charge at me, and we'll punch each other. I'll release a blinding light, and then we'll flee. Here I come. Without further ado, Hatcher flew towards her, both exchanging punches with Marcia. What a chance! The head guard was overjoyed, crushing the jade pendant in his hand. A deafening boom erupted as half of the platform was blown to pieces, precisely where Marcia stood. Caught off guard, she nearly fell off the platform. It worked. The Gianna was about to fly in joy, but suddenly, things took a turn. Gilda, be careful. Caught by surprise, Hatcher instinctively grabbed Marcia's wrist and pulled, switching their positions. Bang! Hatcher fell off the platform, leaving her senior sister behind. Silence filled the air. The outcome is decided. The final victor has emerged. From today on, you are the Gianna of the Empire. The referee became extremely excited, bowing down. Hail the Gianna! Every citizen of Lingxiao Empire followed suit. Marcia was stunned, and so was Janie. Could it be that they had to make the act real now? The officials responsible for protocol were incredibly efficient, almost to the point of being sentenced to extermination. In the blink of an eye, red banners hung everywhere in the capital, and a grand palanquin descended before Marcia. Gianna, please enter the palanquin. Marcia's eyebrows trembled. She wanted to refuse but realized she couldn't lose face for the Gianna in public. She could only take it one step at a time. Explaining everything once inside the palace wouldn't be too late. The Tiana watched the departing carriage, clasping her hands together with a pious look on her face. I understand. Bless, lock in. May your bond last forever. I'm going to butcher that trash, tearing him limb from limb. Gideon woke up, his bones mostly shattered, yet he was still enraged. Big brother, avenge me, and also that Gianna. I want her as my servant. Agreed, as per your words, I will bring back the Gianna for you. The young man in red cast a glance at the two Death Realm experts behind him, who instantly accepted their mission and stealthily headed toward the palace. Night fell, and in the Gianna's chambers, two beautiful figures faced each other in silence. Cough. Janie spoke. I already have someone in my heart and cannot marry you. As an apology, I will bestow generous rewards upon you. As she said this, she approached Marcia with an authoritative demeanor, placing her palm on Marcia's chest. From now on, we are strangers. If you dare to jochan me, I will not show mercy. Rip, rip. The sound of fabric tearing mingled with Marcia's dismissive voice. You think I care? My endowment is larger than yours. With a loud bang, the fabric could no longer hold, creating an unexpected rise, forcefully pushing the Gianna's hand away. Chapter 86. Let me see if you're developing normally. This is the crime of deceiving your sovereign. Whether from anger, shame, or jealousy, Janie's face was flushed red as she pointed at Marcia and accused her. She felt that her young heart had suffered a heavy blow. The failure to manipulate Hatcher already made her deeply depressed. Now, facing the mockery from this woman, it truly damaged the Gianna's dignity. What was even more infuriating was that this woman was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also strong in every aspect, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. If I am indeed deceiving the sovereign, then you better kill me. Marcia mocked, which left the Gianna speechless. She couldn't do that. This woman clearly had a close relationship with the visiting scholar. How could she dare to offend her? Go away. I don't want to see you anymore. Helplessly, the Gianna could only vent her anger out of embarrassment. I think you're playing with fire. Marcia said coldly, grabbed Janie, tripped her, threw her on the bed, and then pressed down upon her. Ah! How dare you? Don't scream so much. Would you rather I stuff my sock in your mouth? Marcia warned imperiously while simultaneously sliding her hand down her long, beautiful legs, indeed pulling off one white sock. This scene frightened the Gianna pale. I am the ruler of a nation. You cannot treat me like this. Otherwise, I will have the visiting scholar teach you a lesson. Janie weakly threatened. But Marcia became even more provocative, smiling flirtatiously. It's a deal. I've always wanted my junior brother to bully me properly. Unfortunately, he's just a blockhead. As for me, I'm about to play with you seriously. Don't forget to do some work on his mindset. Let me see if the Gianna has developed normally. No, stop. Stop it. Be good, let me take a look. Marcia grinned wickedly, restraining the Gianna. Just as she was about to act, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed from the Gianna's body, pushing her away. The Gianna immediately sat up and quickly tidied up her disheveled clothes, staring warily at Marcia like a startled little rabbit. What was that? It seems you have something mysterious about you. Marcia's expression turned cold instantly. That golden light surprised her too, carrying terrifying power. With such a trump card, Janie still pretended to be so weak, even hiding it from Hatcher. This wasn't the attitude a proper ally should have. This is my secret, I can't tell you. Janie no longer referred to herself as Imperial, hugging her arms protectively before her. Secret? Truly laughable. Do you know how much risk junior brother took to save you? Do you think you can get away with just these two words? Marcia was genuinely angry now, advancing step by step. Today, I must see your true self. Suddenly, Marcia stopped her approach, trembling slightly at the spot between her eyebrows. What's wrong? The Gianna asked curiously. Some filthy insects have crawled in? As she spoke, an alarming killing aura erupted from Marcia but was perfectly contained just as quickly. Just stay here and don't move, I'll deal with them. Do we need to inform the visiting scholar? The Gianna asked, somewhat nervously. There's no need. As long as you don't wander around, you'll be safe. With that, Marcia vanished from the palace. Time seemed to crawl slowly. For Janie, every passing moment felt like an eternity. During this time, she repeatedly wanted to summon guards and notify Hatcher, but restrained herself whenever she thought of Marcia's words. For the weak, following the commands of the strong is a crucial principle for survival. Tap tap tap. Less than a quarter of an hour later, footsteps approached without any attempt at concealment. Janie listened intently, preparing for battle. In the next moment, her pupils shrank. She saw Marcia return intact, holding two heads in her hands. They were two cultivators of the life and death realm. They were skulking outside your bedroom, so I killed them casually. Those simple words transformed into thunderous waves in Janie's ears. Those were powerful cultivators of the life and death realm, capable of leading second-rate sects, yet they were effortlessly slain by Marcia. Seeing her clean clothing and composed breathing, it was clear she had acted with ease. Indeed, worthy of being close to the visiting scholar, you are truly formidable. All right, don't worry about those insignificant things. Let's continue. Marcia tossed the heads aside, and once again focused on the Gianna. I am just a gentlewoman. What ill intentions could I have? Why does a great expert like you torment me? Janie gave in helplessly, meekly submitting. Weak woman? You have plenty of schemes. Don't think I don't know the purpose of your martial arts competition for marriage. There was no purpose. I just wanted to. The Gianna tried to argue but was pressed back onto the bed again. You, this half-baked fox, still dare to show off in front of me. How overambitious. I only warn you once, my junior brother belongs to Angela and me. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, do you believe I'll hang you up and beat you? Janie was speechless, her thoughts completely exposed. She felt both shy and scared. At that moment, a savior arrived. What's happening? Hatcher's voice came through. He had been outside the palace and rushed back as soon as he sensed the commotion. Junior brother. Marcia put on a gentle smile, warm enough to melt ice and bring spring. Janie also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was truly terrifying, making even the Gianna feel pressured. This is... Hatcher noticed the two heads on the ground and immediately understood what had happened. They were persistent ghosts. He sneered. Do you know them? These are followers of Gideon, either here to settle scores with you or to kidnap Her Majesty. Hatcher explained perfectly. Just moments ago, after arranging for Melissa, he had gone to track these people down to find out their origins. He caught a lone henchman and conducted a soul search, thereby learning some secrets. He found out they belonged to a force called the Celestial Master Clan. Unfortunately, the henchman's rank was too low to reveal more information. After being hypnotized by Hatcher, he was simply let go. The Celestial Master Clan seems quite powerful, but why did I never hear of this force in my previous life? Could it be, in my previous life, before I grew powerful, the Celestial Master Clan was already wiped out? After Hatcher revealed everything he knew, Marcia's eyebrows furrowed sharply. These guys want to harm Angela? It's just speculation. No need for speculation. Let's deal with them tonight and figure it out, Marcia said decisively. Hatcher raised his hands and feet in agreement. He thought so too. Under the Gianna's astonished gaze, the two changed into night clothes and soon disappeared into the night sky. Good luck to you. Janie whispered a prayer. She wasn't worried about Hatcher, but rather the unlucky fools who were about to face the duo. Chapter 87. What a waste of a chance. Bad news. In an inn, the young man in red looked grave. What happened? Young Master Austin, as your subordinate did not make any mistake. The two powerhouses who went to the palace had their life tokens suddenly become dim and then shattered right after. How can this be? Austin didn't speak, but Gideon, who was having dinner, got furious first. With a bang, he slammed the bowl of rice he was holding upside down on the table, pointing at the messenger and shouting abuse. Just a female emperor from the hinterlands plus an effeminate man. What skills do they have that could slaughter our powerhouses? They had already investigated clearly. In the capital city, the strongest guard was merely at the Sky Slasher stage, and the Empress herself was also at this level. Although their national teacher was very strong, it was said that the Empress and the national teacher were only allies in name, and the latter might not offer assistance. This mission should have been foolproof. Reporting to young Master, it's rumored that the Empress has taken another guest minister whose strength is quite terrifying. Even our national teacher admits inferiority to him. Hearing this, the pupils of the young man in red instantly constricted. That makes sense. Gideon immediately calmed down, scooping the rice back into the bowl and his eyes clearing up. Let's put this matter aside for now, don't forget our main task. As the elder brother, Austin immediately changed the subject. Our clan leader asked us to find that material. What's the result? He asked seriously. Although that man was his father, he had to address him by title while working. Reporting to young Master, our informants have found some results. The speaker held a scroll with both hands and cautiously presented it forward. Austin opened it, his eyebrows jumping suddenly. The person in the scroll was precisely Melissa, except that a young man was walking shoulder to shoulder beside her. Who else could it be but Hatcher? This is who? I don't know yet, haven't fully confirmed, but according to my estimate, they should be Dao companions. That bitch. Gideon flew into a rage again. Red light appeared in his eyes. The sacrifice must have the appearance of a sacrifice. Doesn't she know that if she loses her virginity, her value will be greatly diminished? If we brothers cannot reach the perfect realm, can she bear the responsibility? On the roof, Hatcher heard everything clearly. Now his face was covered with frost. These bastards, they want to perform a blood sacrifice on Asia. Marcia was brimming with murderous intent too. She loved the Melissa the most. Hearing this news made her anger almost burn through her lungs. Go kill them. Not yet. These people have the imprint of powerhouses on them. If they die, there will be big trouble coming. Hatcher probed clearly with his spiritual energy and already had a plan in mind. Even if he couldn't kill these people, he would make them feel pain. He was unconcerned. No matter how great the power of this Celestial Master Clan was, it couldn't possibly deter someone like him who had nearly reached enlightenment in the past. Moreover, in the future world order of his previous life, the Celestial Master Clan didn't have a place at all. Their strength was nothing much. Bring it on. Wearing red clothes, Austin spoke. Then, 3 life and death stage powerhouses filed in one after another. These were the strongest servants remaining from their journey. Greetings, young master. You're excused. Austin tossed the portrait in his hand to the 3 people in front of him. Find them, capture the woman, kill the man, he said succinctly, without explaining the reason. These 3 were merely slaves of the Celestial Master Clan. Slaves were just supposed to fight fiercely and work diligently, while the masters had many more things to consider. As you command. These fine slaves were efficient. They took off flying after receiving orders and vanished in a blink. It's our turn to act. Hatcher wasted no time, using force to descend from the sky, appearing before the two brothers. Who's there? The guards inside the room finally became alert, unable to imagine who dared to be so bold. Hatcher didn't bother with them. A single mental shock wave stunned everyone below the Sky Slasher stage. Don't move. I'll beat you to death if you do. Peng Xiuxian covered her face, emitting a terrifying aura, pressing Gideon's head with one hand and smashing it heavily on the table. Life and death stage powerhouse. The two hearts raced, their faces pale with regret for sending out all their powerhouses earlier. Who are you? Hearing this, Hatcher coldly laughed and removed the veil. Seeing his face, the two simultaneously gasped. Fengzi, just now, it was you who wanted to kill me, right? Hatcher made no effort to hide his aura. He dared to approach Austin, who was at the 9th level of Heaven Slicer realm, despite only being a harmonized mind. The other party did not move, but his gaze struck like thunder, filled with terrifying killing intent. Hey, it looks like you really want a piece of me. Do you have what it takes to fight me head-on? Hatcher was not courteous at all, slapping him across the face. This scene sent Gideon into a frenzy. That was the eldest son of the Celestial Master clan, yet he had been slapped by a weakling. You want to kill me? Then I'll give you the chance today. Ignoring the murderous look from the other side, Hatcher was outrageously arrogant, handing a sword to the other party and placing the blade against his own neck. I'll count to 3, and if you make a move, my life is yours. 3, 2, 1. After counting down, the other party remained unmoved, so Hatcher directly pulled the sword back. You didn't take the chance when it was offered. Weren't you all arrogant just now? What happened? Lost your nerve. Slap slap. The sound of slaps echoed continuously as Hatcher continually humiliated the other party. Since you can't seize the opportunity, I have a small request for you. Kneel down right now and call me grandfather. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Huff huff. Austin's chest heaved violently. He knew this wasn't the time to act on impulse. When under someone's roof, one must bow one's head. This lunatic truly wasn't afraid to kill him. He did not try to reason or threaten, because those tactics were useless against a madman. A real man can both bend and stretch. He warned himself in his heart and forced his twitching face to kneel down. Grandfather? Oh. Hatcher answered contentedly, you Feng. I've got her covered, understand? Yes, grandfather. I won't cause her any trouble again. Ha ha. You're quite sensible, good. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the two disappeared from the room. 2E. Both Austin and Gideon spat blood simultaneously. They had never experienced such humiliation, especially at the hands of a weakling like an ant. Summon the 3 of them back. I will tear these bandits limb from limb. Austin lost his composure and roared loudly. Elder brother. Gideon held the transmission jade, looking somewhat dazed. What is it? The 3 claimed they found the target and have already engaged in battle. Upon hearing this, Austin's eyes widened in shock. How could that be? Chapter 88. Tyrant of Heaven Swallowing, deceiving above and below. Outside the Fengxiang Inn in the imperial capital, Zora was taking a stroll alone when she was suddenly confronted by 3 individuals blocking her path. Stop. The lead person had an intimidating demeanor and took out a portrait, scrutinizing it against her carefully. Does this portrait resemble you? He asked. Zora glanced at it with no change in expression. Yes. At that time, I was still innocent. It's fine that you've admitted it. That person put away the portrait and showed a sinister smile, as murderous intent suddenly surged. Brothers attack? The 3 of them erupted with energy simultaneously. All were at the life and death realm, their might shaking the heavens and clouds. Unfortunately, they faced a reincarnation realm powerhouse. Moreover, she was among the elite of the reincarnation realm. With just a slight move from Zora, 2 ended up dead, and 1 critically injured. Little brat, consider yourself lucky for running fast. Watching the remaining man flee clumsily, Zora revealed a look of disdain. Junior brother, what happened just now? A voice filled with shock came from behind. Looking back, Coraline emerged from the darkness. Clearly, she had been observing for quite some time. Nothing much, just cleaned up a few pests. Are you really my junior brother? Coraline trembled all over, on the verge of collapse. Humph, irritating. Zora showed an impatient expression, slapping a palm out which instantly knocked the other unconscious. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, you'll forget everything, Zora whispered, having used a secret technique to manipulate the other's memory. At this moment, within the Heavenly Master Clan's inn, a heavy cloud loomed. The surviving life and death realm member quivered and knelt before Cade. You say what? That person unleashed power comparable to the reincarnation realm? Are you kidding me? Cade opened his eyes wide, completely disbelieving. He remembered clearly that Hatcher was merely at the heart convergence realm. My lord, both my brothers died, and I nearly lost my life too. Do you think I have any reason to lie? If you don't believe me, see for yourself. He took out a jade pendant containing an array for recording images and sound, capturing everything that had transpired. Cade received it with a grave expression, infusing spiritual power into it and activating the recording. It then displayed a part of what had happened. In the footage, Hatcher moved gracefully yet lethally, completing double kills in an instant. The last one would have met the same fate if he hadn't reacted swiftly and fled. Or rather, there being a survivor was entirely due to the opponent showing mercy. This is blatant provocation, Gideon said angrily. Leaving live witnesses was a warning. To let them know, opposing him meant this was their outcome. I never imagined that guy was actually so powerful. Cade couldn't bring himself to believe it. He had always been among the most outstanding of his peers. His 9th level heaven-cleaving cultivation allowed him to despise all geniuses, able to make opponents despair with a mere wave of his hand. But now, before a reincarnation realm expert hiding in plain sight, he was nothing. The situation has escalated beyond our handling. We must seek assistance from the clan. He gritted his teeth. This felt like torture to his pride. Being defeated so miserably in the wilderness would surely give those he once looked down upon a chance to mock him fiercely. Inside the Imperial Preceptor's residence, Albin's extremely excited voice rang out. Success, finally success. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the starry sky. Based on the scroll provided by Hatcher, he perfectly repaired the soul-destroying array, leaving not a trace of flaw. All was ready, except for the right opportunity. When the auction begins, gathering countless powerhouses, he would activate the array and refine everyone in the Imperial capital. It's not that simple. To operate the array, enough sacrifices are required. At that moment, 3 black-clothed figures appeared behind him. They were the demon race's experts, namely Swallowwave's commander, Ray, and Swallow Sky Demon Tyrant. I'm prepared. Albin's eyes gleamed with madness. By sacrifices, they must be devout followers unwaveringly loyal to him. Over the years, as the head of the Heavenly Dao Mansion, he had long cultivated its members into his own devoted soldiers. One trains troops for 1,000 days, only to use them for one. It was time for them to contribute. Heh. Sometimes your human race can be more cruel than ours. Truly enlightening. Swallow Sky Demon Tyrant sneered. Albin was unperturbed and said leisurely, according to our agreement, I take the origin, and you get this place's dragon vein. Once I have killed everyone in the Imperial capital, the dragon vein will naturally reveal itself. During this period, you must help me remove all obstacles, like that guest scholar. A wary light flashed in his eyes, listing Hatcher as his top adversary. Do you mean that little brat? Not worth mentioning, this commander has already engaged with them. If not for his tricks, I could crush him with one hand. Commander Tonglan said disdainfully. You underestimate him too much. How do you know he didn't hold back, hiding his true strength? Albin became enraged. These demons were treating his words as nothing but idle talk, which was utterly infuriating. Human, are you teaching us how to do things? General Tongyuan's voice was raspy, emanating a cold aura that enveloped Albin. Don't play these games with me. You think you can intimidate me? You're nothing but scum. Albin sneered coldly, also unleashing his killing intent to confront the other side. Even with a half-sage level demon Venerable standing nearby, he showed no fear. You're courting death. The general raged, never expecting a mere human to dare defy him. If you are so stubborn, then we have no need for cooperation. Are you threatening us? So what if I am? Albin stood his ground. Given their deep-seated interest entanglements, the demons would not dare to harm him. Enough. Venerable Tongtian immediately intervened to stop the escalating tension between the two. Isn't my authority enough to suppress everything? That's not secure enough. Albin shook his head, the image of Hatcher tearing down stars filling his mind. Was Vera not powerful? Yet she was instantly killed by Hatcher. A demon Venerable alone does not yet have the qualification to dominate everything. Fine, this Venerable will follow your advice. Venerable Tongtian said with a glint in his eyes, I will immediately send a message to summon the Ellie. Hearing this, Albin finally smiled. Now you're talking. Venerable, do we really need to summon a king? Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Commander Tonglan asked through a mental message. Of course it's an overreaction. This Venerable is just trying to fool this fool. You actually took it seriously. Chapter 89. Vera's Intrigue. Little guy, want some closeness? Within the Imperial Palace, Hatcher once again found himself trapped in a terrifying arena of chaos. The Tiana and Gilda held his arms tightly from both sides, preventing him from escaping. A night of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. On this joyous day, why isn't a certain someone with that delicate Gianna? What's he doing here? The Tiana said with a mischievous smile. The Yin-Yang Dao body was even more direct, pressing her entire soft body against Hatcher. Little brother, since big sister is so close to you, will someone be jealous? Humph, I won't be jealous. Before she finished speaking, under the Tiana's predatory gaze, Gilda's lips were already near Hatcher's cheek. Little brother, if big sister kisses you, will someone be angry? You dare. The Tiana couldn't sit still anymore, glaring fiercely. So scary. Will she hit you or something? Not like me. I'll only worry about my little brother. Boom. An overwhelming aura ignited the scene. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Who hasn't? Let's settle it outside. I'm not afraid of you at our current level. Fine. It's time to see who's better. The two women walked out hand in hand, and Hatcher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, aren't you going to do anything? Hatcher looked at Vera with ill-concealed irritation. However, Vera was grinning broadly, looking delighted. Little guy, do you know what it means when two contenders exhaust themselves and the fisherman benefits? Hearing these words, Hatcher shivered all over. Vera's alluring eyes and flushed cheeks exuded a captivating gentleness just from a simple stretch, making the surrounding air seem warmer, causing blushing faces. Miles' demon Venerable's eyes bulged, almost ready to spew fire. Is it coming? That human large-scale poetry creation scene. She was excited to the point of nearly fainting. In her previous life, while studying humans, she had been captivated by human literature. Those exquisite words were filled with beauty, rich with Tao essence, an inheritance unique to no other race. She speculated that the reason humans could possess such astonishing insight lay in their rich and passionate emotions. These emotions collided and formed beautiful poems, which were eventually passed down, inspiring future generations. The more she studied, the deeper she immersed herself, especially in love poems, which made her unable to extricate herself. According to her understanding, love poems should originate from heartfelt feelings, created during the blending of yin and yang, and finally written down after the storm has calmed. Just like the intimate atmosphere now, it was the perfect time for poetic inspiration. She didn't plan to miss any detail of what happened next. If only there were sound and image storage formations on her, it would have been perfect. But it didn't matter. She took out paper and a pen. A revered Saint Venerable, always prepared to create a world-renowned masterpiece, leaving a legacy for eternity. From now on, humans would call her Sage Miles. Is this what they call foreplay? So exciting. It seems there's much more I need to learn, she murmured to herself, her hand trembling with overflowing inspiration. At this moment, a spoilsport appeared. Child, don't watch inappropriate things like this, Talia said, red-faced, covering Miles's eyes. Infuriating, despicable humans, you actually want to interrupt my enlightenment. Do you think you can succeed? Miles struggled as she was dragged away, her heart bleeding. She missed a great opportunity. What are you doing with paper and pen? Are you planning to draw? Master will kill you, Talia said irritably. It's not drawing. I'm writing poetry. These words almost shriveled Talia's brain. You can write poetry? She admired her immensely. For those without literary roots, this was a legendary skill. What's so surprising? As a human, one should master language. Miles's eyes flashed with fervor, not pretending. Not necessarily. Even if one can't read, they can still have a bright future. Shallow. Miles snorted disdainfully. How could you not know that language is the carrier of human inheritance and one of its intrinsic strengths? To destroy humanity, start by destroying their language. Humans who don't understand the beauty of words are destined to be discarded, their potential limited. Talia felt like vomiting blood, as if several daggers pierced her chest. Suddenly, she recalled something Hatcher had once told her. Wordless wisdom is both a favor from heaven and a restraint. A person with such wisdom has a high lower limit, but it's not guaranteed they can excel. If one wishes to achieve higher accomplishments, even reaching the pinnacle, they must break this innate shackle. At first, she didn't take it seriously, especially since this shackle was incredibly robust, showing minimal effect despite her repeated attempts. Only after hearing a more detailed analysis today, did she realize the severity of the situation. Perhaps, we should go back? Talia suggested, tentatively. My inspiration is gone. If we return now, I won't be able to do anything, Camille said dejectedly, while Talia felt deeply guilty. I've got it. Suddenly, an idea struck Camille, and she looked hopeful. I remember historical records mentioning that 76 years ago, a stone tablet fell from the sky and landed near the capital of the Lingxiao Empire. In my past life, I never had the chance to get close and observe it. Now would be a good opportunity to see it. You're kidding. So much time has passed. Even if there was a stone tablet, it's probably been taken away by someone else. Who knows? We have nothing better to do anyway. If you don't want to come, that's fine. Before Talia could respond, Camille ran off. Oh, wait for me. Without hesitation, Talia chased after her. The troublesome people are finally gone. Muyongya was overjoyed, spreading her arms playfully as she purred at Hatcher. Come closer. Cough, cough. Hatcher seemed somewhat uneasy, lightly coughing to mask his awkwardness before slowly leaning over. So comfortable. Muyongya let out a purring sound, like a contented kitten. She leaned against Hatcher, rubbing her face against him and couldn't help but stroke his hair. Aren't you treating me like a pet? Hatcher asked in resignation. Not at all. This helps your master feel calm and better suppresses the heart demon. Hatcher couldn't argue. Muyongya's heart demon was indeed a tricky issue, resurfacing repeatedly despite multiple suppressions. Perhaps this primitive method really worked. As he was lost in thought, Muyongya's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Her long legs stretched over and pressed down on Hatcher's lap. Little guy, give your master a foot rub. It's been a while. Hatcher froze. It's been 3 or 4 days without any closeness, and your master has accumulated quite a bit of demon's obstruction. Well, I want it. I really want it. Chapter 90. If you want thrills, go all the way. The most helpless situation Hatcher ever faced was his 100-year-old, absolutely beautiful master crying and throwing a tantrum in front of him, insisting on something. He truly had no idea what to do. To outsiders, this woman appeared so cold, elegant, and even a bit intimidating. Yet in front of him, she could act childishly without restraint, like a little kid asking for candy. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hatcher surrendered again, raising both hands in surrender. Humph. Every time this happened, Vera would wear an expression of triumph and joy as if she had won a great victory. Hatcher's face turned red as he carefully picked up a beautifully sculpted foot, its smoothness akin to jade. His fingers moved skillfully, accurately finding every acupoint, gently massaging them. Phew. His breathing slowed significantly, focusing his mind intensely, controlling every muscle in his body, ensuring his heart wouldn't race or that he wouldn't appear flustered. Remaining unmoved by temptation is one of the hardest things in the world. Even with Hatcher's resolve, he couldn't help but waver. Vera, such a beauty par excellence, with her flawless features, made each encounter an immense test of willpower. Ooh, harder please. At that moment, she leaned back slightly, propping herself up with one hand while the other lightly covered her lips. Her alluring voice squeezed through her teeth, filled with restraint and pleasure. Hatcher's heart skipped a beat as he stole a glance, seeing her fine brows furrowed, shoulders trembling faintly, her involuntary expressions adding a unique charm. Without realizing it, he applied a bit more pressure with his hands. Lighter. Vera's reaction was intense. Despite being nearly at the peak of half-saint strength, her body was unexpectedly very sensitive. She bit her lip, her small, round feet subconsciously curling, her pink nails shimmering attractively. Little guy, I feel a bit warm. Vera's voice sounded weak, almost frail, evoking a protective instinct. She tugged at her sleeve, revealing most of her fragrant shoulder. Hatcher was startled by this scene. While they had been intimate before, his reaction this time was especially strong. Are you running a fever? Humph. Vera frowned, feeling somewhat hurt by Hatcher's teasing. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She pouted, putting on a come here and calm me down look. You, Hatcher said affectionately, apart from me, who else can treat you like a child? Those words were like lighting a fuse. Disrespectful to your master. Vera raised her eyebrows angrily. You're the little one. Don't treat me like a child. Just treating. Hatcher enjoyed bantering with her, looking for a beating. Vera feigned anger, rising up to smack Hatcher's head. At that moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Hatcher's face. He grabbed the bottom of her foot and suddenly started tickling her. "Hey, you scoundrel." Instantly, the graceful beauty seemed to lose all her strength. Her face flushed red, eyes misty as if about to cry. "Now you know my power. Are you afraid yet? Cheap trick, let go of me. I'll get you. Cheap trick, let go of me. I'll get you." Vera remembered to maintain her dignity, trying to pull her foot back, but her resistance was weak. Hatcher grabbed her delicate ankle, leaving her powerless. "Wanna run? Not that easy." Hatcher now felt an intense urge to continue pranking her, unable to stop tickling her. Vera endured greatly, trembling incessantly, tears welling up. "Bad guy, I hate you. Let go of me. I can't take it anymore." "All right, I'm sorry. Let me go, let me go." Suddenly, Hatcher felt as if struck by lightning, immediately stopping his actions. "What am I doing?" His heart raced, knowing something was off with his mindset. Looking at Vera, she looked exceptionally fragile and beautiful, her long lashes hanging with teardrops, large eyes twinkling accusingly as if protesting Hatcher's cruelty. Hatcher found himself speechless, a complex emotion churning in his chest. Heroes have a hard time resisting beauties. The ancients were not mistaken. How many unmatched beauties had he seen? Wasn't Gwyneth beautiful too? Known for her ethereal beauty, transcending worldly concerns, a goddess many dreamed of. Yet the two were incomparable. If they stood together, Gwyneth would merely serve as a backdrop. Gilda, as a yin-yang Dao body, possessed an unparalleled elegance and beauty that was naturally captivating, even conquering women. Even such a beautiful woman still fell short of Vera, unable to match her. If charm could be converted into combat power, Vera would have been the great emperor of this era long ago. Hatcher never doubted this. "Master, I'm sorry." He withdrew his hand, but at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Vera suddenly exuded a cold aura. Her hair turned snowy white as she entered the jade demon body state. Without a word, she moved instantly, pouncing on Hatcher. Her speed was like lightning, giving Hatcher no time to react. He was pinned down beneath her. "What's wrong with you? Little one, why did you stop? If you want thrills, go all the way." Vera displayed a wildly unrestrained smile she had never shown before. Her pupils turned pink, filled with aggression. Huff, huff, huff. Her breathing was heavy and rapid, sweat trickling down her cheeks, yet her body felt icy. "Little one, I suddenly feel so cold all over. Use your body heat to warm me up." She leaned down, her sweat mixed with an enticing fragrance, dripping onto Hatcher's face. "Ah." Hatcher couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The sweat contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, which was very unusual. Could it be that she has reached the limit of fire entering the deviant path, and is about to dissipate her powers? Considering this possibility, Hatcher felt a chill run down his spine, but he immediately dismissed this thought. Wasn't there any sign of weakening in Vera's cultivation? Not only was there none, but her aura was even rising, slowly but irresistibly. What the hell? This wasn't the surge in cultivation caused by heart demons at all. It looked more like a spontaneous breakthrough. This can't be. This is impossible. Hatcher was disoriented. Vera clearly hadn't eliminated her heart demons. Her cultivation shouldn't be able to break through. Moreover, she had already reached the pinnacle of half-saint. One more step, and she would become a true saint. What did a saint mean? It was someone who could truly dominate the world, an unparalleled existence that could rival the Amal. How could she break through so easily? This went against all logic. Chapter 91. Disaster Crossing, Attaining Sagehood. No, don't break through at this moment. Hatcher's face changed drastically as he immediately stopped her. The threshold between a half-sage and a sage is no trivial matter. It's an incredibly terrifying life and death hurdle. Before this threshold, countless remains of supreme powerhouses lie buried. Attempting to break through often incurs one disaster and one calamity from the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. Disasters signify great tribulations, while calamities represent lesser ones. According to Hatcher's judgment, most calamities are life-hard calamities that reinforce the bottleneck. Surviving this calamity leads to facing one of the 3 disasters. Only enduring through it grants the qualification to step into the realm of sages. In a sense, the life-hard calamity isn't a disaster but rather a protective shield. When a cultivator's strength isn't enough to face the great disaster, the life-hard calamity acts as a barrier, preventing the 3 disasters from descending. Only when a cultivator can break through the life-hard calamity does it prove they have some self-preservation capability, avoiding certain death when facing the great disaster. However, the current situation was bizarre. Hatcher couldn't sense any signs of the life-hard calamity on Vera's body. Her cultivation kept rising slowly, almost touching the baseline of a sage. When the 3 disasters descend, Vera's body, tormented by heart demons, wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Master, stop. Otherwise, there will be big trouble." Hatcher struggled to rise, but was held down firmly. "I didn't want to break through. I just feel cold." Coldness emanated more intensely from Vera, reaching a level even Hatcher couldn't endure. Her voice became hollow and distant, not of this world, as if she had lost her soul. "Wake up." Hatcher roared like thunder, yet she remained unresponsive. Not only that, but 2 streaks of bloody tears rolled down from the corners of Vera's eyes, a sign of impending collapse. "The situation is perilous. We can't wait any longer. Don't blame me." Deciding swiftly, Hatcher suddenly exuded red light. The unity lock coiled around Vera's delicate body like angry dragons gathering. "Master, listen to me, calm down." "How do you expect me to calm down?" Hatcher's eyes widened in shock. This was unprecedented. The unity lock actually failed. Rather than failing, it was being suppressed. A chaotic force attached to Vera's body resisted the unity lock's assault. Upon realizing this, Hatcher drew in a sharp breath. This indicated that one of the 3 disasters had already descended. Only such a level of power could temporarily suppress the unity lock. Regaining his composure after a brief panic, Hatcher focused on identifying which disaster Vera was enduring. The body-destroying disaster destroying the physical body, the soul-splitting disaster disrupting the soul, or the root-severing disaster annihilating the foundation. Each brought immense terror. Mistaking one for another would have disastrous consequences. Whatever disaster or tribulation you are, you won't harm the person I protect. I will safeguard Vera, understand? Daring to challenge a heavenly disaster, perhaps only Hatcher could claim such throughout history. His brow shone brilliantly as his spiritual energy surged into Vera's body. Ugh. Vera emitted a sound of indescribable pain or pleasure, and instantly, her eyes regained a hint of clarity. A good opportunity. Hatcher seized this fleeting moment. The unity lock worked effectively, draining Vera of her strength. He quickly rose, holding the now limp Vera in his arms, carefully sensing everything within her. Little one, I hate you. The white-haired beauty lifted her gaze defiantly, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, extremely aggressive. Had it not been for the unity lock, Hatcher was sure he would already be lying on the ground. But then, things changed again. Vera's head of frost vanished, her hair turned black like a waterfall, restoring her gentle and elegant demeanor. Little one, I love you so much, promise never to bully me again. Her hands coiled around Hatcher's neck like snakes, refusing to let go. Just as Hatcher was about to speak, Vera furrowed her brows, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, wetting his clothes. So uncomfortable. My head hurts terribly. It feels like something is tearing me apart. Little one, save me. Seeing her like this, Hatcher felt reassured. It was clear now. Vera was undergoing the soul-splitting disaster. Under this disaster, the soul becomes chaotic and the mind disoriented. Any misstep could regress her to an infantile state, losing all intellect and turning her into a complete fool. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and I'll bear everything for you. Compassion filled Hatcher's heart as he hugged her tighter. If it were the other two calamities, he might have found it difficult to handle. But for the soul-splitting disaster, he could completely help her resist it. Using his imperial spiritual energy to counter such an impact was simply an overkill. Ordinary people cannot help others withstand disasters. But through the connection of the unity lock, the two had long become inseparable, making it entirely feasible now. Leave everything to me. Upon hearing these words, all of Murongya's tension melted away. Hatcher opened his mind, letting his spiritual platform be fully exposed as endless disaster aura surged in. Yet he remained unmoved. At this moment, he gathered a massive amount of greed, hatred, and delusion, all byproducts of chaotic souls, none of which could harm him in the slightest. Instead, they became nutrients for him. Just a bit more, then I can activate the Wuxiang Linglong Pearl and step into the Wuxiang realm. Time slowly passed, and Murongya's cultivation steadily increased. Finally, a gentle mystic light erupted from her body. He withstood the soul-splitting disaster and attained the sagehood. Hatcher's face was full of disbelief. She broke through to sagehood like this? There was no infusion of heavenly essence, no astonishing thunderstorm. The whole process was calm and restrained, without even a loud noise. Recalling his own breakthrough to sagehood in his previous life, the essence flowed across 4 seas, and the thunder covered the 9 regions. Who in the world did not know? This was simply a miracle, a divine phenomenon. Hatcher looked at the beauty drenched in sweat in his arms. Her face was full of lazy charm, and she even nestled closer to him, showing a contented and enjoying expression. Who would have thought that this existence displaying a young maiden's demeanor was actually a female sage with extraordinary cultivation? Little one, I take back what I said before. I don't dislike you, nor do I like you. Murmuring seriously, I super like you. As she spoke, 2 warm red lips kissed Hatcher's face. This is your reward from Master. Your reward is the saliva of a sage? Hatcher teased. Don't like it? Then open your mouth, and I'll feed you personally. Hold on. I like it. No need for you to trouble yourself. Am I old? Morongya pressed forward, almost sitting on Hatcher's lap. Just then, the door opened, and Marcia walked in with Melissa. I won big. Chapter 92, Eldest Gilda. I'm afraid you don't dare to have evil thoughts toward me. Marcia strutted back triumphantly. The eldest senior sister should have the demeanor of one. At her cultivation realm, she was almost invincible. Even so, her breathing had become much more rapid, indicating that the Tiana was also an outstanding existence. She had only narrowly lost to the indestructible Yin-Yang Dao body. But, a loss was still a loss. From now on, it would be her who took over all ownership of the junior brother, while the Tiana only deserved usage rights. Now she could brazenly announce that she had one. Moreover, she wanted Xiuxian to witness this victory. Thus, she rushed back impatiently. Just as she entered, the 2 girls were taken aback. What was this pose? Hatcher and Xiuxian were practically stacked together. Was this master-disciple relationship legitimate? The Tiana laughed. Gilda cried. I'm frustrated. Gilda put down the Tiana, dejectedly saying. She had thought she had won big time, but ended up being outsmarted by an unbeatable existence. You fought Xiuxian, really? Can you win, Gilda? The Tiana gloated, covering her mouth with a light laugh, delighted. Yes, if only. Gilda looked at Vera pitifully, her deep eyes filled with accusation. Xiuxian, you're not practicing martial virtue. She complained. In front of the Tiana, she was the stronger one, but in front of Vera, she was nothing. Cough, cough. As the newly ascended holy woman, Vera felt she should display the proper dignity. Thus, she slowly got off Hatcher and composed herself. As sisters under the same teacher, you should love each other. Upon hearing this, the Tiana rolled her eyes. What about those 2? Why aren't they here? Could they have gone out somewhere? The Tiana asked curiously, not seeing Talia and the Heart Saint Demon Monarch. They went to seek poetry and distance. Hatcher rose, satisfaction evident on his face. Just now, after dispelling the chaotic spirit disaster, he had gained significant benefits, collecting vast amounts of greed, hatred, and delusion. advancing greatly towards the formless realm. Among them, greed and hatred were already complete, but delusion still slightly lacked and needed specific enhancement. To gain without completeness results in delusion, intoxication and bewilderment lead to delusion. Looking at the three beauties beside him, Hatcher's heart arose with a bit of evil thought. Two of them willingly took on their chains, entrusting everything to him. There was no need to elaborate on Gilda. Her confession at first sight had left an unforgettable mark. If their relationships could advance further, they would undoubtedly provide him with endless deluded hearts. But soon this thought was extinguished. These were people he must protect, not tools for cultivation. Marcia raised an eyebrow. Due to her constitution, she was extremely sensitive to any changes. She caught Hatcher's fleeting thoughts. Really unambitious. She glanced sideways, giving a flirtatious eye roll, captivating everyone around. Hatcher blushed instantly. It was humiliating enough to have his evil thoughts exposed, but to be looked down upon. How could he tolerate this? He strode forward swiftly, pinching Gilda's delicate chin with one hand, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. You. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Gilda first panicked, then recovered her composure, her clear eyes filled with challenge. I bet you don't dare to be even bolder. I'll let you have your moment, but don't think I'll let you go easily. I'm afraid you wouldn't bring yourself to treat me roughly. Boys are always gentle, which can make people look down on you. Gilda retorted fiercely, refusing to yield. A flash of red appeared in Hatcher's eyes. Don't just be tough in words and end up trembling in fear when the time comes. If that happens, I will mock you for life. Listen, little boy. Gilda grabbed Hatcher's collar aggressively. Every moment, every instant, I am waiting for you wholeheartedly, and this will never change. If you two don't plan to get intimate right here, then break it up. The Tiana couldn't stand it anymore, stepping between them, interrupting their emotional exchange. Asia, you'd better not sleep too soundly at night. If I catch you, see if I don't spank your little bottom raw. Gilda clenched her teeth, fiercely threatening. As soon as she finished speaking, there were two loud thuds as if heavy objects had fallen. They hurried outside to check and saw Talia and the Heart Saint drenched in sweat, with two massive stone steels planted in the ground beside them, wordless yet clearly extraordinary. This is... Hatcher's pupils constricted as he felt the unique aura emanating from the steels, instantly recalling distant memories. Is this thing just something anyone can move around? He muttered to himself, catching Talia's attention. Senior brother, do you know the origin of these stone steels? They are incredibly heavy. I do know. Hatcher's expression turned slightly serious. It should have been several decades ago when 18 meteors fell to Earth, forming 18 stone steels. Among these 18 stones, 9 reflected the heavens, forming the Heavenly Tao list, while the other 9 were nameless stones. The so-called Heavenly Tao list is, as its name suggests, a ranking list. It reflects the power rankings of various cultivators. Any cultivator who appears on the list will receive gifts from the Heavenly Tao, thereby undergoing a transformation. There are 2 paths to getting on the list. One is to defeat all opponents, stepping on every competitor, and naturally, one's name would appear on the list. The second is to directly carve one's name onto the list. This path is more perilous, requiring both strength and talent. Even the slightest misstep could lead to retribution from the Heavenly Tao, with dire consequences. As for the nameless stones, Hatcher had never figured out their purpose in his previous life. They seemed like ordinary stones. If I haven't mistaken, these 2 stone steels, one is the Sword Tao Heavenly List, and the other is a nameless stone. Chapter 93. Taking charge of the Heavenly Tao List, the illiterate can now read. Heavenly Tao List. What is that thing? Several people simultaneously showed expressions of ignorance, looking at Hatcher in bewilderment. It wasn't their fault they didn't know. It would take several more decades for the secrets of the Heavenly Tao List to be revealed. After Hatcher explained clearly, the women looked at each other with shock filling their eyes. If the Heavenly Tao List doesn't have ranking functions yet, wouldn't anyone who carves their name on it become number 1? Camille asked curiously, eager to try. In theory, yes. Since that's the case, why don't we give it a try? Vera was the first to step forward. This was the safest approach. With her current strength, she could handle any unexpected events. With a hiss, she moved her fingertips, and a beam of light flashed, flowing toward the stone steel. At the moment of contact, the Heavenly Tao List burst into bright light, like a barrier, repelling the beam of light. There's rejection, so it seems you're not the destined one, Hatcher said with a smile but did not attempt it himself. Though legend had it that whoever could wield the sword path Heavenly List would have the chance to become a sword steward, that wasn't the path he wanted to take. The Heavenly Tao List has 9 sections in total. If the other 8 sections fell into the wrong hands, serious consequences might result. Therefore, he must collect as many sections of the Heavenly Tao List as possible. Among the remaining 8 sections, there was one that even made him feel excited. Then Stacy and Marcia also tried, but none of them resonated with it. Thus, only 2 correct answers remained. Since Talia and Camille had carried back this steel, it meant they were recognized. You two should carve your names on it. This is a great opportunity, don't waste it, Hatcher urged. Upon hearing this, both were overjoyed. It seemed this exploration had been worthwhile. Remember, always act within your limits. Forcing it when your strength isn't enough will bring losses. Both agreed and emitted their sharpest spiritual energy, gathered on their index fingers, pointing toward the Heavenly Tao List. The inscription began. It was a challenging process. As they carved, flying flames and radiant light shone like dawn breaking through darkness. Talia finished carving first. She only wrote the character long, then stopped. Apart from her slightly flushed face, her breathing remained steady. Gianna St. Camille also carved just the character Shang. However, she was drenched in sweat, looking weakened and greatly exhausted. Both instinctively glanced at each other, revealing knowing smiles. So, even her strength is lacking. Camille felt better. So, this little girl doesn't recognize characters either. She pretended quite well earlier. Talia laughed, feeling extremely happy. Both had bright futures ahead. Suddenly, The steel glowed intensely. The characters floated and strokes sketched out, showing signs of activation. The initial list was about to appear. Sword Path Heavenly List, top, long. Second place, Shang. Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts because these few characters not only appeared on the steel but also echoed in their minds. What's happening? This should be the proclamation of heaven. After pondering, Camille provided the answer. Indeed, the Heavenly Tao list was no fake. Hatcher also spread his mental energy. Within 10 miles, most people looked astonished, clearly receiving the proclamation of heaven. Boom! In the night sky, thunder and lightning erupted. A majestic single eye appeared, casting its gaze upon Talia and Camille. It's the scrutiny of the Great Way. Hatcher was slightly startled. The Heavenly Tao had locked onto their energies, about to grant them opportunities. Talia's eyes opened and closed, resembling deep pools hiding thousands of swords. Her sword cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of sword momentum, all happening naturally. As for Camille, although she wasn't skilled in swordsmanship, coincidentally receiving this baptism allowed her some personal insights into sword arts. Moreover, both received enormous benefits, rapidly advancing beyond the extraordinary realm. The eye of heaven closed, gradually dissipating, and the thunderous tribulation arrived on schedule. Scatter! Hatcher lifted his gaze and activated the celestial language, directly negating the heavenly tribulations for both. God, is this what the heaven-cutting realm looks like? Such an unprecedented surge in power is terrifying. Talia was extremely excited, feeling incredibly light. At least 6 times the combat strength. Hatcher scanned her with his eyes, assessing her accurately. As for Camille, due to her unique nature, she was hard to gauge. But judging by her joyful appearance, she had also progressed significantly. Today truly brings unexpected joy. Thanks to this giant. Talia approached the Heavenly Tao list, gently tapping the steel. I didn't expect you to be gentle despite being black and hard. I will remember this kindness. There's even more unexpected joy coming. Soon, you'll learn how to read. Hatcher suddenly said, making Talia widen her eyes. Really? That's right. Smear your blood on the stone steel, and I'll help you refine it, allowing you to become its master. Talia immediately complied. Immediately after, Hatcher and Vera acted simultaneously, using the power of a sage and the mental strength of an steward, quickly making the stone steel submit to Talia. This feeling, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Talia was stunned. Just as she reached out to grab it, the stone steel transformed into a stone tablet and then merged into her palm. At this moment, she officially became the keeper of the Sword Path Heavenly List. How does it feel? Hatcher asked. I see characters in my mind, and I can recognize them. Talia exclaimed in surprise. She was certain that the character was read as Shang. As an illiterate, she couldn't even recognize the simplest character Yi, besides her surname. Now, she could understand more complex characters. This meant something. Her illiteracy had hope of improvement. As long as more names appeared on the Heavenly Tao list, she could learn more characters. Although she didn't know what use this would have yet, she was confident that being literate would allow her to advance further on the path of cultivation. Chapter 94. The Covenant is formed. Bestow upon you what you need. The words suddenly appeared in my mind. Did they appear for you too? At this moment, people around the world were asking their companions nearby. I felt the same. Something about the Sword Path Heaven list and 2 rankings. Is the first one Long, Dragon, right? Yes, and the second is Shang, Saint. It looks like we all received the same information. This is a declaration from Heavenly Tao. Some elders said with solemn expressions, these 2 names are likely approved by Heavenly Tao, representing the pinnacle of contemporary swordsmanship. This guess was partly correct. It was indeed declared by Heavenly Tao, but not at the peak. It merely tricked its way onto the list. Yet many believed it. Long and Shang. Just hearing these names feels powerful. They must be embodiments of supreme existences. I think so too. It's even possible that their power is so overwhelming that even Heavenly Tao avoids revealing their true names and uses aliases instead. If Hatcher knew what people were thinking, he would sigh inwardly at how boundless imagination can be. Looking at the remaining nameless steels, he fell into deep thought. What should he do with them? In his previous life, he had encountered all the nameless steels. Though he knew they were extraordinary, he never understood their mysteries. Perhaps it's a matter of insufficient karma. He muttered to himself, subconsciously reaching out to touch the nameless steel again. But then his expression changed. Something felt very off this time. Hatcher widened his eyes. Even the slightest change didn't escape his notice. This stone steel felt entirely different from before, radiating vibrant energy. It was as if it was meeting its master. With that thought, he hastily channeled his own strength into it, trying both spirit energy and spiritual power, yet still met with disappointment. There was no reaction at all. If that's the case, I'll just cleave it open and see what's inside. Hatcher took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. Master, lend me your power. Vera did not hesitate for a moment. The red dust sea rippled outward. Terrifying power surged from the void, converging upon Hatcher. 6 directions Annihilation Sword, Celestial Sword, Divine Strike. An imposing sword aura roared through the air, and a 3-foot-long golden light appeared in Hatcher's palm. He wielded the sword with both hands and struck down fiercely. Crack! The stone steel shook violently. It seemed both afraid and excited. The moment they truly touched, the steel awakened, emitting an extremely bright light, surrounded by auspicious clouds, with a golden dragon soaring within. In the Giannis chamber, Janie had long fallen asleep. Her sleep was restless, tossing and turning, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. She had encountered a nightmare once again. This time it was different from her usual dreams. She found herself in a vast space, boundless and endless. She hovered like a speck of dust in midair, neither sky above nor ground below, surrounded by nothingness. This profound sense of desolation could drive one mad. Could this also be a prophetic dream? She muttered to herself, oddly retaining her consciousness during this dream. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar echoed through space, and then a colossal golden dragon, 10,000 feet long, emerged, its body shimmering with golden light, scales and claws flaring. Janie's body stiffened, cold sweat pouring, her limbs icy. The golden dragon fixed its eyes on her, red light spilling from its eyes as if it had found delicious prey. Not good. She trembled uncontrollably, a soul-deep terror sweeping through her, as if encountering a natural predator. I have to run. I must escape quickly. Even in her dream, she wanted to flee from the golden dragon. Alas, she was too insignificant. The dragon could block the skies with its movements and wrap itself around countless stars. She couldn't escape, weak as an ant, left only to await slaughter. At this critical moment, countless buried memories resurfaced. I remember everything now. Janie's face turned pale. Her father had similar dreams while he lived, and even her grandfather had them. Not long after, both passed away. For the rulers of Lingxiao Empire, this dream marked the end, foreshadowing death. This golden dragon was the dragon vein of the heavenly Dao realm. To gain the mandate of heaven, the imperial family had fed their blood to the dragon vein, making it bloodthirsty and insane. Now it was her turn to bear the consequences. Understanding everything, Janie felt overwhelming despair. No, I cannot die yet. Even 10 more years would allow me to arrange my affairs. She muttered to herself, pleading helplessly, but she could not move the brutal dragon vein. The golden dragon lost its patience and dove down, ready to swallow her whole. Finished. Janie's eyes clouded over. She almost gave up resistance. At the last moment, an image of a young man suddenly appeared in her mind. He wasn't towering, yet his slender frame seemed capable of supporting the entire universe. It was as if she had clung to a lifeline, shouting aloud, placing all her hopes on that figure. Guest advisor, save me. It made no sense, but once those words were uttered, the entire dream changed, with the 10 directions becoming clear and bright. In the high heavens, a colossal figure stood, its face indistinct, only its outline barely visible. Guest advisor. Janie's eyes welled with tears, feeling a sense of reliance, and all her fear vanished. She gazed at the sky with deep affection, touched that someone was willing to protect her from wind and rain and life and death, and the noble Gianna was thoroughly moved. Guest advisor. If I can survive by chance, I will form an eternal alliance with you, staying together through life and death, never betraying, and if I break my word, may I suffer countless calamities. The Gianna devoutly prayed and swore a heavy oath. The covenant is formed. Bestow upon you what you need. An infinitely majestic voice descended, followed by a step from that figure, creating a shadow connecting heaven and earth behind it. Is this a Dharma body? Janie was dazed. She looked up and couldn't see the Dharma body's face. Looking down, she saw only an endless abyss. The giant dragon seemed like an eel before the Dharma body, emitting only timid roars. Sword comes. A roar spewed out thunder and lightning, and a dragon-slaying sword appeared in the palm of the Dharma body. With brilliant power, follow my command, execute without pardon. Each word was a thunderous proclamation, threatening to collapse the sky, and the dragon vein fled in terror even before battle began. Unfortunately, just like Janie earlier, all its struggles were futile. The sword light descended with force, directly targeting the dragon vein, tearing apart this illusory world along with it. Chapter 95. On the risk of Master Adrian turning into a dog, Janie suddenly woke up, her body drenched in sweat. Guest minister. She muttered to herself, pressing her hands against her left ribcage. Lifting the imperial dragon robe revealed a pattern of a flying dragon imprinted on her snowy white skin. This was both a blessing and a curse. In the past, whenever the dragon's pulse flared up, Janie would feel an excruciating pain in her heart. But this time, she only felt a coolness there, more comfortable than it had been for many years. Guest minister, only you can calm my heart. No matter what, I must secure you. She extended her slender palm, then slowly clenched it as if holding onto something significant. Do you really think this Gianna is someone who doesn't compete? Attendant. She called out. Her personal guards immediately filed in. What does your majesty command? Fetch the mountain river sealing seal. Upon hearing this, everyone around her trembled. What did her majesty intend to do? That seal was no ordinary object. It was said that 10,000 years ago, when the empire was first established, this seal became the imperial treasure, embodying the efforts and virtues of successive rulers, symbolizing legitimacy and authority. Possessing this seal was equivalent to controlling half of the Lingxiao Empire. Moments later, the seal was brought. As the Gianna held the brocade box and was about to leave, she noticed the full moon hanging high in the sky, with stars twinkling amidst thick fog. It wasn't a good time for a visit. The night is deep. Guest minister is probably already asleep. I will see him another day. With this thought, the Gianna returned to bed, sleeping peacefully without any nightmares. In fact, nightmares were conserved. They didn't just disappear or appear out of nowhere, but could only be transferred from one person to another. At Fengxiang Inn, in a dilapidated room, Adrian let out a horrified shout. He woke from his unconscious state, his eyes bloodshot, and the first thing he did was check his crotch. It's still there, thank heavens. Relief flashed across his face, but it was quickly replaced by a look of intense hatred. He remembered Marcia's somewhat slender figure. He had almost become a eunuch because of her. That old woman. I'll carve her into pieces and make sure she has no place to die. Adrian's anger surged. If this vengeance went unrequited, he wouldn't consider himself human. That man is very dangerous. His hidden strength is unfathomable, the ethereal entity said gravely. I know, but I want him dead. You must have a way. His tone was firm, filled with anticipation and a hint of subtle threat. This old ghost had an extraordinary background and surely had some trump cards up his sleeve. Alas, the old ghost sighed deeply. I originally planned to teach you this only after you grew into a life and death realm expert, accumulating enough vitality. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Who knows if this is a blessing or a disaster? Hearing this, Adrian's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this old fool had kept secrets. Don't waste time. Hand it over. I can handle it perfectly. Very well, perhaps this is destiny. As the old man spoke, Adrian's mind received a new set of skills. The 10,000 Transformations Great Art, Swallow Heaven Demon Technique. Seeing the name made him draw a sharp breath. This was undoubtedly a formidable existence, exactly what he needed. After thorough examination, it turned out true. Using this technique allowed him to forcefully seize the spiritual energy of all things for his own use, even directly stealing others' cultivation. What kind of heaven-defying power? He had already made up his mind. For those who had wronged him, he no longer planned to slaughter them outright, but instead intended to drain their cultivation, making them live in humiliation, enduring the torment of commoners. These people included Hatcher, Marcia, and also that guest minister. Thinking of this person made Adrian uneasy. Not only did this person have a face that he found most detestable, but he also dared to slap him in public. Every humiliation was etched firmly in his mind. To take revenge, he needed absolute strength. Coincidentally, the last chapter of Swallow Heaven Demon Technique suited his desires perfectly. 10,000 Transformations Great Art. His eyes flickered, captivated by its content. Swallow Heaven Demon Technique could devour everything, including oneself. If he swallowed 20 years of his lifespan at once, his cultivation would terrifyingly skyrocket for an hour. If under the state of 10,000 Transformations Great Art, and with the old man's assistance, he was confident he could leap 2 major realms and challenge Gwyneth. Finally, he had the courage to stand against top-tier experts. Unfortunately, 10,000 Transformations Great Art cannot be used consecutively. Otherwise, who would dare speak loudly before me? Adrian lamented, but he heard the elder scolding. Nonsense, that's just the ultimate life-saving measure. It can't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Don't you know that only your own cultivation is the true path? Fine, I got it. Adrian said dismissively, not taking the elder's words seriously at all. Just an old ghost. Did he really think he was something special? Once upon a time, he indeed respected this soul, but after several consecutive setbacks, he had started to blame everything on the elder. It was all because the other party wasn't powerful enough, which led to his dignity being trampled upon. In the end, this old man was just a wandering spirit who relied on him for survival. As long as he didn't help the elder reconstruct his physical body, the elder would forever be a dog by his side. As for the side effects of the 10,000 Transformations Great Art, it was even more laughable. Was 20 years of lifespan really a lot? For cultivators, it was merely a drop in the ocean. With the assistance of Swallow Heaven Demon Technique, recovering the lost vitality would take only a few minutes. Knock knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out, pulling him back from his violent thoughts. Junior brother, are you there? Nyla's voice came through. Gilda, what do you need? Adrian poked his head out from the storeroom, his eyes filled with greed. He couldn't wait to test the power of Swallow Heaven Demon Technique on her. Well, let me get straight to the point. Nyla's expression turned cold. Don't you think Hatcher and Coraline are too much of an eyesore? At this statement, Adrian was taken aback. One is a waste of space, the other a lickspittle. I despise these two types of people the most. They don't deserve to stay in Xiuxian Sect anymore. She spoke bluntly, hiding her true intentions. She just wanted to separate Gwyneth from Hatcher. Everything else was merely incidental. What do you want me to do? Asked Adrian. Simple. Gilda has already calculated that on the day of the auction, the entire Imperial capital will descend into chaos. At that time, with our combined efforts, we can eliminate all obstacles. What makes you so confident to say such things? Adrian was somewhat tempted, but didn't think highly of Nyla's cultivation, considering her a pure burden. As long as you listen to me, Gilda can help you kill that guest minister. How does that sound? At this, Adrian became excited instantly. Chapter 96 Coraline humble as dust. Do you know what you're talking about? Adrian asked solemnly. Neither Hatcher nor Coraline was ever a match for him in his eyes. Only that guest adept filled him with extreme dread. The true depth of the other party's strength remained elusive. Recalling how the other had plucked down the celestial stars and utterly wiped out the xiuxian sect, sent tremors coursing through him. But regardless, having dared to humiliate him in person, the other had already carved his path to death. That guest adept, he must die. Of course, I am well aware. In fact, aside from you, there's no one who could kill that guy, Nyla said mysteriously, her words jolting Adrian, instantly piquing his interest. How so? You may not know this, but that man possesses a void destiny, invulnerable to myriad calamities. Only someone with immense fortune can have an edge over him. And you are such a person. I've read your divination before, and you're destined to become the ultimate power. With a dose of flattery, Adrian felt a surge of wild elation. He always knew he was favored by fate. I can cooperate with you. Without hesitation, Adrian readily agreed. The future emperor should crush all foes. Nyla smiled knowingly, her cherry lips parting to expel a jade bead and a jade talisman. Seeing these two items, Adrian's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from them. These treasures were obtained by my ancestor in a hidden realm. This jade bead is named Tiani bead, which can rapidly enhance your cultivation in a short time. This jade talisman is called the Chaos Fate Talisman, which can temporarily nullify the void destiny, creating an opportunity for you to deliver a fatal blow. I entrust these treasures to you. I believe you already know what to do, don't you? Hee. Naturally. Adrian sneered nastily, taking over the treasures without ceremony. He had never felt so smug. With the Tiani bead, the myriad transformations great art, and the infusion of the old ghost soul, these three trump cards together made him unbeatable. Don't worry, Gilda. Once I deal with that trash, everything else will be minor issues. Hearing this, Nyla finally revealed a satisfied smile. Her future was now under control. In another room, Coraline woke up, her eyes filled with fear and hatred as she looked at Hatcher, who was close by. Really didn't expect you to still remember what happened before. My memory erasure technique has never failed, Elise said with interest, like examining a rare treasure. This girl undoubtedly had remarkable talents. Upon hearing this, Coraline trembled all over, recalling how effortlessly the other had killed a life-and-death realm adept. Then her face turned even paler, as if she was thinking of something more terrifying. You're not my junior brother. Do I need to spell it out? Ali mocked, her figure flashing with radiance, revealing her true appearance. So beautiful. Coraline momentarily became infatuated, but immediately her eyes brimmed with intense hatred. You replaced my junior brother, so where is he? Did you kill him? This has nothing to do with you. Ali seemed to lose patience, walking toward her. No need to fear. This time I'll erase your memory completely, making you forget all sadness, including Hatcher. No. Coraline suddenly burst into a powerful emotion, overshadowing her fear. She drew her sword and placed it against her neck, prepared to face death. Tell me if my junior brother is still alive, or I'll end my life right here. Do you think I care? Ali showed disdain, doubting that the other had the courage to go through with it. But then, Coraline defied her expectations. Dragging the sharp blade across, a streak of blood immediately appeared on her neck. She really dared to do it. So what if he's alive? And so what if he's not? Ali paused, puzzled, unable to understand the other's reaction. If my junior brother is alive, I will let you do whatever you want. If he's dead, then I won't live either. Hearing this, Ali was deeply moved. She didn't doubt the other's word. Saying Hatcher was dead would lead to immediate self-slaughter by Coraline. Were you close? Answer me. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. That person is living well. I'm not his enemy. Thud. The long sword dropped to the ground, as if Coraline's strength had been drained, collapsing and sobbing into her hands, trying to suppress her tears. How wonderful. He's still alive. Truly wonderful. Thank heavens. What a relief. She seemed like someone who had survived a disaster, or like someone with deep affection she could not express, which made Ali show a look of disdain. What are you still pretending for? Ali had already learned about Hatcher from Vera and had long harbored contempt for Coraline. Every time she thought of Hatcher, Ali couldn't help but admire him. That young man was so outstanding, handsome, and extraordinary. To be loved by such a person was such a lucky thing. Yet there were always people who did not cherish it. Like this Coraline in front of her eyes, not only did she hold back the former Hatcher, but she also endlessly belittled and framed him. This made Ali question whether this person's brain was caught in a toilet seat. Now that Hatcher had completely left, regarding her as discarded shoes, she finally regretted and pretended to have deep feelings. Wasn't this realization too late? There was only one word for this kind of person. Despicable. And she was despicably to the bone, beyond saving. Don't cry anymore. No matter how much you cry, he won't come back. Once some things are lost, they can never be regained. Ali's words struck at the heart of Coraline, utterly shattering her spirit. You're lying. How could he bear to leave? Coraline seemed deeply affected by the word, forever. Our relationship used to be so good. He's just angry with me now. Yes. Once his anger fades, he will come back. Stop daydreaming. You know the truth. Ali crushed her hope again, driving deeper into her heart. No. Coraline let out a shrill scream as if struck hard, collapsing on the ground. Sister, please help me, I beg you. She clung to this last straw, crawling on the ground at Ali's feet, hugging her legs tightly. I know sister can contact him. I just want to see him once, just once, okay? At this moment, Coraline was like a fragile little flower in a gale, about to break at any moment. Sister, help me this one time. If you succeed, I'm willing to be your slave, to serve you without complaint. I swear by my martial path heart. Hearing this, Ali finally showed a bit of emotion. I'll try, but don't get your hopes up too much. Thank you, sister. Coraline immediately turned her tears into laughter. Chapter 97 Without you. What matters most to me? The moonlight was cool and clear. Insects chirping all around. In a vast, desolate wilderness outside the capital, two beauties stood side by side, gazing at the sky. If any mortal saw this scene, they would surely stop in their tracks, entranced and praising it. Any literati who passed by might also pick up their pen and write exquisite poetry. Sadly, this beautiful scene could only be shared by the gentle breeze and the bright moon. Sister, am I beautiful? Coraline looked at Ali, who stood beside her coldly, and asked timidly. She was very different from her usual self. Because she was immersed in swordsmanship, she often wore robust attire that showcased her heroic vigor but lacked a softer touch of beauty. Tonight, she had changed into a long overdue feminine outfit. A green water-patterned gown flowed gracefully, outlining her perfectly proportioned figure. Her waist, barely more than a handful wide, was delicate and soft. Below the flat abdomen were two towering peaks that surged like waves. She wore golden-threaded shoes on her feet, jade bracelets on her wrists, earrings shaped like the moon, and a vermilion between her eyebrows. Every frown and smile exuded tenderness. Every move revealed grace. Even the most skilled artist could not fully capture such beauty on paper. Very beautiful. No matter how critical Yin Hansing was, she could not deny what she saw with her own eyes. Coraline was indeed strikingly beautiful now, especially with that frail and delicate beauty that always made one want to protect her. Thank you, sister. Coraline smiled, lifting one side of her dress and twirling gently, making the hem swirl in a lively circle. These are all gifts he once gave me. Do you think he will like them? Coraline chuckled. Ever since Hatcher confirmed he would come, she had been surrounded by overwhelming happiness. For a man, death comes for those who understand him. For a woman, beauty blooms for those who admire her. Seeing Coraline's enchanted state, Yin Hansing decided to dash her hopes. Clothes are never as good as new ones. She said it lightly, hinting that the Hatcher from before was no longer there. Yes, people aren't like old things either. Little junior brother has always cherished past feelings. I don't believe he can ignore me forever. Hearing this, Lien Hanqing's face turned dark, and then she was filled with speechlessness. What a tan dog, she thought. Really knew how to comfort oneself. Whoosh. The wind blew, casting shadows under the moonlight. He's here. Lien Hanqing took 2 steps back, choosing to observe from the side. Junior brother. Coraline looked up in pleasant surprise. Even against the moonlight, the silhouette she yearned for appeared in her line of sight. At this moment, her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously held her breath. Such a peerless youth should be this way. How could I have missed it? I must have been blind. Or maybe someone had fed me love potion. She constantly blamed herself in her heart, but couldn't help feeling elated. Fortunately, she still had a chance to make amends. You really came. Is it really you? I knew you would come. The moment Hatcher landed, Coraline rushed towards him like a bird returning to its nest. Hexagonal annihilation sword. Hatcher pointed 2 fingers forward and slashed. Fire. Divide mud. A line of fire shot up from the ground, completely separating the two. Coraline stopped, not because of the scorching flames, but because of Hatcher's icy gaze. Junior brother, she called out, her face already pale. Speak your mind. Can we return to the past? Like before. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with hope. Being looked at like this, any man would find it hard to refuse. Only Hatcher responded with a cold sneer. Do you want me to continue being your tan dog? You sure know how to enjoy yourself. You misunderstand. It's never been that way. Coraline was almost in tears, hastily explaining. I was too stubborn. I had already realized your feelings, but I didn't dare respond directly. I just wanted to see how much you cared about me, so I treated you coldly, but I actually like you too. She lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her beautiful figure to Hatcher. Do you remember this outfit? You picked it out for me personally. My taste has always been excellent. Hatcher proudly boasted. Hearing this, she finally showed a hint of a smile. Unfortunately, my judgment of people back then was terrible. As soon as she said this, Coraline's smile froze. Why do you still keep these things? Don't you find them disgusting, dirty, or laughable? While I was at Xiuxian Sect, you thought these things were filthy. Now that I'm gone, have they suddenly become clean? You should stay even further away from me. It's best if we never see each other again. No. Her expression turned fearful, crossing the fire line, allowing the flames to bite at her dress. Are you really so indifferent, so heartless, and so cruel? We lived together for 10 years. Can you bear to abandon everything? Don't you feel pain? As she spoke, she opened her arms to hug Hatcher, her bosom nearly pressing against his body. Why can't you look at me a few more times? If you did, maybe you would fall in love with me again. Ah, Coraline, there are some things I almost forgot. Can I ask you a few questions? Hatcher smiled kindly, and Coraline nodded repeatedly. Ask away. I will answer all your questions. All right, tell me, who was it that made me exhaust my spirit to set up the Heavenly Tao formation, helping her become the foremost swordsman among our peers? And who broke my 5 fingers, fearing my sword skills might surpass Adrian, nearly making me unable to wield a sword again? Hearing this, Coraline's body wavered as if she might fall to the ground at any moment. It was me? Very good. Now, tell me, who calmly accepted all my cultivation resources? And who forced me to give all my opportunities to Adrian? It was still me. Now, tell me, during the Great War of the 100 Sects, who did I risk my life to save by rushing into deadly danger, and who then accused me of stealing credit, attributing all achievements to Adrian? Coraline fell silent, her strength leaving her as she knelt softly before Hatcher. Even then, she clung tightly to the hem of his clothes. And more. Please, don't say any more. I know I was wrong. Coraline sobbed uncontrollably. Each of these incidents was vividly imprinted in her memory, some even done deliberately. At the time, she found it amusing, but now, she realized how monstrous her actions were. If their roles were reversed, she doubted she could have lasted a day. Yet Hatcher faced 7 people alone and endured for 10 whole years. Little junior brother, can we let go of the past? We can start anew. Anything you want, I will give to you. Even myself? No. Hatcher refused outright. Why? Could those past events be more important than me? No, nothing is more important than you. But, Hatcher said calmly, and Coraline's eyes flickered with renewed hope. But what? Without you, what matters most to me? Chapter 98. Lady, how dare you compete for my husband? You are not that important to me. Hatcher's expression was indifferent, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. But the coldness in his tone felt like icy needles piercing into Aisha's marrow. She felt like her senses were fading away, her body turning into a broken statue, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Everything was over. There was absolutely no chance left. Sometimes, it is only under immense despair that one can detach and see things clearly. If Hatcher had scolded her, recounted past grievances with agitated emotions, or even lashed out physically, she could have smiled through it all. She had rehearsed countless times in her heart. If Hatcher got angry, she would humble herself, soothing his wounds with warmth, redeeming him with love. Unfortunately, Hatcher didn't give her that opportunity. He cut ties completely, thoroughly. Why is this happening? This wasn't my intention. She muttered to herself, lost and trembling, hugging herself tightly as if the world had abandoned her. How should we handle her? Kill or spare? Zora approached. Dawn was breaking, leaving little time for them to linger. Whatever makes you feel better. She means nothing to me, Hatcher said casually, causing Coraline even more pain, her heart aching like being stabbed by a knife. The boy who once looked at her with adoration now didn't even consider how to deal with her. He came on the moonlit night and left with the wind. Hatcher soared into the sky, not sparing a glance. Little girl, little girl. Zora walked over, her expression complicated. She was never kind-hearted, but as a woman, she was unusually sentimental. Seeing Coraline's pitiful state, even though she knew the other deserved it, she couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Sister, he really doesn't care anymore. He's thrown me away and will never want me again. Those words unleashed a floodgate of pent-up emotions. Coraline clung to Zora. Regardless of whether they were friends or enemies, she just needed someone to confide in. Forget him. I can erase your memories for you. Zora stroked her hair, feeling compassion for her for the first time. No, I refuse. Coraline shook her head violently. He must be punishing me, making me taste this agony of unattainable longing. Let it be so. I deserve this. You know, he doesn't care. But I do. Coraline wobbled to her feet, drying her tears, her eyes gradually firming. Sister, from now on, I belong to you. You can command me as you wish, and I will have no complaints. Even if it means opposing those around you? Zora narrowed her eyes, a menacing aura emerging. Yes, they need to atone too. Coraline's memory suddenly became clear, scenes from the past flashing before her eyes. Her master and fellow disciples owed Hatcher a debt that needed repayment. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Sister, I have one request. Coraline lifted her head, blushing deeply, her eyes filled with yearning and hope. Can you change back into his form and hug me? Zora hesitated slightly but did not refuse, transforming back into Hatcher's appearance. Yes, hold me tightly, tighter still. Even if it hurts, it's fine. Coraline whispered dreamily, closing her beautiful eyes, feigning satisfaction. Dawn was breaking over the palace. Outside the guest chamber, Cassidy stood like a matriarch, leading a group of subordinates, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. Indeed, this unexpected visitor was none other than Gianna Janey, the ruler of the empire. I came to see my honored guest. Even the majestic empress, facing these stunning female bandits, could only stammer, losing all her former dominance. Yours? The Tiana caught the word, grinning mischievously. You're not here to assert your authority, are you? Hearing this, the empress quickly shook her head, averting her gaze. Not at all. I have something important to give to the honored guest. Please let him come out to speak with me. I'm sorry, your honored guest says he isn't here. Cassidy stepped forward, sizing up the other. Leave the item, and leave. Janey gasped, feeling unprecedented pressure from this woman. That's impossible. Her head shook like waves. This item cannot be granted to outsiders. No matter what, I have to deliver it personally to the honored guest. Huh? You think we are outsiders? The Tiana was amused to the point of laughter. So you're saying you're one of us? Sisters, deal with her. As she spoke, several girls surrounded her with ill intentions. The Gianna immediately turned pale with fear, wanting to seek help, only to find that her personal guards had already been tied up like sacks and discarded. What's going on here? Suddenly, Hatcher's voice came from above, instantly normalizing the situation for the girls. Honored guest. Janey clung onto him like a lifeline, almost in tears from weight grievance. Just as she was about to vent her complaints, she met several sharp gazes. Marcia even made a cutting motion across her neck, silently threatening to kill her if she tattled. This sent shivers down the Gianna's spine, forcing her straight to the point. Honored guest, I gift you the mountain stabilizing seal. She opened the brocade box before her, revealing an ancient seal to Hatcher's eyes. From it, Hatcher sensed thick threads of faith and fortune. Others were also taken aback, clearly knowing the implications of this action. Janey was essentially offering half of her empire. What a clever fellow, what grand ambition. Marcia saw through the essence. She knew Hatcher would never be intoxicated by power, let alone managing the state. If he accepted the seal, this realm would still belong to Janey, but she would gain a powerful ally, a win-win situation. Hatcher remained silent, not reaching out to take it. Honored guest, the auction is imminent. With this seal, you can directly access half of the national treasury, amounting to tens of billions of spirit stones. Everyone, including Vera, sucked in a breath. What terrifying wealth. Indeed befitting a major empire. I accept, Hatcher said calmly, taking the seal effortlessly. The steward has another request. Your Majesty, please speak. Tomorrow at the auction, I cannot be present. There is a phoenix-linked bracelet I have always wanted. If the honored guest can acquire it for me, it would be perfect. It's a small matter. Hatcher agreed promptly, though behind him, teeth gritted in frustration. This woman truly knew how to seize opportunities. You come here. Marcia walked over, grabbed the Gianna by the neck, and dragged her to a secluded spot. What do you want to do to me? I'll scream. Wife, daring to compete for my husband, don't you need some discipline? Chapter 99, Dancing on the Brink of Death. I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. The Gianna's eyes flickered as she flatly denied it 3 times. Is that so? Marcia pressed forward step by step, her eyes gleaming with dangerous light. How can you defame someone's integrity baselessly? This Gianna stands straight and upright. I absolutely would not have any strange thoughts. Then take an oath. Guest minister, you're here? Janey looked behind Marcia and showed a look of pleasant surprise. Younger brother. Marcia instinctively turned back but found no one there. Fell for it. Turning around again, the Gianna had already run off, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind. You're quite quick. Marcia could only give up. After all, chasing after the Gianna in the palace was improper. After all, you can hide today but not forever. She would have plenty of opportunities to deal with this later. Greetings, guest minister. Good morning, guest minister. Hatcher walked along the streets of the imperial capital, hearing countless greetings. In these past few days, the residents of the imperial capital had already remembered his face. However, he was not strolling for leisure. He was measuring the dimensions of the imperial capital. Tomorrow, when the auction started, the imperial capital would become a battlefield of flesh and blood. To prevent a humanitarian disaster, he had to prepare in advance. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Come here. Before he finished speaking, the leader of the guards approached. Hatcher whispered several instructions into his ear, causing him to instantly display a look of shock. Really so? The guard leader swallowed. as if he had received a massive impact. Don't ask, just do as instructed. Yes, guest minister. Without hesitation, the other person hurried away, unwilling to linger for even a moment. So, this is the person? What a big fuss. His strength is nothing much. On some high ground, several people focused their gazes on Hatcher. Don't underestimate him. This person is definitely pretending to be weak while harboring hidden power. A life and death realm powerhouse trembled, as if recalling something terrifying. These people were from the Celestial Master Clan. Cade and Gideon had solemn expressions. Since suffering setbacks that night, they had sent a plea for help to their family. They only received 4 words in response. Nonsense. Reflecting on it, how could someone who was originally at the Unity Mind Realm transform into one capable of slaughtering life and death realms' existences? It simply did not make sense. For the family not to treat them as lunatics after seeing their report was already a show of leniency. Older sister Marlene, I also feel that this person is very peculiar. We mustn't underestimate him. Gideon looked at the woman beside him, saying seriously. Her name was Imelda, extremely beautiful, efficient, and striking, most notably due to the spotted pig always by her side. This wasn't out of special preference. The pig was robust and fierce, known as the Truth Listener Divine Pig. This creature was a remnant from the primordial era, not only formidable in combat, but also able to discern truth and falsehood. Just by looking, this pig could tell if the other party was genuine or false, and reading their cultivation level was effortless. Imelda was precisely the envoy sent by the clan to investigate the truth. If Cade and Gideon were lying, they would certainly face severe consequences upon returning. Ming Ming, check the depth of that guy for me. Imelda patted the Truth Listener Divine Pig and ordered. The pig somersaulted twice in the air, and then lay its ears on the ground, as if listening to something. Moments later, the Divine Pig stood up, with 2 beams of light from its eyes forming words on the ground. Unity Mind, 3rd level. This was Hatcher's current realm. You are quite daring, to actually dare to fool the family. This is indeed disappointing. Imelda looked down on the few with disdain, her face coldly smiling. To think they were elites of the family yet couldn't even lie well. If word got out, wouldn't it invite ridicule? A mere Unity Mind realm cultivator, like an ant, how could they possibly pose a threat to the life and death realm? If she acted, she would have a 100% chance to crush Hatcher. Hearing this, both their expressions changed. Gideon wanted to refute, but was immediately stopped by Cade. Just think, what benefit does it bring us to lie about such an absurd thing? That's why we reported it to the family. Moreover, we have confirmed that the material has been mixed up with this person. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. By material, they referred to little demon girl. Every word Cade chose was meticulous and cautious, finally making Imelda frown. Enough sophistry. Even if you embellish your story beautifully, once I act, I will uncover the truth. You can still admit your mistake and take responsibility for the loss. It's not too late. Otherwise, once I expose you, the consequences won't be so easy to bear. You want to test him? I advise you not to. It's not too late to wait until the family's powerhouses arrive before making a move. Cade's expression changed slightly as he immediately tried to dissuade her. So, are you afraid? Imelda was completely unbothered. She exuded an aura that revealed she had also reached the 7th level of heaven/slashing realm. She was stronger than Gideon but slightly inferior to Cade, making her one of the outstanding figures among the younger generation. Your words have no effect on me. Cade's expression turned cold again. And I will only warn you once. If you persist in your folly, you will bear all the consequences yourself. Hearing this, Imelda sneered. Retreat to advance. Do you think I would fall for such a trick? She became even more convinced that the report was fabricated. Today, she would expose the true faces of these 2 deceivers. With this thought, she wasted no time and launched herself directly at Hatcher. The divine pig named Huhun followed closely behind, stepping into the air and landing before Hatcher. Stop! Imelda looked down arrogantly at Hatcher with disdain. However, before she could continue speaking, Hatcher's face froze. Scum of the Celestial Master Clan, I clearly warned you before. I didn't expect you to remain obstinate. Enhanced by the Stewart spirit, he had overheard their secret plotting clearly. Humph, since you know our origin, hand over that bitch, and I might spare your life. What if I say no? Hatcher's voice was now filled with murderous intent. They had clearly touched his xiuxian. You're overestimating yourself. That bitch is destined to end up dead without a grave. If you obstruct us, you will die. So will your loved ones. Before she could finish, Hatcher blurred into motion, instantly closing the distance and clamped a hand over her mouth. You. Imelda attempted to resist, but suddenly felt weightless as Hatcher carried her away, moving rapidly toward the outskirts of the imperial capital. Hurry, chase them, Cade said grimly. In the blink of an eye, Hatcher arrived in midair over a barren field. He threw the person in his hand fiercely, creating a sonic boom in the air due to the force. Boom. The ground split open, and Imelda was buried in the crack. How dare you ambush me? She quickly climbed out, unharmed thanks to protective treasures she wore. Taking a hit right from the start, she blamed her own carelessness. Hatcher remained silent. There were countless ways to kill her instantly, but he abandoned them all. This Imelda's threat had fully touched his sore spot. He needed to vent. He needed to use absolute violence to make her experience what true fear was. Chapter 100. Could he possibly pluck stars from the sky? Make your move. I'll make you regret ever being born. Hatcher said coldly. He seldom spoke so harshly, but this time, he intended to act recklessly. The woman before him would soon learn what it meant to invite disaster by her words. We finally made it. Austin, Azrael, and the remaining life-death realm expert appeared outside the city wall, their breathing still uneven. What incredible speed. Even at full speed, I could only barely keep up. I wonder if Sister Yelan is okay? Azrael swallowed hard, asking with concern. Shut your foul mouth. Austin rebuked. That woman has a special status, with numerous treasures on her, plus the deity Pig the Thee. Even someone at the life-death realm can't do anything to her. But the opponent has already killed 2 life-death realm experts. Upon hearing this, Austin's expression faltered momentarily, but then his brows eased slightly. Have you seen him in action? Azrael shook his head bewilderingly. I didn't lie. The life-death realm expert defended. I understand, but appearances can be deceiving. We'll just have to wait and see. You little worm, putting on quite a show, but that won't save you. Imelda's expression turned icy. No one had dared insult her like this before. Hatcher was as good as dead. She was about to get serious. With one step forward, scorching heat surged out of her body, flames spreading wide, turning even the clouds red in the sky. Suddenly, people within dozens of miles felt intense pain in their ears, for a loud phoenix cry pierced through the heavens and earth. So this is Sister Yelan's Dharmakaya? It's my first time seeing it. Who would have thought it would be the fiery phoenix rampant Dharmakaya? High above, a massive 100-jong phoenix silhouette flapped its wings majestically, extremely impactful. Its overwhelming aura split the earth and set vegetation ablaze, presenting a scene as if a heavenly disaster had descended. Summon your Dharmakaya. Imelda looked at Hatcher and said with a cold smile. Hatcher remained unmoved. Ha, how could I forget? You're merely a petty fusion heart realm cultivator, completely unable to comprehend the power of Dharmakaya. Austin and the others exchanged glances. It seemed Hatcher truly hadn't cultivated a Dharmakaya. This meant his realm wasn't a fabrication. Thinking this, the brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Don't take things lightly, gentlemen. This matter isn't as simple as you think. The life-death realm expert's face remained grave, having learned an invaluable lesson from the night's deadly moments. Even harmless-looking things might hide terrifying monsters. I think you're overthinking it. With both realm suppression and treasure suppression, he stands no chance, even if he had 6 arms and 3 heads. Austin relaxed completely. Ha, exactly. Unless he can pluck stars from the sky. Seeing that Hatcher still hadn't moved, the corner of Imelda's mouth curled up more arrogantly. It seems you've realized our gap. I won't bully you. You can make the first move. Of course, if you want to live, you can also kneel down and become my dog right now. Noisy. Hatcher finally lost his patience and unleashed heaven's 10,000 phenomena with his very first move. Boom. Clouds exploded, celestial stars shone brightly, and intense light swept across the world, like a falling sun. Wah 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 wah. Austin's eyes widened, his muscles twitching uncontrollably, repeating the same word over and over. What the hell is this? Azrael was dumbfounded. He joked about plucking stars, and Hatcher actually did it right before his eyes. Was Hatcher a wishing well? He didn't believe it. Humph. If you're so powerful, why don't you conjure a grade 9 spirit rune in front of me? At this moment, his pupils were trembling uncontrollably, and his mouth spewed nonsense. Heavenly stars descended, and Imelda bore the brunt, her face showing signs of fear. That's not right. He shouldn't have such power. This might be an illusion. Biting her tongue sharply, she overcame her terror through the pain. Putting on a show. Watch me expose you. She flicked her finger, and the 100-jong phoenix silhouette charged upward, colliding with the heavenly star. Bang! A substantial muffled sound echoed as they met, and Imelda realized just how wrong she was. Her phoenix Dharmakaya couldn't even struggle before dissipating instantly, leaving not a trace. Imelda also suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But she had no time to deal with the backlash. The celestial star was descending toward her. Boom! There was no need to describe the power of this attack. The earth cracked, and dust and smoke billowed as shockwaves devastated everything. The 3 observers were all affected by the aftermath. Gideon, being the weakest, was sent into a state of bleeding from 7 orifices due to the impact. This was even after Hatcher had held back. If not for the fear of affecting the imperial capital dozens of miles away, this strike would have been even more terrifying. Who said he's at the fusion heart realm? Is he just playing with us? As the dust settled, Imelda reappeared. She hadn't turned to dust, but her condition wasn't much better. Her body was covered in blood, her luxurious clothes now tattered, revealing large patches of strikingly white skin. A golden barrier rippled around her, saving her life. That celestial star must have been a one-time use magical treasure. Now that you can't use it, your end is near. Imelda's hatred knew no bounds. From childhood, she had never been this miserable. She waved her hand, and over 100 spirit runes flew out behind her, swirling around her. 87 6th grade spirit runes, 23 7th grade spirit runes. Cade was utterly amazed. No wonder Imelda was so confident. She truly had a trump card up her sleeve. A single 7th grade offensive spirit rune could severely wound a life-death realm cultivator. With such a terrifying array, Hatcher had no chance of winning. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and become my dog, and there might be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, when I unleash my killing move, you will surely perish completely. Breathing heavily, she hoped to win without fighting. After all, these spirit runes were priceless treasures. Using each one would cause her unimaginable pain. Rune. Hatcher did not reply but attacked again. A spirit rune appeared on his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, it shot forward, showing off in front of a master. How delusional. Seeing this, Imelda felt extremely smug. Their celestial master clan's skill with runes was unmatched. Hatcher showing off before her was merely courting disgrace. Let's see what grade your rune is. The moment she opened her heavenly eye, she froze, as if she had seen a ghost. Then she rubbed her eyes and looked again, her lips trembling. This is an 8th grade peak spirit rune. It's impossible. At that very moment, Hatcher's voice resonated across the heavens. Rune 89. Deathline. Chapter 101. 18 consecutive kills. The talisman suddenly exploded, transforming into a grayish line. Like the waves at the horizon, it surged forward from afar. Wherever this line passed, vegetation withered, space darkened, rocks turned to sand, and even the spiritual energy became toxic dust. This was a line of death, specifically designed to destroy all living things. Thud, thud, Thud. Under the terrified gaze of Imelda, the talismans around her all exploded, as if they were encountering a king and dared not resist in the slightest. And she herself also fell within the range of the death line. Unsurprisingly, she met her end on the spot. Divine pig, save me. At the critical moment, she screamed desperately. Suddenly, the colorful pig plunged into the battlefield. It opened its mouth wide and sucked hard, swallowing all the death lines into its belly. Seeing this, Hatcher couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This pig could actually suppress the power of death. Could it be? He remembered that in ancient times there was an extraordinary breed that looked like a pig, and its ancestors were once the steeds of the Lord of the Underworld. Because of this, these pigs carried a trace of underworld blood, allowing them to control life and death. Thank you, Tracy. Imelda let out a huge sigh of relief, speaking excitedly. Now, what tricks do you have left? She mockingly looked at Hatcher, thinking he had run out of options. But immediately after, another talisman appeared at the tip of Hatcher's finger. Her smile froze instantly. Hum. Just then, the divine listening pig emitted a profound roar, and light flowed from its body, creating over a dozen blurry human figures in the void. What was astonishing was that all these figures exuded the aura of life and death realm practitioners. Though they couldn't compare to true life and death realm experts, the power contained within definitely surpassed most heaven-cleaving realm practitioners. This creature could actually revive deceased experts to fight against enemies. Good job, Tracy. Show him your might. Hum. The pig roared fiercely at Hatcher while controlling the shadows to attack together. A plate of pork loin dares to bark wildly? I think you're lacking in cooking wine. Before he finished speaking, the talisman was flung out. Everyone except Hatcher was extremely tense. According to their judgment, the previous talisman was at the peak of level 8, so this one should be slightly weaker. Now that the divine listening pig had shown its power, it could easily handle this. Thinking about this, they relaxed again. Seal 90. Black coffin. Hatcher's cold voice rang out, followed by the explosion of the talisman, producing a terrifying aura even more formidable than the death line. Several black coffins rose from the ground, enveloped in gravitational streams that warped space, trapping both the divine pig and the souls. Boom! The black coffins exploded, the souls were obliterated, and the divine listening pig fell from the sky, covered in blood, barely alive. Tracy! Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Master Clan people all turned pale. They had long heard of the pig's miraculous abilities. Not mentioning its offensive power, its survival skills were top-notch. Even ordinary Cycle Realm experts might not be able to kill it. Yet before Hatcher, it couldn't even exchange blows and didn't even have time to escape. What kind of terrifying talisman technique was this? Seal number 89 was comparable to peak level 8 talismans, and number 90 had touched the threshold of level 9. Clearly the higher the number, the greater the power. Imelda quickly figured out the pattern, but instead of feeling elated, she felt icy coldness in her limbs. If there is number 90, could there be number 91, or even higher? She didn't dare to think about it. The Heavenly Master Clan had always prided itself on its supreme talisman arts, but in the face of such talisman techniques, they were nothing. Truly a fine game meat. I'll take it. Hatcher caught the divine listening pig and tossed it into his spatial ring casually. Give me Tracy back. Imelda's face changed drastically. The pig held significant status in the family, and if it was lost, she would face severe punishment. The pig I cannot give back, but I can compensate you with a talisman. With that, Hatcher hurled another talisman. What is this? Seal 91. Hearing this number, Imelda felt like falling into an ice cellar. Was it really necessary? To deal with a heaven-cleaving realm practitioner, did it need such exaggerated means? How much hatred did Hatcher have for her? At this moment, regret finally rose in her heart. I will never talk rubbish again, she said through sobs. Thousand-hand bright sky purification cannon. As the words fell, divine power erupted, piercing through heaven and earth with blinding light. Imelda took the full brunt of the impact, turning into dust in an instant. It's over, Hatcher was taken aback. When the light faded, Imelda was reassembling not far from him. A golden cicada shell charm, who still uses this? He said in surprise. This was an extremely powerful charm. Though it had no offensive capability, it could replace the user's death with a puppet's at the moment of impending death. To put it bluntly, one golden cicada shell charm equated to one life. Thus, this type of charm was worth its weight in gold. At this moment, Imelda was drenched in cold sweat, her lips pale, and fear gripped her tightly. Just now, she had truly experienced death firsthand. Still alive, then let's continue. Hatcher was eager to try further, not content to stop. Wait, we can talk. Black coffin. With a casual wave, he killed her again. It's not over, I know. Hatcher suddenly turned around, raising his palm toward the front. In the next moment, Imelda reformed once more. Black coffin. Boom. She exploded without even a chance to breathe, nearly scaring the three onlookers out of their wits. Throughout the entire ordeal, Hatcher hadn't attempted any communication. Every action he took embodied a single principle. Kill relentlessly, showing no mercy, leaving no room for change. One could imagine how furious he was. Imelda had truly hit an iron wall this time. 13 times, 14 times, 15 times. The three were numb, counting beside him, all faces ashen. The golden cicada shell charms were almost exhausted, signaling their impending doom. The 18th time, and the last. Hatcher grabbed Imelda by the neck, gradually tightening his grip. Despair and terror filled her eyes, as if she were seeing a demon. She firmly believed that Hatcher must have the means to nullify the golden cicada shell charm, but chose not to use it, instead killing her repeatedly. This was clearly about venting anger, and she could still feel the volcanic rage within him. Some people were like that. They rarely got angry, but once they did, they were like divine wrath incarnate. I want to live. Don't blame me. She struggled, suddenly producing a colorful rope. As soon as she activated it, one end of the rope connected to Hatcher's forehead, while the other penetrated Imelda's forehead. Hatcher's body trembled slightly. He felt a subtle connection form between them. This is called the life and death lock, a treasure of my clan. Now our fates are intertwined. If I die, you won't live either. Hatcher probed with his senses and instantly understood everything. She wasn't lying. Just a rope? He mobilized his mental energy, causing the rope to appear again. Don't waste your effort. Unless you have saint-level mental energy, you cannot break free from it. Imelda sighed with relief, feeling safe now. This was what lack of discipline looked like. Chapter 102. From now on, I am your master. Finally, they were safe. Cade and the other two heaved a sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling. The life and death binding lock is a treasure specifically used by the Celestial Master Clan to protect their top prodigies. When these prodigies encounter life or death crises, they can use this lock to connect themselves with powerful enemies to ensure their survival. Moreover, this rope has a special effect. No matter how deep the enmity between the connected parties, a peculiar mental wave will tame it, making their relationship become more amicable, even intimate. To break the connection, both parties must agree. Unless one party possesses sage-level mental power, there's no way to shake it off. Based on their judgment, even if Hatcher was strong, he couldn't possibly cultivate his mental power to such an extent. At this point, they were absolutely safe. I advise you to stop trying and obediently return with me to the clan. The elders will help us break the connection. Amberly wore an expression of total control. With her life secured, confidence once again dominated her mind. If Hatcher really returned with her, he would inevitably be surrounded and attacked. This woman had a well-played plan. And if I say no? This isn't up to you. The master of the rope holds absolute power. You wouldn't want to experience the pain of mental shock, would you? She spoke confidently. As the initiator of the connection, her current mental power could even suppress reincarnation realm experts, putting her in an almost invincible position. But despite all her calculations, she never imagined that the man before her was a monstrous mental power user. You're mistaken. I actually quite look forward to tasting the mental shock. Hatcher's mocking laughter deepened, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. Seeing this gaze, Amberly's breath hitched, instinctively sensing fear. But immediately after, intense anger surged within her. Already holding the upper hand, why should she fear him? How disgraceful. This is your own doing. Don't blame me. As soon as she finished speaking, her mental force surged through the rope toward Hatcher. Amberly eagerly awaited seeing his pained expression, but her expectations were doomed to fail. Hatcher remained composed, with only a growing smirk on his lips. You're quite convincing. Clenching her teeth, Amberly increased the pressure further. She didn't believe Hatcher could remain unshaken. After all, in a contest of mental power, she had the advantage. Really? I think this barely counts as a tickle. But since you've been so enthusiastic in pleasing me, let me give you a proper experience as well. Upon hearing this, she instantly felt something terrible about to happen. Wait. Not waiting. Before she could finish speaking, an overwhelming, devastating mental surge rushed at her, instantly shattering all her defenses and sweeping through her entire body. Ea. She screamed like never before. Even the most brutal torture couldn't compare to this agony. In an instant, she was drenched in sweat, every muscle convulsing, eyes rolled back, and drool running from her mouth, looking utterly wrecked. This impact nearly destroyed her sanity, turning her into an idiot. That's it already? I haven't even tried hard yet. Hatcher chuckled. Slowly, she regained consciousness, now filled only with terror. Good. This is the look you should have when facing me. I like it. Hatcher loomed over her like a tyrant. To consolidate this further, we should do this a few more times. These words made Amberly tremble uncontrollably. Spare me, please. Don't torture me anymore. I'll do anything you ask. Kneeling on the ground, she clung to Hatcher's pants leg, begging pitifully. Haven't I misjudged? Wasn't it you who wanted to make me your dog earlier? What happened to that attitude? Hatcher sneered. From now on, I am your master. No question about it? Yes, master. Amberly was thoroughly terrified. Pride and arrogance meant nothing before this man. The pain just now could cure any stubbornness. Good dog. Satisfied, Hatcher removed the rope from his body and held it in his hand, tying the other end around Amberly. This action sent shockwaves through the onlookers. He removed it. Is he a sage? But right after that, the three of them felt a suffocating horror. Hatcher had already looked over at them. Too busy dealing with her. I forgot about you. As he finished speaking, a spirit talisman floated over, sending chills down their spines. Symbol 89, Death Thread. The spirit talisman burst open with a loud pop, and grayish threads surged forward, completely enveloping the three. They were utterly despairing, only able to stand still, obediently awaiting death. In fact, if the life and death realm powerhouse had made a desperate surge, it might have survived this attack. Because although this spirit talisman was of high enough rank, it wasn't infused with matching mental power. It was more like Hatcher's casual strike. However, they had long lost the courage to resist, believing they stood no chance. Thus, there was no hope of survival. But at this critical moment, dazzling lights suddenly shone from Cade and Gideon's bodies. Then, they vanished from their spots, replaced by a bracelet that shimmered with light. The life and death realm powerhouse wasn't so lucky, turning into dust when hit by the death thread. Someone saved them. Hatcher's expression was momentarily stunned. It definitely wasn't spatial manipulation. He waved his hand, and the bracelet landed in his palm. Heavy yet soothing, it could also suppress heart demons, a rare treasure indeed. Equivalent value transport technique. Suddenly, this secret art's name flashed in his mind. Clearly, the Celestial Master Clan had activated this technique, buying these two lives with valuable items. For this secret art to succeed, it required the consent of the person being bought. This method was extremely ingenious, and the cost was not insignificant. Immediately, Amberly's body also glowed, indicating someone wanted to save her the same way. Now, wait a minute. I am her master now. Did you even ask my permission for this forced buyout? Hatcher reached out, releasing mental power that directly shattered those glowing lights. Transaction failed. Amberly's eyes dimmed instantly. Arrogant. From the void, a powerful mental wave rushed down, reaching half-sage peak level. Hatcher was not polite, retaliating with equal force, using mental power to push back. Chapter 103. What are you looking at? So what if I look? In today's world, what are some of the things one absolutely should not do? Challenging Hatcher in a contest of mental power certainly tops the list. In an era where no emperor has emerged, his mental strength is unparalleled. However, limited by his own capabilities, his externally emitted mental power is extremely unstable. If he were to actively use mental power as an offensive tool, it could only cause pain or confusion to someone like Zora, who is at the reincarnation realm. But if anyone dared to emit their mental power to confront him, not even a true sage could withstand it for a moment. Sure enough, a tanjal sounded from the void, followed by nothing more. This time, Hatcher seized the opportunity and struck a fatal blow. The demi-sage's mind was shattered into fragments by him. Even if he didn't become a fool, he would have to pay an enormous price. In the Celestial Master Clan's conference hall, this was a solemn occasion, gathering all the influential figures within the clan. However, a shrill scream broke the silence. He's ruined. A clan's alchemist examined the demi-sage carefully, then shook his head bitterly. This outcome shocked everyone. Just a simple contest had completely ruined a demi-sage, something even a sage couldn't achieve. What kind of monster was their opponent? We have spirit-restoring elixirs in our clan. If we can refine the 9 transmigrations spirit return pill, someone cautiously suggested, considering the immense importance of this demi-sage to the family. No, that won't work. The alchemist directly negated the suggestion. The attacker's method was terrifying, not only tearing apart his mind instantly, but also embedding compressed mental power into his sea of consciousness. These compressed mental forces are dormant. If anyone tries to repair his mind, they will trigger these bombs, causing further destruction. Upon hearing this, everyone lost their composure. Some even found it unbelievable and attempted to probe with their mental power. Stop! The alchemist tried to halt them, but it was too late. One person triggered a mental bomb, screaming as he curled up on the ground, then fainted. Everyone became quiet after that. Who can tell me exactly what happened? The clan leader sat at the head, emitting a cold aura. His eyes flashed like lightning, focusing on Cade and Gideon, who had just been rescued. Father, Gideon said softly. On duty, call by position. Yes, leader. Cade, suppressing his fear, recounted everything in detail. When the crowd learned that the attacker was a teenager, they all widened their eyes. When they heard that the young girl was already under the protection of that youth, they clenched their fists. But upon learning that Hatcher mastered an even more powerful talisman technique, even the clan leader couldn't remain calm, and everyone stood up simultaneously. This is impossible. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Cade took out a recording talisman, crushing it before everyone to play the footage. In the footage, Hatcher repeatedly used devastating attacks, killing Amberly 18 times, each attack no weaker than a level 9 talisman, leaving everyone stunned. Now tell us, what should we do? The clan leader brought everyone back to their senses, asking the crucial question. What else can we do? Our Celestial Master Clan never backs down. We must immediately send troops and annihilate this boy. Right? Anyone who opposes us must pay the price, let alone someone who dared to kidnap our materials. This cannot be forgiven. Many people looked agitated, all centered around the issue of materials. This was a matter of life and death for the Celestial Master Clan, and they couldn't let it go lightly. Let me handle it personally. An elderly man with white hair slowly spoke, and the entire hall fell silent. Supreme Elder, you. Facing this person, even the clan leader must show respect. He was the true pillar of the family, an incredibly powerful sage named Dawson. There's no need for more words. Who besides me can take on this responsibility? After this statement, everyone lowered their heads. In the Imperial Palace, Amberly wished she could die. Hatcher tied her to a tree and set up an oil pot nearby, clearly preparing to cook. Hey, you're not really going to eat xiao, are you? She panicked, struggling fiercely but to no avail. Don't call me hey. Call me your master. All right, your master. Before she finished speaking, she received a slap. Say it again. Master. Now you're being good. Hatcher wiped his hands, revealing an unprecedentedly rough side. When dealing with these arrogant and self-important types, giving them even a bit of kindness would only make them overstep their bounds. Only fists could teach them how to be polite. Sniff. Sniff. Amberly couldn't help but cry. In her memory, this was the first time she had ever cried. Today had truly been a day of great grievance. Stop crying like that. It sounds like you're calling for ghosts. It's annoying. Hatcher showed no mercy, continuing to add firewood, boiling the water until it was bubbling. Can you not eat xiao? No way. It's a rare creature from ancient times. Eating it will definitely be very nourishing. Hearing this, the other party cried even harder. I know you want to eat too. Don't worry. As my pet, you'll get your share. What a little glutton you are. Amberly was on the verge of breaking down. Faced with this relentless devil, she had no way out. A mocking laugh suddenly sounded, making Amberly stop her crying. She saw the young girl standing beside Hatcher, giving her a teasing smile. What utter humiliation. Just a material, yet she dared to mock me. What are you looking at? What if I look? The young girl relentlessly pursued. The incomparably proud Sister Marlene. Why are you tied up like a monkey? This isn't a circus, you know? Those words almost made Amberly burst with anger. Don't feel too smug. As a material, the Celestial Master Clan won't let you go free. Your fate is to be sacrificed. Why should I? The young girl's expression turned somber. This was always a heavy burden on her mind, preventing her from being truly happy. Just because the Celestial Master Clan gave you life, you must repay it with death. Slap. Hatcher slapped her again. A pet can actually speak, but unfortunately, it doesn't sound human. Hatcher put one hand around the young girl and looked at Amberly coldly. If you are a material, would you be willing to die for the Celestial Master Clan? Of course. Amberly answered without hesitation. Since it couldn't happen anyway, she could answer freely. Haha, that's what I've been waiting to hear. Hatcher laughed happily. Seeing his expression, Amberly had another bad feeling. Chapter 104. Cher is jealous. Why is she so favored? What do you mean? Cher looked at him with vigilance, her heart jumping to her throat, sensing that something unpleasant was about to happen. Nothing much, just wanting to fulfill your deepest wish. Hatcher circled around her, his mental and spiritual energies surging out, leaving trails on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it appeared he was drawing an extraordinarily complex formation. This made Cher's hair stand on end as she felt this formation seemed somewhat familiar. What are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm preparing to transfer her material qualifications onto you, so that you can contribute to the Celestial Master Clan. Don't you feel honored? Upon hearing this, Cher felt as if struck by lightning. You're lying. This is impossible. No one can do this. She shook her head frantically, fear and confusion evident in her eyes. Hatcher's move utterly shattered her confidence. If she were to become a material, the Celestial Master Clan wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her. You don't need to believe me, you just need to see the facts, Hatcher said indifferently. You're making things up, you don't even know what materials are, yet you dare to boast. Cher breathed heavily, desperately finding excuses to steady her resolve. Aren't they just sacrifices for calamities? Upon saying this, Cher's pupils suddenly constricted. Rune Taoists, being among the strongest, also face greater suppression from heaven's will. To reach higher realms, they must endure even more terrifying tribulations and calamities. For instance, advancing from a 6th grade rune master to a 7th grade one is a monumental challenge. The higher a rune master's potential, the stronger the calamity they will face, making them paradoxically more likely to perish. Without exaggeration, out of 100 geniuses attempting to advance to 7th grade, only 2 or 3 would succeed. Such mortality rates were terrifying. To compensate for this flaw, the practice of using sacrifices, materials, came into being. Selected materials received rights from a young age, enjoying varying levels of treatment based on their grades. Lower grade materials endured hardships, continuously suffering and feeling loneliness. Higher grade materials enjoyed superior lives, always above others. But their ends were the same. They were to be sacrificed to heaven's will, using their essence to shine upon their peers, aiding them in safely reaching higher realms. Though this method appeared cruel, its effectiveness was significant. With each material sacrifice, the success rate of their peers advancing increased to 30%, a tenfold improvement. In the brutal cultivation world, such practices were nothing out of the ordinary. Even Hatcher had reservations about such rituals, neither endorsing nor rejecting them. But if anyone dared to sacrifice Melissa, he would take preemptive action, sacrificing the entire opposing clan first. The formation is complete. Hatcher clapped his hands, revealing 2 overlapping complex formations beneath her feet. Cher paled, sensing a horrifying aura emanating from the formation. This formation was of extremely high quality, not merely a facade. What kind of formation is this? You should have heard of it, the yin-yang separation formation and the fusion formation. Combining these 2 formations can extract the material constitution from Melissa and transfer it to you. No, you can't do this to me. I cannot become a material. Cher struggled fiercely, trying to escape this fate. No one willingly wanted to become a sacrifice, regardless of how valuable they might be. At this point, do you think you still have the right to back out? You agreed earlier. Hatcher showed no mercy, guiding Melissa into the formation, standing at the center, the extraction point for materials, while Cher naturally occupied the fusion position. Activate! Hatcher roared softly, a third eye appearing between his eyebrows, releasing intense mental energy into the formation. Boom! Both formations activated simultaneously, proceeding as expected, all going smoothly. Melissa trembled, and 3 threads of starlight emerged from her chest, heading towards Cher. That was the source of the material constitution. However, just at this final step, an unexpected change occurred. Cher began trembling violently, emitting an incredibly bright light from her chest, accompanied by a powerful repelling force. Under the influence of this force, the 3 threads of starlight couldn't descend and settle properly. I don't believe in evil. Hatcher forcefully increased the pressure, trying to forcibly press them down, causing Cher to scream in agony. It hurts. A force is tearing me apart. Please, spare me. Hatcher remained unmoved, his gaze cold, continuing to apply pressure. Whether Amberly lived or died was not within his consideration. However, at this moment, the formation beneath their feet reached its limit first. There was a buzzing sound. The 2 formations shifted simultaneously, dissipating into the void, turning into pure spirit energy that disappeared into the universe, while the starlight returned to the Melissa's body. Phew! Amberly panted heavily, suddenly discovering with joy that all her restraints had shattered. She regained her freedom. You failed. Looking at the dazed Hatcher, she couldn't help but laugh. But Hatcher was only stunned for a moment. After glancing at her, he suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing about? Amberly's smile vanished, feeling a chill in her heart. I laugh because you are so pitiful. Compassion mixed with mockery flickered in Hatcher's eyes, leaving her utterly at a loss. Himph! Without another word, Amberly lunged straight at the Melissa. She was clear. To leave here, she must take a hostage. Hatcher snorted coldly. This pet seemed ready to jump on the table and needed to be restrained. Just as he was about to pull the rope, the Melissa made the first move. Symbol 66, 5 elements light cage. The instantly cast spirit symbol exploded, turning into 5 barriers that forcibly squeezed Amberly, immobilizing her. You also know this kind of talisman technique? She stared at the Melissa and Hatcher as if they were ghosts, disbelief etched on her face. He actually passed on such an unparalleled technique to you. What virtue and ability do you possess? This is clearly a treasure of unparalleled value. Amberly was deeply envious. Hatcher's talisman technique was unrivaled in the world. Even the Celestial Master clan would lock it away, allowing only the family head to practice it, not even the young master. Yet Hatcher unhesitatingly taught it to the Melissa, displaying trust and favor surpassing what he would give to his wife and daughter. But soon, she thought of something even more critical. The Melissa's rune Dao cultivation had already ascended to the 7th rank rune master realm with the breakthrough to the heaven-severing realm, and she hadn't encountered the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations. This was practically a miracle. A flash of inspiration struck her mind, revealing a possibility. This made her tremble uncontrollably. The Melissa's talisman technique can actually bypass the bottleneck of a rune Taoist. Chapter 105. A cornered pig will do anything. You haven't experienced the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations? She looked intently at the April, as if she had discovered a vast treasure, even forgetting her fear. So what? Really not. Lori was almost jumping with excitement, her heart pounding wildly, unable to suppress her emotions at this moment. The spirit talisman technique you practice is indeed of supreme level. There are no bottlenecks or heavenly retributions. You've done a great service for the family. Hearing this, the April frowned slightly. What does this have to do with you? Very simple. If you're willing to hand over the spirit talisman technique, the clan will remember your contributions, and perhaps it can exempt you from being a sacrifice. I refuse. Before the sentence was finished, the April cut her off directly. What did you say? Lori found it hard to believe that the April could remain unmoved by such an offer. You should think carefully. This is your chance to survive. No need to think. My life is here, and whoever has the ability can take it. I won't give up without a fight either. Even in death, I'll make sure they gain nothing, even make them lose some flesh. You talk too tactfully. Hatcher twirled a lock of the April's hair on his finger and said with a smile, anyone who dares to harm you, I will exterminate their entire clan. You know I love you. The Irma blushed, meekly saying, the unidentified spirit talisman is a gift you gave me. How could I possibly hand it over? You are utterly disrespectful. Don't forget the clan gave you life. It's only right for you to give everything back. Not only do you resist, but you dare to harbor resentment against them. The clan has nurtured a traitor. Lori suddenly became deranged, spouting extremely abstract statements. These words stunned Hatcher. Why do they sound so familiar? Isn't this the catchphrase of the Xiuxian Sect people? Could it be they were all trained uniformly? You tomb-dwelling dry bones? It's none of your business. Hatcher showed no mercy, launching another mental shock that cleared the clarity in her eyes. There's no place for you here anymore. With these words, Hatcher released all the bindings on Lori, even removing the Kodeth lock as a keepsake. What are you planning? Lori felt fear rising in her heart, thinking Hatcher was about to kill her. Don't be afraid. I'm letting you go. Not only did this stun the April and others, but even Lori was taken aback. Could this devil have regained his conscience and changed his nature? She would never believe it. Why are you doing this? She asked uneasily. Because I want to see whether you, this hypocrite, can truly be as noble and selfless as you claim when faced with the judgment of fate. With these words, Lori's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle, unbearable pain spreading through it. Seeing the pity in Hatcher's eyes, she completely panicked. What do you mean? You'll find out. That day isn't far off. As he spoke, Hatcher pushed Lori away with his palm, sending her flying soullessly. What is this judgment of fate? The April asked curiously, straightforwardly. It's no big deal to tell you. Hatcher sighed. A master of talismans aiming for the pinnacle must overcome more than just one hurdle. If ascending from 6th to 7th rank is a trial, what about from 7th to 8th, 8th to 9th, or even higher? The April was shocked, her face changing. Are you saying there are other subjects besides me, and even she? Correct. We couldn't transfer the subject's essence to her because she herself is also a subject, repelling each other due to identical polarity. It ultimately failed. Now I understand. The April immediately comprehended, knowing from the start her own fate as she was raised as a lower-level subject. As a high-level subject, Lori naturally enjoyed the highest treatment, thus unaware of her own end. Indeed, somewhat pitiful. The April nodded. She considered herself a pride of heaven, arrogant and stubborn her whole life. If she finds out her greatest significance is to die, she will certainly break down. Pity comes with hate. I look forward to that day. Hatcher said maliciously. Stop talking, disciple. Your teacher is hungry. Beside them, Vera and the others had already prepared bowls and chopsticks, stars in their eyes, eager to begin the feast. This scene made Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. Very well, let's welcome the only star of our feast, the noble ingredient, deity listening divine pig, making a grand entrance. With a bang, a large, 7-colored pig was thrown onto the board and Hatcher, holding a huge sword, was about to end its suffering. Snort, snort, snort. At the last moment, the divine pig showed a strong will to live and struggled fiercely. Master, give her a punch. Sure. Miranya moved. The blow of a sage was no joke. Just a slight move, and it reached the limit of the deity listening divine pig's endurance. Perhaps it was a final burst of energy. The pig's aura suddenly rose, managing to break free from the restraints and pounced towards the April. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from its brain, aiming at the April. Be careful. Hatcher reacted first but stopped suddenly, with a peculiar expression on his face. It was a secret technique for forced allegiance. The April watched as the beam of light landed on the back of her right hand, and suddenly she felt like she had gained a pet. The allegiance succeeded. Everyone was shocked. They never expected this pig to be so intelligent, understanding the need to find a protector for survival. Senior sister, I want to eat. Talia even drew her sword, eyes red, a typical big foodie girl. Piggy is so cute, we can't eat Piggy. The April blocked everyone. As the owner, she had the duty to protect her pet. What now? Our feast is gone. Hatcher was also filled with regret. Hearing that, the deity listening divine pig suddenly howled, tearing open a spatial crack and retrieving all sorts of exquisite ingredients from it. Snow mountain python dragon meat, wind spirit tiger bones, ribbon fish king. Even Hatcher couldn't help but draw in a breath, drool uncontrollably flowing down. This pig defied heaven. Not only did it understand the arts of the netherworld, but it also mastered spatial laws, even having its own storage. This was simply a role model among ingredients. Go cook, at least 3 dishes and 4 soups. Hatcher ordered, and under everyone's astonished gazes, the pig actually sorted the ingredients, threw them into the pots one by one, and began cooking systematically. When pushed to the brink, anything can happen. Pigs are no exception. To have ingredients cook themselves, even the most vicious slave owner would shed tears, feeling like a great, benevolent person. If Lori could see this scene, she would definitely be depressed to the point of spitting blood. This pig always acted aloof in front of her, requiring polite persuasion to get it to move, yet here it was acting so meek, clearly taking advantage of weakness. Chapter 106: A Glimmer of Hope for the Celestial Master Clan. Report to the guest minister, the royal advisor has sent a letter. Just as Hatcher and his companions were thoroughly content after their meal, a guard from the palace suddenly came with news. Bring it in. Hatcher sat up straight, received the letter, and opened it in front of everyone. What greeted his eyes was an invitation. The handwriting is indeed quite good, just a little arrogant. Such arrogance might not end well. Hatcher smiled lightly and read aloud. Auction grand event, held tomorrow. I admire your name and await your presence eagerly. I have fine wine and music ready for you. Will you come? Below the letter was a ticket, with golden letters on its back, exuding nobility. Countless treasures here, surely something will catch your eye. Please do not refuse this room reserved especially for you. Heavenly room number 1. With a flick of his fingers, Hatcher turned the letter into ashes, leaving only the ticket. Sharpness shone in his eyes. Tomorrow would be the day for a final resolution. Lacey fled outside the capital city, dazed and disoriented, resembling a soulless puppet. Hatcher's look of pity lingered in her mind like a nightmare. Why should fate judge me? Why? I cannot accept this, she shouted inwardly, unaware that tears had already streamed down her face unceasingly. She was no fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. Though she constantly told herself that it was just Hatcher trying to undermine her will, those words pierced her heart. What do I have to fear? I'm not afraid. She roared. From the age of 3, I began cultivating. At 5, I laid the foundation. At 7, I became a rune master. Now, at 20, I have reached the 7th heaven realm and am at the peak of 6th rank rune master. If people knew about these achievements, they would certainly be astounded and regard her as a heavenly prodigy. Indeed, that was true. In the entire Celestial Master clan, the patriarch doted on her, the great elder adored her, her parents took pride in her, and all her peers, including the young lord, feared her. They saw her as the hope of the entire clan. Before, she accepted all the favors without qualms, but now, they felt suffocating. To gain, one must first give. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Could it be that I really? She knelt on both knees, trembling at the thought. Who is crying so sadly? It's little Yelon. Come, grandfather is here. Tell me what's wrong. A kind voice reached her, instantly warming Lacey's heart. Grandfather Alberic. She broke into a smile through her tears, looking at the elderly man beside her with white hair and beard, feeling all the gloom vanish. Grandfather, why did you take so long to come? Your little Yelon was nearly bullied to death. She clung to the old man's embrace, cooing like she found her sole refuge against the storm. Good girl, don't cry anymore. Whoever dares to bully you, grandfather will punish them. The old man said resolutely, giving the girl some comfort. Grandfather, will you never leave me? Lacey raised her tear-streaked face timidly and asked. That expression shook the old saint's spirit, almost breaking his heart. As the mainstay of the family, he naturally knew the fate of being material. This was what he hated most in his life. He unconsciously recalled his youth. Watching his siblings tied to the altar, he had shouted at the head of the family back then, why sacrifice my kin and flesh? Give me time, and I will break the limit, lifting the curse on rune masters. He did just that, refusing any sacrifices and facing death head-on, consecutively breaking through 3 life and death barriers. Now he was a saint, a 9th rank rune master, standing at the pinnacle of the world. This was a great miracle, worshipped and revered by all, but he had never fulfilled his promise. Breaking the limit, lifting the curse. These words themselves were a curse. No one could define the limit. No one knew what lay at the end of the road. Setting out on a path with no return, ultimately becoming a broken-hearted person. Over the years, he could only watch talented juniors be bound to the altar one by one. Before their death, some cursed, some damned, some cried, but none accepted their fate peacefully, because living was never meant for dying. Even if grandfather risks my life, I will protect you completely. Alberic's expression was incomparably compassionate yet resolute. Those words gave Lacey infinite courage. Grandfather, there's something I want to tell you. That person who bullied me seems to know how to break the rune master's curse. What? As soon as these words were spoken, astonishing light flashed in the old man's eyes. Shall we go and seize him? Force him to hand over that rune art. Not a good idea. That person is not someone to be trifled with. It won't be too late to meet him after the auction ends. The old man made up his mind, taking Lacey with him as they headed toward the capital city. At Phoenix flying in, Adriana summoned her disciples. For some reason, she looked radiant, her spirit and energy reaching a brand new peak, as if ready to break through the cycle of rebirth, about to step into the realm of half-saint. Master looked so well, could it be because of some good news? Though Deanna wore a smile, she wished she could crush her silver teeth. Why hasn't this wretch died yet? She was almost destroyed by the disaster a few days ago, but now is stubbornly alive. Just thinking about this made her look fiercely at Arnold. If this good-for-nothing hadn't returned just in time, Adriana would have been crippled, and she could have long devoured Adriana's fortune to become a young supreme ruler. But it doesn't matter, I've managed to secure a highly fortunate one. She thought to herself, her gaze falling on Harvey. Tomorrow, as long as I help him get rid of that guest minister, Harvey will fulfill his promise and clear obstacles for me. She felt reassured. If the highly fortunate one personally killed Arnold, she wouldn't be tainted by any karma, and Adriana's fortune would fall into her hands. Hongxiu is right, your master is about to break through. Adriana's lips curled upward, giving Arnold an unhurried glance. These past few days, she believed she had endured 3 calamities and 4 tribulations. If she could break through to the half-saint realm, she would gain complete liberation. At that time, she would no longer need to rely on Arnold. Thinking of how Arnold dared to defy her, anger accumulated in Adriana's heart. She resolved that once everything was settled, she would thoroughly discipline Arnold, making him submit and forever be under her control. Tomorrow you will accompany your master to the auction. I'll take you all to see the world. Holding an entry ticket, it clearly showed the position of heavenly room number 2. Fool. Iris sneered inwardly, discreetly touching the red string on her wrist. Adriana thought she had survived the disasters, but in reality, it was just an illusion granted by her. Chapter 107. Finish talking? Then go to hell. As dawn broke and all things came back to life, the auction was held as scheduled. In the heart of the capital, a luxurious pavilion rose from the ground, its opulence and beauty rivaling that of the imperial palace. It was hard to imagine that such a grand structure had been built in just one day. The means of Tiandao Mansion were truly astounding. Even before the grand event began, it was surrounded by the aura of cultivators. In stark contrast, not a single ordinary person could be found within dozens of miles. As if they had been driven away or for some other reason, there were no common people in sight. No one cared about those who were inferior to ants. They only cared about whether they could obtain their desired treasures in the upcoming auction. A rough estimate put the number of cultivators present at 60,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. Most of them had come for the sake of the yin yang dao body. Such a constitution was too special, almost fatally attractive to male cultivators. Legend had it that dual cultivation with such a body once could lead to a complete transformation, greatly enhancing one's insight and talent. This was a reward no cultivator could resist. For this reason, even those with dim prospects came hoping for a future. Unfortunately, they were destined to be harvested like crops. So many people, truly heaven is helping me. From now on, I will have my place at the pinnacle of the world. At the highest level of the auction, Albin looked down, trembling with excitement. Soon, these people would become his food, paving the way for him to reach the supreme path. Allow me to congratulate you in advance then. As the words fell, 3 demonic figures appeared behind him. They were Swallow Wave Commander, Ray, and Swallow Sky Demon Venerable. You're finally here. This time, we each take what we need. I get the origin, and you get the dragon veins. Albin spoke without turning around, his expression unchanged. So it should be. Ray nodded in agreement. Among those present, his strength matched Albin's, making him suitable to respond. Albin wasn't qualified to speak directly with Swallow Sky Demon Venerable. Has the Ellie arrived? Without such a powerhouse to suppress the crowd, I fear something unexpected might happen. Upon hearing this, the 3 demons fell silent. Why aren't you answering? You didn't take my words lightly, did you? Albin was enraged, abruptly turning, his gaze sharp as he stared at the 3 behind him. How could we? The Ellie is ready. Swallow Sky Demon Venerable spoke this time. Very well, I can rest assured. Albin's expression eased, unaware that they already despised him. What a cowardly human. Swallow Sky Demon Venerable secretly thought. Just 60,000 ants, and you want the Ellie to descend? Do you deserve it? That is a being comparable to a sage. When do you plan to activate the array? After the auction? Ray suddenly asked. Hearing this, Albin sneered. What nonsense. Once they all enter the auction, I'll activate the array immediately. Dead men have no right to make deals with me, and in the end, everything they own will belong to me. He had waited too long for this moment and couldn't wait any longer, not even half an hour. Why isn't the auction opening yet? What are they thinking? Impatient voices echoed among the crowd. Many had waited for hours, feeling increasingly restless. Everyone, please calm down. A waiter stepped forward, patiently explaining, we are waiting for our most honored guest. Only when the dignitary from the heavenly room arrives will the auction doors open. These words erupted like a volcano. Every cultivator present was proud and ambitious, filled with big shots who wouldn't tolerate being made to wait. Who has such audacity to make us wait? To whom it may concern, it's a guest scholar from the Lingxiao Empire. This statement instantly caused disdain from countless people. A mere mortal empire's guest scholar dared to act so high profile, truly asking for death. The guest scholar has arrived. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, and a pathway opened in the crowd. Hatcher walked through calmly, followed by Vera and the Tiana. As for the other 3, they had other matters to attend to and did not follow. So this is the so-called guest scholar? He's nothing much. I could crush him with one hand. Someone said coldly, killing intent surging. Some people harbored ulterior motives and boldly sized up Vera and the Tiana. What a beautiful woman. I've never seen such a fine one in my entire life. If I could get her. Little junior brother. Coraline gazed at Hatcher with tender affection, but was gently patted by Zora and forcibly suppressed her emotions. Grandfather, that's the guy who bullied me. In the crowd, Amberly pointed at Hatcher and complained to the elderly man beside her. Dawson glanced over and froze instantly. Grandfather, what's wrong? Cough, this old man can't see through the depths of that youth beside Xingyue, but one thing is certain. That mature woman is a sage Gianna. What? Amberly was struck dumb. Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't understand how the Tiana managed to attach herself to these monsters. At the top floor of the auction, the 3 demons saw Hatcher's figure and couldn't help but laugh. So this is the person you feared? A single breath from this venerable could kill him. Faced with mockery, Albin remained unmoved. Just as Hatcher was about to step into the auction entrance, someone suddenly challenged him. Stop right there. A swaggering blonde youth roared, drawing everyone's attention. Is there something? Hatcher stopped, turning to look at him, as did the two women beside him. Beautiful. The youth stared at Vera, immediately captivated, greed gleaming in his eyes, wishing to possess her. I am the young lord of xiuxian Sect. I want to ask on behalf of all the heroes present, what qualification does a mere guest scholar have to stand before us? Aren't you afraid of dying an untimely death? As soon as he finished speaking, there were immediate murmurs of agreement. They also disliked Hatcher. A weakling had no right to be above them. Defying this would invite death. What do you intend? Hatcher's lips curled upwards, unafraid. This expression made the other frown. Kneel down, bow 100 times, and apologize to all the heroes. What else? Hatcher remained unperturbed. There's more. More. Right, to punish you. You must hand over those two women beside you for me to play with. Such beauties are not worthy of you. The young man blurted out, losing all decorum. This guy is in for trouble. Amberly wore a gloating expression. She knew very well the terrifying consequences of crossing Hatcher's xiuxian bottom line. Finish talking? Finish talking. Hurry up and start bowing. The other crossed his arms, looking haughty. Since you've finished talking, then go to hell. Chapter 108. Plans changed. Hurry to invite the Devil King. Upon hearing this, everyone around froze for a moment and then burst into laughter. They thought Hatcher was overly arrogant beyond his capability. Did I hear that right? A guest scholar of a secular empire actually dares to threaten the young master of xiuxian Sect. He probably doesn't know how to write the word death. This is understandable. As the saying goes, frogs at the bottom of a well know not the vastness of the Milky Way. Humph. He might be able to bully people in a secular empire, but in the eyes of cultivators, he isn't even an ant. Everyone crossed their arms, eager to watch the show. They believed it would take no time for the yellow-haired young master of xiuxian Sect to teach this ignorant man what cruelty really means. Among the crowd, only Imelda shook her head, pity evident on her face. She had heard of the name of xiuxian Sect and knew it was a first-class sect. Its sect master had reached the peak of reincarnation realm, just one step away from entering the demi-saint realm, leading the entire sect to the top tier. And this yellow-haired young master was the old-age son of that sect master, pampered to the point where he got whatever he wanted. His bodyguards were all at the life and death realm, excelling among their peers. Thus, this person was spoiled out of control and usually looked down on everyone. But today, he truly hit a steel-reinforced iron board. Even if he begged on his knees, it would still likely mean death. Even if his father came to plead personally, he would have to kneel on the spot. You want to kill me? The other party's facial features twisted, revealing a bizarre smile, and then he broke into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Haha, did this young master hear correctly? Just because you are called a guest scholar, you consider yourself important? It seems that anything can be lacking in this world, except for those who seek death like trash. Clapping his hands, 5 guards stepped forward from behind him, radiating a powerful aura, 5 life and death realm experts with extraordinary might. Trash, repeat your words just now. Jerry placed his hand beside his ear, pretending to listen attentively, clearly intending to thoroughly humiliate Hatcher. The jeering expressions on people's faces deepened. Some even predicted that Hatcher would beg on his knees within 10 breaths. Oh. Hatcher sighed and closed his eyes. What? Scared? Afraid to look at the world directly? The opponent became even more insolent, saying arrogantly, in front of me, you'd better behave and hide your tail. As he spoke, he reached out to slap Hatcher's face. Suddenly, Hatcher opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the universe, shining brightly like galaxies, endless and immeasurably deep. For a moment, everyone around fell into a trance, entranced by the illusion, unable to pull themselves out. A breeze blew, waking some people up, only to find themselves drenched in cold sweat. This is mental waves. Those who understood shivered. For so many people to lose focus simultaneously, what kind of realm must he possess? Aya! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. The crowd turned to see the yellow-haired young master lying on the ground, rolling and writhing while clutching his head. Beast, what did you do? I order you to stop. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, terror appeared on his face as he felt his own limits approaching, with death looming near. Spare my life. Just as the plea left his lips, there was a loud bang, and blood blossomed from his head, mingled with spurting brain matter, signaling the end of his life. Dead. The esteemed young master of xiuxian Sect, whom no one dared to provoke, died such a pitiful death. Imelda trembled nearby, knowing that Hatcher had killed a heaven-severing realm expert purely with mental power. Recalling her previous encounter, she realized that Hatcher had been holding back then. A deathly silence ensued. Those who had mocked him earlier turned pale, wanting to flee into the crowd, never to appear again. They had seen public executions before and witnessed cruel methods, even met natural-born executioners. To them, a human life was worth less than weeds. But after seeing Hatcher's method, they were all frightened. With just a blink of an eye, he decided someone's fate. This was not merely a suppression between humans, but a slaughter of insects by a god. That indifference, that lack of concern, etched into everyone's hearts like a nightmare. To dare to kill our young master, you're asking for death. The 5 life and death realm experts snapped out of it, fury burning through them, hatred scorching heaven and earth. Failing to protect their young master, they faced certain death upon returning home. Without another word, they charged at Hatcher in a mad frenzy, ready to fight. Shut up. Hatcher unleashed even more terrifying mental power, not just targeting the 5 people in front of him but enveloping all cultivators present. Boom. Everyone trembled, their faces filled with extreme shock. This mental power was at least of a sage level. This was an indiscriminate mental threat. Fortunately, this assault emphasized majesty over killing. Otherwise, most people here would not have survived unscathed. However, they did not know that with Hatcher's current mental power output, it was far from enough to simultaneously injure so many people. This show of force, though frightening, was just for appearances. The 5 life and death realm experts stood frozen like statues. What had they just done? To dare attack a sage, truly asking for death. Kill them. These creatures aiding evil deserve no mercy. Hatcher turned and stepped into the auction house entrance. No one dared to stop him. Vera nodded, waving her hand, and the 5 people died instantly. A true sage acted decisively and swiftly. So terrifying. Is this woman his servant? Her methods are also powerful. She must be at least a half-sage. Who would have thought the Lingxiao Empire hides such dragons and tigers? Himph. Hearing the crowd's whispers, Vera sniffed haughtily. I'm not his servant. I'm clearly his master. If not for the important occasion, she would have already confronted the speaker. On the high platform, the 3 demons suddenly trembled, their aura becoming extremely unstable. What's wrong? Now do you believe what I said? Albin looked back, only to find the 3 men's faces twitching as if they had some unspeakable secret. The plan has changed. The auction must proceed as usual. We cannot activate the formation immediately. After a moment, Malachi spoke with difficulty. You scoundrels! Albin's defenses were completely broken. Despite repeated warnings, these guys still acted insincerely. Wasn't this ruining his grand plan? Don't panic. We can still invite the Devil King now. Chapter 109. Ambush on the way. The show begins. Damn it. You are all damned. Eugene's eyes were bloodshot with fury, nearly driven mad. Despite his countless meticulous calculations and strategies without any flaw, there was still a slip-up at this critical juncture. The betrayal by an ally is often the most vicious. He was an extremely cautious person who had to ensure everything unfolded exactly as he predicted in order to feel secure. Such a significant mishap from the start today unsettled him deeply. It felt like a great disaster was looming. Plans have changed. I think we should cancel today's operation, he said, frowning. You dare. Avon stepped forward, pointing his finger at Eugene's nose, loudly berating him. At this critical moment, you dare to back out? Don't you believe I'll eliminate you on the spot? Humph. Who is to blame for this? If you hadn't acted recklessly, would it have escalated to this point? It's just a minor oversight, yet you're making it seem like a huge issue. It seems you're not sincerely interested in cooperation. Avon sneered. These words ignited Eugene's anger. You, a piece of trash, indeed don't deserve to cooperate with me. What did you say, looking for death? Just as they were about to come to blows, Burton finally intervened. Both of you stop, or else don't blame me for being unforgiving. His overwhelming aura calmed both men down. The auction will proceed as planned. Woody, go immediately and invite Lord Ellie. Tell him there's a big catch here. Yes, sir. Woody, a commander, swiftly rushed out with military precision. Rest assured, within 2 hours at most, Lord Ellie will arrive here, and our plan is foolproof. Burton whispered consoling words to Eugene. I hope so. Eugene took a deep breath, steadying his tumultuous emotions. First, let's usher that group in. Entertain them with music, dance, and fine wine, while I prepare for the auction. He originally didn't want to hold the auction. So many procedures weren't prepared. Now rushing to set it up felt hurried, but he was confident in his treasures which could stall these country bumpkins. In the sky, Woody, the commander, raced through the air, filled with anxiety. Never in a million years did he expect that among those humans, there were actually beings of saint level. Thinking of this made him break into cold sweats. If they detected their presence, even Burton wouldn't escape the catastrophe. No, I'm still too slow. I must speed up. With this thought, he prepared to burn his essence blood to squeeze out his maximum potential. At this moment, intense fluctuations appeared in the void. A sword chi cut through the air, slicing towards him, forcing him to halt. Who dares to attack me? He roared, tearing apart the sword chi with his hand. You filthy demons, we've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Before the voice faded, 3 figures emerged, surrounding him and cutting off all escape routes. Those who attacked were Aurora, Jackson, and Miles Demon Sovereign. 3 puny worms daring to block my path. How utterly foolish. Luckily for you, I have urgent matters today and no time to deal with you. Get lost. Woody, the commander, growled menacingly. Aurora just smiled faintly, and from her body, vast red dust spread out, forming a boundless sea, covering the sky, dragging him into her realm. Do you want to fight me to the death? Woody's pupils constricted to needle-like points as he looked at Aurora, finding her somewhat familiar. You were captured, weren't you? You should be one of Eugene's auction items. How are you here? This remark made Aurora flash a chilling smile. I also recall now. The people who ganged up on me had a heavenly demon's aura. That disgusting smell matches yours exactly. Haha, now that you recognize me, why aren't you running? I can capture you once more. Before the last word left her lips, the red dust sea shook, and Aurora attacked, sending waves surging. A petty trick. Woody, the commander, showed no fear. In front of him stood one newly advanced to life and death realm, and 2 at heaven's severing realm, insignificant to him. He believed with his near-life and death peak cultivation, it wouldn't take half an hour to resolve these pests. With just a wave of his hand, dark demon chi formed, smashing against the giant waves. A deafening boom echoed as the surging waves broke, seemingly unable to withstand the powerful blow. Himph! Woody couldn't help but sneer. It was even more fragile than he expected. But then, the broken waves didn't fall. Instead, they transformed mid-air into a vast swarm of butterflies. Countless vibrant butterflies flapped their wings like a colorful hurricane, engulfing the demon commander. What new tricks are you humans playing? You're really good at this kind of flashy nonsense. The opponent sneered, intending to break through with brute force. He launched heavy attacks, manipulating demon chi to form knives slicing through the hurricane. Large swaths of butterflies were cut to pieces, then reformed, settling on his body one by one. What is this, Aya? Woody suddenly screamed in agony. The butterflies were eroding his flesh. Even with the powerful recovery abilities of demons, he couldn't heal in time. Have you never seen the power of Tai? Aurora smiled, causing him to shudder inwardly. He remembered now. This woman had a yin-yang Dao body and could not be underestimated. You're good, but this won't kill me. Woody's eyes turned fierce as he prepared to burn all his potential for a final fight. It's enough. In his shocked gaze, Aurora's hair turned snow white, and she snapped her fingers. The butterflies went berserk, charging up and then detonating the power of Tai. Boom, 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 boom. Each explosion had a small range, but the energy within was terrifying, capable of reducing everything to nothingness with its primordial Tai aura. After the dust settled, Woody was still alive but in tatters, unable to resist any longer. Cursed, you won't get off easy either. Demon waves gathered around him, spreading wildly, clearly intended to send signals to the outside. At this moment, Miles' demon sovereign intervened, wiping out these waves with a wave of his hand, thwarting his plan. How is this possible? Woody collapsed in despair as a stone steel descended from above, pressing down on him. The steel emitted strange fluctuations, turning the demon into mist within moments, leaving not a trace behind. Brother Senior indeed spoke correctly. This thing is highly effective against demons. Jackson held the sword Dao Heaven list, excitedly speaking. Of course, it's a holy relic of the human race. At the auction house, in VIP room number 1, Hatcher heard Aurora's delighted voice. I have finally avenged that old grudge. Congratulations. Hatcher's lips curled up. Everything was ready, and the show was about to begin. Chapter 110. So awesome. Why aren't you called xiuxian? Let everyone wait no longer. Albin's voice resonated throughout the auction, suppressing many voices of restlessness. I didn't come here to watch dances. Just bring out all the good stuff quickly. I'm loaded. Haha, well said. Why not get straight to the main event and bring out that yin-yang Dao body for us to admire? Someone said this lewdly, garnering a chorus of agreement. Upon hearing these words, Hatcher's pupils constricted into 2 brilliant points. A piercing light shot from them, passing through layers of obstacles until it landed on the person who spoke. Then, mental energy erupted. PFF. The man was struck as if by a severe blow, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his face filled with fear. What happened? His companion beside him asked, looking incredibly tense. No, nothing. I was previously injured internally, and it just flared up. It's nothing serious. He answered stammeringly, trying to fob it off, realizing he had said something wrong. Fortunately, the one who acted had no murderous intent. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. This was merely a small interlude. No matter how much the crowd clamored, it couldn't change the flow of the auction. The jokes end here, Albin said. At this auction, the highest bidder wins. Please do not hesitate when you encounter something you desire, because opportunities don't come often. Next, an attendant recited the rules of the auction. First, each bid must be at least 50,000 spirit stones higher than the previous one. Second, fighting is strictly prohibited within the venue. Violators will be expelled and all their assets confiscated. Third, if one doesn't have enough spirit stones, they can sell their treasures on site. Here, the appraisers are authoritative and will not undervalue items maliciously. These simple rules should be clear to everyone. Let's move on to the main event. Show the treasures. As the words faded, the lights dimmed across the entire auction house. All illumination focused on the central platform, the center of attention for everyone present. The first item for auction, the Lianli Flying Phoenix bracelets. As soon as these words were spoken, a graceful female cultivator carrying a jade tray walked up. On the tray lay a pair of crimson phoenix bracelets, striking and prominent. Even at rest, a gentle energy flowed from them, exuding tranquility. Hatcher immediately perked up. He hadn't forgotten the Gianna's request and wanted to acquire a pair like this. Such a minor task, he could handle easily. There's no need for me to introduce this treasure in great detail. The attendant continued. These bracelets are carved from warm jade of Mount Tian, inherently priceless treasures. More importantly, they symbolize eternal love. If gifted to a lover, they ensure longevity together. Instantly, Hatcher felt like needles pricked his back. He sensed 2 sharp gazes like swords aimed at him. Little guy, are you really going to buy this and gift it to that Gianna? Vera said casually, yet the sourness in her tone nearly overwhelmed Hatcher. Cough. It's just a promise. If you like, I'll find something even better for you. One word then, the 2 happily agreed. Feeling the pressure lift, Hatcher breathed a long sigh of relief. For such a treasure, the starting bid is 500,000 spirit stones. The attendant stated calmly, nearly causing an uproar in the auction hall. My goodness, that's too expensive. Why not just rob us? Just a broken pair of bracelets, costing most of my life savings. Are you running a black market? Many protested, but this price was trivial for major sects. However, for wandering cultivators, it was a massive sum. Moreover, spending such an astronomical amount on bracelets seemed wasteful. How can this be considered expensive? At this moment, a powerful aura suppressed those complaining. Can you stop spreading nonsense? Our auctions are already difficult to run, and these bracelets have always been priced this way. Albin's mocking voice came from above, infuriating the crowd further. Those who think it's expensive should reflect on themselves. Have they worked hard over the years? Have they strived to earn spirit stones? If not, then don't open your mouth rashly. I'm about to go crazy. Hearing this, Hatcher smirked playfully. What era was this? Still using reverse psychology? Treating everyone like fools? Sure enough, Albin's words invited a strong backlash. Albin, may your ancestors rot. Who the hell are you to order us around? If you want to sell, sell. Otherwise, scram. Without our support, you're nothing but a beggar, yapping away. I've never seen someone so shameless. You're so awesome. Why aren't you called xiuxian? The barrage of insults made Albin speechless, and he chose to retreat like a turtle into its shell. Cough. Everyone please calm down. Let's continue. The old attendant redirected the conversation. If you don't like it, you don't have to bid. 600,000 spirit stones. Hatcher made his move immediately, thinking it would be an easy win, but then something changed. 1 million spirit stones. The bid came from the room next door, where the voice undoubtedly belonged to Gwyneth. Is this woman crazy? Hatcher frowned, complaining inwardly. He was right. Gwyneth indeed had a problem, a pathological obsession with Hatcher. She would never allow Hatcher to show kindness to another woman. Not even to a guest who looked exactly like him. How could you want to give those bracelets to that bitch Vera without asking my permission? She gloated inwardly, believing the guest wanted to show affection towards Vera. She couldn't contain her anger and bid immediately. 1.2 million. Hatcher raised the bid again. 1.5 million. Gwyneth followed through, determined not to back down. Everyone gasped. They had never seen such extravagant bidder, treating money as if it were worthless. The attendant laughed heartily, feeling lucky to encounter such enthusiastic bidders. 1.5 million once, twice. Anyone willing to bid higher? Hatcher remained silent, instead using his finger to sketch an array on the table with spilled wine. What are you doing? The Tiana leaned over, sensing a familiar technique. Just learned a little trick yesterday, thought I'd try it out. Hey, isn't that an equivalent transport spell? You want to pull a fast one? As a member of the Tianshire clan, the Tiana naturally recognized this array. It was used previously to rescue Austin and Azriel from Hatcher. What are you going to use as the equivalent item? The Tiana asked. Hatcher smiled, gathering his mental energy to form a spirit talisman in front of him. Talisman 67, Bursting Wave. The Tiana was startled because the talisman was already activated. Don't worry. Hatcher placed the spirit talisman on the array, waiting for the right moment. 1.5 million 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in room 2. The bracelets belong to you. The attendant's hammer settled the deal, announcing the new owner of the bracelets. Immediately, he ordered a female cultivator to deliver the jade bracelets to Gwyneth. Chapter 111. Gwyneth. I'll blow up at you, bitch. How can something in my hand escape? Gwyneth said proudly while holding the bracelet. At the same time, she couldn't help but glance sideways at Hatcher, out of the corner of her eye. This clearly had a hidden meaning. It was a hint that Hatcher would never be able to escape from her clutches. But then, an unexpected change occurred suddenly. The bracelet on her hand emitted a brilliant light and vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a talisman. What is this? Gwyneth was greatly startled. She sensed astonishing energy from that talisman. Zora quickly reacted, pulling Coraline into his embrace. Ah! Coraline screamed, her pretty face blushing red as she clung tightly to him. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out abruptly, flames shooting everywhere from the window of the room. What's happening? Everyone was alarmed and turned their gaze in this direction. Cough, cough. The dust settled. Gwyneth was hit hardest, with ash all over her face. Although uninjured, her rage could no longer be contained. Albin, you bastard dared to trick me. She roared, how dare you substitute treasure with a bomb? Are you asking for death? Nyla and Adrian also glared angrily. They were closest and thus affected as well. They weren't that angry initially, but seeing Hatcher and Coraline unharmed pushed them over the edge. Especially Nyla, no matter how much she calculated, she never expected such a misfortune. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring again, pointing fingers at Albin. What nonsense, bullying customers just because it's your shop. Is there still law and order? Bullshit. Albin swore loudly, you bitches dare to cry foul. I haven't pursued responsibility for you carrying explosives, and you want to accuse me? Do you believe I won't kill you? These words almost made Gwyneth burst into uncontrollable rage. Her ample chest heaved violently, wishing to rush forward and fight, but restrained by being in Tian Dao Mansion's territory, she could only stop temporarily. Very good. You wait, this isn't over. Hope you live long enough to hold me accountable. Albin sneered, delivering another stab at Gwyneth. Inside room number 1, Hatcher held the flying phoenix bracelet, examining it carefully. Palm-held object, cannot escape. He smiled and suddenly looked serious, letting out a slight exclamation. Upon inspection, there was indeed a concealed energy flowing within the bracelet, though hidden, it was extraordinarily powerful. Sigh, there's actually a thread of true phoenix blood inside. He rarely showed surprise, but the phoenix, acknowledged as divine beasts along with dragons, and phoenix blood was exceedingly rare. Perhaps obtaining a drop could reverse one's fate. However, he quickly calmed down. Since it was promised to the Gianna, he mustn't break his word. Both the bracelet and the phoenix blood should belong to Janie. This was her destiny. The auction for the second treasure will begin. The elder's voice drew everyone back. He hinted mysteriously, this item is quite remarkable. I'm sure everyone will be interested, especially women and elders. These words made cultivators widen their eyes, speculating what it might be. When the female cultivator swayed her alluring hips onto the stage, many people lit up instantly, sniffing vigorously, starting intense inhalations. Ah, such exquisite fragrance. So intoxicating, so refreshing. I feel 10 years younger. This scent is so strong, so powerful. As the curtain on the jade plate lifted, revealing the answer, a green vine. 10,000-year evergreen vine. No introduction needed, everyone perked up, even Hatcher became attentive. This was a holy artifact rich in vitality, keeping women youthful and extending elders' lives. Everyone's ultimate goal in cultivation was eternal life. Meeting a life-extending treasure left no one untouched. Bidding starts at 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, people went wild. I bid 1.2 million. 1.6 million. 3 million. After a frenzy of bidding, the price of the 10,000-year evergreen vine neared 10 million spirit stones, showing no signs of stopping. 15 million. Upon these words, the auction briefly fell silent. Finally, Hatcher bid. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had expended much vitality to save the eldest sister, and Hatcher had promised to compensate her. Thus, he must secure the 10,000-year evergreen vine. This price discouraged all others from continuing. Although the 10,000-year evergreen vine was precious, offending a saint over it would be too costly. 20 million. Gwyneth's voice came again, raising Hatcher's eyebrows. This woman really had money to burn. In fact, not only Xiuxian Sect but also many other fabulously wealthy sect powers were present at this auction. They all came for the Yin-Yang Dao body, and some even brought their entire fortunes to achieve their goals. They hadn't bid aggressively yet, just to preserve capital for the most valuable items. For instance, Xiuxian Sect had brought at least 1 billion spirit stones, yet there were probably no fewer than 10 others in the room who could match them. 20 million once. The elder began counting. 20 million twice. The crowd remained silent. Gwyneth wore an expression of confidence, believing she had won again. Still dreaming that Vera can stay young forever? What a delusion. Hatcher didn't respond. He had already started drawing an array. 20 million 3 times. With the hammer sound, the 10,000-year evergreen vine finally went to Xiuxian Sect. To prevent any further mishaps, Gwyneth focused intently on her surroundings, convinced no one could interfere this time. She stepped out of the room under everyone's gaze and took possession of the vine. This time it's right. After a thorough examination, she finally sighed in relief. But then, what she held turned into another talisman. This is... At the sight, Amberly and Dawson were both startled. It's equivalent teleportation. Amberly exclaimed. Foolish girl, you missed the point. That talisman is the critical issue. Before she finished speaking, the talisman ignited. To match the higher value of the 10,000-year evergreen vine, Hatcher used a more potent equivalent item this time. Talisman 83, Cloud Chasing Sweep. A shockwave erupted from the talisman, targeting only Gwyneth, exploding instantly. Boom! The auction hall shook violently. Many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. Moments later, Gwyneth appeared before everyone, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her expression shifted from stunned to enraged. You've pushed me too far. I'll destroy you. She seemed deranged, ready to charge at Albin. Chapter 112. Small deer bring joy. Large deer cause harm. Strong deer turn to ashes. Gwyneth was truly enraged. Having been toyed with twice in a row, anyone would find it unbearable. Her composure and restraint snapped in this moment. Dare to make me uncomfortable, and you won't have it easy either. An aura nearly as formidable as a semi-saint erupted violently, wreaking havoc within the auction, causing many to change their expressions drastically. Hold on. Eugene's voice carried a hint of urgency. An accident had occurred under everyone's watchful eyes. Regardless of who was responsible, the auction house could not evade responsibility. Indeed, he was at fault. More importantly, if Gwyneth caused a ruckus here, it could disrupt his plans. The immediate priority was to calm the situation. Indeed, our supervision has been lacking. I am willing to compensate for all your losses and promise that any items you auction from now on will receive a 10% discount. Upon hearing this, Gwyneth finally calmed down. That's more like it. Satisfied, she returned to her room. Unbeknownst to her, Eugene wore a cold smile. Not only a 10% discount, but even if it were 90% off, what difference would it make? Once these people are eliminated, all treasures and spirit stones would return to his hands. This concession was merely moving money from one pocket to another. The next item up for auction is the third artifact. The elder drew out his words, eliciting anticipation from the crowd. This time, the treasure was brought up not by an endearing beauty, but by 8 muscular men. Their veins bulged as they struggled to carry a gigantic cabinet onto the platform, appearing immensely strained. Hatcher narrowed his eyes. The cabinet was pitch black, entirely made of nether gold. Regardless of its other qualities, the cabinet itself was a rare treasure. Nether gold was extremely special, not only incredibly hard but also capable of blocking all killing intent, making it perfect for shields and armor. Despite this, Hatcher could still sense an overwhelmingly powerful pressure emanating from within the cabinet, indicating something terrifying inside. Be cautious, everyone. This treasure can be dangerous. Those without confidence in their strength should refrain from watching. It's for your own good. The elder chuckled, though his tone carried a provocative undertone. Could this stand? Which cultivator wasn't stubborn to the core? Admitting weakness before everyone else would be absurd. Thus, everyone stared intently at the cabinet, eyes wide open. As the cabinet door slowly opened, a ray of multicolored light gradually shot out, reflecting into everyone's eyes. Instantly, screams filled the air. Blood trickled from many people's eyes. Ah, damn it, my eyes. My eyes are burning. My head hurts so much. What is this thing? It's scorching my soul, and I can't look away. In no time, fear permeated the screams, and many were on the brink of death. At the last moment, Hatcher acted. With a light stomp of his foot, a vast spiritual force burst forth, shielding everyone's view. Phew! Heavy breathing rose from the crowd. Many were exhausted, drenched in cold sweat, looking utterly disheveled. Thank you, honorable guest. Those who survived bowed towards room number 1, but received no response. Inside the room, Hatcher stood up, staring fixedly at the object inside the cabinet. Where did Eugene get these rare treasures? Hatcher was stunned because this auction item was even more significant. After the light dissipated, the treasure inside the cabinet finally became somewhat manageable. Looking inside, a dragon eye-sized colorful ball lay within, emitting an indescribable fragrance. Don't smell it. Someone shouted in alarm, yet some still succumbed, growing faint and collapsing to the ground. What was this thing? Several experts' eyes gleamed with excitement. It was definitely not ordinary. Has anyone heard of the crystal divine deer? The elder stroked his beard, smiling warmly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area was filled with gasps. It was a legendary creature, rarer than dragons and phoenixes. This colorful ball. Could it be? Someone asked, fingers trembling, pointing at the item in the cabinet. Yes, this is indeed the crystal divine deer sachet, and it comes from a young deer. Hearing this, people were too shocked to speak. The sachet contained the essence of the crystal divine deer, and its effect was simple yet brutal. In short, it meant two words, ascension, to help a wheel reincarnation realm break through to semi-saint, or a semi-saint to saint. Such power was almost divine, enough to drive anyone to madness. However, using such a treasure came with limitations. The crystal divine deer goes through 4 stages in its life. When it is just born, its body has only 3 colors, and it is called a fawn, not yet having grown its sachet. In the next stage of growth, its body exhibits 5 colors, along with the development of the sachet, at which point it is called a small deer. At this stage, the sachet is most precious, as it contains all the efficacies, gentle and mild. It can help break through to the saint realm without any side effects. As it continues to grow, the divine deer becomes a large deer, with its body displaying 7 colors. The medicinal properties of the sachet become incredibly potent. Though it can aid in becoming a saint, it also carries great risks. In the final stage, the crystal divine deer transforms into a 9-colored divine deer, awakening the innate power of 9-colored crystal light, capable of ignoring all defenses, extremely terrifying. Thus, it is also known as a strong deer. At this point, the sachet's medicinal properties become extremely formidable, akin to a deadly poison. Anyone below the sage realm who consumes it will surely die from internal rupture, rendering the sachet of a strong deer worthless in the eyes of many. Indeed, small deer bring joy, large deer cause harm, and strong deer turn to ashes. This saying illustrates this very logic. However, to Hatcher, this sachet being auctioned was not from a small deer but from a strong deer. It was precisely because of this that he was exceptionally excited. Because unknown to others, while the sachet of a strong deer is a poison to those below the saint realm, it is an invaluable supplement for those above the saint realm. Hatcher glanced at Vera beside him, making up his mind. His master had just broken through to the saint realm. It was time for a boost. If lucky, one might even learn the innate power of the crystal divine deer, truly enhancing strength immensely. I'll take this item, Hatcher declared resolutely. Gwyneth shared his thoughts. To become a saint, this item must be obtained. Just then, the elder of the auction house suddenly spoke. This item cannot be auctioned for spirit stones. This statement left everyone baffled. No spirit stones? Then what? Of course, payment should be made with treasures. Whether elixirs, magical artifacts, or weapons, whoever offers a high-value treasure can obtain this sachet. Chapter 113. Me, your ancestor, send money. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into a buzz. What kind of treasure could possibly match the value of the incense pouch from the glassy spirit deer? This was a chance to achieve sainthood. Are you not afraid of making a bad deal? Someone asked, their face full of disbelief. Immediately after, Jamil's hypocritical voice came from above. A treasure like this should belong to someone virtuous. I must confess I am unworthy of it. Moreover, I will auction off the treasures I exchange for, and every single spirit stone obtained will be used to aid the suffering people across the empire. Upon hearing this speech, many furrowed their brows tightly. This was completely out of character for Jamil, yet there were still some blindly praising and worshipping him. Sir, you are truly a role model. I wrongly doubted you before. Such high moral principles, commendable indeed. I am willing to publicize your righteousness to the world. In the number 1 room labeled with the heavenly character, Vera and the little demon girl couldn't help but feel nauseous. Hatcher couldn't hold back his laughter either. A man who wanted to sacrifice everyone's spouted words of benevolence and righteousness. It was absurd to the extreme. Enough talk, let me make a grand start. A burly man spoke boldly, lifting his rough hand slightly, revealing a demon-slaying mallet in his palm. This demon-slaying mallet can be used 3 times, each strike wielding the power of a peak transmigration realm master. He stated succinctly, catching everyone's attention. Indeed, it was a fine treasure that was enough to stir anyone's interest for self-preservation or battle. Unfortunately, its value still fell short. Watch mine. Not wanting to be outdone, people started unveiling their treasures one after another. All sorts of treasures like the 1,000 boundary pagoda, 10,000 pool drum, Azura umbrella, Jade Stewart bell, etc., appeared endlessly, dazzling the onlookers. Excellent, excellent, all fine treasures. Now I have a bountiful harvest. From up top, Jamil watched with excitement. He was meticulously recording everything, preparing for precise harvesting soon. After all, there were 60,000 people here, and he couldn't take the time to check each person's spatial rings, so he had to lure them into showing their wealth. Not surprising at all, National Preceptor, opening our eyes indeed. Esau, the devil marshal, said sarcastically, using a worthless incense pouch to achieve your goal. When it comes to scheming, humans are truly adept. Hearing this, a flash of coldness crossed Jamil's eyes. He had decided to shred this devil marshal into pieces no matter what. All these are trifling things. A mocking laugh interrupted the argument. The speaker was a slender middle-aged man, not particularly handsome, but extremely efficient, with sharp features and an extraordinary aura. Brother, what valuable treasure do you have? Show us to broaden our horizons. Many were annoyed, casting unfriendly glances. Seeing the stern look, the man pulled out a black hair in broad daylight. Just use this strand of my hair for the exchange. How about that? First, the crowd was stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Trying to attract attention, a real clown. This guy might be crazy. Ignore him. Don't stoop to a fool's level. Most laughed, but a few couldn't. Vera, Dawson, and Hatcher all looked grave. They clearly saw that this middle-aged man was also a sage, and even more a Casper. Hatcher had encountered this person in his past life during his peak and fought against him, and the man managed to withstand 3 moves. Moreover, this person also had wordless wisdom, and Talia's legacy came directly from him. Without exaggeration, at this moment, one strand of his hair could easily cut down a half-sage. Jamil didn't realize what he had missed. Since no one wants to put forward a decent treasure, our Yuking sect shall take the embarrassment. Luella reappeared, her hands held up with blazing light in her palms as if holding a sun. True solar fire. Someone exclaimed in shock, identifying the origin of the thing. A newborn sun whose value was immeasurable. If a powerhouse cultivating the path of fire could refine it, sainthood would be guaranteed. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the final trade item. Imelda whispered, looking at the old man beside her. Grandpa, you cultivate the path of fire, right? When they auction off the true solar fire, I'll buy it for you. Ha ha ha, you naughty girl. The old man laughed indulgently. Anything I want. Why would I need your expense? As he spoke, the old man opened his spatial ring, only to find it completely empty. Cough cough. Grandpa, don't pretend. Father told me long ago that you never carry money when you go out. That big mouth, I will tear his tongue to pieces sooner or later. The old man said with hatred, yet waved at Imelda. At my age, money is nothing more than external possessions. Even the true solar fire can't move me. Let's stop it here. Imelda wanted to persist but was stopped again by Dawson. One bid for the true solar fire. Anyone else want to exchange their treasures? The waiter held up a small hammer and asked loudly. Second bid for the true solar fire. Third bid. Just then, a voice came from the heavenly character number 1 room. A grade 9 spirit charm. The voice was light but like thunder, making everyone tense up. Many had never seen a grade 9 treasure in their entire life. It was rumored to be something that could even harm a sage. Imelda keenly noticed that the old man beside her had wide eyes, completely different from his usual apathetic look. If this was how sages reacted, the auctioneer was even worse off, trembling as he spoke. May we inspect the item? Grade 9 spirit charm number 1. 1000 hands bright sky purifier. After Hatcher created the charm, he directly borrowed Vera's mental power to inject its essence. Stable sage-level mental power was much easier to handle than his own violent mental power. With their cooperation, they produced a genuine grade 9 spirit charm. As soon as this charm appeared, everyone fell silent. This pressure and momentum were unmistakable. Many didn't even have the courage to look directly at it. It must be a grade 9 spirit charm. Hmph, just a grade 9 spirit charm. Its value might not be higher than the true solar fire. Luella said unwillingly. Then make it 3. Hatcher waved his hand, and 2 more charms flew out, causing countless gasps. Deal. Without any hesitation, the old man immediately finalized the deal with a hammer strike. He didn't believe anyone else could bring out a higher grade treasure. Damn it. Luella's face turned pale with anger. The duck in her mouth finally flew away. Hatcher smiled as he put both the incense pouch and the nether gold cabinet into his bag. Next, according to the Patriarch's rules, we will auction these 3 spirit charms. The waiter continued, almost making Dawson jump out of his skin. He had to get those spirit charms. It was crucial to the family's destiny. Girl, hand over all your spirit stones. The kind old grandpa instantly turned into a robber, sharply looking at the girl beside him. Grandpa, I have 1 billion spirit stones here. Imelda said hesitantly. Not enough. Contact the family quickly. Imelda promptly did so. With the activation of the sound-transmitting jade pendant, they soon heard Cade's voice. Who are you? I, your ancestor. Send money. Chapter 114. A sword suppresses the Casper. Who are you to call yourself my ancestor? I'm your ancestor. Cade flew into a towering rage. These few days had already been extremely unlucky, and he never expected to encounter an old scammer. What kind of person would claim to be someone's ancestor right off the bat, and then ask for money? Without saying another word, he started cursing profusely before cutting off the transmission jade amulet. That's not right. After his outburst, he couldn't help but start pondering. The voice of that old scammer seemed somewhat familiar. Moreover, outsiders were unable to connect their transmission jade amulets. Without realizing it, he was starting to sweat profusely. A short while later, Cade was hung up, and his old father, the patriarch of the Celestial Master Clan, held the transmission jade amulet with a smiling face full of servility, nodding humbly. No idle talk. Hurry up and transfer the money. At least 10 billion spirit stones. The urgent voice of Dawson came over, clearly very agitated. Hearing this, a look of difficulty immediately appeared on the patriarch's face. Ancestor, 10 billion spirit stones is no problem. It's just too far away in time to meet the deadline. This is simple. That girl Marlene is in my hands, and I'll sell her for 10 billion. Activate equivalent transfer technique, now to send the girl back. Upon hearing this, the patriarch froze in surprise. There was actually such an operation. Grandfather, you want to sell me? Amberly felt as if struck by lightning, tears welling up in her eyes as she displayed an aggrieved expression. Foolish girl, how can this be called selling? This venerable is protecting you. There will be a great battle here soon. Upon hearing this, Amberly's face instantly turned incredibly serious. Sorry, grandfather, I wronged you. It's okay, girl. Hand over all the money you have as well. It's useless in your hands anyway. At these words, all of Amberly's moved vanished. Suddenly, a flash of white light, and the transaction was complete. Amberly disappeared, and Dawson now had 11 billion spirit stones in hand. Little spirit talisman, secured. The old man was brimming with confidence as he awaited the auction to begin. As expected, the 3 9th-grade spirit talismans resulted in the auction house retaining one, the old man spending 3 billion spirit stones on another, and the final one going to the force known as Ancestor God Sect. Dawson, holding the spirit talisman, eyes glittering like stars, found himself barely able to contain his excitement. From it, he sensed an incomprehensible power, mysterious and unpredictable, surpassing everything he knew about talisman arts. Yolan was right. This talisman art can indeed bypass heavenly tribulations. If the clan could obtain it, at this thought, his gaze became exceedingly complicated. Such a peerless treasure skill could not be given out lightly. Putting oneself in another's shoes, if anyone dared demand secrets from the Celestial Master Clan, they would suffer a terrible fate. In the steward's suite at this moment, there was an astonishing sword shadow flashing. Its might comparable to falling from the 9 heavens, wielded effortlessly as if it were a feather. The one who struck was the Casper, who bypassed everyone's senses to burst in. He aimed directly at Hatcher, intending to subdue him. Talisman 19, Cage of Heaven and Earth. The young witch acted swiftly, sealing the space to prevent any energy leakage. How dare you? Vera immediately sprang into action, raising her long sword to meet the challenge. Two swords clashed, the aura of a sage quietly spreading, causing hearts to tremble. Fortunately, both reigned in their power. Otherwise, a reckless clash between sages would have leveled dozens of miles around. Talisman 90, Black Coffin. Hatcher acted without delay, precisely separating the two. Excellent skills. The Casper's eyes flashed as he couldn't help but praise, then turned his sword's edge toward Hatcher. I won't waste words. Hand over the crystal deer charm, and I'll owe you a favor. Your favor means nothing to me. Hatcher shook his head, causing the other party's face to immediately darken. Boy, the female sage beside you has probably just broken through. She isn't a match for me. So what? Hatcher's lips curled upward, unafraid. Humph, youth brimming with vigor. It seems you're confident in your path protector. Then next, I'll capture you to show you the gap. With those words, he suppressed his aura, becoming like an ordinary person. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. I'll only subdue you with the way of the sword. Hope that when I place my sword against your neck, you don't keep being stubborn. Vera faced a formidable foe. The other wasn't wrong. If they fought head-on, she wouldn't be the Casper's match. I'm coming. His voice fading, the Casper transformed into a streak of white light, rushing straight at Hatcher. You think not? Vera acted decisively to intercept, yet felt like she was trapped in mud, enveloped by overwhelming sword intent, making movement extremely difficult. It's over. The Casper flashed a dashing smile and came before Hatcher. The force of his sword drastically reduced as it pressed down. Separating Vera required the power of a sage, but dealing with Hatcher naturally called for a gentler touch. He had long reached the level of Sword Dao, and capturing Hatcher was certain to be effortless. Under heaven, he had never encountered anyone who could surpass him in the way of the sword. Yet fate always seemed to enjoy playing tricks. Even with victory within reach, there was still the possibility of an upset. If Hatcher hadn't come back from rebirth, the Casper would indeed have been the foremost expert in Sword Dao at this time. But facing Hatcher, who possessed the enlightenment of an impending transcender, even the peak Casper of the future would fall short in terms of Sword Dao. A flash of cold light flickered, startlingly brilliant. Hatcher somehow produced a black sword from nowhere, colliding with the Casper's long sword. Sparks flew, dazzlingly bright. This was a clash of sword arts, but one side was clearly overpowering the other. How is this possible? The Casper's pupils trembled. The moment they met, he felt a massive doubt. That unbalanced feeling was like an ordinary person trying to step on an ant, only to find themselves stepping on a giant dragon. Begone! Hatcher grinned, shaking off the opponent's long sword. Had it not been for the Casper's cultivation support, his sword would have slipped from his grasp at that moment. This is truly the end. Hatcher chuckled softly. By the time the Casper reacted, Hatcher's sword was already at his throat. At this moment, all the composure of a sage had vanished into thin air, and he looked at Hatcher as if he were a monster. Wordless wisdom still falls short. While it can lead you to the peak the fastest, it ultimately limits your height. Upon hearing these words, the Casper felt as if struck by lightning, realizing that this person seemed to understand everything about him. Little brother, no matter who you are, I must use that sachet to save a life. Offends you then? Though the Casper's address changed, he was still prepared to resort to force. To use the sachet from a deer to save a life, aren't you afraid of killing someone instead? Hatcher laughed, tossing the sachet casually to the other side. What? The Casper felt like he was struck by lightning again. After carefully investigating, his entire face was filled with rage. The scum of Heavenly Mandate Mansion dared to play me. Don't rush. If this sachet can't save her, perhaps I can. Hatcher patted the other's shoulder, his tone brimming with confidence. If you can save my love, I will swear brotherhood with you. And should you ever need assistance in the future, I will never refuse. The Casper grabbed Hatcher's hand, saying with immense excitement. Chapter 115. Master, are you willing to be bullied by me? In his previous life, Hatcher and the Casper had a fairly good personal relationship, and he knew that the latter always had an unspoken pain in his heart. It was said that his beloved woman suffered a fatal disaster while crossing the sage tribulation, ultimately passing away. And the perfume sachet of the Lioli divine deer could precisely resolve this kind of calamity. However, it must be the sachet from the little deer. After inquiring, Hatcher indeed confirmed his suspicion. The Casper's woman was on the verge of death. At any moment she could lose her soul. Little brother, if you truly have the power to reverse fate, please don't be stingy. The Casper urged anxiously, an uncommon trace of worry appearing between his brows. I do have a way. If we want to remove the danger, we must inscribe a talisman. This statement slightly altered the April's expression. You're talking about talisman number 95, the powerful spirit of life protection spell? Exactly. Hatcher nodded. This is impossible. The April hurriedly said. What exactly is it? A 9th level talisman? I've never heard of it. The Casper said, puzzled. It's not 9th level. It's a mysterious talisman above 9th level. The April's expression became serious. Talismans beyond number 95 transcended the realm of 9th level talismans, reaching a deeper level. Above 9th level. Even the Casper showed a shocked expression at this point. This is too difficult, even more challenging than hunting down a little deer. He lowered his eyes, revealing a disheartened look. Not necessarily. As long as we gather 3 conditions, there is a chance of success. Which 3 conditions? First, use the sage's heart blood. Hatcher raised a finger. I will provide it. The Casper didn't even blink. Although heart blood was crucial, compared to his beloved woman, it was insignificant. The second condition is to have 3 mental powers reach sage-level experts work together to create the talisman. That's not difficult. The Casper breathed a sigh of relief. With himself and Vera already 2 of them, finding another sage through his connections wouldn't be an issue. Ultimately, the April couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Apart from the above, we need to find someone who has reached the unmanifested realm." Upon hearing this, the Casper's pupils abruptly contracted, stunned into stone on the spot. "Do you mean the unmanifested realm, one of the 6 realms of becoming an emperor?" "I don't understand the 6 realms of becoming an emperor. I only know what the secret manual says." "That very realm," Hatcher added, leaving the Casper completely despairing. "Then what hope is left? In today's world, no one may have reached that realm yet." The Casper visibly became frustrated, even somewhat self-destructive. From finding a little deer, to creating the mysterious talisman, and now searching for someone who has reached the unmanifested realm, how did each step become more difficult? "There isn't anyone now, but there might be soon," Hatcher said lightly, rejuvenating the Casper once again. "What makes you say so? Could it be that your elder is about to break through?" Hatcher shook his head. "Can't say." "Then tell me, how long will I have to wait?" "At least a day, at most 7 days. Hatcher deliberated his words. He only needed a bit more of infatuation, thought to attempt breaking through the unmanifested realm. 7 days was conservative. "I can wait these few days." The Casper took a deep breath and gave Hatcher a jade token. "Squeeze it if you need to see me. I'll come anytime." As he spoke, he vanished from the room. Indeed, befitting the Casper, coming and going without a trace. "Why are you sighing so much? Can you find such a strong person within 7 days?" The April asked worriedly, fearing the mission would fail and the Casper would get angry and hurt someone. "Don't worry, if he causes trouble, let Master punch him," Hatcher joked. "But Master seems unable to stop him." "That's just for now. After today, things may change." Holding the Lioli Divine Deer's perfume sachet, Hatcher approached Vera. "Master, eat this." With Vera blushing slightly, Hatcher gently used his index finger to part those tender red lips and then softly inserted the sachet. Vera couldn't help but hum softly. The thing melted instantly upon entering her mouth. Instantly, she felt a powerful warm current gathering in her chest, spreading through her meridians to every corner of her body. "Little guy, this medicine is too potent. I feel uncomfortable." A short while later, Vera sat cross-legged in midair, hands clasped, but her expression was somewhat strained. "Just bear with it a little longer. Indeed, it will be uncomfortable at first, but once you start absorbing the medicinal power, you'll feel better." Hatcher was not worried at all because a sage's body could easily withstand such an impact. However, events unfolded beyond his expectation. After 15 minutes, not only did Vera's symptoms not ease, they even became more severe. How could this happen? Hatcher finally sensed something was wrong. He immediately stepped forward and embraced her, checking her condition, then couldn't help but gasp sharply. He saw that a massive amount of medicinal power had accumulated in Vera's meridians. This energy neither flowed nor could be absorbed, just kept accumulating until the meridians were blocked. If this continued, it would be dangerous. Could this be? Hatcher's heart shuddered, thinking of a possibility. To suppress her heart demon, Vera had taken too many spirit pills, developing drug resistance. Because of this, her ability to absorb medicinal power had become extremely sluggish, leading to the current situation. "Little one, I feel so uncomfortable." Vera reached back and hugged Hatcher tightly, her voice trembling as she whispered in his ear. "Are you teasing me on purpose, wanting to see me like this, helpless and weak?" Vera wasn't complaining but rather whining like a helpless woman seeking affection from someone close. But as soon as these words came out, Hatcher couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Heaven knew how incredibly alluring this beautiful lady looked when she appeared like peach blossoms after rain, frail and pitiful. Getting such a high and mighty, world-renowned beauty to shed tears must have fulfilled countless perverts' wildest dreams. "How could I bear to?" Hatcher said, his voice trembling. Hearing this, Vera laughed happily. "I knew you wouldn't. If you want, I can Hatcher covered her mouth and glanced at the April nearby. "The situation is urgent. I must help Master release the accumulated medicinal power now. It will be very noisy, and we cannot let it leak outside. I'll seal the space." The April was about to use a talisman. "That's not enough." Hatcher looked at the Mingjin cabinet next to him and instantly got an idea. Without delay, he carried Vera into it, locking the door at the same time. In the darkness, in this confined space, their bodies pressed tightly together. Hatcher could clearly feel Vera's body gradually heating up. "Little one, are you going to bully your master again?" Hatcher took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his mind and asked, "Would Master you be willing to be bullied by me?" After a long pause, accompanied by heavy breathing, Vera timidly gave her answer. "Yes, I like it." Chapter 116. Little guy, you naughty one. In the dark enclosed space, breathing gradually became heavier, and the temperature around them was also rising. Fuxuan, illuminating light. Hatcher snapped his finger to ignite the light. At this moment, the two were embracing, their faces close to each other, less than half a foot apart, clearly feeling each other's breath. "Little guy, how long do you plan to keep looking?" Vera said in a soft voice, her face flushed red, making her even more endearing. Hatcher felt the unrestrained softness in his embrace and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Who could control themselves in this situation? "Master, there is too much accumulated medicinal power inside you. It must be guided manually." What do you plan to do?" Vera knelt between Hatcher's legs, her forehead resting on his collarbone, asking softly, mainly using mental energy, then guiding with hands. Hatcher coughed dryly twice, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Silence immediately fell around them, and Hatcher could clearly hear his own heartbeat. The atmosphere was mysterious. Even in silence, it could completely set emotions ablaze. Hatcher felt his blood ready to boil. Just as he was about to speak, Vera tightened her embrace around him. They pressed closer together, making Hatcher unable to resist his wandering thoughts. "What are you waiting for?" A whisper came from beside his ear. Vera had rested her chin on Hatcher's shoulder. "I'm starting now," Hatcher whispered. One hand encircled Vera's waist, the other stroked her head, channeling mental energy into her. Ah! Her body trembled, involuntarily emitting a soft moan, hugging Hatcher even tighter. Just bear with it. Before he finished speaking, powerful mental energy forcefully opened up local drug forces and extended downward through Hatcher's hand. His fingers moved like a gentle breeze, brushing past her hair, caressing her neck, climbing her smooth spine, and reaching her slender waist. Meanwhile, Vera squinted her eyes, just like a little kitten, incredibly obedient, clearly holding back from making any sound. Continue, she said shakily, lightly biting Hatcher's shoulder. If you dare to be naughty, I'll bite you harder. How could I dare? Hatcher laughed easily. His palm continued moving downward. As his hand moved up from her slender calf to her heel, a sharp pain immediately shot through his shoulder. Determined, Hatcher's mental energy surged again, piercing through her soul, reaching the tips of her toes. Vera seemed struck by lightning, loosening her mouth and collapsing limply into Hatcher's arms. Little guy, big bad guy, she accused, gently punching Hatcher's chest, her captivating eyes misty with unshed tears. Master, please wait before scolding me. I have completed half the grand circulation. Next, we need to work together to fully expand your meridians. Quickly, Hatcher caught both of her soft fists. Vera froze momentarily, revealing a playful smile. Little guy, don't need to guide with hands anymore on the front side? Cough, cough. Hatcher coughed loudly, almost angrily. If you're not afraid of causing a reverse flow in your meridians due to my mental disorder, I can fulfill your wish. Haha, really cute. No matter what you want to do, I will listen. Vera felt considerably more relaxed, lifting her palms to meet Hatcher's. Immediately, red lightning spread from Hatcher's body, tightly entwining the two of them. Vera's eyebrows twitched, sensing intense pain in her meridians. But after the pain, unprecedented warmth surged within. Her meridians gradually expanded, growing wider than usual by a full circle. The red lightning followed the grand circulation path from her back, passing through her scalp, over her collarbone, piercing through her chest, across her flat abdomen, and finally reaching the 3 inches below her navel. At this moment, the entire grand circulation was fully open. Vast chi began circulating autonomously within Vera's body, simultaneously opening up other fine meridians. With a thunderous boom, the medicinal power rushed in, swiftly infiltrating Vera's meridians. Suddenly, the sage-level aura soared to an extremely terrifying degree. Quickly compress it, Hatcher roared. Vera had just broken through to the sage realm, with unstable foundations. Now was the time to solidify her base. If she indulged in the rapid growth of cultivation at this point, the consequences would be disastrous. Little guy, I won't make such a basic mistake. Murinya smiled slightly and fiercely compressed her aura. After the aura hit rock bottom, it rebounded again, and Murinya persisted in compressing it once more. After a full 9 cycles, her aura finally stabilized. It was immensely thick and unshakable. Only now did she truly become a sage. Not only that, but Murinya also emitted 9 colored rays of light, to Hatcher's great delight. As he had anticipated, Murinya had indeed awakened the innate supernatural power of the lapis deer. Before he could cheer, Murinya seized one of his arms. Little guy, you big bad guy, watch me punish you well. No sooner said than done. Murinya bit down on Hatcher's mischievous hand. Hatcher couldn't help but inhale sharply, startling Murinya. I didn't use any force. She widened her eyes, panic-stricken, as blood marks appeared on Hatcher's hand with clear tooth imprints. You didn't use any force? Hatcher said helplessly yet affectionately. But you used the 9-colored light, which ignores all defenses and breaches everything. Chapter 117 Melissa. Only I have the right to take initiative. This light is actually so powerful. Vera's face was full of shock. She had only bitten down playfully, but she never expected it to cause such a severe injury. Good child, let me rub your wound. It won't hurt anymore once I do. Vera said guiltily, her face filled with sympathy. You treat me like a kid. Hatcher became angry and abruptly pulled his hand back. He had walked through mountains of blades and seas of fire countless times. A small wound was nothing to him. How did the auction go? Hatcher suddenly asked seriously. It's nearing its conclusion. The main event is about to begin, the Tiana replied. Let's hope it doesn't disappoint. Hatcher sat down and extended his mental power, monitoring every corner. According to Heavenly Dao Palace's publicity, the last item up for auction was the Yin-Yang Dao body. However, Marcia had already been rescued, and without this selling point, Hatcher wondered how Albin would explain this to everyone. At this moment, an attendant's voice trembled with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, this highly anticipated moment has finally arrived. Let us welcome the final treasure together. Before he finished speaking, everyone started to buzz with excitement. Even those who were usually high and mighty, standing at the pinnacle, couldn't help but be excited, clenching their fists and staring intently. Cut the crap. We've been waiting for this. Bring out the Yin-Yang Dao body now. Someone shouted impatiently, seemingly ready to make a move if things didn't happen soon. Then I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Please enjoy. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard as if a door had been opened, followed by a surging wave of freezing cold air. Those nearby couldn't help but shiver, for muscular men carried a block of ice crystal containing a girl who appeared to be frozen inside. Boom. The ice crystal was placed on a high platform. As soon as it landed, it emitted intense vibrations. Yin-Yang Chi. Hatcher jumped up in surprise from his seat. The aura was almost identical to Marcia's, as if they were carved from the same mold. Could this be another Yin-Yang Dao body? Hatcher murmured to himself, then shook his head. That was impossible. Such a miraculous constitution could not exist more than once in the entire Heavenly Dao system unless one perished, taking millions of years before another could appear. What a beautiful woman. This is the legendary Yin-Yang Dao body? It's worth it just to see her today. Some people gazed at the frozen girl dreamily as if entranced. More people stared greedily, their eyes fixed on the high platform. This was a chance for instant ascension. If one could obtain the yin-yang Dao body and cultivate with it, they would surely become a peak powerhouse in the future. Hatcher frowned deeply. His mental power pierced through the obstacles and touched the girl inside the ice. Instantly, he felt a pain between his eyebrows and quickly withdrew his mental power. So that's it. He suddenly understood. This girl wasn't human, or even a living being, but a stream of primordial yin-yang qi. At the dawn of creation, when chaos fractured into all things, this stream of yin-yang qi was born as a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, it was still covered by chaotic evil energy. Anyone who dared to touch it would suffer backlash, turning into a mummy. By putting it up for auction, Albin clearly wanted to exhaust the chaotic evil energy with someone else's life, enjoying the benefits without lifting a finger. No wonder he didn't feel a bit remorseful when he returned Marcia to Hatcher. He had found a substitute long ago. If this primordial yin-yang qi could be fully absorbed, there was a possibility of breaking through the limits and transforming him into a yin-yang Dao body. With this thought, Hatcher immediately became energized. If Gilda could refine this gas, wouldn't she leap forward instantly? Should we bid? The Tiana saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, since we have the xiuxian Dingding seal, we can mobilize hundreds of billions of spirit stones. I believe no one can outbid us. There's no need. Hatcher directly rejected her suggestion. No one can take this block of ice away. It will eventually return to Albin's hands. We can just snatch it from him then. Humph, that Gianna is truly shrewd, finding you as an ally to relieve her worries. She must laugh in her dreams. You only know how to tease me when you're happy. That's so unreasonable. Hatcher smiled. What? Are you Bu Fuqi, unconvinced? The Tiana pouted, looking expectantly at him. Hatcher wasn't going to let her off easy. He stepped forward and kissed her cheek. Ah! The Tiana screamed, jumping back like a startled rabbit. You! How dare you? This is just a warning. If you ever act this way before me again, I'll consider it an invitation. After fiercely threatening her, Hatcher felt refreshed. Brat, don't think I can't deal with you? How dare you? Only I have the right to take initiative. The Tiana was burning with anger. Just as she was about to retaliate, the old man on the high platform spoke again. This final treasure is priceless, so it cannot be auctioned with spirit stones. Don't keep us in suspense. What do you want, a treasure swap? Of course not. A cruel gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. He continued, for this treasure, our auction house charges no fees. Whoever seizes it shall own it. The moment these words were spoken, the auction fell into complete silence. What do you mean? Someone drew a cold breath, unsure. Don't you get it? How slow. Such treasures should only belong to the strong. The weak don't deserve to touch them. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, countless terrifying auras soared skyward. Without the great array suppressing them, the entire auction would have been blown away. Among these auras, nearly 10 were from semi-saint level experts, while there were over 100 reincarnation realm experts. Their eyes were all blinded. The yin-yang Dao body is mine. A reincarnation realm expert suddenly went mad, rushing toward the platform. Before he even got close, he was torn to pieces by others working together. Hatcher's pupils narrowed as he discerned Albin's intentions. To activate the Great Life Stillness Array, enough sacrifices were required. He was inciting people to fight, a clear sign that the array was about to be activated. Chapter 118. A bloody move, shocking all present. The entire auction house descended into chaos. Qi surged and killing intent flew about. In the blink of an eye, hundreds were slaughtered, becoming sacrifices to the Holy Spirit's silent great formation. In this great battle, only the strong could protect themselves, like Dawson. A mere glance from him forced the approaching half-saint powerhouses to retreat. Everyone guessed that this old man had definitely reached the pinnacle of the half-saint realm. Furthermore, with no intention of seizing anything himself, the others paid him no mind. Soon, this scramble evolved into uncontrollable mayhem. Some even forgot their purpose, driven by the murderous aura around them, attacking those beside them madly. They fought for the sake of fighting, for vengeance, for plunder, for slaughter. For a moment, blood energy soared skyward, mixing with spiritual energy and gathering in the void. Its density was almost igniting the space itself. Ha ha ha, kill all you want. In the end, none of you will escape death. Albin looked down, his whole body trembling with excitement. Don't tell me you think using these people's blood will successfully activate the Great Formation? Lewis's mocking voice halted Albin's laughter. You know full well that to activate it, one must sacrifice someone close. Your heavenly Dao manner is bound to become a sacrificial offering. So what? Albin's lips curled up, similarly disdainful. Do you think I care? To be able to help me ascend, it's everyone's honor. Hearing this, Swallow Abyss also couldn't help but feel shaken. This guy was fiercer than the demonic race. My Lord Demon Sovereign, this person cannot be left alive. He transmitted a message to Yoel. Rest assured, after this matter is settled, I have my own plans. Yoel stood up and looked at Albin again. There's one more thing that needs confirmation. Does that boy really possess saint-level strength? What do you mean? Albin couldn't help but frown. Just being cautious. If you take offense, consider I didn't say anything. Humph. Trying to provoke me? Fine. I'll pretend to fall for it once. Albin snorted coldly, deeming it necessary to test Hatcher again. He quickly pulled out a communication jade amulet and gave instructions to those below. Upon receiving the information, the servant elder nodded repeatedly, a trace of an evil smile appearing on his face. Gentlemen, don't you want to obtain the yin-yang Dao body? As he spoke, he kicked Schwambing towards the direction of house number 1. This action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Several bloodthirsty transmigration realm cultivators attacked recklessly in that direction without hesitation. Boom! Schwambing was sent flying by a blast of qi. The attacks from several people hit the target perfectly, striking directly into house number 1. The elegant pavilion collapsed instantly as Hatcher emerged carrying Melissa, allowing the Ming Jean cabinet to remain buried under the rubble. Inside there, Vera would not be disturbed. Seeing Hatcher appear, Many were invigorated, their focus shifting. One should not offend the might of a saint. If Hatcher truly reached such a level, he shouldn't let those few who attacked go unpunished. The situation was perilous. If Hatcher couldn't prove his strength, his fate would be dire. Sure enough, he did not disappoint the crowd. He directly launched a spirit talisman. It was also infused with Vera's stable mental energy, making it a true 9th-grade spirit talisman. While Hatcher's own mental energy was unmatched, it was very unstable. Once made into a 9th-grade talisman, its power would dissipate rapidly, making it ineffective. In contrast, Saint-level stable mental energy better suited the creation of 9th-grade spirit talismans. Talisman 90. Black Coffin. Under the horrified gaze of the few transmigration realm cultivators, a black coffin abruptly appeared, enveloping them all. Their screams pierced the heavens. When the black coffin exploded, only scattered flesh remained on the ground, with no human form left. SSS. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, feeling chills run down their spines. A single move obliterated 5 transmigration realm cultivators. This was undoubtedly the means of a saint. Not finished yet. Hatcher's gaze scanned and locked onto the servant who instigated the trouble. Why you? What do you want to do? The old man's face turned pale, his teeth chattering wildly. This is an auction. You can't attack staff members. Hatcher ignored him, exerting force with one hand, pulling him over and precisely gripping his neck. Spare my life. I didn't mean to. Be quiet. Your soul will tell me everything. Hatcher's other hand stroked the man's fontanelle, employing the soul-searching technique. The old man's body twisted grotesquely, emitting ghost-like cries. This kind of pain originating from the soul was not something a mortal body could endure. Moments later, Hatcher's lips curled up into a terrifying cold smile. I already know. You deserve death many times over. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he began to slaughter. The hand pressing on the servant's crown suddenly exerted force, eliciting a short, shrill scream from him. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the man's body gradually withered away. From 7 feet tall to 4, then less than 1 foot, finally becoming as thin as paper, held tightly in Hatcher's hand. Drip drip. Fresh red blood dripped from between Hatcher's fingers, like thunderbolts striking at everyone's hearts. When Hatcher opened his palm, there was nothing left of the old man. He had completely vanished from existence. Anyone else want to try? The young man's gaze swept out, and no one dared to meet his eyes. A half-saint powerhouse who was just a beat late suffered a mental shock, feeling his head about to split open. We can confirm now. He is indeed a true saint. What else do you have to say? Albin witnessed everything and spoke coldly to Yoel. The demon sovereign was silent, unable to respond. Your devil king hasn't arrived yet? The great formation is about to activate. If he isn't here, all our plans will go down the drain. Rest assured, I still have my ace up my sleeve. The demon sovereign gritted his teeth and pulled out a crystal skull from his pocket. What is this? Albin was greatly alarmed, sensing an immensely powerful forbidden force from it. Don't be afraid, this thing is ineffective against you. The demon sovereign explained. This is the 10,000 devils locking saint skull. It can only target saint-level powerhouses. Once activated, it can reduce their cultivation for half an hour. Excellent, excellent. Albin was delighted. With this item, success was guaranteed, and half an hour would be more than enough. Just then, a figure darted out from house number 2, rushing toward the Yin-Yang Dao body within the shimming ice. Don't even think about it. Enraged, several half-saint powerhouses directly attacked Gwyneth. Himph. Gwyneth remained calm, brandishing a scepter that effortlessly deflected everyone's attacks. The Yin-Yang Dao body belongs to me now, she declared proudly, storing the shimming ice into her spatial ring. Seeing this, Albin licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. The prelude has ended. The main act is about to begin. Chapter 119. Everyone present is trash. Holy artifact. When the scepter appeared, everyone present changed expression. Even Hatcher was stunned for a moment. None of them expected that Gwyneth would actually bring over the Xiuxian sect's most prestigious treasure, the primordial scepter. This was a genuine holy artifact, containing the might of a saint. Unfortunately, Gwyneth lacked the power to unleash its full potential. However, it was enough for defense. With this scepter in hand, she was unbeatable below the rank of saint. Everyone need not argue further. The matter is already decided. The Yin-Yang Dao body now belongs to our Xiuxian sect, Gwyneth said haughtily, looking down at the crowd beneath her. How unreasonable. Some refused to accept this and wished to protest further. Then a streak of light flashed past, reducing the person into nothingness. This left the audience quaking with fear. It seemed that unless a saint intervened, no one could touch Gwyneth. Anyone still have objections? Gwyneth glanced at Hatcher. Seeing no intention from him to attack, she relaxed. I do. At this moment, Albin's voice rang out from above. The Yin-Yang Dao body is a treasure of the world, not something trash like you can aspire to. Gwyneth's face darkened instantly. Albin, how dare you call me trash? Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you specifically. What I mean is everyone here is trash. His words immediately drew all the attention and ire. Albin, you're courting death. A mere minor member of the Heavenly Dao Mansion dares to be so arrogant. Believe it or not, we can crush you in minutes. Come down, kneel and apologize if you wish to live. The collective momentum formed an overwhelming force. Haha, you bunch of trash truly dream too wildly. Let me make better use of you. As soon as he spoke, a beam of red light shot down from the sky, piercing through the auction hall's roof, hitting straight down. A thunderous impact shook the entire imperial capital. Who dared launch a sneak attack? Looking up, people saw a vast sea of cultivators blanketing the sky, flying under the banner of the Heavenly Dao Mansion. So these are Heavenly Dao Mansion brats. They've likely come in mass, thinking they can challenge us with such numbers? The cultivators jeered. They numbered about 60,000, while the members of Heavenly Dao Mansion were merely a few thousand. When comparing the strength of their elites, there was no contest, like comparing clouds and mud. Such behavior from the heavenly Dao mansion was akin to smashing eggs against stone. Who will join me in soaring into the sky to destroy them all? A quasi-saint exclaimed, roused by the battle spirit. My powers should suffice to assist. Another quasi-saint responded simultaneously. Their auras were like vast oceans, ready to obliterate the crowd above them. But then, a scene that sent chills down everyone's spine occurred. Before the quasi-saints made their move, the leader of Heavenly Dao Mansion detonated himself in midair. Once someone started, others followed suit, exploding one after another. The explosions reverberated through the air, shocking both the space and hearts of those present. What are they doing? Those on the ground were bewildered, feeling their extremities turn cold, sensing something terrifying was about to happen. In a blink, the blood mist produced by the explosions converged, forming a pool of blood. The time has come for warriors of Heavenly Dao Mansion to sacrifice yourselves for the sect. Long live the Heavenly Dao Mansion. May the master be immortal. One of them shouted, taking a large step forward and diving into the blood pool, instantly dissolving to the bone. His flesh and blood were absorbed, causing the blood pool to boil. For the master, for Heavenly Dao Mansion. Long live, immortality forevermore. The remaining people became almost fanatical, jumping into the pool one after another as if brainwashed. No, I don't want to die. I have family. I want to return to see my parents and elders, my wife. Some disciples of the Heavenly Dao Mansion hesitated, weeping bitterly, trying to escape this nightmare. Damn fools, you want to be cowards? You won't die. You'll be part of the Heavenly Dao Mansion and gain immortality. Not good. Suddenly, an elderly quasi-saint paled. He finally realized what was happening. Halt them. This is a sacrifice to the Grand Formation. If I'm not mistaken, the formation of death beneath us has been set right under our feet. These words struck everyone with terror. Damn Albin, how dare you scheme against me? I swear this feud will never end. Everyone combined forces to deliver their strongest attack toward the sky. Ha ha ha. Albin laughed maniacally. Their efforts were now futile. The remaining disciples of Heavenly Dao Mansion had varying expressions. Some laughed maniacally, some cursed, and some wept. But they all knew they were utterly finished, with only death remaining. Therefore, whether they were fanatics or those in despair, they all jumped into the blood pool, offering sufficient sacrifice. At this moment, the grand formation of Life's End was fully activated. Boom! A terrifying pressure emerged from the void, as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on everyone. Even the quasi-saints were visibly suppressed, while the weaker ones spewed large mouthfuls of blood, their vital energy captured by the formation and gathered into Albin's body. This is the feeling, it's truly amazing. His eyes bloodshot, his aura surging, he directly broke through the barrier of reincarnation realm, advancing into the quasi-saint realm. I am invincible, you will all die today. Dream on. The still mobile strong individuals attacked simultaneously, delivering a heaven-shaking blow that was shattered by the formation's momentum. Not good, no one except the saint can hurt him. Upon these words, all gazes fell upon Hatcher. Please ask the saint to help us resolve this crisis. They prostrated themselves, praying to Hatcher. Young man. At this moment, Dawson came floating over and stood beside Hatcher. If we two work together, perhaps we can break this formation. The old man whispered softly. However, Hatcher shook his head and said in a low voice, don't expose your cultivation at this moment. They still have backup plans. What can I do then? Dawson's pupils narrowed, asking decisively. Help me take care of her. Hatcher pushed the Tiana to the other side, and Dawson merely glanced at her, revealing a look of surprise. Song, you can remain unaffected by the formation. Isekai. He saw the Tiana wearing a jade pendant, the amulet given by Hatcher, which contained supreme spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, Hatcher soared into the clouds, facing Albin head-on. I'll deal with you, he said calmly. Don't think saints are anything great. I've prepared a big gift for you. Albin's expression was mocking. As soon as he finished speaking, a skull appeared from the sky, exploding above Hatcher, its light showering down on him. Haha, you're caught now. For the next half hour, you won't be able to exert your saint power and can only wait to die. Before he could finish his sentence, Albin saw Hatcher's extremely malevolent smile. Just as I thought. Hatcher smiled lightly. Chapter 120. Once a traitor, always a traitor. What? The guest advisor's strength has been sealed. Upon hearing Albin's words, the people below changed color, once again falling into despair. Haha, you heard correctly. Your last hope is now cut off. Suddenly, two black figures appeared in the void, causing everyone to catch their breath. Demons, they are from the Heavenly Demon Clan. Someone shouted loudly as if he had seen a ghost. How could the mansion of Heavenly Dao collude with demons? This is betraying our ancestors. It's sheer treachery. Upon hearing this, Albin's face immediately turned grim, and with one wave of his hand, he instantly slew the man. Why did you show up early? He turned to look at the demon sovereign and Gustav, dissatisfaction written all over his face. So what? The situation is already decided. They're finished. The devouring abyss Gustav laughed loudly, saying, would you care about your reputation only now? Once a traitor, always a traitor. Even if you kill all these people, you can't wash that away. Ha ha ha. Young man, circumstances have changed. I will come to your aid. The voice of the leaf came from below. He hadn't expected the involvement of demons. Fortunately, he hadn't acted earlier, or he would have been the one whose cultivation was sealed. Yet the situation remained dire. With Hatcher restricted, it might be impossible for him to handle the current situation. Continue hiding your strength. Now is not the time for you to act. I will expose everything hidden behind them, and then it will be your turn. Upon hearing these words, Dawson's heart pounded fiercely. From Hatcher's tone, would there be an intervention by a Ellie? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly steadied himself, preparing to seize the opportunity. Heaven moves myriad phenomena. Hatcher made his move, and a massive meteorite fell down, landing atop Albin's head. Rumble. Dust rose, and shockwaves spread widely. When the golden light finally dissipated, not only was Albin unharmed, but he also showed a more arrogant smile. Haha, so you were indeed putting on airs. A weak exterior conceals a feeble interior. Your sage's cultivation is useless now. That's natural. The devouring abyss Gustav said proudly, noting that the power of the spirit-locking skeletons was absolute. Not only has his cultivation been sealed, but even his spiritual power must have been restricted. Don't believe me? Go try it yourself. Albin perked up upon hearing this, looking at Hatcher with a mocking expression. If I crush a sage's spirit and turn him into an idiot, do you think I will go down in history? He was eager to try, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual power toward Hatcher. Such a force far exceeded most half-saints. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong opponent. Hatcher did not hold back. His spiritual power condensed intensely and blasted forward ferociously. This arrogance is your biggest mistake. Boom. Upon contact, Albin's face contorted as if he were having an epileptic seizure, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. A great opportunity. Everyone attacked together. Someone in the crowd shouted, and 9 half-saint experts seized the moment, striking Albin with a heaven-shattering blow while he was defenseless. During this brief gap, no one controlled the array. It was Albin's weakest moment, and it offered the best chance to kill him. Indeed, he suffered a devastating blow, nearly shattering. But at the last moment, he regained consciousness. You shall not kill me, he roared angrily, red light radiating from his body as he activated the great array once more. Countless blood essences converged from all directions, rendering low-level cultivators helpless as they became his mobile blood bank. Almost visibly, his injuries healed almost instantly, returning to peak condition, and even growing stronger. I'm tired of playing around. All of you should die. Albin growled, still feeling the lingering fear of how close he'd come to death. Heavenly demon blood sacrifice. With one gesture, numerous crimson hurricanes emerged, enveloping everyone below. Within the great array, even half-saints will bleed and become my nourishment. He gazed over the expanse with contempt, harboring an overwhelming ambition to devour the entire world. Among the strong ones below, there were 9 half-saints and nearly 100 reincarnation realm cultivators. If all of them were to be refined, Albin dared not imagine how powerful he would become. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions echoed, with some of the crimson hurricanes suddenly exploding, unable to refine their targets. How is this possible? Albin looked over and saw that those unaffected were all reincarnation realm or higher cultivators. This isn't right. Even a half-saint cannot resist the life-death stagnation array. So why? He was startled, casting a sinister look toward Hatcher. Are you behind this? He vaguely remembered that the final method of drawing the array was taught to him by Hatcher. Out of caution, he had checked countless times after completing the array but found no issues. Yet, he never expected it would falter at the refining limit. Trying to outmatch me in arrays? You're still 100,000 years away. Hatcher said with ridicule. Fine, you're ruthless. However, the entire imperial capital has over 100 million people. If I swallow them all, what will you do then? Albin spoke triumphantly, but then his expression changed. He was shocked to find that more than 90% of the commoners in the imperial capital had been relocated, leaving it as an empty shell. I ordered the commander to start moving the population when the auction began while I was shopping yesterday morning. It's too bad you and the Heavenly Dao Mansion only wanted to successfully activate the Grand Array. Otherwise, this order wouldn't have been executed so easily. Truly a brilliant plan. I admire your cunning, guest advisor. But there are still 60,000 cultivators here, so ultimately, I've made a winning move. You're delusional. The half-saint beside Hatcher flew into a rage, and 9 of them attacked simultaneously. A trifling skill. Albin sneered disdainfully, and with a thought, the Grand Array effortlessly extinguished their power. Immediately, he waved his hand, summoning a sea of blood that surged like a tidal wave. The 9 half-saints were simultaneously injured, thrown back, and filled with shock. Damn, how can we fight this? A middle-aged half-saint spat out blood, frustration clear on his face. The situation was perilous, making it difficult for them to retreat unscathed. Don't panic, a turning point is coming soon, Hatcher said calmly, reviving the crowd's spirits with these words. Turning point? I think you're deluding yourselves. As if on cue, a streak of dazzling golden light rushed from the edge of the sky. The light was enormous, forming into a 5-clawed golden dragon as it neared, supreme and majestic. It was the dragon vein. Chapter 121 I want to watch my love become a hero who stands firm on the earth. It's the dragon vein. Seeing that beam of golden light, countless people were filled with renewed vigor. The nation's fortune is waning, and monstrous beings have emerged. Surely, the dragon vein would come to stabilize the crisis and support the nearly crumbling edifice. Roar! The golden dragon roared, shaking the universe. It twisted its 1,000-zhang-long serpentine body, exhaling a breath of dragon fire onto the great array. Boom! The great array trembled, momentarily being suppressed. Though Albin could still devour life force, the protection offered by the array towards him had been completely dissolved. How can this be? Albin exclaimed in shock. Attack together! At this moment, Hatcher gave orders, initiating the final assault. In an instant, heavenly light spread, thunder raged, and all the strong figures who retained their full combat power unleashed everything, aiming to utterly obliterate this traitor. Save me! Albin's face changed drastically as he called out to the 2 demon races beside him for help. However, they remained unmoved, their eyes fixed on the dragon vein, which was their ultimate goal. As long as they could obtain the dragon vein, the demon race could establish a base within human territory. Using this as a foundation, the sky demons could gradually erode away at the humans. Now that their target had appeared, Albin's life or death no longer mattered to them. Pooh. Even if Albin were powerful, he had only reached the semi-saint level. Faced with so many encircling attackers, he didn't even have the chance to resist, instantly spilling blood into the sky. Finally, this menace has been eliminated. People sighed in relief. No, it's not over yet. Just then, space surged, and fragments of Albin converged back into a complete form. It's the gold cicada escape charm. He still has such a life-saving skill. Damn it. People cursed furiously, grinding their teeth, wishing they could eat his flesh raw. The damn offspring of demons. Albin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Now exposed under everyone's wrath, he was in grave danger. If we can kill him once, we can do it again. Everyone, don't slack off. Someone roared among the crowd, ignoring the demon race and focusing solely on Albin. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as a pitch-black giant net descended, brimming with rolling demonic aura, causing everyone to change color. This is another holy artifact, and it belongs to the demon race. People exclaimed in shock, with many turning deathly pale. Under the heaven-enveloping demon net, you can only wait to be captured. Simon laughed, finally making his move by throwing out the sky-blocking giant net, attempting to capture the dragon vein. The golden giant dragon, enveloped by the heaven-enveloping demon net, immediately began to wildly thrash. Within moments, the dragon's eyes turned blood red, and a fierce aura started spreading. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. This is our demon race's holy artifact. A mere little dragon vein has no chance of resistance. Surrender obediently, and you'll remain unharmed. Boom. Another deafening explosion sounded, leaving everyone dazed. Seeing that the Great Array regained some functionality without the dragon vein suppression, countless beams of bloody light fell, forming a protective shield around Albin, rendering him impervious to all attacks. Is this going to end in failure? Facing this situation, even a semi-saint level powerhouse felt a hint of despair. But at this moment, a beautiful female voice echoed from the sky. To touch the dragon vein, you must get my approval. Golden light flowed through the air, carrying an incredibly beautiful woman, none other than the Gianna Janie. Due to her connection with the dragon vein, she wasn't affected by the Great Array. Still, her condition was far from optimistic. She and the dragon vein were interconnected, sharing damage and weakness. With the dragon vein injured, she was extremely frail. Your Majesty. Hatcher caught her, and just upon contact, Janie lost her strength, leaning heavily on Hatcher. Her body was ice cold, with vitality rapidly draining, as if she were an old person on the verge of death. Helpless against national calamity, as the Emperor, she refused to flee. She had a premonition that as long as she lived and faced the battlefield, she could make some difference. There must be something only she can accomplish. Why did you come here? Hatcher's eyes lit up, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, seemingly anticipating her action. Are you coming to share life and death with us? He teased. No. The Gianna shook her head, her gaze firm and pure, locking eyes with Hatcher. I want to watch my love become a hero standing firm on the earth. These words made Hatcher's heart tremble. Humph. Facing death, you still dare to be distracted? Then I will fulfill your wishes. Simon sneered, driving the demonic net down toward both of them. Quick escape. The human race's strong figures instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Even a half-saint did not dare to vie with the holy artifact. Advisor, we should. Janie wanted to evade but was held by Hatcher's arm. Meanwhile, her wrists warmed, and she found herself wearing a pair of phoenix bracelets. I promised to give this to you, and I always keep my word. While speaking, the sky above them became darker, dense darkness almost engulfing them entirely. Do not run. Running is useless. Hatcher restrained Janie, his calm gaze offering great reassurance to her. I have a way to resolve the present crisis and free you from the control of the dragon vein, but the risk is extremely high. If it fails, I agree. The Gianna responded without hesitation or any second thought. So, let's begin. Hatcher's lips curled upward, and his fingertips touched her forehead. A vast spiritual force surged in, enveloping her in a light silk veil, the only protection he could offer the Gianna. At this moment, the heavenly enveloping demon net had already descended completely, less than half a jong away from their heads. It was too late to escape now. Go to your deaths. Simon was excited, as this mission would earn him great credit. Not only capturing the dragon vein but also killing a human saint. Such merit meant becoming a demon lord was just around the corner. Suddenly, Hatcher's soft laughter broke through, shattering his dream. You are far from there yet. Just then, the boy twisted his wrist, and a stone tablet appeared, expanding in the wind, seeming to hold up heaven and earth. This stone tablet was precisely the nameless stone that Talia and Miles' demon Respect brought back. Decades ago, 18 stone tablets descended from the heavens, 9 of which were various heavenly lists, while the other 9 were unnamed, their purposes unknown. But after Hatcher's research in this life, he finally discovered the truth. It turned out that among the 9 nameless stone tablets, each one sealed an incredibly powerful constitution. To activate it, one had to find someone with a destined connection and meet extremely stringent conditions. Janie sensed something and placed her hand on the stone tablet, which immediately emitted a holy light. Just as I expected. Hatcher smiled, looking into her eyes. Remember, from now on, you are the dragon marrow phoenix body. As soon as the words left his mouth, Janie felt a burning sensation throughout her body. The stone tablet merged with her. Meanwhile, the phoenix blood in the bracelet condensed, and the nearby dragon vein transformed into a virtual form, pouring into her body. Aya! The Gianna let out a long howl, vast waves sweeping across the wilderness. With a tear, the demon net dispersed, its light dimming significantly. This can't be true. Simon's face twisted viciously, trembling all over. Chapter 122. The Devil Tribe's Juice. I love drinking the Devil Tribe's juice. The Clint retrieved the holy artifact of the Devil Tribe, his heart burning with fury that almost scorched the sky. Everything had been going smoothly after he forced out the dragon vein, but then the damn Gianna suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the situation took a sharp downturn. Not only did the Gianna fuse with the dragon vein, but she also severely damaged the holy artifact of the devil tribe, leaving him without any means to protect himself. Now, the demon lord was merely an ordinary half-saint level powerhouse. Needless to say, even a reincarnation realm warrior, who usually dominated all others, became one of the lowest-ranking existences here. The power of heaven and earth roared, filled with intertwining sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes crying, making Her Majesty the Gianna the sole focal point. Under everyone's gaze, Janie's aura surged wildly, reaching an astonishing level, slashing heaven realm, life and death realm, reincarnation realm, peak reincarnation realm. In just a few breaths, she continuously surpassed several major realms. Everyone else was in awe, but Hatcher found it quite normal. Dragon vein plus phoenix blood, and add the nameless tablet, a holy artifact of heavenly law. If this were all the improvement gained from these, it would truly be a waste of precious resources. Sure enough, Janie's aura soared again, about to break through to half-saint. Crazy, this world has gone mad. I must be dreaming. An old half-saint muttered, looking bewildered. I spent a whole century breaking through to half-saint, while this girl didn't even take 100 breaths. Hurry up and operate the grand array. Stop her from completing her transformation. The Adamir, eyes bloodshot, shouted wildly at Albin. However, Albin ignored him and kept mobilizing the power of the grand array, fortifying barriers around himself to ensure invincibility. Damned human, how dare you defy my orders? After this matter, I will tear you into pieces. The Adamir fumed in anger, feeling humiliated. Boom! With a loud explosion, the grand array of life and death restarted, giving Albin back control. It can end now. He loomed above, striking down with a bloody hand covering the sky, aiming to slay Janie on the spot. 9 half-saints moved simultaneously, their divine might barely holding up against the massive hand. Still daring to resist, let me send you to your relief. Albin applied more force, pushing the few into their limits. Hatcher watched Janie calmly. She was at the crucial moment of her final breakthrough, facing significant resistance. Let me help you once more. He spoke while turning his wrist, revealing the seal stabilizing mountain and river. Spiritual power erupted suddenly, shattering the seal into pieces, followed by an intense burst of luck energy. The inheritance of Lingxiao Empire for 10,000 years should play its part now. Hatcher controlled this power, merging it with the Gianna. Instantly, Janie's bottleneck vanished, and her breakthrough became a natural result. Abomination, get away from me. She roared loudly, her entire demeanor changing, radiating unparalleled dominance. With one hand, she tore through the dawnlight, pushing against the bloody hand. The red handprint was cleaved apart midair, golden light glittering as it pushed the bloody chi backward, heavily smashing next to Albin. Veteran half-saints gaped in disbelief. This force was already approaching the limit of half-saints, surpassing them all. Guest scholar, I've done it. Janie's face flushed red, excitement reaching its peak. At this moment, the royal family's bloodline curse was completely lifted, and not only that, she surpassed what all her ancestors had achieved. Half-saint power, dragon marrow and phoenix body. Within a day, the Gianna went from a gifted cultivator to an extraordinary genius, earning the qualification to vie for the peak. Looking up at the gray clouds, ambition welled up in the Gianna. She overlooked the vast land, shifting her focus to Hatcher. He and the world, I want both. Bitch, don't think you can do anything now that you've broken through to half-saint. The haze dissipated, revealing Albin protected by a bloody barrier. Despite the heavy blow, he remained unharmed. I am invincible. You will never be able to hurt me, no one can. Is that so? The Gianna smiled confidently, lifting her delicate hand slightly. Then, tremendous rumbling echoed from the capital city below. All present gaped in shock as houses and palaces in the capital began to shift and move. The Gianna used the power of the dragon vein to change the layout of the capital. Albin's expression changed. This woman intended to alter the foundation of the Grand Array, using it to destroy the array. I suggest you stop daydreaming. The Grand Array has already taken root and become impregnable. Even with the power of the dragon vein, you can't change the formation of the Grand Array. Albin said confidently. He was right. The life and death array had firmly rooted itself, fixing the foundation solidly. Even by leveraging the power of the dragon vein, one could only barely move a corner. However, this was enough. Suddenly, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed through the world. Janie made hand seals, her dharma form following suit, forming huge dragon and phoenix shadows behind her. These shadows carried the aura of the empire and the supreme power of faith that could suppress all obstacles. Go! With a wave of her hand, dragons and phoenixes intertwined into an arrow piercing the sky, striking the bloody barrier. Under Albin's horrified gaze, the barrier rippled violently and then developed fine cracks. No, this is impossible. No matter how much he denied it, he couldn't reverse the situation. With a crisp sound, the blood-colored barrier shattered completely, the arrow grazing past his ear, shooting into the distant void. His face turned extremely pale. From now on, he had lost all means of defense. Kill. The crowd reacted quickly, unleashing their deadly moves at Albin and the two demons. In just one encounter, all three were heavily wounded, spitting out large amounts of blood, nearly dying. Damn it, isn't the Ellie coming yet? Albin roared at the demon Venerable in anger. Insect, mind your manners. You're nothing but our tribe's dog. Esau said arrogantly, pointing at Albin's nose and scolding him harshly. You have no right to question Lord Ellie's whereabouts. The swallowing sky demon Venerable's expression turned cold as he hissed. So even you don't know? If that's the case. A vicious look flashed in Albin's eyes. Suddenly, he erupted. using a blood-red hand to grab both demons, severely injuring them. Hey, what are you doing? The two demons screamed loudly in pain. You useless pieces of trash, only good for putting on airs. Now I'll use your lives to serve me. Everyone witnessed an extremely horrifying scene. Albin went berserk, twisting the two demons like rags, squeezing out black liquid, which he then drank greedily. That liquid contained the essence of the demon race. Haha, refreshing, demon juice. I love drinking demon juice. Chapter 123. I refuse to be human, guest scholar. This scene was horrifying. Everyone watched without daring to step forward to stop it. Even Hatcher stood by with his hands behind his back, merely an observer. Erf, damnable human beast, how dare you devour our essence? Do you know the consequences? Donald was both shocked and enraged. He had always consumed humans, but never imagined he would one day become their food. Noisy creature, you are the most deserving of death. Albin unleashed his fury, biting into the other's neck and draining him instantly. Erf, the proud general emitted a single agonized scream before being completely devoured. Wait, we can still talk? Rolf grew terrified and hastily begged for mercy. There is nothing left to discuss. Hand over your power. Damn. Anger and resentment filled the eyes of the demon lord as he hurled the heavenly demon web, aiming to suppress Albin with this holy artifact. Haha, a damaged holy artifact isn't worth fearing. I won't hesitate to claim it. Albin roared, gathering boundless blood chi to crush against the web. With a crunching sound, the giant net shattered into pieces, which he then swallowed. How dare you? The demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief at the opponent's audacity. Urf. Albin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected, divine might surged wildly within him, colliding everywhere, as if trying to burst him apart. Die now. The crowd and the demon lord unusually agreed, silently praying. Yet contrary to their hopes, shortly after, Albin completely refined the divine might. His demonic aura erupted like a tidal wave, propelling him to the peak of half-saint realm. Now it's your turn. With force from both hands, he tore the demon lord into two halves. How dare you? The great demonic race will not forgive you. Wait for it, you'll soon join me in hell. Lord Swallow Heaven struggled, emitting a brilliant light from between his brows. Suddenly, a miniature version of himself leaped out from his spirit platform. It was his original soul. Upon reaching the half-saint realm, cultivators could form their original souls. As long as the original soul survived, they could potentially be revived. Want to escape? Not so easily. Albin sneered coldly, forming a blood chi cage to capture the original soul. However, the demon lord's original soul did not struggle but rapidly swelled up. Original soul, activate detonation. Dark light flashed explosively, releasing powerful information waves that vanished into the sky. With my original soul, I summon my king. Demonic might descends, blood flows into rivers. The demon lord's voice echoed in the void, causing Hatcher's lips to curl slightly. The real big fish was finally taking the bait. Indeed, beyond the 9 heavens, in a murky and chaotic world, 3 terrifying figures waited. Gustavus, are those 3 underlings of yours reliable? You, old 8, always suspect everyone. Just a minor mortal empire, can't the 3 swallowers handle it easily? What do you think, 7th brother? Let's hope so. Jalen, who sat among them, replied solemnly. If we can capture the dragon vein of the heavenly way realm, our demonic race won't have to settle here anymore. Then, using this as a base, conquering all of humanity is only a matter of time. Why are you still frowning, 7th brother? Amadeus chuckled teasingly. There are also world-defying experts among humans. I'm worried that the commotion they cause will alert the human saints. Haha, impossible, absolutely impossible. 7th brother, you worry too much. In such a remote place like the heavenly way realm, how could there be? Before he finished, Gustavus froze, disbelief etched on his face. What is it? Swallow Heaven was killed, and died horribly. His original soul couldn't even transmit more information. Gustavus's eyes turned bloody red, daring to kill my subordinate. Whoever it is, I will make them into minced meat. With that, Gustavus tore through space and disappeared. Hee. Old 9 is always so impatient. Amadeus remained unfazed, considering just a demon lord not worthy of concern. You should go too, one person might not be enough. Jalen frowned and said, not really, sending 2 demon lords, is that necessary? Amadeus stopped speaking upon seeing the cold gaze from Jalen. Fine, I'll go. We'll return victorious within an hour. Watching Amadeus leave, another 15 minutes passed before Jalen finally rose from his seat. The mighty devil was pacing back and forth at this moment, his brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. Something's not right. I have a bad premonition, as if a great calamity is about to befall. Not good, those 2 aren't reliable enough. I must go and see for myself to ensure everything goes perfectly. Above the imperial capital, only one enemy of the human race remained, the half-human, half-demon Albin before them. What a terrifying aura. Is this still a half-saint? I feel like he might break through to become a sage at any moment. Some powerful human beings trembled as they said this. Do not fear, my lords. Even if he is stronger, he is still just a half-saint. I volunteer to lead the charge and slay the demon barrier. Janie spoke like a true empress, her actions commanding and tyrannical, summoning dragons and phoenixes with regal might spreading around her. The others did not fall behind either. Their auras rose, charging at Albin. The outcome was obvious. It's hard for one pair of fists to fight against many hands. Albin was hit heavily once again, his body being torn apart. It's not that big of a deal. If we keep this up, we will win. Someone cheered on. Is that so? Albin's mocking voice echoed, and under everyone's gaze, his mutilated body instantly recovered. How can this be? Haha, truly worthy of being the origin of the demonic race. This regenerative power is unparalleled. While speaking, his eyes moved towards Hatcher. Guest scholar, You are the only one here whom I respect. Now that you see my perfect form, what do you think? So pitiful. Hatcher said, you have fallen, willingly becoming a non-human creature. Chuckles, you misunderstand. I've realized a truth from my long life. The more humans manipulate power and scheme carefully, the more likely they are to fail unexpectedly. Therefore, there is a limit to humans. To become stronger, one has to break through these limits. What are you trying to say? Hatcher frowned. Haha, I refuse to be human anymore. Guest scholar. Albin completely lost his mind. His back split open, giving birth to 10 blood masses, each radiating an aura comparable to that of a half-saint. Let my blood slaves entertain you. Seeing this scene, the faces of the half-saints all paled slightly. Down below, Dawson wore a grave expression, forcibly suppressing his instinct to act. Suddenly, he saw Gwyneth beside him. Girl, since you are a powerful human and hold a holy artifact, why don't you join in the battle? Hearing this, Gwyneth looked over. When she saw Melissa, her face darkened immediately. My business is none of your concern. As for you, hand over that little wretch beside you now, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 124. You are the real slut. Amara. The old man narrowed his eyes, an uncommon surge of fury welling up within him. Looking up, he saw that the 10 blood clots had transformed into human shapes, each possessing the cultivation of a demi-sage, matching up with the human race's powerhouses and launching fierce attacks. These blood slaves were all reckless with their lives and had formidable offensive capabilities. Coupled with the human powerhouse's significant exhaustion, they were suppressed at first contact and struggled hard to resist. Only the Gianna demonstrated sufficient might. She pressed her opponent with one hand while continuously attacking with the other, helping those around her fend off crises, barely maintaining the situation without it collapsing. As for Gwyneth, she held a holy artifact, not only capable of self-preservation but also able to contribute strength to the human race. But instead of doing so, she turned to plot and scheme against others. Her narrow-mindedness was truly despicable. I have no interest in playing house with you. If you can't go up there to help, then step aside and stay out of the way. Hearing this, Gwyneth did not retreat. Instead, she showed a look of disdain. Old man, don't act like you're something just because you're old. She waved the primordial scepter in her hand, believing she held an absolute advantage in strength, making her invincible except to sages. I know you're someone important, having reached the peak of demi-sage, but you don't have the right to be arrogant before me. I'm warning you for the last time. Hand over that little slut, or else bear the consequences. Divine might spread, Gwyneth raised the scepter, seemingly ready to attack as soon as she heard it. No. Master is right. These old things are too used to thinking they're something. They need to be taught a lesson to show them how to behave. Adrian chimed in loudly from the side. Since learning the heaven-devouring magic power and the great transformation technique, he no longer put anyone in high regard. Before the auction began, he had refined over 100 powerhouses using the heaven-devouring magic power, seizing their cultivations to break through to the life and death realm himself. Now, he wielded nearly absolute dominance among his peers, believing he had the right to be arrogant. Master, I think we should let it be. Don't push it too far. Coraline spoke up. She exchanged a glance with the Tiana, a hint of jealousy flashing across her eyes. Despite this, she couldn't help but plead for the Irma, not because of anything else, but because this Irma was someone her junior brother cared about. Are you teaching me how to do things? Gwyneth looked down on Coraline, her gaze slanted. This eldest disciple had recently been very unsatisfactory to her. I dare not, but I think it's too demeaning for someone of master's status to argue with her. Besides, she was Hatcher's senior sister once. Before Coraline could finish speaking, she received a slap across the face. Shut your mouth, you weakling. Hatcher was merely deceived. It has nothing to do with them. Gwyneth's expression was agitated. She regarded Hatcher joining the Joy Union sect as a personal humiliation, absolutely forbidding anyone from mentioning it. Zora gave Gwyneth a cold look, reaching out to stroke Coraline's swollen cheek. Junior brother. Coraline felt incredibly wronged, tears filling her eyes, hugging Zora in return. She knew that this person she tightly embraced wasn't the one she missed. But as long as she saw that familiar face, she felt reassured, a form of solace in itself. Truly disgusting. Gwyneth sneered, her gaze falling on Zora. Hatcher, do you think I'm being unreasonable too? Of course. Can't you understand it all? Zora stared back without any courtesy, a mocking smile on his lips. You? Very good. It seems even after recovering, you've forgotten the pain. Do you think I won't dare to touch you now? Gwyneth raged, infuriated that Hatcher was still so disrespectful now. If not for fearing the calamity would occur, she would certainly teach Hatcher a lesson on the spot. Then her gaze fell on the Tiana again, unable to suppress an evil smile. Can't deal with Hatcher. Can't I deal with this little slut? Old man, I've given you a chance already. Hand her over immediately. I hope you don't make me repeat myself. And if I say no? Dawson chuckled coldly, wanting to see what the other party could actually do. If you refuse a polite invitation, then you deserve the harsh one. Looks like you don't know when to take a hint. Since that's the case, Gwyneth sneered, raising the scepter in her hand. A dense divine might quietly spread. With her strength alone, she couldn't fully harness the power of this scepter, but she had just spared no effort, even at the cost of her vital energy, to activate a special secret technique, making this strike comparable to that of a sage, capable of injuring a peak demi-sage. However, she could never have imagined that the person standing before her was a genuine sage, and a powerful one at that. Dawson made the first move, his attack arriving later but striking first, impossibly fast. Die, bitch. The old man roared furiously, slapping her pale face, instantly dispersing her aura. Aya! Gwyneth couldn't help but scream. This strike contained the might of a sage. Had it not been for the staff enhancing her heart meridian, this slap would have been enough to kill her outright. You old bastard. She wanted to curse more but was pulled by Dawson by her hair. I didn't intend to tangle with you, you little wretch, but since you've gone too far and offended me beyond measure, I'll give you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With those words, Dawson lashed out left and right, and all they heard was smack after smack. Slaps fell like raindrops, shaking Gwyneth's head from side to side, leaving her without any strength to resist. Bitch. Slut. Bitch. You're the true scum. This scene left the Tiana dumbstruck. In her impression, this grandfather always appeared kind and amiable, never imagining he had such a violent side. Thinking about it, the Tiana was also a member of the Celestial Master Clan, yet Gwyneth pointed fingers at her. No elder could stand by idly and watch their junior being humiliated so. Old monster. You're pushing it too far. Gwyneth's hair was disheveled, blood trickling from her mouth. Seizing a momentary opening, she swung the scepter toward him. However, the old man was undisturbed, blocking with a hand, then snatching it away and planting it in the ground, only to backhand her again. Ah! Without the staff's protection this time, Gwyneth truly felt the pain. The overwhelming might of a sage almost made her faint, causing her to lose control right there. Not right, you're a real sage. She realized this just as another slap struck her mouth, making her spit out large amounts of blood. Sacred energy enveloped her entire body. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and it turned out to be Gwyneth's spatial ring shattering. Rustle. A mountain of crystal spilled out, among which the most dazzling was the dark ice encasing Yin-Yang primal chi. This immediately caught the attention of everyone overhead. Worthless. Eugene sneered, saying, treasures can only belong to the strong. You no longer deserve to possess these things. He waved a hand, drawing up the dark ice. Guest, how about this grand gift? He looked at Hatcher with a malevolent smile. Chapter 125, to the Brilliant One. Hearing this, everyone around couldn't believe their ears. Albin, this scoundrel, was actually willing to hand over the Yin-Yang Dao body to the guest retainer. It seemed too discordant no matter how one thought about it. I mean it, he said insincerely, among those present, only you are worthy of being my opponent. When I become the most perfect being, I will also need a powerful witness. I hope that person is you. He revealed a melancholic expression, like a sentimental poet. But Hatcher sneered inwardly. That piece of black ice already showed signs of melting. Once exposed to the air, whoever dared to be the first to make contact with it would be eroded by chaotic chi. This was nothing short of a time bomb. His opponent's words sounded good, but in reality, he was trying to plant a mine for Hatcher, intending to eliminate this major threat. Though his plan was well conceived, Hatcher was not afraid of even chaotic chi. He had at least 9 methods to eliminate it. 9. Guest retainer, be careful. This guy has always been treacherous. Who knows what kind of intrigue he might have? The Gianna said anxiously. She still had a considerable understanding of this national preceptor. How? Would a powerhouse like the guest retainer also fear me? Albin narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but try to provoke him, because Hatcher acted so convincingly. Until now, he still believed the other party was an unparalleled powerhouse. Albin obstinately believed that Hatcher was at least a sage, or perhaps even above a sage. Therefore, despite knowing that Hatcher had been sealed, he did not dare to act rashly, only resorting to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Humph. You overestimate yourself? Hatcher mocked. Bring it over. There is no great gift in this world that I cannot bear. Not bad. The guest retainer is indeed generous, far better than some wimps. Albin glanced at the Gianna and casually tossed the black ice over. With a wave of his long sleeve, Hatcher stored it away. They looked at each other from afar, both seeing the joy of success in each other's eyes. Hee hee. Albin's shoulders shook, filled with mockery. Ha ha ha. Hatcher laughed heartily to the sky, his voice brimming with ridicule. Since we've laughed enough, let me send you on your way then. Albin stopped pretending, waving his hand as the great array activated again, crazily drawing the essence from the bodies of lower cultivators into 10 blood slaves. Suddenly, the aura of these blood slaves soared, surging heavenward, completely suppressing the presence of the half-saints of the human race. Roar! The blood slaves roared, emitting sounds unlike humans, moving strangely through the air, targeting their goals and beginning a bloody battle. In just a moment, the human half-saints were knocked out and bleeding, clearly overwhelmed. The enemy was too strong. Sometimes, 2 half-saints working together could not resist a single blood slave. The most powerful Janie was surrounded by 3 blood slaves. Although there was no immediate danger of falling, she was unable to support others anymore. Seeing this situation, even Hatcher furrowed his brow, feeling it somewhat thorny. You should give up, guest retainer. There are still 15 minutes before half an hour, and you won't be able to recover your strength in time. Albin's tone was relaxed, as if he had already secured victory. Is that so? Did you think I wouldn't anticipate this situation? As he spoke, a spirit talisman appeared at Hatcher's fingertips. The power contained within was even more intense than that of talisman number 91. This is... Albin widened his eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Down below, Dawson focused all his attention, his face full of surprise. There's actually an even more powerful talisman. He drew in a cold breath, unable to contain his longing. Talisman number 92, to the Brilliant One. Hatcher threw the spirit talisman, making Albin extremely cautious and preparing for full defense. But then, the spirit talisman retreated and attached itself to Hatcher's body. Instantly, he emitted soft black light. This light spread across the earth and sky, enveloping everyone. Under this light, even low-level martial artists were protected, no longer affected by the great array. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hands and lend me some of your strength. Hatcher's voice echoed, warm and gentle, disarming most people's defenses. Since it's a request from a sage, we should naturally contribute our share to eliminate devilry. Tens of thousands of lower cultivators hesitated not at all, raising their hands and sending specks of light from their palms into Hatcher's body. Immediately after, other powerhouses followed suit, raising their hands and contributing their strength. In the end, even the half-saints joined the ranks. Hatcher's body shone brightly, dazzling but not blinding, and his aura instantly rose to a terrifying level. Damn it. Adrian watched from below, almost driven mad by jealousy. She was clearly supposed to be the one who stood out the most. Don't fall for it, everyone. His act of stealing cultivation is no different from that devil head. We mustn't let him succeed. Driven by her twisted emotions, Adrian shouted loudly, immediately drawing a slew of gazes that treated her like an idiot. Miguel is right. We can see a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows what he plans to do with the gathered cultivation power? Gwyneth struggled to get up, giving orders to her disciples not to contribute to the guest retainer. However, Coraline and Zora ignored her and raised their hands. Rebellious disciples, do you want to die? Gwyneth raged, ready to strike the two. Get lost. Dawson's roar thundered against the other side like lightning. Gwyneth could only emit a wretched cry as she was hurled away, her chi becoming extremely weak. What an incredibly profound talisman technique. The old man gazed at the sky, filled with envy. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and looked at the little demon girl beside him. Sangyu, I heard Zyrwalen say you also mastered this talisman technique. Is this true? That's right. It was personally taught to me by Hatcher. The little demon girl widened her eyes, staring intently without lying. Upon hearing this, the old man rubbed his hands excitedly. Where was the image of a sage? Little girl, can you? Before he finished, the little demon girl quickly replied, I know nothing. You should directly talk to Hatcher about it. His stance is my stance. Ah. The old man sighed deeply. This girl was as clever as ever, making all his tempting tactics fail. Boom. At that moment, thousands of lights converged into one point, pushing Hatcher's aura to its peak. This power. Hatcher looked at his palm and smiled contentedly. It's 1/10,000th of my prime-time strength, isn't it? His gaze opened and closed, sharp as a sword piercing forward. Chapter 126, Absolute Power Crumbles Albin. Golden light filled the sky, all converging on Hatcher. Everyone could only watch as his aura surged instantly, reaching a certain limit before retracting and vanishing into nothingness. Hatcher now appeared to be an ordinary person, but only the most perceptive of the powerful ones could sense that he harbored within him a force capable of collapsing the universe. Thank you all. The rest, leave it to me. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding bloody chi was easily dispelled, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. We have no strength left to fight. From here on, we can only rely on Guest Lord. Several demi-saints chuckled bitterly as they slowly descended from mid-air. Except for the Gianna, they were exhausted and it was time for them to withdraw. Just that much? Albin watched Hatcher with an easy expression. Although Hatcher had indeed become stronger by gathering the power of everyone, he absolutely had not returned to the sage level. Since that was the case, then he himself remained invincible. This is just feudal struggle. You can never be my match, he said arrogantly, clenching his right hand into a fist, pointing his thumb at himself in a domineering pose. Roar. Feeling their master's confidence, the 10 blood slaves became exceptionally arrogant. One of them flashed forward and came before Hatcher, turning its palm into a claw, fiercely smashing down at his crown. Boom. Bang. 2 loud explosions echoed through the void, indicating that Hatcher had struck and hit his target precisely. The blood slave didn't even have the chance to resist, its body suddenly expanding and exploding. Everyone was stunned, dumbfoundedly watching the sky. A single blow had instantly killed a demi-saint. What terrifying power. Perhaps he had already returned to the ranks of the sages. Go. Albin's face turned grim instantly. With a command, the other blood slaves began to attack one after another. At this moment, Hatcher moved. Like a gust of wind, he swept forward, raising a golden hurricane. The leading blood slave was hurled away, its form twisting, spewing blood, clearly severely injured. Hatcher arrived before 2 others and struck hard. 2 pops resounded as one's head exploded, and the other was pierced through, disintegrating to death. In the blink of an eye, he kicked the previously injured blood slave, splitting it into 2. At the same time, a knife hand strike decapitated the nearest one. Within moments, 5 blood slaves were dead. These were entities comparable to demi-saints, and strong ones among demi-saints. Yet before Hatcher, they were like paper, shattering into pieces at the slightest touch, truly fragile. Roar. Roar. The remaining 5 dared not advance further, keeping a sufficient distance from Hatcher. Then, they attacked simultaneously, intertwining red chi into a terrifying strike. Hatcher stood still, taking the full brunt of the attack without moving. The space around him shattered, raising a towering mist. That blurred chaos radiated absolute destructive energy, making people dare not look directly. Haha, this time you've been overconfident, haven't you? Even you can't escape unscathed. Before he finished speaking, an extremely hot wave emerged instantly, evaporating the blood chi. The 6 Directions Annihilation Sword, South, Residual Fire Phenomenon. A fiery whirlwind swept across the void, burning heat billowing, searing the remaining blood slaves, making them scream in agony. West Sword, Golden Order. Hatcher stepped out of the blur, delivering the most deadly strike. Under this absolute killing move, the blood slaves were powerless to resist. 4 of them were instantly destroyed. The last one, still shocked, ignored Albin's orders and fled. And where do you think you're running? Hatcher took a step, as if reversing time, blocking the fleeing slave's path. His aura erupted, causing the blood slave to be thrown back, falling like a meteor. Again, light flickered. Hatcher instantly appeared, intercepting its route. Die. At this moment, terror spread across the blood slave's stiff face, and then it was kicked apart. In less than 50 breaths, all 10 slaves were dead. Hatcher remained calm, displaying pure brutality. You've been watching the show long enough. Now, it's your turn. Hatcher locked onto Albin, preparing to unleash. Just you? Albin sneered. Those little creatures were only a part of my power. Don't think you're anything special? He kept his eyes on the young man before him, still confident. Your strength has indeed increased greatly, but it's still not enough to match me. Before he finished, Hatcher vanished from in front of him. Want a sneak attack? Dream on. Albin slapped forward with a palm, a blood handprint covering the sky, only to shatter Hatcher's illusory figure. This can't be. Before the shock on his face could even settle, he was struck by a devastating blow, with Hatcher's fist piercing through his abdomen. Ayahawk! Albin let out a blood-curdling scream, struggling to break free from Hatcher and speeding backward. This monster! He cursed inwardly, finally acknowledging the disparity in strength. You won't be able to revel in this moment of triumph for long. He growled viciously. I have the origin power of the demon race and am protected by a grand array that allows me to absorb blood chi to replenish myself. Moreover, I'm continuously growing stronger, and your borrowed power won't last much longer. When that time comes, it will be your end. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to crush you directly? Hatcher said lightly. 6 Directions Annihilation Sword. He didn't seem concerned at all, condensing a black sword within his palm. Earth Sword. Netherworld Furnace. The black sword pierced into the void, and instantly, it seemed as if the gates of hell had been opened. Innumerable skeletons surged out from the spatial rifts, shrouded in black flames, encircling Albin. What is this? Albin's pupils dilated. Soon he was ensnared by the skeletons. The black flames inflicted tremendous damage on him. He howled in pain as large patches of his skin flaked off, followed by his flesh disintegrating, damaging his very core. The black flames were pure netherworld energy, specifically suppressing life force. Even the demonic vitality could not resist it. You all die. His aura erupted as he sought to annihilate these skeletons. But then, the skeletons began to grow flesh, their familiar appearances reflected in Albin's eyes, striking him like lightning. These people were clearly members of the Heavenly Dao Mansion. Mansion Lord, save us please. While he was stunned, the skeletons easily tore apart his body, blood streaming out. Albin's face contorted, emitting a roar that sounded both agonizing and enraged. Heaven Sword. 2 cuts. At that moment, a terrifying sword momentum erupted, and Hatcher unleashed his strongest strike, sweeping everything before him clean away, eliminating everything completely. Chapter 127. I'll write my name backwards if I don't train her into a dog. The wind howled desolately, and the air was thick with blood. Yet Eugene's figure had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had been completely obliterated. Even Hatcher couldn't find any trace of him. Something doesn't feel right. Hatcher frowned. The enemy not only possessed the essence of the demon race, but also had a great array for protection. It was absolutely impossible for him to be destroyed in one blow. More importantly, as the master of the array, if he were dead, the grand array would immediately collapse. But now, the dead silence array was still running, turning the imperial capital into a prison where only outsiders could enter, but insiders couldn't leave. Everyone, be careful. This is not over yet. Please remain vigilant and do not leave your companions, Janie called out to those below, noticing Hatcher's solemn expression. Upon hearing this, many people's brief joy quickly turned into deep concern. Nonsense. At that moment, an unsavory voice rang out. The speaker was Gwyneth. She had been severely punished by Dawson earlier, her nose bruised and face swollen, looking quite miserable. Even her spatial ring exploded, scattering spirit stones everywhere. But within moments, she had restored herself through medicinal pills. Now, holding a staff, she seemed somewhat dignified. Don't be misled by someone's scare tactics. We all saw clearly that the bandit leader has been eliminated. Where could there be any danger? Looking up at Hatcher in the sky, Gwyneth sneered. For some reason, she had long grown accustomed to seeing that familiar face fall into the dust, struggling bitterly for survival. Now, seeing him towering high above, drawing everyone's attention, she felt extremely displeased. It was as if something important was about to slip from her control, no longer solely belonging to her. Even if it was just a resemblance to Hatcher, she wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. What do you mean? How could the venerable guest, a sage, deceive us? Someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction, rebutting sharply. Humph, who knows? One can see the face, but not the heart. In the world of cultivators, one can only trust oneself. Gwyneth pressed on, arguing reasonably. The grand array is still operational. Perhaps someone took over to continue refining us. At these words, gasps of shock echoed around, with some even looking up at Hatcher fearfully, unsure of themselves. After what Gwyneth said, some immediately became doubtful, feeling a chill down their spines. Wasn't achieving the great Tao too tempting an opportunity? Even a sage might not promise to remain unmoved, right? Nonsense. More people angrily denounced her, pointing fingers and cursing. The venerable guest fought fiercely to save us, while you cowered and trembled below. What qualification do you have to talk about him? You're right. You don't have the qualifications to compare with the venerable guest. You're not even worth one of his hairs. Upon hearing this, murderous intent flashed in Gwyneth's eyes. To say she was inferior to the owner of that face was a grave insult to her. Soon, she forced another sneer, saying coldly, perhaps from the start, this was his plot. He let Eugene take the front, then replaced him through acting, ultimately achieving his goal. If not, who else can explain why the grand array is still running? Among us, the most proficient in array formation is precisely this venerable guest. Her words left others speechless. This woman's slanderous tactics were remarkably skillful, leaving the venerable guest unable to prove his innocence. Indeed, some believed her accusations and glared at Hatcher suspiciously. Venerable guest, do you have evidence to prove your innocence? Hatcher shook his head with a smile upon hearing this. So you can't prove it. That means you're not clean. Down below, Adrian also stood up, criticizing Hatcher. Just thinking about making this person the target of public attack and entangled in self-justification excited him to shiver. Since he couldn't surpass him, he decided to destroy him completely. Ladies and gentlemen, I eliminated Eugene merely to kill the demon. As for protecting you, that was incidental. Hatcher said casually, if you choose to believe me, stay close to me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As soon as these words came out, a fool stepped forward. Humph, you dare to boast here. We won't believe it. Are we supposed to die without you? Without waiting for a reply, this group of agitated monkeys started jumping around, leaving their companions and flying toward the outskirts of the imperial capital. Not long after, they crashed into a barrier with a loud bang. More terrifying was the immediate appearance of a blood-red whirlwind in the void, enveloping them. No! Before their death, several people screamed in despair, then turned into a cloud of blood mist, floating in space. This scene made everyone shudder. Even Gwyneth couldn't help but constrict her pupils. She knew that the guest wasn't lying. Those who defame others know better than anyone how wrong they can be. Still, she chose to go down this path no matter what. How heartless you are. Just because these people questioned you, you activated the Grand Array to kill them. Do you have any conscience left? Enough, master. Aisha looked at Gwyneth with disappointment in her eyes. You've changed. I'm so disappointed in you. She had used these words countless times against Hatcher, and now she used them on Gwyneth. You're questioning me. Gwyneth widened her eyes, never imagining Aisha would dare turn on her like this. Get out. Take that waste of space with you. If you don't understand respect for your master, then I have no reason to protect you. She looked down at Zora and Aisha. In this environment, if the two left her side, they would certainly die under the bloody glow. It was her old trick, using death to threaten her disciples into submission. Unfortunately, it had never worked. Let's go. Zora carried Aisha and moved toward the skyward Hatcher. Aisha felt no sadness. Instead, as Hatcher grew closer, she felt some joy. Go on, you'll soon regret it. Gwyneth remained calm. She thought she had passed through calamities and tribulations, no longer needing to rely on Hatcher, thus acting more brazenly. Sure enough, as soon as the two were about to leave, Bloodlight came to end their lives. Scatter! Hatcher reacted quickly, dispersing it with a wave of his hand, allowing them to reach him safely. Everyone saw, didn't they? He controls everything. Only those who submit to him have the right to live. Gwyneth continued to provoke. So stubborn, she must be taught a proper lesson. Zora flared up, looking at Hatcher for approval. Seeing Hatcher nod slightly, Zora finally smiled, reaching for the red string on her wrist. This time, if she doesn't train Gwyneth into a dog, she'll write her name backwards. Chapter 128, Gwyneth, take a few steps if you're not sick. Why don't you explain yet? Are you speechless under my questioning, only able to respond with silence? Gwyneth pointed at Hatcher's true self, relentlessly pressing on. That's enough from you. The surrounding powerhouses couldn't bear it anymore. I only saw the guest always protecting everyone. If you have no evidence and still dare to slander him, don't blame us for being impolite. Protecting everyone? How laughable. Clearly, he leveraged all of our strength. We protected ourselves. Gwyneth shamelessly remarked. He is clearly a sage. Even if he is sealed, he should be able to break free. But he didn't do that. Instead, he borrowed our strength and dared not take any risks himself. Where is his sense of duty as a sage? Moreover, if he were truly selfless, he wouldn't have taken away my Yin-Yang Taoist constitution. To clear his name, he must first return what belongs to me. Her true intentions finally revealed, drawing widespread derision. Clown. Someone cursed bluntly, but she ignored it, continuing to glare at Hatcher. This is your chance. You better seize it firmly. She showed no respect for Hatcher, holding a sacred staff and facing a sealed sage, giving her no reason to fear. Enjoy it, bitch. Zora's eyes glinted coldly as she gently stroked the red string around her wrist, releasing surges of mental energy. This red string was given by Hatcher, capable of suppressing the token Gwyneth wore. And this token could precisely suppress Gwyneth's 3 calamities and 4 tribulations. With the token suppressed, Gwyneth was about to suffer. Hum. As she continued pointing fingers, the wooden ball on her chest suddenly began flashing urgently, as if it would soon extinguish. Not good. Her face changed dramatically, followed by an unprecedented pain spreading through her body. Aya! Under everyone's astonished gaze, Gwyneth staggered, falling straight to the ground, emitting inhuman cries. In just a blink, sweat drenched her entire body, her face filled with fear, her long hair disheveled, breathing heavy. What's wrong with her? People asked, showing no concern. Who knows? Perhaps doing too many bad things led to sudden illness. Everyone seemed entertained. You're right, judging by her appearance, it looks like she's suffering from an unexpected calamity. Such agony suggests it's an unwarranted tribulation. It's even more than that, unstable cultivation, maybe compounded by the fate tribulation, mental breakdown, betrayal. It's clearly the solitude tribulation and abandonment tribulation too. People calculated, stunned. How much did she do to invoke these 4 tribulations? It seems heaven wants to reclaim her. Now, Gwyneth lay on her back, her body taut, toes unconsciously pressing down. Her muscles convulsed and spasmed. Immense pain nearly destroyed her rationality. She no longer had the strength to scream. Once high and mighty, revered like an exiled immortal, she was now reduced to a pitiful figure, clutching her head, moaning. Worse still, Gwyneth remained fully conscious throughout. Arrogant as she was, she could only watch as everyone ridiculed her, filled with disdain and contempt. Even beggars now felt qualified to mock her. Falling to this state was the most terrifying nightmare for her. Don't, you insignificant insects, don't look at me like that, don't look down on me. She wanted to shout but couldn't, her eyes rolling back, tears streaming uncontrollably. Well, now she's crying. What a novelty. What happened to the vigor you had when you slandered the sage? Weren't you quite vocal before? Come on, walk a few steps if you're not sick, shout a bit, let everyone see. Ha ha ha. People laughed, the atmosphere lively. Yet each laugh was like a knife cutting into Gwyneth's dignity, hurting her conscience. Now she wished she could die, but soon, she wouldn't care about her dignity anymore. Above, Zora wasn't merciful, intent on making Gwyneth understand true pain. Excited beyond control, her mental energy output was too intense, snapping the red string. Simultaneously, the wooden ball on Gwyneth's chest shattered. Time seemed frozen. Hatcher couldn't help but draw in a cold breath when he saw this. Did you do this on purpose? He looked at Zora, but there was no sign of blame in his eyes. Now the big trouble is coming. Without the suppression from the wooden ball, what followed were not minor tribulations but the three calamities. Indeed, a massive wave of tribulation surged out from Gwyneth's body, causing those around her to pale and flee as if avoiding a tiger. Aya! She could speak again. Overwhelming pain flooded in, pushing her to the brink of collapse several times. One of the most terrifying aspects of the three calamities and four tribulations is that they continuously expand the sufferer's endurance while maintaining their ability to accurately feel the suffering. This way, the victim wouldn't fall into a numb state, but would passively endure endlessly compounding agony until total destruction. Save me. Anyone who can save me, I will agree to any request. Gwyneth managed to crawl up, but this wasn't a sign of improvement. It was a fleeting recovery, a final burst of potential. No one dared to approach her. The earlier four tribulations had now added the calamity of body loss, the calamity of Tao severance, and the calamity of chaotic spirit. She was a moving source of disaster. Whoever touched her would die except for a sage. She seems to be in danger. Shouldn't we save her? Zora cast a probing glance at Hatcher. If she dies, so be it. Who's afraid of that? Hatcher laughed, completely indifferent. This response made Coraline tremble, feeling an empathetic sorrow for her plight. It seemed that Hatcher had truly let go of past bonds, equally hating each one of them. Junior brother, this isn't right. She finally mustered the courage to speak softly, but instantly shrank back when met with Hatcher's sharp gaze, hiding behind Zora. Gwyneth was in imminent peril. Perhaps heaven did not intend to abandon her. In the noisy crowd, she caught sight of Melissa. Melissa wore a jade pendant given by Hatcher, containing an imperial-grade mental force that could suppress the calamities. Give it to me. Give that thing to me. Chapter 129. Gwyneth's staged redemption. Gwyneth panicked. Seeing a glimmer of hope, she threw herself towards the little demon girl. Frida also panicked upon seeing this scene. Originally, she had been enjoying it, finding Gwyneth's screams of agony to be the most beautiful melody in the world. Now that her opponent wanted to save herself, it was truly too greedy. Since she was already so corrupt, wasn't it better to die quietly? Thinking this, evil intentions sprouted in her heart, and she scattered the powder in her hand. It was the essence of the inducing tribulation incense, which she carried with her at all times. Finally, it could be put to use. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gwyneth felt as if struck by lightning, the last thread of strength she had accumulated completely dissipating. Dunk had already prepared to launch a powerful attack, but unexpectedly, this woman knelt before the little demon girl with a thud. Please, please help me just this once. Just once. Let me borrow that jade token. She looked up, her eyes brimming with pleading, stretching out her hand toward the little demon girl. The sight of such humility made onlookers burst into laughter, skiing incessantly. Look at that woman. She's like a dog. Harsh voices reached Gwyneth, but she pretended not to hear them. Now, she only wanted to live. Living was more important than anything else, even her dignity. No. The little demon girl outright refused and turned away. No. Gwyneth let out a cry of despair. At that moment, it felt as though her sky had collapsed. Janie watched this scene with interest and nudged Hatcher, who was right next to her. This action immediately put Aisha on guard. Could it be that this empress has also set her sights on my junior brother? Janie paid her no mind, smiling as she said to Hatcher, what do you think watching this person suffer? There are no ripples in my heart. I might even laugh. Hatcher scorned. This person was blessed with extraordinary talent but never dared to face calamities, always looking for others to take the hit. Such a coward does not have the qualifications to aspire to the peak of the Tao. It's because she has never endured hardship that her resistance to calamity is far below normal. Now, the strongest calamity has suddenly emerged, and even a sage cannot withstand it. She is bound to die this time. Hatcher spoke with complete rationality, discussing the life or death of Gwyneth as though it were an ant's existence. As for Gwyneth, who would care about her? But then, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the little demon girl's jade token emitted a faint light. Although it lasted only a moment, it still shone on Gwyneth. Just this gave her a brief reprieve and caused Dunk to emit a soft exclamation nearby. Strange. There is still hope. Hearing this, Gwyneth immediately performed a grand salute to the elder. Senior, this young lady acted rashly earlier, offending you. Please show mercy and guide me to the path forward. Your arrogance before and humility now are laughable. Dunk said disdainfully but still explained how to break the calamity. Disaster arises from one's true heart, initiated by heavenly Tao. The more delusions you have, the more the heavenly Tao senses it, bringing forth corresponding tribulations. The reason you've fallen so low is partly due to your special constitution, but also because you've committed too many wrongdoings. If you wish to resolve this, you must sincerely pray to the heavenly Tao, confessing your past mistakes. Perhaps there will still be a glimmer of hope. I confess, I am willing to confess. Gwyneth hurriedly responded, enduring excruciating pain as she knelt, facing eastward, bowing as she confessed every detail. Initially, those around her maintained their composure. As cultivators, everyone understood how brutal the rules of this world were, and truly pure-hearted people were few. Gwyneth merely committed common errors most people would make. But soon, something odd caught everyone's attention. As time passed, Hatcher's name appeared more frequently. It was clear that he was once Gwyneth's eldest disciple. Moreover, an exceptionally talented and filial disciple. Such a disciple was considered a priceless treasure among other powerhouses, someone rare and irreplaceable. But what did Gwyneth do to him? Not only did she use him to fend off disasters, but also isolated, suppressed, and even defamed him to maintain control over him. How could there be such a heartless master in this world? By the time Gwyneth had bowed 500 times, those around her had become numb. Each of her offenses, taken individually, was outrageous but not unforgivable. However, when combined and inflicted upon one person, Gwyneth became an utterly irredeemable demon to that individual. More terrifying was that Gwyneth remembered each of these past events clearly. She indeed knew she was wrong, but still acted recklessly and refused to repent. She was nothing short of a bridge burner extraordinaire, the dregs of humanity, and the king of beasts. Only pain could truly crush her arrogance. Boom. At this moment, Tao principles surged in the sky, and a huge single eye suddenly opened. The crowd gasped. Gwyneth's prayers had actually attracted the attention of heavenly Tao. Do you know regret? A stern voice boomed. Disciple knows regret. Gwyneth trembled as she replied. Are you willing to atone for your sins? Gwyneth was momentarily stunned. Wasn't confession enough? Did she have to atone too? As if reading her mind, Dunk gave a cold laugh. You can't think that committing a wrong just needs an apology, can you? Even heavenly Tao has no right to forgive on behalf of others. Sins must be punished. I am willing to atone for my sins. Gwyneth finally accepted reality, weeping as she spoke. Then, light swirled, countless rays gathered to form a projected contract. The atonement contract read, Gwyneth willingly accepts punishment for all her past actions. For the next 10 years, she must endure 5 punishments, alternately for at least 2 hours every day. The so-called 5 punishments referred to 5 cruel tortures: scalding baths, sinew extraction, being pierced by 10,000 arrows, bone stripping, and soul destruction. Gwyneth's face turned pale. Looking at the contract, she felt almost faint. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. For cultivators, this time was short, but for someone enduring torture, it was longer than 10,000 years. Even more terrifying was that this contract had additional clauses. Even if she wished to die, she must first complete her atonement before dying. Otherwise, her soul would descend into eternal torment. True sinners would not die easily, but would be nailed to the pillar of shame, suffering endlessly. Are you willing to accept punishment? The stern voice sounded again, urging and threatening at the same time. Disciple, disciple. Gwyneth trembled, yet bit her finger and dripped blood onto the contract. Disciple is willing, she said sorrowfully, like a walking corpse. Chapter 130. Heavenly Tao may forgive her, but I won't. Contract formed. A majestic voice echoed throughout the world as the one-eyed entity vanished, fading away just as calmly. Gwyneth remained rooted to the spot like a statue, kneeling there as if she were frozen in time. At this moment, her thoughts drifted back several months to the day when Hatcher was expelled from the sect. Back then, how exalted and superior she had felt, accusing Hatcher falsely and watching him struggle helplessly, forcing him to sign a contract severing all ties with her and ultimately self-destruct his cultivation base. Now, it was her turn to suffer. Under the threat of calamity and under the pressure of heavenly Tao, she signed the retribution contract. In this moment, she felt even more helpless than Hatcher did back then, yet not innocent at all. She had brought this upon herself. Ugh. Gwyneth couldn't suppress the tremor that followed. Today, retribution began. 5 different forms of punishment intertwined on her body, not as agonizing as the 3 disasters or 4 calamities, but enough to make her wish for death. Even worse, she would endure this torment for 2 hours every day for 10 years before it could be lifted. Apprentice, my tongue. Amidst the unbearable pain, she looked up guiltily at the sky where 2 Hatchers gazed down at her, their eyes filled with coldness. Facing these piercing stares, she finally understood true regret. So she resolved that no matter what, she had to win back Hatcher's forgiveness this time. She vowed that it would be heartfelt and sincere. Despite the disdainful gazes of everyone around, she limped into the air and approached Hatcher. But soon she froze. 2 Hatchers stood together looking identical, making it impossible to distinguish the real one from the guest. From the start, her thinking had been misguided. It never occurred to her that the guest might actually be the real Hatcher. Who among you is my apprentice? It's him. Both said in unison, pointing at each other. This act left Gwyneth deeply hurt. Apprentice, your master truly knows her wrongs. Why won't you give me one last chance? You don't know your wrongs. You only know you're about to die. Janie, standing nearby, added sarcastically, provoking a fierce glare from Gwyneth. What? You dare challenge me? Janie wouldn't let it slide. What right did this disheveled person have to bother someone as celestial-like as her guest? I just want my apprentice back. Outsiders stay out of it. Upon hearing this, Janie couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this must be the funniest joke of the century. If you don't have a mirror, perhaps use your urine to see your pathetic state. Truly ugly. In your current state, do you even qualify to be a teacher? As these words hit home, panic surged across Gwyneth's face. Her stunning beauty had always been her pride. Yet now she felt inferior. An emotion she had never experienced before. Maybe it was because Janie was too captivating, or maybe because she didn't want Hatcher to see her this way. She wiped her dust-covered face haphazardly with her sleeve and forced a smile, one full of humility. Tong, stop playing around. Come back with your master. Your master will surely compensate you properly. She stepped in front of A-Lee, grabbing his hands tenderly. Get lost. With a smack, A-Lee returned a slap without mercy, striking with full force and delivering a genuine attack worthy of the reincarnation realm. Ah! Gwyneth staggered backward, unable to contain a pained scream, tears welling up in her eyes. Sorry, guest. Her heart seemed worn down. Usually, she wouldn't have backed down. Through process of elimination, this Hatcher was clearly at least of the reincarnation realm level, so he couldn't be the original. In her mind, Hatcher had recently been reduced to nothing. While her conclusion was correct, her reasoning was completely wrong, because the real Hatcher now possessed power close to a half-saint. Gwyneth looked up expectantly, her eyes holding an unusual tenderness. I made a wish to Heavenly Tao, to atone for past sins. Please forgive me this once. I will prove my sincerity through my actions. Hatcher sneered, mimicking the same heavy-handed treatment, smacking her again even harder. This time, Gwyneth rolled her eyes and fainted instantly, falling straight to the ground. Master! Aisha cried out, rushing down without a second thought. She couldn't stand by. After all, Gwyneth had raised her and shouldn't be abandoned easily. Truly decisive. It seems she has repented. Ali grinned wickedly and said, if you had forgiven her just now, she might truly obey you in everything from now on. Coupled with the retribution punishment, it's not impossible to turn her into your female slave. Before he could finish, Ali met Hatcher's icy gaze. Don't say such disgusting things while wearing this face. I didn't expect you to be an upright gentleman, never willing to take advantage of others in their time of need, Ali said with some surprise. You misunderstood. I don't think taking advantage of others is a disgusting act, Hatcher added. Forgiving her is truly disgusting. Ali was instantly dumbfounded. But even Heavenly Tao has given her a chance to reform and start anew. Heavenly Tao may forgive her, but I won't, Hatcher declared resolutely. At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly resonated through the void. Endless blood energy surged and boiled, converging from all directions into one point. This scene caused a stir among the people below, once again gripping their hearts. It wasn't hard for the discerning eye to see that the crisis of the great array of life and death had not yet been resolved. It's coming. Hatcher took a deep breath, his eyes heavy with focus. He had anticipated this. Eugene was still alive. Sure enough, within the turbid blood mist, a mutilated figure gradually took shape. At this moment, Eugene was missing limbs, his chest and abdomen torn open, his organs incomplete. His two eyes glowed green like lanterns in hell, clearly a demonic apparition clawing its way out of the underworld. Didn't expect me to come back, did you? He laughed darkly. Fate ultimately stands on my side. Whatever can't kill me will only make me stronger. Upon hearing this, even Hatcher had to marvel at his tenacity and caution, revealing a grave expression. In his dying moments, Eugene had chosen to self-detonate, merging his soul with the array, then reviving himself using the blood energy of the array. No wonder Hatcher's mental power couldn't locate him. Truly a phoenix rising from the ashes. Ha ha, finally, your expression has changed. You must have realized the situation now. Eugene raved. I am now invincible, unbreakable, immortal, and possess the power of the array. Who can challenge me? Daydreaming. Suddenly, a burst of light struck from afar, destroying half of Eugene's already broken body. This was Tai's power. Fallon Marcia had made her entrance. Chapter 131. Transforming the body into an array, the Dead Silence Trio melody. I'm here. With a clear shout, everyone saw three exceptionally beautiful girls floating from afar, especially the girl at the forefront, with an ethereal demeanor, unfathomable like the way itself, giving off an incredibly sacred feeling. Gilda. Hatcher smiled and reached out to catch Marcia's waist, the two naturally embracing together. Little brother, don't be afraid. This time it's your sister's turn to protect you, Marcia said softly, filled with firm determination. I'm waiting. As the words fell, Gilda turned her gaze to Thomas on the opposite side, her exquisite expression instantly turning cold. Enemies meeting face to face, the enmity burned even brighter. You're actually still alive. Thomas seemed to have seen a ghost. According to his calculations, Marcia should have long lost her life force. Even if she prolonged her life through secret methods, there was no way she could stand before him so vividly alive, not to mention breaking through in cultivation. Truly worthy of being a guest elder, to revive someone like this is indeed commendable. Hatcher didn't respond but took out the evergreen vine. Holy Heart, I promise to help replenish your vitality, and this is just perfect for it. With a flick of his hand, the evergreen vine flew into the hands of Holy Heart Demon Lord. Thank you, big brother. The little girl was overjoyed, smiling sweetly. Seeing this, Marcia's smile softened as she whispered gently in Hatcher's ear. Even the little one has a gift. Surely I won't be neglected, right? Don't worry, I've prepared the most precious gift for you. You'll be super happy. At these words, Gilda's eyes lit up. You mean the gift wouldn't be yourself? If that were the case, I would be happiest of all. Cough, cough. Enough. Dare to chatter in front of me. It seems you truly know nothing of death. Thomas roared angrily. He was thoroughly enraged. Clearly, the advantage was on his side now. Activate the Great Array. With the command, the Spirit Extinguishing Array transmitted more blood energy, repairing his damaged body. Not only that, Thomas's aura was stronger than before, subtly hinting at approaching half-sage status. Just watch quietly as I break through to sagehood, and then will come your end. I think you're dreaming. Marcia revealed a mocking look. She snapped her fingers, and deafening explosions echoed from the Great Array. Immediately, the surging blood energy dispersed completely, losing control entirely. Impossible. What did you do? A rare look of panic appeared on Thomas's face. The array base has already been destroyed by me. Give up? At these words, Thomas first disbelieved. That array base was indestructible. How could mere ants shake it? He was about to mock when he seemed to recall something, his face twisting into a monstrous expression. Throughout the world, besides absolute power which can destroy anything, there were also special means that could overturn situations, such as the flowing light, which ignored defense and dissolved everything. Besides that, the Tai Force had similar effects. Given enough time, even the hardest divine metal could be split in two. He had fallen at the hands of Marcia, who possessed the Yin Yang Dao body. Now that you've run out of tricks, accept your judgment obediently, Marcia said coldly. Run out of tricks? Me? Ha 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 ha. Thomas laughed maniacally, as if hearing the funniest joke. Do you think I am just anyone? I am Thomas, whose strategies are flawless, always winning every step of the way. How could I run out of tricks? His eyes flashed with intense madness, his hands like knives plunging into his own chest. PFT. In the spurt of fresh blood, he tore open his own body. Everyone felt beads of sweat dripping down their faces, seeing complex light paths flashing within Thomas's body, like an array, making himself into the array base. Realizing this, many people felt their hairs stand on end. No way, he's actually so insane. Watch closely, this is my final trump card. Thomas stuck out his tongue, revealing a miniature version of the spirit extinguishing array on it, resonating with the broken main array. He had refined himself into part of the great array, a mad method shocking the world. So what if you destroyed the array base? Isn't becoming the base myself enough? As the words fell, the void rumbled. The spirit extinguishing array was completed, displaying even greater power. I really underestimated you. Hatcher observed this person in front of him, emitting a heartfelt sigh. In his previous life, it was he who personally slew Thomas. At that time, the opponent's strength was almost invincible, but in the end, he still met his match against a nearly enlightened powerhouse, only able to end his life in bitterness. Compared to before, the current Thomas was ruthless and poisonous, a terrifying tyrant with almost no weaknesses. You are indeed stronger now, Hatcher whispered in admiration. Thank you for your compliment. To express my gratitude, I invite the guest elder to listen to my 3 symphonies. He politely bowed to Hatcher, appearing very elegant, like a seasoned musician. However, his sheet music was written with the blood and flesh of countless living beings. Listen to my first symphony, 10,000 bloods converge for sacrifice. Swinging his arms, he turned the crimson color into musical notes, crashing them down upon the creatures below. This time, even the half-sages were affected, having their essence forcibly taken away. Thomas's aura ascended further, his expression frenzied, as he continued playing. Listen to my second symphony. All beings offer their spirits. The melody drastically changed, turning into a song of deprivation, as countless white lights flew out from people's bodies, causing many to lose their vitality. What's wrong with me? Why did I forget our family's secret arts? I can't wield my sword anymore. How is this possible? I am a prodigy in swordsmanship. Laments rose up incessantly, these people having lost their talents. There's no need to be sad. Those things have no use for the dying. Rest peacefully. Thomas's voice was compassionate as he played his ultimate move. Listen to my final symphony. Souls return home. As he spoke, powerful ripples instantly swept through the imperial capital. Some civilians and low-level cultivators who hadn't retreated in time collapsed on the ground, their souls easily being drawn out. Countless souls wailed in the air, not dissipating, but being sucked into Thomas's body. Stop. Janie couldn't bear it any longer. Just as she was about to act, she was held back by Hatcher. If you go now, you'll surely die. Just as the words fell, a loud boom echoed, and Thomas completely shattered the shackles, stepping into the realm of sagehood. Ha ha ha, I have finally succeeded. He gazed at Hatcher and the others with a chilling look, as if looking at mere ants. But Hatcher was unperturbed, saying, absorbing so much energy at once, your body will soon collapse. That won't be necessary. I have completely abandoned my frail human body and gained a perfect one. Thomas spread his arms, revealing a muscular torso, indeed emanating an aura of indestructibility. Unlike before when he was half human and half demon, he had now completely transformed into a demon. Seeing this, Hatcher finally laughed aloud. What are you laughing at? Hee. You thought the human body was your weakness, but you don't realize that abandoning the human form is your biggest vulnerability. Now, the counterattack begins. Chapter 132. The Steward calls upon heaven's strategy, like the resonance of jade and stone. Seizing power shall return to our homeland. Since you have forsaken your human identity, prepare to face the counterattack of humanity. Hatcher's gaze was sharp as lightning, his brow glowing brilliantly with an incredibly mysterious aura swirling around him. This scene shook Eugene's heart deeply. After becoming a sage, his perception had increased dozens of times. He could even vaguely sense the trajectory of the future. Why do I feel uneasy? I have already attained sagehood, fearing no one under heaven. Could it be that he still has hidden cards? Once this thought arose, it lingered in Eugene's mind, driving him into extreme agitation. Do you waver? Hatcher's eyes flickered as he saw through the other's inner vulnerability. After all, you are merely a forcibly induced sage, without the refined mental state necessary to control this power. You can at most be considered a pseudo-sage. Hold your tongue. With just a light sentence, Eugene burned with anger. He had schemed endlessly, exhausting himself, all for this moment. To have this painstakingly gained power so directly denied, how could he endure it? You're anxious now? The corners of Hatcher's mouth curled upward, full of contempt and mockery. I will make you die. Indeed, Eugene, influenced by the words, easily flew into a rage. He propped up the sky with one hand, revealing an intensely hot orb of light, scorching everything below. Many screamed in agony, feeling their flesh and blood being evaporated, only able to cower and tremble under this absolute power. This was genuine sage-level power, not just any ordinary sage. Do you want to witness what a solar eruption looks like? Eugene felt satisfied. Every life in the field was in his hands. At this moment, a tremendous explosion was heard. The heavens shook as boundless spiritual energy spread out. It was immeasurably vast, heavy as chaos itself. Its origin was none other than Hatcher. Those below revealed expressions of shock, knowing only that this spiritual energy was extremely powerful, on par with a sage. But only true sages would feel dread. Before attaining sagehood, encountering such spiritual energy was like a gnat seeing a towering tree. After becoming a sage and observing again, it was more like ants looking up at the blue sky. Your spiritual energy, how could it possibly be this strong? Eugene's complexion completely changed, losing his composure. What does a dying man need to ask so much? Upon hearing these words, His face twitched before breaking into a cold laugh. Stop exaggerating. Although your spiritual energy is strong, it's highly unstable. As long as I don't attack, you cannot harm a sage. He took deep breaths, constantly boosting his own morale. Now I am integrated with the formation. As long as I don't die, the formation won't break. And as long as the formation doesn't break, I won't die. However, before he could finish speaking, he frowned. While Eugene held the sun aloft, the formation felt unbearably obscure. What once was controllable like an extension of his arm now seemed impeded. What did you do? He asked Hatcher, his voice trembling slightly. Those who belong to the divine shall be governed by the divine. Those who belong to demons shall be governed by demons. And those who are human, of course, must be governed by humans. Upon hearing this, Eugene froze, thinking for a moment before feeling as if struck by lightning. For large characters appeared in his mind. Power reversion. The silent death array was created by the ancestors of humanity. In the division of heavenly laws, its supreme control belonged to humanity. Once power reversion was triggered, control of the array would fall into human hands. And now that he was no longer human, losing control of the array stripped away his invincible foundation. Impossible, you're bluffing. To trigger power reversion, unless it's a Taoist of our race, one must let spiritual energy reach. He stopped mid-sentence, breathing heavily, his face filled with horror. Reach what? Hatcher smiled. Reach. Imperial realm. As soon as these words were spoken, wind and thunder surged. Countless lights were stripped from the formation, converging into a strange rune that Hatcher held in his hand. Hatcher appeared majestic, reciting true scriptures aloud. Alien invaders rise, great waves trample the sea, death spreads silently, the steward calls upon heaven's strategy, as resonant as jade and stone. Seizing power returns to our homeland. Eugene shuddered violently, clearly feeling the shift of control over the formation, about to escape his grasp. No! He roared, hurling the sun in his hand to stop Hatcher. But it was already too late. The formation operated, booming loudly, with an invisible force locking down the sun, cutting it apart and annihilating it. Simultaneously, another peculiar wave emerged, sealing Eugene. Let me go. Eugene's face turned pale. Even as a sage, he felt that the tide had turned against him. I told you, the power you seize through evil means is something you can never truly control. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. When it came to controlling the formation, Hatcher was incomparably more adept than Eugene. Under his manipulation, countless souls were released from their confinement within Eugene's grasp. No, my power. This is all mine. Give it back to me. He screamed in despair, tears of blood streaming down his face. Decades of effort, decades of schemes, all came to naught at this moment. He had lost, completely and utterly, with no way to turn the situation around. Souls return. Hatcher snapped his fingers, and countless souls instantly returned to their original bodies. Wah! After a brief silence, the loud cry of a newborn baby echoed, infusing vitality into the capital. Everyone cheered jubilantly. After weathering the storm, they had finally seen the light of victory. They had won. I cannot accept this. Even if I die, I will fight to the end. Eugene roared, burning with his final madness. Flames of dark energy engulfed him as he unleashed all his potential, attempting to reclaim his power. Facing this counterattack, Hatcher's complexion also paled, experiencing intense pain in his mind. Even he couldn't sustain such a full-scale output of mental energy for long. Ha ha ha, so you're not invincible after all. Eugene thought he saw hope again. If he could reclaim his power, he would win outright. Hatcher wouldn't be able to trigger the power reversion again. Just as he gloated, he suddenly saw Hatcher give him a thumbs up. What do you mean? Hoo-hoo, do you remember our first clash of mental energies? I said then, that was your biggest mistake. Upon hearing these words, Eugene shuddered slightly and immediately examined his sea of consciousness. The results sent chills down his spine. He found a large, highly condensed yet barely noticeable fragment of mental energy in his mind, which did not belong to him. These were all terrifying mental bombs. In that single mental clash, Hatcher had planted hidden traps. Chapter 133. The sage joins the game. Who is the master angler? Under Albin's panicked gaze, Hatcher slowly pressed down his thumb, ultimately pressing it against the knuckle of his index finger. That motion was like pressing an invisible button. First mental bomb, soul-shattering explosion. Hatcher smiled. This was a small trick he had developed at the Wuxia realm. There were 3 types of bombs in total, and when used with imperial-level mental energy, they often achieved unexpected results. Albin's eyes widened. He felt something in his mind expanding rapidly, about to burst his consciousness. Not a chance. He rallied all his mental energy to prevent this from happening. But how could he possibly resist imperial-level mental energy? With a loud bang, a sky-shaking tsunami erupted within his mental sea. Humph! Albin let out a stifled groan. His eyes bulged, blood streamed from the 7 orifices of his body, yet there were no visible external injuries. Only those who understood would know that his soul had been severely damaged, worse than any physical injury by tenfold. Immediately after, Albin began to struggle violently. Moments later, he floated lifelessly in the air, falling into a dazed state. At this moment, he was at his most vulnerable, having completely lost control over the formation. Even a cultivator at the life and death realm could kill him on the spot. Hatcher didn't rush to strike, but instead immediately took control of the great array, cross-legged sitting in the void, ready to thoroughly assimilate it. He knew that the real fierce battle was still ahead. If he could fully control the living death silence formation, even Ellie's arrival would be troublesome. His inaction did not mean others would remain idle. Marcia and Janie simultaneously rushed forward, ready to pulverize Albin. Watch out! Just then, Hatcher suddenly opened his eyes. The void split open, and a surge of dark energy gushed out, forming an enormous hand that covered towards the 2 of them. This aura. The 2 turned pale, retreating quickly without daring to confront it. The clear sky instantly dimmed, and everyone below felt suffocating pressure, fear evident on their faces. The Ellie arrived. A black figure squeezed out from the crack, looking like a tyrannical king surveying his flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Seeing this scene, some people, unable to bear the pressure, fainted from overwhelming despair. Just out of the wolf's mouth, only to enter the tiger's den. Is this truly heaven's will to destroy us? Those who remained conscious wore grim expressions. Facing the Ellie, they lacked even the courage to resist. Lowly humans, prostrate yourselves before this king. Garth spewed dark energy, noticing Albin beside him. Instantly, he showed disdain. With a wave of his hand, he sent a force toward Albin, instantly awakening him. Garth. As soon as Albin opened his eyes, his face turned ghastly pale. Before he could speak, a large hand gripped his throat. Insect, you carry the essence of my demon kin. You killed my subordinates. Garth radiated terrifying power. A sage's might could shatter heavens and split earth. Despite Albin being half-sage, he felt the taste of death. Please listen to me. I had no choice. Albin, pale-faced, pointed at Hatcher. It was all because of him that we were forced into a corner. The Malachi was nearly defeated. To survive, I absorbed the Demon Lord's essence, otherwise, we would all die. Impossible. Garth immediately opened his heavenly eye, scanning Hatcher with a grave expression. Moments later, his face grew cold. You lie. This boy doesn't have excessively strong demonic aura. It's true, he is indeed a sage, but he has been sealed by the godlock skeleton. Hearing this, Garth became agitated. Then kill him first. Without hesitation, dark energy gathered around him, transforming into a black dragon that sped toward Hatcher. Seeing this, the people below screamed in terror. At this moment, Hatcher was in the middle of assimilating the Great Array. If hit by this level of power, he could very well die on the spot. Realizing this, Janie and Marcia instantly unleashed their full potential, desperately trying to stop the black dragon. Unfortunately, the strength disparity was too great. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't block a serious attack from a sage and even suffered internal injuries. Be extinguished. Garth laughed cruelly, seemingly witnessing the fall of a human sage. Everyone below closed their eyes, unwilling to watch what was about to happen. Just then, a hoarse voice interrupted, inserting itself into the battlefield. This scene was extremely abrupt, as if time had become disordered, creating a highly disharmonious feeling. It's that old man. He has such a strong presence. Could it be? Bearing the expectations of everyone, Dawson finally made his move. 5 Dragon Divine Talisman. Appear in the fields. The moment a sage acts, one knows their power. The old man stood firmly in front of Hatcher, holding the talisman, and delivered a punch directly to the head of the magic dragon. The magic dragon suddenly froze. The surging demonic aura instantly turned from intangible to tangible, like an artifact carved from glass, shattering into a sky of powder. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was nothing short of miraculous divine art. This was the supreme skill of the Celestial Master Clan, the 5 Dragon Divine Talisman, and also the only remaining 9th level talisman secret technique of the Celestial Master Clan. This talisman art consisted of 5 moves, with Appear in the Fields being the ultimate skill to transform the intangible into the tangible. This move specifically counters offensive techniques based on various spiritual energies. Wonderful. This elder is also a sage, and he is the second sage among our human race here. The crowd cheered, feeling as if they had survived a great calamity. This old man was truly adept at hiding. But soon, people began to wonder why Dawson did not act earlier, causing their emotions to fluctuate wildly. Only Albin paled, feeling a wave of lingering fear. If Dawson had acted against him immediately, he would never have lasted until now. But very quickly, he thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that this elderly sage had been waiting, setting a long-term trap for the Demon Lord, preparing to catch all of them at once? Not just him, even Garth believed so. Watching the Demon Lord calmly seated, wearing a mocking smile, with 2 more Demon Lords ready behind him, to catch them, the human race would need at least 3 sages. But that was impossible. At this moment, he came up with a brilliant plan, deciding to play along and set a long-term trap, gradually increasing the stakes to lure out all the human sages, then annihilate them in one battle. Chapter 134 Overwhelming the Theodore. What are the holy men of the human race? In my eyes, they are nothing but ants. Watch as I crush you all into dust. The Theodore's morale soared, his demonic might like a mountain collapsing and sea surging, charging forward. Pooh! A streak of light, akin to a grain of rice, yet it pierced through the sea of dark energy and struck the opponent's chest. 5 Dragon Divine Sigil, Repentant Flying Dragon. Eyes of the old holy man shot out brilliant light as if countless worlds were perishing and being reborn, filled with infinite creative power. With a boom, divine might erupted, creating a large hole in the opponent's chest. The Theodore's expression changed wildly. He staggered backward, his aura rapidly weakening, even the dark energy sea withering into mist. There was a difference even among holy men. In just one encounter, the Theodore had gauged the old man's true strength, recognizing that he would struggle to defeat him alone. If not for being at this realm where the vitality within his body was extraordinarily robust, capable of regenerating limbs and forming shapes from a single drop of blood, the previous blow would have already decided the winner. Invincible holy man. A chorus of humans cheered loudly, waving their arms in jubilation, making it seem like even a demon king was insignificant before their holy man. You old thing, I advise you not to gloat too soon. The real battle is only beginning. If you've got the guts, don't run. Whoever runs will be the coward. Dunk, despite his age, still burned with passion. How could he not be excited when encountering the king of the demonic race? How could he hold back from an all-out fight? Old mongrel, I'll tear you into pieces, imprison your soul within the demon race, ensuring you never reincarnate. The demon heavenly king seethed with anger, sensing the old man's disdain, a contempt no one had ever dared show towards him. Consequently, his demeanor grew even more ferocious. Young demon brat, I suggest you stop trying to intimidate. It makes you look weak. Shut up. 9 dragons demon heaven slaughter. Suddenly, heart-stopping dragon roars echoed across the sky, followed by 9 black dragons piercing through the clouds. These black dragons bared their fangs and claws, their appearances menacing, seeming ready to tear apart the vast sky and crush everything below them. 9 dragons? To me, they look like 9 worms. The old man laughed arrogantly, his white eyebrows and snow-white beard flying together with spirit, dancing with flesh, his brilliance undiminished from his youth, daring to lead the way, belittling heroes worldwide. To deal with 9 small worms, true dragons weren't necessary, only lurking dragons sufficed. As he spoke, a radiance bloomed from the old man's hand, striking out with a palm. 5 dragon divine sigil, lurking dragon and used. An intangible wave spread out, merging into the void, then vanishing without trace. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 9 dragon heads split in two, as if sliced by an invisible celestial blade. The Theodore's face changed drastically as he retreated repeatedly. He couldn't detect the trajectory of the attack, alarms sounding in his mind. Heavenly demon umbrella. In desperation, he summoned his magical treasure to protect himself. Truly laughable. Do you think hiding in a turtle shell can protect you from me? The old man scoffed, his myriad skills leaving others unable to keep up. He sent out another radiant sigil. 5 dragon divine sigil, soaring dragon in sky. Radiance rained down like soft drizzle, gently landing on the heavenly demon umbrella. This move resembled dragon appears in field, but had completely opposite effects. The former turned the unseen into the seen, while soaring dragon in sky transformed the tangible into the intangible, dismantling all physical defenses. That umbrella became nothing but decoration upon impact, less useful than a piece of paper. Lurking dragon and used's wave flashed out momentarily, effortlessly passing through the heavenly demon umbrella, striking the Theodore head-on and causing him to spit blood as he flew back. F***K. He cursed vehemently, blood-red fury welling in his eyes. Even a demon king found such blows taxing. After all, their recovery abilities weren't infinite. I haven't even exerted myself fully, and you're already falling apart. Truly disappointing. The old man mocked, sighing, your generation of demon brats really isn't what it used to be. Upon hearing this, Arnold couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, this old man had some skill. If the Theodore didn't call for reinforcements, he might very well be defeated. At this thought, Arnold looked toward the horizon. Under his imperial-level perception, even a demon king couldn't escape his watch. Within his field of vision, 2 powerful figures were stealthily lurking. It was clear that 2 more demon kings had arrived. From the looks of it, they also planned a long game, intending to draw out all high-level human warriors before reaping the rewards. This was a grand scheme where the holy men were the bait. Should they lose, they would become prey for the opposition. In this situation, whichever side throws in more chips first will be the one to fall into a passive position. Therefore, the 2 Elis were still observing from the sidelines, with no intention of making a move. Old 8, that little imp seems off. He appears to have noticed us, Preston said, his eyes fixed on Hatcher as he spoke gravely to Tiger. Big brother 7, you're great in everything except you tend to see devils and ghosts everywhere. Old 8 dismissed it carelessly. We are hidden while he is in the open. For him to detect us, he would need mental strength surpassing that of a holy man. Do you think that's possible? You're right. Seems I'm overthinking this. Let's continue lying low. Hearing this, Hatcher felt like laughing. The cowardly turtles were still thinking of remaining inactive while their subordinates were about to be killed. So restrained? Let me add some fuel to the fire. With this thought, the array of life and death emitted a terrifying rumble. The light around Hatcher became even brighter, signaling that he was about to fully control the array. Great Demon Lord, quickly stop that guy. Albin turned pale and completely lost his calm demeanor. It's just a shabby formation. This isn't just a shabby formation. If he succeeds, even 2 great demon lords will die here. Albin yelled hysterically, his voice carrying far enough for Preston and Tiger to hear clearly. It seems things are indeed troublesome. It's time for me to step in, Tiger said with a cold expression. Not only did they hear it, Adrian also trembled all over, revealing an expression filled with hatred and envy. That bastard is about to become a holy man. I won't allow him to be so much stronger than me. Adrian gritted his teeth and snarled. Junior brother, if you want to eliminate this person, now is the best opportunity. Once we miss it, we'll never have another chance. Nyla's voice came, full of persuasive allure. I thought so too. This time, I'll make him fall from his moment of glory into hell. He opened his palm, revealing a jade bead and a jade charm. The heavenly jade bead, the chaotic destiny charm, sending guests to the Yellow Springs Road. Chapter 135 Adrian's Dream Lover Pick. I will kill you. Just as everyone was engrossed and incredibly tense, an abrupt voice echoed across the sky. Adrian soared into the air with incredible speed, dashing towards the battlefield in the sky. Boy, stop. That is not a place for you to interfere. Some well-meaning people shouted loudly, fearing that Adrian would be caught in the crossfire and die. What is he trying to do? Seeing this scene, the few people in the battlefield were also stunned, unable to guess his intentions. Even if he wanted to seek death, he didn't need to be so uninhibited, right? Stop for me. Marcia moved first. The yin-yang body was extremely sensitive, sensing intense hostility from Adrian. Adrian felt his scalp tighten. It turned out Marcia had activated Tai power, bringing it down on him. Bitch. He cursed silently but dared not clash head-on, directly using his trump card. Swallow Heaven Demon Technique. Myriad Transformations, great method. With a loud boom, his body began to change, turning into a black hole greedily devouring the lingering blood chi in the air. At the same time, his lifespan burned fiercely, losing 20 years of life in the blink of an eye. Such a price allowed him to easily transcend life and death realm, entering the reincarnation realm. Adrian's speed suddenly skyrocketed, bypassing Tai power and charging straight toward Hatcher. What kind of move is this? So terrifying, it seems like he has been possessed. Many people were startled, filled with hostility toward Adrian. Almost at the same time, Janie also acted, pressing down the space with the power of Half-Saint. Who could contend without the sage? She slapped down, intending to eliminate Adrian on the spot. Old thing, give me a hand. Adrian panicked, calling out inwardly. A sigh followed, then a thick wave of soul power infused within him, enhancing his strength further. Overestimating yourself. Janie sneered coldly, the dragon and phoenix resonating as she struck him with one palm. Ayahawk. Adrian felt like he had been hit by a meteor, every bone in his body twisting violently, seemingly about to dissipate completely. Stop, you can't kill my junior brother. Nyla's voice came, he is controlled by the demon race. He is innocent. Hearing this, Melvin was momentarily confused. Why would they want to control such a waste? But thinking about it, he quickly understood everything. This Adrian must be a human traitor, fearing punishment after the fact, so he had prepared an excuse in advance, leaving himself a way out. How splendid. The more such traitors the better. Melvin muttered to himself. Yes, I am controlled by our king. If you submit willingly, you too can gain such immense power. Ha ha ha. As expected of a demon king, not only was his thinking swift, but he also used this opportunity to promote his power, making some lower-level cultivators truly tempted. So he was controlled. Fine, die then. Janie showed no mercy, her imperial heart tactics manifesting thoroughly, preferring to err on the side of caution. Damn. Adrian cursed fiercely in his mind, decisively shattering the tiny pearl in his hand, causing his aura to surge violently once again. Get lost. He burst forth with all his might, briefly escaping Janie's aura. You won't have the chance. Janie was decisive and ruthless, unleashing full power without hesitation. The might of a half-saint shattered the sky, enveloping the opponent once more. No. Adrian despaired, feeling the massive disparity in strength. Even though he was now at the peak of the reincarnation realm, he was still like an ant before a half-saint. I am a great fortune-bearer. None of you can kill me, you can't kill me. He raved madly in his mind. Perhaps there was a twist of fate, because just before death, something changed. A streak of blood light rushed over, helping him withstand the pressure. Your Majesty, this old minister is still alive. Albin said with bloodshot eyes. Years of calculations had come to naught. Now he only wanted to drag humanity down with him. In this moment of respite, Adrian finally reached Hatcher's side. There's an opening. Excited, he threw the chaotic destiny talisman over. At this moment, Hatcher was refining the grand array, unable to dodge or block. The jade talisman struck him directly. With a bang, the jade talisman exploded, an unfamiliar fluctuation sweeping over Hatcher. This is Hatcher's expression immediately changed. The power within his body violently erupted, the gathered crowd's strength dispersing wildly. Not only that, his mental energy became chaotic as well, accompanied by a spurt of blood. The array of desolation grew dim. The refinement failed. Junior brother? Guest senior. The two women's faces changed drastically, but Hatcher gestured to them to calm down. So it's the chaotic disaster chi. Hatcher quickly figured out the origin of the bead. The so-called chaotic disaster chi was the disharmonious note at the dawn of creation, an extremely ominous entity equivalent to the chaos disaster chi. This disaster chi could dismantle the laws and principles, shake the foundation of cultivators, and was the nemesis of all practitioners. Ha ha ha, you're finished. I can sense that you're extremely weak now, Adrian said excitedly. When you dared to humiliate me in the Grand Hall, you should have thought about this outcome. You've got some guts. Hatcher said calmly, suppressing the chaotic disaster chi with his mental energy to prevent it from spreading. To still be able to put on a show at this point, I admire you. Adrian laughed loudly and then looked at Albin. That man was truly mad, actually managing to hold off Janie and Marcia, buying him time. This time, nobody can save you. Is that so? Do you really dare to act against me? Aren't you afraid of being torn apart by humans? Ha ha ha, killing you is not my intention. I am controlled by the demon race. Someone will plead for me. Adrian acted without restraint, activating the Swallow Heaven demon technique, which resembled true demonic aura. I'll kill you next and take all your power. As he spoke, he approached, intending to make Hatcher experience despair slowly. Alas, you've disrupted my plans. I didn't intend to break through so soon. Hatcher sighed, full of frustration. He had tried earlier and realized that to quickly remove the chaotic disaster chi, he needed to advance his cultivation. Therefore, it was time to refine the formless Linglong Pearl and transcend the boundary of the extraordinary realm. All preparations were made. Only a thread of infatuation was needed. Under Adrian's watchful eyes, Hatcher took out a small bell. What's this? Adrian frowned, instinctively sensing something was wrong. The love insect, you should recognize it. At these words, Adrian's pupils constricted sharply. Let me borrow it from you. As compensation, I'll introduce you to my animal friend. Hatcher smiled wickedly, snapped his fingers, and immediately a space rift opened, revealing a colorful pig. Adrian's eyes widened. He felt his breathing heavy, body temperature rising, and heart racing incredibly fast. This pig, too beautiful, simply his dream lover. Chapter 136. Crying? Crying also counts as time. Yeah. Adrian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his mind trembling as he fell into intense struggle. What have you done to me? I can't control myself anymore. He howled madly, staring at the D-Ting divine pig, a strong beastly nature surging out, almost devouring his sanity. Back then, Adrian had abused the infatuation charm, wanting to use it to control the April. However, he was counter-controlled by Vera, linking him with a wild boar, leaving her with leverage. Now, it was time for him to pay the price. Ding ding. Hatcher gently shook the bell, inside which was a female infatuation charm insect, emitting strange fluctuations that made the charm insects in Adrian's body uncontrollably respond. Adrian's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he could only continuously punch himself, trying to stay awake through the pain. I absolutely cannot. I must not go crazy here, otherwise, I'll become the laughingstock of the world. He warned himself, fear visible on his face, mixed with the irresistible desire in his heart, feeling like he was about to go insane. Don't insist any longer. Release your infatuation. Let me give you a hand. Hatcher showed a cruel smile, fully activating the Huaguan heavenly art, channeling it into the bell. Aya! Adrian's sanity immediately collapsed, looking at the Ting divine pig with an extremely lecherous smile. Beauty! I'm coming! He lunged forward, hugging the divine pig and about to kiss it wildly. This scene directly shocked countless living beings. Even the Ellie was stunned, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe what he saw. Although he had already understood the diversity of humans, witnessing such things firsthand still challenged his worldview. Is this also under your control? Dawson pointed at Adrian, speaking with disdain. Nonsense. How could this king do such filthy deeds? Don't defile this king's reputation. Everyone below was equally dumbfounded, all turned into stone statues. They hadn't believed Adrian was controlled by the Ellie earlier, but now they completely believed it. After all, although hobbies are free, being free to this extent is simply too impolite. So this must be the doing of the demon clan. I will get you. I will get you. Consent to me right now, and I'll take you to paradise. Adrian became even more unrestrained, tearing his shirt into shreds, riding the pig like a maniac. Roar. If it were an ordinary wild boar, he might have succeeded. But what kind of existence was the Ting divine pig? It was a divine beast proficient in netherworld and spatial forces. Even Hatcher couldn't subdue it without using number 90 spirit talismans. The divine pig emitted intense light, stomping its hoof violently, turning its entire body into a bomb, bursting with fierce shock waves. Aya! Adrian screamed as he was blasted away. His crotch hit first. Does being blown up feel good? Hatcher mocked, but the other party was oblivious, already blinded by lust. Ignoring the pain on his body, he ran madly towards the divine pig again. Beauty, just consent to me. Today, I must get you and bring you to justice on the spot. Adrian ran in an abstract manner, muttering filth while chasing the divine pig desperately. Ah! It stings my eyes. Female cultivators below covered their eyes, crying, feeling like their Dao hearts were shattering. This monster must have been sent down by heaven to specifically punish them. Hatcher watched this scene, finding immense comfort in it. The finest infatuation gathered rapidly, filling his 3 poisons heart within a few breaths. Greed, anger, and delusion were all ready. It was time for the breakthrough. With a snap, Hatcher crushed the bell, making Adrian regain consciousness. At that moment, he was embracing the divine pig, frozen midair. What did I just do? He looked around, seeing countless mocking gazes cast at him, instantly turning pale. You didn't get the chance yet. Hatcher mocked, causing his whole body to tremble violently. The divine pig took the opportunity to break free, returning to Hatcher's side. You tricked me. Adrian's eyes were bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down, knowing he was utterly ruined. This move of attacking both body and mind was truly poisonous. From now on, people wouldn't remember him as the top genius of the younger generation, only remembering his scandal involving a wild pig in broad daylight. Haha, truly eye-opening. Hatcher gave him a thumbs up. I've long heard that young Master Tang is sincere and unrestrained. Today indeed it holds true. As he spoke, he began to inscribe an array. In the blink of an eye, countless projection arrays were born out of nowhere, shining like stars, endlessly replaying the scene of Adrian chasing after the pig. What are you going to do? I'm merely helping you become famous. Young Master Adrian is such a romantic figure, daring to do what no one else dares. Indeed, a role model. I wish to spread your valor across the world, so everyone worships you. What do you think? Stop it. Adrian felt his heart shatter into pieces. He couldn't stop it in time as those projection arrays scattered like blossoms from a celestial maiden, falling throughout the world. No. Seeing this scene, Adrian felt drained of all energy and strength, roaring weakly. Look at how happy you are. From now on, everyone will proclaim your legend. Even if you ascend to emperor, you can directly be called the great steward who loves pigs. These words easily shattered Adrian's Dao heart. Becoming an emperor was once his ultimate goal, but now he found it utterly tasteless. Has there ever been a madly pig-loving great emperor? An emperor cannot be this wretched. Pooh sniff. He spat blood wildly and couldn't help but cry, not even having the heart to find Hatcher for revenge. This blow to him was too immense, making him wish for death. Crying? Crying also counts as time. Hatcher wore a mocking expression, still inscribing arrays, preparing to record all his grotesque behaviors. You deserve death. Today I shall die with you. Adrian went completely mad, charging straight at Hatcher. Get lost. At this moment, Marcia detached herself from Albin's battlefield, rushing over at an incredible speed, kicking Adrian between his legs again. The supreme egg-shattering kick. The eldest sister exerted her ruthless supreme power, utterly destroying the object. Witnessing this scene, every man present instinctively clamped their thighs together, their faces pale. Even Hatcher couldn't help but tremble. On the other hand, Adrian immediately rolled his eyes back and fainted. He was completely ruined. If he wished to regain his prowess, it would probably take a heaven-defying change of fate. Chapter 137. Dare you challenge my martial virtue? Junior brother, how are you? Marcia came to Hatcher's side, her face filled with concern as she looked at him. I'm fine. Hatcher's voice was somewhat strained, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. The chaotic evil chi was indeed not something easy to deal with. It not only disturbed his aura but also obstructed his meridians, making it difficult for him to break through. If he had enough time to respond, these evil chi wouldn't be much of a worry. But being in this situation, every extra second in this state increased his danger. There is an unharmonious force in your body. Fallon's eyes were clear, immediately spotting the culprit. Let me help you. As she spoke, she reached out to grab the chaotic evil chi lingering around Hatcher. Don't touch it, it's dangerous. Marcia seemed not to hear, seizing the evil chi and instantly refining it. Are you okay? Hatcher widened his eyes, speechless for a moment. Do I look like something's wrong? This thing is a great supplement for me. Hatcher realized for the first time how limited his knowledge was. Who would have thought that Yin Yang Dao body would be the bane of these primal evil chi? All things, all phenomena, ultimately revert to nothingness and the primordial unity. Fallon said proudly, her gaze flickering, mesmerizing Hatcher. Fallon, you, junior brother, I can finally protect you. As she spoke, she pounced forward, deeply kissing Hatcher. Seeing this scene, Coraline couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. That's clearly my junior brother. Don't snatch my junior brother. She wanted to shout loudly and scold the other person for their audacity, but found herself unable to open her mouth. Compared to her, Diding Shinju seemed much more bearable. If there were a ranking of excellent pets in the world, this pig would definitely be at the top. It manipulated spatial power, easily tearing open a space rift and then pushing Hatcher and Fallon inside. Such sharp instincts were far better than certain people. Just before entering the rift, Hatcher held Fallon's slim waist with one hand, while using the other to toss a jade pendant to Dawson. Old man, if the situation gets urgent, crush this jade, Hatcher whispered, and then the two of them along with the pig vanished from everyone's sight. Young people are truly wonderful. The old man caught the Sword Saint's jade pendant, speaking enviously. He then suddenly sprang up, launching a terrifying assault on the Theodore. You old thing dared to ambush me. You can't handle it. Theodore's face changed drastically, unable to react in time as he was torn apart by the sage's power, disintegrating into pieces, injuring his very essence. Against your kind of demons, I've never had any limits. Dawson's hair fluttered, looking ethereal and sage-like, yet he repeatedly referred to himself as I, clearly intent on finishing off the Demon King in one go. Don't get too cocky. Do you think this king has no trump cards? Theodore grew angry, demonic aura bursting forth as he burned his essence blood, displaying incomprehensible speed. Like a meteor chasing the moon or wind pursuing clouds, in an instant he traversed the void, reaching the old man's side. Ha ha ha, you're done for. Theodore wore an excited expression, believing that since Dawson excelled in talisman arts, his physical body must be incredibly frail. Looking at his thin, hunched figure, he thought just one punch could finish half of the old man's life. How truly weak humans are, unlike our demon race which develops comprehensively without any weaknesses. He confidently threw a punch, aiming for the old man's vital points. Close combat favored him. There was a loud thud. The punch landed on the chest, but there was no sound of breaking bones. Instead, it sounded like a wild boar smashing its head against a wall, shattering it. Humph. Trash. The old man's voice changed, no longer gentle, but instead resonated with the clang of metal. Theodore's eyes bulged like eggs as the shadow before him expanded, enveloping him. It wasn't that his own figure shrunk, but rather the old man grew. Rip rip. With the sound of clothes tearing, the old man's muscles abruptly swelled, transforming him into a titanic behemoth. Hiss. Theodore's face was full of shock, unable to stop sucking in cold air. Just as he tried to retreat, Dawson executed a hungry tiger pounce, locking him tightly with both arms. Body and spirit cultivated together, boy. His strength exploded, and he said, daring to bully this helpless old man, you must be punished. Aya! The Demon King screamed in agony as everyone witnessed pure violence. The old man literally used his arms to sever the Demon King in half. Old thing, you don't respect martial virtue. The two halves of Theodore's body floated in the air, cursing with lingering fear. He was thoroughly breached and had to admit that he was no match for this old man. Martial virtue? Isn't it right behind me? As he spoke, the old man turned around, his grotesque muscles twisting into a character of virtue, causing everyone to shudder collectively. This scene struck Theodore like a bolt of lightning. The human saint before him was formidable in every aspect, but didn't quite look human. What kind of expression do you have? You don't agree with my theory? Then don't blame me for subduing you by virtue. A terrifying roar echoed through the void. It wasn't thunder but the old man launching an attack. Great Virtue Twin Dragon Halberd. Suddenly, both of his fists shot out, generating formidable wind currents aimed at the two halves of Theodore's body. At this moment, the smell of death finally dawned on him, instilling uncontrollable fear. Brother 8, save me. He roared loudly, and instantly, a streak of demonic chi tore through the void, transforming into a spear to block those deadly fists. Boom! The shockwave erupted, still affecting Theodore despite the interference. Just then, 8 Heavens King appeared, extending a large hand to drag away Theodore from the old man's vicinity. The second Demon King finally joined the fray. Indeed you came. The old man smiled, crushing the jade pendant in his hand. Brother 8, this old guy is incredibly strong. Theodore trembled uncontrollably, still shaken by the beating from the old man. I saw it, but as long as we work together, we can easily kill him. 8 Heavens King said confidently. Hearing this, Theodore regained some confidence. Too naive. Who told you there's only one human saint here? Do you think intimidating us will scare us off? 8 Heavens King scoffed. As he spoke, terrifying sword chi surged from afar, overwhelming and unstoppable. The Casper had arrived. How could this be? Both Demon King's expressions changed drastically. In the void space, Hatcher and Fallon sat embraced, their faces flushed slightly. Thank you, Fallon. The malevolent aura is gone, and I can now break through peacefully. So how do you plan to thank me? Fallon's demeanor was alluring. She leaned in close, pouting her soft and warm lips to ask. Before Hatcher could speak, a finger pressed against his lips. I enjoyed our kiss just now, and want another one. Do you give or not? Chapter 138. I'm not a delicate and weak master. I have plenty of methods and strength. Looking at the exceptionally charming senior sister, Hatcher's heart skipped a beat. Among the few women around him, Master's affection was reserved and lingering, like a gentle stream that never dries up. Tatiana was somewhat proud and shy, like spring rain. Although thunder occasionally rolled, it was more often silently nurturing all things. But the senior sister before his eyes expressed her love most directly. From their first meeting, Marcia had laid bare her feelings without any pretense. Her ardor was like a raging fire or surging waves. Once ignited, it couldn't be stopped, forcefully finding its way into Hatcher's heart. Faced with such a fine woman, who could remain unmoved? Humph. Still not answering. It seems you're comparing me to others? As soon as these words were spoken, Hatcher felt a chill down his spine, and the smile on his face vanished. You're feeling guilty. It seems I hit the nail on the head. Senior sister grinned wickedly, her flushed face drawing closer. What an easy-to-understand foolish little brother. Since you won't give it, don't blame me for taking it by force. Gilda, please wait. Hatcher suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Not waiting for you. I'm not our delicate and weak master. I have strength and methods. At this moment, Gilda seemed to transform into a queen, seductive and domineering, looking down and wanting to control everything. After a long while, they parted lips. Their faces turned even redder. Hatcher wiped his lips helplessly, a streak of bright red blood strikingly vivid. This woman must have done it on purpose, biting his lips until they bled. You must be craving meat. Wrong again. What I crave is you. Senior sister licked her lips, looking unsatisfied. But just then, a strong fluctuation suddenly surged from Hatcher's body. The xiuxian linglong heart, combined with the three poisons heart, was about to take effect. Oh dear, what a spoil sport. Hurry up and break through. Marcia instantly calmed down, her aura flowing as she stood beside Hatcher. I'll protect you while you meditate. Thank you, Gilda. Without delay, Hatcher sat cross-legged in the void space, embracing unity within himself, entering a state of self-oblivion. His aura rose step by step, crossing several realms in quick succession. In a blink, he reached the peak of the xiuxian realm. The extraordinary barrier was right before him. It's coming. Marcia held her breath. This was a crucial point for cultivators, extremely dangerous, requiring utmost caution. Plop. A faint sound came, like a bubble bursting, almost imperceptible. Yet Hatcher stepped into the Xiuxian realm effortlessly, just like any ordinary breakthrough, without hindrance. As expected of you, Marcia let out a sigh of relief, only to see a brilliant light suddenly bloom within Hatcher. A pearl shone like a star, then exploded, scattering into every corner of his body. Boom. The xiuxian heavenly art spontaneously activated. This was Hatcher's sole protective essence, forming the foundation to break through to the xiuxian realm. Xiuxian heavenly art, level 6, emulating heaven and earth. Marcia watched in amazement as a towering shadow materialized behind Hatcher, stretching infinitely both up and down. This is Junior Brother's Dharma body, she muttered, unable to believe her eyes. The emulating heaven and earth was hailed as the strongest Dharma body and one of the hardest realms to reach in the xiuxian heavenly art. Really going against heaven. Even as a yin-yang Dao body, blessed by the heavens, she hadn't reached this level. If you keep excelling like this, bad girls will multiply. Marcia gazed at the young man's handsome face, revealing a proud smile. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Hatcher's aura stagnated. The Dharma body behind him dissipated, enveloping his entire body in chaotic energy. This scene startled Marcia, and she immediately opened her yin-yang heavenly eye to investigate. After a few breaths, her expression darkened. Junior Brother is attempting to break through to some supreme realm. This is the restriction imposed by heavenly law. Such restrictions were rare. Although not calamitous power, they were equally challenging. When a cultivator advances too much, nearing a qualitative leap in cultivation, the heavenly law would impose a restriction. Undoubtedly, this was a terrible trial. Sure enough, as she had predicted, Hatcher faced significant trouble. Wounds appeared on his body, bleeding profusely, staining him red. But he seemed unaware, with a bright spot between his brows, clearly trapped in a mental crisis. This situation was extremely dangerous, especially within a spatial rift. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. I must share the burden with him and break through the heavenly law's restriction together. Marcia channeled Tai and held yin and yang, preparing to approach Hatcher. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force erupted, violently flinging her away. A trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. What a powerful aura. I can't even get close with my current strength. The expression on Gilda's face was not good. She could only watch helplessly as her beloved needed help, which made her anxious. At this moment, the truth listener divine pig exerted itself again. It lightly hopped and pushed out a piece of mystic ice. This was something Hatcher had entrusted to it for safekeeping. Based on its judgment, now was the time to use it. What is this? The yin-yang energy within Marcia surged instantly, reacting with it. Primal yin-yang qi, and a strand of chaos evil qi. So this is the gift Junior Brother prepared for me? The girl's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she shattered the mystic ice with a palm strike, grabbed the two energies, and immediately began refining them. In an instant, her aura skyrocketed. But that was secondary. The primal yin-yang qi, chaos evil qi, and chaotic evil qi merged together, creating a new transformation. With a wave of her hand, a black light orb emerged from nowhere. From it, she sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying power. Annihilation breath. She gazed at the black light. This force resembled Tai but symbolized absolute chaos and destruction, almost like a law unto itself. Nothing in the world could withstand this one blow. More terrifyingly, annihilation breath also inflicted burning damage. Once tainted, it would cling like a bone-devouring maggot, leaving the victim either dead or severely damaged. Hiss. Suddenly, Marcia felt excruciating pain between her brows, causing her to involuntarily gasp. After a brief self-examination, she gave a bitter smile. It seems I've encountered heavenly Daofengthor as well. We mustn't delay. She endured the intense pain and approached Hatcher, splitting the aura barrier before her with a palm strike and embracing the young man. At the same time, their foreheads touched, and light flickered and danced, connecting them mentally. Boom! Their powers spread wildly into each other's bodies, not repelling but harmoniously merging. They were like lovers sleeping in each other's arms, but in the spiritual world, they faced their true test. Chapter 139, just a bit of wind and frost. Where am I? Marcia opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar world. The entire world was an endless sea, with the water just enough to cover her ankles. Looking down, she saw the reflection of a stunningly beautiful face, gradually blurring along with the ripples. I remember now. This is the spiritual world, and I'm breaking through the heavenly Dao's blockade. Her eyes became clear as she muttered to herself, I must hurry and leave this place to help my junior brother. Just as she was about to run in a certain direction, thinking that if she didn't stop, she would eventually find the end of the world, the sea stirred. A wave suddenly surged from afar. Though this wave was less than 3 feet high and moved slowly, it extended endlessly and could not be avoided. Just as Marcia cared little and waved her palm out, trying to tear open the water with a powerful fluctuation. However, it felt like punching cotton. Her energy exploded far away, but the waves arrived as expected and crashed over her body. Given her cultivation, even a 1,000-foot tsunami would not faze her. Yet at this moment, she let out a cry of shock, unable to stand steady and fell into the water. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, the water grew deeper, and Marcia struggled to stand up, feeling weak all over, more tired than ever before. I understand indeed. It's not that simple. Her expression was painful, with a headache pounding fiercely. This tidal water was actually pain originating from her spirit, harboring her painful memories. Everyone has a past, full of experiences too difficult to face. When the waves came crashing, those experiences overlapped and condensed, intensified hundreds of times. This was the test set by Heavenly Dao. Only by conquering the past could one be worthy of great fortune, paving the way to the future. Even Marcia almost couldn't endure it. I was careless, underestimating the power of the Heavenly Dao's blockade, she said gravely, and suddenly another disturbance arose. This time it was far more intense, with 10 layers of overlapping waves coming one after another, each higher and more powerful than the last. Ouch! The girl couldn't help but gasp in spite of herself, feeling a touch of fear. How did you get here? A voice suddenly came from beside her, making her unexpectedly joyful. My junior brother. I'm here. Hatcher responded with a smile, his eyes filled with affectionate indulgence. With a slight movement of his aura, he directly shattered the waves and evaporated the entire sea. Amazing spiritual power. Eldest sister stared in disbelief, watching Hatcher tear through space again, creating a passage. Go back, follow this path to break free from the Heavenly Dao's blockade and return to reality. And what about you? Aren't you coming with me? Marcia asked hurriedly, moved by the moment. Me? Haha. I still have my own trials to complete. Hatcher pointed behind him, where the space had cracked, revealing a completely different world. Take care, Gilda. The young man glanced back once, left his silhouette, and stepped into that world. Wait for me. Without any hesitation, Marcia followed right after him. Upon entering the new world, a deafening explosion sounded from behind, instantly destroying the old one. Before she could be astonished, a force made the heavens tremble swept across, impacting her body. Ugh. Marcia felt her soul shake, but wasn't physically harmed. This was Hatcher's spiritual world, and as an outsider, she was not targeted. Only then did she get the chance to carefully observe this world. Just one glance left her breathless. It was a world of blood and fire, with flames burning in the sky and pools of blood churning beneath her feet. Countless skeletons writhed and wailed, and monstrous spirits filled the universe, cruel beyond compare. Compared to this, her trial seemed like a gentle breeze, almost comforting. What has my junior brother been through? Marcia's beautiful eyes were moist with tears, her heart nearly tearing apart with sorrow. Biting her lip, she chased after him, wanting to console him and soothe all his pain. But the result was cruel. It was as if they were in two separate worlds, always separated by an unbridgeable distance despite their closeness. After walking for what felt like an eternity, the world changed abruptly. Blood and fire vanished, replaced by the wind of slaughter and biting cold snow. So cold. Marcia shivered, affected even as an outsider. The snow piled deeper, and the wind grew heavier, making every step exceedingly difficult. Ah! Suddenly, Marcia slipped on her footing. Just as she was about to fall, she landed in a warm embrace. I caught you. Hatcher smiled, but ice crystals clung to his face and hair. It's I who caught you. You finally found me. Marcia's eyes were full of tenderness. Whether it was blood and fire or wind and snow, these were only superficial phenomena. What was truly terrifying was the onslaught of past events. She couldn't know what hardships Hatcher had endured. Junior brother, she called out with deep affection, brushing away the ice crystals on Hatcher's face. Don't worry, it's just a bit of wind and frost. Hatcher said indifferently, which made her even more heartbroken. Don't bear it all alone. Through mountains and rivers, will you let me accompany you? What if ahead lies the abyss of hell? Hatcher asked. I want to be with you, no matter what. The girl's resolve was unwavering. As she spoke, warmth emanated from her body, melting the ice on the young man's face. If that's the case, then follow me, don't fall behind. They continued forward, this time closely together. Marcia placed her hands against Hatcher's back, supporting him as they walked resolutely onward. During this time, the world changed several times. There was the scorching sun baking the earth, celestial demons roaming the world, and raging Azuras howling in fury, showcasing endless calamities. but both remained fearless, crossing through all of this. After an unknown duration, they finally found a bright path ahead. We can return now, Marcia cheered, but Hatcher immediately destroyed the path with a single strike. Why did you do that, junior brother? Without the path, how do we get out? It's simple. Hatcher turned around, his star-like eyes meeting hers. I'll create the path myself. As he spoke, his aura was no longer concealed. Radiant light blazed forth, illuminating the 10 directions. The girl gazed at her beloved, listening as he sang with abandon, revealing countless vicissitudes. When the ocean surges, I remain free and unconfined. Yet fate decrees the merciless slay the merciful. I've trodden through the dark depths of the netherworld, wishing for peace in the clash of swords. In the city of wrongful deaths where spirits are born, beneath the bridge of sighs, ghosts find rebirth. Sweeping clean the filth from the world, I exorcise the frost to honor those after me. As his words fell, the heavens trembled and thundered. And so, a path was made by his word. Thus there was a path. Chapter 140. Eldest Gilda. I am the mistress. Bathed in a glow, the two held hands and walked out as their spiritual world crumbled away as if it had never existed. In reality, Hatcher was the first to awaken. He found his senior sister curled up in his arms like a lazy cat, unwilling to open her eyes. Time to get up. Hatcher called softly, patting her back gently. I'm so tired. You tormented me for so long in the dream. Just let me sleep for a bit longer. She rubbed herself lightly against Hatcher, as if she were still in a beautiful dream, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. If someone saw this scene, Fallon's dignity would be utterly gone. Should I record it to show to Master and the others? Hatcher murmured to himself. You dare. Marcia awoke instantly, her eyes sparkling brightly with no trace of drowsiness. I knew you were faking it. Knowing that yet exposing me anyway. See if I don't give you a good lesson. Enraged and embarrassed, the elder sister grabbed Hatcher's arm and bit down fiercely. Hatcher was helpless, his face twitching. Now he had 3 sets of teeth marks on his hand. Are you guys trying to earn achievements on my body? No, I'm here to assert dominance. The eldest senior sister declared bluntly, admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. Let's put the assertion of dominance aside. Albin is still outside. Don't you want to have a proper exchange with him? Hearing this, Marcia's expression turned cold instantly. You're right. Let's deal with that scum first before talking about anything else. Her aura quietly spread out. Now at the reincarnation realm, with her yin-yang Dao body making her invincible at her realm, Amanda likely couldn't be her match anymore. Congratulations, Gilda, on such a tremendous advancement. Hatcher said happily. You should be better than me, right? Perhaps. Hatcher stood up, revealing his own energy. He had reached the 9th level of heaven-cutting realm, transcending the ordinary, then advancing through 9 minor realms immediately after. This kind of breakthrough could only be described as earth-shattering. Yet, this was just the least significant part of his breakthrough. Marcia examined Hatcher closely, speaking softly. Your body contains my annihilation power, and there's an even stronger aura. You're right. Hatcher opened his palm, and a little figure jumped out from it. Seeing this, Marcia's eyes widened. This is a dermic image? She couldn't believe it. She'd never seen such a dermic image. It wasn't just corporeal but also had lively eyes, clearly possessing high intelligence. What made her happier was that this dermic image contained her aura, and its appearance bore a 70% resemblance to Hatcher. It was almost like their child. Just thinking about this made the illustrious eldest senior sister blush deeply. Do we count this as a win? She muttered to herself, too shy to lift her head. To be precise, this should be the unmanifested dermic image. Hatcher gave the most authoritative answer. His dermic image fused the unmanifested realm, Tai power, and annihilation breath, creating unprecedented changes. It could encompass all kinds of life, evolve into any dermic image in the world, and potentially advance even further. It could be considered the strongest dermic image in all of history. Can this little guy have the power? Marcia couldn't help but question. Upon hearing this, the unmanifested dermic image felt humiliated and sprang up, punching forward. Roar. As it punched, it emitted a thunderous cry that carried a mental shockwave, stunning all who heard it. More astonishingly, the power of this punch caused the air to crack and tremble, startling the divine pig, who hurried to reinforce the space around them. A single force broke through myriad techniques. Hiss. Even Hatcher couldn't help but draw in a breath. The power of this unmanifested dermic image seemed to surpass even his own. If they exchanged blows, he might not come out on top. Roar. Seeing the surprised expressions of Hatcher and Marcia, the unmanifested dermic image lifted its chin proudly, showing great satisfaction. Junior brother, wait a moment. I have something to say to this little guy. A cunning gleam appeared in Marcia's eyes. She grabbed the unmanifested dermic image with both hands and stepped far away. Roar. Roar. The unmanifested dermic image struggled immediately, trying to escape her grasp. Listen up, you little one. If you hurt me, junior brother will be angry. Roar. The unmanifested dermic image indeed stopped moving, letting out a growl of dissatisfaction. Clearly, he knew this woman was above him in status. That's right. I am your mistress and in a way, your mother. No matter how powerful you become, you can't be disrespectful to me. The eldest senior sister chuckled softly, like a wicked woman luring a little child. Roar. Xyle turned his head away, unwilling to look at her, but his voice was much lower. Still Bufu? Look what I have here. Marcia flipped her palm, and a wisp of annihilation breath appeared out of thin air. Xyle's eyes lit up immediately, revealing a yearning gaze. This was a great tonic for him. Want it? Without any hesitation, Xyle nodded right away. What should I do? Naughty children don't get rewards. Mommy. Xyle spoke clearly, making Marcia shudder all over. This little one could talk, and this title, it felt so good. All right, all for you. Marcia instantly turned into a motherly beauty, handing over the annihilation breath. The little one didn't hesitate either, swallowing it greedily, looking extremely satisfied. Seeing this scene, the elder sister felt her heart melting. She glanced at Hatcher without being noticed. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up inside her. Perhaps this was what home felt like? A moment later, she returned to Hatcher, holding Xyle in her hands. We should give the little one a name. It seems you two are getting along well. Hatcher smiled enigmatically. Any ideas, Gilda? Hearing this question, the elder sister smiled even more brightly, her mouth harder to close than a pig during the new year. Naming a child. Isn't that the right of the mistress? Since he likes to say roar, why not call him Xiao Roar? Roar. Upon hearing this name, Xyle immediately protested. Then let's call you Arwen. Unmanifested, unmanifested. Like a blank sheet of paper, capable of showing infinite possibilities. Xyle finally laughed, apparently very fond of the name. Alright Arwen, it's time for us to leave. Roar. Arwen unleashed his power, smashing through the spatial barrier with a single punch, opening a passage. The two looked at each other and smiled, then stepped out side by side. Chapter 141. Our weakest is your strongest. Above the imperial capital, sacred might spread far and wide, resounding with thunderous booms. People witnessed an unprecedented scene as the four saints fought a battle to the death in the sky, turning day into night. Awe of the soaring dragon. Dawson's aura surged like a rainbow. A spirit talisman pierced through space, radiating boundless brilliance. Great might celestial dragon fist. Immediately after, his muscles bulged like a savage dragon come to life, pressing down with fists that shone brilliantly against myriad forces. The two demon lords had grim expressions, each unleashing their trump cards to counter the elder's attack. At that moment, two strands of hair floated down from the sky, landing on them. The head of the demon lord was effortlessly severed, floating in mid-air. The Casper acted. In his hands, all phenomena could become a sword, having reached the realm where no sword surpasses any sword. Roar. In an instant, demonic energy surged. The two demon lords reattached their heads, looking as good as new. Young man, why are you so exhausted? Dawson looked at the Casper and gave its sking sound in astonishment. He had long heard of the Casper's reputation and held him in high regard. But today, he saw that the Casper was not at his best, only showing about 60% of the combat strength described in legends. Moreover, he looked fatigued, which was unusual for a saint. Old senior, don't mention it. It's all because of my beloved. The Casper blurted out, too preoccupied with the safety of his partner, which caused his state to decline. But this reason took on a different form when it reached the old man's ears. Heavens! As a saint, you have exhausted yourself by overindulging. Truly a lecherous demon. Young men must learn self-restraint. Can you not speak if you can't say anything proper? The Casper sucked in a cold breath, using great patience to refrain from killing the old man. You two have had enough. The angry voices of the 8 Ellie and Chris interrupted their friendly exchange. For the proud demon lords, today's experience was less than pleasant. They were comprehensively suppressed in the previous exchange. If not for the Casper's lackluster condition, things could have gone terribly wrong. This clearly contradicted what their research on humans reported. Didn't it say that humans are extremely fragile and die easily? Didn't it say their weaknesses are very obvious, making them unable to sustain long battles, inevitably exposing flaws after some time? Why did these two people appear as strong as monsters, leaving the demon lords powerless? Nonsense, utter nonsense. Chris couldn't help but curse loudly. That lowly traitor Camille left false information. Indeed, she should have been killed long ago. Hearing this, Camille was speechless. She was truly wronged. Before meeting Hatcher, she also didn't believe in those ancient legends about humans. But now, she had to admit it. This race was unfathomably deep. Even if they seemed weakened, anyone who dared oppress them should be prepared to be crushed. Surprised? Let me tell you the reason. Dawson said heartlessly. The reason you think humans are weak is because when you were at your strongest, you met humans at their weakest. Upon hearing these words, the two demons trembled, breaking out in cold sweat after deep thought. The old man seemed right. Legends told that 1,000,000 years ago, during humanity's peak, several emperors ruled concurrently, even annihilating the once arrogant god race. At that time, the demon race had to bow low under the might of humans. However, after reaching their zenith, humans inevitably declined over the 1,000,000 years, coinciding with the rise of the demon race, which allowed the latter to suppress the former. Even so, the demon race still couldn't overpower humans and instead showed a trend of being on equal footing. This was indeed terrifying to think about. Brother Ba, we cannot leave a single one of these elite human fighters alive. Chris said viciously, determined. You're right. This time, we will cut off their lineage, never giving them a chance to rise again. Call for reinforcements. The two demons exchanged a look, simultaneously emitting shocking demonic energy. Then, the void churned as an even stronger demonic presence descended, tearing through space and arriving here. The Emil. People were numb, sitting on the ground, dazed. It was like a dream. No, even in dreams, they could never imagine witnessing a battle between 5 saints. Therefore, they chose to remain calm, fearless, gazing up at the sky. Some even opened up, declaring boldly, I bet this isn't over yet. There will be new saints joining. These words immediately drew a wave of ridicule. Nonsense. Do you think saints are as common as cabbage? As they were discussing, another terrifying battle unfolded in the sky. This time, the human saints felt immense pressure. The 7 heavenly kings and the other 2 heavenly kings were on a completely different level. The 3 demons working together forced them into a defensive stance. This demon is no ordinary one, Casper said with a solemn expression. His wordless wisdom perception detected everything, noticing that behind the 7 heavenly kings there was another shadowy figure. A special Dharma body of his, like a powerful clone, not weaker than the 7 heavenly kings' main body. Suddenly, this Dharma body attacked, extremely treacherous and cunning, aiming directly for Dawson's vital points. Be careful. Casper dragged Dawson back violently, leaving a huge opening. Die. The three demons combined their forces, preparing to unleash a terrifying blow. Don't think you can succeed. Dawson acted decisively, flicking his wrist to release a talisman. This talisman was completely different from the previous ones, shining brightly, containing divine power far surpassing ordinary level 9 talismans. Clearly, this was the complete version of Fujui obtained at auction from Hatcher. Thousand Hands, Bright Heaven Purification Cannon. The talisman struck first, initiating at an incredible speed. Before the three demons could react, it exploded, hitting them. The terrifying explosion reverberated through space without causing any shockwaves, because its destructive power was all directed inward, not wasting a bit. Aya! As the dust settled, the agonized cries of the three demons echoed out. This attack seemed to contain power specifically restraining the demonic race, inflicting real damage on them. How powerful! Thomas stared dumbfounded. He also had such a talisman in his hand, which could serve as a trump card for self-protection. Humans, I will tear you into pieces. The three demons looked menacing, though injured. Their aura became even more explosive. You don't have those talismans anymore, right? Then prepare to die. With these words, they exerted all their strength, charging furiously. But just then, the space behind them cracked open, revealing a youth jumping out, emitting endless mysterious energy. Heavenly transformation. He shouted, his voice shaking the universe. Chapter 142. No enemy ahead. The youth's voice shook the universe, and before one could blink, the silent array of deathly silence roared to life again, bursting forth with its utmost power. Authority submits. In an instant, the blood chi pervading the void was swept away, converging into Hatcher's body. Even the array burned to its limits, then sacrificed itself, decomposing into essence energy that Hatcher accepted with a laugh. The array of lifeless stagnation collapsed entirely, aiding Hatcher's ascension into a terrifying realm. Roar! Gage's roar echoed like thunder. In the blink of an eye, his form grew against the wind, transforming into a 10,000-foot-tall, green-faced giant with fangs. With terror on everyone's faces, he towered above the heavens, feet stepping on the netherworld, wind and lightning coalescing into a long spear in his hand, which he then swung down. I've seen this scene before. The Gianna muttered to herself. In her dream, Hatcher used this move to suppress the dragon vein for her, never expecting it to be real. Manifesting heaven and earth, resplendent spirits heed my command. Execute without mercy. The gigantic spear tore through everything, landing precisely on the three demon heads. An endless brightness erupted only to be followed by a surge of black mist from the center, devouring the light in return. This black mist wasn't demonic aura but chaotic chi that emerged when the laws redefined the world. Amidst the blur, the three demons' bodies were simultaneously torn apart, turning into scattered dust. Has this guy become this strong? Casper gaped, having exchanged sword arts with Hatcher and, despite his crushing defeat, confirmed that Hatcher had not yet reached the sage realm. Luther mused, regardless of his cultivation level, we can't underestimate him or we will suffer greatly. Do I have to tell you? Casper rolled his eyes, having experienced it firsthand. As the haze cleared, clarity returned between heaven and earth. The three demons seemed truly slain, their presence undetectable in the air. This is impossible. Albin's complexion was pale, trembling as he looked at Hatcher and the others. He had never felt more despair. Facing what amounted to three sages, killing him would be like squashing an ant. I'll handle it. Casper's gaze pierced through like thunder, intending to annihilate Albin's soul and flesh. Albin screamed, nearly losing his soul, his realm plummeting back to the peak of the reincarnation realm. Senior, hold off, leave this person to me. Marcia stepped out from the space, appearing before Albin. After decades, the roles of hunter and prey had finally reversed. Gilda, this scoundrel caused you so much suffering, now you can finally reclaim it. Yes. Marcia nodded slightly, her expression icy cold. The conspiracy decades ago had almost ruined her and cost countless brothers and sisters their lives, bringing the thriving Harmony sect to its knees and nearly ending its lineage. Facing this original perpetrator now, she needed no reserve. The only thing left to do was to send him to hell in the most miserable way possible. Just you? Killing me? What a fantasy. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Albin prepared to kidnap Marcia to secure his survival. Before he could finish speaking, a torrent of murderous intent slammed into him, sending him flying. Two figures quickly detached from the battlefield, clashing at a distance. Go protect her, don't interfere unless absolutely necessary, Hatcher commanded, looking at the Gianna beside him. I understand. Janie was momentarily subdued by Hatcher's domineering presence, detouring around them and rushing towards the distance. Her heart felt somewhat bitter. As the supreme Gianna and a peak half-sage cultivator, did she really mean less to Hatcher than a little girl? Hemph, wait and see, guest. One day you'll discover this Gianna's charm. Is it over? In the main battlefield, Casper asked. From his experience, demons weren't so easily eradicated. Isn't it obvious? Of course not. Hatcher replied calmly, but this is the last time. They have no power to turn things around. As he spoke, dark hurricanes surged in the void, all of them being the origins of the demon race, thick and filled with savage energy. Seeing this, Camille's expression changed abruptly. Be cautious, they are merging. This is the demon's ultimate trump card. Upon hearing this, both Casper and Luther's expressions turned grave. From within the hurricane, they sensed a terrifying force that even sages struggled against, let alone those below them who nearly succumbed to despair under its pressure. No need to fear. At that moment, Hatcher spoke. His voice was steady and resonant, carrying an indomitable will that helped everyone alleviate all negative emotions. Our path ahead has no enemy. These words were like a preordained declaration of victory, domineering, and beyond dispute. Human ant, you're just daydreaming. As he spoke, The hurricane converged into a terrifying figure, each carrying the aura of the three heavenly kings. The three Elis had merged into one. With a single step, the void trembled, dark ripples surged forward as if divine punishment had descended. Casper and Luther acted simultaneously, blocking the demonic energy with a sword strike and a palm strike. At this moment, the merged Eli revealed an evil smile. There's a weakness. Behind him, a Dharma body emerged, nearly identical to his own, then made a punching motion toward the front. Be careful. Casper's pupils constricted. They prepared for defense but were still thrown back, with holy blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. How is this possible? I clearly blocked it. Casper said in disbelief. That punch isn't simple. It contains peculiar energy, possibly due to his Dharma body. Luther saw through the essence. Haha, experience does matter, but unfortunately, you can't break through this. You're only left with death. The merged Eli sneered arrogantly, disappearing from where he stood, then reappeared behind Hatcher. I've got him. Take down one first, die now. He held nothing back, punching straight at the back of Hatcher's head. At this time, Casper and Luther were nearby, yet frozen, reacting not at all. Effortless. The Eli imagined Hatcher's skull shattering, but suddenly, Hatcher turned around, locking eyes with him. Huh. Dane appeared, transformed to match Hatcher's size, intercepting the fatal blow. How can this be? The merged Eli's face drastically changed. This situation was far from what he expected. Surprised? Hatcher smiled. Time freeze. It seems our Dharma bodies are of the same type. Chapter 143. Didn't expect this to be my escape route. How is this possible? Incredulity was written all over the face of the fusion demon. There was no way a human Dharmakaya could match their fusion Dharmakaya. Unless one had reached the legendary phaseless realm, their Dharmakaya would be invincible. 1 second has passed, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hatcher began to count. 5 seconds have passed. Time starts flowing again. Roar. To death. The two Dharmakayas exchanged blows midair, and in that instant, an explosive boom sounded out. Hatcher was directly sent flying away. The fusion demon's power was overwhelmingly strong, surpassing that of a single sage and giving it the upper hand during the clash. 5 seconds. Hatcher touched his reddened arm, a mysterious smile forming at the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Casper frowned and asked, also having noticed something amiss with his sage-level cultivation. His Dharmakaya can stop time. Upon hearing this, both human sages were stunned. Such an ability was nearly impossible to counter. Unless it was a sage who had comprehended the mysteries of time, there was no way they could beat him. Young man, quickly use your invincible technique to think of a solution. The old man glanced at Hatcher, speaking briefly. He never imagined that after living so long, he would rely on the youth one day. Your struggles are all in vain. Destruction is your only end. The fusion demon said confidently. While Hatcher could barely move during his time pause, he wasn't its match. As for the other two, they were like dead bones in graves, sooner or later to be captured. It felt it was now invincible. Lend me your power. Hatcher was unceremonious, flicking out a spirit charm. Charms 9-2, bestowed upon the illustrious one. A glow spread across the sky. Learning from past experiences, those still able raised their hands, contributing their strength. Raise your hands, Dawson said to Casper. With the involvement of another sage, Hatcher's strength temporarily entered the ranks of the sages, even among the stronger ones. Taking a deep breath, he felt no discomfort. Ever since breaking through to heaven-cleaving 9th level, his body's endurance capacity increased several times, ensuring he wouldn't explode from this power. I'll take over from here. Hatcher gathered all the strength within himself and strode forcefully toward the front. Hee. Seems like you haven't learned your lesson, daring to approach me voluntarily. The fusion demon laughed madly, producing a shrill sound. How else could I kill you? Then get closer. As they approached each other, both suddenly attacked. Too weak. Roar. Both Dharmakayas roared, and in an instant, their heavy fists collided. The atmosphere rumbled, sparks flew, and space around them cracked, ending up as a draw. Want to compare the speed of punches with me? The fusion demon's expression turned slightly grim, becoming more serious. All the way. As the words left, their fists thundered like clashing needles, neither backing down. War cries resonated through the sky, shaking a radius of 300 miles and piercing the heavens. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Roar, roar, roar. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Hatcher's gaze flickered, his mental energy crushing the opponent and finding an opening first. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 explosions, the fusion demon was hit in the heart, throat, and forehead, flying backward, blood gushing. Not much, still far off. It stubbornly claimed, with the killing intent in its eyes not decreasing but increasing. It seems to kill you. I need to use my Dharmakaya power. Words followed by actions, it spread its arms wide, with its Dharmakaya pointing forward. Fusion Dharmakaya. Time pause. A ripple expanded, quickly covering the entire world. All things froze, sealed within the ice layer of time. Even Hatcher was frozen mid-air. 1 second has passed, 2 seconds. Counting backwards, the fusion demon approached Hatcher and struck decisively. Moving simultaneously, Hatcher overwhelmed the other, shattering its arms within the next 2 seconds. By the 5th second, Hatcher was frozen again, not continuing the pursuit. Time resumed flowing. Ha ha ha. As I guessed, you can only act for 2 seconds during my time pause. Since then, killing you will be much simpler. Hatcher remained silent, moving closer at incredible speed. Want to close the distance? Daydreaming. The fusion demon sped back rapidly. Time pause. Great transformation of heavenly demons. It unleashed continuous attacks, intending to wear down Hatcher's activity time with ranged attacks. Roar, roar. Dane decisively emerged, tearing apart the demon aura. 2 seconds have passed. 3 seconds are enough to finish you off. The fusion demon's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty look as it sped toward Hatcher, aiming for his forehead. At that moment, Dane transformed into a giant once again and delivered a powerful punch. Heavenly transformation. What? The fusion demon had been careless. This attack was unavoidable. It was smashed into pieces, its demonic blood splattering everywhere, even its essence severely damaged. Time resumed flowing. Damn brat, you dared to outsmart me. He roared in anger, finally realizing that Hatcher could move for more than 2 seconds. Earlier, he was merely luring him into revealing his weakness. It's too late to understand now. Hatcher closed in and relentlessly attacked, shattering the fusion demon's body multiple times, building up an advantage. Hufka. The fusion demon was almost completely defeated, plummeting from the sky and crashing onto the ground. No, it's not over yet. If I can just reach that place, if I can just get there. He crawled on the ground like a worm but was blocked by a pair of feet in front of him. Your demonic life is coming to an end. Hatcher stood above, ready to pass judgment. Ha ha ha, wanna kill me? You can't do it. Time pause. Pause your mother. Hatcher interrupted the spell, and Dane attacked again with a series of heavy punches, piercing through the fusion demon's body several times. This time, the fusion demon was pushed to the brink. His essence had been nearly exhausted, greatly weakening his recovery ability. Ha ha ha. He laughed and screamed maniacally, intentionally colliding with the punches, using the force to fly backward at incredible speed. You didn't expect it, did you? Brat, this is my escape route. You think you can outsmart me? You're far too inexperienced. The final victory still belongs to me. Do you know what I've stored here? Accompanied by successive explosions, the fusion demon crashed through several buildings before finally stopping. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely dense cloud of demon aura arose, causing Hatcher to raise an eyebrow. This guy really did have something up his sleeve. Chapter 144. I don't even need 1 second to kill you. Hatcher took a step forward and arrived in front of the fusion Ellie. He saw that the demon's face was contorted, and he was holding a dense ball of demonic energy as if it were a treasure. This is... Hatcher's pupils contracted as he felt an extremely evil aura from it. Primal demonic energy. Looks like you have some knowledge. Surely you know the function of this substance? The fusion Ellie looked at Hatcher mockingly. Your human territories have already been planted with countless amounts of primal demonic energy. This will be our resource for attacking you. When the true demon army arrives, it will be the day your human race turns to dust. Upon hearing this, Hatcher remained expressionless. In his previous life, the human world indeed suffered severe demonic calamities, causing terrible disasters. But ultimately, he managed to quell them without causing apocalyptic waves. Don't you believe me? Seeing Hatcher unperturbed, the fusion Ellie felt burning rage in his heart. Whether it's true or false, you won't live to see it. With that said, Hatcher vanished from where he stood. I advise you not to be overconfident. The Ellie sneered, instantly refining all the primal demonic energy within the blink of an eye. Boom. He achieved remarkable results. His power, depleted in previous battles, was instantly replenished and even surpassed his previous state. Ha ha ha. This power is simply perfect. I am really enjoying myself. He appeared deranged, almost madly so, speaking with fervor. He even inserted his index finger into his temple and rotated it wildly. The scene of flying demonic blood was too bizarre and terrifying. Ordinary people would lose their courage just by looking at it. But before Hatcher, all of this was child's play. His figure flickered as he launched the strongest assault. Roar. Too weak. The two clashed again. The moment they met, the fusion Ellie was once again defeated, continually being crushed in close combat. He did not engage further but smiled confidently, attempting to maintain distance from Hatcher. Rune 89, Deadline. Under these circumstances, Hatcher finally maximized the potential of his spirit runes, using a killing move representing death. Heavenly Demon Great Transformation. The two fought from afar, sending terrifying shockwaves that obliterated everything around them. Immediately after, blood-red intertwining locks spread out from Hatcher's body, ensnaring everything they passed through, manipulating all for his use. Boom! The earth trembled as Hatcher peeled up the ground beneath the imperial capital by several hundred feet, forming a massive peak that he hurled at the Ellie. Himph! The Ellie's eyes twitched slightly. Instead of directly confronting the attack, he skillfully dodged it. Rune 90, Black Coffin. Rune 91, Thousand Hands, Bright Heaven Tidal Cannon. These two moves were used simultaneously, one for containment and the other for a lethal strike, perfectly synchronized and seamless, catching the opponent off guard. The fusion Ellie found it difficult to dodge, seemingly doomed to be hit. Just then, time stopped. His dermic form activated, halting the rune's explosive effects while launching a rapid counterattack. Don't overestimate yourself. Hatcher attacked fiercely with a stern look, aiming to utterly destroy the opponent. He succeeded, tearing the Ellie apart within 5 seconds and following up with a relentless pursuit. However, his movements suddenly froze. Not an act, but a genuine stop. This abnormality caused Hatcher's pupils to constrict sharply. 6 seconds have passed. 7 seconds have passed. The damaged body of the fusion Ellie began to recover. Didn't expect this, did you? I should thank you for helping me break through and making my dermic form stronger, able to pause time for longer. Before Hatcher could react, he launched a series of powerful punches that rained down on him. 8 seconds have passed. 9 seconds have passed. Time resumed its flow. 9 seconds. 9 whole seconds. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Blood trickled from the corner of Hatcher's mouth as he shot backward at an incredible speed. Flames burned where he had been hit, but he did not suffer severe injuries. In contrast, the Ellie's fists had melted, as though they had struck a blazing sun rather than a human body. Remnant Fire Dharma forms. Demon Head. Hatcher mocked, immediately activating the 6 Directions Destruction sword upon noticing the anomaly, which indeed caught the opponent off guard. Annoying humans, after the next time stop, I will end this battle completely. The Ellie's eyes were red with bloodlust, diving down rapidly like a hawk chasing a rabbit. Time stop. Hum. With strange fluctuations, the world fell back into stasis. This time, Hatcher also stopped in place, remaining solemn because his active duration couldn't match the opponent's, so he dared not make any hasty moves. Heavenly Demon Bloody Mountain. A destructive force erupted from the Ellie's body. It was clear that this was the opponent's ultimate killing move, channeling all his strength for the final blow. To put it mildly, this move could slay a saint. 2 seconds have passed. 3 seconds have passed. The Ellie was gathering immense power, finally raising pitch-black mountains with both hands, preparing to unleash deadly force. 4 seconds. Go to hell. A massive shadow loomed overhead as Hatcher felt an intense pressure, being smashed into the ground. Then, the demonic mountain collapsed, pressing him beneath, intending to crush him into dust. Roar. Arwen activated his dermic form, supporting the sky with one hand while continuously punching with the other, trying to shake off the demonic mountain. No use, no use, no use. You can't escape anymore, ha ha ha. The Ellie stood atop the mountain, unleashing relentless violence. The combined force surpassed Hatcher, tilting the balance of power. 9 seconds have passed. Say goodbye. The Ellie's blood boiled. His last punch burned with primal energy, completely tipping the scales. Time starts flowing. Boom. The demonic mountain exploded, the entire imperial capital shaking violently, leveling everything within 100 miles. If they hadn't shifted the battlefield, more than 90% of the human population in the imperial capital would have been wiped out. Billowing smoke soared into the sky, blocking the sun, drifting and floating before freezing at a certain moment. However, the Ellie didn't care. He was immersed in great joy. He had finally taken down this major human enemy. He quickly landed to check, and upon finding only a pool of blood on the ground, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed dead. A human powerhouse has fallen to my hands. You insignificant humans, prepare to be reaped by me. As he spoke, he was about to wreak havoc when suddenly his expression changed. What's happening? I can't move. Cold sweat trickled down the Ellie's body. This feeling was familiar. Demon, 14 seconds have passed. Suddenly, a hand pressed on his shoulder from behind. None other than Hatcher. It's you. How is this possible? The Ellie roared. I told you, we have the same type of dermic form. When your time stop ended, I also stopped time. For 9 seconds. Hearing this, the Ellie felt fear for the first time. Pity. You won't be able to move for the next 4 seconds, and furthermore, Hatcher slowly said, I don't even need 1 second to kill you. Chapter 145, The Saint Slayer. Follow the pattern of heaven and earth. Without further ado, Hatcher immediately unleashed his most powerful technique. Roar. A gigantic fist descended from the sky with immense force, striking its target dead center. Hatcher had smashed in the Ellie. Time began to flow once more. Aya. The Ellie let out a genuine scream of anguish as his inner essence was once again completely drained. How could this be? I've actually been pushed to this extent. The fusion Ellie said in disbelief. Despite all the preparations, there shouldn't have been any mistakes. But fate often plays cruel tricks on people. Who would have thought that not only did the Imperial capital manage to bring in 3 human saints at once, but also an absurd monster like Hatcher who made their plans fail just before completion. You failed because you made a very simple mistake, Hatcher said condescendingly. And that is, you angered me. Upon hearing these words, the fusion Ellie twisted back into its original form, having lost all reason, and began launching a frenzied counterattack. You arrogant whelp, how dare you talk big? However, in front of Hatcher, it was nothing more than futile resistance. Roar. Dane's heavy punch bypassed the body and struck the opponent's manifestation. This attack obliterated everything in its path. Accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, several cracks appeared on the fused manifestation and rapidly spread. Not possible. I'm still a noble Ellie. A noble Ellie. Boom. The manifestation exploded, and the fusion Ellie's body simultaneously burst open, turning back into the 3 celestial kings. They looked like dogs fleeing their homes, dragging their broken bodies, desperately trying to escape. They mustn't be allowed to escape. Seeing this scene, the crowd was agitated, shouting with fervent anticipation. The Casper and Dawson were also ready to take action. Having paid such a high price, they simply had to detain these 3 celestial kings no matter what. No need to worry, they won't get away. Hatcher arrived beside the 2 of them, a smile curving the corners of his mouth, sitting tight like an angler waiting for a catch. At this moment, the ruins below suddenly erupted, and an unparalleled aura burst forth, accompanied by rainbow-colored light, sealing off the entire area. This is... Everyone froze, unable to believe their eyes. A 4th human saint. Looks like I finally caught up at just the right moment, Hatcher said with a smile, as a breathtakingly beautiful immortal emerged from the ruins, her movements causing colorful lights to dance and shield the sky, forming an absolute domain. Within this domain, she could decide the life and death of all living beings, including saints. It's her. The Casper and Dawson exclaimed simultaneously. Vicky was clearly just a nascent saint earlier, very strong but not their match. Yet how could her strength surpass theirs in less than half a day? At this moment, the 3 celestial kings found themselves in dire straits. The luminous divine light had sealed off all retreat routes and was continuously shrinking, compressing their space. They tried to break through forcefully, but whenever they touched that layer of light, their bodies rapidly disintegrated without any resistance. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the 3 celestial kings were confined within a sphere of colored light. The light sphere was compressed to its limit, eventually becoming palm-sized, held gently in Vicky's hand. Catching 3 kings with one hand. Although these were only 3 demons at the end of their strength, this feat was shockingly impressive. Wait, we have something to say. One of the 7 celestial kings spoke up, hoping for negotiations. As long as you release us, the demon race will give you substantial rewards. Hearing this, the few saints snorted in unison. What kind of benefit could possibly outweigh the lives of 3 saints? Besides, they didn't value the offerings of the demon race anyway. You should think carefully. Our status within the demon race is unparalleled. If anything happens to us, you will face terrifying retribution. The 8th Celestial King's expressions turned ferocious, attempting to threaten everyone. There's no need for more empty words. Let me finish this. Invite them to converse within my sword. Hatcher spoke succinctly, summoning the black sword. The 6 directions destruction sword, earth sword, netherworld furnace. As the dark sword pierced through the colored ball, everyone heard screams, and the 3 Elis perished simultaneously, their souls captured within the earth sword. Glory to the saints, eternal glory to the human race. The crowd roared with excitement, raising their arms in jubilation. Slaying the Elis was indeed a remarkable achievement. These fellows. Hatcher looked down at the crowd below. He originally intended to teach these people a lesson. It was because most of their intentions were impure, wanting to monopolize Gilda, which made Hatcher quite annoyed. But given their contributions in slaying the demons, he decided to let it slide. Boom. Suddenly, the world resounded with thunder as the Eye of Tao opened, reappearing in the world. Seeing this scene, the crowd below immediately became solemn. Even Hatcher raised an eyebrow, revealing a trace of a smile. Sages are true powerhouses in the world, each harboring the fortune of heaven and earth within them. If a sage is killed, their fortune will shift and fall into the hands of those who participated in the slaying. Not only that, but the heavenly Tao will also bestow a baptism and broadcast the information of the sage slayers to the entire world. At this moment, a grand voice echoed through the heavens and earth. 264 years have passed since the last occurrence. The world now has 4 new sage slayers, namely. The grand voice began to announce the names. Zhongzhou Casper, Zhongzhou Celestial Clan Sage Dawson, Eastern Worlds 3 Pure Realms Dusty World Mountain, Joyful Sect's leader Vera, and the strongest sage slayer, Eastern Worlds Dao Domain Ling Shao Empire Guest, unnamed individual. Soon after, the portraits of these 4 appeared in the void, visible no matter how far away one was, as long as they gazed in this direction. This kid is indeed the strongest attacker. The Casper looked at Hatcher, unsurprised by the statement. Hatcher, however, was somewhat surprised. The heavenly Tao had revealed his disguised identity, which felt quite personalized. Ultimately, the rewards for the 4 were the most substantial, each receiving a thread of sage essence. This item was extremely precious, usable for comprehending the sage realm or to strengthen a sage. Apart from these 4, 10 half-sage powerhouses contributed the most and received significant rewards as well. Janie was particularly happy, as she had almost reached the threshold of sagedom. Further down the list were the lower-level cultivators who provided strength to Hatcher. They too were blessed, breaking through 2 to 3 minor realms in one breath. There were people who rejoiced, and there were those who worried. In the distant 3 pure realms, on the Black-Yellow Mountain, within the Jade Purity Sect, the faces of the ruling elders darkened to the extreme when they saw the figure of Vera. Wasn't this woman on the verge of self-destruction? How did she suddenly become a sage slayer? Could it be she broke through to the sage realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must just be a minor player, not worth worrying about, someone confidently asserted, but then changed tone, becoming more serious. However, that unnamed individual, he looks so much like. Chapter 146, Zhongzhou's Hahuan Sect, Senior Master Vera. Do you think this guest elder looks very much like Hatcher? Yes, that's right. Could this unnamed individual be the true self of Hatcher? Do you really think that makes sense? This remark immediately drew skepticism. What kind of person was this unnamed individual announced by the heavenly Tao? One who overwhelmed 3 demons and ultimately slaughtered a saint, demonstrating an incredible strength beyond imagination. And Hatcher was merely a discarded disciple of Xiuxian Sect. What qualifications did he have to be mentioned in the same breath? That makes sense, but these 2 look incredibly alike. Perhaps there's some connection. These words instantly caught the attention of many. Based on my judgment, it's highly likely they are 2 similar blossoms. The head of Tianjitan spoke, causing the other elders to widen their eyes. 2 similar blossoms. One withers while the other blooms. One grows strong while the other weakens. Since the unnamed individual is so formidable, then Hatcher must inevitably decline. This thought made several elders' faces change. Ever since Hatcher left, the upper echelons of Xiuxian Sect had split into 2 factions. One faction advocated for retrieving Hatcher. These people, led by Sally, had treated Hatcher reasonably well before. The other faction firmly opposed this, and even argued for completely exterminating Hatcher. For no other reason than because of Hatcher, Xiuxian Sect suffered heavy losses. They lost nearly half of their resources, and even the law enforcement hall director and deputy sect leader were killed by enforcers. Daring not to seek revenge on the enforcers, they could only blame Hatcher for everything. Now it seems Hatcher is completely finished. With such a dominant similar flower, he can only become more useless over time, eventually fading away. An elder said this, gaining agreement from most. In that case, we can set aside our disputes. A Zechariah slammed the table and declared, from now on, discussing bringing back Hatcher is strictly forbidden. Anyone who dares defy this will face severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Sally and others lowered their heads, looking powerless. Hee, this seems too lenient on that good-for-nothing. We should just kill him outright. That might win us the favor of that guest elder. Another Zechariah's eyes flickered with cunning and malice. SSS. Whispers of shock filled the room, while others brightened up after careful thought. Don't say that isn't a good idea. The original Zechariah added, that guest elder absolutely wants Hatcher dead, but constrained by causal taboo, he won't act personally. If we do it for him, many were enticed by this, and the more radical ones stated, if we can befriend this guest elder, we won't fear old man Apollo anymore. Afterward, we can dominate everything. Even renaming Samsara domain to Xiuxian domain would be feasible. This speech was highly persuasive and gained support from the majority. If that's the case, let's decide now. When Hahuan Sect returns, we will. The Zechariah's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, exuding intense killing intent. Meanwhile, at the heart of the world, Zhongzhou continent bustled with activity. Nearly 300 years had passed since the last news of a saint being slain, shaking all major sects in the area. Zhongzhou also had a Hahuan sect, claiming to be the main branch of Hahuan sect. Compared to the Red Dust Mountain branch, this Hahuan sect was truly majestic and imposing, ranking among the top sects even in Zhongzhou. The ruler here was a white-haired beauty, whose face showed no signs of aging, yet her eyes revealed much wisdom. Her white hair wasn't natural or due to old age. Rather, it was because she had cultivated Hahuan heavenly art to an extremely high level, maintaining the jade demon body as a constant state, always at peak combat readiness. Senior Master. At this moment, a young Taoist child burst through the door, rushing in frantically. Something big happened in the eastern continent. 4 Saint Slayers have emerged and together slaughtered 3 demon lords. Hearing this, the Senior Master opened her eyes, surprised. Who would have thought such figures could arise from that barren land? Hehe, you've guessed wrong. The little Taoist child laughed, unafraid of the Senior Master's authority. Among these Saint Slayers, there's someone you know. Do you want a beating? Don't play coy. The patriarch sat up straight, urging the child to speak quickly. It's Casper and the Zechariah of the Celestial clan. They are currently in the eastern continent, undergoing some initiation. So it's that troublemaker and that old fool. It's not surprising with them around. The old ancestor seemed to lose interest, asking casually, I suppose the other 2 are no ordinary people either? Indeed, Grandmaster. The 3rd person is the disciple that Senior Master took in 100 years ago. And the 4th one? The last one is even more remarkable, having earned the title of Supreme Saint Slayer. The Heavenly Tao announced that he is a guest elder of the Lingxiao Empire, known as Nameless. Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster showed a look of surprise. Even a small land can produce heroes. Wait. The usually composed Grandmaster suddenly jumped up as if she had received a great shock. What did you say just now? A guest elder of the Lingxiao Empire. Not that, the one before it. The disciple that Senior Master took in 100 years ago, said the little Taoist child nervously. Are you saying that my rebellious disciple's disciple, my own grand disciple, has become a Saint Slayer? Before the words finished, the Grandmaster had already vanished, rushing out of the hall to confirm this herself. Sure enough, when her gaze reached the east, 4 portraits appeared in her mind revealed by the Heavenly Tao. Tristan's image overlapped with the memory of the little girl she once knew. Though a century had passed and her demeanor and appearance had changed significantly, she could not have mistaken her. Indeed, it is my grand disciple, resembling me in my youth. The more the Grandmaster observed, the more satisfied she became, followed by a strong sense of resentment. That bold rebel insisted on going to the eastern continent to seek the so-called legendary seeds, claiming they would grow into 7 outstanding individuals. I think she was delusional. If such an excellent grand disciple had been taught by me back then, she would have likely broken through to the reincarnation realm long ago. The Master said angrily, then opened her heavenly eye. Let me see this grand disciple's cultivation. If it is below the 7th level of reincarnation, I will be furious. In a moment, 2 beams of divine light shot from her eyes, aiming at Tristan's portrait. After a short while, the Grandmaster withdrew her gaze and rubbed her eyes. It must be the way I opened it. Let me see again. She glanced once more, and then took a demon-suppressing pill on the spot. Someone. This ancestress has suffered a setback and is hallucinating. Chapter 147 Ancestor likes children. You're not sick. The Gordon looked at the Luna and said with utmost certainty. It's impossible. This seed is sick. He really isn't sick. Nonsense. This seed is absolutely sick. Hearing this, the alchemist was helpless. Why was this old man so stubborn? Were all the people of Hahuan sect so headstrong? Then tell me, what's wrong with you? The patriarch hesitated for a moment before finally spoke awkwardly. My great-grand disciple has become a sage. Hearing this, the alchemist sucked in a breath sharply. This is a happy event. Congratulations to your sect for gaining another genius. But my great-grand disciple is just over 100 years old. In an instant, the alchemist's expression turned serious. You can't have encountered the no-memory tribulation and developed hysteria, right? A sage over 100 years old. What a joke. Even in Central State, such a heaven-defying talent could not be found. I'm not joking. The patriarch glanced around, leaning forward to whisper. I suspect that my great-grand disciple isn't human but grown by my disciple using divine seeds. The alchemist's face instantly became strange. You mean the legendary seed that will grow 7 geniuses when planted? Yes, I just want to know where the other 6 grand disciples are. Upon hearing this, the alchemist took a deep breath, returning to his calm demeanor. He slowly stood up and instructed the apprentice beside him. Increase her medication dosage? Yes. Then, the alchemist strode away, muttering under his breath as he walked. This old man is indeed sick. After he left, the patriarch fell into deep thought and muttered to herself. Why don't I directly invite little Tara over so I can ask clearly? This idea was immediately rejected by herself. I can't be too hasty. Anyway, the 100 Sect conference will be held in Central State soon. The girl will come eventually. I'll ask then. Ancestor, it's time for your medicine. The young medicine boy timidly approached with a bowl of medicine. Phew. Quack. The patriarch spat, shattering the medicine bowl, and left without looking back. The Amos had never seen such a scene. His shoulders trembled slightly as he was about to cry. Good child, don't cry. The patriarch returned and stuffed a pile of spirit stones into the Amos's hands. These are diagnostic fees. Your master is a rogue. Don't let him spread the word that this seat watched over him without payment and ruined my reputation. After speaking, she took out a candy and put it in the Amos's mouth, relieved only when he stopped crying and smiled. Who would have thought that the famous Hahuan sect patriarch would carry something to comfort children like this? Watching the Amos hop away happily, the patriarch's face immediately darkened. She thought of her 81 disciples who had never given birth to a grand disciple for her over the years, which made her furious. A bunch of good for nothing. This seat will go back and train them. Above the capital of Lingxiao Empire, the heavenly baptism was nearing its end. Thank you, all the sages and guests. The powerful figures below bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. For most of them, today was undoubtedly the most magnificent day of their lives. 7 sages emerging together and 3 demons perishing were undoubtedly the most shocking events in nearly 1,000 years. It was truly a great honor for them to witness and survive. There's no need for formalities. As an elder and respected figure, Dawson lectured those below. From now on, you must cultivate cautiously, step by step, and never take risks. That's the way to disaster. Hearing this, many blushed. They came here to obtain Yin-Yang Dao body and reach the pinnacle at once. But after experiencing several life and death struggles, they also realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. They lowered their heads to receive teachings. Since you've understood, leave now. Don't linger and cause any trouble. With these words, 60,000 cultivators responded simultaneously and gradually left the capital. Where is Gilda? Hatcher heaved a sigh of relief as the battle concluded. The borrowed power was fading away, leaving him exhausted. I'm back. Marcia and Janie returned together, holding a wisp of soul. It was Albin's remnant soul. Under their threats, Albin had no chance to escape or even die if he wanted to. At this moment, his primordial spirit was being eroded by annihilation breath, constantly screaming in despair. Master, I finally got revenge for that arrow. The senior sister was radiant. The gloom between her brows swept away as if putting down a mental burden. Great job. Speaking of her hatred towards Albin, Vera did not fall short of anyone. He shouldn't be allowed to die so easily. Otherwise, it's too lenient on him. I was just thinking the same thing. The senior sister took out a jade bottle, ready to lock his soul inside. Spare me. Give me a quick death. Albin's primordial spirit twisted and convulsed, his face filled with regret and terror. A dog that has lost its home has no right to beg for mercy. You should enjoy this. Marcia was extremely cold-hearted, locking him into the jade bottle. No. Accompanied by a Tan Husung, Albin finally fell silent. Phew. It's finally over. Hatcher said weakly, his eyelids half closed, standing listlessly in midair before being supported and held by Vera. What's wrong, little brother? Marcia immediately became very anxious, leaning in to ask. Don't worry, Xiao Zhou is just experiencing excessive mental fatigue and has fallen into a meditative state. He will recover by tomorrow at the latest. The Casper and Dawson approached, each having their own concerns, both wanting to converse with Hatcher. Don't worry, come to the palace tomorrow. I'll give you both a satisfactory response. Hatcher forced a smile, then fell into a peaceful sleep. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. The 2 sages exchanged glances, seeing joy in each other's eyes. Only now, most people had left, leaving behind a scene of desolation for the people of Yueling Sect. All those who survived this battle were winners except for Yueling Sect. Gwyneth suffered heavenly punishment. Adrian was crippled, both unconscious. Sister, are you leaving too? In a corner unseen by others, Coraline asked Zora, who had returned to her original form, with a hint of reluctance. My mission is complete. I won't continue to be someone else's stand-in. But girl, if you can't stay in Yueling Sect anymore, go to Zhongqing Sect. There, you'll still be the senior sister. With these words, Zora left, flying toward the palace. Chapter 148. The love of my life ran off with her sister, and the child is also theirs. Night had fallen deep. Hatcher lay on the imperial bed, sleeping soundly and peacefully. This time, he had no worries or nightmares. This was the most restful sleep he'd had since his rebirth. Though Hatcher was at ease, the outside world was anything but quiet. Talia was learning to read, and Camille was revising the human research report. Compared to the others, these 2 were the quietest. The other women stood neatly by Hatcher's bedside, as if they were guarding a vigil. Master, it's late. At your age, you should take care of your health and get more rest. The little demon girl's eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, How can you say that? I have just broken through my realm and feel extremely energetic. It's you young ones who are still growing, and you mustn't always stay up late. Vera looked at her beloved disciples and said firmly, I understand. Zora joined the conversation, her gaze shifting to Janie. This is clearly a gathering between master and disciples. Why is Gianna intervening? With these words, the focus immediately shifted to the Gianna. Every woman turned their gaze toward the Gianna. How despicable this woman was. She had received incomparable benefits without paying much of a price. Dragon marrow and phoenix physique. The life curse lifted. Peak semi-saint cultivation, 1 step away from sainthood. Any one of these advantages alone would be an incredible opportunity, and now she had claimed them all. One could say that, besides Vera, she was the biggest beneficiary, perfectly illustrating the idea that choice is greater than effort. Thinking of this, the girls felt envy rise within them. Cough. The Gianna blushed and involuntarily looked away. But then she reconsidered and suddenly straightened up. No, she was now the supreme ruler, a super strong semi-saint. There was no reason to fear those few young girls. All under heaven belonged to me. What I want is mine. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Gianna proudly raised her chest. I am here today to assert my authority. Her words stirred up a tremendous storm, like a mountain falling into the sea or a meteor striking a volcano. She startled Vera. Turning around, Master's eyes made the Gianna shiver. Really, having just become a saint, you're already hallucinating. What did you just say? Can you repeat it? The Gianna was speechless, secretly lamenting her mistake. She had forgotten the most terrifying opponent in her moment of pride. I didn't say anything. Master, I heard her. She came to snatch Hatcher. Bite her. The little demon girl fanned the flames. That's what I was thinking. Speaking, colorful light surged and transformed into a thin rope. Gianna, don't worry about difficulty breathing. Let me help you remember our first beautiful meeting. Master, use mine. It's more potent. Marcia smirked, merging Tai power with annihilation breath into another rope. Together, even a semi-saint became docile. Sure enough, Janie was hoisted up again, her face filled with regret. I will never let my mouth run loose again. Zora couldn't help but chuckle, watching the nearby Hatcher. She almost reached out to touch his face. At that moment, a small figure suddenly leaped out, punching her. HRRR. James was formidable, embodying the convergence of all things, surpassing its apparent realm. Unprepared, Zora, a reincarnation realm cultivator, was sent flying. What? The women all turned, except for Marcia, showing expressions of surprise. They saw the microphase form for the first time and marveled, finding it adorable because it looked just like Hatcher. This is the dermic form, an exalted one. Vera said incredulously, he not only carries the aura of simulating the cosmos, but also integrates some supreme realm. This is truly astonishing. HRRR. James called out, chin up, looking smug. This display further stunned everyone. The dermic form not only possessed intelligence but seemed quite wise, an unheard of phenomenon. Suddenly, Marcia's eyes sparkled mischievously. Let me introduce you. This little guy is named James, given by me. Huh? Why can you name him? The little demon girl raised an eyebrow. It's simple because this little guy is the child of me and my junior brother. A single stone had stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and each wave was higher than the last. Master Sister has it bad too. Quick, hang her up. The little demon girl screamed. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. As she spoke, a ball of annihilation breath appeared in her palm. Mommy, I want to eat. In an instant, Dane's eyes lit up as he leaped toward Master Sister. This scene struck the little demon girl like lightning, causing her to burst into tears on the spot. I can't live on. My sweetheart ran off with someone else? This silly girl. Miranya smiled indulgently, emitting a strand of energy that caught the little demon girl. Why run? You still have your sisters and master. Wah. My sweetheart ran off with my sister, and my master is eyeing me greedily. Cough. Be optimistic at least. At least you still have the child. Miranya pointed at Dane. The child is theirs. Hoorah. Just then, Dane moved as if teleporting and landed on the little demon girl's shoulder. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he gently wiped away her tears. This action petrified everyone. This Dharma form is getting sophisticated, and it even knows how to comfort girls, surpassing its original master. Miranya sighed. However, it wasn't over yet. Dane clasped his hands, and suddenly produced a colorful flower, fragrant and beautiful. For me. The little demon girl's mood instantly brightened, and upon seeing Dane nod, she happily accepted the flower. Once she did, flowers bloomed instantly all over the ground, filling the entire room, transforming it into a dreamlike masterpiece. This is the one-thought flower blossom Dharma form. Everyone was speechless, realizing the flower was a complete and individual Dharma form. Dane could create it from nothingness and gift it to others. It was simply divine. I want one too. I want one too. Faced with such wonders, which girl could resist? Even Talia and Camille approached, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Not bad for a big boy, truly creating opportunities for mommy. Marcia laughed in satisfaction, quietly slipping into bed and cuddling Hatcher, falling asleep. The victory was achieved effortlessly. Today's winner, the Grand Mistress of the Hahuan Sect, Inyang Daobadi Marcia. Chapter 149. The Celestial Master Clan's Deal, the Melissa's Opportunity. There's something unclean in this palace. The next morning, Hatcher slowly woke up and spoke frankly. What do you mean by that? Vera was the first to step forward, her expression concerned as she asked. I think I experienced sleep paralysis last night. My whole body felt uncomfortable, and I also felt a bit of chest tightness. Hatcher rubbed his chest and took a deep breath. Only then did he feel better. Instantly, all the women's eyes became sharp, staring at Marcia full of criticism. It wasn't me. It was Dane. Yes, Dane can be quite naughty at night. Hulala. Dane lowered her head, her voice filled with confusion and a hint of wage. This made Gilda's heart instantly feel guilty. I'm sorry, Dane, this is the last time. Gilda thought to herself, then immediately sent over a wave of annihilation aura. Hulala. Dane instantly turned from cloudy to sunny, feasting happily. We have distinguished guests arriving. Hatcher stretched lazily and said with some complaint, seriously, they don't even let others rest more? As soon as he finished speaking, two mighty auras descended abruptly. Don't be nervous, they are friends. Hatcher reassured the vigilant Vera and stepped out of the palace in one stride. Friends? Oh, it's them. Vera also reacted, leading the disciples outside. Two towering figures had been waiting for a long time, one middle-aged and one elderly. Although they were no longer young, they emitted an incomparably grand aura. The Tao of Saints was vast and profound. How did you rest last night, little brother? After exchanging pleasantries, Casper came straight to the point, trying to cut to the chase. Thanks to both of you, I'm fine now. Hatcher scanned the two of them, revealing a gentle smile. I know why you've come. Rest assured, I won't let you leave empty-handed. Hearing this, the two saints showed their pleasure. The elder should go first. Casper, being polite, gestured to Dawson. Well then, old man shall not be so humble. Seeing the elder take a step forward, his gaze swept over Hatcher and the Tiana, becoming solemn. Girl, ancestor, you loved me most when I was little. Whatever you have to say, just say it. My junior brother is here. He will make the most accurate decision. The Tiana broke the deadlock first, although she already knew what the other party intended. Don't blame me for my impudence. I have but one request. Could you impart your knowledge of talisman techniques to the disciples of the Celestial Master Clan, to help them through their destined calamities? Upon hearing this, everyone present changed expressions, especially Casper, who fully understood how terrifying those talisman techniques were. A powerful talisman master could build a top-notch sect on this foundation. its potential might surpass even the Celestial Master Clan. Such treasures were invaluable and irreplaceable. Even parents or spouses wouldn't easily impart them. For this old man to dare ask for it was indeed audacious. The Tiana didn't answer but leaned against Hatcher gently, just as she had once said. Hatcher's stance was hers too. Sir, everything has a price. To obtain something, one must pay a corresponding cost. Hatcher said slowly, making Dawson's heart sink. Not out of modesty, but even if the Celestial Master Clan sold itself, it probably couldn't offer anything equivalent to this treasure. I am ashamed. This is priceless. I really. Before he could finish, Hatcher interrupted him directly. Sir, while treasures are priceless, so is friendship and righteousness. If you lack both, in gratitude for your great assistance yesterday, I will still give you adequate compensation. As for the unrecognized talisman technique, let's not discuss it further. While speaking, Hatcher put his arm around the Tiana, and they stood close together, appearing intimate. This scene made Dawson's eyes light up, finding a breakthrough. Young man, I assure you, if we can reach an agreement, Songyu will become the most respected figure in the Celestial Master Clan. You may not know, as a material essence, she has innate flaws in her cultivation aptitude, which slows her progress after transcending the heaven-cutting realm. But if she undergoes the secret rituals of the Celestial Master Clan, these defects can be remedied, and her cultivation potential can be improved to near perfection, allowing her to keep up with you in the future. Indeed, the elder was sharp, though speaking to Hatcher, his gaze was fixed on the Tiana. Sure enough, the Tiana clenched her fists, clearly very moved. These words hit right at her weakness. Hatcher was getting better, and even her senior sisters and master were incredibly powerful. Although she was also a top genius, she still had a huge gap when compared to these people. She was also afraid that there would be a day when she would be left far behind by Hatcher and others, never able to see his back again. Such a deal, sounds good. As if seeing through the Tiana's thoughts, Hatcher directly gave a response. When these words were spoken, even Dawson opened his eyes wide in disbelief, not daring to believe things could go so smoothly. For the Celestial Master Clan, this was like a gift from heaven. At the same time, his expression became serious. This was an entirely unequal deal, yet Hatcher agreed easily, which showed the status of the Tiana in his heart. I swear to heaven, I will never let the girl Songyu suffer any harm in the Celestial Master Clan. If I violate this oath, may I perish in the tribulation and never attain nirvana. This action greatly pleased Hatcher. The old man was indeed shrewd. He could rest assured. Then he looked at the Tiana and instructed, rest easy during your stay. Apart from the old man, I will find you a more reliable guardian to ensure your absolute safety. Also, you only need to teach the talisman techniques below number 70 to the Celestial Master Clan, which will be enough for them to pass one calamity. After that, if the Celestial Master Clan wishes to learn higher numbers, it depends on their performance. I've noted it down. The Tiana, moved to tears, hugged Hatcher tightly. Little scoundrel, I don't know how long it will be before I return this time. Will you forget me? Are you stupid? Once caught in the Hagen lock, even if you wanted to escape, I wouldn't agree. Hearing this, the Irma laughed extremely happily. All her worries swept away. Next is your turn. Hatcher put down the girl in his arms and looked at Casper, saying, Today, I will fulfill my previous promise to you. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly filled Casper with great joy. Little brother, have you found the... Before he could finish asking, Hatcher stopped him. The two of you, please swear to the heavenly Tao using the most important things you have, that you will never reveal what you see next to anyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the two saints were greatly shaken. Chapter 150. So, what is the price? The two sages were secretly alarmed. Seeing how seriously Hatcher was taking this and forcing them to swear the most solemn oaths, they realized that the impending events would be extraordinary. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately complied. After the oath was completed, light shone from between Hatcher's eyebrows, and an incomparable spiritual power emerged, forming a blank spirit talisman. This is... Luther's eyes widened. He felt an extremely intense fluctuation, and it was already surpassing ordinary grade 9 spirit talismans even before any inscription had been made. It was unimaginable just how incredible this could be. Could it be a peak grade 9 spirit talisman? He was shaken to his core. He had never seen or heard of such a level of spirit talisman. Could he be witnessing history today? Could it be? The Casper was also stunned. Seeing this, it was clear that Hatcher intended to refine the spirit world protective spell right here. At this thought, he couldn't help but look around for the silhouette of a powerhouse, but ultimately found nothing. The legendary powerhouse who had reached the phaseless realm had yet to show their face. Could they still be hiding? Before he could ask, Hatcher waved his hand, sending 3 rays of light into the minds of the 3 sages. These were precisely the steps and methods needed to create the spirit talisman. With all preparations in place, Hatcher looked at the Casper. The first required item was the heart's blood of a sage. With a bang, without hesitation, the Casper slapped his palm on his chest, spitting out a touch of bright red. That holy blood shimmered brilliantly, perfectly blending with the talisman paper, instantly causing earth-shattering changes. Release all your spiritual power now, the rest is up to me, Hatcher said decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 streams of sage-level spiritual power, like long rivers, converged in his palm. Boom. Then Dane manifested, turning into another Hatcher. Standing together, there was no difference between the two. This scene left the Casper completely stunned, almost stopping him from thinking. It was as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer directly on his soul, leaving him dazed. Phaseless image, he trembled, saying, this could not be wrong. For a sage who sought the Stewart realm, the 6 realms of becoming an emperor were not unfamiliar. For this reason, he felt extraordinarily shocked. Hatcher had indeed mentioned that a phaseless realm powerhouse would descend, but he didn't say the powerhouse was himself. What are you doing? Gather your spirits. A roar of anger broke through the Casper's thoughts. I understand. He became much more cautious, like a child who had made a mistake. Phaseless Unity, Mysterious Talisman Engraving. With the recitation of true words, Dane merged directly with Hatcher, then pressed a finger against the talisman paper. Instantly divine fire burned, dragon sword, and phoenixes danced, leaving intricate markings on its surface. This process consumed an enormous amount of spiritual power. After half an hour, the three sages were barely holding on, except for Hatcher, who remained radiant and showed no signs of reaching his limit. The final stroke, complete. As the young voice concluded, the sky suddenly turned dark with clouds. This was an extremely terrifying vision. Not only did thunder rumble and heavy rain pour, but also the gates of the netherworld opened wide, echoing with ghostly cries. The reason was simple. What was inscribed was too transcendent, strongly rejected by the laws of nature. The brushstrokes startled the wind and rain, while the completed talisman made ghosts weep. Talisman number 95, Spirit World Protective Spell. As the words were spoken, dazzling light tore through layers of mist, illuminating the netherworld, restoring peace to everything. It's done. The Casper was overjoyed, nearly crazed with delight, as he took the spirit talisman with tears streaming down his face. Luther was even more overwhelmed. According to his judgment, this talisman had clearly surpassed the grade 9 category, reaching the realm of mysterious talismans. If number 95 was this impressive, what about number 96, or even number 100? He shook his head fiercely, not daring to think further, fearing an assault on his Taoist heart. No wonder Hatcher had them swear by the heavenly path, vowing not to divulge today's events. The combination of the phaseless realm and a mysterious spirit talisman. If these secrets were revealed, it would surely unleash a storm that could cause heaven and earth to collapse. The contract has been formed. I grant you the promised items. Ignoring their astonishment, Hatcher stretched out his hand. The next moment, the Casper approached with an excited expression, grabbing Hatcher's arm. Young brother, according to our agreement, I should forge a bond of sworn brotherhood with you. There's no better day than today. This remark made Luther roll his eyes so hard. With a thud, the Casper knelt on the ground, his expression turning extremely devout. Heaven and earth witness, mountains and seas vow. Today I will form a bond of sworn brotherhood with Hatcher. We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, but before he could finish his plea, he was pushed to the ground and kicked more than a dozen times by a group of people. Shameless thing. You want to share life and death with that young man? Are you making a wish or cursing others? In Fengxiang Inn, the two villains woke up. It happened that Gwyneth's punishment was taking effect. She was being tormented to the point of preferring death over life. Every scream of hers was like heavenly music to Nyla. As for Adrian, he went mad right after waking up, running out in a state of complete frenzy. Even Coraline couldn't catch up with him. He ran wildly like a mad bull until he reached a deserted place, trembling as he checked his body. A moment later, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, the sky collapsing upon him. My spirit root is gone. How can my spirit root be gone? Ah! Tears and blood streamed down his face as he felt incomplete. Even if he achieved the status of Great Steward in the future, he would only be a eunuch Great Steward. This was even worse than the title of pig-loving Great Steward. Old man, you get out here. You must heal my injuries. In despair, he roared at the remnant soul inside the ring. That thing is gone. So be it. It might just help you temper your arrogance and make it easier to perceive the traces of the Tao. Bullshit. He swore and threatened. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being merciless. But there was no response for a long time. Clearly the remnant soul had chosen to self-lock, putting Adrian on the blacklist. Damn it. Damn it. Old bastard, I won't forgive you. With eyes full of rage, he howled. Suddenly, everything around him became pitch black, forming an isolated world that enveloped him. Where am I? Startled and enraged, he suddenly saw a ghostly figure appear before him. You are of the demon race. Yes, I can sense you have practiced the swallowing heaven demon art, which is precisely the supreme skill created by this king. Adrian couldn't help but tremble violently. This was actually a demon king. Don't be afraid. Seeing as you are a once-in-a-millennium talent, I can help you rebuild your physical body and make you stronger, granting you the power to defeat everything. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation flashed in Adrian's eyes, immediately followed by boundless madness. So, what is the price? Chapter 151. A man born under heaven cannot remain in inferiority and dejection for long. So, what's the price? Adrian looked at the dark shadow before him, his expression becoming much more serious. He did not believe that this gloomy fellow would serve him unconditionally. Hee hee. The shadow emitted an evil laugh. There are 5 benefits and 3 prices. As long as you agree to submit to me, I can help you upgrade your martial arts, transform your bloodline, perfect your body, enhance your cultivation, and eliminate powerful enemies. Upon hearing these words, Adrian frowned. He didn't care about the rest. He only cared whether he could perfect his body and regain a man's dignity. Logically speaking, after cultivators reach the life and death realm, their vitality would continuously regenerate, sufficient enough to regrow severed limbs. But his spiritual roots had been destroyed by Tai power, akin to returning to nothingness, never having existed. Even with supernatural means, it was impossible to restore something that had never existed. If you can really do it, I will pay any price. Hee hee. This king has been waiting for your words. The eyes of the shadow flashed with divine light. He said, firstly, you must let this king parasitize within your body. Adrian squinted his eyes and after some thought, chose to agree. It was easy to see that although the dark shadow before him was dominant, it was merely a wandering soul. It was likely that the previous demon king had perished, leaving behind this remnant soul to sleep here for ages, only awakening during yesterday's battle due to the residual demonic origin. Even so, he did not dare to be overly careless, as this remnant soul of the demon king was no ordinary entity. Although it lost its physical body, it could still demonstrate formidable strength on its own. Unlike the pitiful creature in the ring, which would be utterly useless if it couldn't rely on flesh and blood. I accept. He gritted his teeth. For the sake of dignity, risking everything wasn't too much. The second price is that you must worship me as your master. Agreed. Adrian replied without hesitation. Since he had already made concessions, he might as well go all the way. Besides, it was just about becoming a disciple, not recognizing the Demon King as his master, which was still within acceptable limits. The third price? Suddenly, the Demon King's voice became sinister and terrifying. To demonstrate your loyalty, you must offer the soul of the one closest to you to this king. Adrian felt like being struck by lightning, instinctively wanting to refuse. But upon second thought, his eyes flashed with excitement. He himself was an orphan, without father or mother, without siblings. Those who could be considered close to him were few and far between. Though Gwyneth and others fit the criteria, he had long decided they were future toys of his. How could he possibly bear to sacrifice them to the devil? In addition, there was only one option left. Adrian's eyes suddenly turned fierce, emitting a violent aura. Please wait a moment, I will present a delicious soul to you now. Without the slightest hesitation, he removed the ring from his finger, immediately followed by a surge of powerful spiritual energy forcing something out. Aya! An elderly voice screamed in pain, then a wisp of soul force flickered, revealing an old man with white hair in panic. Miguel, what are you doing? Shut your stinking mouth, you old beast. Weren't you acting like a coward earlier? Why don't you keep pretending? This statement rendered the elder speechless, and grief soon spread across his face. I am your revered master, your great benefactor. All you've achieved today is thanks to me, and you dare to speak to me like this. Bullshit. It's all my own efforts. Adrian cursed loudly. It's you, this parasite. If not for the shelter I provided, you'd have been scattered long ago. Now you still dare to act senior on me. Truly ridiculous. He seemed to have gone mad, the grievances inside him piling up, seeking to be released all at once. You old thing, no wonder I could never defeat Hatcher, that trash. You must have been siphoning off my nutrition. Today, I will eliminate this weakness. At these words, he displayed immense power, grabbing the elder's remnant soul with one hand, and conjuring flames with the other to obliterate him. My beloved disciple, why the change of heart? The elder roared in anger, trying to invoke Adrian's conscience. But this was a futile attempt. Adrian simply didn't possess such a thing. A man living under heaven cannot remain dejected in inferiority. With these words, Adrian's face became even more hideous. His life and death realm level cultivation burst forth without reservation. A scream reverberated through heaven and earth. Moments later, only a pure sphere of light remained in Adrian's palm, the essence of the remnant soul. You've done very well, ruthless and shameless, just the kind of talent we demons need. The shadow laughed even more sinisterly, unable to hide his satisfaction. With a thud, Adrian knelt down on one knee, holding the essence of the soul in both hands, looking devout. Everything is offered to the great Ellie. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. The remnant soul of the Demon King laughed louder, and behind him emerged a pitch-black throne. He slowly sat upon it. Adrian, do you wish to keep your promise and worship me as your master? Upon these words, Adrian knelt with both knees and knocked 3 times loudly. Adrian has wandered through life without encountering a true master. If you do not forsake me, I wish to recognize you as my adoptive father and mentor. As soon as the words were spoken, the demonic aura between heaven and earth mixed with the spiritual energy, ultimately turning into countless intricate gray lines that merged into his body. In an instant, it felt as if electricity surged through him. Not only did all his internal injuries heal completely, but his strength also increased slightly. What surprised him even more was that the Swallow Heaven demon art underwent a qualitative change, becoming terrifying beyond imagination. Before, this incomplete demon art could only strip away others' cultivation, but now that it had achieved great success, it could take not only cultivation but also bloodlines from others, leaving no escape from his grasp. This wasn't even the most shocking part. He could even graft another person's body onto his own. If the other person's arm was strong, take it. If the other person's heart was strong, take it too. The spiritual root. In short, whatever he lacked could be snatched from others. He could even extract and fuse the same body parts from multiple people to create stronger components. This was an absolutely unfair skill. From now on, he had completely broken free from the constraints of the human body and no longer needed to be limited by physical form. If he wished, even having 3 heads and 6 arms would be easy. Ha ha ha, I finally made it big. Stupid ants, offer your bodies to the great king, Adrian said madly, creeping out of the darkness, watching the bustling street, finding it utterly delicious. Now, how should I proceed with this delightful torment? Chapter 152, the finale, the mystery of Hatcher's background. In the imperial palace of Lingxiao, little rogue, I don't want to leave you. The Tiana looked at Hatcher with tender affection and said reluctantly. The 2 sages were returning to Zhengzhou. Dawson was taking the Tiana away, and the Casper was also taking Talia. After all, Talia had inherited the Casper's legacy, and this departure was also aimed at completing the inheritance thoroughly, which couldn't be taken lightly. Senior brother, I also don't want to leave you. Talia put on a crying act but was inwardly overjoyed, finally not having to study those damned scripts every day. I will have the Casper supervise your studies. You must complete more than the assigned daily homework. Otherwise, when we meet next time, I'll let you know what terror means. Hatcher sneered coldly, turning Talia's face into a bitter gourd. All right, you 2 stinky girls. Vera said with a smile. In a little over a month, the 100 Sect Assembly will also be held in Zhengzhou. We will meet again soon. Upon hearing this, the Tiana's eyes lit up, staring intently at Hatcher. I promise to win the championship of the 100 Sect Assembly for you, and I will not break my word. Hatcher said firmly. Upon these words, before the Tiana could react, Dawson seemed struck by lightning and jumped up abruptly. You are going to participate in the 100 Sect Assembly? He pointed trembling fingers at Hatcher, hardly believing his ears. Naturally, not just me, but Gilda and Camille will participate too. Is there any problem with that? Hatcher shrugged indifferently and added in his heart, considering my past life, I'm actually 1,800 years old. And what about you? The old man's eyes turned bloodshot, looking at Marcia. 20 years, plus 360 months, but my bone age is 20 because I was frozen for 30 years. Dawson took a deep breath, barely holding back the urge to vomit blood. Before he could ask further, Camille suddenly chimed in. You may not believe it, but I am only 1 year old. Blow. Hatcher couldn't help laughing. If the previous life's age of venerable demon heart were counted, she would be over 2,000 years old. Looking at these three monsters before him, Dawson lost his mind. A supreme saint slayer, a yin-yang Dao body plus an incomprehensible little girl. Such a lineup going to the 100 Sect assembly. Wasn't this bullying the innocent? Their xiuxian clan once had great advantages, obtaining the heaven-defying talisman technique, clearly making them top contenders. But now, everything was ruined. Fighting against these three monsters, wasn't that like cracking an egg against a rock? Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling pity for the disciples of other sects. You can't see the rainbow without going through the rainstorm. A little setback is nothing for the young ones. Helplessly, the old man could only comfort himself. Ignoring his odd words, Hatcher looked at the Tiana extremely gently. Neither master nor I will be by your side. Take care of yourself. Here, take this. As he spoke, he took out more than 30 talismans and stuffed them into the Tiana's hands. Dawson's breathing stopped, staring fixedly at those talismans, feeling numbness in his limbs. These were all level 9 talismans, and several of them even made him nervous, likely being level 94, second only to mysterious talismans. It didn't stop there. Vera and Marcia came forward too. Their parting gifts were some colorful orbs. These were produced by Vera using powerful spells to combine 9-color glass light with annihilation breath and then condensed. Each one exploding fully would likely rival a level 9 talisman's power. Similarly, Talia received such a gift too. This left both sages dazed. Carrying these things, the two girls were practically walking arsenals, causing even half-saints to detour. If they unleashed their full strength, even saints would find it troublesome. They wouldn't bully others if they already did well enough. This time, I really have to go. The Tiana blushed, suddenly bending down and removing a piece of red string tied around her ankle, with a bell hanging from one end. Here, keep it well. Her face became even redder. What is this? A 1,000-mile heart-connecting insect. The Tiana lifted her other foot, showing another bell hanging from it. These insects come in pairs. No matter how far apart they are, if one jumps, the other follows. If you miss me, shake the bell, and I will feel your longing. Holding the bell, Hatcher smiled wryly, glancing at her white, jade-like feet. Bad boy, what are you looking at? The Irma, red with anger and embarrassment, gave Hatcher 2 hard punches. I soak my feet in petals of heavenly fragrance every day. There's nothing but a fragrant scent on them. All right. If we don't leave now, it will be hard to go. The Casper intervened, looking earnestly at Hatcher. I will accompany them all the way. After taking a detour to save my wife, we will head to the xiuxian clan together. With me guarding the path for these two girls, you can rest assured. Then I must trouble you, elder brother. Hatcher thanked him with clasped hands. The Casper was precisely the guardian he had arranged for the two girls. Farewell until we meet again in Zhongzhou. 2 streaks of light shot across the sky, leaving only a trace of melancholy behind. Standing in the wind in midair, Hatcher was surrounded by Vera, Marcia, Camille, and Zora. We should also return to the 3 Purity domain. The 100 Sect assembly is imminent, and we need to make some preparations. Vera broke the silence, stroking Hatcher's hair as she spoke. Yes, it feels like it's been a long time since we left Red Dust Mountain. After bidding farewell to the Gianna, before he could finish, the sound of the wind howled from afar, and a saint's aura returned. Old man, did you forget something? Looking at the stern face of Dawson, Hatcher asked curiously. There is indeed something important. I ask you, do you have parents? He came straight to the point. As far back as I can remember, I've always been alone. Whether they are still alive, I have no way of knowing. Are you really only 18? Are you sure? The old man's expression grew even graver. Bone age doesn't lie. Don't believe me? Test it yourself. No need. I returned just to tell you one thing. He adjusted his breath and continued. This isn't a secret in Zhongzhou. 14 years ago, the Li family was a well-known alchemy master clan in Zhongzhou. But an accident happened then. The patriarch and matriarch were attacked in the eastern continent and were forced to leave behind their 4-year-old child. When they came back to look for the child later, the child was nowhere to be found. What do you mean? Hatcher frowned, his heart racing. I mean to say, you bear a 7/10 resemblance to that Li family patriarch. Chapter 153. To seek the realm of no self, step into the Jade Purity Sect. Looks 7 parts similar to me? Hatcher furrowed his brows, his voice filled with ambiguity. He knew what this implied. This Li family could very likely be his own clan. Parents, siblings, blood relatives. These unfamiliar terms flashed through his mind, each echoing like thunder. Little one. Vera's voice sounded beside him, calling him back. I'm here. Hatcher subconsciously replied, his mental energy settling like a heavy bell, calming all his thoughts. I will go to that Li family. He said it lightly. No anticipation, no fear. Only a faint sense of duty sustained him. No matter how many trials he had endured in his past and present lives, even without parents by his side or elders to protect him, he had always moved forward bravely. But now that he knew the whereabouts of his family, it was necessary to confirm it. Young man, you're remarkable. Dawson saw Hatcher instantly calm down and couldn't help but admire him from within. There is one thing I must remind you. The Li family's head couple, after losing their child, adopted an heir out of grief and dote on him as if he were their own flesh and blood. That adoptive son is quite ambitious, with outstanding talent, advancing rapidly in cultivation. winning much prestige for the Lee family. As you know, these large clans value benefits above all. The old man hesitated, but his unspoken words were already clear. Even if the Lee couple were indeed Hatcher's biological parents, they might not place him above their adopted son upon meeting him. Survival of the fittest. The strong survive while the weak perish. This rule never changes anywhere. I understand. Hatcher smiled brilliantly, not taking it to heart at all. Since his rebirth, he had made up his mind. Those who love me, I will repay their kindness. Those who abandon or insult me, I will strike them down with a thunderbolt, repaying them 100-fold. This old man shall truly take my leave now. Leaving behind these last words, Dawson vanished completely into the wind. Bid farewell to the Gianna. We should return. Hatcher turned around and was met with two gazes filled with concern. Little one. Little junior brother. Vera and Marcia gazed at him with utmost gentleness. We will always stand by your side. I understand. The three exchanged smiles, everything unsaid yet understood. At that moment, the aura of a half-sage swept through the sky, and the Gianna hurried over quickly. Guest advisor, are you really leaving? She spoke with longing, ignoring everyone except Hatcher. All good things must come to an end. Hatcher nodded slightly. If you stay, I am willing to share my realm with you. Isn't that wonderful? The Gianna said earnestly, seemingly moved by genuine emotion. Faced with such beauty, anyone would feel tender-hearted and tempted, but Hatcher still shook his head. Just a heavenly Dao domain, still too small. Upon hearing this, Lola trembled, her eyes reddening immediately. She understood. This youth before her was like a heavenly Pong. Only the endless expanse of the sky could be his home. Royalty and wealth were mere passing clouds to him, insignificant. So be it. The Gianna turned away, seemingly sobbing uncontrollably. Go then. We will meet again someday at the peak. I hope you won't regret it. AI, until we meet again. Hatcher's voice drifted over, making the Gianna even angrier. She fiercely turned and grabbed his arm, then bit him. For handprints already? Hatcher was helpless, but let her vent. How dare you? Vera wasn't about to stand for it, and was ready to assert her holy authority to teach the presumptuous Gianna a lesson. Unexpectedly, the Gianna had anticipated her move and retreated early, watching from afar. Boom boom. A tremendous roar echoed, and Hatcher, Vera, Marcia, Camille, and Zora boarded the red dust vessel. As the ship activated, they vanished instantly into the horizon. What the Gianna covets, she will possess. The Gianna declared firmly, clutching her hand towards the sky. Traveling northward at lightning speed, they came proudly, now eager to return. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hatcher deactivated the energy shield, breaking through the wild winds with his body, yet remaining perfectly still. Why is he like this? Why does he seem so melancholy? Zora whispered, afraid to speak loudly. You're mistaken there. Marcia smiled. My beloved would not drown himself in trivial inner turmoil. He's meditating to seek breakthrough. Hearing this, Zora was left speechless, unable to believe her ears. To what extent has Hatcher defied the heavens? Is he still unsatisfied? Still remember the first meeting, when Hatcher was merely at the soul transmigration realm. After subduing her, he advanced a major realm right before her eyes, stepping into the heart unification realm. But this was only the beginning. During the heavenly Dao domain journey, Hatcher continuously broke limits, creating one miracle after another. Then in the Saint Slaughter War, he transcended the extraordinary barrier, and even ascended 9 levels straight to the peak of this realm. He only needed one more step to reach the life and death realm. This speed of improvement would be enough to shame and kill those pitiful insects who call themselves geniuses in Central Region. Yet Hatcher was still not satisfied. What an insatiable greed. Just as Marcia said, Hatcher was currently seeking opportunities for breakthrough. Although his cultivation improved extremely fast, with mental energy solidifying every step, each advancement was extraordinarily stable without any possibility of wavering. In the end, he had long stopped being confined by cultivation breakthroughs. From now until nearing the Dao Attainer realm, he wouldn't encounter any significant bottlenecks. The most urgent task now was to further explore his potential, then step into the next 6 No-Stewart realm, the No-Self realm. This realm is profoundly mysterious. Though called No-Self, it actually means no self everywhere. I am heaven and earth, I am yin and yang, I am mountains and rivers, grasses and trees, I am the river of time, I am you, I am me. Once a near Dao Attainer enters this realm, they can be called a quasi-steward. If no unexpected incidents occur, ascending to Grand Steward will be certain. However, to step into the No-Self realm, the difficulty is unimaginable. To achieve No-Self, one must first know oneself. He must figure out his own origin. Therefore, returning to the Lee family in Central Region is a must, and so is visiting the Jade Purity Sect. And the most critical point, Dawson mentioned that the Lee family's child was lost at the age of 4. Yet he was picked up by Gwyneth at 8 years old, with no memory whatsoever before the age of 8. If these two are indeed the same person, then what happened during the missing 4 years? Without understanding these, he could not step into the No-Self realm. Unknowingly, the spacecraft had already entered the 3 Purities domain. Suddenly, the heaven and earth's spiritual energy violently surged. All sides brightened, filled with murderous aura sweeping towards the red dust vessel. Little brat Hatcher, today is your death day. A familiar voice, a familiar face interrupted Hatcher's meditation. The Jade Purity Sect had actually come knocking on their door. Chapter 154. I am the guest. I am the supreme slayer of saints. The formation of spaceships and fluttering banners surrounded the area tightly, allowing not even a drop of water to pass through. Hatcher's mental energy swept over, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, the Jade Clarity Sect was truly going to be gravely wounded. Those who had come to suppress them this time formed an overwhelmingly powerful force. There were 50 Life-Death Realm powerhouses, 16 Transmigration Realm powerhouses, and 1 Quasi-Saint level Zechariah. Furthermore, terrifying killing formations were gathering power in the distance. And then, the Heaven Shielding formation encompassed everything, making the place impervious as it precluded any possibility of reinforcements arriving. Clearly, the Jade Clarity sect had made more than adequate preparations for this suppression operation against Hatcher. They had even mobilized a Zechariah to deal with Vera. That was truly the backbone of a sect. One could see how determined the Jade Clarity sect was. Unfortunately, they were destined to meet their doom here. Brat Hatcher, why hasn't he crawled out to face his death yet? Zechariah Govind growled deeply, his saintly might spreading, stirring up horrifying ripples in the air. Crack, crack. Those ripples were shattered by an invisible force before reaching the red dust, not causing even a slight disturbance. This scene made Govind's expression tense slightly, and he couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, only one figure flashed out from the red dust. That was Hatcher standing in the void, facing 1,000,000 troops alone. Old bastard, I'm feeling quite nice today. Take your flunkies and scram immediately, or else this will be your burial ground. Facing this person, Hatcher showed no sign of respect whatsoever. These words almost caused the other party's lungs to explode in anger. Who was a Zechariah? In the Three Purities domain, besides the chief law enforcer, no one dared to challenge a half-saint. But then he consoled himself. Why should he quarrel with a man who was about to die? Hee, brat. No matter how fierce you roar, it won't change anything. Regardless of anything, the Jade Clarity sect has raised you. It's now your turn to repay that kindness. He said in a cold, sneering voice. Use your head to gain the friendship of our slayer guest knight. It would be considered a worthy death. Guest knight? Upon hearing this, Hatcher smiled intriguingly, and then he no longer concealed his aura. Boom. The ninth stage, heaven-cleaving aura swept across the void, stretching for hundreds of miles without ceasing. What? How is this possible? Everyone from the Jade Clarity sect stared with widened eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Wasn't Hatcher crippled? How could he possibly transcend the extraordinary barrier and reach this level? Moreover, given that he and the guest knight were counterparts, the stronger the latter, the weaker he should be. He absolutely shouldn't look like this. Unless, the guest knight and Hatcher are one and the same. Hatcher is the slayer. Who knew that after everyone was shocked? Govind laughed first. Is this your illusion technique? The Joyful Union sect is indeed skilled in this. Unfortunately, even with your illusions, you can only disguise yourself to this extent. There's no need to disguise. Because I am the guest knight you're talking about. Hatcher calmly revealed the truth. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Alright, let's pretend you are. Go to hell. As he finished speaking, 10 Life-Death Realm powerhouses stepped forward simultaneously, emitting terrifying killing intent and attacking Hatcher without hesitation. Think carefully. Once you attack, there will be no turning back. Hatcher said, unmoved to the front. Unexpectedly, Govind didn't bother to reply, crossing his arms over his chest, looking at Hatcher as if he were already dead. Then I have no choice but to unleash my full power. As he finished speaking, Gage appeared on his shoulder. Roar. Time stops. With a hum, everything around fell into stillness. Heavenly image. A terrifying celestial image linked heaven and earth. Gage held the lightning spear and swept it towards the 10 people in front, instantly completing the attack. Time resumes flowing. After returning to normal, the others felt nothing. Only those 10 Life-Death Realm powerhouses seemed to have turned into statues, filled with boundless fear in their eyes. Move. Why aren't you moving? Govind roared furiously. Then, they moved. Their upper and lower bodies separated directly, followed by explosions, turning into 20 blobs of blood mist that mixed together, staining this sky red. Ah! Seeing this, some elders of the Jade Clarity sect couldn't help screaming. They had never seen such a scene, not even in their dreams. A young heaven-cleaving stage powerhouse had wiped out 10 Life-Death Realm experts in less time than a blink. How did he do it? No, perhaps they should ask if he was even human? They are just Life-Death Realms. I've killed saints before. What does this mean? These words caused everyone's pupils to contract sharply. This aura of dominance, this cold and awe-inspiring majesty that looked down upon all heroes under heaven, was truly identical to that of the guest knight during the heavenly baptism. Could it be the real deal? Many felt that they were indeed in grave danger this time. Zechariah, I see things have changed. Should we retreat? Someone suggested. Retreat my ass. That was definitely Vera playing tricks just now. With this old man here to hold the fort, she won't succeed again. Attack. These words indeed worked, restoring courage to those who had wavered. With a quasi-saint present, as long as no saint appeared, they truly had nothing to fear. Almost fell for this little scoundrel's trick. This time, the remaining Life-Death Realm experts attacked simultaneously, their momentum grand and their coordination perfect, delivering a devastating blow. The other powerhouses all watched intently, unwilling to miss any detail of Hatcher's move. Do you really want to see what it looks like when I make my move? Then take a good look. Hatcher sneered, manifesting the image of heaven, breaking 10,000 spells. As he spoke, a colossal giant rose from behind him, shocking everyone as it formed hand seals. What is this thing? One seal out, 10,000 spells broken. The manifestation resembled his true self, an old forbidden technique from his previous life. That light seal easily shattered the combined attack of 40 people. Most of them were caught head-on, completely crushed, their souls obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Run. The survivors were frightened witless, exposing their backs to Hatcher. I said, since you've made your move, then you'll stay. Brat, stop. Zechariah Govind shouted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Seal 89. Deadline. The grayish line moved at incredible speed, catching up with the survivors and instantly reaping them. The massacre was completed in an instant. There were no more Life-Death Realm experts here. Only desolation remained. The people of the Jade Clarity sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, terrified and trembling. Old fool, is this another illusion? Hatcher laughed, a brilliant light shining on his chest, filled with saintly might. That is. Govind felt his mouth dry, his throat painful, his face full of bitterness. This was the Tao essence of a saint, attainable only by a slayer of saints, and non-transferable. Hatcher hadn't lied. He was indeed the guest knight, the supreme slayer of saints. Thinking of this, his expression became incomparably fierce. Since they had offended him so deeply, this boy must not be left alive. Follow my command. All killing formations, activate simultaneously. Everyone, attack with me. For the sect, we must cut down this bandit. Hatcher smiled. You started first, so don't blame me for unleashing a saint. Master, let's get to work. Chapter 155. It's not that I can't afford to release you, but rather the soul-searching technique is more cost-effective. The vast expanse of the sky shone brightly in all directions. Endless killing intent piled up, reaching its peak, enough to tear a person apart. Hatcher, however, remained calm and composed, staring at Camden with unhidden mockery on his lips. You little beast, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, you will die here today. Old bastard, seeing as you can bark so much, I'll let you go to hell last. Upon hearing this, the other party's pupils constricted abruptly, a sense of dread rising in his heart. Impossible. No matter what, he's still just a kid, and this old man has set up a 9 heavens 10 earth killing array here. Moreover, there are countless experts around. As long as a sage doesn't intervene, it should be easy to kill him. He kept listing his advantages in his mind, as if doing so would give him infinite courage, finally making up his mind. Humph. Bluffing is useless. Attack now? With that order, it was as if the gates of hell had been opened. The killing array activated, spaceships gathered power, and a group of experts moved in unison, perfectly coordinated. Like the sun falling, light blazed brightly, and Camden acted simultaneously, his might sufficient to slay even a half-sage expert. Just then, a graceful figure flashed by, blocking Hatcher's path. She was breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting the world. Even the light seemed to slow down, lingering on her incomparable beauty. Vera. Camden's heart raced wildly, and then his expression turned increasingly sinister. What can you do appearing here, you wench? Ultimately, you're not a sage. You cannot change the situation and can only die with him. Not a sage? Vera revealed a meaningful smile, then her expression turned incredibly cold. Xiuxian Sect wanted to execute Hatcher, thoroughly touching upon her deepest resentment. She would no longer show mercy. In one sweep of her long sleeves, 9 colored Lolisan gongs spread out, enveloping everything within 100 miles. All killing arrays and spaceships could not escape, collapsing instantly, emitting endless cries of despair. Ah, what is this? Short but intense, screams mixed with explosions created a terrifying impact. Boom boom boom. Spaceships exploded, killing arrays cracked, and people died. Everything happened in an instant, blood mist floating in the void, limbs scattered, presenting a hellish scene. It seemed to confirm Hatcher's earlier prophecy. Camden indeed survived, and he was the only one from Xiuxian Sect left alive. Still an illusion? Hatcher asked condescendingly. At this moment, the other side had collapsed, feeling his blood freeze, filled with fear. He saw a sage. No, even a sage couldn't achieve this, Vera did. What kind of unprecedented folly had he committed? Surrounding a sage, and not just any sage but one of the finest, he had brought disaster upon Xiuxian Sect. No, it wasn't time to worry about the sect. The immediate priority was that he must survive. Spare me. I know I was wrong. He knelt in midair, trembling violently, his face as pale as snow. How shall we deal with him? Vera looked at Hatcher, leaving his life and death in his hands. You can't kill me. After all, I was once your senior. If you harm me, you'll be committing a great impiety and be despised by everyone. Kill him, Hatcher said without hesitation. Somewhere along the way, he grew extremely disgusted with moral coercion. Vera nodded slightly, sending a 9-colored stream of light flying toward Camden. You're forcing me. His face contorted in rage, tearing his voice hoarse. We aren't forcing you. We're going to kill you. As the words fell, the 9-colored Loligong struck him. At that moment, regardless of his many abilities, he could not withstand this strike. His defenses penetrated, and his internal organs shattered. Aya! He screamed loudly, blood spurting from his 7 orifices, his half-sage strength utterly gone, his neck grabbed by Hatcher, who captured him on the spot. Little beast, release me. Desperate, he couldn't help but curse, his face flushed with shame and anger. Old man, as the Zechariah overseeing matters at Xiuxian Sect, every disciple had to report their circumstances to you when they joined. Hatcher spoke solemnly. Tell me, did I have anything that could identify my origin when I was taken in by Xiuxian Sect? Hearing this, the other party's expression changed dramatically, and then he vanished from sight. I already know the answer. Little beast, what does it matter if you know? I order you to release me now, otherwise, you'll never find those things. Camden seemed to have grasped the lifeline, holding his neck high and threatening. Use not such trouble. It's not that I can't afford to release you, but rather the soul-searching technique is more cost-effective. Soul-searching technique? Just you? Ha ha ha. I am a half-sage expert with boundless mental power. You dare. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, his body convulsed as if subjected to extreme torment. A moment later, Hatcher's face was as calm as water, having obtained the information he wanted. On the other hand, Camden, a proud half-sage, had been tortured into sobbing uncontrollably, far from the image of a high-ranking master. I beg you to spare me. From today on, I'll be your servant. Just let me live. Do you deserve to be a dog? Or would you like to serve one last purpose for me? Hatcher sneered, raising his left hand and launching a miniature array towards the other party's body. Living Death Array. Indeed, the sub-array inscribed by Albin did not disappear. It had been requisitioned by him. Ah, no, my body, my strength, my soul. Camden's fear reached its peak, ultimately breaking through limits and transforming into deep resentment. Demonic seed. Evil sectarian. How dare you use such means against this old man? You are truly an outcast worthy of extermination. Hearing this, Hatcher merely chuckled lightly. You are indeed senile. This is a proper orthodox human sect technique, perfect for dealing with a hypocrite like you. With a puff, a wisp of tribulation ashes appeared in the world. Hatcher stared at the amber-colored half-sage origin and hesitated not a moment, using himself as a furnace to refine it directly. This process was not too long, less than half an hour, and strong fluctuations surged from his body. Stepping through the heavens, alternating life and death, everything was effortless. His gaze swept over the mountains and fields, withering all living things. Another snap, and spring returned to the earth, with plants sprouting and full of vitality. Such prowess astonished Zora. How could this resemble a cultivator newly entering the life and death realm? It was more like someone who had pondered this realm for a long time and fully mastered it. In the underground 9 levels of Xiuxian Sect, a figure suddenly opened his eyes. This was the patriarch of Xiuxian Sect, who after years of seclusion, finally achieved success. All preparations are ready. Today this seat will become a sage. Chapter 156, Disaster Strikes Xiuxian Sect. Who drove Hatcher away? Xinhuang Mountain. Xiuxian Sect. The originally serene sky suddenly split open, and the clouds were torn to shreds, alarming everyone. What's happening? A group of elders shot into the sky, their faces filled with shock and suspicion. Then, wisps of holy power spread out, turning into colorful auspicious clouds that poured down from above, directly seeping into the ground. This is clearly the aura of a sage. Could it be that a supreme powerhouse wants to target Xiuxian Sect? A young elder trembled as he spoke, only to receive a slap. Get lost. An elder of the highest rank emerged, his face filled with fanatical joy. This is the sect leader about to break out of seclusion. He's about to break through and become a sage. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they erupted into wild cheers. Sage, sage, sage. Putting aside everything else, if the sect leader becomes a sage, he will be the only sage in the 3 purities domain besides the Amal. When the Amal's lifespan runs out, he will be the strongest being in this land. At that time, Taiqing Sect and Shangqing Sect will have to submit, and Yuqing Sect can stand supreme. With a boom, the earth exploded, and an elegant figure soared into the sky, standing above the heavens. This person was none other than Phil, the sect leader of Xiuxian Sect. This sect leader looked ordinary, someone you wouldn't notice in a crowd, but at this moment, he appeared extraordinarily distinguished. Transcending into sainthood is not just talk. Once stepping into that realm, both cultivation and demeanor undergo a tremendous transformation. Greetings, sect leader. In an instant, countless people knelt in reverence, not daring to look directly at the soon-to-be sage. Then, Phil's voice came from above. I have been in seclusion for years and have finally achieved success. I am now one step away from becoming a sage. As long as I can get through this calamity, there will be no failure. Upon hearing this, many people felt their hearts tighten. The tribulation of becoming a sage is extraordinary. Within it are great dangers. Countless peak quasi-sages have met their end here. You don't need to worry. Seemingly perceiving everyone's concerns, Phil smiled gently. I have long prepared countermeasures. This minor disaster is nothing. In that moment, admiration surged in everyone's hearts, reaching a point of uncontrollable excitement. As expected of the sect leader, he will surely turn misfortune into good fortune. Hee, what a huge piece of news. If a certain traitor saw this, wouldn't he regret it to death? Someone sneered, mentioning Hatcher's name. Why mention that unlucky star on such a happy day? Looking at him act all arrogant, it's as if Xiuxian Sect cannot survive without him. Ha ha, that's right. Facts show we are better off without him. Some mocked and celebrated while others wore solemn expressions, hiding their anger well. Senior brother would never be that kind of person. Losing him is a loss for the entire Xiuxian Sect. Alright, I am at the critical moment of breakthrough. Quickly bring Hatcher here. Phil shouted loudly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Why call him on such a happy day? One of the great elders asked with an unpleasant expression. Do you not know that Hatcher has the esteemed Gensha constitution that our sect values? The sect leader grew somewhat impatient but continued explaining. By refining that boy, I can resist all calamities. I had Lotus Flowingness take him as a disciple precisely for this day. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck like by lightning. So Hatcher had this purpose. Recalling how the sect leader once favored him, it now seemed like a pretense. As a result, many instantly felt pity for Hatcher. Hurry up, what are you still standing around for? Phil urged loudly. To report to the sect leader, Hatcher has been expelled from the sect by Gwyneth. The great elder stiffened his neck and replied. What? You useless bunch, why didn't you stop her? Calm down, sect leader. We have already dispatched forces to capture Hatcher. It should be very soon. It's too late. Phil interrupted directly. Fortunately, I made backup preparations. Go fetch the 7-star Crimson Blood Lotus. Upon hearing this, the elders showed expressions of consternation again. The 7-star Crimson Blood Lotus was also given away by Gwyneth. Pooh! Hearing this, Phil spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with a sinister look. In that case, we can only use the xiuxian Linglong Pearl. Although it's a bit wasteful, it's worth it if it makes me a sage. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. We can't possibly even lose the xiuxian Linglong Pearl. With a confirmed response, Phil's facial features contorted. He was on the verge of losing control. Later, I'll settle accounts with you all. Quickly summon all the life tokens of the elders in the sect to bear the calamity for me. Upon hearing this, the Zechariahs finally reacted. One of them shimmered and drew out hundreds of elder life tokens from the life-saving pavilion. These life tokens not only indicated the life or death of an elder, but also contained a thread of their own primal power, which could be used for protection during tribulations. Without delay, the Zechariahs immediately set up the formation. The jade tokens flew in the air, facing Phil and emitting soft beams of light. Under their illumination, Phil's condition stabilized significantly, showing signs of passing through the tribulation, which greatly relieved everyone. How dare Hatcher leave the sect without my permission? This behavior is no different from that of a traitor. After I become a sage, I will definitely punish him as a warning, Phil said with a vicious expression. Just as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. A crack was heard, and the jade token of a life-death realm powerhouse suddenly shattered into powder. Ah! Someone screamed in shock, their heart filled with anxiety. Don't panic. It's just one person dead. It's nothing significant. Phil remained calm. For him, who was about to become a sage, a life-death realm expert was like an ant, insignificant. Snap, 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 snap. Then came a series of sounds, signaling that a large number of life-death realm experts had perished simultaneously, causing everyone to look horrified. Hold steady. Phil roared in anger, his aura spreading, ultimately controlling the formation. Who has the audacity to kill our elders? Once I become a sage. Before he could finish, the jade tokens of reincarnation realm experts began to collapse. Not just one or two, but over a dozen. Damn it, what's happening? Phil yelled angrily. He wasn't worried about the dead elders, but about his grand plan to become a sage. Hold. He took a deep breath and stared intently at the 5 highest-ranking jade tokens. Those were the life tokens of semi-sages in Xiuxian Sect. As long as they didn't shatter, they could still protect him in his ascension to sainthood. He couldn't believe that in the 3 purities domain, anyone could kill a semi-sage. Chapter 157. Malevolent Chi sweeps through the Jade Purity Sect. Crack! A faint sound shattered Phil's last glimmer of hope. His eyes bulged with rage as he stared intently at the jade tablet on top that was about to shatter, unable to contain his angry roar. Who killed Elder Camden? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cracks on the jade tablet suddenly spread and exploded into a pile of powder. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire grand formation exploded with no possibility of maintenance. A terrifying shockwave swept through the Jade Purity Sect. None were spared. Everyone spat out blood due to the impact. The patriarch in the center of the grand formation was hit hardest, suffering the strongest backlash and directly having his path to sainthood severed. No! Desperation filled his voice, mingled with fury and fear. He was furious because his path was cut off, and he was terrified of the failure to become a saint, facing unimaginably terrifying calamity. Sure enough, the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations came as scheduled. The physical destruction calamity and the nightmare-bringing unprovoked tribulation struck together, penetrating his entire body. He plummeted from the sky, covered in black flames. Failure to become a saint not only brought the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations, but also additional punishment, becoming a fallen one. These black flames represented malevolent chi. In short, the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations targeted only the person undergoing the tribulation, while the malevolent chi would affect the surroundings, turning an area within 100 miles into a forbidden zone. Thus, cultivators who failed to transcend and become saints were extremely dangerous. Anyone near would suffer. Sure enough. With a boom, the malevolent chi exploded, black flames raining down like hail, enveloping the entire Jade Purity Sect. Screams of agony echoed throughout, whether elder or disciple. All their faces were etched with terror. Though this malevolent chi wasn't lethal, it burned away vitality and cultivation. And once one was infected, it became a thorn in the flesh, requiring powerful means to extinguish it. Otherwise, even after leaving the forbidden zone, the negative effects wouldn't dissipate on their own. This outbreak almost wiped out the Jade Purity Sect in one fell swoop. Of course, there were exceptions. Patsy seemed untouched, as if the malevolent chi had avoided her. Some disciples also remained unscathed, dumbfounded by the surrounding disaster. Fate is a mysterious thing. These disciples were those who initially escorted Hatcher away. They were mysteriously protected, unaffected by the disaster, stepping outside the circle of cause and effect. At Red Dust Mountain, outside the joyful Union Sect, with a puff, Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Marcia asked curiously. Nothing, just thought of something amusing. Hatcher looked towards the direction of the Jade Purity Sect, a mocking smile on his face. That place had divine aura moments ago. Then it vanished, followed by the birth of malevolent chi. Even a child could guess what happened. You old dog, you finally got what you deserved. He sneered inwardly. After using soul-searching great technique on Camden, he learned many secrets unknown even in his past life. That kind patriarch of Jade Purity Sect, so caring and attentive to him, was actually coveting his malevolent chi suppression constitution. In his eyes, Hatcher was merely a transcending medicinal herb. If he faced any obstacles, he would hesitate not a moment to refine Hatcher to save his life. Fortunately, in his past life, Phil had incredible good fortune and crossed the Saint Ascension tribulation on his own. But this life was different. After Hatcher left, his good luck seemed to disappear too. Phil must now be in a dire situation. Like the lover of the Casper, unless they find Xiaolu's sachet or use the Spirit Guardian spell, there was little hope. Of course, there was another way. Hatcher's lips curled upward as a slender figure appeared in his mind. His former third senior sister, KC. She was Zechariah Camden's granddaughter, having become a disciple of Gwyneth after Nyla, and she herself was a legendary quasi-saint body. And a quasi-saint body had the function of absorbing and dissolving malevolent chi. When Hatcher was around, such dirty work didn't reach her. But now, with Hatcher gone, even her support has turned to dust. He wondered if she could still maintain her former leisurely and haughty attitude. While he was lost in thought, the red dust vessel arrived at the joyful Union Sect. Finally home. 9 Perfections formation. Open for me. With a command, the barrier withdrew, allowing the red dust vessel to enter slowly. Hiss. Miranya couldn't help but gasp. The joyful Union Sect had changed greatly in just a few days. Gone were the days of overgrown weeds and ruins everywhere. Now, it was completely transformed, with the cave abode arranged in a dense array, houses neatly lined up, and a hint of the former grandeur. Who did this good deed? Young master. Master. Isabel waved her arms high, calling out from below, happy like a child. The red dust vessel landed beside her, and everyone disembarked, sizing her up. Did you do all this? Even the demon lord asked with curiosity. Yes, I was idle, so I just did it casually. Of course, the array lord helped me a lot. The array lord she referred to was the xiuxian Jiuhua array, which had now developed sentience. Even so, this seems rather beyond reason. Hatcher looked around, somewhat stunned. To transform the Joyful Union sect into this shape in less than a month, is Isabel a Shintan Tumu Sungti, inborn earth and wood saint? Buzz. At that moment, the xiuxian Jiuhua great array suddenly emitted sounds, sending ripples through the void, spreading towards Hatcher and the others. After a while, everyone showed puzzled expressions. This great array was actually asking Hatcher for favors, just like a child begging their returning parents for attention. Roar. Dane suddenly appeared, punching at the sky. The sky-wide ripples shattered simultaneously, and Dane wore a proud expression. It seemed he was saying, I'm the legitimate eldest son, you illegitimate one. Don't be outrageous. Everyone was even more astonished, never imagining that two intelligent spirits would learn to vie for favor, unheard of news. All right, I won't let you down, Hatcher consoled. Although I didn't bring anything good this time, it won't take long before I can dig a geothermal vein for you. Buzz. The great array trembled, as if filled with joy, transforming into a handprint in the air, wanting to pinky promise with Hatcher. Okay. Hatcher laughed helplessly, finally cooperating. Roar. Dane roared discontentedly, signaling that it should stop. Junior brother, geothermal veins aren't easy to find. Good veins are probably already occupied by major sections, Marcia said, frowning. I know. Why not just take them? Hatcher's gaze turned to Shingon Mountain. Isn't there already a ready-made one here? Chapter 158. Rewarding merit and re-establishing the Hahuan sect. The damned Jade Clarity sect actually has 9 earth veins, a sheer extravagance that would incite heaven and humanity alike. Perhaps it was precisely because extremes always revert. The luxurious excess of the Jade Clarity sect led to its disaster. With the principle of benevolence in mind, Hatcher decided to help the Jade Clarity sect resolve the root of their calamity, not leaving them even a single one of those 9 earth veins. The Black Heaven 9 flower formation trembled with joy at this thought. It told Hatcher that if it could gather all 9 earth veins, it would instantly evolve into a sacred level formation. This achievement was immensely tempting. Sacred level formations could no longer be created by human effort. They must be born from a peak 9th grade formation gaining sentience, then absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, combined with various fortuitous circumstances to evolve. Once it became a sacred level formation, the Black Heaven 9 flower formation could break free from geographical constraints and even move Thuida with the Hahuan sect, much like a larger red dust snow. Not only that, but after success, other functions would surely arise, inviting speculation. So be it, Hatcher declared, slamming his hand down on the table. He was certain that it wouldn't be long before the Jade Clarity sect sent people to ask him to eliminate the evil aura. Unfortunately, Hatcher was no longer the diligent scapegoat he once was. Instead, he had become a world-class bane who could end their lives. I hereby announce. At that moment, Vera suddenly spoke up, her slender figure walking forward to stand before everyone, her expression solemn and serious. Seeing her like this, everyone immediately reined in their smiles and straightened up to listen attentively, even Maribel included. From today onward, our Hahuan sect will restore its former glory. Upon hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but tremble all over. It was indeed time. With a sage seated in the Hahuan sect, its rise again was an absolute certainty. I will reopen the Patriarch's Hall, the 16 Elders' Halls, and the 32 Grotto Heavens, announcing our return to the world. Vera said firmly. This is the old layout of the Hahuan sect. Maribel bowed her head to explain. The Patriarch's Hall is the abode of the sect leader, the Elders' Halls are residences for important elders, and the 32 grottos are living quarters for outstanding disciples and ordinary elders. Everyone suddenly understood. But great sect leader, such a massive project requires tremendous resources. We lack both manpower and funds. It may be difficult to implement. Isabel cautiously pointed out the crux of the issue. Don't worry, we now have enough resources, Vera replied calmly, winking playfully at Hatcher. Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. She was eyeing his little treasury. Before leaving the Heavenly Dao domain, the Gianna had reinstated the River Mountain Dingding seal. She also said Hatcher would forever be her guest minister, proving her sincerity by gifting him 1/3 of the national treasury. That was 3 billion high-grade spirit stones. Such terrifying resources were enough to rebuild the Hahuan sect dozens of times over. On the way back, Hatcher had already discussed rebuilding the sect with Vera. Hatcher teased her, as the patriarch of the sect and a venerable sage, asking disciples for money, do you not feel ashamed? Without a second thought, Vera bit him again, right where she had left a mark earlier. You are the backbone of the sect, and I am entirely yours. So what if I use your money? Hatcher was left speechless, resigning himself to being taken advantage of. Hatcher, Vera suddenly called out. I'm here. Starting today, you will take residence in the first Elder Hall and oversee all major and minor affairs of the sect. Apart from me, your word will hold the highest authority. Thank you, Master. Hatcher smiled, accepting her command. Marcia, I'm here. You will be the second Elder Hall Master, responsible for setting rules and overseeing rewards and punishments. Thank you, Master. Camille. Hearing her name, Demon Lord Camille's heart leapt with joy as she stood up with a radiant face. Though there is no formal teacher-student relationship between us, during the journey through the Heavenly Dao domain, you have earned great merit. Would you wish to call me Master? I do. Without hesitation, Demon Lord Camille agreed resolutely. Then starting today, you shall be the 5th Hall Elder, responsible for managing the sect's secret texts. You must not fail. Vera laughed. After the decline of the Hongqian sect, All the various scriptures remained well preserved, now finally able to see the light of day. And from now on, they would accumulate even more scriptures. Disciple will obey. Thank you, sect leader. Demon Lord Camille was elated. When she was reborn, she worried about how to integrate into human society. But it took less than a month for her to become a top elder in a sage's sect. How could good people not be blessed? This was proof. She looked at the empty third hall and fourth hall. It was clear that they were prepared for Melissa and Talia, and she had no thoughts about this. Li Yin. Great sect leader, you called me? Li Yin pointed to herself, asking in disbelief, never expecting that someone like her could still be acknowledged by Vera. You have contributed significantly to the construction of the sect, staying loyal and dedicated. You may reside in the 16th Elder Hall and take charge of future sect constructions. I, a humble woman, thank the sect leader deeply. Even if I give my life, I cannot repay your kindness. Seeing this scene, Maribel became anxious. What about me? You? Murmuring yet glanced over, the coldness in her eyes making Maribel shiver. I know I was wrong, but didn't we agree before? If I help save people, you would forget everything that happened. As these words were said, the coldness gradually dissipated. Vera felt somewhat helpless. Maribel did indeed have merits, but they weren't enough to offset her past transgressions. However, when heading to the Heavenly Dao domain, everyone's survival was uncertain. To save Marcia and gather as much help as possible, Vera made that promise to Maribel. Aren't you the sect leader of Xiuxian Sect? Vera asked, squinting her eyes. I plan to dissolve Xiuxian Sect and let my disciples return here. They are originally from the Hahuan Sect. You wouldn't refuse them, right? Humph, of course not. Since so, you will reside in the 15th hall and be responsible for recruitment matters within the sect. Thank you, master. Thank you, sect leader. Maribel behaved incomparably obediently, knowing she could never match this junior sister again. Don't think I won't deal with you, you can rest easy. We will eventually go back to the main sect. When we meet our grandmaster, let's see how you explain yourself. Upon hearing this, Maribel's face turned pale instantly. Obey my command. Immediately raise the great banner and declare to the world that the Hahuan sect has returned. From today, we will start recruitment, accepting talents from all directions without rejection. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the Hahuan sect's banner was planted on top of Red Dust Mountain. This banner was an instrument of fortune, symbolizing the sect, the most important emblem. This scene was seen by all major forces across the eastern continent. That day, the whole world shook. Chapter 159, Life and Death Balance. Has Master developed again? The Hahuan sect became increasingly busy, with everyone minding their own business, busily working nonstop. Yet two people became more and more idle. In the patriarchal hall, Hatcher lay on Vera's thighs. It seemed like he was resting. In fact, he was cultivating the art of dual cultivation in this room. Cultivating in such a state could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Only to see the Hahuan locks entwined around both of them, making them inseparable. Vera looked at Hatcher with tender affection, getting familiar with the power of the sage. While Hatcher leveraged this force to try to comprehend the realm of selflessness. To reach the realm of selflessness, there were clear restrictions on one's cultivation level. One must become a sage to know oneself, thus knowing selflessness. He needed to at least reach the half-sage realm before he could qualify for entry into the realm of selflessness. Life and death realm. Still too far away. Fortunately, he promptly adjusted his mindset. The most important thing now was to proceed step by step. First to cross the threshold of life and death, then reincarnation, and finally to reach the half-sage realm. For other cultivators, the life and death realm was a huge dividing line. From here on, relying solely on talent was no longer enough. One also needed sufficient enlightenment to become stronger. Enlightening on life and death, enlightening on reincarnation, could lead one to transcend and become a sage. But these barriers had already become non-existent for Hatcher. Before becoming an emperor, he would not encounter any bottlenecks. As long as there was enough energy to support him, he could always increase his cultivation realm. And in the life and death realm, to upgrade not only required absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy, but also required absorbing vitality and death energy. Vitality was simple, with all kinds of precious herbs readily available, plus being an alchemist, it was within easy reach for him. But besides that, there was an even simpler method. Find an enemy, grab them, and then refine them instantly. That's what real satisfaction is. Unbeknownst to him, ever since he blood sacrificed the black jade to enter the life and death realm, he finally got a taste of the pleasure of the dark path. Spit. What dark path? That is the true human path. Using orthodox methods makes one righteous. Using dark methods makes one evil. So why not refine enemies? Recycling waste can be a virtue. The standards of righteousness or evilness aren't determined by us. Suddenly, he felt enlightened, as if breaking through some obstacle. Boom. A mighty sound resonated in his heart, making him feel incredibly refreshed. It was because he found his true self, taking the first step towards the realm of selflessness. What is true self? I want to do, I will do, I do not regret, this is true self. Starting from today, I will act like this. Whoever dares to oppose me, I will refine their physical body, throw their spirit into the underworld furnace, and make sure they are completely dealt with without any waste. Just as he finished speaking, he entered a stage where double joy arrived. Hatcher's third eye began to glow. The realm of Wu-Shi, no consciousness, started again. Creation of the technique began. Creation of the technique ended. Countless runes danced in his mind, revealing a new supreme technique. Life and death balance. All things contain the chi of life and death, and using this supreme technique, one could freely distribute the life and death chi within the range of mental force. The simpler the introduction, the more incredible the effect. From now on, if one wanted to take away an enemy's vitality, there was no need for a blood sacrifice formation. With just a thought, one could gather another person's vitality into one's own body, or gather death energy to instantly kill someone. Even more terrifying, it could affect the area covered by one's mental force. Wasn't this custom made for him? His mental force could easily cover 1,000 miles, meaning he only needed to have a thought to rejuvenate someone thousands of miles away, or turn a lively person into a pile of bones instantly. Of course, this also had limitations. The more powerful the individual, the harder it was to interfere with the life and death chi within them, which made sense. Otherwise, even a sage could be brought down by an accumulation of death chi. This is really wonderful. This is the benefit of finding my true self. I can hardly wait to experiment with it. Xiuxian Sect, you're the ones chosen. Due to excessive excitement, Hatcher flipped over directly. Ah. Vera couldn't help but exclaim in surprise because Hatcher's face was now lying on her thigh. Little rascal, don't misbehave instead of practicing diligently? She scolded playfully, with red cheeks. Master, let you see my newly created skill. Hatcher sprang up, forming hand seals and sending a palm strike towards Vera. Life and death balance. Instantly, an overwhelming amount of vitality surged into Vera's body. This feeling is so comfortable, I seem much younger, and some hidden injuries have been repaired. Vera appeared radiant, her skin glowing, fair as jade. But immediately after, her expression suddenly changed, bending slightly forward and placing both hands on her chest. What's wrong? Hatcher was startled and immediately stopped his action. I don't know why, but I feel a bit painful here, and it's a little swollen. Hatcher's body instantly tensed up. What if? I'm just saying what's possible, you're developing again? You naughty brat. Murmuring in anger, Vera stamped her foot. I'm over 100 years old, how can I possibly still? Smack. Vera abruptly stopped speaking, her fair skin instantly turning red. She was so embarrassed that she felt like crying. What happened now? Hatcher asked tentatively. Little one, my undergarment seems to have been stretched beyond its limit. Hiss. Hatcher quickly covered his nose to prevent a nosebleed. Having such a bewitching master by his side who could turn the mundane world upside down, it was unbearable, utterly unbearable. Xinhuang Mountain, Xiuxian Sect. Unlike the thriving scenes elsewhere, this place looked desolate and bleak. The falling evil aura enveloped the entire sect, burning both cultivation and vitality. Many had fallen several minor realms, aging nearly a decade. Sect leader, save us. We can hardly bear it. Please use your great power to resolve the crisis for the sect. Kirsty and Rosalie cried out the loudest. It wasn't because they carried the most evil aura, but because they were accustomed to living in luxury and couldn't endure any hardship. If Hatcher were here, they wouldn't be in such a wretched state. Shut up, who will save me when I try to save you? Phil raged, barely able to protect himself. Sect leader, didn't you forget we still have a pseudo-sage body in our sect? With Hatcher gone, that person can suffice for temporary use. Someone suggested. Upon hearing this, Phil's eyes lit up. That pseudo-sage body belonged to Gwyneth's third disciple, Xian Yu's granddaughter, Veda. In her previous life, among the 5 senior sisters, she was the most ruthless toward Hatcher. No matter how many calamities Hatcher endured for her, she would never be grateful. Later, to become a true sage body, she forcibly took Hatcher's heart blood, nearly costing him his life several times. Now that Hatcher was gone, it was time for her to make a sacrifice for the collective. Chapter 160, Pu Xian Gigantic Baby Tia. Heaven rewards those who work hard. I can finally become a true sacred body. In the secluded chamber of Jade Purity Sect, Tia opened her eyes. Hatcher, you stinking sycophant. It's about time you start contributing to this young lady. She clenched her fists, revealing a ruthless expression. People are always greedy. Being a pseudo-sacred body was an indelible regret in her heart. Thus, under Adrian's enticement, she set her sights on Hatcher. She felt no psychological burden regarding this matter. After all, Hatcher was always trying to please them. Even if she sliced his flesh, he wouldn't have any complaints. What a wretched coward, she cursed inwardly. Not at all like little junior brother who is so kind and innocent. Once I become a true sacred body, I can practice dual cultivation with him and help him break through to the heaven-cutting realm. A blush flashed across Tia's face. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the secluded chamber. Who is it? Sister, our sect leader has emerged from seclusion and asks you to meet him immediately. It's Uncle Sect Leader. I'm coming right away. Full of anticipation, she left her seclusion and arrived at the square, only to be frightened to her knees by the scene before her. What happened? Looking at the falling corrupt aura filling the sky, Tia's face turned pale, avoiding it as if it were a tiger. Girl. At that moment, Phil's voice came, making her tremble. Uncle Sect Leader, what's going on? Why even you? There's no need for words. The sect is facing a critical moment. As a sacred body, you have the ability to absorb and purify the corrupt aura. It's your turn to contribute to the sect. Hearing this, her face instantly turned deathly pale. This was clearly treating her as a tool. No, my grandfather is the supreme elder. I have a noble status. I cannot do such lowly and dangerous work. At these words, a mocking flash crossed Phil's eyes. If Govind were still alive, indeed he wouldn't force Tia, but unfortunately, that old man was dead. Even if the supreme elder were here, he would also prioritize the sect. Stop being so unreasonable. Phil's tone grew stern, causing her to fall silent. That's not true, Sect Leader. It shouldn't be my turn. There's still Hatcher, that good for nothing. He's the best tool to resolve this corrupt aura. Yes, we should call Hatcher over. He has betrayed the sect, someone said coldly. What? In an instant, Tia jumped down, intense anger replacing her fear. How dare that fool? I haven't become a true sacred body yet. What gives him the right? Hasn't the sect treated him well? Truly an ungrateful beast. Tia's defenses completely broke down. Losing a loyal and useful sycophant caused her great regret. More importantly, there was no one to shield her from misfortune anymore. Where is he now? Tia asked hatefully, her eyes bloodshot, looking like a madwoman. Red Dust Mountain, Harmony Sect? Someone answered fluently. Excellent, he actually ran there. I see he's tired of living. Please give me some time, Sect leader. I'll capture him and bring him back. You can use him however you want. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. So many people had failed to subdue Hatcher. What could she, a cultivator who hadn't even reached the heaven-cutting realm, do? Please trust me. I have leverage on Hatcher. He won't dare disobey me. All right, I'll give you this chance. I hope you don't let the Sect down. After consideration, Phil agreed. After all, Hatcher's constitution was much stronger than that of the pseudo-sacred body. If he could really deceive him back, not only could they resolve the corrupt aura here, but his own calamity could also be solved. By then, achieving sanctity would be effortless. I'm off. Without another word, Tia activated her technique and immediately set off. This might not be appropriate. What if she runs away along the way? Don't worry, this girl is just a gigantic baby, long spoiled by Govind, Gwyneth, and Hatcher into uselessness. If she leaves the Sect, she doesn't even have the ability to survive alone. To continue wielding power within the Sect, she will spare no effort to serve us. Indeed, fitting of a Sect leader. Praises flowed endlessly at once. Outside Harmony Sect, there was a prosperous scene. Countless craftsmen were constructing here, and countless young disciples gathered, forming long lines to prepare for entrance assessments. At this moment, a curse filled with resentment rang out suddenly. Hatcher, get out here. These words erupted like thunder, attracting numerous startled gazes. Daring to act so rashly outside Harmony Sect, one could say this person simply didn't cherish their life enough. Where did you come from, bitch? You dare to insult the Great Elder? Are you asking for death? The newly hired guards didn't indulge her. One of them held an iron rod and swung it down at her. Ah! Tia was instantly beaten back, spitting out blood. She was completely no match for two heaven-cutting realm opponents. However, instead of begging for mercy, she cursed even more fiercely. You two lowly guard dogs, Hatcher would bow and scrape when he sees me. Do you think I won't order him to cripple you both in a bit? You fucking dare to curse us. The two guards also got angry. It was their first day on the job. Do you know how difficult the Harmony Sect's evaluation is? Once they get this position, whether it's benefits or the relaxed rules, they are enviable to others. Now this crazy woman was causing such trouble. She simply wasn't treating them like people. If they got fired because of inadequate guarding, who could they reason with? For a moment, the two of them hit harder, breaking several of Tia's bones. Stop. Just then, a voice came, making the two guards immediately stand straight. Greetings, Great Elder. Hatcher, you finally dared to show up. Those two watchdogs just showed disrespect to me. I order you to severely punish them. No problem. Hatcher looked at the two and said with a smile, You've done well. You can now tell the second elder that starting today, your pay will be doubled. Upon hearing this, Tia's pupils suddenly constricted. You actually dared not to listen to me. I have dirt on you. Oh, why don't you go ahead and say it? Hatcher was intrigued. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Tia raised her chin arrogantly, as if she had cornered Hatcher. I saw it all those years ago. Your room had many portraits of Gilda. You were secretly infatuated with her, weren't you? Such a dirty thing. What if I tell her this secret? Do you think she'll despise you even more? Chapter 161. Veda. 3 sentences, beaten 18 times by Hatcher. These words froze Hatcher in place for several seconds. When he came to, he felt a wave of nausea rising from his stomach. It had been a long time since he felt this disgusted. This woman managed to repulse him twice with just 1 sentence. She was quite the talent indeed. Why aren't you talking anymore? Scared now? Seeing Hatcher's grim expression, Veda thought her threat was working and became even more arrogant. Do you know what this is? Hatcher raised his hand. Just a smelly paw. What's there to show off about? Right on point, but it's about to get smellier soon because it's going right across your face. In a flash, Hatcher struck out, and the slap traveled through the air, hitting its mark. Caught off guard, half of Veda's face crumbled like a sack smashed by a sledgehammer, and she flew straight out. Aya! She lay on the ground, writhing like a worm, emitting vicious screams. Only a quasi-sage body could have such remarkable recovery powers. Within moments, her shattered bones began to mend. Hatcher was pleased. Now the torment would be worthwhile. After discovering his true self, his mindset changed dramatically. Before, he held himself to a high standard, not wanting to quarrel with these ants, and only wished to draw a clear line. Now he had changed his mind. The foremost priority was his own satisfaction. Old grudges and resentments couldn't just be brushed aside. Those people must pay back manifold. Today he realized he had misunderstood before. He once believed that to become an steward, one had to sever all ties with the past, free from worries, fears, anger, and grievances. Now, all of that seemed like nonsense. If one couldn't even punish sinners, why bother cultivating or aiming for imperial status? Was greed, hatred, and delusion wrong? Was being unable to let go wrong? Using greed as the boat, hatred as the paddle, and delusion as rolling waves was the way to cross the vast sea of suffering and reach the shore of liberation. Killing Veda and avenging his past life was easy now, simpler than squashing an ant. But he didn't intend to do that. Giving these scoundrels a quick death was too merciful. Pain comes only from slow torture. Hatcher wanted to see these people suffer, unable to live yet unable to die. How dare you hit me, you beast? Do you know what the consequences will be? Before she finished speaking, Hatcher appeared before her. How is this possible? How could he move so fast? Veda exclaimed in shock, finally sensing something was amiss. Though she was nearly at the heaven-cleaving realm, far surpassing her peers, Hatcher's oppressive aura was like a giant mountain, leaving her breathless. I'm very curious about what the consequences will be. With that, Hatcher kicked her in the chest. A loud bang echoed as her ribcage exploded, silencing her scream before she soared 2.5 zhang into the air, then plummeted down. Before she hit the ground, Hatcher caught her mid-air, slapped her 18 times, and punched her 120 times, shattering every bone in her body. Splat! With a dull thud, Veda finally landed, her eyes blank, purple dress wet from losing control of her bladder. Disgusting. Hatcher showed disgust, stomping on her face, grinding it into the ground. Deafening shrieks filled the sky again. What are the consequences? I've beaten you this much, and still no retribution. Am I not doing enough? I'll tear you limb from limb, making sure you never reincarnate. Sigh. Clearly not enough. So? Hatcher smiled cruelly, shooting out the Huanlock, moving a mountain directly over her. The shadow of the mountain engulfed her completely. Is this enough? No. No. Finally, fear gripped her. Not enough? You're quite greedy. Boom. The mountain crashed down, effortlessly turning Veda into fragments. Pleasant. Hatcher felt satisfied inside, but then smirked mockingly. The golden cicada charm. I knew that old fool would leave you a trump card for survival. Too bad you met me. With a whoosh, a tangible sword beam shot out, pinning the unharmed Veda to a tree. You can't kill me, otherwise my grandfather. Hatcher's impatience showed as he pressed his finger to her forehead, sending a mental shockwave. This was the most excruciating torture. After screaming in agony, Veda's eyes finally cleared somewhat. Please stop torturing me. I can help you pursue Gilda. Ea? These words were too xiuxian. Hatcher rewarded her with another soul shock. Hatcher, young Master Zhou, I am willing to be your maid, Hatcher's whole body was covered in goosebumps. This was even more disgusting. A heavy blow was necessary. Master, I am your obedient dog. I really know my mistake. Veda broke down, unable to understand when Hatcher had become so violent, as if he were a demon. But here's the strange part. After being tormented, her disgust towards Hatcher diminished, and an unusual feeling rose in her heart. That's better. Now, tell me why you came looking for me. A smile crept onto Hatcher's lips. Although he already knew her true intentions, he pretended to be completely unaware. Veda's gaze flickered. She dared not reveal the truth anymore. The fellow disciples miss you very much, and they asked me to invite you back for a visit? What a ridiculous reason. Hatcher sneered inwardly, yet he indeed had a reason that compelled him to go. The geomantic veins of Xiuxian's sect must be seized. Those who loved him should be taken away, and the rest should face even harsher punishment. Fine. I do need to go back for a look. Hatcher acted decisively, agreeing immediately. After informing his master and senior sister, he prepared to set off. Watching his back, a vicious gleam flashed in Veda's eyes. Bastard beast, once we get to Xiuxian's sect, I will make you pay tenfold. Xinhuang Mountain, Xiuxian's sect, Chapter 162. Even though you've lost your grandfather, you still have me. Boom. The moment the two stepped into the territory of Jade Purity Sect, the protective Great Array was immediately activated, blocking their retreat. Hatcher could only sneer at this. These dried bones in their graves, on what grounds did they think a few half-saints who had suffered calamities could control him? Within Stewart Realm spirit and being in the state of no recognition and no form, plus the aid of the array, Hatcher himself was already feeling inflated. He wondered who gave them the courage. Hatcher. Phil instantly became alert, calling out from above. Well. Isn't this the Grandmaster of Jade Purity Sect? How have you become so weak after a few years? Upon hearing this, everyone around looked peculiar. Had this boy not realized his situation yet? He was now like a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger. Jade Purity Sect had so many experts who could deal with him as they wished. Senior brother? Someone whispered anxiously. Hatcher had already grasped the situation. His spiritual power had already locked onto those not eroded by Sha-Chi. These were his targets for taking away. There's no time to waste. I can overlook your betrayal, but you must cleanse the Sha-Chi for the sect. Otherwise, Phil said coldly. Otherwise, what can you do to me? Hatcher crossed his arms, looking down at everyone around him with disdain. How dare you speak to your elders like that? It seems during your absence, you've forgotten all manners. Veda suddenly became defiant, wielding her longsword and charging at Hatcher. Everyone, attack together. Phil immediately gave orders. If it were usual times, he might have given some pretentious advice. But now, time was running out for them. As he finished speaking, several powerful auras surged toward Hatcher. Ha, you're finished. Veda became excitedly frenzied, imagining Hatcher kneeling before her. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. Hatcher sneered. Arwen suddenly appeared, activating time stop. Roar. Balance between life and death. Hatcher snapped his fingers. All vitality returned to him. All death chi went to the enemies. In the time stop field, he grabbed Veda by the neck with one hand. His realm spontaneously breaking through. First level of life-death realm, second level, third level, time resumes flowing. To everyone's shock, those who attacked Hatcher turned into piles of ash, and cries of agony came from Veda. Did I give you too many smiles? Under the stunned gaze of others, Hatcher hovered in midair, conducting a mental treatment on Veda. Grandfather, save me, come save me. Under the torture of despair and pain, Veda thought of her greatest support. Don't call out, that old thing is dead long ago. Hatcher sneered. Not possible, my grandfather is a half-saint, Before she could finish, Hatcher produced a token in his hand, the very identity token of Govind. How did you get this? What do you think? With a crunch, Hatcher crushed the token. Grandfather. Veda felt as if the sky had collapsed, blood streaming down her face, letting out a desperate scream. Don't cry. Even though you've lost your grandfather, you still have me. Good granddaughter. Let me take care of you. Hatcher reached his utmost cruelty, evolving sword momentum and pinning her to the iron monument beside him. Divine sky language. In an instant, thunder roared in the sky. Lightning struck down, carrying out lightning punishment on her. Master, I've learned my mistake. Your dog has learned its mistake. Please forgive me one last time. The pain destroyed Veda's sadness. Such a tragic scene made everyone's heart shudder. Do not be insolent. Don't think you can turn everything upside down with a little skill. This time, for half-saint level great elders acted together, surrounding Hatcher tightly, giving him no chance to escape. Meanwhile, Veda, who was being punished, was ignored. Ordinarily, someone would risk danger to save her. But with Govind's demise, people's enthusiasm for her cooled quickly, her life no longer more valuable than an animal. Humph. For half-saints against one youth, truly daring, aren't you? Hatcher mocked, without any hint of fear. The strong rule. No matter what you say, it's useless. You only have two choices. Either purify this place's Sha-Chi or die. So I choose to purify the Sha-Chi. Everyone was stunned by this statement, expecting Hatcher to remain defiant. You're smart. You must guarantee my safety. Hatcher said. Agreed. This sect promises? Phil nodded with a smile, but his heart was full of mockery. How could I possibly let you go? I still need to use you to resolve the calamity and break through to sainthood. Hatcher's lips curled up as he looked at the people around him. You all must relax your minds and have no intention of resistance. I will help you extinguish the fire of corruption. No one doubted this condition. Although giving up resistance might be dangerous, things were urgent, and they couldn't care about it anymore. Moreover, they didn't think Hatcher could harm all of them at once. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Hatcher really could. Sky and earth are clear. Transform Sha into nothingness. He dramatically spread out his arms as if swallowing a whale or drinking like a dragon, drawing all the corrupt Sha-Chi into his embrace. Of course, Hatcher had principles. Taking something meant leaving something behind. For instance, the seeds of chaotic Sha-Chi and rebellious Sha-Chi. These things were potent. Such actions were called paying back tenfold. Haha, I'm not in pain anymore. I'm completely healed. Most disciples and elders said joyfully, their eyes already filled with murderous intent as they looked at Hatcher. Capture this traitor. Phil trembled with excitement. His calamity had been saved. Are you reneging on your word? Hatcher squinted and asked. Haha, you're just an ant. Would you honor a contract signed with an insect? Wu Zhan dropped the pretense, revealing his true self. Blame yourself for being too foolish, not making us swear a heavenly oath. However, after these words, Hatcher wasn't angry but instead showed a mocking expression. Why are you laughing? I laugh because it's fortunate we didn't make a heavenly oath. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play little tricks. Upon hearing this, the crowd who had just been liberated felt another shock. False bravado. A reincarnation realm expert sneered from the side. Is that so? Hatcher snapped his finger, detonating the Sha-Chi seed inside the other person. A mere reincarnation realm cultivator couldn't withstand it and turned directly into ashes. Quickly activate the Grand Array. Kill him. This scene terrified many, and the Great Array was instantly activated, attacking Hatcher. Chapter 163. From now on, I will stand in the heavens. Boom. The Grand Array activated with a terrifying roar. Boundless radiance surged up, illuminating all celestial stars and shining brilliantly to its utmost. At this moment, undulating mountains and rivers seemed stretched infinitely, oscillating continuously like surging waves. Each ripple contained an unpredictable power. The Celestial Star Formation, an 8th rank formation, when fully operational could harm the Cycle Realm cultivators. But, under the enhancement of the Imperial Spirit and Authority, the situation was entirely different now. Brat, die for your sins. A great elder feared Hatcher would detonate the malevolent Chi seed. Holding the control token of the array, he activated a sky full of stars, making murderous intent permeate as he aimed to utterly annihilate Hatcher. With a PU sound, horrendous flames erupted within his mind. Rebellious chaos and malevolent Chi were even beyond what a half-saint could endure. "Eh!" he screamed pitifully, plummeting from the air. Great Elder! People cried out in shock, powerless to help. Hatcher, however, showed no mercy and emitted a horrifying spiritual force that enveloped a 100-mile radius. Give it to me. There was a cracking sound as all the formation control tokens shattered instantly. The dominion over the Great Array shifted immediately into Hatcher's hands. East wind sets off 1,000 flowers at night. The young man walked in midair. A rainbow pierced the heavens and earth as if the Emperor had come out, causing the stars and moons to orbit around him, and blows down stars like rain. As the words fell, the stars exploded, emitting infinite light directly targeting the Great Elder, ruthlessly bombarding down. All one could see was a look of horror on the Elder's face, incapable of resistance, being instantly killed, leaving behind nothing but a pile of broken bones. Now everyone understood. A half-saint was dead, killed by malevolent Chi and his own array, chilling them to their bones. Hatcher was like death incarnate, capable of killing such a high-level powerhouse. Did it mean everyone's life here was now in his hands? You, what do you want to do? Someone dared to ask aloud. Kill every last one of you, any objections? Hatcher clenched his palm, and the earth split open. Giant fissures spread out, tearing apart the Jade Purity Sect. Palaces collapsed by the countless, buildings disintegrated into dust innumerable times. At this point, where was the grandeur of the upper three sects? Even worse than a refugee camp? Huff huff. Hatcher's chest rose and fell as he felt his strength rapidly depleting. Mobilizing such tremendous power was taxing even for him. You should be grateful. If it weren't for urgent matters, today you would suffer immensely. He came here with clear goals. First, take away disciples and elders loyal to him. Second, snatch 3 of the local veins. Everything else could wait until next time. Rise. Hatcher pointed downward with his fingers together. In that moment, all the forces of the Grand Array converged into a giant hand plunging ruthlessly into the earth beneath. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening explosions rang out. The massive hand vanished, replaced by 3 dark blue dragons emerging from underground, ultimately captured by Hatcher, circling around him. Seeing this, Phil gnashed his teeth in fury. He could endure anything else but not this act. Hatcher was forcefully taking the fortune of the Jade Purity Sect, no different from cutting flesh or bleeding. The most shameless plunder. Little monster, put our veins back. Flying into the air, roaring in anger, Phil was ready to fight to the death. Ha ha, disaster-bound old waste, you are just an autumn cricket. Why don't you prepare your coffin instead of jumping around? Mockingly said Hatcher, gathering celestial stars above his head. Seal of all heaven and earth stars. A single palm descended, stopping Phil dead in his tracks, crushing him into the mountain. Boom. The mountain cracked, dust flew everywhere. Unsatisfied, Hatcher continued attacking fiercely. The sword of annihilation, metal discipline, a razor-sharp aura descended from heaven, splitting the ground in two, accompanied by Phil's screams of agony. This attack hit effectively, spurting half-saint blood mixed with disaster chi, chilling one to the bone. Even the sect leader suppressed, who could control him. You. Are you so audacious? Believe us or not, we will report you to the enforcers, and let them deal with you. An elder trembled, but still threatened boldly. With a finger snap, Hatcher turned him into fragments. Old fool daring to shout thief while being one. I am not a gentle enforcer. Sentencing you doesn't need even a second. Little monster. I advise you stop immediately, see who they are. Some clever individuals directly exploited Hatcher's weakness. Senior brother. Hatcher. In an instant, with Patsy leading the charge, those disciples who were loyal to Hatcher were controlled and became bargaining chips for the Jade Purity sect to use against Hatcher. Come down quickly and accept your punishment, or else we will kill one person every 5 seconds. Life and death are but a breath apart. Before the speaker could blink, he turned into a pile of ashes. Killing all of you won't take me even 5 seconds. Any unbelievers can try getting closer. At this, those who carried out the abduction recoiled as if they had been electrocuted, quickly distancing themselves from their targets. We should sit down and talk. This way won't solve any problems. One of the 3 remaining great elders tried to be the peacemaker. He looked at Hatcher and said, with the great array's support, it's easy for you to leave here, but those who care about you will have to stay. You wouldn't want them to suffer, would you? Before he finished speaking, the old man was slammed headfirst into the ground by Hatcher. Sit down and talk? Why didn't you say that just now? Hatcher sneered, what you can't do doesn't mean I can't. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. As he spoke, the great array exploded, transforming into pure energy that converged into the talisman paper in Hatcher's hand. Talisman 88. Spatial displacement. With his words, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the air, each crack emitting a beam of light that enveloped the people Hatcher had chosen. In the next moment, those people rose along the beams of light, lifting off the ground of the Jade Purity sect. Hatcher was about to transfer these people together. You, how dare you? The elder below, both furious and powerless, said, to act so tyrannically, aren't you afraid the heavenly gods will punish you? Chuckling, Hatcher laughed, looking down and saying, foolish and pitiful old thing. In this world, no one starts standing at the cloud's end, not even the gods. But soon, this intolerable vacancy of the throne of heavens shall end. From now on, I will stand in the heavens. Chapter 164. Mountain Spirits Watch. Await the king's return. Watching Hatcher and his group disappear into the clouds, those below felt their limbs turn icy cold. Even the most foolish ones had now realized the gravity of the situation. They had offended someone they absolutely shouldn't have. From the very beginning, expelling Hatcher was a mistake. There's nothing to fear. His strength isn't even that great. He just relies on all sorts of despicable tricks. If we fought him honorably, many among us could strangle him with one hand. Someone shouted loudly, attempting to bolster everyone's morale, but it backfired. If the not yet fully grown Hatcher could achieve this much, what would happen next? Today, Hatcher had destroyed the Grand Formation, shattered Black Yellow Mountain, seized the Earth Veins, and calmly left with over 100 people. What would happen the next time? Of course, while some felt fear, anger, and regret, there were also those who developed peculiar emotions. Veda, nailed to the iron steel, had a peculiar mind. Looking at Hatcher's towering figure standing at the edge of the sky, she actually forgot her blood feud and couldn't hold back her tears. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. This was power. This was manhood. This was a pillar of heaven-defying hero, calmly arriving, stepping on countless experts, then leaving forcefully. No one could stop him. How majestic. At this moment, she genuinely wished to be a dog for Hatcher. Loving her 1,000 times wasn't as effective as striking her once. This person, a madman. Boom. The mountain peak exploded, and Phil and the Supreme Elder climbed out from underground. This matter today. There will be no peace until one of us is dead. Phil's eyes were bloodshot. The old disaster hadn't passed, and he had been implanted with chaotic Sa-chi and rebellious Sa-chi seeds, filling him with immense frustration. It was like having timed bombs buried inside him. This lack of control over his own life and death was incredibly suffocating. Wait. His gaze suddenly focused on Veda. Isn't there still a container here? Though its quality isn't good, it can make do. In an instant, all eyes turned to Veda. What are you planning to do? She was already in a sorry state, her hair wet with sweat, sticking to her delicate face, appearing more fragile under the shadow of fear. But facing this beauty, no one felt any pity. Bitch, if it weren't for you bringing that disaster star back, why would we suffer such hardships? You must take responsibility. No, it's not my fault. You all agreed to it. Veda struggled to defend herself, but no one listened to her lies. In moments, they lifted her off the iron steel and used secret techniques to activate her pseudo-saint body. HHH, let me go. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. My grandfather is the Supreme Elder. My master is Gwyneth. They won't forgive you. Veda screamed in despair, but it was futile. If she wasn't sacrificed, the entire Jade Purity sect would be utterly annihilated. The crowd placed their hands on her back, eagerly transferring the Sa-chi seeds. Those who succeeded wore expressions of survivors after a calamity. Even Rosalie and Jeanette didn't spare her, despite their usual friendly banter as sisters. In a life-or-death situation, They treated her as less than human. Within half an hour, over 1,000 Sachi seeds were transferred. At this moment, Veda could only tremble on the ground, emitting mournful whimpers. A pseudo-saint body could indeed purify Sachi, but it had its limits. Moreover, these two types of Sachi were extremely vicious, putting her life in imminent danger. Aha! Suddenly, she screamed in agony, black flames burning fiercely on her body. Not good. Some of the seeds inside her are starting to sprout. Someone said, their face pale with lingering fear. Kill her. Someone proposed ruthlessly, only to be slapped. Are you stupid? Without her as a containment vessel, do you want the Sachi to spread again? What do we do? Work together to throw her out of the territory of Black Yellow Mountain. The elders wasted no time, using powerful secret techniques to hurl Veda into the air, and then several hundred miles away. In the desolate wilderness, uninhabited by humans, there was a thud as a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Who else could it be but Veda? I hurt, please help me. She crawled feebly, instinctively calling out, but received no response. In the past, anyone would have rushed to her aid with attentive care at the slightest sign of discomfort. But now she was like a rat in the street. No, even rats avoided her. She was a walking source of calamity. For some reason, the image of Hatcher suddenly appeared in her mind, and she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Junior brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. You were the one who truly cared for me. Compared to you, they are all beasts. I won't let them off. Veda's emotions surged as the seeds within her body exploded again, making her wish she were dead rather than alive. Just as she was writhing in agony, thinking she would surely die, a green light suddenly descended, suppressing the Shachi within her. Where did you come from, little poor thing? How did you end up tortured like this? A pleasant voice sounded, and Veda struggled to lift her head, seeing a figure like a celestial maiden. The figure wore a long green dress, with bare feet that remained spotless, and the most striking feature was the long hair trailing on the ground, with black strands adorned by blooming flowers. She was incredibly beautiful but not human. Who are you? Me. The celestial maiden pointed at herself and showed a mischievous smile like an elf. I am the mountain spirit. I lost our king here, and was thus confined here as punishment until the king returns and I can regain my freedom. Mountain spirit. Veda's heart shook. She had once read about these extraordinary beings in ancient texts. They were born with unfathomable powers, but didn't become one of the 8 ancient races due to their small numbers. It was said that the mountain spirits were once enslaved by the divine race, but after humans exterminated the divine race, the mountain spirits developed a great fondness for humanity. If a down-on-their-luck human happened to encounter a mountain spirit, they would be showered with immense benefits. How long have you been confined here? Veda asked subconsciously. Not long, only 10 years, barely enough for a nap. The mountain spirit looked at Veda as if she were a small pet and gently patted her head. All right, little poor thing. Seeing me is your good fortune. I can grant you 3 reasonable wishes. Don't be greedy. Hearing this, Veda's eyes widened. The legend is true. Chapter 165. The king's name is Hatcher. Can you remove the Shachi from my body? Casey asked with hopeful anticipation. To her, this was of paramount importance, a matter of life and death. This is simple. Allison smiled brightly and said, what is a terrifying weapon to you humans is but a part of nature to us. To dispel it, one simply needs to let the Shachi return to nature, achieving harmony. Allison gently stroked Casey's forehead. In the next moment, the black flames within her extinguished instantly, bringing her relief. I'm cured. I'm really cured. Casey jumped up in joy. Surviving the ordeal was indeed the most wonderful thing in the world. For my second wish, I want to become a true sage body. Very well, your wish is granted. Allison smiled more warmly, snapping her fingers lightly. Soft light enveloped Casey. So warm, so comfortable, she said contentedly, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Without fanfare or unusual phenomena, this was a silent transformation. Moments later, golden light bathed her whole body, even her blood turned gold. With a single punch, the air trembled loudly. Her form became translucent like jade yet remained delicate as a willow branch. More importantly, this sage body was invulnerable to all arts and resistant to all poisons. A truly supreme constitution. You can even do this. Casey marveled at Allison's unfathomable abilities. It's not that I'm powerful, Allison shook her head. You don't get something for nothing. Every gain comes at a cost. All I did was bring that cost forward. But I have nothing left. Casey said somberly. No, everyone has value. It may not be apparent now, but it will show eventually. Now, make your third wish. Hearing this, Casey blushed instantly. I know what your third wish is. Allison, having seen much of the world, said in an old-sounding voice, do you wish to stay with your lover forever, never to be apart? Why yeah, I want Hatcher to fall in love with me. I knew it. If you had his portrait. Before Allison finished, Casey waved her hand, revealing a figure in the air. Upon seeing it, Allison's pupils constricted slightly, and she froze. Sister Allison, what's wrong? I'm sorry, little one. Your value is insufficient. Even if you expend everything, I cannot help you achieve this wish. Is that so? Casey lowered her head, then suddenly said with hatred, help me destroy the Jade Purity Sect. My dear, that's not right. I cannot grant wishes that harm others. Then help me enhance my cultivation. I'll take care of it myself. I can elevate you to the peak of heaven-cleaving realm. The price is only a year of life. If you cannot break through within that time, you will? Don't say another word. I accept. As soon as she spoke, Casey emitted a radiant glow. Her cultivation steadily ascended, easily crossing the extraordinary threshold. Allison fulfilled her promise. No heavenly tribulation descended, making this advancement seem effortless. Thank you, Sister Allison. No need to thank me. I also gained something. Allison waved her hand. Go now, little one. You shouldn't linger here long. Watching Casey leave, Allison blinked her large eyes and muttered, the seed of Shachi is gone, but the seed of hatred has been planted. She will spend her life seeking vengeance. But then, she smiled again. Elder, I found our king. Her words sent ripples through the air. Several luminous orbs appeared simultaneously, exuding powerful mental waves. Well done, little Allison. A kind voice came through, filled with encouragement for the younger generation. When our king disappeared, there wasn't enough time to bestow you your true name. You must quickly obtain it from him to unlock your full potential. From now on, your confinement ends. You are free to leave the wild mountain region at any time. Great. Allison leaped with joy, not just because of regained freedom, but because obtaining her true name would truly bring her joy. Allison had no parents. She was a spirit born of heaven and earth. Her kind were named Allison from birth. They possessed immense innate abilities, but unless awakened, they couldn't fully utilize their power. To unlock their powers, the Allison spirits usually seek a bestowal from a higher being. Only after obtaining their true names do they become truly independent entities. Goodbye, venerable sir. I'm going to find our king. With that, the Allison skipped away joyfully. The king's name is Hatcher. 10 years ago, he was taken by the Jade Purity Sect, and now he has joined the Bliss Sect. She recounted Hatcher's past with pinpoint accuracy. Casey's second wish ultimately came at a price at this very moment. Just now, the Allison had replicated her memories, extracting all information about Hatcher. Mount Red Dust, Bliss Sect. The place was bustling with people, with endless streams of individuals coming to sign up. Humph. It's just a lewd and debased sect. I wonder why so many people are signing up? Suddenly, an unsavory voice sounded, drawing many furious glares. What are you looking at? Don't you agree? The speaker was a robust young man, towering 10 feet tall, like a black tower. Behind him stood more than a dozen heaven-cleaving realm giants, exuding overwhelming pressure. That's Zephyr, a personal disciple of the Forging Body Sect. Some recognized his identity and could not help but turn pale. The Forging Body Sect was one of the 6 major sects of the past and one of the current 5 great sects, still holding a prominent position in the Eastern world. It was said that this person had cultivated an incredibly terrifying physical body and once killed a peak mind Union realm peer with a single punch. Moreover, this man was extremely cruel, lustful beyond belief, and often forced low-level cultivation women, ruining their cultivation potential after satisfying himself. He had come here clearly to stir up trouble. This was because the existing 5 major sects had all suffered significant losses at Hatcher's hands, but were none too pleased with it. They thought Hatcher was merely a worthless cripple who had tricked them using the power of the Amal. As for Vera, she was merely a pitiful soul who had fallen into demonic possession and was likely not long for this world. This time, the Forging Body Sect had come as a representative of the 5 major sects to test the situation. Since you're not here to sign up, please leave. 2 guards, with icy expressions, aimed their spears at Zephyr. Hee. Although we're not here to sign up, we do have a great purpose. Zephyr's eyes gleamed lecherously as he said, we've heard that the Bliss Sect leader is promiscuous and insatiable. Our few brothers are quite strong and can satisfy her very well. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere immediately became eerily quiet. Only those from the Forging Body Sect and a few others managed to laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Isn't this funny? He looked at the crowd cruelly, forcing everyone to laugh along. At this moment, the sky suddenly split open, and hundreds of figures descended simultaneously. It's the Zechariah returning. Seeing Hatcher's figure, someone couldn't help but shout loudly. Chapter 166. Do not say I did not warn you. Hundreds descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. Greetings, Zechariah. The young people around all paid their respects to Hatcher respectfully. Although they had not yet joined the Hahuan sect, they still had to show respect to its second-in-command. You are excused. Hatcher naturally accepted it. With a wave of his hand, 3 earth veins merged into the grand array without any ripple. But Hatcher knew that the profound 9 glory array had received a huge boost and was accumulating strength for promotion to a holy array. So far, 6 more earth veins were still missing, meaning he would have to visit Xiuxian sect at least twice more. Humph. Never thought you, this waste, would also have such a glorious day. Truly, in the absence of heroes, even a monkey can become famous. Berkeley's voice came through, filled with disdain. The two had clashed during the 100 Sects conference, resulting in Berkeley being beaten half to death by Hatcher, creating resentment. In his mind, Hatcher was still in a crippled state, and there was no way he could be a match for him. As for that magnificent scene just now, it was merely an illusion created by the Hahuan sect to bolster Hatcher's authority. How could it deceive his eyes? This time, he represented the 5 great sects specifically to embarrass the Hahuan sect. Now, Hatcher makes for a good breakthrough point. If I didn't hear wrong, you seem to be insulting my master just now? Hatcher raised his eyebrows, revealing a hint of wicked smile. So what if I did? Should I repeat it? The other party said rudely, knowing full well that the Patriarch and other strong figures from the 5 great sects were watching from afar, giving him ample leeway to act. Looks like you've prepared to bear the consequences. Hatcher stepped forward and appeared above the man, looking down at him from a height. This stance made Berkeley frown. He disliked being looked down upon. Just you? Capable enough to make me bear the consequences? Can you kill me? That won't happen. Whoever wants to kill you, I will kill them. Even Yama himself wouldn't dare take you away. These words stunned everyone present. Was this how one spoke to an enemy? But then Hatcher sent chills down their spines. Killing you would be too lenient. I'll let you live on, enduring endless torment as if being sliced and flayed alive, having your soul extracted and refined. At that time, you'll understand that death is actually a mercy. With those words, Hatcher struck. Life and death extinction. A single finger press caused Berkeley's face to turn pale. How insolent. Several bodyguards from the body forging sect also moved, serving as Berkeley's protectors. All reached the heaven-severing realm, sufficient to be elders in second-rate sects. Yet in the next moment, they all met their deaths. Their bodies quickly withered, turning charcoal-like, crumbling to dust. This sight left everyone horrified. What had Hatcher just done? Casually flicking a finger, 10 heaven-severing realms died. What kind of power was this? Was this the strength of the xiuxian Sect Zechariah? Even though the previous Hatcher was formidable, he hadn't been this powerful. Thud. Berkeley fell to his knees, his pants instantly drenched in urine. He who recognized the situation was wise. Don't kill me. Don't worry about that. I promised you'd live a long life. With that, Hatcher was ready to work on this person. Hold it. At this moment, a life and death realm powerhouse suddenly intervened, blocking Hatcher. It was precisely the elder from the body-forging sect. Seeing his talented disciple about to suffer, he did not hesitate to intervene. Why did you come alone? Are those in the distance not planning to come down? Hatcher watched the other party with a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but feel his heart race. It turned out Hatcher had detected their presence long ago. Boy, spare him where you can. You've already killed so many. You should know when to stop, or disaster will surely follow. Upon hearing this, Hatcher grinned and asked, if someone insults your sect leader, what would you do? Hearing this, the other party immediately lost his words. If that really happened, the body-forging sect would absolutely shred that person into pieces and exterminate their clan. Humph. What's the use of saying these things? Without strength, there's no right to fairness. Ultimately, the body-forging sect elder replied angrily. Boom. The profound 9 glory array suddenly activated, causing the elder's expression to change wildly. What do you want to do? I only find your argument convincing. From now on, I will speak to you with power. No. Without another word, the elder attempted to flee from the place. How naive. Hatcher sneered, and the profound 9 glory array directly attacked from afar, severing his 4 limbs and causing him to fall from the sky. Don't kill me. He screamed in terror, his face full of regret, as Hatcher gripped his throat. Are you trying to beg for mercy with your strength? I'm sorry. I will never dare again. I am willing to apologize to you. If apologies were useful, why would we need law enforcers? Hatcher's gaze was deep as he asked heavily, you only need to answer one question of mine, and I will let you go. All right, it's a deal. I will tell you everything I know. When I raided your sect last time, I didn't see clearly. How many earth veins does your body-forging sect have? Teach, 3. What's the matter? Wonderful. Hatcher squeezed harder, instantly crushing the man. You scum, how dare you? From a distance, the powerful figures of the 5 great sects were all shocked by Hatcher's bloody means. They had known he was ruthless, but they hadn't expected him to be so decisive. He killed without hesitation, utterly ruthless, sending chills down their spines. But then, Hatcher stepped into the air. His eyes shone like lightning, piercing through over 100 miles and sharply stabbing into the eyes of the patriarchs of various sects. Everyone felt that Hatcher wasn't 100 miles away, but standing right in front of them. Listen carefully. Hatcher spoke. With the amplification of his mental power, his voice covered almost the entire eastern continent. The body-forging sect has bullied our sect and insulted my master, an enmity that cannot be reconciled. To avenge this injustice, 3 days from now, our xiuxian sect will destroy the body-forging sect. If anyone doesn't want to be affected, leave the body-forging sect early. From now on, this sect will no longer exist. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 167. Rules for new members of the xiuxian sect. Outrageous. Arrogant. From afar, the Shiloh heard these words and was so furious that he trembled. No matter what, he was still the overlord of the eastern continent, respected by all who encountered him. But today, a mere child dared to boast about wiping out the Forge Body sect. Wasn't this just absurd and beyond his ability? Just a small xiuxian sect. Without the aid of the Grand Formations and the Amal, I would have uprooted them long ago. This matter is very urgent. We cannot be too cautious, said the new Ewing gravely. He felt Hatcher was too sinister for a mere youth. A young man, even if he possessed some means to save himself, should not have acted so effortlessly in front of such great figures like them. Nor would he dare to regard them as ants, scorning them from head to toe. Yet, Hatcher had done just that, as if possessed by a world-class powerhouse. Humph. What can this bastard spawn possibly accomplish? The Shiloh sneered. In 3 days, I will wait for him to come. If he dares not show up, I'll make him live forever in shame. With that, he turned and left. As for Zephyr, his fate was sealed. No one could change it for him. Patriarch. Zephyr screamed in despair, now completely alone and helpless, facing Hatcher's wrath. This is a misunderstanding. I was forced into it. Forced into it? Hatcher smiled coldly. There are many ways to provoke someone. Why did you choose this way? At these words, Zephyr's blood ran cold. He knew he had committed an unpardonable sin, touching Hatcher's ultimate taboo. Though he had means to save himself, insulting Vera was the true reason leading him to this dire end. Witnessing this scene, everyone silently made a note not to disrespect Vera in the future. Hatcher indeed honored his previous promise to make Zephyr's life worse than death. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. With a wave of his hand, countless sword auras pierced through Zephyr's body, destroying his physical form completely. Logically speaking, if a cultivator has not reached the semi-saint realm, destruction of the physical body means complete annihilation. But Hatcher did not think so. Symbol 87, 9-star soul-binding rope. In the next moment, 9 black stars emerged in the air, nailing down Zephyr's soul that was about to dissipate, fixing it in midair. Ea! His remnant soul twisted in the void, emitting ear-piercing screams, causing chills to run down everyone's spine. But this was only the beginning. Hatcher's torment had not ended yet. Heavenly speech of the azure sky, the dragon appears in the field. Using natural forces, he condensed wind, thunder, water, and fire, then transformed them into 5 dragon spirit symbols, turning them into soul-suppressing nails. Everyone around couldn't help but gasp. Being nailed by those would mean, soon, Hatcher fulfilled everyone's expectations, plunging 4 soul-suppressing nails directly into Zephyr's soul amidst their horrified looks. Boom! Zephyr exploded immediately, but gradually reformed under the restraint of the 9 stars, his face filled with extreme terror. Please give me a release. Let me die. Let me die. I beg of you. At this moment, all he wanted was a quick death, nothing else. For the next 1,000 years, enjoy your time thoroughly. Hatcher's cruelty instilled fear, yet it was a great thing for the young talents eager to join the xiuxian sect. With such a fierce and protective elder, who would dare to bully them in the future? Elder is mighty. The young disciples who came to sign up bowed in veneration. No need for such formalities. Hatcher smiled happily. On their first meeting, the elder gave them a gift. With his palm facing the crowd, Hatcher secretly circulated a mysterious force, balance of life and death. Instantly, the vitality within tens of miles converged, enveloping the newcomers. What's happening? My hidden injuries are healing. My cultivation is about to break through. I was far from it before. Me too. All thanks to the great elder. Someone shouted amidst the crowd, making Hatcher appear even more towering in everyone's hearts. Wishing you all good luck. With that, Hatcher turned and left, handing the recruited disciples to Zora to handle the arrangements. How wonderful. If only they were my disciples. Looking at Hatcher's back, a hint of envy flashed in Zora's eyes. Cough cough. Realizing her slip, she quickly shifted her gaze to focus on the young people Hatcher brought back. You were all geniuses of the xiuxian sect and had connections with Great Elder. From today onward, you will live together with the former disciples of the xiuxian sect in the first grotto heaven. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes converged on xiuxian. The reputation of the xiuxian sect was well known. It was filled with beautiful women and handsome men, skilled in dual cultivation, eliciting both envy and disdain. Everyone despised the xiuxian sect, unless they could be made to join. Xiuxian then added, Yin-yang integration is the way of the universe. There's nothing shameful about it. If any of you meet someone you admire, you can become cultivation partners. Of course, if you wish to maintain your ascetic practice, the sect won't interfere. After forming a partnership, you may report to the sect and receive regular dual cultivation benefits. You'll have 8 days off each month, not needing to attend meetings or undertake missions. Upon hearing this, the spirited young men and women all widened their eyes, eagerly wanting to join the sect. The xiuxian sect not only provided placement but also offered double rest days and dual cultivation. Could there be anything better? Of course, the xiuxian sect has its own rules, and anyone who violates them will face severe punishment. Xiuxian's expression turned serious, and she continued, Elder 2, as the punishment elder, has set the following rules. First, do not steal others' cultivation partners. Second, no promiscuity. If you already have a partner, you cannot form another partnership. Note, elders are exempt from this rule. Third, disciples must not harass elders, especially female disciples. This is paramount. Fourth, Hatcher had just stepped into the xiuxian sect when he was caught by a delicate hand. He wasn't surprised. This was the technique of a sage, and only one person could achieve this. Little one, come here. In the next moment, he found himself back in the Patriarch Hall, pinned down by Vera. You're angry at me, teacher. I was wrong. Hatcher said without hesitation, instinctively. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have left during our dual cultivation session. You're smart, so I'm going to punish you. Vera opened her mouth, revealing sharp little canines. This sight sent chills down Hatcher's spine. Chapter 168 Master, I want to be on top. Ah. Vera suddenly transformed into a small leopard and bit down, her teeth marks landing on Hatcher's shoulder. Hiss. Hatcher instinctively inhaled sharply, but was suddenly taken aback. This time it didn't hurt. Instead, it felt soft and tender. It was more like a gentle kiss than a bite. Master, I want to be on top. With one swift movement, Hatcher pinned Vera down. She lay there with a pliable body, presenting an inviting appearance. Boom. Hatcher's mind seemed about to explode. Even though he often had intimate moments with his master, he had never seen her like this. Unusual events must have some peculiar cause. Could it be that Vera is having another calamity? Master, you aren't sick, are you? As soon as those words came out, Vera immediately flared up with anger. Get off, let me get on. In a struggle of strength, their positions switched. You refuse my gentle approach, forcing me to take the hard way. While speaking, their eyes met, and Hatcher saw boundless desires in his master's eyes. Damn, you actually used the alluring dream technique on me? Hatcher was completely shocked. At this moment, his blood boiled fiercely, and even his imperial-grade willpower nearly broke, almost turning him into a beast. Something's off, very much off. Normally, Vera was already stunningly beautiful beyond compare, but she never used such enchanting methods with Hatcher. According to her, it was too embarrassing, a barrier she could never cross mentally. However, today Vera directly used this method, catching Hatcher unprepared. Heavenly Joy Lock, activate. A red light flashed, and with a cry of surprise, Vera lost all her strength. Seizing this opportunity, Hatcher once again took the dominant position, looking down at his master from above. Tell me what happened now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Hatcher's gaze was aggressive, filling Vera with delight. You little brat, what can you do to me? Oh, so you think you're brave? I'm super brave, alright? So, let me see. With that, Hatcher flipped Vera over, pinning her against his knee. His hand rose, and struck. Smack. Ah, little brat, how dare you hit your master? Vera's face flushed deeply, never expecting Hatcher to punish her this way. Don't you think you're very brave? Let's continue. Stop it. Are you begging me? Then I refuse. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of slaps continued uninterrupted. Vera struggled desperately, nearly fainting. Being treated this way by her beloved disciple made her feel both strange and ashamed. Desperate, she resorted to her trump card, crying. Wah! Little brat, you naughty one, how could you bully me like this? Do you not love your master anymore? Those words made Hatcher surrender immediately. Who says a 100-year-old maiden can't seduce someone? She was quite skilled at it. Tell me why you're acting so unusually? Hatcher hugged Vera, worriedly asking. Vera dared not meet Hatcher's eyes and stuttered. Danica taught me this. She said if I let go a bit, I could catch you easily. What a liar. Hatcher was stunned as if struck by lightning, looking at the exquisite beauty in his arms in disbelief. Master, you've gone astray. Little brat, would you still like a master who has gone astray? Vera raised her watery eyes, gazing at Hatcher timidly like a small animal. How could anyone resist that? Yes. Without a second thought, Hatcher surrendered promptly. Wait, you almost got away with it. Hatcher smacked his forehead and asked again. Why did you go to great lengths to tempt me into making mistakes? Upon hearing this, Vera averted her gaze, trying to play dead. Master. Hatcher dragged out the syllables, slowly closing in on her, locking eyes with hers. All right, I'll tell you. I just want to help you in cultivation. Nonsense. Hatcher didn't believe it. From the beginning, he had doubts about the concept of yin-yang fusion. It was understandable. After all, from his past life to this one, he was still not lying. You're breaking through the no-self realm, right? If you don't take this step, you can't advance. No, I don't believe it. Hatcher shook his head. The method to break through the no-self realm was long lost. Even he had to explore it step by step. Vera was merely at the sage realm. How could she know more than him? Am I saying that if I don't eat my master, I can't break through? Hatcher stubbornly stated. It might be. Murmuring with a smile, Vera took out an ancient tome from behind her back. It appeared tattered and worn, clearly incomplete. This was discovered by Miles, while sorting through the scrolls of the Union Joy sect. It should not be fake. Hatcher accepted the tome and flipped it open casually, immediately greeted by an ancient aura. His heart shook. This book was at least 100,000 years old. Stuart Chang's chart, personally annotated by deceiving Heaven Great Stuart. Seeing these cryptic ancient characters, Hatcher inhaled sharply. This was actually the cultivation notes of a great Stuart. Although only a portion remained, it contained methods to break through the no-self realm. To achieve no-self, one must seek the 6 selves. The 6 selves are original self, past self, future self, love self, faith self, and transforming self. Original self is the true heart. Past self is past existence. Future self is future existence. Faith self is the self of people's belief. Transforming self is the self of transformation. As for love self, Hatcher glanced at Vera. It was far yet near, right before his eyes. Now do you believe what your master says? Vera tilted her head, both elegant and smug, like a great swan during daylight. She ticked off points on her fingers as if reciting family treasures. For love self, we must share weal and woe together, depend on each other for life and death, and belong to each other loyally. We must entrust body and soul to each other completely, blend as one, and never betray each other even till the end of time. As she spoke, her breath seemed fragrant and filled with tenderness. She exuded an aura that could soften the hardest hearts. Leaning close to Hatcher's ear, she whispered softly, Your master perfectly meets all the conditions. Hatcher felt a fire burning within him and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Master, Stuart Chang's chart also states that I need to break through to the cycle realm before attempting to pursue love self. Upon hearing this, Vera was struck as if by lightning. I don't want to live anymore. She was consumed by shame and anger. Who knew how much courage today's actions required? To hell with it. Since it's done anyway, your master will assist you in cultivation, aiding you to break through quickly. Vera threw caution to the wind, pinning Hatcher down again, ready to infuse her cultivation through kisses. Hold on. Hatcher suddenly shouted. What now? I want to be on top. Chapter 169 first, let's go to the Jade Purity sect and reap some benefits. Master, junior brother. A loud bang was heard as the door of the Patriarch Hall was pushed open. Marcia let out a shrill scream. What are you two doing? We're cultivating. The two blushed and replied in unison. Cultivating? Do you cultivate like this? It's broad daylight. Gilda One was so furious that she overturned the bed. If not during the day, then at night? Erilyn weakly asked. Not at night either. Gilda One fumed. From today on, we add another rule. It is forbidden for the master to harass disciples. How can it be like this? Erilyn looked aggrieved, which made Marcia unable to hold back her laughter, and her anger dissipated. Even an unparalleled beauty couldn't withstand another when she acted coy. All right, stop fooling around. We have important matters. Hearing this, the two instantly sat up straight. It just happened. As he spoke, there was a loud rumble, and a terrifying tremor shook the entire eastern continent, triggering a major earthquake. People outside the sect were terrified, but in the next moment, the profound Heaven 9 Hua Hua array activated automatically, calming everything down. Seems like I don't need to explain. Let's go take a look. The three of them stepped out together, arriving outside the Hahuan sect. They saw the eastern sky bathed in rosy light with countless auspicious beams, as if some world-shaking treasure had appeared. That direction is the direction of Desolate Mountain. Hatcher's heart skipped a beat. His memories began there. At 8 years old, he was picked up by the Jade Purity sect from Desolate Mountain. Instantly, he activated his heavenly eye, scanning infinitely with boundless mental energy. The mountain guarding object has moved? He murmured, discerning the situation. It doesn't matter whether the mountain is high or not. It gains its fame once a transcendent being appears. Now, numerous anomalies are appearing on Desolate Mountain, yet it feels like its last dazzling moment. After this incident, the mountain might cease to exist. At this thought, his brows furrowed. To break through the selfless realm, one must find their past self. If Desolate Mountain disappears, his path to breakthrough will certainly encounter many obstacles. Therefore, he had to observe it regardless. Junior brother, I sent people to investigate. That place has collapsed into a hidden realm, and there are restrictions prohibiting any powerhouse above the reincarnation realm from entering. Hearing this, Hatcher's eyes lit up. Just as I wish. He muttered to himself. With his current third-level life and death realm cultivation, as long as no half-saints appear, almost no one could do anything to him. Of course, if someone dared to challenge death by engaging him with their mental power, even a sage would be reduced to an ant. I'm going. Without further ado, Hatcher immediately prepared to move. I'll go with you, Gilda once said firmly, her gaze focused solely on him. Then let's set off right away. Master will stay behind to guard the sect. As they were about to leave, Hatcher suddenly felt a numbness all over, a bone-chilling feeling rushing to his heart. Wait. He sucked in a cold breath, eyebrows knitted, stopping in his tracks. What's wrong? I have a very bad feeling. This sensation only occurs rarely, but every time it happens, it's extremely accurate. Just as he finished speaking, his head felt as if it would split open, and a brilliant light emanated from his third eye, a sign that his unconscious realm had reached its peak. Ugh. He couldn't help but shiver, but before his eyes, an unusual scene appeared. In the midst of desolate mountain, a towering and broken body slowly rose, holding a huge sword. A single swing created a wave of blood reaching the heavens. This scene lasted only an instant, and Hatcher returned to normal in the blink of an eye. This is the fleeting glimpse of the future. He immediately understood everything. The Imperial Realm spirit touching the selfless realm could, under certain coincidences, see glimpses of the past or future. Could this just be the real situation in Desolate Mountain? Remnants of a sacred steward, communicating with spirits. I didn't expect Desolate Mountain to be a tomb of a sacred steward. So-called sacred stewards are realms above sages. Even after death, their souls scattered. Their bodies still had the possibility of becoming spiritually awakened. Extremely dangerous. With this thing in Desolate Mountain, they couldn't rashly venture in. Before this, we need to make some preparations. Hatcher's gaze scanned towards the direction of the Jade Purity Sect. Against zombies, he had countless methods. But the most cost-effective method was to use the earth veins. Earth is the mother of all things, capable of accommodating everything. Cultivated earth veins can absorb and resolve all zombie threats. Jade Purity Sect, it's time for you to contribute again. Let's go. We're here to reap benefits. Hatcher grabbed Marcia's wrist and rushed toward the Jade Purity Sect. Little brat, you escape again. Freya stamped her foot in midair, wanting to follow but ultimately calmed down. Since Hatcher had asked her to guard the sect, it meant she wasn't needed at the moment. 100 miles away from the Jade Purity Sect, Hatcher and his companion stopped. Know thyself and know thy enemy. 100 battles will bring no danger. Hatcher extended his mental energy, ready to probe their situation. What he saw made him laugh. The Jade Purity Sect was truly lazy. The Star Dipper formation was clearly destroyed. Yet they hadn't rebuilt it immediately, obviously thinking Hatcher wouldn't come again. That little brat is too overbearing. We must make the xiuxian sect pay, or the Jade Purity Sect will lose face. An elder said angrily. You're right, we can't let those shameless women get too arrogant. Why don't we use their methods against them? Collect evil chi and then release it on the xiuxian sect, letting them destroy themselves. This suggestion was met with instant approval. Agreed, let's do it. Phil slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot. His situation was not good. The calamity of failing to become a sage still plagued him, but he didn't care, only wanting revenge on the xiuxian sect. It seems today was the right choice. Hatcher retracted his mental energy, a sinister smile on his face. He said to Marcia, follow my lead. Let's strike first and give them a taste of annihilation breath. The two approached the Jade Purity Sect, stopping just within range of their mental detection. Mental Bomb 2, Withering Pursuit. Hatcher attacked, countless condensed mental energy bombs falling onto the Jade Purity Sect, lurking in every corner. These bombs were invisible, hard to detect, and extremely stable, only exploding upon contact with external mental energy. Your turn, Gilda. As soon as he spoke, black chi surged between Marcia's hands. Then, Tai power combined with annihilation breath, forming a black sun. Go! The sun fell, bringing darkness. In an instant, the people of the Jade Purity Sect felt their scalps tingle. Enemy attack. On alert. Chapter 170. This is our heart-pounding combination move. Staring at the black sun, all members of the Jade Clarity Sect braced for battle. That's a mass of annihilation energy. Don't touch it easily. An experienced elder shouted loudly. What should we do? If we all attack together, using overwhelming power to neutralize it will be enough. No sooner said than done. A group of elders attacked in unison, bombarding the annihilating sun. Just at this moment, time freeze. Dane appeared, freezing everything in place. Hurrah! He rushed forward and kicked the breath of annihilation, altering its trajectory forcefully. Time resumes flowing. How is that possible? All the elders gaped in astonishment, not knowing what had happened, only seeing the mass of energy bypassing them and falling down rapidly. No, don't. They roared in despair. A loud boom resounded as the black energy mass exploded, black flames spewed out, covering the Jade Clarity Sect again. Who's there? Countless people erupted in rage, spotting two figures overlooking from the sky. They immediately released their mental power, ready to investigate. Hatcher laughed. This is our heart-pounding combination move. You just enjoy it. Sure enough. With a calculated ambush, the elites of the Jade Clarity Sect were controlled to death, spontaneously triggering the floating mental force bombs, suffering heavy damage instantly. In the blink of an eye, over 100 elders were hit, writhing on the ground like donkeys. Even the Zechariah couldn't escape unscathed, feeling intense pain in his head and unable to react. Good opportunity, Gilda. Help me tear open the ground of the Jade Clarity Sect. The two dove down. Now, the defense of the Jade Clarity Sect was virtually non-existent. Before the others recovered, they could do whatever they wanted. It's that little bastard. He has returned. Phil gritted his teeth, closing his eyes, pretending to be dead, because another glance would cause an explosion. Boom. The power of Tai was heavy and tyrannical, easily cutting through the ground as Hatcher plunged in directly. That kid, he's going after the earth vein again. Hearing this, Phil, who was feigning death, was infuriated back to life. Beast, stop him, Aya. Our sect leader, there's no need for such measures. Last time he stole the earth vein because of the formation's assistance. Now with nothing in his hands. Are you stupid? Phil felt his lungs about to burst from anger, glaring fiercely at the speaker and slapping him away. Even now, you dare to evaluate that boy with ordinary standards. Have your brains turned into a chamber pot? As expected, his words came true. Hatcher was seen holding 3 spiritual talismans filled with Vera's mental power, which could unleash full strength. Talisman 87, Pursuing Dragon Chase Fortune. Instantly light flared infinitely, with 3 explosions creating 3 dragon shadows rising up around Hatcher. Phil spat out a mouthful of blood. We are leaving. Upon hitting the mark, Hatcher scooped up Marcia and fled. Worthless, you bunch of wastes. Moments later, the breath of annihilation subsided, and everyone recovered from the mental shock, looking blankly at the devastated ground. Only the sect leader raged impotently. Sect leader, please calm down. Since the enemy's sneak attack succeeded, they will underestimate us. If I take a shortcut to ambush the Joyful Union sect, we can make them suffer heavily. This was said by a Zechariah, whose aura was incredibly vicious, clearly at the edge of fury. Being humiliated several times by a junior, if he didn't avenge himself as a quasi-saint, his mind would never find peace. Our sect approves. Phil took a deep breath and instructed, be cautious of their formations. Once it's not activated, rush in instantly and kill Vera for success. Don't worry, I'll make them feel the pain. The eyes of the Zechariah gleamed with excitement and cruelty, knowing that Vera, burdened with heart demon Dao injuries, was definitely no match for him. I have an 80% chance of success. Prepare the victory banquet. Laughing maniacally, he burned his essence and blood, turning into a shooting star disappearing into the horizon. A while later, sect leader, the Zechariah's token is broken. A young servant presented the shattered jade tablet, and at this sight, Phil bled from all 7 orifices. The anomalies in the desolate mountain continued, stirring up storms among various sects. At the body forging sect, laughter echoed across the sky. Ha ha ha. As predicted by our ancestor, the opportunity of Desolate Mountain has finally emerged. Heaven wants to prosper our body forging sect. His eyes flashed with madness, repeatedly examining the ancient book in his hand until he went mad, trembling. The Desolate Mountain is undergoing great changes, with 2 Dao heavenly stone steels about to appear. One of them is the Alchemy Heaven ranking steel. Whoever obtains it and makes it recognize them as its master can become a Grandmaster Alchemist, and might even have the chance to become the top alchemist in the world. However, that's not the main point. The other stone steel is the crucial one. It's rumored to contain an extremely potent physical constitution essence. If someone can refine it, they can awaken the legendary 9 dragons and 9 elephants body. This constitution harbors the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Once obtained, the flesh will continuously break through its limits, surpassing the restrictions of human form, allowing one's fist to split mountains and feet to shatter the sky. If our sect gets this, we will annihilate the entire Harmony sect. Cole, Crazy Dragon, Earth Tiger. As he spoke, 3 figures appeared before him. Greetings, sect leader. You are the best disciples of the previous generation, all reaching the life and death realm. I want you to go to the secret land of Desolate Mountain and bring back those 2 stone steels. Yes, sect leader. Upon saying this, the 3 left immediately. Besides the body forging sect, the other 4 major sects and the 2 supreme sects of Supreme Clarity and Grand Clarity also dispatched disciples, preparing to snatch their share. In the law enforcement city, Amal Apollo emerged from seclusion. After refining the pill given by Hatcher, his vitality had become more abundant. At this moment, a slender young man knelt before him. His skin was fair, his face delicate like a woman's, yet he emitted an incredibly sharp cold aura. Weston, you've been in dead seclusion for 3 years. It's time to go out and temper yourself. Amal looked kindly at the youth, who was his last disciple. Though just a mortal body, his comprehension and talent were heaven-defying. I was just thinking the same, coming to inform my master. This journey will be perilous. Do not underestimate your opponents. If you encounter Hatcher, remember to greet him on my behalf and avoid conflict. Is that guy really that powerful? Weston patted his iron spear, revealing a curious look. His cultivation might not be as high as yours, but it's hard to say about actual combat. I don't believe it. The young man laughed confidently, stepping forward and emitting an aura of the 5th level of life and death realm. The eastern continent produces prodigies constantly. In the territory of Desolate Mountain, Hatcher and company arrived first. The space here had collapsed, leaving only an entrance to a secret realm. In a little while, we can enter. Hatcher said this, but then he felt a chill down his spine. With a swoosh, an iron spear flew past his face. Not bad reaction. The young man looked down at Hatcher from above. Weston, you know me? That's even better. My master often mentions you. Let's see who is stronger today. Chapter 171. Another beautiful eldest sister appears. Who is this guy? Marcia instantly entered a combat state. If it weren't for Hatcher holding her back, she would have already torn Weston apart. This person is the disciple of the Amal, also a martial arts enthusiast. There's no need to take him seriously, Hatcher said with a smile. I like your assessment. Weston became even more interested. His spear trembled, once again pointing at Hatcher. Make your move. Seeing this, Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. This guy was indeed just like his previous life. It was a pity he still ended up dying by Adrian's hands later on. I won't fight you. The secret realm is about to open. You should conserve your strength. That isn't up to you. Weston smiled stubbornly as the spear thrust came. like a dragon piercing through the air toward Hatcher. But in the next moment, Hatcher had moved behind him. You sure know how to dodge. But what good does dodging do? What would you do if I attacked this young lady instead? As he finished speaking, he looked at Marcia, turned the spear around, and swung the shaft towards her. This blow retained 70% of its power, yet even then, it was something the younger generation couldn't match. Hold it! Hatcher suddenly shouted. No way, unless you fight me. Weston couldn't help but laugh, thinking he had cornered the other party. Fool, I'm not talking to you. With a bang, the spear shaft stopped moving. Weston's expression changed dramatically as the girl before him caught the spear body with just 2 fingers. Am I dreaming? Feel this one, and you'll know if you're dreaming. Fallon laughed wickedly. The Tai force condensed into a beam in her palm, which she pushed forward. Buzz. The void trembled as a beam of light pierced through heaven and earth, drifting infinitely far. Everything in its path was obliterated, as if the sky itself was split in two. Reincarnation realm. Weston swallowed hard. That beam of light had been only inches away from his face, clearly intentionally aimed to miss. Now are you obedient? Hatcher walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't touch me. Weston was furious, his face red with embarrassment as he slapped Hatcher's hand away. I misjudged you. I thought you were a gentleman protector, but who knew you're just a freeloader? Hatcher laughed heartily, making no response. Just then, a fierce killing aura shot over from afar, locking onto Hatcher's vital points. Boom. The void exploded, and 3 figures descended from the sky. By their attire, they were clearly people from the body-forging sect. Insects will always be insects, always doing underhanded things in the dark. The dust settled, revealing Hatcher unharmed, causing slight changes in the expressions of the 3 men. Brat, are you the one who bragged that you would destroy us in 3 days? Stewart sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If there's no other Hatcher in this world, then yes, it's your grandpa who said that. Hatcher looked coldly at the 3 men. I didn't expect you to be so eager, rushing to reincarnate before even a day has passed. Upon hearing this, Stewart and the others burst out laughing uncontrollably. At the same time, they unleashed their full momentum, all at the 7th level of life and death realm. Truly remarkable. They surrounded Hatcher and his companions in a triangular formation, connected to each other, forming a small array. Not bad. Hatcher commented. With these means, they might be able to temporarily resist the reincarnation realm. One-on-one. How does that sound? Hatcher said nonchalantly. Haha, brat, facing death and still boasting. It's effortless for us 3 to kill you, Cole boasted arrogantly. Indeed. Soon, even the Xiuxian sect will be destroyed by us. Then our entire sect will taste your licentious master. Ha ha ha. Stewart laughed wildly, knowing Hatcher's Achilles heel and deliberately trying to enrage him. I've changed my mind. Hatcher pointed forward. I don't want to kill you anymore. Since you excel in fusion techniques, why don't you stay together forever? An overwhelming sword force erupted suddenly. 6 directions destruction sword, heavenly sword, world-destroying lotus. A dazzling sword lotus appeared out of nowhere, changing the 3 men's expressions. Even Weston's expression grew grave. The terrifying power contained in this attack left him secretly startled. However, it wasn't over yet. Hatcher's voice came again. One thought, and flowers bloom. Reigns supreme over the world. In an instant, the lotus split into countless petals, transforming into a shower of flowers heading straight for the 3 men. No. Bang bang. 2 explosions sounded as Cole and Chavez exploded. Their souls hadn't dissipated in time before Hatcher used talisman techniques to immobilize them, capturing them in his hands. Ea araheh. Stewart seemed to have seen a ghost, and in an instant, he was scared out of his wits. Even in his wildest dreams, he hadn't thought such a scene would happen. Just as he wanted to escape, Hatcher grabbed him by the neck. Eliminating 3 7th level life and death realm cultivators, while being at the 3rd level of that realm was much simpler than drinking water. Spare me, don't kill me. Stewart begged for mercy. I won't kill you. I'll just let you be together forever. As soon as these words were said, Hatcher stuffed the souls of the 2 into Stewart's body and infused a thread of chaotic, killing chi. In an instant, the 3 emitted heart-wrenching screams. My feet hurt so much. Stewart held his head, but it was Cole's voice. My head is splitting apart. Stewart then gripped his crotch, emitting Chavez's voice. Scram. Hatcher slapped them away, cold light flashing in his eyes. You will wear yourselves out until you rot in chaos. After doing all this, Hatcher noticed Toria looking at him with caution. What's wrong? With a whoosh, Toria took a step back and pointed the spear tip at Hatcher's throat. You sick pervert, stay away from me. Before the echo of her words died down, countless lights appeared on the horizon, and people from various sects had arrived. Big brother. A young voice came, making Hatcher's heart twitch. He saw a familiar figure. From the Supreme Clarity sect, Vicky. Nice to see you, young Master Hatcher. The little girl was followed by a group of bodyguards, showing great respect. The Supreme Clarity sect owed Hatcher a huge favor. Hiss. At the first sight of Vicky, Hatcher couldn't help but gasp. The girl's cultivation had reached the fusion mind realm, which was absurdly high. Big brother, hug me. Shangguan Wugo laughed warmly and jumped into Hatcher's arms. Then when she saw Marcia, her lively big eyes suddenly trembled. Another beautiful eldest sister has appeared. Hee hee. Hatcher smiled awkwardly, scanning over with his mental energy and noticing many unfamiliar figures. It seemed they weren't from the Eastern continent. This is strange. Could people from Central Plains also have come? Suddenly, his gaze locked onto 2 individuals. They had ordinary appearances. One had a gourd at his waist, and the other held a jade bottle, their identity badges impossible to ignore. Central Lee family. Could they be here for me? Chapter 172. Would you dare to respond if I called you? The Lee family of Zhongzhou was a renowned household for crafting artifacts, and they were quite possibly the original family line of Hatcher. But strangely enough, in his previous life when Hatcher arrived in Zhongzhou, the Li family had long since vanished, just like the Heavenly Master Clan, which had been wiped out for unknown reasons. Hatcher stared intently at the two men, originally thinking they were there to find him, but it turned out he was overthinking. Those two stood idly among the crowd with no unusual actions. Boom! The heavenly energy rumbled violently, and the seal at the entrance of the secret realm dimmed, causing everyone's heart to leap into their throats. Everyone be careful, the seal is breaking, someone shouted, followed by a cracking sound. The light beam shattered completely, unleashing infinite suction force from the entrance that locked onto the surrounding people. Many were caught off guard, flailing as they were sucked in. Vicky entered with the Xiuxian Sect, while Hatcher and his companion held hands, emitting soft light as they steadily stepped inside. A moment later, the entrance closed, and everything returned to calm. Hex 6. Mystic Light. In the pitch-black space, Hatcher manipulated the rune, casting light. Gilda! He shouted loudly, having already locked onto Marcia's position. I'm here. Gilda strode over, landing stably beside him, grabbing his arm and leaning on him. Only then did the two begin to survey this world. This seems to be a grotto. I can still hear water dripping. Marcia listened intently, her voice gentle. It's not that simple. Hatcher forcefully released his mental power, scanning the area thoroughly. This is a folded space with upper, middle, and lower regions. We are currently in the uppermost layer, and our ultimate goal is in the lowest layer. Just like an obstacle course, quite interesting, Gilda commented calmly. Don't let your guard down. As soon as he finished speaking, a deadly aura surged from all sides. Who dares to be so insolent? Hatcher roared furiously. Endless light surged forth, illuminating the darkness completely. The void was filled with strange creatures, some only palm-sized, others dozens of feet long, resembling dragons, snakes, tigers, and bears, each unique in form. The weakest of these has reached the soul-turning realm, while the strongest have crossed the boundary of the extraordinary. Marcia exclaimed, counting carefully, finding over 1,000 strange creatures. If anyone else had come here, this area would have been a death trap. Hiss. While speaking, these strange creatures moved, lunging towards the two, attempting to devour them. Life-death balance. Hatcher used a wide-ranging lethal technique, but the creatures remained unaffected. How could this be? Hatcher rarely showed surprise, but now he did. Tai, annihilate. Gilda crushed dozens of creatures in one strike, turning them into golden light points that fell onto her arm. Indeed peculiar, these beings lack vitality or death energy. They seem more like entities constructed by the laws of this world. Marcia, being the yin-yang Dao body, quickly discovered the truth. If we can destroy them, it's simple enough. Hatcher took a deep breath. Watch me obliterate them with my mental power. Hex 90, Black Coffin. Warped darkness descended suddenly, then exploded, destroying everything around it. The creatures were instantly wiped out, turning into light points that dotted Hatcher's arm like stars. After investigating, Hatcher sighed in relief. These light points had no ill effects. Instead, they contained complex law circuits, akin to some special currency. You two have been observing in secret for a long time. Don't you plan to show yourselves now? Suddenly, Hatcher's gaze became sharp, focusing on the left side. His mental power had long controlled everything around him, making it impossible for anyone to hide. Never expected to meet two formidable individuals right after entering. Two figures emerged slowly. They were from the Li family of Zhongzhou. State your names. Hatcher asked coldly. My name is Xavier, and he is Brody. The man with a gourd on his waist lifted his head proudly. We're stewards of the Li family of Zhongzhou, with significant backgrounds. So what? Hatcher squinted and asked. Therefore, you must hand over your spirit light coins. After we succeed, we might reward you. Spirit light coins. Hatcher looked at the light points on his arm with a knowing smile. He was even more confident about his earlier guess. The more of these light points he collected, the greater his authority in this space would be. What if I refuse? Then you'll regret not taking the offer. Upon hearing this, Hatcher and Marcia were both taken aback. The speaker was merely at the life and death realm. What gave him the audacity to speak so boldly? State your names. We don't kill nameless fools. Xavier said arrogantly. My name is Hatcher. Show me what you've got. Fine. I hope you don't regret it. Xavier took off the gourd from his waist, opened the stopper, pointed it upwards, and aimed it at Hatcher. Would you dare to respond if I called you? Hatcher was momentarily stunned, scanning the gourd with his mental power, then licked his lips with a grin. Go ahead. Hatcher. Your grandpa is here. As soon as the words were spoken, the gourd burst into 10,000 rays of light, enveloping Hatcher and sucking him inside. Junior brother. Marcia's face changed drastically, rising in rage. Release my junior brother. A terrifying aura swept through the air, striking fear into the two men. Woman, you have no right to act so rashly. Brody also moved, casually throwing a shiny golden rope that fell over Marcia, tightly binding her. That woman. Xavier shouted again. Gilda instinctively responded, and was also sucked into the gourd. Ha ha ha, two bumpkins, we got them without effort. Blocking the mouth of the gourd, the two couldn't help but laugh maniacally. This treasure gourd contains yin-yang energy. In no time, they will turn into pus, and those spirit light coins will all be ours. Not bad. If we succeed, our family head and young master will surely reward us greatly. With that, the two left, shoulders hooked together. Gilda, you're here too. Hatcher lounged comfortably on the yin-yang grinder, greeting Marcia beside him. Junior brother, please help me. She writhed her perfect figure, bound by the golden ropes, which accentuated her curves, becoming even more enticing. My cultivation has been completely suppressed. I can't resist now. You mustn't take advantage of me in this state. Hearing this, Hatcher's eyes almost shot flames. Chapter 173. Junior brother and Gilda, eating and taking. Gilda, stop pretending. Hatcher barely suppressed the fire in his heart, saying helplessly, "You unambitious piece of rotten wood." The senior sister was enraged, rising up with Tai power forming into a blade edge, easily severing the golden rope. This rope was not an ordinary item but a magical artifact cultivated by a semi-saint powerhouse, capable of subduing reincarnation realm powerhouses effortlessly. Unfortunately, it had encountered the unreasonable yin-yang Dao body. Marcia put away the rope, looking at Hatcher with resentment, making him feel as if needles were pricking his back. The senior sister was truly angry. The situation was very tricky, the circumstances perilous, and the consequences severe. If he did not soothe her quickly, being held accountable later would be troublesome. Fortunately, although Hatcher wasn't good at placating girls, Arwen was. Rough. The small figure landed in front of the senior sister, displaying a pitiful pleading look, which made Marcia unable to hold back her laughter. It's still Arwen who knows how to care for her mother. Unlike a certain insensitive one, you say that the ungrateful one doesn't love me, right? With these words, Hatcher frantically shook his head, while Arwen's shaking created afterimages. Humph. The beauty glanced sideways at Hatcher, revealing a sly smile. So, you're not rejecting me? Then tell me, Arwen, what should I do to him if he annoys me again? Rough. Arwen suddenly threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. Yes, that's right. If he dares to upset me again, I'll bite him to death. Hatcher laughed, and so did the senior sister. The tense atmosphere vanished instantly. Rough. Arwen weakly faded away. Having parents like these, better days are yet to come. Hatcher surveyed the inside of the gourd. It was time to leave. Boom. At that moment, yin-yang energy surged toward them, heavy and scorching, as if trying to refine them. Quite fierce. As fierce as it is, it's still my buffet. Marcia said smugly, delighted by using yin-yang energy against the yin-yang Dao body, appreciating the opponent's wisdom. She formed hand seals, and in an instant, boundless yin-yang energy condensed into a black and white bead, which she swallowed. Immediately, her aura rapidly climbed, advancing 2 small steps to reach the 3rd stage of the reincarnation realm. Since that's the case, I'll take this gourd, Hatcher said ominously, his mental power sweeping over, discovering 2 control imprints. One was the main imprint from the true owner of the gourd, while the other was a secondary imprint, clearly left by Xavier. To avoid alarming anyone, Hatcher used his mental power to blind the main imprint, shattered the secondary imprint, and placed his own imprint. Imperial-grade mental power was indeed dominant. With the seizure completed, junior brother and senior sister feasted and took. Outside, Xavier was humming a song when the gourd suddenly trembled violently. What's happening? Before he could finish, a puff of smoke emerged, and Hatcher appeared directly, the gourd in his hand. This is impossible. You should have turned into water. Brody exclaimed incredulously. This is my gourd, give it back. Xavier was horrified, reaching out to grab it. What's yours or mine? Yours is mine. Hatcher sneered coldly, emitting a surge of energy, easily incapacitating both men. Gilda, don't kill them yet. They bear mental imprints. Killing them would alert the Lee family. Besides, they are still useful to me. Stopping the senior sister from delivering the final blow, Hatcher raised the gourd toward the 2 men. Xavier, Brody. Both men kept their mouths tightly shut, not daring to respond. Gilda, deal with them. I'm good at this. Marcia grinned mischievously, giving each a groin kick. Aya. As their screams rose, both were stuffed into the gourd. Even their cries counted as responses. You 2 lapdogs can taste some freshness too. Hatcher shook the gourd, its internal yin-yang energies now refined, leaving it as merely a treasure for imprisonment. Be careful, those strange creatures are coming again. Marcia furrowed her brows, immediately going on high alert, her body emanating icy aura. Just in time. As soon as she finished speaking, ripples in the void coalesced into form. Kill. In unison, they unleashed their powers, mowing down their opponents like cutting through melons. Hatcher had already investigated. The passage to the 2nd level was just ahead. Boom. After an unknown duration of battle, they paused, hearing sounds of combat. There are people ahead. Approach slowly. They casually dispatched the last strange creature, then concealed their presence, gradually moving forward. They're from the Supreme Clarity Sect, battling the Beast-Taming Sect. Marcia whispered softly, causing Hatcher to pause briefly. One of the 5 great sects, the Beast-Taming Sect, do they have a grudge with each other? The upper 3 sects against the 5 great sects. Hatcher originally thought the battle would end quickly, but the result was out of his expectation. Surprisingly, the Supreme Clarity Sect became the suppressed side. It was not that they were overrated, but because the Beast-Taming Sect had the advantage of terrain, they could actually control these strange creatures to besiege the people of the Supreme Clarity Sect. Too much bullying. The leader of the Supreme Clarity Sect's team was called Anderson, also a life and death realm powerhouse. He fought with one hand while protecting the disciples behind him. Once you leave here, can you withstand the wrath of the Supreme Clarity Sect? Anderson shouted angrily. Do you think you have a chance to leave alive? This is the debt you owe us. The leader of the Beast-Taming Sect sneered. When the Righteous Alliance attacked the Harmonious Joy Sect, you dared to retreat from battle, escaping the Total Enforcer's retribution. On what basis? Blame your own blindness. Anderson replied coldly, becoming even more ruthless in his actions. Bullshit. We were originally part of the same whole. How can you live alone? Hand over those light points obediently, and maybe you can die swiftly. You're delusional. Anderson gritted his teeth, refusing to comply even unto death. As soon as these words were spoken, a figure floated out from the ranks of the Beast-Taming Sect, slapping towards Anderson's head. Oh no, there's another life and death realm. Anderson's face changed drastically. The opponent's concealment techniques were excellent, completely deceiving his perception. In this critical moment, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he suddenly said while looking at the back of the opponent, Hatcher, you've arrived. The 2 on the opposite side were startled, revealing a vulnerability. Great opportunity. Anderson didn't hesitate, giving them each a palm strike, causing them to retreat and spit blood. You cheated, the elder of the beast-taming sect roared angrily. Warfare does not disdain deceit. Anderson mocked. I didn't expect you to fear a teenager so much. Is the harmonious joy sect that terrifying? These words instantly made the enemy blush. Nonsense. What is that young brat? Just an ant. His master looks cheap and will eventually become our plaything. Marcia helplessly patted her head. Fierce killing intent was boiling beside her. These people won't die today again. Chapter 174, Spoiling Your Bad Habits. Really, Master always manages to attract these beasts' covetous eyes. Is she born to be a succubus? Marcia's expression was somewhat helpless. They have already met their deaths. Hatcher held the purple golden red gourd, aiming it at the front. Beasts of the beast-taming sect. He shouted. Who's calling us? Caught off guard, more than half of the people from the beast-taming sect responded. Ah! A terrifying aura swept through, accompanied by screams. Over 100 people, including the leader of the beast-taming sect, were sucked into the gourd. Who? An elder of the beast-taming sect felt his blood run cold, as if he was being watched by a terrifying predator. Your ancestor. As Hatcher finished speaking, he and Marcia stepped forward, appearing before everyone. Big brother. Vicky cheered and jumped into Hatcher's arms. Little beast, you dared to ambush us. You had a road to paradise, but chose hell. The elder of the beast-taming sect first froze, then laughed loudly. There are no formations here to protect you. Today is your death day. Raising his staff, he was about to command the strange creatures around him to attack. Mr. Zhou, be careful. His beast-taming staff is a quasi-half-saint level treasure, with some semblance of sentience, very difficult to handle. Anderson reminded from the side. Without this staff, they wouldn't have suffered so much. Sentience? Hatcher smiled and lifted the red gourd again. Beast-taming staff. With a hum, the staff flashed, responding to Hatcher's call. Then, the staff couldn't escape either, and was also put into the gourd. What? Damn it. The elder of the beast-taming sect cursed wildly, looking grim and trembling like a sieve. Give me back my treasure, or else? Enough, enough, stop talking. Let's finish this inside my human sovereign sword. Impatiently, Hatcher activated the underworld furnace, and a long sword emitting black mist appeared in his hand instantly. With just a light swing, the sky was filled with black mist, engulfing everyone. What is this? Using these evil means, aren't you afraid of being despised by the world? What is justice and evil? I decide. Hatcher sneered, increasing the intensity. Dark spirits wandered in the black fog, 3 terrifying figures slaughtering mercilessly. These were remnants of 3 Elis, commanders of the ghost army, cutting down enemies like slicing vegetables. Seeing this, Anderson's legs cramped in fear. No wonder the sect master repeatedly warned them never to offend Hatcher. He was truly a killing god. Don't kill me, Grandfather Hatcher. I know a big secret. Please give me one chance. The remaining elder begged pathetically. Upon hearing this, Hatcher frowned but retracted the black mist. Speak. The elder knelt down, his face full of hope for survival, looking at Hatcher expectantly. If I tell you, will you spare my life? You have no right to bargain. Hatcher said coldly. If you can't guarantee my safety, I won't say anything. The other clenched his teeth, fighting for his rights. Spoiling your bad habits. Hatcher lost patience, placing his hand on the elder's crown and initiating soul search. You can't do this to me. We have allied with the Blood God sect. 3 reincarnation realm experts were dispatched this time. If you kill me, you won't have a good end either. In desperation, the elder couldn't help but threaten. Fool. A moment later, his soul exploded, flesh scattered, dead beyond any doubt. There really is a secret. Hatcher's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Those spirit coins were indeed the currency of this world. Once down to the 2nd level, spirit coins could be exchanged for treasures. Among them, the most valuable was the 4 symbols pool. The 4 symbols pool referred to 4 cultivation pools corresponding to the 4 symbolic beasts. Soaking in them could rapidly advance low-level disciples. This might not benefit Hatcher, but for the Harmony sect disciples, it would be an incredible opportunity. I'm determined to get this, Hatcher said resolutely. Through soul search, he learned that to activate the 4 symbols pool, one needed a legacy key obtained from the first layer. To get the key, a blood sacrifice was required. Another sacrifice? Hatcher frowned, troubled. He had always been kind and avoided making enemies. Where would he find so many enemies for sacrifices? At that moment, a soul imprint floated up from the remaining blood on the ground, revealing an image. Damn it, it's you, this little beast again. What came into view were several faces filled with anger. Their attire clearly marked them as strong figures from the Blood God sect. Brat, we originally did not wish to make too much fuss with you, but you continuously challenged our bottom line. Now, you have even killed our allies. This time, we will kill you for sure. Have some guts and come to the Azure Dragon's secret realm in the east. As soon as the words were spoken, that image dispersed. Hatcher took a sharp intake of breath. Speak of the devil, enemies. No. Sacrificial items have arrived. Big brother, can we go with you? Vicky lay in Hatcher's arms, asking expectantly. What do you all think? Hatcher looked at Anderson, who was the leader of the xiuxian sect team. Yes, of course. Anderson didn't hesitate at all, hurriedly agreeing. Following this overlord was the safest thing. So be it. Let's head east. Hatcher became the head of the entire group. His word was law. Please wait a moment, Master Zhou. Do you know what this is? Anderson seemed to remember something, revealing his arm which had glowing dots attached. He continued talking to himself. This thing is important. If possible, please try to collect as many as you can. We know. Marcia covered her mouth and laughed. That's great then. We've collected 6,000. Although your numbers are less than ours, given both of your exceptional prowess, I assume you must have collected around 3 or 4,000, right? The senior sister instantly wore a strange smile. Sorry, I have collected 60,000. What? Anderson's eyeballs almost popped out, disbelieving what he just heard. Don't be so surprised yet. Why don't you ask junior brother? Upon hearing these words, everyone looked dumbfounded at Hatcher. I'm not very capable, just a bit more than my senior sister. 190,000. Thud. Everyone from the Xiuxian sect knelt down. In the eastern part of the secret realm, a sudden surge of green light almost illuminated the entire first layer. When Hatcher and company arrived, this place was already crowded. To actually arrive late, Hatcher frowned. Then, an intense aura emanated from ahead. 3 reincarnation realm experts and 9 life-death realm experts caused most people present to change expression. We are the treasure snatchers of Central Plains. You must leave behind 2/10 of your spirit coins if you want to pass. These words immediately aroused the discontent of the crowd. Shut up. At the front of the crowd, a burly man with a fierce look and a dangerous aura made everyone uneasy. These are the rules we've set. Who approves? Who opposes? I oppose. Someone mustered the courage to step forward, glaring at the man. Then you die. Before the words were even finished, that person was knocked unconscious with a slap. This scene sent chills through everyone, forcing them to retreat. Anyone else opposed? The man laughed smugly, thinking he had the upper hand. I oppose. Hatcher stood up. Then you also die. Without another word, the man attacked directly. Chapter 175, Shatter, like Mirage. Slap. The sound of the slap was deafening, and everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the young man's fate. However, the outcome was completely different from what they had expected. The burly man let out a shrill scream, flying out like a spinning top that had been whipped. Taking this momentary respite, Hatcher did not forget to wipe his palm with a handkerchief as if he had touched something filthy. You little punk. The rest of the treasure hunting group were enraged, yet couldn't help but feel alarmed. That burly man was at the peak of the heaven-cleaving realm, practicing body-strengthening cultivation. His resistance to blows was first class. Yet why was he so weak today, easily breached by a young man? There must be some deception. Not good. The leader of the treasure hunting group's face turned pale. With Hatcher being such a thorn in the flesh, it would be hard to control others. Sure enough, the people behind Hatcher were all eager to jump into action, ready to overwhelm them. I'll see who dares. He unleashed a formidable aura, suppressing everything with his reincarnation realm might, causing everyone to change color. Those who aren't afraid of death can step forward. Thud. Hatcher stepped forward with a cold sneer on his face. Seeing this, everyone felt emboldened. Working together, the treasure hunting group would be wiped out. Then, each person took a step forward, humiliating them further. Good. No one wants to back down, right? Then don't blame me for being impolite. He emitted a powerful aura, tearing his shirt apart to reveal incredibly muscular arms. Rules of chivalry, single combat only, one-on-one, no interference allowed. His eyes turned red as if dyed with blood, terrifying and frightening. It was a form of mental attack, and predictably, people were once again intimidated. I have to make an example. The leader of the treasure hunting group thought, searching until his gaze fell on Marcia. If this beauty got punched, she'd probably cry for a long time, right? In a flash, he made up his mind, planning to use Master Sister Marcia to intimidate everyone. Only by mercilessly tormenting this beautiful woman could he instill fear and terror deeply, making everyone retreat obediently. He hadn't bothered to investigate Marcia's strength because he was a reincarnation realm powerhouse, able to dominate this world. Even if Marcia was a genius, how could she possibly match him in terms of realm? You, come here, I'm talking to you. Master Sister looked puzzled as she walked up. Punch me. Bang. Tai power, heavy as a mountain, struck the man's abdomen. Spit. The leader spewed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Marcia in disbelief. Beauty, what realm are you? Reincarnation realm. What of it? Reincarnation realm. You reincarnation realm? Why are you stirring up trouble? Go back to your team. His expression was savage, unsure if it was from pain or anger. Huh. Master Sister said disdainfully. Don't get cocky. If it weren't for your looks, I'd have taken care of you already. The man was still tough-talking, but didn't dare show his true colors. Such a young reincarnation realm cultivator would inevitably have a terrifying background. Though they were ruthless, even the treasure hunting group knew better than to provoke someone too strong. Then, he turned his gaze back to Hatcher. This time, he'd make everyone know their place. Boy, you were very arrogant just now. Come over here. Hatcher smiled slyly, taking a step forward. Behind him, the Dharma body flickered into view. Dane immediately transformed into a giant 3 zhang tall, clenching his fist before the man's face, exuding an intimidating pressure. Roar. The voice was filled with provocation and disdain. That's enough. That's enough. I wasn't calling you, I was. He drew in a breath, spotting Carrie beside him. I was calling that brat. Brat, I've tolerated you for too long. Come and punch me. Humph. Instantly, the young girl stepped forward. Green and crimson light interwove within her, startling even Hatcher. After undergoing the baptism, this girl had mastered windstorm and earthfire. With a casual wave of her hand, the wind and fire merged into a spear, while she mumbled under her breath. I shall ignite the star sea. Whistle. Hatcher drew in a breath, feeling extremely embarrassed as his old lines were repeated. He wished to find a hole to crawl into. Haha. Marcia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. With a flick of her finger, a thread of annihilation merged into Carrie's aura, instantly changing the treasure hunting leader's complexion. Stop, stop, stop. He retreated a few steps, as if seeing a ghost. To think not a single one of you acts human. This is your own doing. I hereby declare the duel cancelled for today. As the words fell, the crowd instantly erupted into chaos, breaking through their blockade and rushing into the Azure Dragon's secret realm. Boss, are we just letting them pass? Don't forget our rule. Taking what we can. It's how we do things. Another reincarnation realm member whispered close by, only to receive a slap in return. Are you blind? That one man, one woman, and one child are freakishly strong. These were the ones I picked randomly. Who knows how many more monsters are among that group? Do you think we can stop them? The subordinate shook his head, feeling a chill of fear run down his spine. In the future, if we encounter them in Central State, let's just take a detour. Inside the secret realm, azure light stretched endlessly, with no direction discernible in any way. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. Hatcher took the lead, walking forward. To him, these lights seemed insubstantial against his mental power. Not only that, he noticed that blood pools were scattered everywhere. Anyone normal who stepped into them would instantly be reduced to nothing but bones, becoming sacrifices. Desperate screams filled the air as countless lives were cut short in this brutal place. Young bastards of the Joyful Union Sect and trash from the Supreme Clarity Sect, your end has come. Behind Hatcher and company, several dozen people lurked with malicious smiles. These were members of the Blood God Sect, seeking revenge for their ally, the Beast-Taming Sect. Just 2 steps further, 2 steps. There lies the largest blood pool. After sacrificing you all, the key should appear. The leader of the Blood God Sect muttered to himself, as if he knew this place inside and out. This was not right. Even Hatcher was unfamiliar with this place, so something fishy must be going on. Under the watchful eyes of the Blood God Sect members, Hatcher led his team into the blood pool. They're doomed. Just as the Blood God Sect members were about to rejoice, they were stunned to see Hatcher and his team unharmed, striding over the blood pool. It's impossible. Could the intel be false? They couldn't believe it, stepping up to the blood pool themselves. Instantly, a sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed them. Shatter, like a mirage. At that moment, Hatcher's voice echoed in their ears. Chapter 176. I despise all who are arrogant. Shatter, mirage, and moonlight. The nightmarish voice came from the front, shocking the Blood God Sect members. Cracks appeared in the void before their eyes as if space itself was breaking apart, but the outcome was even more terrifying. Crack. With the sound of breaking, everything turned into illusions. Unbeknownst to them, Hatcher and the others had already appeared behind them, and they had willingly walked into the largest blood pool. You actually used an illusion spell. The leader of the Blood God Sect clenched his teeth in anger, glaring at Hatcher with utmost fury. This isn't some low-level illusion, it's sensory domination. Your sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste are all under my control. Hey! Dane appeared, looking smugly at everyone. As the embodiment of the phaseless realm, stopping time was merely one of its many manifestations. Seeing this, the opponents were instantly horrified. With such abilities, wouldn't Hatcher be unbeatable? Don't be so surprised. This move is useless against those far stronger than me. So, it can only be used on you. Hatcher's mocking tone infuriated them. When did you realize we were here? The Blood God Sect members gnashed their teeth, feeling utterly humiliated to have been wiped out without a fight. They couldn't accept it. What a laughable question. I should ask when you started thinking I didn't notice you. Hearing this, the Blood God Sect members felt complete despair. Gurgle gurgle. At that moment, the blood pool began to churn as the sacrificial ceremony officially commenced. The disciples of the Blood God Sect looked terrified, struggling desperately to escape their dire situation. But they were too weak, and all their efforts were futile. Children, don't give up. Don't be afraid. The elders will protect you. The elder of the Blood God Sect gritted his teeth, sacrificing his strength to push some younger disciples out of the blood pool. This scene left Hatcher momentarily stunned. If the elders had exhausted their full strength and burned their cultivation, they might not have been trapped and could have escaped. Now, disregarding their own safety and even burning their essence blood to save the sect's disciples, their fate would only lead to death. When did these old men of the Blood God Sect become so noble? Do you think I'll let you have your way? Hatcher raised his hand, ready to slay those who managed to climb out. Young man, please show mercy. The leader of the Blood God Sect pleaded through tears. These children are all newly admitted disciples, innocent of any grudge. Please spare their lives. The old fool, you speak easily. The seeds of hatred have already been sown. Hatcher said coldly, preparing for a massacre. Please wait, I am willing to lay down my life and place a curse so they can never seek revenge on you. How about that? Fearing Hatcher might refuse, the old man frantically added, we acted recklessly and our deaths are insignificant. Please kill only us and let the children go. Upon hearing this, Hatcher fell silent. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, he stepped directly into the blood pool, his feet causing ripples, unaffected by anything, until he stood before the Blood God Sect leader. I only have one question. Where did you get the intelligence that made you know this place so well? There's no point hiding it now. The patriarch of the Body Tempering Sect told us. Hearing this, Hatcher narrowed his eyes, sensing a plot. How did the Body Tempering Sect know so much? The old man just informed us there was a crucial key here, and asked us to retrieve it. The people of the Body Tempering Sect were to find the treasure matching the key, and when found, we'd share it fairly. So, you're doomed to fail since the Body Tempering Sect members have already been neutralized by me. Hatcher laughed coldly, yet his heart tightened, imagining a possibility. The Body Tempering Sect might have sent more than one group, and others might still be inside the secret realm, waiting for an opportunity. Just then, Hatcher suddenly felt a sensation between his brows. Up. Everyone ascend. In an instant, he waved his hand, lifting everyone from the blood pool, while the xiuxian sect members also rose into the air. Before the old man could speak, the ground below rapidly collapsed. The entire secret realm crumbled instantly into a giant blood pool. Those who hadn't ascended became sacrifices here. How is this possible? The Blood God Sect members trembled, watching Hatcher with complex expressions. They never would have thought that Hatcher would become their savior. Master Zhou's great kindness. I shall never forget it. The old man said with difficulty, his face twitching, clearly disgusted by the favor. But regardless, without Hatcher, they would all have been wiped out. I saw something interesting. Hatcher smiled and plucked a strand of grayish mist from the back of the other's neck. What is this? The other was greatly alarmed, rage building inside. This is a means of tracking and locating you. Once you all become sacrifices, the body-tempering sect can come to claim the spoils. Those beasts, how dare they plot against us? The elder of the blood god sect raged, his eyes red as he looked at Hatcher. We've heard Master intends to destroy the body-tempering sect in 3 days. At that time, we will certainly help out and kill these scoundrels. Excellent. Hatcher smiled approvingly and then tossed the strand of mist into the blood pool. He then set up an illusion array, turning the place into a flat expanse. Well done, Master. The old man gave him a thumbs up. Now the body-tempering sect could only seek profit in the netherworld. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens, alerting everyone. This place has absorbed countless sacrifices. The key should appear soon. As he spoke, the ground cracked open, and a massive dragon appeared before them. It was a water dragon, over 100 zhang long, clad in dark green scales, radiating a fierce aura as it watched them. Quick, look at its eyes. Vicky exclaimed, the key is in its eyes. Indeed. Hatcher's expression turned serious as he floated through the air, approaching the water dragon. Humans, cease your insolence. The water dragon suddenly roared in fury, mercilessly spewing a breath attack toward Hatcher. 5 Dragon Divine Seal, a Piro Dragon. Hatcher shattered the dragon's breath with a punch, standing level with it, their eyes meeting. Hand over the key, and we'll leave immediately, Hatcher said calmly. Human, you are merely food, not qualified to demand anything of me. Your arrogance is a sin. The water dragon's aura grew fiercer. All who are arrogant, I despise. Chapter 177. The Water Dominion, to the ablest. So, a water dragon? And pride is your sin? Hatcher sneered, and a terrifying sword momentum gathered above his head. Heavenly Sword, World-Ending Lotus. A destructive lotus flower descended from the sky, aiming to slay the dragon. Since this creature fed on humans, Hatcher felt no goodwill towards it and immediately attacked. Annihilation Breath. Tai Cycle. The senior sister also made her move. The formidable divine power combined into one, unleashing an earth-shattering strike. Boom. The water dragon suffered a direct hit. Its body exploded as it was knocked flying backward, crashing through dozens of mountain peaks in succession. Because of this, everyone was able to see its entire form. It had dozens of chains wrapped around it, confining it here. And those chains delved deep into the blood pool, drawing nutrients for it, and continuously healing its wounds. Seeing this, Hatcher's expression turned grave. At this rate, it would never end. There was no way to solve this problem in a short time. Mortals, ants. You blasphemous criminals who dare to kill gods. Do not overstep your bounds. The water dragon roared angrily, displaying its godly might. Endless streams of water converged instantly, forming a raging tidal wave above the heads of the crowd. Not really. The experts from Blood Spirit Sect and xiuxian Sect trembled. This force was enough to destroy a Wheel Realm powerhouse. How could he be so strong? It seems like all the moisture in the world is under his control. This isn't the strength he should possess. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Hatcher thought of a possibility. Claim of dominion. In an instant, he spread his spiritual energy without reserve, probing the reality. As expected, this guy holds the dominion over water, controlling all waters under heaven. No wonder he's so powerful. Hatcher exclaimed in shock, attempting to seize the dominion but failed. This indicated that the great power of water did not belong to the human race, at least not in the past. Die! The water dragon roared, pressing down the vast waves, intending to wipe out everyone. 81 Talismans, Spatial Wall. Tai Barrier. Hatcher and Marcia acted simultaneously, shielding everyone from the storm. There was a crunching sound as both barriers shattered together, with Hatcher taking the brunt of the impact. Spit. He was struck by the torrent, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, sustaining a minor injury. You're doomed. My attacks carry the ultimate poison of water. You are surely dead. The water dragon snarled, predicting Hatcher's demise. Big brother, I'll help you. Vicky directly summoned earth fire and gale winds, instantly clearing the toxins from Hatcher's body. This can't be. The water dragon roared, staring straight at Vicky before falling into a daze. The god has returned. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Vicky, a god? What kind of joke was this? She was undoubtedly a human. Give her back to me, you filthy humans. Dare to deceive my comrades. I'll make sure you have no place to bury yourselves. The water dragon became even more berserk, gathering a terrible offensive. Let's retreat. Hatcher snapped his fingers. Time pause. After 9 seconds, time flows. At this moment, everyone had disappeared from the water dragon's sight, having been transferred away by Hatcher. Humans, I declare eternal enmity against you. The dragon's roar grew increasingly frantic. Not far from here, everyone cast concealment spells, severing all traces of their presence. Hatcher carefully examined Vicky's body, then relaxed after a moment. What's wrong? Is the young miss all right? Anderson asked anxiously beside him. Don't worry, she's still just a girl, free of any impurities. Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing this. If so, why did the water dragon call her a god? Someone questioned, when suddenly, strange fluctuations appeared. Someone's coming. Hatcher released his spiritual energy, enhancing their concealment several levels higher. Ripples stirred in the void, followed by a middle-aged man stepping out, dragging a coffin behind him, overlooking the secret realm. Seeing this person, the elder of the Blood Spirit Sect gnashed his teeth in fury. This old scoundrel is called Azai, the Grand Elder of Dantian Sect. Stay calm, let's see what his scheme is. Hatcher restrained everyone. Azai walked to a spot, gazed downward for a moment, then revealed a sinister smile. A mere Blood Spirit Sect dares to seek profit here. How foolish. Being sacrifices is your best fate. These words completely expose the Danteon Sect's plot. Damn it, our blood spirit sect swears eternal enmity against them. The secret realm was eerily silent, and Azai did not hear anything. He flew over the blood pool and arrived in front of the water dragon. Great Elvin, I have come as promised. I hope you will honor your promise. Seeing this person, the water dragon's eyes flared with seething murderous intent, but managed to suppress it. Open the coffin. I want to see her divine body with my own eyes. The water dragon commanded. As you wish. Azai smiled slightly, slowly opening the coffin to reveal a female corpse. Despite being dead, she looked lifelike, untouched by the ravages of time. When everyone saw the full view of the corpse, except for Hatcher, they all felt their spines chill. She looked too much like Vicky, as if carved from the same mold. Master Zhou this? Anderson felt his heart tremble, becoming incoherent. What's there to be surprised about? Through countless years, anything can happen. This is just two similar individuals. There's no connection between them. Hatcher said firmly, gently patting Vicky on the head. Big brother is right. I am who I am, Adolf's daughter. Hearing this, Anderson's worried expression eased slightly. Kimberly, I finally found you. You promised me that if I guarded your divine body, your soul would return. Now that I have fulfilled my promise to you, when will you come back? As he spoke, the water dragon's emotions fluctuated dramatically, as if crying and lamenting, with the key in its eyes shifting. This made Hatcher's heart stir. It seemed that to obtain the key, he had to make the water dragon cry. Great Elvin, according to the contract, I have helped you retrieve the divine body, so you should now hand over the dominion of water. It's time to fulfill the contract. Azai laughed, pulling out the contract from his robes. Hiss. Hatcher's expression grew serious. He sensed an ancient aura from it. This contract must be tens of thousands of years old and was still valid. Fine, this dragon king keeps his word. As he spoke, the water dragon emitted a dazzling light, sending an indigo blue imprint toward Azai. Haha, finally it's mine. Azai laughed wildly. The water dragon had relinquished control of the dominion, making it ownerless. He could claim it directly. Just then, time pause. Hatcher took the initiative, grabbing the imprint. Chapter 178 Elvin, cry for me. Time starts to flow. In the eyes of Brandon and Elvin, Hatcher suddenly appeared and effortlessly intercepted the great power of water. How is this possible? Where did you come from? Brandon and Elvin were first taken aback, then instantly flew into a rage. I'm sorry, but from now on, the great power of water belongs to the human clan. You arrogant whelp, you're courting death. Both moved at once, pushing their power to the limit, almost breaking through to the peak of the reincarnation realm, reaching the level of a half-saint. Hatcher frowned. It wasn't surprising that Elvin had such strength, but something was off with Brandon, the elder of the body-forging sect. Tide, heed my summons. Hatcher raised both arms, and boundless water vapor gathered to form two water spouts connecting heaven and earth, blocking each of them. This can't be true. Brandon's eyes trembled. Although the power of water was ownerless, it wasn't something just anyone could control. But Hatcher subdued it in an instant, like something out of a dream. With this thought, his expression turned even more ferocious. Brat die. His aura surged again, actually transcending the will of the world to reach the level of a half-saint, shattering the water spout with one punch and attacking Hatcher. Thud. A bloody hole opened in Hatcher's chest, but his expression showed no sign of anxiety. Life and death balanced. Life comes, death strikes. As he cast a hand seal, the blood pool within the mystical realm began to boil, separating a wave of vitality to help him heal. Meanwhile, the aura of death pressed into Brandon's body like a blade. Ugh, Aya. Pain twisted Brandon's face as dark energy roiled around him. This scene sent a shockwave through Hatcher's heart. This is heavenly demon chi, an extremely ancient heavenly demon chi. Brandon has already merged with a heavenly demon. The so-called fusion meant the merging of souls, creating a new soul holding all the memories of both and forming a new personality. No wonder Brandon knew so much about the mystic realm and possessed ancient contracts. It could only mean that he had fused with an ancient demon, one who might have witnessed the birth of this mystic realm. Realizing this, Hatcher felt a chill. If the Zechariah of the body-forging sect had fused with a demon, what about the others? Perhaps the body-forging sect had already become a den of demons. Ant of the human clan, have you forgotten me? At that moment, Elvin attacked from behind, preparing to unleash a devastating breath attack on Hatcher. Elvin, shut up. A petite figure flew by, stopping in front of Elvin, causing him to halt instantly. Enid, your soul has returned. Elvin looked hopeful, filled with tenderness. I am not a god, I am human. Vicky lifted her small head stubbornly. No, when the humans exterminated the divine race, you were not spared either. Before dying, you entrusted me to guard your divine body, promising you would eventually return. Elvin's voice grew louder, his mind becoming unstable again. I have endured countless years, surviving year after year. Though worn down and forgetting much, I remember your appearance and voice. I can't be mistaken. Hearing this, Vicky trembled, tears welling in her large eyes. She sympathized with Elvin, but she was not Enid and couldn't give him any hope. Have you finished talking? If so, hand over the great power of water. Brandon quickly recovered, launching a terrifying assault on Hatcher. However, Hatcher neither dodged nor flinched, a slight smile curling the corners of his mouth. Elvin and Brandon, having respectively endured wear and fusion, were mentally deranged, offering the perfect opportunity to strike. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water. Hatcher used hypnotic means. To both of them, Brandon's attack shattered Vicky. Aya. Elvin immediately went mad, locking onto Brandon fiercely. You killed Enid, now you shall die. Calm down, it wasn't intentional. There's nothing to explain. You'll join Enid in death. They engaged in a desperate duel, Elvin burning himself to ensure Brandon couldn't escape, forcing a brutal confrontation. Darn it, All because of that little brat. I was one step away from becoming a water deity. Dark energy roiled around Brandon, revealing his inner thoughts while resisting. He actually wanted to become a god. Another pitiful wretch who abandoned their roots. Hatcher shook his head, abandoning the idea of watching them fight, and joined the fray again. Symbol 91. Thousand Hands Bright Sky Purification Cannon. As the symbol fell, myriad lights emerged. Brandon suffered a pincer attack from both front and back, almost being directly annihilated. Aha. You wait, I will definitely come back. Suddenly, his body rapidly swelled and then exploded with a deafening bang, sending Hatcher and Elvin flying away. At the last critical moment, he self-destructed his physical body, using a thread of residual soul to escape and save himself. Without his enemy, Elvin's overwhelming hostility had nowhere to vent, immediately driving him into madness. Enid, I betrayed my promise to you. I have wronged you. What does my life mean now? Truly weak. Hatcher watched the writhing Elvin, his intent to kill growing intense. Killing him now and obtaining the key would be effortless. But after a brief moment, he slowly put down his hand. Fine, let you dream well. Hatcher manipulated the illusion, creating a fantasy for him. In this illusion, Elvin and Enid walked side by side through a field of flowers, making promises to each other. Elvin, if I die, what will you do? Simple, I will follow you. That won't do. You must live well, guard my divine body. One day, I will use a secret method to return my soul to my body. Agreed. I promise you. Elvin's eyes sparkled, seemingly not seeing through the lie. Haha, I knew you were always the best to me. The Enid-like figure skipped away, chanting as she ran. Elvin, Elvin, never cry, never worry. Elvin, Elvin, forever and ever. Watching her retreating figure, tears welled up in Elvin's eyes. Elvin, Elvin, cry now for me. In reality, Hatcher clenched his teeth and spat out these words. Before he finished speaking, torrential rain began to pour in the secret realm. Elvin cried. The key fell into Hatcher's hand. I take your key, granting you freedom. Hatcher harnessed the power of the water dominance and snapped the chains. 5 dragon divine symbol, flying dragon in the sky. A few flashes of divine light severed those shackles, and Elvin truly soared into the sky, leaving this sorrowful place. It seemed everything was settling like dust. Just as everyone was dazedly watching the direction Elvin had left, Hatcher suddenly descended from the sky, stopping beside Enid's coffin. How long do you plan to pretend? It's time to open your eyes. Upon hearing these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 179. Your divine heart seems to still be in full charm. Big brother, don't scare me. Vicky's little face was deathly pale, startled by that sentence. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded. The woman inside the coffin abruptly opened her eyes and grabbed Hatcher's wrist. Ah! Many disciples screamed as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Let go. Hatcher looked at Rue with an icy gaze. You are all addicted to killing, wiping out my divine race. You will eventually receive retribution. Fake. You really put on a convincing act. Upon hearing this, the other party instantly changed their expression. Boom. Hatcher's aura became incredibly fierce. He turned his palm into a blade and slashed down directly. Rue was struck head-on, flying backward like a cannonball, spitting large mouthfuls of black blood. Demon chi from the netherworld. Everyone present was stunned, watching Rue with horror-stricken expressions. So the legend is true. Hatcher took a step, advancing towards her. According to legends, gods and demons share a common origin. When members of the divine race die, there's a minuscule chance their soul would remain intact, subsequently falling into the realm of demons. I didn't believe it before, but I've witnessed it today. Hearing these words, the lively light in Rue's eyes flickered with a dark glow, confirming Hatcher's suspicion. Accursed human race, don't think you can easily exterminate us. We will return one day, bringing nightmares to you all. Even so, the divine race no longer exists. With just a few words, Hatcher shattered her arrogance, making her tremble violently. You're no longer the Rue that Elvin awaited. After you fell into demonhood, you imprisoned him, causing him wear and tear while constantly reminding yourself of your own virtues. Perhaps this was part of your plan. If the mere flesh of humans isn't enough to revive you, you would sacrifice Elvin along with them. You have overstepped. The moment she finished speaking, floods surged, and Rue fiercely attacked Hatcher. Water sovereignty reverse. In an instant, the surging waters transformed into the form of a water dragon, sweeping toward Rue instead. Rue had no power to resist and was slammed against the wall, spewing out blood. She actually wasn't crushed. Hatcher's eyes gleamed like lightning, seeing a luminous pearl pulsing near her heart, which had been protecting her. The divine heart has yet to be tainted, but alas, its essence has already become demonic, leaving no turning back. You should have perished completely back then. Return the water sovereignty to me. Rue's long hair flew wildly as she roared angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Since ancient times, the water sovereignty has always been an inseparable part of the human race's sovereignty. As soon as he said this, Rue froze, bursting into curses. You're making things up. That belongs to me. What's yours is mine. Hatcher's presence grew even more terrifying, the air filled with deadly intent, enveloping the void. Not only that, but I see your divine heart still retains its charm. Rue was utterly panicked, sensing a powerful force gathering around her, preparing to escape. A flash of lightning. It was like striking flint. Hatcher moved his foot, as if manipulating time, seizing the opponent's throat. Don't kill me. I've never killed anyone. Hatcher laughed immediately, shredding her disguise with one sentence. Listen closely. The souls buried in the blood pool are calling for you to pay the price. Humans, what do you have to be proud of? What right do you have to judge me? Your kind also enjoys killing, and one day, you might. Pooh. Before she could finish, Hatcher's hand pierced through her heart, extracting a deep blue pearl. There's only one reason I'm killing you. Hatcher held the pearl, cold and merciless. You are a demon, I am a human. That's enough reason. In an instant, Rue seemed to lose all strength. Surrounded by blinding light, her body began to split apart, leading to her true death. Elvin, in her dying moments, she smiled as if a flower blooming, whispering softly, I loved it so much. Bang! She exploded before finishing, whether god or demon, disappearing forever from the universe. Junior brother. Big brother. Mercy and Vicky hurried to Hatcher's side, concern etched on their faces. Are you alright? The elder sister asked worriedly. It's nothing significant. Try to see if you can refine this. Hatcher tossed the divine heart to Mercy. I cultivate the Tai power, pure and mighty, so the treasure from water is useless to me. Nora smiled and threw it back to Vicky. The moment the young girl caught it, the divine heart emitted dazzling light, merging into her body. She indeed is the most compatible. The corner of Hatcher's mouth curled upwards, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In an instant, Vicky erupted with a powerful aura, as wind, fire, and water forces intertwined within her, achieving perfect balance. When they first met, the little girl was still suffering from the torments of wind, fire, and water toxins. Now, these three elements had become her power. At the same time, her realm rapidly ascended once again, effortlessly breaking through the extraordinary barrier, reaching the 9th level of heaven-cleaving realm. Good one. Even Hatcher couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This girl's realm had already caught up to his. Boom. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. With a violent tremor, the ground of the first secret realm crumbled apart, while at the same time, a powerful pressure poured down from above, forcing everyone to plummet downward. They were heading to the 2nd level. Truly befitting our king. Just 10 years since we last met, you have already exuded the bearing of an ultimate powerhouse. Ripples accompanied the appearance of the Kalis figure in mid-air. She followed Hatcher's steps, returning to the desolate mountain. This time, I won't lose the king again. With those words, she turned into a streak of light, quietly following behind. Xinhuang Mountain. Xiuxian Sect. This place was in ruins. The Grand Formation was destroyed. 6 out of 9 earth veins were taken away, 3 out of 5 Zechariahs were slain, and even the sect leader was suffering from calamity. And the root cause of all this was that abandoned disciple. Because of him, Xiuxian Sect did not have the strength to explore the desolate mountain secret realm this time. Just when everyone in Xiuxian Sect was living in fear, a thunderous sound suddenly pierced the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It's Gwyneth. That woman has returned. An eagle-eyed elder's expression was agitated, unable to suppress his anger. It was all this woman's fault. If she hadn't expelled Hatcher, Xiuxian Sect wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Under the intense gazes of everyone, Gwyneth, Adrian, Coraline, and Nyla descended from the spaceship one by one. What awaited them was not welcome, but ruthless judgment. Gwyneth, look what you've done. You must take responsibility. Still not kneeling for punishment? Kneel down. Even Phil was enraged, his aura pressing towards Gwyneth. Do not defile my master. Adrian took a step forward, radiating an imposing presence. Life and death realm, 9th level. This scene was shockingly impactful, leaving the elders speechless. Even Phil's eyes lit up, and he began to make calculations. A talent like this is stronger than Hatcher. Perhaps he will become Hatcher's nemesis. If properly cultivated, Xiuxian Sect might rise again. With this thought, the gloom in Phil's heart instantly lifted. Chapter 180. Adrian asks the sect leader to marry his master to him. So you are Adrian? Phil descended from above, sizing up this formidable disciple. Greetings, sect leader. Adrian gave a traditional salute without kneeling, causing many elders to murmur disapprovingly. Audacity! You dare not bow before the sect leader. Do you understand manners? No need for that. This seat has always been lenient towards outstanding disciples. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. Adrian glanced around, his expression subtly changing. Has the Xiuxian Sect met with calamity? At this, all the elders wore awkward expressions. Being publicly embarrassed by a young man was difficult to swallow. Eventually, Gwyneth and others learned the whole story. Hatcher, I never thought he would harbor such strong resentment. Gwyneth's expression was complex. Since being forced by the will of heaven to confess her sins, she could no longer maintain her superior attitude toward Hatcher. Every day, the 5 punishments reminded her how much she owed him, instilling guilt in her heart. But it was hard to change one's nature. Gwyneth believed that if Hatcher hadn't abandoned her, she wouldn't have faced this ordeal. Additionally, Hatcher's rampage at Xiuxian Sect made her face public criticism, stirring her dissatisfaction. Just then, Adrian spoke. Sect leader, Hatcher acts recklessly and has long deserved death. Your unworthy disciple is willing to bring his head back to our sect to restore our honor. His words drew numerous gazes. Can you do it? To your disciple, it's effortless. Adrian was thoroughly emboldened. After recognizing a demon as his father and mastering the complete swallowing heaven demon art, he could not only consume others' cultivation but also strip parts of their bodies, transplanting them onto himself. Now he was once again a complete man, an exemplary one. Young man, arrogance can be your downfall. How do you prove you're stronger than him? Phil questioned, though his eyes were filled with hope. He wished Adrian could crush Hatcher, bringing greater fortune to the sect. Great sect leader, don't you bear a disaster? Adrian's gaze gleamed, as if seeing through everything. How did you know? This is my secret. Not only do I know, but I can also help dispel the disaster. This drew doubtful looks from everyone. That's impossible. Entering Saint Disaster is no trifling matter. How can someone at the life and death realm withstand it? Why not give it a try to see if it's true? Adrian gave a sinister smile, knowing it was true. By using swallowing heaven demon art to devour his essence, the disaster would be resolved. Disaster targets the origin. Without it, the disaster dissipates. Yet, if he revealed this method, most people would reject it. Though death solves the problem, who willingly chooses death? Be cautious, sect leader. This might be a trick. An elder cautioned. What trick could there be? This half-saint peak sect leader, only a step away from becoming a saint, has nothing to fear. Just come on. Adrian smiled broadly at this. Rest assured, sect leader, you will be safe. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Adrian and Phil sat cross-legged, hands pressed against Phil's back. Swallowing heaven demon art. He silently invoked it. Instantly, a demonic voice echoed in his mind. Yes, yes, finding a half-saint peak target is indeed a premium delicacy. Let me aid you. The demonic art activated fiercely, forcibly extracting the essence from Phil's body. Moreover, the demonic soul emitted hypnotic waves, numbing Phil so he couldn't realize what was happening. This is amazing. I feel like I'm about to break through. Adrian's eyes sparkled, eyeing each elder with a ravenous look. These were his prey. From now on, he was determined to assimilate Xiuxian Sect. He isn't even the best part. Your master is the real treat. The heavenly demon's words shook Adrian. Foster father, what do you mean? Don't you see? That woman has a divine physique, rich in blessings. She could potentially become an emperor. If you can absorb her essence, transform her into a demonic puppet, and cultivate together using the swallowing heaven demon art, you can maximize her potential and reach new heights. Hearing this, Adrian's eyes turned red, and he looked down at Gwyneth with an insatiable greed in his eyes. This woman was so beautiful that she always stirred up his violent desires, making him wish to turn her into a slave and brutally torment her. It's settled. I can hardly wait. Adrian grinned wickedly. In no time, he had absorbed a small portion of Phil's origin. Phil, however, wore an expression of extreme pleasure. Wonderful. I can clearly feel the calamity decreasing. You've done great service. Lord Sect leader flatters me. Adrian feigned humility as he retracted the demonic art, saying unhurriedly, after 3 more treatments, your calamity will be completely gone. Ha ha ha. Phil couldn't help but laugh, feeling all gloom dispelled, finally having waited for a turning point. Such a remarkable genius is 10 times better than Hatcher. The saying goes, only by breaking can one establish, foreshadowing that our sect will flourish. Laughter still ringing in the air, he looked at Adrian again. You've done such a great service. The sect must reward you. Speak, what do you want? These words made Adrian overjoyed, and his gaze fell on Gwyneth. Gwyneth's face was deathly pale, her body trembling slightly, as if enduring the agony of torture. Oh no, Master's calamity is erupting again, Sky exclaimed, but her mouth twitched involuntarily. Finally, this woman is about to meet her end. She could soon absorb her good fortune. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gwyneth collapsed on the ground, clutching her head, her body convulsively curled up, cold sweat instantly drenching her whole body, outlining her delicate figure through her clothes. Release her, let me handle it. Adrian rushed forward eagerly, repeating the process, absorbing Gwyneth's origin and alleviating her pain. Terrence, thank you. You're a good disciple. Flowing Willow, it's my duty. At these words, Gwyneth trembled all over, as if unable to believe her ears. What did you call me? Adrian did not answer her, but turned to Phil. Reporting to Lord Sect leader, I boldly ask that you marry my master to me. Chapter 181. My Ford would never be like you. Please marry me and make Lucinda my wife. The words hung in the air like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, resonating above the Xiuxian Sect. Outrageous. A mere child. How dare you speak so insolently of our revered teacher? This is outrageous behavior. All rules have broken down. This is complete chaos. Is there no law? Is there no order? At once, the majority of the male elders vehemently opposed the proposal. There was no other reason. These men also admired Gwyneth and couldn't bear the thought of their dream goddess falling into such hands. Terrence, how could you propose such a demand? I refuse to agree. Gwyneth's face turned pale as she firmly objected. Is that so? Adrian sneered coldly and stopped the swallowing heaven magic. Suddenly, calamity struck as the torment of the 5 punishments overwhelmed Gwyneth. Ah! She clutched her chest, kneeling on the ground with her forehead touching the earth, trembling uncontrollably, unable to stop crying. No one dared approach her, for she bore the divine punishment. Unless one was blessed with supreme fortune, anyone who touched her would suffer similarly. Help me, Terrence. Teacher is in so much pain. Don't ignore me. Her tearful plea, full of sorrow and vulnerability, would move even the coldest heart. Yet strangely, the surrounding people felt not pity but an odd satisfaction. Seeing the usually cold and distant goddess bow down to the dust, begging and writhing in agony. It gave them a peculiar sense of pleasure. Many wished for her suffering to deepen, as if only then could they match her. What unrealistic delusions. Terrence, please save me. I can't take it anymore. Gwyneth lay on the ground, grabbing at Adrian's trouser leg, like a pitiful creature. This scene entranced Nyla but made Coraline frown deeply. Do you really want to see her tortured to death? Coraline stared at Adrian. Gilda, I too have my reasons. Nullifying the heavenly tribulation requires great sacrifice. Without any benefits, why should I risk my life to save her? But she is your master. So what? Does the sect have a rule that disciples must unconditionally dedicate everything to their masters? Upon hearing this, Coraline and Gwyneth were shaken, their faces turning deathly pale. Indeed, the sect had no such rule, yet they had met someone who would do exactly that. Unconsciously, Hatcher's youthful face appeared before them. Only he could love and respect them unconditionally. Only Hatcher would disregard his own gains and losses, sparing no effort to protect them from storms and disasters. Unfortunately, they had driven away such a Hatcher, and he would never return. Ford, my Ford, teacher knows she has been wrong. Gwyneth was in tears, almost fainting. She wasn't admitting her fault. She just knew she was about to die. How do you think of him? He is a traitor to the sect, and he will never return. For some reason, Adrian became incredibly angry, yanking Gwyneth's hair, lifting her head to meet his gaze. Such insolence was forbidden by the Sect's rules, punishable by death. Yet no one intervened. Choosing between a rebellious prodigy and an elder tormented by celestial retribution was not a difficult decision. Terrence, weren't you my obedient disciple? Why do you treat me this way and not like Ford? Shut up, Adrian roared, activating the swallowing heaven magic and choking her neck. I despise that person. Never mention him in front of me again. With a boom, empowered by primal force, Adrian shattered the boundary of realms, advancing to the reincarnation realm. Just as I suspected, this woman does indeed have profound blessings. After absorbing so much of her essence, it still feels like a drop in the ocean. I must obtain her. Adrian thought inwardly, while those around him were left speechless. This individual was truly transcendent, achieving extraordinary power at such a young age, far surpassing even Hatcher. Facing such genius, the entire Xiuxian sect would honor him, fulfilling all his desires. Adrian, your request is granted, Phil announced. Upon hearing this, Adrian was elated, while Gwyneth was struck like by lightning, looking incredulously at the sect master. But, I also have a condition. You must bring back Hatcher's head. Is that all? Adrian smiled proudly, finding it incredibly simple. The sect master always keeps his word. On the day Hatcher dies, you two will hold your union ceremony. No, I refuse to agree. Struggling, Gwyneth said, you are all forcing me. If Ford were here, he would definitely protect me. He wouldn't be like you. You can't hurt my Ford. Oh dear. It seems Lucinda is quite unhappy with me. Then I have no choice but to withdraw. Adrian wore a mocking face and was about to pull his hand away. Don't. Gwyneth looked terrified and tightly grabbed that arm. She didn't want to endure the pain of the 5 punishments again. Lucinda. So do you or do you not? Adrian's tone became more relaxed. To him, Gwyneth had become his plaything, and he enjoyed toying with her immensely. I agree. Gwyneth avoided eye contact, planning to renege on her promise immediately after Adrian helped her overcome the heavenly tribulation. Very well, then let's sign a heavenly Tao pact. Adrian pushed relentlessly. What? Gwyneth's pupils trembled, disbelieving what she heard. What's so surprising? Didn't you do this to Hatcher back then? Breaking the pact will invoke divine punishment. I sign. In the end, Gwyneth capitulated and signed the pact in front of everyone. There were 2 copies of the pact, one each for Gwyneth and Adrian. Anyone who dared to tear it up would suffer calamity. Ha 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 ha. Adrian laughed wildly, gaining everything without effort, while Gwyneth looked ashen. No time to waste. I'm heading to the hidden mountains now to kill that traitor. Adrian looked at Phil and said, I'll be back soon. Please make sure Lucinda doesn't run away. Don't worry, kid. You will surely get your wish. Then I'm off. Adrian turned towards the hidden mountains and grabbed Coraline. Fallon, come with me. At these words, Coraline broke out in cold sweat. He was revealing his true colors, and if left alone with him, disaster would surely follow. What are you waiting for? Let's go. With that, Adrian swept Coraline along, sprinting off rapidly. Chapter 182. Hatcher is not as tearful as you. Xianhuang Mountain, Xiuxian Sect. Everyone watched Adrian's departing back figure, and subconsciously they felt a tinge of anticipation. Perhaps he really could slay Hatcher, bringing great fortune to the sect. Right at this moment, with a whoosh, Gwyneth erupted with all her strength, dashing directly into the sky. She was attempting to flee. Rebellious disciple, where do you think you're going? Phil, as Gwyneth's master, had been well prepared. With one step, he blocked her path and cast a streak of light into Gwyneth's body. Ah, my cultivation. Gwyneth's face turned drastically pale. She plummeted from the air like a bird with its wings severed, landing heavily on the ground. Her strength was completely sealed. Master, please let me go. Foolish thoughts. You should take responsibility for your actions. Phil coldly said, bring her to the dungeon. After these words, no one dared to step forward, fearing being implicated in the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Let me handle it. Nyla volunteered with a sweet smile on her face. Girl, don't you dare trick me. If you let her go, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Phil warned. Don't worry. I swear by the heavenly Tao that I will never let Master go. Very good. This seat believes you. Thank you, sect leader. Nyla seemed impatient and took the powerless Gwyneth out of everyone's sight. You're still nice to me, girl. To help me escape, you even made a vow to the heavenly Tao. Halfway through their walk, Gwyneth said gratefully. Hee hee. Nyla couldn't hold back, revealing a strange smile. Master, you misunderstood. These words made Gwyneth widen her eyes in shock. You really intend to lock me up in the dungeon? What else can I do? I can't resist the sect leader. You, Gwyneth trembled, pointing at Nyla but unable to speak. Master, you must understand my dilemma. I have no choice. Accompanied by the heavy sound of opening, the dungeon opened up, dark and oppressive, with countless chains hanging from the ceiling, stained with blood. Master, forgive me, I have to hang you up. Only to hear a few clicks, Gwyneth's hands were locked in handcuffs, her whole person barely touching the ground only by the tips of her toes. Due to the ceiling of her power, she soon ran out of energy, with red marks appearing on her delicate wrists from the constriction. Do we need to go this far? I am the sect leader's personal disciple, the future sect leader, Wu Wu, Gwyneth cried. Her identity was so noble, yet now she had become a prisoner, forced to endure such humiliating postures. This exceeded her limits. You guys are such mean people. If it were Hatcher, he wouldn't treat you like this. Nyla cut her off, coldly saying, unfortunately, you drove him away. He would willingly give his heart to you. Why did you treat him like this? These words left Gwyneth speechless. Only tears continued to stream down her face. Stop crying. Hatcher isn't as teary-eyed as you. As she spoke, Nyla slowly withdrew from the dungeon. Just before leaving entirely, she paused. Oh right, there's one more thing. Nyla turned around and said, "This chain that binds you has tied Hatcher many times, and each time it was under your order to punish him. Not once did he cry." Aya. Hearing this, Gwyneth's psychological defenses broke, causing her to scream loudly. In her voice was remorse, guilt, and some indescribable emotion. Ha ha ha. Leaving the dungeon, Nyla couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her aura suddenly surged sharply, instantly breaking through to the sky-cleaving realm. This comes without any effort. Finally, I can absorb her destiny. This feeling is truly marvelous, irresistible. In the pitch-black dungeon, damp and cold, apart from the sounds of insects crawling, there were only Gwyneth's sobs and increasingly heavy breathing. So dark, so tired, so painful. Did Tonger also go through this before? No, he must have suffered much more than me. Gwyneth shivered uncontrollably. I'm so scared. Who can save me? I don't want to stay in this darkness anymore. Unknowingly, long-forgotten memories gradually resurfaced, vague yet profound. She feared the dark. She didn't know when this habit started, only remembering she had once fallen into endless darkness. That feeling was so helpless, so bleak, making her wish for self-termination. At that time, in utter despair, suddenly a glowing figure rescued her, as if descending from heaven. Who was that? Gwyneth shook her head, already having forgotten the other person's appearance, but whenever she recalled it, her heart was still filled with sweetness. Suddenly, her mind buzzed, and intense pain followed. Ah! She screamed miserably, her long, slender legs flailing in the air, unable to find any support, making her appear even more pitiful. This was not the punishment of the 5 successive torments, but a new calamity that had descended. Being prone to disaster by nature, without Hatcher suppressing them for her, this was to be expected. This time the calamity was the lonely betrayal tribulation. At this moment, faint light suddenly appeared in the dungeon, attracting Gwyneth's attention. Perhaps it was an illusion, but as long as she gazed at those lights, she felt as if they were healing her, reducing much of her pain. That is, she focused her gaze, her heart trembling when she saw clearly. The glowing object was undoubtedly her name, formed from blood letters filled with willpower and obsession. Is this written by my poor Tonger? Her eyes welled up with tears, weeping soundlessly. Those blood letters floated, detaching from the walls, fusing into her body. So warm, Gwyneth's eyes shimmered. The severe pain in her mind vanished, and the seal on her cultivation began to loosen. These blood letters were like the wooden balls Hatcher had once given her, harboring the power to suppress calamities, helping her fend off the tribulations. On the way to the desolate mountain's secret realm, Adrian pushed his speed to the limit, clutching Coraline by the throat as he rushed forward through the wind. "Let me go, you bastard." Coraline bit down on his arm, trying to break free from his grip. "You bitch." With a loud thud, Coraline was thrown to the ground, her aura completely scattered, causing her to spit out blood uncontrollably. "I was planning to deal with you later, but since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for punishing you right here." As he spoke, he undid his shirt, revealing a robust upper body. Since he became a man among men, he could no longer control the fire in his heart. What do you want to do?" Coraline's face was filled with terror. "If you dare touch me, I'll expose your true identity to everyone." Ha ha ha, people have little influence. Will the xiuxian sect believe you or me? Upon hearing this, Coraline felt utterly hopeless. But just then, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Junior brother Gilda, what are you doing?" Chapter 183. It's a Dharma body of the same type as me. Who's there? Adrian instantly became alert, and turned to look behind him. Upon recognizing the visitor, he immediately put on a hypocritical smile. Gilda 3. Veda. When Coraline saw this person, her gaze flared with anger, simmering beneath the surface. This was the one who had inflicted the most torment on Hatcher, going so far as to take his heart's blood in order to become a sacred body. Her crime? Bitch, I've placed a restriction on you. If you dare ruin my plans, I'll make sure you suffer eternal torment. A subtle voice whispered into Coraline's ear, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration, but powerless to act. Junior brother. Looking at Adrian's burning gaze, Veda used to feel a warmth spread through her body, yearning to offer herself. Now, it felt utterly commonplace. Perhaps she had always admired strength, and after witnessing Hatcher's unparalleled brilliance, her heart found it hard to stir any further. What are you two planning to do? Caught off guard, Veda quickly changed the subject. Do you still need to ask? That traitor Hatcher has harmed the sect. I'm going to take his head, Adrian said with incomparable arrogance. Hearing the mention of the sect, a venomous expression flashed across Veda's eyes before turning into disdain. That guy is very strong now. Can you defeat him? Seemingly oblivious to the mocking tone in her voice, Adrian grew even more arrogant. I want to kill him? It will be as easy as bending down to pick up a blade of grass. With those words, he unleashed his aura. Instantly, the power of the reincarnation realm swept across the wilderness, shaking Veda to her core, causing her eyes to sparkle once more. You've grown so powerful. Immediately, she found herself in a dilemma. Should she choose Hatcher or Adrian? Or maybe both? If Coraline knew her thoughts, she would surely mock her mercilessly. This bitch is actually making a choice now. Doesn't she know what she looks like when reflected in water? Since that's the case, let me join you. I want to see which one of you is stronger. Veda quickly made up her mind. Whoever won, she would give them the chance to pursue her. After all, she was now a sacred body, and she was well suited for anyone. If Kayla knew her thoughts, he would laugh out loud. I've seen low things, but never something this low. What class does she think she belongs to? Matching with our king. Alright. Let Gilda see Junior brother's prowess. After victory, Gilda should reward me. Adrian's face lit up, exuding an oily charm. Since using the Swallow Heaven demonic art to take others' parts, his will and nature had been significantly affected. Moreover, he was now the epitome of masculinity. Hatcher frowned slightly. The one who set up the illusion should be a demon. This surprised him. The diversity of races in the Hidden Wilds was too comprehensive. Human, divine, demon, beast, and peculiar races. It was unimaginable what would appear next. Suddenly, he felt a pulse between his brows, sensing an attack coming from behind. He easily sidestepped, locking onto the attacker with his mental power. It's you, you're still alive, and you've even possessed another body. The attacker was a young man. Though his appearance had changed, his soul essence remained unaltered. Hatcher recognized him immediately. This was Azai, who had narrowly escaped death at his hands. Boy, you are indeed no ordinary person. Azai's tone was heavy, but then turned mocking. In this layer, he was the absolute ruler. You're very curious, Hatcher observed. Previously, you only merged with a demonic soul, but now you fused with a beast soul and a divine soul. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to handle it? That's none of your concern. You should worry about your own life and death. Don't be so distant, Hatcher said calmly. When I took the water sovereignty, I remember you wanted to become a deity. Now that you've merged with a divine soul, haven't you achieved your wish? Frog at the bottom of a well, don't want to become some fake god. I want to become a true god. Let me give you another piece of devastating news. In this layer, only mental power can rule everything. As he spoke, an incomparably terrifying mental fluctuation radiated from his brow. I know you are no ordinary being, and your mental power is also strong, but it can never surpass mine. Then, a serpent-like dermic body appeared behind him, enhancing his mental power. Kneel down for me. The giant snake roared furiously, pressing towards Hatcher. Quite coincidentally, it's a dermic body of the same type as me. Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 184. Hatcher, Gwyneth, how dare you speak to your father like that? Roar. Arwen immediately appeared, punching the snake with all his might. With a loud boom, his chi distorted in the air, transforming into the shape of a dragon, defeating it with one strike. As the Dharma body collapsed, Azai also suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, disbelief clearly written on his face. It's impossible. How could your Dharma body be so strong? The boundless realm, old scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the other party's eyes trembled, unable to believe their ears. You're bluffing, trying to scare me off? If so, I'll crush you with sheer mental power. With those words, terrifying spiritual energy shot out from between the man's eyebrows. After multiple soul fusions, his spiritual power had reached the sage level. Indeed, he could have dominated here, but unfortunately for him, he encountered Hatcher. Your grandma. Hatcher wasted no time, releasing his spiritual power to collide with the opponent. Azai seemed electrocuted, twisting wildly in midair. If not for the properties of soul fusion, his soul would already have been shattered. Imperial soul, old bastard. Fake. All of this is fake. You must have used underhanded means. Azai went mad, his consciousness growing unclear. This was the aftereffect of soul fusion. Once convinced of something, there was no changing his mind. Excellent, you have utterly enraged me. Now, I will use the laws here to banish you to the realm of despair, allowing you to sink into eternal ruin. As he spoke, he began forming hand seals. Hatcher didn't interfere, observing quietly from the side. In an instant, he comprehensively learned the hand seal technique just by watching. Enjoy despair, and never return again. The hand seal flew straight towards Hatcher, who didn't dodge, knowing that it would track him down, necessitating a head-on confrontation. In an instant, everything before his eyes changed dramatically once more. He found himself back in the judgment hall of the Jade Purity Sect. Hold on, is this place? His expression was peculiar as he observed the surroundings, finding everything strangely familiar. The same scene, the same occasion, and the woman sitting high up on her seat, still staring at him coldly. Wasn't this the day of public execution? Hatcher had returned. The only difference was that within this secret realm where spiritual power reigned supreme, Hatcher was equivalent to an imperial ruler of the era. Initially, he intended to shatter this world directly with his spiritual power, but it proved ineffective. This indicated that the world wasn't an illusion but constructed by a special force of rules. One could say it was a parallel world. To leave, one had to clear it. Hatcher, do you know your crime? The same words, heard for the third time. First time, he was helpless, manipulated by others. Second time, lacking power, he endured silently, waiting for his moment to shine. Third time, Gwyneth, how dare you speak to your father like that? With these words, the entire judgment hall fell silent. Ridiculous. How dare you insult your elder? Increase her sentence. Gwyneth erupted in fury, rising incredulously with a formidable aura sweeping towards Hatcher. You're the shameless one, now bow to your grandfather. Hatcher extended a hand, grabbing Gwyneth's ankle from a distance, lifting her like a toy, then slamming her hard to the ground. The entire judgment hall exploded instantly, even the mountain split in half, reduced to ruins. Gwyneth herself rolled her eyes, convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Hatcher was taken aback. An imperial strike should have shattered her. She couldn't be this durable. Hatcher, how dare you betray your teacher and ancestor? No one can save you now. Kneel quickly, nullify your cultivation, and perhaps you may live. At this moment, Kirsty and Rosalie stepped forward, pointing fingers at Hatcher and berating him loudly. Are you blind? You don't see how powerful I've become? Still daring to yap around? Sorry. 8 Desolation's destruction finger. A finger pressed out, and with a bang, both of them exploded, finally bringing silence to the world. Murder. Hatcher has committed murder. He's turning demonic. Adrian screamed beside him, seized by Hatcher. I'm turning demonic. What can you do? Can you kill me? Master, save me. In an instant, his aura surged, the old man in the ring took control. But the next moment, Adrian was twisted into a pretzel by Hatcher, spirit and body destroyed. In this world, even heavenly Tao protection couldn't resist the steward's will. It couldn't protect Adrian. You've truly turned demonic. Beside him, Gwyneth shakily stood up, her eyes filled with hatred. Daring to kill Alf, I will make you pay with your life. With a snap, she crushed the Jade Talisman in her hand. This was the highest level command token of the Jade Purity Sect, which could only be activated in the most critical moments when the sect's survival was at stake. Whoever was in seclusion must immediately emerge and contribute their strength. You foul-mouthed thing, today I'll teach you how to behave. Hatcher sneered coldly, grabbing her with one hand. What are you going to do? The crowd's faces changed drastically. Her mouth is too foul, not fit to breathe air. I'll send her to eat ashes. Immediately, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Gwyneth was planted headfirst into the filthy pond. You dare, gurgle gurgle gurgle. This scene sent shivers down everyone's spines, and no one dared to speak up again. Comfortable. Hatcher felt thoroughly refreshed. At this moment, the Zechariahs and the sect leader emerged from seclusion simultaneously, their immense pressure descending instantly. Hatcher, your reckless actions have already led you to death. You should commit suicide, gurgle gurgle. Before he could finish, Camden joined Gwyneth for dinner. You dare, gurgle gurgle. Another person added to the meal, intoxicated by it, but no one dared to stop them. Only now did they realize Hatcher's power. Hatcher took a step forward, appearing before several Zechariahs and the sect leader. Do you want to eat too? No. Very good. Humility is a virtue. I reward you with a meal too. Another person followed suit. And you? I want to. All right, I'll grant your wish. In a short time, only Phil remained. Don't get carried away. I'll join the feast as well. Eat your own ass. As the words fell, Hatcher snapped his neck, extinguishing his soul and body. From today, the Jade Purity Sect ceases to exist. With a wave of his hand, Hatcher raised a 10,000-foot cloud of dust, uprooting Mount Camden. Except for a few survivors, everyone exploded in midair, including Nyla, Coraline, and Camden Shuyu, who were still in seclusion. Crack crack. The world developed cracks, signaling the completion of the trial. Through the cracks, Hatcher saw Adrian's face again, which puzzled him. Do you have 2 lives? Then die again. Smack. The slap was crisp, yet didn't burst his head. Only then did Hatcher realize he had returned to reality. And this person before him was indeed Adrian. Senior brother, long time no see. Adrian wore a mocking smile, followed by Coraline and Camden Shuyu, radiating powerful auras. Indeed, long time no see. Hatcher nodded, then slapped him again, the sound even louder than before. Who do you think you're grinning at? Chapter 185. But alas, my anger is upon you. Slap. The crisp and ringing sound echoed through the secret realm, perfectly complemented by Adrian's bewildered expression, making for an extremely dramatic scene. You dare to hit me? Adrian was taken aback. With his overwhelming aura that had reached the reincarnation realm level, how could this insignificant ant dare to be so insolent? Boom. He held nothing back, unleashing his aura which crushed the ground beneath him into fragments as it surged toward Hatcher. Get lost. A flash of white light, and Hatcher didn't spare him a bit of respect, landing a punch directly on his face. In an instant, Adrian flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the rock wall behind him. Veda watched with her eyes shining. Indeed, Hatcher was the most powerful one, just as she'd hoped. Bitch. Aisha saw everything clearly from the side, filled with ridicule and disdain in her heart. She had known from the start that Hatcher would definitely win. Good. This is perfect. Your strength is enough to serve as my toy now, providing some entertainment. As the dust settled, Adrian's figure was revealed. He looked down at Hatcher from above, his eyes brimming with excitement and cruelty unmasked. I'm also very pleased. Hatcher passed the 2 women without even sparing them a glance, advancing straight towards Adrian. I originally planned to seek you out later, but you've come to me on your own, saving me quite a lot of trouble. Hatcher's resolve to kill solidified within him. He could clearly sense that although the fate's blessing of his opponent remained strong, it had weakened significantly compared to before. If possible, he would overpower Adrian today. Hee. Adrian laughed, even more confident. It seems you have misunderstood something. Let me explain. You are the challenger. With those words, he lunged down, preparing to get serious. Devouring Sky Domain. With a single palm sweep, a cage-like force field formed, trapping the space around Hatcher. Endless devouring power swept in, trying to forcibly strip away Hatcher's essence and cultivation. Hatcher's lips curled up in a light smile. The devouring sky skill? Huh? It's child's play in front of me. Balance of life and death. A light seal shot out, directly commanding. Adrian's left chest was penetrated directly, his heart shattered, sending him flying and embedding him into the wall. It's over, Hatcher said calmly, completely dominating the fight without a drop of blood staining his clothes. This battle didn't resemble one between peers at all. Over. Not yet. Next moment, Adrian grinned as he climbed up, his chest wound healing instantly. You can't kill me. I stand invincible. Is that so? Hatcher opened his heavenly eye, clearly seeing the secrets within his body. 7 hearts, 3 brains, 18 arms, and his gaze shifted to Adrian's crotch area, then he closed his eyes. Too shocking. Since your attacks have ended, it's my turn. I will send you plummeting into hell, forever feeling the pain. Adrian smiled confidently, his body enveloped in black light, forming a hand seal. I should warn you first. This is the great mind demon technique, capable of stirring your inner demons, plunging you into the most painful memories. With this move, I've hunted down experts of the 7th layer of reincarnation realm. Again? Hatcher's brows furrowed slightly. Was he going to relive the trial hall scenario again? Not worth mentioning. You still dare to talk back? Then taste the flavor of pain. As he spoke, the great mind demon seal shot out swiftly. To everyone's surprise, Hatcher did not dodge, but took the hit directly. The scene before him changed, but not as he had imagined. This time it wasn't a return to the trial hall, but instead showed a scene from his previous life. Hatcher, If there's another life, would you be willing to give me a second glance? Hearing this, Hatcher, although knowing it was an illusion, could not help but tremble in his heart. He saw the little demon girl lying in his arms as an adult, looking at him with a tragic expression. I will. Hatcher's smile faded, allowing the little demon girl to dissolve into thin air. Just as he stood up, the scene changed again, taking him back to the moment when he invoked the heavenly Tao in law enforcement city, witnessing countless heroes from later generations being slaughtered by Adrian, their spirits unscattered in tears of blood flowing, piercing his heart. Enough, Hatcher muttered, his mental strength spreading out, instantly shattering the mind demon. In reality, tears welled up in his eyes. Haha, caught you. Adrian thought Hatcher had succumbed, stepping right in front of him. You dared to act so arrogantly before me. Now you know better. Prepare for my wrath. Adrian laughed maniacally, unleashing shocking killing intent, ready to press his advantage. But, suddenly, Hatcher spoke, making Adrian choke on his words. My anger surpasses yours. Under Adrian's horrified gaze, Hatcher's hair turned snow white. The blissful heaven art, 4th level, Jade Demon Body, Aowa. Adrian screamed wildly as he was torn apart in one blow, retreating in a bloody mess only to be impaled through his second heart and pinned to the wall. It can't be. You were clearly entrapped by the mind demon, and even cried. Why? Before he could finish speaking, Hatcher summoned another sword that pierced through his third heart. Hatcher's face remained neutral, but Adrian could feel the oceanic rage roiling within his opponent. He had utterly enraged Hatcher. Aowa. Adrian writhed violently, only to discover in horror that his power seemed sealed away, fear finally showing on his face. Chapter 186. Adrian. 9 eggs exploding, death and rebirth with the heavenly goo. Hatcher was as cold as a machine, continuously transforming his sword movements into sharp blades that pierced into Adrian's heart. With a total of 7 hearts, if all were to be detonated, Adrian would also be obliterated into nothingness. Thus, fear gripped him. Wait, senior brother, I was just messing around? Who is your senior brother? Hatcher said coldly, delivering the 4th stab which caused another frenzy of howls from Adrian. Save me, foster father, save me, quickly give me strength. He shouted inwardly, desperately seeking help from the Bradley. No, I cannot act here. The Bradley trembled. He could feel the formidable mental power emitted by Hatcher that specifically restrained entities like him. Revealing himself meant instant destruction. This was no joke. Why? Tears brimmed in Adrian's eyes. He was already on the brink of death, yet the other party still wanted to watch idly. Right, I must conserve my strength for something big later. The Bradley shivered as he spoke, but didn't lie. He really knew this secret realm well, and could lead Adrian to great opportunities. With me about to die, what use is conserving strength? No, you won't die. Quickly use the last move I taught you. It's not hard to escape. Upon hearing this, Adrian felt as if struck by lightning. You want me to use that move? His face turned red, filled with shame and humiliation. A man living between heaven and earth should know when to yield and advance. What's a little humiliation? Wait until you grow stronger to come back and make him pay. Fine, I'll listen to you. As he spoke, Adrian's expression became resolute. The great law of 10,000 transformations. Suddenly, his aura surged explosively, yet he still remained under Hatcher's control. Now came the main act. 2 hearts explode simultaneously. The remaining 2 out of 3 hearts exploded simultaneously, turning into pure power. But it wasn't over yet. Both brains explode simultaneously. 16 arms explode simultaneously. 8 legs explode simultaneously. He almost detonated all the parts he had obtained from others, forming an immense force. This time, he finally gathered enough strength to retaliate. Get out of my way, he roared, breaking the long sword enveloping him, soaring into the air. I will tear you into pieces. Enraged to the extreme, Adrian overlooked Hatcher, ready to fight one more round. Don't confront him head-on. Escape now while you can. A voice sounded in his mind. It was the Ellie. Why should I run? The advantage is clearly on my side. Adrian's confidence swelled again. My cultivation realm is far superior to his. This time I can definitely kill him. Wake up. Don't let him deceive you. This boy is a monster. Don't measure him by normal standards. The Bradley saw through Hatcher's essence. Either he was born abnormal or was enhanced by special means. In short, this isn't the time to clash with him. He must have been enhanced. What a despicable creature. Adrian concluded definitively, unwilling to admit Hatcher's power stemmed from within. I want to try again, he declared firmly, feeling unprecedentedly powerful and not wanting to retreat like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. Heavenly demon great transformation. He struck, black rain pouring down instantly to corrode everything. xiuxian, 1,000 hands bright heaven-tide cannon. Boom. Their collision was not of the same level. Adrian exploded with rage as his entire body burst. xiuxian, black coffin. Another continuous attack followed, dealing heavy blows to Adrian, shattering his bones and nearly cutting him in half at the waist. Had he not been reinforced greatly, this blow would have obliterated him entirely. Finally, his eyes grew clear, harboring thoughts of retreat. Foster father, you're right. It's best if I withdraw first. Heaven and earth cage. Sensing his intention, Hatcher moved to seal off every escape route, causing Adrian's face to turn liver-colored instantly. Boy, stop hiding. Bring out your ultimate move. Otherwise today might be the end. The Bradley roared, urging Adrian to hold nothing back. Must it come to this? Adrian was extremely conflicted. After finally becoming the epitome of masculinity, did he have to revert to being a eunuch for escape? This question didn't trouble him for long. Life was paramount. There must be a use for my talents. Thousands of eggs gone may return. 9 eggs explode. He howled, gritting his teeth, face contorted with apparent severe pain. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions resonated from his groin area, transforming into incomparably pure energy, once again making his aura burst forth. Seeing this scene, even Hatcher was stunned, momentarily forgetting to attack. Ah, wait for me, I will come back. SSS. Ah. Adrian bent over, sucking in cold air, but didn't forget to make threats. In the next moment, all energy converged in front of his chest, followed by a series of insect chirps. There's a goo worm. Hatcher instantly became alert, recalling an obscure race. The Heavenly Goo Clan. This race once depended on the human race, then later separated, making a living by raising insects, with unpredictable methods. The goo worms they cultivated had extraordinary effects. The love-induced madness goo mastered by the xiuxian sect was originally from this race. Time stop. To prevent delays, Hatcher used the most unsolvable killing move. Die. In the frozen space-time, Hatcher stepped forward, came to the opponent's face, and was about to shatter the other party's heart and brain. But in the next moment, his palm passed through Adrian's body without feeling any physical touch. Hatcher was stunned. Through the virtual image, he saw the other party's chest. There lay a strange-shaped insect, exactly like what Hatcher had seen in ancient books. The return from death goo. There's actually still such a thing. Could he have reconnected with the Heavenly Goo Clan? Hatcher frowned. This goo worm is extremely difficult to refine, and its activation condition is also very stringent. It requires the sacrifice of all one's power. Its function was to absolutely avoid an unsolvable death. Even in frozen time-space, Adrian had managed to escape. I remember this kind of goo worm has only a 20% success rate. It seems that his heavenly mandate hasn't vanished yet. Time resumes flowing. Everything returned to normal. Adrian's virtual image immediately turned into a butterfly and dissipated into the air. It's fine. He's still in the secret realm. We will meet again soon. Hatcher muttered to himself. Regardless of how many times it happened, he would exhaust the other party's good fortune and let them reach true death. Junior brother, I knew you would win. Coraline approached, looking at Hatcher with joy, making Hatcher's anger explode. Before he could react, Veda rushed from behind, pushing away Coraline. Junior brother, don't mind her. Look. She twirled around, revealing her beautiful figure, while her body emitted dazzling golden light. Holy body. Hatcher recognized it at first glance. Yes. Veda boasted. I like strong people. Your performance today makes me very satisfied. As long as you can bow to me and admit your mistake, I can overlook past events. You know, if I voluntarily practice dual cultivation with you, you can obtain the holy source? Shut up. Hatcher sneered. Who forgot to put on pants and revealed you? Chapter 187. The Kayla who infinitely spoils Hatcher. You dare to scold me? Veda still hadn't realized her place. She thought that as a holy body, possessing infinite talent and potential, she was an invaluable treasure. Everyone should dote on her and court her favor. Even Hatcher, who once hated her profoundly, should put the great Tao first and abandon his hatred. After all, dual cultivation with her could bring tremendous benefits. That was holy origin, which could greatly increase the chances of becoming a saint. She didn't believe Hatcher would be unmoved. Hatcher, I admit you are very capable and already worthy of me, she said coolly, but your attitude disappoints me. If I had sided with Adrian earlier, today's outcome might have been uncertain. So, I advise you to think carefully. Don't give up the opportunity to pursue the great Tao just because of past enmity. It would benefit both of us. Hearing this, Hatcher's expression crumbled. He didn't know how to describe the person in front of him. Gwyneth and her disciples were almost all abnormal. Some were arrogant, some despicable, some narcissistic, some foolish, some cunning. Indeed, they were all peculiar. The person in front of him embodied all these traits. I was wrong, Hatcher said. Upon hearing this, Coraline widened her eyes, while Veda displayed a smug look. Great, it seems you've finally realized. Before she finished, Hatcher interrupted her abruptly. My mistake was being too kind to you, letting you live until now. Now, I will correct this error. You dare. Veda's face changed immediately, her body radiating golden light, appearing impenetrable and unbreakable. With a sound of pu, Hatcher's palm effortlessly pierced through her chest, crushing her internal organs. Bury yourself here, foul creature. You actually killed me? Veda looked utterly incredulous, falling straight down. Wiping the blood from his hand, Hatcher left as if he had plucked a weed from the roadside, walking away without looking back. Junior brother, where are you going? Don't ignore me. Coraline called out behind him, but couldn't keep up with Hatcher's pace at all. Watching him gradually disappear into the darkness, she silently wept. Is this your punishment for me? You can hit me, you can scold me, but don't ignore me. Kneeling in pain, she trembled uncontrollably. Gilda, save me. Veda's weak voice sounded, filled with pleading and fear. It's all your fault for upsetting Junior brother. If not for ruining his mood, he wouldn't ignore me. Coraline became furious instantly, blaming everything on Veda. As for saving her, that was simply out of the question, utterly impossible. Let Veda perish here. That way, she would lose a rival. That was what Coraline thought, but she overestimated her significance. In Hatcher's eyes, one was a bird, the other a beast. Even if all women in the world vanished, Hatcher would never cross species to love either of them. Suddenly, a soft beam of light shone down, followed by an agile and graceful figure. Seeing this person, hope rekindled in Veda's eyes. Sister Kayla, we meet again. Please save me. Oh my, running into two little pitiful ones again. Such good luck today, Kayla said with a smile. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as usual, yet deep within them burned overwhelming anger. She was enraged. Through Veda's memories, she knew that both women before her had harmed her king. This was unforgivable. When Hatcher wandered into the wild mountains at 4 years old, he became the king of their clan. Since then, Kayla had served as his teacher and adoptive mother. To her, Hatcher was both a ruler and her child. No minister would tolerate their sovereign being humiliated, and no mother would stand idly by while her child suffered bullying. These two women had crossed Kayla's line. They must be punished. She turned to Veda and said in her usual lively tone, "Little pitiful one, you're done for. I'm so sad. Whoa. Sister Kayla, save me one more time. I'll do anything." Veda pleaded. Her limbs were already cold, and she felt life slipping away. "But you have no value left, you know. Wishes come with costs. I still have dignity, beauty. That's worthless." Kayla's tone remained indifferent, devoid of any contempt, yet it tore through Veda's heart. "Right. I still have my freedom. If you can save me, I'll do whatever you say." Veda had nothing left to lose. To live, she was willing to give up anything. That's not bad, I agree. From today onward, you'll be my little dog." Kayla's lips curled upwards, and with a wave of her hand, Veda's wounds healed. "I'm healed. I'm really healed. Ha ha ha, truly blessed by heaven." Veda immediately jumped up, then turned her gaze toward Coraline, filled with resentment. "You were going to leave me to die just now, weren't you? How dare you?" She tore off all pretense and punched Coraline. "Kneel, doggy." Suddenly, Kayla commanded, and with a thud, Veda was forced to kneel down. What's happening?" She was terrified, trembling in fear. "Don't you understand yet? Your freedom is already mortgaged to me. Now, you're my puppet, and I have absolute control over your actions." At these words, Veda broke out in cold sweat. She thought it was just a verbal agreement, giving her some semblance of self-control, never imagining how domineering Kayla's rules were. Spin around. Kayla continued to issue orders, and Veda could only crawl on all fours, spinning like a dog. "No, I don't want this. You can't treat me like this." She wept, feeling that everything she once prided herself on had shattered. What good was being a holy body? It only meant serving others like a dog. From now on, she had no more pride. For a narcissist, this was the most terrifying punishment. Kayla didn't like to physically hurt people, only to crush their hearts. TSK, good doggy, go play elsewhere, don't get in the way here. Bark. Veda had no choice but to crawl away. This scene stunned Coraline. Then, her whole body tensed as Kayla turned her gaze toward her. A brand new little pitiful one. Kayla smiled. "Your strength is too low. You won't survive here, but I can help fulfill your wish." Of course, there must be a price to pay. As soon as these words were spoken, Coraline felt her blood run cold, a wave of fear washing over her heart. I have no wishes." Before she finished speaking, Kayla's eyes flashed deeply, and suddenly, the earth cracked open. A terrifying giant beast lunged straight at Coraline. If she had no wishes, then they would be created for her. Chapter 188. Aisha. I became the ultimate tan dog. The oppressive aura of this behemoth was terrifying, far surpassing the realm of life and death. It was an existence that Aisha absolutely could not contend with. By all logic, a being of such power should not appear here. But life is unpredictable, and Aisha just happened to encounter it. "Save me." Her expression was extremely panicked, extending a hand for help towards the mountain spirit beside her. "Very well, this is your first wish." The mountain spirit smiled like a little fox, pointing a finger at the behemoth. "I will exchange 1,000 years of your lifespan for your death." Immediately, the behemoth visibly aged before disintegrating into fragments. This scene made Aisha's mind tremble. She couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of ability was this? Exchanging someone else's lifespan for their death. It was as if he were the embodiment of law, utterly unreasonable. "Your first wish has been granted." The mountain spirit's voice came, filled with a gentle tone. "The price for this wish is, from now on, you can never see Hatcher again." Upon hearing these words, it felt like a heavy hammer struck Aisha's head, filling her with extreme fear. "No, I don't want to lose my junior brother. Please, change the price." Aisha immediately cried, kneeling on the ground and begging. "Impossible. Once the price is paid, it cannot be changed. Now, you have 2 more wishes." These words brought a glimmer of hope back to Aisha's eyes. "All right then, my second wish is to remove the price of the previous wish." The mountain spirit maintained a calm expression, gazing deeply at her as if he had anticipated this. "Very well, your wish has been granted. You can see him again, but you must not touch him, or you'll suffer the pain of being pierced by 10,000 arrows." How can it be like this? Aisha's entire body shook, unsure whether from anger or fear. "Do you still want me to help you remove the last price? You have one final wish left." Aisha quickly shook her head, sensing a mocking tone in his voice. She was certain the mountain spirit was playing with her, but she had no way to resist and could only let him toy with her. "Why do you target me?" In despair, she directly asked. "Is the answer to this question your third wish?" No, it isn't." Aisha hastily denied, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Can you make my junior brother turn his heart back to me?" The mountain spirit couldn't hold back a laugh. "Sorry, all of your value is insufficient to grant this wish." These words were like a cold steel blade, piercing through Aisha's heart. She felt as if the sky had fallen. The world became dark and desolate, and she slumped to the ground in dejection. After an unknown period, she slowly lifted her head, her expression filled with stubbornness and resolve. "Since that's the case, I wish for my junior brother to live smoothly and without calamity." Having said this, she completely lost strength, her gaze turning dim. She knew her debt wouldn't be easy to repay, but at least this would alleviate some of her guilt. Even the mountain spirit was taken aback by this wish, then revealing a genuine smile. "Sorry, this wish also cannot be fulfilled." "Why?" "Because my king feels ashamed." Upon hearing this, Aisha felt as if she had been struck by lightning. "Your king? You mean junior brother?" "Yes, he is the king of my mountain spirit clan. 10 years ago, you took him away from me and even bullied him. I demand that you pay the price." The mountain spirit calmly explained, leaving Aisha even more astonished. If you truly wish to compensate for my king, I can help you make your third wish, at the cost of sinking into despair and paying for your sins. I am willing. Can you tell me what wish you will make? There's nothing to hide. The price you pay will be used to bless the queen of my clan. Aisha's heart raced violently, inexplicably gaining strength to widen her eyes and shout. Who is the queen? The mountain spirit seemed to have anticipated this, waving a hand to reveal Marcia's image. This is one of our queens. Her fate has long been intertwined with the king, and they have jointly birthed a mysterious Dharma protector. Blessing her is equivalent to blessing the king. Upon hearing this, Aisha's expression twisted as she let out a mournful cry. Why are you so cruel? Making me pay the price to help my rival, forcing me to watch my beloved find happiness with her. Why torment me like this? You can refuse. And you very well know, you're hardly a rival to the queen. The mountain spirit again struck at the heart of humanity, speaking expressionlessly, for she understood humans all too well. Once humans degenerate into being a lick dog, they will have no xiuxian and paying everything to the object of their licking. It seems that only in this way can they obtain a thread of solace from self-induced emotion, producing an illusion of he indeed cannot do without me. I am still useful to him. In fact, the world operates as usual regardless of anyone's existence. From the mountain spirit's perspective, Aisha undeniably met the standard of a lick dog. To turn someone who plays with others' feelings into a lick dog, this was the mountain spirit's punishment for her. Have you thought it over? The mountain spirit urged. I have. I agree to your wish. Ultimately, Aisha fell into the whirlpool of self-induced emotion. Suddenly, light flashed brightly. The mountain spirit pinched her fingers into a hand seal and cast the same light imprint as I did, exiling Aisha to the realm of despair. Repent. You still have some conscience left. I hope you can cleanse your sins and live through this. Immediately after, the mountain spirit clapped her hands, and a starlight spread forth, carrying a thick aura of auspiciousness toward a certain direction. May the queen prosper in all endeavors, unrestricted and unbound, eternally united with our king, inseparable forever. Hatcher's body glowed as he swiftly navigated through the dark second layer, having spent too much time rescuing Adrian. The others should be trapped in illusions now. He must save them as quickly as possible. Any delay might result in severe consequences. I found them. Suddenly, his forehead tingled, and he sensed where everyone was resting, so he quickened his pace. Long live Lady Marcia. Lady Marcia is second only to none. Upon arriving on the scene, Hatcher was stunned by what he saw. Everyone from the Xiuxian sect and the Blood God sect was bowing reverently to eldest sister, willingly submitting to her authority. No need for formalities. The first one has arrived. Eldest sister saw Hatcher and immediately flew over, hanging onto him. Hurry up and praise me. It was me who rescued them from the secret realm. Sister, you're the best in the world. Hatcher teased. Second best. Marcia smiled brightly, planting a kiss on Hatcher's cheek. Let me tell you a secret. Somehow, I gained an extra memory segment in my mind. There's an imperial artifact hidden in this layer. What? Hearing this, Hatcher's voice went off-key. Chapter 189. Eldest Gilda. I want to become the queen. Steward weapon. Hatcher was completely stunned, finding this news too fantastic to be true. How could a weapon of that caliber exist in such a small secret realm? An steward weapon, as the name suggests, is an emperor's personal weapon with full sentience. If it were fully restored, it could unleash an attack equivalent to the emperor's casual strike, possessing power capable of effortlessly annihilating continents and remaining invincible beneath the emperor level. More importantly, the emperor's weapon would automatically seek out its rightful master and return to the hands of the emperor's descendants. It couldn't possibly be sealed here unless the emperor's lineage had been entirely wiped out. Shaken, Hatcher released his spiritual energy, searching for any trace of imperial might, but ultimately found nothing. With no other choice, he looked at his elder sister in his arms. Why so impatient? The eldest senior sister stroked Hatcher's head gently and affectionately. If an steward weapon were so easy to find, it wouldn't be valuable. You're right. Hatcher became resigned. Even if there were an steward weapon, ordinary people couldn't subdue it. The priority was to complete the current task at hand. He fished out the key from his pocket, a crucial item for opening the dragon transformation pool. Now, they needed to find the location of the dragon transformation pool. I know where it is. The eldest senior sister's brow glowed, drawing everyone's attention. Follow me. She took the lead, with Hatcher closely following behind, while members of the Upper Clarity sect and Blood God sect also joined them. Lady Mountain Spirit, you didn't deceive me, did you? Don't make me lose face in front of my junior brother. Marcia spoke mentally, as after Coraline paid the price, she could communicate directly with the Mountain Spirit telepathically. Your Highness, the honest Mountain Spirit never lies, rest assured. The voice of the Mountain Spirit came clearly, lifting the corners of the eldest senior sister's mouth into a broader smile. Queen. The eldest senior sister felt slightly giddy, enjoying being called by that title, but then frowned. Why not the Gianna? Well, about that. The Mountain Spirit hesitated. The king hasn't awakened yet. How could I take the initiative? Of course, you're still my favorite. That's enough. I won't lose. The image of her master and the little demon girl flashed in the eldest senior sister's mind before she said with renewed vigor. Now this is the queen's woman. The Mountain Spirit's voice was filled with joy, satisfied with Marcia as Hatcher's teacher and foster mother. We are approaching the location of the dragon transformation pool. Your Highness just needs to follow my instructions. Remember, don't reveal anything about me to the king, not yet. With those words, the Mountain Spirit's voice vanished, and the eldest senior sister's expression turned solemn and serious. Through the Mountain Spirit's information, she finally understood the origins of this secret realm. This place used to belong to the divine race, which was later exterminated by humans, leaving it abandoned. As humanity declined, myriad races saw an opportunity to destroy the human race, turning this area into an ancient battlefield. At that time, Humans and the mountain spirit race joined forces to fight against the myriad races in a destructive battle that shattered heaven and earth, dimming the sun and moon. Later, an aging human emperor arrived wielding an Stewart weapon, suppressing everything. After this battle, the emperor's lifespan was exhausted, and his body dissolved on the spot, leaving the Stewart weapon within this space. The powerful figures of myriad races also perished, leaving their legacies here. Thus, this place was both a cemetery and a legacy site. The Mountain Spirit Clan, as caretakers, left their inheritance and authority in the secret realm, awaiting the return of the true heir to claim everything. And the Dragon Transformation Pool in the Four Symbols Pool was precisely the legacy site of the Mountain Spirit Clan. Stop! The eldest senior sister suddenly shouted, and everyone immediately halted, discovering they had arrived at an open, barren field. It was strange, clean and smooth, as if meticulously maintained, devoid of even a single weed or pebble, making it strikingly bare. Junior brother, lend me some blood? Without hesitation, Hatcher flicked his finger, sending a drop of blood into Marsh's palm. To open the Mountain Spirit's legacy, using the blood of the Mountain Spirit King was most appropriate. Watching her movements, the elder sister cast seals, refining the drop of blood before hurling it towards the center of the barren land. Boom! The ground trembled and cracked, revealing a towering tree with a blue dragon coiled around its trunk, exuding a terrifying aura. Open! Then, the eldest senior sister held the key, chanting incantations to transform it into a massive sword, stabbing into the dragon tree. Splash! A loud crash resounded as the dragon tree split open, spewing out emerald green spirit liquid like a flood, filled with dense energy waves, instantly flooding the plain. This was the Dragon Transformation Pool, where soaking in it would confer unimaginable benefits. Everyone was extremely excited, wanting to enter the pool, but they were blocked by a mysterious force. Without permission, they did not have the qualification to enjoy the Dragon Transformation Pool. There's no need to be polite, everyone can enter the pool, Hatcher said, never stingy with his allies. In an instant, that barrier vanished into thin air, opening the door for members of the Upper Clarity Sect and Blood God Sect. Lord Marcia is second to none in the world. Master Hatcher is unmatched in the world. Everyone was overwhelmed with gratitude, worshipping before diving into the pool like dumplings being thrown into boiling water. Awesome! Anderson shouted in satisfaction, feeling every pore of his body open up as his flesh rapidly grew stronger at an observable speed. Dragon Transformation Pool, indeed living up to its name, could make everyone turn into dragons. Elder brother, let's also enter the pool. The eldest senior sister's cheeks flushed. The mountain spirit had said that the true legacy lay at the bottom of the pool, obtainable only by the king's woman, and only after obtaining it could she rightfully become the empress. But just then, a loud rumble came from above the Dragon Transformation Pool, indicating a fierce battle. Haha, the Dragon Transformation Pool has truly appeared. Yet you claim you're not a descendant of the Mountain Spirit Clan. I told you, I don't even know what a mountain spirit is. Upon hearing this, Hatcher's body trembled. The speaker was Toria, a disciple of the chief enforcement officer, who seemed to be embroiled in a tough fight. Don't waste time with him, quickly kill him for blood, to enhance our white tiger inheritance. That would be too wasteful. Why not plant a death by disobedience parasite in him, making him our Blood Worm Clan's blood bag? Heavenly Worm Clan. Hearing this name, Hatcher frowned. Kill them, we can't let them return alive. Their blood will also be useful to us. The eldest senior sister said sternly, knowing the four symbols pools corresponded to four different races' inheritances. Among these, the Mountain Spirit race and Heavenly Worm race were enemies, using each other's blood to strengthen their own legacies. Clearly, Toria had been mistaken for a member of the Mountain Spirit Clan, leading to this disaster. You stay here and hold your ground. I'll be right back. Hatcher made a decisive decision and dashed upwards. Chapter 190. Hatcher, I will not give you any chance to regret. Toria gazed sharply ahead, emitting an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. He held an iron spear in his hand. Though his breath was no longer steady, the three men before him still looked grim. This kid is not simple. It seems we need to get tough with him. The speaker's name was Jessup, the leader of the trio, with the second one named Franklin and the third Jackson. As soon as he finished speaking, Jessup rushed forward first. A pitch-black insect buzzed and parasitized his arm. In an instant, his arm swelled several times its original size, swirling with wild power. Vajra Great Strength Insect. He threw a punch, which was like a mountain collapsing or rock splitting, countless punches enveloping Toria. Spear art. Sudden coldness of awakening insects. Toria didn't back down. With one thrust of the long spear, drops of blood splattered, forcing the opponent back, yet Toria also suffered a blow, making his arm tremble uncontrollably. Haha, there's an opening. The other two closed in on him. With a wave of their hands, hundreds of golden insects surrounded him. Get lost. Toria's vital energy surged. His spear swept out like a dragon aiming to destroy these insects at once. However, he was alarmed. These insects were incredibly hard. Not only did they withstand the spear attack, but they also began devouring his weapon. You're wasting your time. This is the metal-devouring insect we've carefully cultivated, indestructible and capable of crushing everything. Just submit to being their food. In the blink of an eye, Toria's spear was completely devoured. The insects then focused on him. Darn it. Despite defending himself fiercely, Toria made a critical mistake. One of the insects broke through his defenses and bit into his arm viciously. Other insects flocked towards him, ready to tear him apart. Not good. Toria's face turned pale. He hadn't expected to be pushed to such a dire situation. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. Balance of life and death. A beam of light struck out, causing the insects to explode, and simultaneously healing Toria's wounds. It's you. Seeing Hatcher land beside him, Toria felt a surge of relief. But immediately his expression changed. What about that formidable woman? She's temporarily tied up. I'm enough here for now. Hatcher laughed, sizing up the 3 men before them. All of them were powerful experts at the 7th level of life and death realm. No wonder Toria was struggling. Upon hearing Hatcher's words, Toria couldn't help but smile bitterly. I know you're very capable, but they are all from the celestial insect clan, unpredictable and varied in their tactics. Otherwise, I could have taken care of them alone. Now, I can hold out a bit longer, go find reinforcements quickly. Humph. Another human lapdog comes. Once you're here, don't think you can leave. Jackson sneered, looking at Hatcher with disdain. At the 3rd level of life and death realm, Hatcher was nothing more than an ant in front of them. Kill them together and use their blood to awaken our heritage. Franklin said impatiently on the side. Be careful. He seems to have a means to destroy insects. The leader, being the most composed, observed how Hatcher had killed the metal-devouring insects and became cautious. I see. Hatcher noticed this and grew even colder. The celestial insect clan had once been allied with humans but later betrayed them, joining other clans and attacking the human race and becoming sworn enemies of the Kayla clan. Now they had come here to ambush the Kayla clan's successors, intending to strengthen themselves with their blood. This was a fickle and extremely dangerous clan. Sorry, Hatcher said, surprising the 3 opposite. We won't let you leave even if you apologize, Jackson sneered, mocking Hatcher as if expecting an appeal for mercy. You misunderstood. Hatcher clarified, for strangers, I generally don't kill directly, even if they offend me. I give them a chance to live, but for you? His killing intent became terrifyingly intense. I will not give you any chance. You shall die here. With those words, Hatcher appeared before Jackson, whose pupils dilated in shock. You talk a lot. Hope your body is as tough as your mouth. In a flash, he threw a punch. Not worth mentioning. Look at my Vajra impenetrable insect, iron body. Jackson was instantly covered in a metallic sheen. He braced himself, clearly planning to take the blow head on. Boom. The impact erupted like thunder. Hatcher's fist blasted through Jackson's chest, his organs flying out. Crazy. Hatcher sneered, thinking that they could have dodged but chose to face him head on. The heavenly insect clan must have some flaws in their minds. Third brother. Franklin yelled loudly. Hatcher's speed was too fast, leaving no time for him to react. You die now. Seeing him charge with a blood-red insect in hand, Jessup felt relieved. Now it's settled. It's actually the explosive evil insect. My second brother has used this, so the human lackey is doomed. He felt certain of victory. The explosive evil insect was their ace card. Once detonated, it could unleash power equivalent to the explosion of a life and death realm expert. However, this wasn't the most terrifying part. The dust after the explosion concealed terrifying killing aura, slightly weaker than the chaotic killing aura. Even a reincarnation realm powerhouse might suffer if unlucky enough to be caught in it. Boom. The evil insect exploded, foul evil energy enveloping Hatcher. Haha, let's see you dare to be arrogant now. Franklin stood aside, laughing wildly. At that moment, an arm shot out from the fog, grabbing his neck tightly. Then, Hatcher dispersed the fog, standing unscathed before him. I really admire your persistence on coming one by one. Can't you attack together? With a snap, in Franklin's terrified eyes, Hatcher broke his neck. Hiss. Am I dreaming? Toria watched clearly from the side, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. His formidable opponent who put him into a tough battle had just been instantly killed by Hatcher. This was too much. He knew Hatcher was strong, but he hadn't expected this level of strength. Recalling his past attempt to challenge Hatcher, he blushed. How embarrassing. Did he take my challenge as a joke back then? Compared to him, Jessup felt much worse, unable to accept what happened. Not possible. My second brother is invincible. Don't worry, it's your turn next. Hatcher locked onto him coldly. Not good. Jessup immediately retreated, admitting that his opponent was a monster. Run first. As soon as he decided, the familiar insect chirping echoed inside him. No escape this time. A blur flashed as Hatcher stepped forward, piercing through Jessup's chest, pulling out the death-reviving insect and crushing it into powder. This move was useless now. Jessup collapsed in horror, turning into blood mist along with his 2 brothers, merging into the dragon transformation pool below. What's this? Hatcher's eyes focused on a jade-green insect left where the opponent died. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the insect came alive, trying to burrow into his palm. Chapter 191. Reunion with the Nameless Steel, the 9-Dragon 9-Elephant Body. What is this thing? Hatcher's heart skipped a beat as he sensed that this insect was far from ordinary. Instinctively, he tried to distance himself. However, the jade-green insect was relentless, as if it had singled him out and sought to parasitize his body. Balance between life and death. He cast a hand seal, which was immediately shattered by the insect, proving completely ineffective. How is that possible? Even Hatcher was stunned by this scene. Soon after, an even more shocking sight unfolded before him. A towering figure appeared behind the insect. This immense figure stretched from sky to earth, emitting a faint yet undeniable imperial aura, an imperial sovereign of the human race. Hatcher exclaimed in shock, his expression one of sheer disbelief. He recognized the essence of it. This figure was actually a Dharma transformation, the Dharma transformation of the insect. But how could an insect have a Dharma transformation? It isn't a cultivator. Get lost. Hatcher struck with a punch imbued with the power of celestial swords, sending the insect flying. I don't believe a mere little bug can challenge me. Let's see what you're really made of. Hatcher took a deep breath, unleashing his spiritual energy unrestrainedly, restraining the insect midair. So that's how it is. Moments later, he marveled. This wasn't the insect cultivating a Dharma transformation. Rather, the Dharma transformation had transformed into an insect. That towering figure was the true form of the Dharma transformation. Since it's just a Dharma transformation, there's nothing to fear. The formless counteracts all forms. Roar. With an angry roar, Dane launched an attack, delivering a heavy blow to the jade-green insect. The resulting violent fluctuation finally subdued it. Roar. Dane wasted no time, swallowing it whole and sealing it within. This is your Dharma transformation? Toria stood dumbfounded beside them, trembling as he pointed at Dane. When the insect displayed its Dharma transformation earlier, Toria was paralyzed, almost fainting. Yet Dane sealed it away effortlessly, indicating that he couldn't match even Hatcher's Dharma transformation. Don't dwell on trivial matters. Hatcher patted him on the shoulder, holding the blood essences of the 3 heavenly insect brothers in one hand. Follow me. I'll grant you a great opportunity. Above the dragon transformation pool, 2 figures soared down and plunged heavily into the water. Sister, I'm back? Hatcher smiled, handing over the blood essences to Marcia. Seeing her junior brother return, Fallon smiled brightly, lifting her skirt hem and stepping into the pool with bare feet. Come, junior brother. She took Hatcher's wrist, leading him to the center of the pool under everyone's gaze, then both dove beneath. Hatcher instinctively held his breath, but soon realized he could breathe freely, even speak normally underwater. Don't be nervous, junior brother. There's a great opportunity awaiting you here. Moments later, they reached the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, and to Hatcher's surprise, an altar had appeared out of nowhere. Let's go up. Encouraged by Fallon, Hatcher hesitated not a moment before ascending the altar. Next, Marcia formed a hand seal and offered the blood essences to the altar. A loud rumble echoed as the altar emitted a brilliant light, splitting open at its center to reveal a circular opening. Then, a stone stele emerged from within. This is... Hatcher's mind trembled as he instantly recognized the object. The nameless stele. There were only 9 such steles in the world, each containing a powerful constitutional essence. Once absorbed, one could attain the corresponding constitution. The previous stele contained the Dragon Marrow Phoenix constitution, absorbed by the Gianna of Lingxiao Empire. And now, after such a short time, they encountered the second stele. This truly was an incredible stroke of luck. Even better, the nameless stele was always accompanied by a heavenly Tao list, meaning there must be another list within this secret realm. A perfect find. Let me see what constitution lies within this stele. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, plunging directly into the nameless stele. Roar. Immediately, deafening roars of dragons and elephants resonated from the stele, stirring the entire dragon transformation pool into turbulent waves. However, neither Hatcher nor Marcia were affected, standing firm as if untouched. The 9-dragon 9-elephant constitution. Watching the dragons and elephants dance above, Hatcher's face lit up with undisguised joy. Since his rebirth, the only dissatisfaction he harbored was his physical strength. Though his body had been refined multiple times through the heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation, it never met his expectations. Now, the 9-dragon 9-elephant constitution would perfectly complement his shortcomings. For a martial artist, the physique is the foundation and the most crucial element. This was especially true for Hatcher. If his physique were strong enough, his spiritual power output would become more stable. At that point, even when facing a half-sage, he could make them struggle with his spiritual power. I accept it. He placed both hands on the stele, Tao fire surged, and he entered a meditative state, clearly intending to directly refine it. In the next moment, dragons and elephants went into a frenzy, stamping down on his body as if they wanted to crush this disrespectful person into pieces. However, Hatcher's body was like a bottomless pit, directly sucking in the dragons and elephants into his body, starting to forcefully refine them. Meanwhile, all the spirit water in the dragon transformation pool was completely unleashed, turning blood red, its energy becoming extremely dense. This way, those above reaped huge benefits, especially those of exceptional talent, who benefited the most. Therefore, Vicky and Toria became objects of envy for everyone else. The young girl had just acquired the heart of Enid, advancing her cultivation straight to the peak of heaven-cutting realm, and now she easily broke through to the life and death realm due to this opportunity. Toria also underwent a complete transformation in his flesh, and his own cultivation grew rapidly, reaching the peak of the life and death realm in the blink of an eye. Annoying. Anderson and others were envious to the point of madness. Although their improvements weren't insignificant, compared to these two, they couldn't help but feel inadequate. Old man, do you think if I drink this spirit water directly, there might be even greater benefits? Anderson suggested boldly, and immediately got the approval of the blood deity Sect elder. That makes sense. So I'll toast first. Anderson took the first sip, and his face instantly turned ashen. What's wrong? I feel great. I miss my dad. Then let me try. Just as the blood deity Sect elder held a mouthful of spirit water, his face changed color. I miss your father too. How could he have raised such a bastard? At the bottom of the pool, seeing Hatcher enter a meditative state, Gilda cautiously moved to one side, made hand seals, and struck at another altar. A flash of golden light revealed a book woven from golden silk floating in the air. The Imperial Record. Exactly as Lady Shango said. Gilda's face lit up with joy. Wang inherits the legacy, Wang Fei receives the authority. This is the rule of the Shangue tribe. She pressed her palm on the golden book, and a thread of golden light bathed her entire body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Done. At that moment, Gilda received the authority, officially becoming the acknowledged Wang Fei of the Shangue tribe. Congratulations, Your Majesty Wang Fei. The voice of Shangue echoed in her mind again. This book is the roster of the royal family. With it, you can add people you want into the royal family. And Shangue's voice gradually became seductive. This is also the marital record of the king. If you fill in your name as the first Wang Fei, then you really might become the queen. Chapter 192. Slaying Dragons and Elephants, the 10,000 Phenomena Sinluo Seal. Eldest Gilda's face immediately turned bright red. Opening the Tsurizug, she found that the first page indeed bore Hatcher's name, clearly indicating the identity of the king. Turning to the second page, her breathing suddenly caught. It listed titles from the first queen consort to the 10th queen consort, Corresponding spaces left blank. Kayla, what is this? Don't you know? This is where your authority lies. By filling in a name in the blank space, you can establish a corresponding relationship with the king. Upon hearing this, eldest Gilda's face did not show any joy but rather revealed a hint of anger. Doesn't this mean anyone who controls this book has the power to interfere with my junior brother? Of course not. The will of the king is absolute. No one can manipulate him at will. But through this book, one might be able to subtly influence the king, making him instinctively make choices that align with your wishes. That cannot be allowed. Eldest Gilda said with utmost seriousness. It's fine. Since you have earned the recognition of the Kayla tribe, it means the king truly likes you. Exercising this power is your right, and he won't blame you. You must understand, this is a golden opportunity. If you put your name down, stop talking, Kayla. Eldest Gilda took a deep breath and put away the tsuritsu. I will never interfere with my junior brother's free will. I don't want him to resent me later. Besides, Master and Asia are my closest people. I disdain using such despicable means to win against them. After saying this, Marcia ignored Kayla's voice and sat in front of Hatcher, concentrating on guarding him. However, no one knew that eldest Gilda was internally torn. Marcia, you really are a good-for-nothing. She muttered to herself, where does all your courage go when it counts? Her Majesty the Queen Consort is so cute. Somewhere, Kayla couldn't help but laugh. I absolutely adore her. I'll definitely vote for her. In Hatcher's mental realm, 9 dragons and 9 elephants stood before him, their presence earth-shattering and majestic. The successor, you have finally arrived. Kneel and receive the legacy. The leading dragon deity roared commandingly. Make me kneel? You're not worthy. Hatcher grinned. There was no one left in the world who could make him kneel. Arrogant whelp, do you know what you're saying? The dragon and elephant became enraged, their auras surging like raging waves, aiming to force Hatcher into submission. Why are there so many issues? I've had enough of you all. Hatcher immediately turned hostile. In his mental realm, no one had the right to be arrogant. Since they made the first move, there were only 2 things left for him to do. Slay dragons. Chop elephants. In an instant, terrifying spiritual energy surged back with overwhelming force, instantly killing 3 dragons and 4 elephants. How dare you? My courage knows no bounds. Let you see just how far I'll go today. Hatcher charged forward, his spiritual energy forming a colossal sword, determined to finish it off. Hold it. Killing us means you'll never obtain the 9 dragons 9 elephants body. Huh. I never wanted it anyway. I only seek your essences. A broken constitution? Do you think I'd value it? Hatcher said coolly, even as a mortal body, I can still conquer the world. True to his word, he soon obliterated all the dragons and elephants, their primal essences rippling through the void, instantly absorbed by him. Boom. At that moment, his mental realm shook violently, and a brilliant light radiated from between his eyebrows. The unknowing realm activated once more, combining the essence of dragons and elephants, giving rise to a new ultimate technique. 10,000 phenomena Sunluo seal. The human body is composed of 60 trillion microparticles. Each microparticle is like a small world, containing myriad phenomena, encompassing everything. The 10,000 phenomena Sunluo seal is a martial art used to open these small worlds, awakening the power of a seal with each world opened. 1 seal can shatter mountains and split the earth. 100 seals can stir rivers and oceans. 10,000 seals can slay dragons and subdue elephants. 100 million seals can tear apart the universe. If all these small worlds are fully developed, one can ascend to the rank of steward in the flesh, reigning supreme despite the vastness of the cosmos. With a thunderous roar, Hatcher struck out with a punch, shattering the mental realm, returning him to reality. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw eldest Gilda's face. She gazed at him with tenderness, stirring his heart. Gilda, I feel like you've changed. Hatcher took the initiative to hold the pair of snow-white jade hands beside him, speaking with barely contained emotion. What changed? Eldest Gilda blinked her eyes, asking in a rather playful manner. Changed? Become even more beautiful. Hatcher's eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at the beauty in front of him, seemingly never tiring of looking. Eldest Gilda was already a peerless beauty. Now she seemed to have acquired an added touch of laziness and nobility, making it even harder for people to resist her. So what if I'm beautiful? It still can't move a certain block of wood. Cough. To be favored by Gilda is an honor of 10,000. How dare I not appreciate it? Hatcher hurriedly salvaged the situation. Really? The corners of eldest Gilda's mouth curled up, hiding her laughter but shifting the topic. How did the inheritance go? Hearing this, Hatcher didn't hide anything and revealed everything about the 10,000 phenomena Sunluo seal. 60 trillion small worlds. At its peak, one can achieve steward status in the flesh. Eldest Gilda widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears. But immediately, she realized a severe fact. Martial cultivation retreats if it doesn't advance. If you cannot obtain enough energy to develop these small worlds, you might suffer from the backlash of the ultimate technique, leading to irreparable consequences. Don't worry, energy is not a problem for me. As he spoke, Hatcher transformed into a bottomless pit, Fengkong Ly, devouring the essence of the dragon transformation pool. To the south of the secret realm lay the vermilion bird pool of the Four Symbols pool, which was also the heritage site of the Flame Charm clan. Greetings, Joanne. Members of the Flame Charm clan preferred red, so from a distance, it looked like a sea of fire. The heritage site has opened. Please enter the pool, clansmen, for I still have important matters to attend to. The Joanne said succinctly, her expression beautiful yet cold. I sense that the Kayla clan has also activated their heritage site. Their primordial blood is highly useful. I will be back shortly. With those words, the Joanne displayed her true strength. She had achieved the Sage Realm. She bypassed the rules and came to this secret realm. Chapter 193 Equivalent Exchange, 9th Grade Spirit Talisman for the Sacred Maiden's Clothes. A terrifying whirlpool stirred in the dragon transformation pool. Everyone was shocked to find that extremely dense energy was gathering at an astonishing speed towards the center of the pool, and then sinking into the bottom. It's Big Brother. He is undergoing a metamorphosis, Vicky said excitedly, genuinely happy for Hatcher. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly leave the dragon transformation pool. Do not disturb Lord Joe's breakthrough. The leader of the Blood God Sect led the way, jumping out of the water first. Since being saved by Hatcher, they had become sincerely convinced of and grateful to him. Following his lead, others imitated him despite some reluctance. They had already received great benefits and felt fully content. However, as soon as they landed, everyone felt an astounding pressure, which made them suddenly change color. Are they all out? A soft female voice came, bringing only horror. Who is it? The powerful ones turned their heads sharply and saw a fiery red figure. She had long hair down to her buttocks, lively and jumping like flames, exuding astonishing energy. This was a beautiful woman with a burning aura, but an extremely cold expression. Huameiji Sacred Maiden Jenny, she introduced herself without hiding her aura, instantly chilling everyone. Sage. How could it be? How can she ignore this world's repulsion? This is simple. Just carry deception heaven array patterns. Jenny revealed her secret without hesitation, because in her eyes, these people were no threat. Then, her gaze swept over everyone, and her demeanor became serious. What's going on? Not even one is qualified. Where are your legacies? Just as she spoke, she noticed the whirlpool in the center of the pool and couldn't help but smile. Found it. She stepped forward, ready to rush into the water. Stop right there. The elder of the Blood God Sect roared, actually blocking her path. Old man, I don't want to start killing. You'd better move aside. I refuse. The elder's hair stood on end. His death realm cultivation was insignificant before a sage, yet he remained as immovable as a mountain. The Blood God Sect never betrays its benefactors. We, the Pure Dao Sect, will not fall behind either. Both sides stood firm, unwilling to step back even if it meant futility. Foolish ambition, Jenny said disdainfully, fire flickering in her hand, and she threw it into the crowd. At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, Hatcher was madly absorbing energy, and his small inner world kept expanding. 1, 10, 100. Before long, his small worlds accumulated to over 1,000, and his realm broke through from the third level of life-death boundary straight up to the fifth. Correspondingly, his physical strength increased rapidly at an alarming rate. It wasn't exaggerated to say he could crush someone at the reincarnation realm into flesh mud with one punch. If combined with Dharmakaya power, an all-out strike would make even a quasi-sage bewildered. But this was not the most terrifying part. The enhancement of his body ultimately liberated his mental power. His spiritual energy became more stable, capable of interfering with quasi-sage level opponents even when simply released. If paired with talismans, boom. An explosion interrupted his thoughts. Hatcher stopped absorbing energy, sensing intense fluctuations from above. Intruders. Likely from the Huameiji clan, Fallon sternly said. Fearing what they had feared most came true. Although the Kala clan and the Huameiji clan had no grievances, fire belongs to Huameiji while wood to Kalis, and wood fuels fire. The blood essence of the Kala clan was beneficial to Huameiji. A man without sin, possessing jade invites sin. Moreover, the Kala clan's blood has a more significant role. It's the key to finding imperial weapons. Junior brother, we should leave now and take the dragon transformation pool with us, Marcia urged. Second layer of the grand blissful heavenly art, sea of red dust. Hatcher immediately circulated his heavenly art, forming an ocean of red dust that transplanted the dragon tree inside and merged the dragon transformation pool into the sea of red dust, becoming Hatcher's energy source. He finally emerged. Jenny looked at the drained pool and showed a pleased expression. Then, Hatcher and Fallon appeared before everyone. Lord Joe run. Anderson fell from the air, burnt black all over, and immediately fainted. You did all this. Seeing this scene, Hatcher's eyes reddened, tightly staring at Jenny. People from the Pure Dao Sect and Blood God Sect had all collapsed, weakened, and gravely injured. Vicky was also held by Jenny, struggling desperately but unable to break free. Toria held an iron spear, trembling all over, but still pointing it at the opponent without any retreat. You have done enough, leave the rest to me. Hatcher patted Toria on the shoulder and stepped forward, standing face to face with the opponent. The main person has finally arrived. I didn't expect you to dare face me, truly courageous. Come with me. Division of life and death. Ignoring her, Hatcher cast a light seal, and the vitality of heaven and earth quickly gathered to heal everyone's injuries. Seeing this, even Jenny showed surprise. I didn't expect you to have this ability. My interest in you grows more intense. I will definitely study you thoroughly later. She emitted another aura, the saint's pressure sweeping across, causing even the senior sister to change color. Miss Kayla, things are getting complicated. Can you lend a hand to help junior brother? There's no need, my queen. King can handle it himself. How is that possible? Even the senior sister couldn't believe it. That was a saint. Unless Master were here personally, who could contend with her? Just wait and see. Before she finished speaking, Hatcher took a step forward, pointing at Vicky. Return the child. Did I hear that right? You're ordering me? Then I'll just say no. Jenny's face showed mockery. A strong person must brutally humiliate the weak. For mere Hatcher to want equal dialogue was simply wishful thinking. You refuse kindness and ask for punishment. Finally losing patience, Hatcher concentrated his mental power into a spirit talisman. Amazing, a 9th grade spirit talisman, but it can't hurt me. Jenny first showed surprise, then laughed lightly. But Hatcher did not immediately throw the talisman. Instead, he carved an array in the air, completing it instantly. This is... Jenny stared for a moment, smiling even more. Isn't this the Tianxia clan's equivalent exchange technique? You want to use a spirit talisman to swap for this little girl, thinking I would let you succeed? She immediately activated her saint power, enveloping Vicky, trying to isolate the Tianxia clan's secret art. But then, the spirit talisman in Hatcher's hand vanished. indicating the secret art had taken effect as usual. This is impossible. What did you exchange? Her expression changed drastically, only to see Hatcher now holding a piece of pink intimate clothing, while she simultaneously felt a chill at her chest. It was a feeling of liberation, freed from constraints. Filthy pervert, give it back to me. The sacred maiden immediately broke down as Hatcher pointed at her. Talisman 91, Thousand Hands xiuxian Cannon. Chapter 194, Life and Death Together with the Joanne. The Joanne's expression completely changed. She felt a wild force surging in her chest, about to erupt. I won't forgive you. At the last moment, she decisively discarded Vicky and channeled holy power, attempting to restrain the talisman on her chest. But everything happened too suddenly. Even for a saint, it was impossible to completely neutralize this force. Boom. The explosion was deafening. Flames soared to the sky, and dust filled the air. The Joanne was directly blasted away, her hands firmly pressing against her chest as tears streamed down her face. Even for a saint, that area is vulnerable. The pain nearly made her faint. How dare you? She glared fiercely at Hatcher, tears welling up in her eyes, never imagining that he would use such a despicable attack. So big. Vicky wasn't frightened but instead took the pink garment from Hatcher, her big eyes wide open, bigger than my head, and so fragrant and soft. The little girl cherished this new treasure, rubbing and sniffing the pink garment. This isn't an ordinary item but a semi-saint level undergarment. You were startled just now, so consider this compensation. Thank you, big brother. Wugo loves it. The little girl didn't hesitate, wearing it like a robe over her other clothes. You deserve death. The Joanne's chest trembled with anger, emitting a shocking aura of killing intent. She meant business. Today, no matter what, she would tear this disrespectful bastard into pieces. Be careful, she's about to go berserk. Anderson said in shock. When a saint is enraged, heaven and earth shatter. It's not something they could contend with. You all back off, I'll handle her. Everyone trembled at his words. Hatcher didn't look like he was boasting. Did he really have the means to deal with a saint? That would be terrifying. Listen to Junior brother. You shouldn't be here hindering. Marcia recalled Kayla's words and immediately directed everyone to leave the scene. None of you are going anywhere. Nia was relentless, moving like a meteor, her aura encompassing everyone, preparing to attack indiscriminately. Time pause. Universal Sinluo Seal. Heavenly Sword, World-Ending Lotus. Hatcher showed no mercy, instantly unleashing a series of attacks, striking her. Time resumes. In the next moment, the female saint was blasted into the mountainside, allowing the others to escape, leaving the battlefield to the two. I won't forgive you. Nia's aura erupted, reducing the entire mountain peak to nothingness, rushing towards Hatcher at an incredible speed. If others saw a saint in this state, they would likely be terrified stiff. But to Hatcher, this was merely a minor event. I never thought I'd need to use this. He muttered to himself, holding a rope in his hand. This was the life and death binding rope, a life-saving artifact of the Celestial Master Clan, taken from Sandy. By connecting both parties, it ensures they share the same fate. Originally ineffective against saints, combined with Hatcher's mental power, it became possible. Go! Hatcher recited the incantation, one end of the rope disappearing into his forehead, followed by the other end shooting out rapidly towards the female saint's forehead. What is this? Nia tried to cut the rope, but the light changed direction and pierced into her forehead. Ah! She cried out, falling from the sky, feeling a sharp pain in her forehead, looking at Hatcher with suspicion. What did you do to me? Life and death binding rope, haven't you heard of it? Hearing this, she immediately sighed in relief and sneered. It seems you've lost your mind, trying to bind a saint with this thing. With my mental power, I can break free anytime. Nia laughed playfully, adding, but I won't do that right away. I want you to taste the consequences of your own actions. Are you sure you can? Hatcher remained calm, which annoyed her. I advise you not to provoke me further. You should know that the side with absolute mental strength holds the upper hand. A single mental impact can make you suffer worse than death. How can you be certain you're the stronger one in mental power? Hatcher smiled. Stop being smart-mouthed. Since you don't believe me, let me show you the brutal reality. As she spoke, Nia unleashed her formidable mental power, suppressing Hatcher. Hemph, since you didn't kill anyone just now, I'll use 2/10, no, half a tenth. Boom. An even more terrifying mental force counterattacked. At the moment of contact, even the life and death binding rope showed cracks, as if it couldn't withstand this level of conflict. Ah! Nia suffered terribly, feeling as if she was undergoing severe torture. Her head pounded excruciatingly, and her body trembled uncontrollably, her power suppressed to its lowest. How is this possible? This time she was utterly shocked. Hatcher hadn't exaggerated earlier. He could truly overwhelm her in terms of mental strength. Do you finally understand? Hatcher descended from the sky, looking down at her from above. It's not enough. Nia, despite the intense pain in her mind, gathered her strength once more. She was, after all, a saint and had already identified the flaw in the life and death binding rope. As long as she continued attacking, the rope would break, and it wouldn't control her life and death anymore. No matter who you are, you have thoroughly infuriated me. I will make you pay. In an instant, an overwhelmingly scorching wave emerged from her, making Hatcher shudder. The authority of fire. The fire authority Mistress Nia actually possessed the authority of fire. This is really perfect. Since ancient times, the authority of fire has always been an inseparable part of the human race's authority. Heavenly fire. Strike. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying gigantic flaming sword appeared out of thin air, hundreds of feet long, vaporizing everything in its path. This wasn't ordinary fire but law fire. Without a countermeasure, it was an unsolvable weapon of death. However, coincidentally, Hatcher had just what he needed. Tide, obey my command. As he spoke, the authority of water began to activate. Water and fire don't mix. A great showdown was about to take place here. Chapter 195. A vulnerability finder meets one who can arbitrate. Water and fire don't mix. The two authorities clashed in midair, and in an instant, the outcome was decided. The holy woman's expression immediately changed. The confrontation between authorities has nothing to do with the holder's cultivation realm, but is related to the holder's controllability. In short, the stronger the spiritual power, the more capable they are of exerting the authorities' might. Plus, due to elemental weaknesses, Jenny lost most spectacularly. The giant flaming sword was directly strangled, while floods rushed towards her. How could this happen? This doesn't follow the rules. I am a saint. Rules? Rules are meant to be broken. Hatcher sneered. There was a loud bang. Jenny was struck by the torrential waves, her face filled with shock, and she was embedded into the rock mountain. There's a flaw. Hatcher's eyes lit up as his spiritual power swept forward. Authority transfer. He took the opportunity to activate a secret art, attempting to forcibly seize the fire authority. What should have been a sure thing unexpectedly went awry. Ah! She let out a cry of alarm, her face flushing red. You want the fire authority? She exclaimed in extreme anger, her murderous intent raging even more fiercely. Hatcher remained silent, seemingly encountering something strange. The fire authority outright rejected him. This was absurd, as if the authority had developed sentience and made its own choice. What are you looking at? Die now. Jenny lost her patience and waved casually, sending a fire phoenix toward Hatcher. This was a saint's technique, impossible to meet head-on. Roar. Dane appeared, stopping time to help Hatcher dodge the attack. Behave yourself. Hatcher unleashed his true fury. His spiritual power surged through the bond of life and death, forcefully suppressing her. Jenny's headache worsened once again. Hatcher did not hold back and punched her in front of her very eyes. Seal of 10,000 creatures. This time he gave it his all. The 1,000 micro-worlds within Hatcher seemed to ignite, roaring like angry dragons. Boom! The entire second level of the secret realm trembled. His punch landed on her face with terrifying force, cracking her lips. But what astonished Hatcher was that no blood flowed. Instead, as a flash of firelight passed, the wound healed. How can this be? Hatcher inwardly felt alarmed. Though the Fire Charm clan differed from humans, they were beings composed of flesh and blood, which couldn't possibly be so bizarre. You're bound to lose. Jenny steadied herself, her beautiful eyes flashing with defiant colors. At most 3 more times, that rope will be ruined, but you won't be able to kill me. We'll see how you cope then. She spoke the truth. Without the suppression from the bond of life and death, Hatcher couldn't hold her back. But Hatcher merely smiled faintly. Why are you smiling? I'll show you something good. In the next moment, he opened his palm, causing her face to change drastically. Deceptive sky array pattern. When did you get it? Jenny was genuinely panicked this time. Her deceptive sky array pattern had been taken by him at some point. She could stay in this secret realm only because the array pattern helped her pass the law screening. If this item were destroyed, she would be immediately expelled from the secret realm and punished. After sending you away, I will destroy the Fire Charm clan. Hatcher grinned malevolently, completely unnerving her. Wait, we can talk? The holy woman finally calmed down, but her face was uneasy. Being coerced by a cultivator far weaker than herself was extremely humiliating for her. Hand over the Great Fire Authority, Hatcher succinctly demanded, getting straight to his core request. That's impossible. As expected, Jenny refused outright, her stance unyieldingly firm. Her eyes blazed as she glared at Hatcher. You can expel me or kill my people, but you'll have to deal with my vengeance for life. Hearing this, Hatcher's heart stirred, realizing this was indeed her Achilles heel. How about this? Jenny probed, give me back the deceptive sky array pattern, and I'll leave immediately. As long as I'm in the secret realm, I won't cause you any trouble. She emphasized the words, in the secret realm, clearly, almost afraid Hatcher wouldn't agree. She added, when necessary, you can still ask me for one last favor. Deal. We'll seal this with a heavenly Tao covenant. Jenny eagerly agreed, fearing Hatcher might change his mind. Agreed. Both acted swiftly, immediately signing the contract in duplicate, which took effect right away. Here you go. As the deceptive sky array pattern returned to her, Jenny burst into laughter. Ha ha, you fell for it. She boldly swallowed the deceptive sky array pattern into her stomach and then launched an attack on Hatcher. What the heck? Hatcher's face turned pale, caught off guard, almost leading to an immediate defeat. You dared to violate a heavenly Tao oath? His eyes widened. He had never seen anyone so bold, feeling a chill down to his bones. Do you see me being punished? She puffed out her chest, which had become more pronounced due to the loss of the restraint, trembling provocatively. Hatcher was taken aback. Upon investigation, he indeed found no sign of heaven's retribution, which was utterly illogical. Now you're dumbfounded, huh? Daring to offend this holy woman results in such an outcome. I'll let you die with your eyes open today. In the next moment, torrents of laws surged from her body, revealing profound runes that made Hatcher hold his breath. These runes were not something a flesh and blood creature could bear. Thus, there was only one explanation. Jenny was not an ordinary living being. She was a sentient entity born from law. In other words, she was the embodiment of the fire authority itself. No wonder heavenly punishment had no effect on her. She was part of the heavenly law herself, exploiting a loophole to avoid punishment. Hatcher had long known that the heavenly Tao wasn't perfect and didn't always function precisely. Such loopholes often existed, granting certain people privileges, just like the present Jenny. But even Jenny likely didn't know that these loopholes could be closed. By appealing to the heavenly Tao arbitration, those who exploit loopholes can be made to pay the price. After all, deceiving the heavenly Tao is a grave offense, and the punishment would be severe. However, the heavenly Tao arbitration appeal isn't available to just anyone. There was a clear requirement. One's spiritual power must reach the great saint realm. What a coincidence. Still dazed? Can't you move because of fear? Jenny taunted, exuding saintly power, advancing step by step. I'm giving you one last chance to fulfill the contract. I can pretend nothing happened if you retreat now, Hatcher said coldly. Ha ha, what gives you the right to talk to me like this? I refuse. The opponent became even more aggressive, her gaze filled with hostility. Since that's the case, taste my techniques. Chapter 196, translate for me. What does your inheritance pool mean? Boom. An incomparable surge of spiritual power erupted, forming dazzling electrical arcs in the air. The radiant lightning effortlessly pierced through spatial barriers, leading to an unknown place. What are you doing? Jolie frowned, feeling uneasy. Have you heard of appealing to the will of heaven for arbitration? Upon hearing this, she was immediately shaken to her core. Scaremongering. She gritted her teeth, refusing to believe that Rahim had such ability. Even she couldn't do it. It seems you know quite a lot. Unfortunately, you can't fool me. Your farce should end now. She gathered her essence and spirit, preparing to attack again. At that moment, countless laws converged, and the pressure from heaven and earth became incredibly heavy, as if a celestial deity had descended. Then, a giant eye opened in the void, overlooking everything here. How is this possible? Jolie was completely stunned, feeling cold all over. Initially, she harbored a faint hope. Even if Rahim could indeed appeal to the will of heaven, he wouldn't receive immediate feedback. After all, there were many people making appeals, and Rahim would have to queue up. He wasn't the most favored bastard child of the will of heaven, but she never imagined that Rahim had used an imperial-level spirit to instantly alert the will of heaven, cutting in line. Then, a solemn voice resounded. The will of heaven intervenes in the investigation. The time record is being reviewed. Review completed. Judgment is hereby made by the will of heaven. In a few moments, the eye of the will of heaven recognized everything. The authority of fire, Jolie, maliciously deceived the will of heaven using her own convenience, and the crime is compounded. Upon hearing this, even Rahim was slightly taken aback. This will of heaven seemed very humanistic. It often showed leniency to those who genuinely wanted to fulfill their contracts but failed due to external forces. However, for entities that intended to breach their contract from the moment they signed, it never showed mercy. This time, Jolie really messed up big time. Even with Sage's cultivation, she would be left stripped bare without dying. Wait, I admit my mistake. I am willing to fulfill the contract. She shouted, truly afraid. Too late. Those who deceive the will of heaven must accept punishment. Now you will undergo the 5 thunderclaps punishment, soul grinding. With these words, Jolie trembled violently. This punishment did not harm the physical body but targeted the soul, which was the nemesis of spirits like her. A slight misstep could result in her intelligence being shattered by lightning, reverting her to naivety. Boom. 5 thunderclaps struck simultaneously, illuminating the despair and fear on her face. She tried to escape, but how could she outrun the speed of heavenly tribulation? 5 bolts of lightning transformed into swords, chasing after her at incredible speeds. Rahim squinted his eyes, clearly seeing the 5 bolts piercing through her crown, third eye, heart, and soles of her feet, instantly shattering her defenses. Ayah! Jolie let out a miserable scream, falling to the ground helplessly. Spare me. I admit my mistake. She panted heavily, with a post-trauma look on her face. The will of heaven ultimately showed mercy, pitying her difficulty as a spirit, not allowing her to revert to naivety. Punishment completed. The contract must continue to be fulfilled, and compensation is required. As these words faded, a ring of light descended from the giant eye, circling around Jolie's neck like a collar. What is this? The holy maiden's voice trembled. This circle made her very uncomfortable, and she struggled to break free. This is the chain of betrayal. In this secret realm, apart from the terms of the contract, you must unconditionally agree to one request from the other party. Why is it like this? Hehe, just as I hoped. Rahim took a step forward, standing before her, looking down at her with a playful expression. What do you want? Jolie hugged herself, appearing weak like an unarmed woman, desperately trying to resist the bully. How about recognizing me as your master from today onward? Just forget it, you despicable, vile, shameless, stupid, evil, lustful tyrant. I won't let you succeed. If you dare make unreasonable demands on me, I'll immediately self-destruct and take you with me. She rapidly fired off her replies, kicking frantically to get away from Rahim, as if she were terrified. Seeing this, Rahim's face darkened. After all, the eye of the will of heaven was watching, and he felt reluctant to make unreasonable demands. He even felt as if the eye was scrutinizing him. Get lost, you're not needed here for now. If I have any requests, I'll find you. Hearing this, Jolie felt as if she had been pardoned and immediately fled at an incredible speed. What a troublesome person, Hatcher complained. But then the other party returned after leaving, standing before him again. Hiss, are you trying to scare me to death? Can I? Jolie's face turned red, and she said with some shame, can I have some of your blood? I need it to activate the inheritance pool? You damn. Hatcher opened his mouth to curse, as the other party was being overly presumptuous. But then he thought for a moment and showed a kind smile. Sure, here you go. He flicked his finger, and a streak of fresh red blood flew out. Hope we never meet again. She moved like a hare, grabbed the essence of blood, and fled, fearing that Hatcher might have ulterior motives towards her. Naive. Looking at her back, Hatcher revealed an evil smile. Does she really think she can take advantage of Grandpa so easily? If I want to take something, I must first give. Translate for me. What does your inheritance pool mean? Whatever catches my eye is mine. The dragon transformation pool's energy has been weakening. Swallowing the vermilion bird pool would surely compensate for that, right? This was not helping Jolie at all. Helping her was helping himself. Finally got rid of this troublesome woman. It's time to find Gilda and the others. Hatcher let out a long sigh, ready to leave. But just then, he realized that the eye of Heavenly Tao hadn't disappeared and was staring at him intently. Instantly, his heart raced. His earlier feeling was right. The eye was indeed sizing him up. Anomaly detected. The eye of Heavenly Tao emitted a majestic voice, making Hatcher hold his breath. But he wasn't panicked. Instead, he met its gaze fearlessly. After a moment, the words from the eye finally made him relax. Permission granted. Alert Jiachu. As the voice faded, the majestic eye of Heavenly Tao seemed less severe, with its large pupil becoming somewhat gentle. Why did you return? Why do you seek strength? What is your ultimate purpose? A deep and steady voice pressed down on Hatcher, like thunder piercing his heart. Hatcher opened his mouth, but a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Chapter 197. The Great Demoness. What howl? Just a petty thief. Why should I return? Why should I grow stronger? Hatcher was plunged into great confusion. Does growing stronger even need a reason? The world of cultivators is exceptionally cruel. In an era of fierce competition, standing still means falling behind. Advancing in cultivation is the deepest desire of every cultivator. Because without power one is like an ant, unable to protect oneself, unable to protect those one loves, and unable to crush one's enemies. His mind flashed with countless images. There were his venerable master, his senior sister, scenes of the Tiana bleeding fiercely from her past life, and the young, powerful figures who died by Adrian's hands during the Heavenly Tao purification. Hatcher's breathing suddenly became rapid. This was a past he found hard to catch up with, always leaving a hole in his heart. Jingle, jingle. Suddenly, a melodious bell sound came from his chest. A bell that carried thoughts across the sea and sky, 1,000 miles connecting hearts. Hatcher took out the bell. It was a gift given to him by the Tiana when they parted ways. No matter how far apart they were, if one side shook the bell, the other would receive the message. Looking at the bell, Hatcher's palms grew warm as the peony lock floated up on its own, able to connect the two even across thousands of miles, sharing feelings as if they were right next to each other. Crack, crack. The reality before him gradually crumbled. Hatcher seemed to fall into a state of sudden enlightenment, descending into a new world, where he could only observe the current time-space as a third party. On high clouds, in the palace of the Howl, it was deep night, but looking down, all that met the eye was myriad lights twinkling below. Truly beautiful. Hatcher couldn't help but become captivated. His gaze stretched as far as it could, extending to the horizon. Yet the grand scenery remained unchanged, making his heart surge with excitement. When had humanity ever been so prosperous? This truly is the most magnificent realm under the heavens. A gentle voice came, startling Hatcher to attention. At the very top of the Howl's palace stood a towering figure, overlooking the splendid world. He was truly extraordinary. With sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, his presence alone overshadowed the celestial stars. This was the Howl. Hatcher was taken aback. More importantly, this person looked almost exactly like him, nearly 99% identical. Clearly, this was himself from the future. Tap, tap, tap. Soft footsteps approached, exuding grace, causing the Howl to reveal a gentle smile. Hatcher also smiled. This sound was too familiar, as if he saw perfect jade-like feet gracefully stepping lightly, spotlessly elegant. Hubby, it's late into the night, aren't you cold? The unfamiliar title stirred Hatcher's heart. Following the Howl's gaze, he saw a peerless beauty smiling, her eyes brimming with tender affection. The Tiana. No, she should now be called the Great Irma. Her appearance was the same as in her past life, but she had a different destiny. As the Howl, how could I possibly feel cold? What kind of Howl? Merely a shameless little silver thief. The Irma rolled her eyes seductively, as if she could shake the entire world, turning the atmosphere around the Howl's palace incredibly enchanting. Cough, cough. The Howl coughed lightly, waving his hand to cut off all surrounding noises. Are the children already asleep? He spoke softly, gradually approaching the beauty before him. Hearing this, the Irma blushed, glancing to the side. The children have long been asleep. Venerable Master and Gilda have also descended together for sightseeing. At this point, she suddenly stared again, with endless petulance in her eyes. A true Howl, actually so sentimental. Before she finished, the Howl wrapped his arms around her waist, his other hand caressing half of her face, his burning gaze meeting hers. Man is not a plant or wood, who can remain emotionless. You speak well, but in the past, you were utterly emotionless, like a piece of wood, making me cry many times. You, when you're happy, you love dredging up the past to scold me. The Howl said, both indulgent and helpless. A true man, afraid of being reminded of old stories by his wife? The Irma tilted her head up, as if looking at her sky, her eyes filled with admiration and longing. The Howl smiled, gazing into the distance but holding the Irma tighter. On high clouds, commanding respect, sweeping away all evil. Above, protecting the people safely. Below, bringing honor to my wife and children. This is enough for me. Hearing this, the Irma's whole body relaxed, leaning into the Howl's embrace. She murmured softly, I have always loved your talent. May you and the heavens last forever, and our children and I will be greatly honored. Before she finished speaking, the Irma was swept into his arms, her delicate lotus-like arms instinctively wrapping around the Howl's neck. Then, let's give the little ones a little brother or sister. The Howl chuckled mischievously, breathing into the Irma's ear. The Irma became even softer, utterly without strength. Her hands covered her blushing face, while her jade-like legs dangled gracefully in the air, the bells on her ankles jingling, catching the eye. Mother of my children, do you agree? The Howl pressed on relentlessly, leaving her with no strength to resist. I will follow my husband's wishes. As if receiving an order, the Howl smiled softly and took a step, vanishing from Hatcher's sight. At the same time, the scene before Hatcher gradually faded, signaling his imminent return to reality. At this moment, his resolve was unshakable. He was no longer lost. He had found the reason why he must grow stronger. On high clouds, commanding respect, sweeping away all evil. Above, protecting the people safely. Below, bringing honor to my wife and children. This is enough for me. Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. The Chanli Lianxingu rang again, allowing Hatcher's gaze to cross thousands of miles, reaching the Central Plains Celestial Master Clan, where he saw the youthful and vigorous Tiana. I miss you, he said. Soon I will go to the Central Plains and bring you back to my side. In the Celestial Master Clan's transformation pool, the Tiana abruptly stood up, revealing her perfect figure. You heartless one, you finally remember me. Looking at the trembling belle, her eyes seemed filled with tenderness, but quickly turned sharp. Fubeo Xiuxian, chase cloud swing. A talisman emerged from her fingertips and flew straight ahead. Chapter 198. Authority and Hatcher's betrothal gift to the Melissa. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded in the legacy grounds, stirring up immense dust. The Melissa emerged from the pool with an icy expression. Infinite rays of light converged around her, intertwining on her body to form magnificent attire. She was now markedly different from before. Upon returning to the Celestial Master Clan, she was immediately established as the Sacred Maiden. There was no other reason, only because her contribution was simply too great. Ever since she bestowed the first 70 incognizant talismans to the Celestial Master Clan, the clan's strength began skyrocketing, catapulting it into becoming a top-tier family in Central Province. But this wasn't even the most important part. After the Celestial Master Clan mastered those 70 talismans, their first layer of shackles was completely lifted. From then on, all genius symbol masters could smoothly advance to level 7 without fearing celestial calamities. However, not everyone within the Celestial Master Clan harbored gratitude toward the Melissa. There was no other reason except for jealousy. Originally, in everyone's eyes, the Melissa was just a lowly material, destined to be consumed, even inferior to a servant. But in the blink of an eye, she became the exalted Sacred Maiden, and within the entire Celestial Master Clan, no one besides the clan leader could surpass her. With such a drastic contrast, naturally, some people felt discontented. Come out, the Melissa whispered, and as the smoke cleared, 3 figures descended from the sky. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Cade and Gideon. But leading the way was a tall youth with an eerie charm. Seeing him, the Melissa frowned. His name was Sydney, the direct descendant of one of the clan's elders. Eva, how dare you? Are you trying to kill us? Gideon's heart was still racing. That move almost killed him instantly. Illegally intruding into the forbidden legacy grounds. You know it's a capital offense. The Melissa emitted a chilling killing aura. The material essence inside her had long been separated and reborn after purification, her strength surging. Her current presence clearly indicated she had reached the 5th layer of life and death realm. Facing this overwhelming aura, Cade and Gideon instantly changed their expressions. Humph. So you really think you're someone important now? Sydney sneered beside her and waved his hand to block the Melissa's aura. At the same time, he released his own aura. 1st layer of reincarnation realm. Though extremely impressive, his age was no small matter. He only looked young but was already over 60 years old. What are you anyway? Who gave you the right to speak here? Not kneeling before the Sacred Maiden? Do you wish to rebel? The Melissa showed no fear and reprimanded them directly. Hearing these words, they changed their expressions, then sneered coldly again. Look at what I have here. He pulled out a token from his chest. A great elder's token, wielding immense authority. Bang. The token exploded instantly, shattered by the Melissa's move. Besides the clan leader's order, nothing can flaunt its power before me. Seeing the Sacred Maiden without kneeling and illegally intruding into the legacy grounds, you've committed a capital offense. Still won't kneel and admit your guilt? To give you face is to waste it. You really think you can wave chicken feathers like orders? Sydney flew into a rage. He was the personal grandson of a great elder. Who dared to talk to him like this? Clan rules or not, could they really punish him? And now, a mere material dared to show off in front of him, truly asking for death. Boom. His aura turned ominous, about to make a move. Don't act rashly. The steady Cade's expression changed. If they acted here, things would escalate. I just want her to recognize her place. Don't think getting the title of Sacred Maiden makes her above everything. Sydney sneered, utterly fearless. Behind him stood powerful figures, orchestrating everything. Bang. In the meeting hall of the Celestial Master Clan, Fabio smashed the table before him to pieces. How outrageous, absolutely lawless. The old man raged. When someone intruded into the legacy grounds, the scene appeared in the meeting hall. This Sydney deserves death. He rose to head for the legacy grounds, but was stopped by another. Just sparring among the younger generation. Why the fuss? The person who intervened was named Eduardo, also a great elder and Sydney's grandfather. Sparring? Nonsense. The old man roared. Yuqing has already broken the rules. How can we just brush it off with a mere sparring? He must be punished. At these words, the other party's expression instantly turned dark. Brother Jingfeng, you've gone too far. For a lowly material, are you planning to discipline one of our clan's geniuses? What did you say? Dawson glared and retorted. She is the Sacred Maiden of our clan. Huh, what a joke. The daughter of a criminal, fit to be a Sacred Maiden? That was only a means to placate her. Eduardo mocked. Who would have thought she wouldn't know her place? Clearly, she has ulterior motives by only revealing part of her secret techniques. Her crimes cannot be forgiven. Upon hearing this, many of the elders of the Celestial Master Clan nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with longing. Ever since they learned the power of the incognizant talismans, they were completely driven mad by them. Just mastering 70 talismans could help them resist the 1st layer of heavenly tribulation. If they could get 90, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce level 9 symbol masters? There's nothing more to say. She must hand over all her skills. If she refuses to listen, don't blame us for using force. You are ungrateful. Dawson rebuked painfully. Elder, what you say is incorrect. The Celestial Master clan raised her, and everything she has should be used to repay the clan. Allowing her to live is already a great blessing. Moreover, we appointed her as the Sacred Maiden. She should cooperate if she knows her place. Boom. Dawson released a formidable aura. Talk wasn't going to persuade them. Now, he had to use force. At this moment, the image of the Melissa in the transmission suddenly made a calming gesture, stopping his actions. Girl, can you handle it? The old man was worried, ready to intervene at any moment. Symbol 68, Thunder Roar Cannon. In the Legacy grounds, Sydney unleashed the Incognizant Talisman, launching a frenzied attack on the Melissa. Haha, see that? Such supreme techniques are only useful in my hands. In yours, they're just wasted. Boastful. The Melissa dodged the lightning and looked down disdainfully. If I hadn't granted you the cultivation method, you wouldn't even be able to reach level 7 Symbol Master. Now you dare to attack me, truly ingrate. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed his face. Joke, I am naturally a genius. Without you, I still could break through. Is that so? The Melissa smiled slyly. Then I will reclaim the Incognizant Talisman you've learned from me. Upon hearing this, not only Sydney but also the elders in the meeting hall stared wide-eyed, disbelieving their ears. Reclaiming supreme skills, what nonsense. Who did she think he was? No one believed it. At the same time, no one noticed the strange rune flashing in the Melissa's palm. Authority. This was the gift Hatcher gave her upon parting ways. With this rune, the Melissa could freely control the usage rights of the Incognizant Talisman. Chapter 199. The Powerful and Tyrannical Melissa. Reclaiming the Supreme Technique? Sydney's expression froze, then he revealed a look of disdain. What audacity, like a toad sneezing. Who would be frightened by your absurd claims? It was not surprising that he did not believe it. Such a feat involved manipulating causality, which required at least the cultivation level of a quasi-steward to achieve. Apart from that, there was another way. The creator of the Supreme Technique could personally refine the authority into existence and then bestow it upon the Tiana. But this was also utterly impossible. Putting aside whether the creator of such an utmost charm still lived, even if they did, they must have an ultimate level spiritual power to condense out the ownership. Taking one step further, even if the ownership did exist, there was no way the other party would hand it over to the Tiana. Because this was an ultimate opportunity, creating such a supreme technique would bring immense good fortune, which no cultivator could resist. Such an opportunity could not be relinquished even to the closest person. What was the Tiana? However, no matter how he calculated, he never thought that Hatcher could dote on the Tiana to such an extent. The authority of the unconscious charm had already been fully mastered by the Tiana. Sydney, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender obediently, and from now on, you will remain the Joanne of our clan. The other party spoke condescendingly, almost as if giving alms. That's too bad. I won't give you any chance. Your life is mine, and even your grandfather cannot save you, as I said. The Tiana retorted sharply. Very well, since you refuse to come to your senses and choose punishment over kindness, don't blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, formidable spiritual power flashed out from him, gathering in the void. Seal 70, twin coiling black dragons. As he finished speaking, two shadows of black dragons appeared out of nowhere, looking down on everything below. I'll show you who has the qualification to master this kind of supreme technique. Sydney laughed wildly, and those two dragon shadows fell like meteors, charging toward the Tiana. The winner has already been decided. In the council hall, Eduardo and others couldn't hide their smiles, their lips curling up cruelly. They believed that after this incident, Sydney would recognize her place and obey quietly. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Extinguish. The Tiana's thin lips parted, uttering just one simple word that seemed to stir the laws of heaven, instantly extinguishing the two dragon shadows. What did you do? Seeing this, Sydney's pupils contracted. He could hardly believe his eyes. You'll know soon enough. The Tiana smiled coldly, pointing her palm at him. Authority reversion, causality transfer. As she spoke, dazzling red light erupted from Sydney's body and was absorbed into the Tiana's palm. Ah, me. What's happening to me? He felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief on his face. My mind. My memories are disappearing. Bitch, what have you done to me? I've already told you. I'm reclaiming the unconscious charm you learned. Impossible. This can't be real. Sydney's face was full of terror as he tried to deny it, but the fact remained undeniable. His memories of the unconscious charm were rapidly vanishing from his mind. But this was only the beginning of his nightmare. Next, black flames began to emerge from his body. Without the support of the unconscious charm, the thunder tribulation immediately descended upon him. Only the anguished screams of Sydney could be heard as his face finally showed fear. Bitch, quickly return my knowledge. Do you want to kill me? Weren't you boasting of being an unrivaled genius, claiming you could withstand the tribulation on your own? I will help you achieve that. How unreasonable. This is pure lawlessness. In the council hall, Eduardo's face turned furious as he stood up abruptly. What are you doing? Why should we interfere in the affairs between young ones? Dawson interjected with a laugh, also holding them back. Old fool. Why should that little bitch be mentioned in the same breath as my grandson? If Chuan loses even a finger, her death won't be enough compensation. Boom. Before he could finish, a terrifying aura spread out from Dawson once more. The presence of a sage terrified everyone present. I say this clearly today. Whoever dares harm the Joe and will be killed on the spot by me. At these words, everyone trembled, realizing that the old man was genuinely enraged. In the sacred inheritance land, Sydney was tormented by the tribulation to the point of preferring death, his eyes filled with malice. If I die, neither will you have a good end. You won't die. As long as you willingly diminish your powers and revert to a level 6 sealer, the tribulation will naturally dissipate. The Tiana said calmly. Expecting me to weaken myself voluntarily? You're dreaming in broad daylight. Before his words could fully leave his mouth, the opponent transformed into a streak of black light and shot forward at breakneck speed. At the same time, he burned his essence blood, pushing his reincarnation realm power to its absolute limit. It appeared he had made up his mind to take his all-or-nothing gamble, aiming to capture the Tiana as quickly as possible and force her to submit. Oh no. Faxon's expression changed drastically. He abandoned everything and rushed straight toward the sacred inheritance land, with the others closely following behind. Stop right there. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. At this moment, Sydney was just one step away from the Tiana, but then something happened that left everyone's eyes bulging in shock. The Tiana gave a faint smile, and the aura she had been concealing emerged all at once. In just an instant, she ascended from the apparent fifth stage of life and death all the way to the reincarnation realm. This can't be true. All the elders present, including the sages, found it hard to believe what they were witnessing. To break through to the reincarnation realm, merely relying on absorbing spirit energy was no longer feasible. One must have the power of faith or merit to achieve such a breakthrough. Precisely because of this, many peak life and death realm experts chose to establish sects and gather the power of faith. Others would create martial arts and spread them widely, absorbing merit, achieving an even stronger reincarnation realm strength through such methods. Realizing this, everyone was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that the Tiana truly relied on the power of merit to break through? If so, that was truly formidable. It meant she genuinely mastered the authority of the supreme charm. Get lost. With a casual wave, the Tiana struck Sydney with a gust of energy, sending him flying backward in a spray of blood, as if struck by lightning. Bitch, daring to harm my grandson. Yu Jinglei instantly flew into a rage, about to strike down upon the Tiana with a single palm. Bitch, how dare you move against the Joanne? Faxon immediately acted, hitting the other party and forcing him to retreat while spitting blood. You? Why are you protecting this daughter of a criminal? Upon hearing the term, daughter of a criminal, the Tiana's expression darkened instantly. Are you Yu Jinglei? The Tiana coldly stared at him. So what? Yu Jinglei's face was filled with mockery. Do you still plan to show off your Joan authority in front of me? There's no need for that. The Tiana shook her head. I will only reclaim all the unconscious charms learned by your lineage. Hearing this, the other party's pupils constricted sharply. You dare. Chapter 200 The Ruthless Demoness. Old man, just open your eyes wide and see clearly if I dare or not. The April smiled coldly, seemingly without any restraint as she gently clapped her hands. With a loud clap, thick waves of law immediately spread out in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire Celestial Master Clan. Immediately after, more than 100 beams of red light converged from all directions, merging into her palms. Seeing this, Eduardo's heart raced wildly. What did you just do? Before he could finish speaking, his direct descendants stumbled in. Ancestor, it's bad. The person was terrified and fell to his knees with a thud. To report to the ancestor, just now, all our lineage's disciples who had just broken through to the 7th rank Talisman Master were hit by the Celestial Master Tribulation and are in grave danger. Please save them. What about the disciples of other branches? Are they in the same situation? Eduardo hurriedly asked. No, except for our lineage, everyone else is unharmed. Upon hearing these words, all the elders present shuddered and looked at the April differently. The April hadn't lied. She not only dared but could indeed do it. In that case, they would have to reconsider how to treat the April. Outrageous. You're boasting of your contributions to threaten the entire clan. Today, I will punish you. Eduardo's eyes turned red with rage, ready to take action directly. Calm down. Someone stepped forward to mediate. There's no need to speak anymore. Do you know the severity of this incident? Eduardo shouted. This wretched girl has such support. In the future, she will act without bounds. If she uses her power whenever displeased, wouldn't she be controlling the fate of our clan? Many people immediately became serious. What he said made sense. The clan's destiny couldn't be in the hands of one person, especially someone like her who might bear a grudge against the clan. Gentlemen, don't hesitate. This person's life belongs to the clan. Everything she has should belong to the clan too. Today, we must make her hand over the ultimate power. These words instantly gave many ideas. They didn't want to leave their descendants' futures in the hands of the April either. Songyu, you're an understanding child. If you willingly hand over the power, the clan will reward you greatly. Someone tried to persuade, but the April ignored them. If anyone wants to take action against me, step forward. There's no turning back once the bow is drawn. Think carefully about the consequences. You. Hearing this, many immediately burst into anger. They were her elders. Being warned like this made it hard to stay calm. But ultimately, none dared to lead the charge. Each elder had many descendants behind them, and this risk was too great. How disrespectful. Threatening elders. Clearly, you are a disrespectful thing. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Seeing things weren't working, Eduardo prepared to force the matter. Scram. Dawson's aura exploded, suppressing the other so he couldn't move. Fine, fine. As fellow Zechariahs, don't think you can do whatever because you're a sage. Today, I'll put everything on the line. With a crack, Eduardo shattered a jade pendant, and in the next moment, space fractured, and 2 sage presences descended. Tommy and Aaron. These 2 were also sages of the Celestial Master Clan, not as powerful as Dawson, but together they feared no one. Big brothers, I believe you understand. I'm doing this for the good of the clan. Please take action. As he finished speaking, both sages emitted their presence. Their stance needed no further explanation. Do you really want to go this far? Dawson narrowed his eyes. Hand over the power, and today's matter will be wiped clean. Grandfather, why say so much nonsense? They can call reinforcements, but can't we? The April approached Dawson, her tone icy. Girl, do you really mean it? That's right. Why shouldn't I use the trump card Xiuxian set up for me? You're right. As he spoke, Dawson produced another jade pendant. It's not too late for you to stop now. Haha, don't pretend. There are only 3 sages in the Celestial Master Clan. Can you call another 2? Eduardo sneered, not taking him seriously. Alas, old man can only do this. Snap. The moment the jade pendant shattered, terrifying sage power descended. With a crack, space fractured, and 3 figures emerged from the rift. Gilda. Talia rushed towards the April with joy, and the other 2 were Casper and his newly enlightened wife. Who dares to bully my sworn brother's woman? Step forward and see if I can level this place. With a clang, Casper's sword left its scabbard, filling this space with terrifying sword chi. Ah! Many elders screamed in agony, feeling as if their souls were being torn apart, unable to withstand this pressure. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law. The April smiled sweetly at these 2. Casper was Hatcher's sworn brother. She should address them accordingly. This scene chilled the rest of the Celestial Master Clan to the bone. Well, what a surprise. Nobody had told them that the April had 3 saints as bodyguards. And this wasn't even the scariest part yet. The one who had bestowed power upon the April hadn't appeared yet. If he did, wouldn't it mean flipping the Celestial Master Clan upside down in no time? What thick leg had this woman managed to cling to? Cut the nonsense, let's get our hands dirty. Casper had a hot temper, and the aura of slaughter began to flow. Hold on, this might be a misunderstanding. The 2 Celestial Master Clan saints immediately changed their tone. Pragmatists adapt to circumstances. This fight could not be had. Hearing this, the corner of the April's mouth slightly curled upward, pointing her finger at Sydney. Since it's a misunderstanding, what should we do with this person? Offending the Joe and death is far too lenient a punishment. Tommy slapped down with one palm, directly reducing him to nothingness. No, Chuan. Yu Jinglei cried. This was the most outstanding descendant of his lineage. Is this handling satisfactory to the Joanne? Tommy asked gently, her attitude entirely different from before. Not enough. The instigator must be punished. Don't you go too far. My grandson is dead. What more do you want? Eduardo trembled as he roared angrily. From today onward, Eduardo will be stripped of the title of Zechariah. Yu Jingxiao didn't hesitate for a moment, making the proclamation directly. No. Eduardo couldn't accept this at all. He had used every trick up his sleeve, spending countless years to become a Zechariah without being a saint. To be discarded by a single sentence now, how could he not be terrified? Before he finished speaking, a palm descended from the sky, pressing him to the ground. This is the decision of us 3, you have no say. Yu Jingxiao said coldly, looking at the April, his expression softening. Girl, how about this? The April laughed but still slowly shook her head. Not enough. I want all the disciples of Eduardo's lineage to be demoted to secondary branches. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her with eyes filled with fear. Indeed, the nickname was not wrong. This really was a Irma who devoured people without spitting out bones. Chapter 201. This is the first time I've heard of such a demand. You are so cruel. Eduardo's whole body was trembling, his finger pointing at the Tiana as if he were a cat about to fall ill. The others stood by in silence, as if it had nothing to do with them, fearing involvement would implicate them. The 2 Zechariahs hesitated. This would utterly sever the backbone of Eduardo's lineage, causing too great a loss to the family. Moreover, if they truly did this, the Tiana would inevitably gain an incomparably vast amount of prestige. By then, the entire family would have to bow down to her. As if guessing what they were thinking, the Tiana smiled sweetly and said, Grandfathers, after this matter, I will swear a heavenly oath that unless someone offends me first, I will never take back my power. Hearing this, their eyes lit up simultaneously. Then, the Tiana continued, furthermore, I can also hand over talismans numbered 71 and 72, as repayment to the family. I agree. This time, neither of them hesitated for a moment, cutting off any hope Eduardo might have had. No, you cannot do this. He cried out in despair, completely hopeless. A second ago, he was the high-ranking Zechariah, treating even the Tiana like a stepping stone to achieve greater heights. Yet in the blink of an eye, the solid stepping stone turned into a terrifying pool of lightning, costing him dearly. Drag him away, degrade his lineage to a collateral branch, and do not restore their status until they achieve significant merit. These words were no different from breaking Eduardo's spine, leaving him like a dead dog, unable to resist as he was dragged away. This scene was heart-wrenching. None could have predicted that this confrontation would end with the downfall of a Zechariah. Looking back at the history of the Celestial Master Clan, no Joan had ever possessed such terrifying power. From now on, the Tiana's position was firmly established. After everyone left, Dawson looked at the Tiana, surprise flashing in his eyes. Girl, you were so gentle when you returned. Why did you change today? Hearing this, the Irma blushed. Well, just now, I dreamed of Tomas. He said that with him backing me up, there was nothing to be afraid of. As she spoke, the Irma's thoughts drifted far away. I wonder how he is doing now. In the secret realm of the Desolate Mountain, the second level. Wake up, big lazybones. How much longer are you going to sleep? Hatcher, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a voice that gave him immense peace, making him involuntarily turn over. Ah! The senior sister instantly blushed, unable to help but exclaim in shock. It was because Hatcher was now resting his head on her thighs. When he turned over, he pressed his face against her, breathing and rubbing against her, making her ticklish. Not only that, he was mumbling something. The lady's thighs feel so good, and it would be even better if I could touch her after she takes off her clothes. The senior sister blushed deeply. If there were no others around, she would have kissed him without hesitation. But now, she only wanted to toss this naughty boy away. Get up already. Her stern cry sounded like a thunderclap, forcing Hatcher to open his eyes. Hatcher is number one in the world. Upon opening his eyes, the people from the Upper Purity Sect and Blood Deity Sect all knelt down. They were thoroughly convinced. Facing a sage with his current realm and driving the opponent away, Could other ordinary mortals do that? At this moment, both sects simultaneously entertained thoughts of clinging to a powerful ally. There's no need for this. Reluctantly sitting up, Hatcher sensed an astonishing fluctuation coming from the center of the secret realm. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the entire second level underwent a dramatic transformation, especially in the central area, where skyscrapers rose from the ground, palaces densely lined up, turning it into an incredibly luxurious city. Even the imperial capital of the Lingxiao Empire wouldn't surpass it. Clearly, the main event was about to begin. Hatcher clutched his arm, which was emitting a scorching heat. It was the spirit light coins he had collected reacting. Obviously, the upcoming city was where the spirit light coins could be used, and the thought excited him. This secret realm of the desolate mountain was too mysterious, and he couldn't wait to see what unexpected treasures awaited them. Let's go. Hearing these words, everyone rallied their spirits and headed forward in large numbers. The junior brother was sleeping so deeply just now. Perhaps he dreamed of some little fox spirit and didn't want to wake up. Whispers reached his ears, causing Hatcher to stiffen. How could that be possible? I was just too tired. Oh, tired enough to call Sherry in your dreams? Before he could finish his thought, Hatcher couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. The gentle and amiable Gilda was pinching the soft flesh on his waist and twisted it fiercely. Seeing Hatcher's slightly twitching expression, Gilda immediately felt pity and let go right away. Let me rub it for you. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. This scene made Hatcher speechless. It seemed like Gilda was consoling a child. In this warm moment, an insect chirping sound suddenly broke the tranquility. There are enemies. They're from the Sky Insect clan. Gilda's face instantly turned cold, looking at the swarm of insects coming towards them. She directly unleashed a wave of annihilation breath, obliterating them. Come out. Finding a target to vent on, Gilda's aura surged, locking onto a certain direction and launching a fierce attack. Ah! Blood bloomed in the air as over 100 figures abruptly appeared with agonized screams. Dog of the human race, you bear the blood of our clan members. You must die. The old man leading the Sky Insect clan snarled. The Zhong family trio were the elite of their clan. Now, not only were they killed, but even the crucial insect parasites were lost. This matter could not be left unsettled. Hand over the parasite insects and then commit suicide to atone for your sins, and we will call it quits today. The arrogant proclamation from the other side only caused Hatcher to sneer continuously, ready to strike. Wait. Gilda landed beside him, her face flushed, her breathing somewhat disordered. Are you injured? Hatcher whispered, finding it hard to believe. Yes, it's the laws here that have harmed me. Gilda communicated through telepathy. The laws here are peculiar. Anyone who dares to injure others will suffer backlash. If someone kills, the backlash will be even more severe. That old man is trying to provoke you into attacking. Don't fall for his trap. So, it's the cessation of war law. Hatcher was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes lit up. Others might fear such laws, but he did not. Ignoring the fact that imperial-level mental strength could ward off law infringements, he also possessed the Water Dominion. As a fellow manifestation of the law, this allowed him to minimize the suppression of other laws. As long as he didn't kill, Hatcher wouldn't suffer any backlash. Now, there's an opening. Old ghost, dare you speak arrogantly? Do you want me to cripple you? Hatcher narrowed his eyes, emitting a chilling aura and warning. Hee, little brat, try hitting me once and see what terror is. The opponent trembled in excitement, actually pointing at his own aged face. Hit right here. If you don't dare, you're a coward. Hatcher was even more excited. What a rare request indeed. Chapter 202. Adrian. Revive, my dignity. Slap. The sound of a slap echoed loudly as Hatcher struck the old man's face hard. The old man's head was jerked to the side, and one of his front teeth spun out, yet he showed no signs of anger on his face. Ha, you little brat, now you know the consequences of laying a hand on me. He smugly believed that Hatcher had suffered a backlash. Upon closer inspection, Hatcher's face did indeed turn red, which was a sign of suffering from a backlash. Humph, is that all? Hatcher put on an act, showing nothing but stubbornness on his face. You young whelp still have the nerve to be defiant. Looks like you don't know what our Tyenga clan is capable of. The old man grew more arrogant, pointing at his own face. You've got the guts to hit me again? Let's see if you can handle what comes next. That's your word. Hatcher laughed inwardly, his arms swinging widely in preparation. Slap. The old man seemed to be struck by lightning, shivering all over, looking completely disoriented. Boy, how does that feel? Looking at Hatcher, whose face had turned even redder, he felt even more satisfied. Awesome. Hatcher blurted out, which only deepened the old man's sneer. Just keep pretending. If you have the courage, hit me again. Slap. Ho, you little brat, you're quite resilient, aren't you? Do you dare do it again? Old thing, watch my lightning whirl chop. Slap, 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 slap. Hatcher became thoroughly addicted, swinging so fast that his arm left after images. In moments, he had delivered 100 consecutive slaps. Aya! The old man screamed in agony, his entire face flushed and his mind dazed from the beating. Stop this, you little beast. Finally realizing what was happening, he began struggling fiercely, finally escaping from Hatcher's relentless barrage of slaps. You old devil, indeed you are skilled. Hatcher mocked, your skin is tough enough. It almost hurt my hands. Ha. A loud chorus of laughter came from below, making the old man feel utterly humiliated. To think you dared to embarrass me. I'll take your life for this. As he finished speaking, he unleashed his full strength at the 9th level of life and death, throwing a punch directly at Hatcher. But in the next moment, overwhelming power surged forth, pressing heavily against him. PFFF. Immediately, the old man spat out blood, his breath weakening significantly. How could this be? He spoke in disbelief, seeing that Hatcher hadn't suffered any backlash, assuming the rule must have failed. only to realize it was just effective against him. You little beast, I'll remember your face forever. The old man, trembling and covered in blood, still managed to threaten before being supported. By heaven, I swear I will tear you into pieces one day. What's your name? Hatcher asked, frowning. I am Aviv. Scared now, aren't you? No sooner had he spoken than he saw Hatcher holding an open gourd. What is that? Before he could ask, a brilliant ray of light shot out from the gourd's mouth, enveloping him completely. Aya! Caught off guard, the old man was sucked into the gourd. My grandson, enjoy cultivating inside. Seeing this, everyone from the Tyangu clan stared dumbfounded. They met their match. Quick, find the elder and seek vengeance. Someone shouted, causing the Tyangu people to scatter like birds and beasts. You're letting us off easily. Hatcher said coldly, choosing not to slaughter them due to the power restraint, opting for caution. Subsequently, everyone entered the city, and with a flash of light, a vast amount of information appeared in each person's mind. This was the law of the city, rules that everyone must abide by. The information indicated that the second level had been divided into 2 zones. The city interior was the safe zone where anyone other than the natives couldn't harm others without facing the backlash of the rules. Outside the city was the expansion zone, allowing free killing, and also filled with many ruins and powerful strange creatures. Exploring here could yield large amounts of Lingguang coins or other opportunities, which could be exchanged for treasures within the safety zone. There were 8 major merchants within the safety zone, located in the 8 directions, selling different types of goods: bloodline, body, energy, intelligence, rule, strike, treasure, and mastery. It was said that as long as you could pay the price, there was nothing you couldn't buy. After receiving the information, everyone showed looks of astonishment. Indeed, this world was wondrous. The heir of the Kaylee clan, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a sphere of light floated before Hatcher. What are you? Hatcher asked cautiously. I am not an object. The light orb emitted a kind voice. As the successor of the 4 symbols pool, you will receive a reward upon arrival here. You can choose one of the 8 major merchants to receive a random gift. I'll choose Rule. Hatcher said without hesitation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sphere of light descended from the sky and landed in his hand. Rule. Respect the deity. Upon seeing this item, Hatcher's eyes gleamed. Indeed, it was a rule. Its effect was that as long as someone sincerely knelt before him, he could harvest a thread of faith and vitality from them, while simultaneously exerting suppressive power over them. Though it seemed a bit redundant, as the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect who could create his own martial arts, he was confident he would have no shortage of sincere worshippers. Through this rule, he could rapidly level up in the Samsara realm. Come on, let's take a tour around. At this moment, Adrian, who had been beaten and escaped by Hatcher, also arrived at the safe zone. He rushed straight to the body mall and spent a fortune buying the coveted parts. Revive my dignity. A brilliant light emanated from his lower body, instantly restoring him to wholeness. Fantastic, he said with immense satisfaction, feeling invincible. Indeed, quality far surpasses quantity. 1 is better than 6 in many ways. After celebrating, his face darkened, filled with hatred as Hatcher's image flashed in his mind. I will make you die without a trace. In an instant, he arrived at the mastery mall. Do you have any mastery that can curse someone to death from afar? He got straight to the point. Yes, the 7 arrow book, 10,000 Lingguang coins. The shopkeeper handed him a light orb containing the method for casting. After paying, Adrian eagerly glanced at it, a pleased expression spreading across his face. Indeed, it's a good thing. According to this method, as long as he carved out the other person's image and wrote their name on it, then sincerely prostrated himself for 49 days, the cursed target would be utterly destroyed. It's good, but the time is too long, Adrian complained somewhat. Give me another 3,000 Lingguang coins, and I'll tell you a shortcut. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with cunning. Adrian eventually agreed. Lean in, listen carefully. As long as you kowtow 10,000 times daily to that person's image, the curse will take effect within 2 days. Very well, I will start today. Overjoyed, Adrian couldn't wait to try it, not wanting Hatcher to live even a second longer. Chapter 203 The Robber in the Guise of a Merchant. Hiss. Hatcher suddenly drew in a cold breath, involuntarily stopping in his tracks. What is it? Marcia asked with concern. Someone is cursing me, he said with a strange expression. Who? Fallon One immediately flared up, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. Don't bother looking for them. The opponent is well hidden. You won't find them, and... Hatcher's face twisted with an amused look as he couldn't help but laugh. They are devoutly kneeling and bowing to me right now. Hearing this, Fallon One burst out laughing. This was truly hilarious. Cursing techniques sap one's vitality, yet Hatcher possessed the disciplined, honorable deity. The moment the person knelt, they would offer their vitality and faith to Hatcher, and be under his control. This meant they were cursing themselves while providing Hatcher with belief power. Even if they let 3 farts out, they bowed 6 times. Bad things outnumbered good deeds. Just ignore him. Hatcher remained calm, a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. Soon, the group arrived at the nearest market, the Bloodline Market. Upon arrival, the people behind them all had red eyes, bursting with feverish gazes. For martial artists to cultivate, comprehension and aptitude are most important. Most cannot reach higher realms due to limitations in their talent. If ordinary people could obtain a good bloodline, they could greatly enhance their potential, easily breaking through their previous limits. As the market doors opened, everyone surged inside, creating quite a chaotic scene. Everyone, line up properly. If you make me unhappy, you'll reap what you sow. A domineering voice rang out, calming the crowd. Looking ahead, a thin, middle-aged man appeared before the crowd. He had a shifty-eyed demeanor, was short-statured, and his eyes gleamed with greed and deceit. Welcome everyone. I can already smell the poor stench on you. It's truly nauseating. This statement left everyone stunned. This man was clearly the manager of the Bloodline Market. Why was he treating customers so poorly? I despise paupers. Anyone without 10,000 spirit light coins, leave my premises immediately. Don't sully my noble floor with your poverty. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in indignation. How unreasonable. You're too arrogant. Don't you know that harmony begets wealth? Without us buying from you, what are you? The manager only laughed more wildly. There are plenty of others who will buy if you don't. Get lost. The manager revealed his aura, a formidable 7th stage, life and death realm expert, and slapped the face of the one who spoke. You deserve death. The other party immediately flew into a rage, ready to retaliate. At that moment, a ripple of law crushed down upon him, causing him to vomit blood profusely, his face filled with shock. Ha ha ha. The manager laughed mockingly. Being a native of the secret realm, he was immune to the law, hence could act wantonly. Foreign beggars actually dare to lay hands on me? You have committed a capital offense. After these words, a large group of native guards rushed out, slaying the individual on the spot. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, everyone broke into a cold sweat. It seemed that this so-called safe zone wasn't really safe. At least here, the natives could bully outsiders at will. Well, the troublemaking pauper has been dealt with. Now we can proceed with business. Who wants to go first? I. Before the sentence ended, someone eagerly rushed forward. It's Elder Braden from xiuxian Sect. Anderson recognized this person. xiuxian Sect was one of the 5 major sects, even stronger than Blood God Sect. I want a thread of Ancestor Dragon bloodline, Braden said excitedly. His primary cultivation technique was Divine Dragon Technique. Obtaining the Ancestor Dragon bloodline would advance him further. We have it. With a casual wave from the manager, a red light ball dropped into Braden's palm. Haha, indeed it is the Ancestor Dragon bloodline. After confirming its authenticity, Braden couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you for your patronage, 30,000 spirit light coins. The manager smirked as he spoke, leaving Braden momentarily speechless. So expensive. What, can't pay? The manager's expression turned menacing. Just wait, I'll gather it. Saying this, Braden looked back at the xiuxian Sect disciples. Hand over your spirit light coins. Upon hearing this, the xiuxian Sect disciples dared not speak up but obediently complied. Sir, please see, I have collected enough. Moments later, Braden offered countless glowing points to the other side respectfully. You've got some sense. The manager smiled, but after just a glance, his face turned dark again. You wish to die. It's clearly 500 spirit light coins short. How dare you lie to me? At this, Braden's face turned somewhat unnatural, and he whispered, it's only 500 short, just round it off. Slap. Before his sentence finished, he was heavily slapped across the face. What are you, wanting me to make a loss? Take a piss and look at yourself. You. Insulted thus, Braden flew into a rage instantly. As an elder of a major sect, when had he ever endured such treatment? We won't buy any more. Not buying? Your dirty hands have already touched my goods. Your pauper stench has seeped in. Today you must buy them now. Immediately after, the native guards charged out again, surrounding the xiuxian Sect people. Braden's face paled within moments, looking at the other side with fear. We really don't have any more spirit light coins. What do you want? He shouted in despair. It's simple. We can also recycle bloodlines here. The manager's gaze swept over and fell on a xiuxian Sect disciple. Spirit sword blood, truly a fine item. He displayed a greedy expression and said, give me his bloodline, barely enough to cover the 500 spirit light coins. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The manager was indeed too greedy. Though the spirit sword blood couldn't match Ancestor Dragon blood, it was still an extremely strong bloodline. Clearly, this was extortion. What, you don't agree? Seeing Braden's difficult expression, the natives began to stir again. Agree. Elder, how could you? The disciple's face turned pale, trying hard to resist. Enough talk. The sect raised your whole family, it's time for you to contribute to the sect. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your parents. This statement immediately made the other party concede. Haha, that's right. I'll take the spirit sword blood. With one motion, the manager forcibly stripped away the disciple's bloodline, causing him to immediately collapse kneeling on the ground, weakened. Waste of space. Braden cursed once, not even glancing at the other person as he eagerly accepted the Ancestor Dragon bloodline and then led the team away from the market. Next, the manager lazily said, completely ignoring everyone's shock. I want that spirit sword blood. Is 1,000 spirit light coins enough? A sword cultivator tentatively asked. Get lost. This is top quality bloodline. Don't dream unless you have at least 20,000. Too excessive. Fallon one gritted her teeth, drawing the other party's attention. Unconsciously, the manager glanced over, but when he saw Fallon one, his eyes suddenly lit up with astonishing brilliance. Chapter 204. The bandit hatcher meets trouble he can't talk about. Truly, heaven favors me. The shopkeeper trembled with excitement. He instantly recognized the extraordinariness of Gilda 1. The Yin Yang Dao body, one of the strongest constitutions in all eternity. If he could obtain her bloodline, it would catapult him to unimaginable heights. In an instant, his avarice became evident. Hatcher's gaze darkened immediately as he stepped in front of Gilda 1. Hee. The shopkeeper put on a hypocritical smile. Once they entered his shop, they were like cooked ducks, impossible to escape. All transactions for today have concluded. Off with you all. I need to entertain my esteemed guest. He couldn't wait to say this, his eyes locked onto Hatcher and the others. Witnessing this scene, the other customers didn't show anger but instead cast pitiful looks. Needless to say, Hatcher and company had become prey waiting to be carved up. Once the others had left, several native guards swiftly blocked the back door. Do any of our esteemed guests have items in mind? The shopkeeper displayed another amiable smile. Since Hatcher and company were fish in a barrel, he no longer felt the urgency to employ brute force. To him, the Yin Yang Dao body would eventually end up in his mouth. Divine passageway holy blood. Do you have it? Hatcher was unafraid, even showing a hint of an evil grin as he asked directly. Yes. The shopkeeper followed the usual routine, and instantly a glow descended. Seeing this, Hatcher didn't reach out to receive it, but lightly scanned it with his spiritual sense. Indeed, it was divine passageway holy blood. This bloodline was also extraordinarily unique, significantly enhancing one's mental energy. It would be perfect for gifting to the Tiana in the future. I'll take it. 10,000 spirit light coins, not a single one less. The shopkeeper's expression suddenly changed, revealing his true nature. Catch. With a light laugh, Hatcher handed over the appropriate amount of currency. How is this possible? The shopkeeper's expression crumbled instantly. He clearly demanded an exorbitant price, yet this did not faze them. Logically, no one should accumulate so many spirit light coins at the first level. This must be the sum total of all their possessions. The shopkeeper thought inwardly, then quickly retorted, my apologies, prices have increased. Now it's 200,000 spirit light coins. To seek death. An elder from the blood deity, Sect, bristled with rage, ready to attack, but was stopped by Hatcher. Master Zhou, there's no need to hold back. They are brazen because they feel safe. We're willing to slay these pests to repay your great kindness. Hearing this, Hatcher felt a slight tremor in his heart. Though the blood deity Sect members were indeed hot-headed, they were truly beings who knew gratitude and retribution, adding to his favor towards them. Relax, there's no need for you to sacrifice yourselves. With a light laugh, Hatcher added, then we won't take it. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face turned ugly. You don't want it? You'll have it anyway. We haven't touched that blood yet. So what if you haven't? Your spiritual energy already has. You must buy it. As he finished speaking, the shop guards rushed forward, ready to enforce the terms through force. Since you refuse wine, you will drink the penalty wine. Hand over the Yin-Yang Dao body bloodline, and I'll let you leave. Foolish dreams. Anderson nearly exploded with rage. Are you fit to call yourself a businessman? You're nothing more than a murderous bandit. Don't you fear retribution? Unexpectedly, the other party paused before bursting into laughter. Retribution? Who can punish me? The shopkeeper sneered. Is there a rule against murder here? No such thing exists. Those who can avoid punishment can act freely. That's the only rule here. Hatcher's eyes instantly lit up. I love the rules here. These words stunned the other party. Kid, have you been scared, silly? Obey me unless you wish to die. Here, I control everything. The shopkeeper threatened, but Hatcher waved his hand. Not now about this deal. I have something more interesting that you'd certainly want. More valuable than the Yin-Yang Dao body? The shopkeeper frowned. Perhaps to you. What is it? Your life. Upon hearing this, the other party froze, then laughed more maniacally, filled with mockery and ridicule. Well then, how much do you think you can sell my life for? Hatcher glanced around, pointing at the other side. Everything in this shop, except you, belongs to me. The atmosphere instantly turned deathly silent. Moments later, the other party narrowed his eyes, as if his limits had been breached. Boy, I've given you chance after chance, yet you keep provoking me. Don't you know how to spell death? Do you think I'm joking with you? Hatcher also retracted his smile. It's time to know when to stop. This price is already very reasonable. Hearing this, the shopkeeper finally could not hold back any longer. Kill them for me. The order was issued, and those guards attacked simultaneously, rushing towards everyone with shocking killing intent. Balance of life and death. Bang! A light imprint was cast out, and all those people exploded, their vitality converging into Hatcher's body. Coupled with the water mandate, it perfectly offset the backlash of the law. It's impossible. The shopkeeper seemed to have seen a ghost and wanted to say more but was pinned to the wall by a sword. Now his face bore no trace of arrogance, only sheer terror, because he saw that Hatcher held another sword, this time aiming at his head. The other party really dared to kill him. Don't make rash moves. I am an individual protected by the law. If you kill me, you will suffer even greater punishment. So what? Hatcher didn't care at all, and was about to continue his attack. Stop. I surrender. I'm willing to exchange everything in my store for my life. The shopkeeper was finally scared. As a native blessed by the law, if killed by outsiders, his soul would endure unspeakably terrifying torment. I'm sorry, your life has increased in price. Besides, you must pay me another 10 million spirit light coins. Hatcher revealed a demonic smile, chilling the other party to the bone. I have it. In my private cabinet, there are 20 million spirit light coins. For a moment, everyone was breathless. This time, they were truly rich beyond imagination. Sorry, those spirit light coins now belong to me too. You must come up with another 10 million, or else you know what will happen. Hatcher sneered, determined to send the other party to hell. You really dare to kill me? I am the owner of the Bloodline Mall. You can't act so recklessly. At this moment, the shopkeeper's despair and fear reached its peak. Yet he still harbored a sliver of hope. How? Is there a rule here that forbids killing the owner of the mall? There shouldn't be one, right? As he spoke, a terrifying aura fell, striking the other party. Snap. The shopkeeper turned into a spray of blood. Chapter 205 The Eldest Sister's Way of Taming a Husband. At the moment the shopkeeper exploded, an overwhelmingly powerful wave of law pressed down, targeting only Hatcher. Hatcher's expression immediately changed. This wave was extraordinary. Its suppressive force was much stronger than before. The shopkeeper hadn't lied. Without any hesitation, Hatcher immediately prepared himself to meet the impact. But at this moment, an immensely vigorous vitality converged from an unknown source, forcibly resisting the erosion of the law, ensuring that Hatcher didn't suffer any damage. Even he was momentarily stunned, then revealed a playful smile. Clearly, the person who cursed him was frantically kowtowing, providing him with a constant supply of vitality and faith. This was truly saintly, unselfishly benefiting others with such broad-mindedness, indeed worthy of admiration. I'm fine. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Hatcher immediately reassured them. However, the expressions of those present turned peculiar because, in their eyes, Hatcher had undergone a tremendous change. From a graceful and handsome youth, he instantly transformed into a bearded middle-aged man, looking very rugged. Not only that, but his aura had also undergone a dramatic transformation. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have associated this person with Hatcher. Brother, is it still you? Marcia asked tentatively. Sister here. Hearing the familiar voice, the eldest sister sighed in relief and added, You seem to have been granted special changes by the laws here. I already know. Hatcher nodded and sat down in the shopkeeper's position. I've now taken his place and become the new rightful heir. Being in this position, Hatcher obtained more information. He was now the master here, with virtually no risks or restrictions except for not being able to leave freely. This was like a gift from the laws. Everyone, line up and come to me for the inheritance of bloodline. As soon as he spoke, everyone first froze, then became excited, lining up with flushed faces. Their gazes toward Hatcher were no longer just gratitude, but filled with nearly fanatical adoration. Boom! Hatcher felt a jolt in his heart. Despite no one kneeling, he still collected a large amount of faith power. Following this, with the frenzied heartbeat, a green heart suddenly condensed and took root in his chest. The cycle heart. Even Hatcher couldn't help but exclaim in wild joy at the sight. This was the fastest shortcut to the cycle realm, an unparalleled path. Throughout history, few strong figures could reach the cycle realm with a cycle heart, something even his previous self couldn't achieve. This was only possible because of extremely pure faith, clearly treating him as a deity. In the eyes of the crowd, Hatcher now displayed a sacred smile, granting each of them the most suitable bloodline. If the faith in the cycle heart doubled, he could directly break through and become the supreme cycle realm master. Sir Zhou is the greatest in the world. Stop flattering and all of you get out. The eldest sister said with ill grace, ushering these people out of the mall. What a spendthrift, she said helplessly. This time we really went all out. I absolutely can't let you manage money on your own in the future. I'll listen to Fallon. Hatcher chuckled. Fine, I will confiscate your private treasury now and hand over all the light coins. Ah. Hatcher was stunned, but without hesitation handed over the former shopkeeper's private funds to Fallon, a sum of 20 million light coins, an astronomical amount. Don't you want to ask what I'll use them for? Fallon accepted them contentedly, her eyes filled with gentleness, though she had expected it, still showing a happy smile. Wait here, I'll go buy good things for you. Why don't you take Dane along? Hatcher was a little worried. Upon hearing this, Dane immediately landed on Fallon's shoulder with a roar. Seeing this, Fallon, seemingly thinking of something, blushed slightly. I will take the child out to play, sir husband. Upon hearing this, Hatcher's blood boiled almost uncontrollably. When did Fallon become so aggressive? It seemed after entering the second level, she found her strategy. Every move and smile precisely stirred his heart, which was quite serious. Pang 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 pang. On the other side, in a hidden area within the safety zone, Adrian completed today's curse assignment. As he stood up, he immediately felt a wave of intense dizziness surge to his head. Something's wrong. Why do I feel so weak? Looking into the mirror, he was struck with shock. Heaven, I'm skin and bones now. The person in the mirror had completely changed. He saw that his clothes hung loosely on his skin, barely covering his bones, looking like someone starved to death. More terrifyingly, his hair had all turned white, resembling an old man. Don't be nervous. This might be a side effect of the cursing technique. When you curse others, you must also bear the cause and effect. The voice of the Ellie sounded in his mind. You're right. As long as I can get rid of that guy, everything is worth it. Adrian comforted himself. Even I have become this way. That guy must have lost half his life force. Fortunately, I have the Swallow Heaven demon art, but he doesn't have such good luck. Thinking this, he prepared to activate the demon art to drain everyone around him. Stop immediately. The Ellie hurriedly stopped him. The rules here are special. You absolutely cannot act rashly. If you harm others, you will be punished, and what you gain may not compensate for what you lose. What should I do then? Should I go to the frontier zone to commit killings? Adrian was somewhat anxious. His current condition wasn't good at all. If anything unexpected happened, he could easily fail. There's no need for that. There's a more effective shortcut. The Ellie calmly said, head to the eastern part of the safety zone right now. That's where the Bloodline Mall is located. Just by the Vitality Bloodline there, and you can make up for your losses. Hearing this, Adrian's eyes lit up instantly. The Vitality Bloodline isn't a high-level bloodline, but more like a consumable item. Each strand provides cultivators with a fixed amount of vitality without any side effects, making it highly favored by many practitioners. You really have a solution. You've given me a reminder. I must reach there first and buy out all the Vitality bloodlines. This way, that waste of life, Hatcher, won't be able to recover through this method. Adrian grew more and more delighted as he thought about it, unable to resist laughing loudly. I'm a genius. Chapter 206, Tormenting Adrian, Hatcher's talent as a rogue merchant. From within the Bloodline Mall came intermittent loud noises. This was because Hatcher had found suitable toys. Boom. Another intense tremor spread out, along with disgruntled voices. Exploded again, truly boring. Originally, Hatcher was playing with bloodlines in the mall, trying to graft them onto himself. This was an extremely dangerous act, as incompatible bloodlines forcibly converging into one body could lead to internal explosions and a miserable death. But in front of Hatcher, this became a game. He did not want to rely on bloodlines to grow stronger, but couldn't resist experiencing the taste of different bloodlines. For ordinary people, this game was childish and dangerous, but for Hatcher, who was once nearly enlightened, it was just right. A man remains a boy until death. What is this? Soon, his gaze was drawn to a purple bloodline. It appeared to be an eye pulse. Fusion would activate special ocular techniques, but what exactly they were remained unknown. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Hatcher extended his hand boldly to verify. Stop, that's garbage. His instincts gave a warning. Shut up, I'll talk after tasting it myself. After confirming it wasn't harmful, Hatcher integrated the bloodline into his third eye. Instantly, he felt coolness at his third eye, without any signs of fierce or hot behavior, indicating the bloodline's docile nature, making it easy to tame. Heaven's Eye, open. Next, he activated the Heaven's Eye. This was his own innate power, capable of seeing through illusions and revealing truths. Now, with the addition of the purple bloodline, it should produce new ocular abilities and show changes. But unexpectedly, nothing changed in the world Hatcher saw. This bloodline seemed purely redundant. Boss, are you still in business? Someone outside asked. Please come in. Hatcher immediately sat up straight and responded solemnly. Then several people entered, and at this moment, Hatcher finally noticed something. Each person exhibited different colors, like gray, green, blue, etc., forming a splendid spectacle. One had gray with streaks of dark black, while another had blue with hints of pale purple. Based on color differences, Hatcher discerned significant distinctions in everyone's demeanor and cultivation. From low to high, they were gray, green, blue, with the pale purple being the best, while those with black were wrapped in death chi, signaling their impending demise. This is a luck ranking. Hatcher touched the vertical eye between his eyebrows and finally understood the use of the purple bloodline. Luck, or blessings from the heavenly Tao, grants its favor to those with extensive luck, ensuring smooth sailing and great achievements. Those with little luck face hardship and achieve little despite their efforts. Luck was usually an unfathomable existence, only sensed vaguely without specific quantification, but now it became clear under his divine vision. After sending these people away, Hatcher explored further with his mental energy, making research much easier once he confirmed the function of the bloodline. Indeed, the Eye of Destiny. Moments later, he gathered his mental focus and had a rough idea. Black, gray, green, blue, purple, gold, red. These were the colors displayed by luck from low to high, but besides these, there was one special case, himself. When he used his ocular technique to observe himself, there were no colors, only boundless white, resembling a starless universe, endless and incomprehensible. What does my situation signify? Is it powerful or not? He mused, unable to gather more information. At this moment, footsteps approached from afar, entering the mall. Before seeing the person, he saw the color first. Hatcher instantly perked up, because he saw a faint red first, almost indicating supreme luck. The visitor must be favored by heaven. But then, that faint red flared up, showing traces of black, signifying disaster and death chi suppressed by unmatched luck. Welcome. Hatcher greeted warmly, but upon recognizing the visitor's face, his smile vanished. An old acquaintance, Adrian. He took a deep breath, forcefully restraining his impulse to act. Sure enough, this guy has exceptional luck. Before it was just speculation, but now it was thoroughly confirmed. Even with Hatcher's repeated suppression, this person's luck remained faintly red. He estimated that during the Judgment Hall incident, Adrian's luck must have been a deep red, possibly even blackened by the intensity. If he were to make a rash move now, there would likely be an unexpected turn of events. The result would be counterproductive, like alerting the prey and scaring it away. The best approach was to bide his time, gradually wearing down the other's fortune. Once it dropped below blue, heavenly Tao would abandon its favor. In an instant, Hatcher had a plan. Sir, are you here to purchase bloodlines? Of course, why else would I buy you? Adrian abandoned all pretense, revealing his arrogant and domineering attitude. Hatcher inwardly chuckled, not the least bit bothered. The real show was yet to come. Do you have lifeblood here? Yes. Excellent, I'll take them all. Adrian boldly declared, knowing from the Mole Wong, Devil King, that lifeblood was worth at most 1,000 spirit-like coins. He had collected 200,000 through robbery and deception, more than enough to buy out everything. Sorry, they're not for sale. Hatcher picked at his fingernails indifferently, causing the other's expression to twist in rage. How dare you not sell to me? What gives you the right? For some reason, Adrian became extremely irritable, unable to control his roar. Sir, don't be hasty. Our lifeblood is given away for free. Upon hearing this, Adrian immediately calmed down, a smile appearing on his face. There's such a good deal? Then I'll take them all. Don't be so hasty. To get them for free, you need to participate in our store's activity. What activity? Hee hee. Hatcher grinned slyly, and in the next moment, a huge box appeared before him. Please draw a lottery, customer. Adrian squinted, sensing something was off, but still went ahead. I hope you're not pulling any tricks. He inserted a wisp of energy into the box, and then a jade talisman flew out, displaying the words engraved on it. Congratulations. Our store has 1,000 strands of lifeblood, and you've obtained 999 of them. With a little more effort, you can take all the lifeblood with you. Great, these will do. I want to take them now. Adrian excitedly exclaimed, truly believing he had hit the jackpot. Not possible, sir. You must obtain all the bloodlines to take them. What should I do then? You can spend 10,000 spirit-like coins to give it a try. Hatcher's smile reeked of ulterior motives. Chapter 207 Hatcher. The final interpretation rights belong to this shop. A slash? Adrian was bewildered. He had never heard such a strange request. How do you slash? Spending 10,000 spirit-like coins, then draw another lot. Hatcher wore an amiable smile, but his eyes sparkled brightly, as if he had spotted a fat sheep. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Adrian became instantly vigilant, casting a chilling gaze over. Tut tut. Hatcher instantly got into character, revealing an immensely indignant expression. You actually dare to doubt me. I can swear by the heavens, I wouldn't even deceive kids and old folks. By saying that, you've clearly insulted my character. You must compensate for mental damages. The next cut will cost you 20,000 spirit-like coins, without deceiving children or the elderly. Hearing this, Adrian did not get angry. Instead, he felt delighted. The other party swore by heaven, so surely, he couldn't be a scammer? But what he didn't expect at all was that Hatcher took advantage of the loophole in language. Not cheating on the elderly and children, just specifically cheating him, this kind of fool. Well then, I'll take this slash. Adrian responded cheerfully, feeling quite confident. Perhaps because everything went smoothly before, it made him unable to understand one principle. Anything free in the world often turns out to be the most expensive. After payment, he confidently injected a wave of energy into the box again, forcing out a jade charm. Congratulations, customer, you've obtained 9 treasure beads. Just need one more bead, you can exchange for a lifeline bloodline. What does this mean? Adrian widened his eyes, unable to comprehend these words. Very simple, you need to make another cut. This time it will cost 50,000 spirit light coins. Why the price increase? Sorry, it's the rule, Hatcher mechanically said, seemingly devoid of emotion. Nonsense, there's no such rule in this world. You're just a deceitful businessman jacking up prices. Adrian trembled with anger, nearing his breaking point. Customer, you have no right to define me. All interpretations belong to this shop. Fine, let me draw once more. Congratulations, customer, you've obtained 9 gold coins. Once you accumulate 1 more gold coin, you could earn a treasure bead. Adrian lost it completely, smashing the box with one punch. How dare you play me like this, bastard? Believe me when I say I can take your life. Customer, you misunderstood. I've already sworn by the heavens, I won't even deceive a dog. How could I trick you? Then explain what's happening here? Your luck is too bad. Upon hearing this, Adrian's mouth twitched. My luck is bad? Haha. Truly the funniest joke in 1,000 years. Do you know who I am? I'm the chosen one of heaven. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, but Hatcher's eyes became piercing sharp. He wanted to say he was the son of fate, but who told him? Customer, don't be angry. Besides the lottery event, there are other activities which allow steady acquisition of lifeline bloodlines. I believe you like I would a ghost, you despicable thing. Adrian started cursing outright, ready to leave in a huff. Life and death balance. Hatcher decisively struck, about to drain the vitality from the other's body. But at this moment, powerful fluctuations of law fell suddenly, weakening his method by over 90%. I see. Hatcher suddenly understood why the former keeper needed to hire enforcers. It turned out it was due to limitations by laws. As long as one was sitting in this position, they couldn't just attack others easily. Even so, life and death balance took effect, making Adrian's state worse, his face turning extremely pale. Huff, huff, huff. He clung onto the door frame, breathing heavily, as if he could die any time. Customer, if you're dying, please do so outside. Don't soil my floor, please. Hatcher's disdainful voice made Adrian spit out fresh blood uncontrollably. Find a reason to kill him. Suddenly, the voice of the Ellie rang inside his mind, causing him to shudder. Are you kidding me, father? If I kill him, I'll suffer repercussions. It's okay. I'll bear the repercussions for you this time. As long as he dies, you'll become the owner of this place, making a fortune overnight. Hearing this, Adrian's eyes lit up. Then let's do it. He abruptly turned back, approaching Hatcher again. Tell me, what's the other event? Good customer, I liked your previous rebellious self better. Hatcher seized the opportunity, not letting go any chance to humiliate the other, making Adrian want to vomit blood again. Just wait, I'll tear you into pieces soon. He cursed inwardly. Then, Hatcher took out a sheet of paper, placing it in front of him. This way, it's very clear. This is our store's consumption accumulation return gift event. As long as you spend a certain amount, you can get a lifeline bloodline for free. Adrian's eyes bulged when he saw the table. 10,000 spirit light coins just to get a lifeline bloodline? Yes, our store operates on a small scale. Please understand our difficulties. Alright, then give me a lifeline bloodline worth 10,000 spirit light coins. Adrian said through gritted teeth. Apologies, we don't have anything that cheap anymore. The cheapest one we have is the Devouring Bloodline, valued at 10,000 spirit light coins. What do you think? I'll buy it. Adrian did not hesitate and paid immediately. He was cultivating the heaven-swallowing devil art. This devouring bloodline might be extremely useful to him. Thank you for your patronage. Soon, Adrian received a devouring bloodline and a lifeline bloodline. Without any hesitation, he directly consumed the lifeline bloodline, managing to recover some of his spirit. But when he tried to integrate the devouring bloodline, something unexpected happened. He could not absorb it no matter what. What is going on? He asked with a fierce expression. You may not know, esteemed guest, the devouring bloodline comes in yin and yang parts. Only when they are combined can they function properly. You have the yin part, and the yang part? 10,000 spirit light coins. Why don't you just rob people? You jest. Robbery requires so much effort. Is making money through me faster? Fine, I'll buy it. Adrian's eyes were bloodshot. He had completely been drawn in, being held hostage by sunk costs, leaving him with only one path ahead. After paying again, he finally obtained the yang devouring bloodline. Congratulations, honored guest. You have cumulatively spent 10,000 spirit light coins. Just 1,000 more, and you will trigger the reward for spending 10,000, which totals 500 lifeline bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Adrian was so enraged that he almost bled from every orifice, but soon a sinister smile appeared on his face. If he could take over this shop, everything would belong to him. Good, I'll buy. Show me your best bloodlines. The noble guest has a generous heart. Here's the treasure. Hatcher took out the sword spirit blood and placed it in front of him. 200,000. No bargaining. Adrian took a deep breath. Without looking at the bloodline, he fixed his eyes firmly on Hatcher. I ask you, is this bloodline genuine? Chapter 208, Devouring Starry Sky, the anomaly of Hatcher's xiuxian. Is this bloodline pure? Adrian asked fiercely, staring straight at Hatcher. I run a store. How could I sell you impure bloodlines? Hatcher smiled calmly, not caring at all. I'm asking you again, is this bloodline pure? He asked once more, his tone now filled with undisguised murderous intent. Are you here to cause trouble? Are you buying or not? In an instant, Hatcher's aura changed, exuding a dignified and deadly presence, like waves crashing toward Adrian. Huh, I would definitely buy if it's pure. If not. As soon as he finished speaking, Adrian struck out, chopping at the blood of Sword Spirit. There was a snap, and the bloodline shattered, exploding in midair. You dare strike my bloodline. Not only that, but I'll destroy you too. Adrian revealed a cruel smile, demonic power erupting from him as he launched an attack on Hatcher. Come then, I've been waiting for this. Hatcher no longer held back. Since the other party had initiated the attack first, the restrictions imposed by the law would be minimized, which could only mean Adrian was seeking his own demise. A hum sounded. Adrian took the initiative, immediately facing backlash from the law, but a flash of black light appeared between his eyebrows. This was the Devil King soul unleashing divine power, barely withstanding the backlash. This should work. Adrian trembled excitedly. The most critical moment had passed, and with his strength, killing this person would be effortless. Because the Devil King had already said that these store owners were originally spirits transformed from the secret realm, possessing the strength of the life and death realm but lacking corresponding combat power, they absolutely couldn't match him. However, he never expected that what he faced was not the weak existence he thought, but rather his destined nemesis. Hexagonal Destruction Sword. The sword's momentum was fierce and uncontrollable, omnipresent, unstoppable. With a whoosh, a long sword pierced through Adrian's body, instantly killing him. This can't be. Adrian was shocked beyond measure. Not just him. Even the Devil King inside him was utterly astonished. Father-in-law, this isn't how you described it. Adrian struggled to say, blood flowing endlessly, staining the ground. Escape quickly. This person is not the original shopkeeper anymore. He has already taken over. For some reason, as soon as those words left his mouth, Adrian felt an eerie chill and immediately broke free from the sword, stumbling away in retreat. What a pity. It was so close. Hatcher shook his head. Just now, he had wanted to continue his attack, but was stopped by the law. Fortunately, the light pink xiuxian fortune of the opponent became slightly lighter. In a short while, it might turn gold. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gently touch the law eye between his eyebrows. This purple bloodline is quite useful. Perhaps I should keep it for myself? He muttered to himself, then seemed to notice something unusual, trembling abruptly. Something's wrong. My xiuxian has changed. Hatcher immediately inspected himself and found that a pale pink star had appeared in his xiuxian constellation, which previously resembled a starless universe. This star's color matched Adrian's xiuxian, indicating a connection. Could it be? After careful consideration, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Earlier, Adrian's blood splashed onto him and turned into this star. Could it be that this is his xiuxian attribute, able to steal others' xiuxian through blood? No. Hatcher immediately negated this idea. Before this, he had experienced plenty of killings. If his xiuxian could devour others, the starless universe should be full of stars by now. The only explanation was that the purple bloodline endowed him with the ability to devour xiuxian. It seems I underestimated it. Hatcher murmured, secretly delighted. On the other side, Gilda was walking in the safety zone, drawing countless gazes. A solitary, exceptionally beautiful woman was already enough to attract attention, and with a little person sitting on her shoulder, she garnered even more looks. Look at that thing. People whispered, pointing at Gage. Could it be a dermic image? How could it be? That small thing clearly has intelligence. It can't be a dermic image. Ignoring the discussions around her, Gilda quickened her pace, intending to head to the nearest store. Unfortunately, fate decided otherwise, and a reckless youth blocked her path. Beauty, please stop, perhaps we can get to know each other. A young man in white suddenly appeared, intercepting her way. You're blocking my way, move aside. Gilda's expression turned cold, lowering the surrounding temperature a few degrees. Oh, pretty spicy. I like it. The other party, fanning himself with a feather fan, appeared to be a cultured villain, immediately revealing his true colors. I'll be straightforward. I've taken a fancy to you, and the little thing on your shoulder. Name your price, and I'll make sure you're satisfied. Before he finished speaking, Gilda was already emanating killing intent. Roar. Gage was about to act but was stopped by her. Scram, before I lose my temper. However, upon hearing this, the other party became even more excited rather than intimidated. Great, what character. I love training someone like you. I declare here and now that no matter what confidence you have, Matthew will claim you. He revealed his identity, astonishing the surrounding crowd. It's actually Matthew of the Xuanwu clan. The very Matthew who inherited the legacy of the Xuanwu pool? Of all people, it's him. This beauty is in big trouble. What kind of trouble? This is the safety zone. Would he dare to make a move? Many people sneered, for under the law, all were equal. Who would dare to be so reckless? He really dares. Someone explained solemnly, as an heir of the Four Symbols pool, he received a boon from the law when he arrived in the city, allowing him to attack outsiders without punishment. Hearing this, many people turned pale and instinctively moved away from Matthew. Well, beautiful lady, you should know how powerful I am by now. I advise you to be reasonable, don't struggle in vain. As soon as these words fell, members of the Xuanwu clan surrounded Gilda, eyeing her like prey on a cutting board. In the safety zone, they could do as they pleased. Truly beyond redemption. Gilda took a deep breath, no longer suppressing her murderous intent. You had your chance and failed to seize it. Since then, I'll send you to the king of hell for repentance. Bitch, it looks like you prefer harsh treatment over kindness. Matthew flew into a rage, slapping at Gilda. Roar. Just then, Gage jumped out and punched him. Chapter 209. Taiji Momentum. Arwen splits the coffin. Roar. Arwen struck out, causing a tremor in the wind and thunder. Cody's face contorted with shock as he was caught off guard and received a harsh punch to his face. He let out an astounding cry of anguish. His entire face caved in, blood spurting from every orifice, looking pitiful. Bitch, you actually dare to make a move. The Xuanwu clan people immediately flew into a rage. In their territory, only they had the right to bully others. No matter who it was, they could only greet them with smiling faces, leaving themselves at the mercy of the Xuanwu clan without showing even a hint of displeasure. But now, this woman dared to defy them openly, refusing to submit and even resisting. It truly was courting death. You're finished, prepare for the law's punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, formidable laws pressed down, making Eldest Gilda's expression become incredibly grave. Roar. In the critical moment, Arwen soared skyward. Even in the face of the ripples of law, he dared to launch a fierce attack. Be careful, Arwen. Marsh's face changed slightly. Just as she was about to assist him, an image of an emerald-colored insect emerged from Arwen's body. Soon after, the aura of an emperor spread out, easily destroying that law. This scene stunned everyone. Even Eldest Gilda couldn't help but be surprised. She knew about that insect. It was a poison insect transformed by a dharma, a trophy of War Hatcher had seized from the Heavenly Insect Clan. It was just unexpected that this insect was so extraordinary, capable of resolving the suppression of law. Seeing this, the people of the Xuanwu clan felt both enraged and delighted. They stared at Arwen like they had discovered an unparalleled treasure. A law avatar, this must certainly be an avatar of some kind of law, and of extremely high rank. Cody, with his disfigured face, crawled up grimly, glaring fiercely at Eldest Gilda. Woman, kneel and submit obediently, and give this little thing to the Xuanwu clan, and I can spare your life. Hearing this, Eldest Gilda finally reached her limit. Do you really think I'm such a good-natured one? Her anger ignited. Yin-yang energy burned, transforming into great unity force, followed by annihilation breath that erupted, enveloping the void under the agitation of murderous intent. Ah! Everyone was filled with alarm, as if confronting deities, their faces displaying fear. Even if you kneel and lick my shoes today, I will still flay your skin. Form the formation. Subdue this fiendish woman. Cody's expression drastically changed, realizing he had met his match. However, he showed no fear, believing he held an absolute advantage within the safety zone. The next moment, the Xuanwu clan members stood beside him, arranging in a mysterious formation, exuding unique vibes. Then, their auras intertwined, conjuring up the imagery of dragons and snakes entwined, forming an impenetrable force, seemingly easy to defend and hard to attack. Bang! Great unity force mixed with annihilation breath slammed down fiercely. For a moment, it was as if a meteor split the earth, effortlessly breaking through the formation. Cody's complexion completely altered. He watched helplessly as several of his clan members exploded into blood mist around him, finally feeling fear. Damn it, this woman is a monster. Bang! Eldest Gilda's delicate palm penetrated through the formation, aiming at him from afar. Stop, we can talk this out. If you push me too far, it won't benefit you either. Yin-yang annihilation. A terrifying flood of yin and yang swept away, engulfing all the Xuanwu clan members present. This time, not even a single scream of anguish escaped. Except for Cody, all others perished, turning to dust. This scene left everyone speechless. Eldest Gilda had never been a kind-hearted or soft-handed person. She only displayed boundless tenderness when facing Hatcher. Woman, I didn't want to resort to this method, but you left me no choice. Today, you must pay the price. As he spoke, an even stronger aura burst forth from Cody, shattering the yin-yang current. On his back was a coffin emitting a holy aura, thick faith power, and intense resentment. This, Eldest Gilda frowned, sensing that this coffin was extraordinary. Frightened? This is the holy coffin of our ancestor, which can subdue semi-saints. No matter how formidable your powers, today you can only die. With that, he slashed down with the holy coffin. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color. Indeed, the strength was comparable to that of a semi-saint. Run! Eldest Gilda's heart moved, ready to retreat from the battlefield. Elder Yin-yang Jo and sister, save me. Suddenly, a voice came, sending a shiver through her. Time seemed to freeze. Eldest Gilda looked at the coffin in surprise. The voice was coming from inside it. Sister, save me. I want to be freed from here. Only you can do it. As these words were spoken, the power of the coffin suddenly diminished, as if being suppressed from within. Arwen, destroy that coffin for me. Eldest Gilda ordered, and fed a dense burst of annihilation breath to Arwen. Roar! Arwen's battle cry thundered like lightning, immediately unleashing the technique, Dharma Transformation. Not only did he perform this move, but he also borrowed Eldest Gilda's Dharmakaya, a Taiji wheel, which he wielded as a weapon. During this time, Arwen chanted mantras, transforming the Taiji wheel into a towering thousand-zhang disc, wildly swinging it down towards the coffin. This scene resembled Mount Tai crushing an ant, exhibiting a destructive force that left nothing in its wake. And the yin-yang energy seemed to be the nemesis of the coffin, specifically dismantling the restrictions upon it, cracking it open. Oh no! Cody was terrified, trembling uncontrollably. The Xuanwu clan had long predicted, if the holy coffin breaks, calamity befalls Xuanwu. Hold on. Let's talk this out. I can apologize to you. Eldest Gilda paid him no mind, nor did Arwen. Their eyes filled with lethal intent. Crack. The holy coffin exploded, followed by a beam of radiant light escaping. Unbeknownst to the others, only Eldest Gilda saw clearly. It was actually the soul of a young girl, clad in a dark blue gown, tears streaming down her face, swirling beside Eldest Gilda. Thank you, holy sister. I am finally free. Pfft. Cody flew back, spitting blood, barely alive. Go to hell. Eldest Gilda showed no mercy, ordering Arwen to eliminate him completely. Stop. At that moment, several reincarnation realm presences descended simultaneously. The true strongmen of the Xuanwu clan had arrived. The old beasts have come too, then let them all be punished together. Eldest Gilda's expression turned cold. Where there is a fault in teaching, blame lies with the father. Cody's arrogance couldn't exist without the indulgence of these elders. Devil woman, don't be so arrogant. The leading middle-aged man of the Xuanwu clan grasped a ball of light, casually hurling it forward, making space tremble. This strike was on par with a half-saint. Holy sister, I feel so bad, let's leave here quickly. The Liana's soul pleaded, seeming on the verge of dissipating. Gianna, come here. Suddenly, the voice of Kaylee resonated in Eldest Gilda's mind, bringing a surge of joy. Arwen, let's go. Eldest Gilda used yin-yang energy to protect the girl's soul and made a decisive decision. Chapter 210. Cutting flesh to repay mother, scraping bones to repay father. Time paused. Dane displayed his divine might, making everything fall into stillness. After 9 seconds, time resumed flowing. The figure of Gilda had already vanished from everyone's sight. A deafening boom was heard as the power of a half-saint struck afar, stirring up a terrifying spiritual hurricane. Father, you must take vengeance for me. That bitch must be killed. Matthew, seemingly having found a backing, couldn't help but weep bitterly. However, what greeted him was not his father's comfort but a heavy slap. Crack. This palm blow was delivered with such force and weight that it thoroughly stunned him. Who on earth have you offended, you cursed child? Colin erupted in fury. That Dharma image and woman were truly boundlessly terrifying just now. If he hadn't had foresight and preemptively purchased the strike of a half-saint from the strong strike mall at great cost, things would probably have been impossible to settle today. As the holy son of the Black Tortoise clan, Matthew had long been accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, even facing his father with a rebellious attitude on ordinary days. Ordinarily, if he received this slap, he might very well retort against his father. But today, he was incomparably obedient, not daring to talk back at all. Don't think that because you stepped into the life and death realm at a young age and obtained the inheritance of the Black Tortoise pool, you can act without restraint. This world is vast. Remember that there are always people stronger than yourself out there. Father, I know my mistake. Matthew bowed his head in confession. Hearing these words, Colin couldn't help but stagger. Did this little brat actually change his nature? But immediately afterward, he shuddered. No one knows their child better than their parent. If this naughty creature behaved so docilely, could it be that he had committed some enormous blunder? Speak quickly. What else are you hiding from me? Colin exploded in rage. I accidentally allowed that woman to cleave apart the holy coffin. Matthew trembled all over, stuttering. Upon hearing this, the experts of the Black Tortoise clan seemed to have seen ghosts, their pupils dilating to the extreme. Colin was even worse off, emitting a croaking sound in his throat before nearly fainting away. Clan leader, don't die on us yet? Experts instantly surged forward beside him, their expressions pained, slapping him awake briskly. If you die, who will shoulder the responsibility? Moments later, Colin was finally revived. He pointed at Matthew with trembling fingers, wishing nothing more than to strangle this scoundrel immediately. They really had gone too far this time. An ancestor had predicted that when the holy coffin cracked, the Black Tortoise would perish. But who could have thought the holy coffin would be shattered here? Was this the will of heaven? Help me up, we need to go to the information mall. There may be a way to remedy this. As the leader of the clan, Colin soon regained his composure and was ushered towards the information mall by others. On the other side, Gilda, guided by Kayla, arrived at the treasure mall. Greetings, Her Majesty the Princess, Kayla said warmly, driving all the customers away. You've become a shopkeeper here too. Gilda's face was filled with surprise, sizing up Kayla. Yes, as soon as I entered the safe zone, I refined the previous shopkeeper here. Kayla admitted frankly, which made Gilda smile helplessly. You guys are truly cut from the same cloth. My junior brother was corrupted by you. Princess, please don't throw accusations around recklessly. This burden I cannot bear. Kayla chuckled lightly. His gaze flashed, landing on the Ansley beside them. Oh my, a rare guest has come. It's actually the remnant soul of a Black Tortoise clan prodigy. The Ansley also saw Kayla, her expression immediately turning sharp. It's you, you annoying ghost. I thought you had died long ago. You two know each other? Marcia asked, somewhat surprised. I'd recognize this ugly face anywhere, even if it were reduced to ashes. Great Sister Joan, help me thrash her. Hearing this, Gilda's expression became odd. While I possess the yin-yang Dao body, I am neither a holy maiden nor your sister. How could that be? I won't make a mistake. You are my great sister Joanne. The Ansley appeared deeply hurt, despite only being a soul, tears shimmering in her eyes. At this moment, Kayla spoke. I can testify that Her Majesty the Princess is indeed not your elder sister, but she could be your mother. With these words, both the girl and Gilda trembled simultaneously. Don't joke around. There's no joke. Your Majesty, you and the Black Tortoise clan indeed have deep ties. Kayla's eyes were profound as he revealed the origins of the Black Tortoise clan. The Black Tortoise clan was not born of paternal essence or maternal blood, nor were they nurtured by heaven and earth. Rather, they originated from the faith of humans. Ancient humans divided the entire cosmos into 4 regions: east, south, west, and north for astronomical observation. Once each region gathered enough faith, it gave birth to a named deity. At the beginning, there were 3 deities of faith standing in the northern starry sky: Xuanxu, Chunqing, and Xuanwu. Later, Xuanwu received more faith and became the sole deity of the north. The north belongs to water. Hence Xuanwu was bestowed with the power of water, thus acquiring attributes. As time went on, water nurtured all things and harmonized yin and yang. The yin-yang Dao participated in Xuanwu's evolution, giving it the form of a tortoise and snake, symbolizing the balance of hardness and softness, operating in harmony. After countless years, the Xuanwu deity submitted to the human race and was enlightened by Stuart Zulin, transforming into human form and gaining the ability to reproduce. At that time, To avoid disrespecting Stuart Zulin's esteemed name, the Xuanwu clan was also called the Zhenwu clan and swore eternal loyalty to the human race. So that's how it is. Fallon nodded slightly. In human records, the Xuanwu clan indeed bore titles like Northern Deity, Water Deity, Yin-Yang Deity, and Fate Keeper. It seemed this secret history wasn't fabricated. Now do you understand? Kayla looked at the Ansley and said, Your Majesty, being an embodiment of the Yin-Yang Dao, she acts as an agent of the Yin-Yang Dao law, equivalent to her having participated in the birth of the Xuanwu clan. Calling her your mother is not at all exaggerated, and moreover, Kayla smiled slightly. If you want to be resurrected, you can't do without the help of Her Majesty and our honorable king. Hearing this, the Ansley's eyes immediately lit up with endless hope. I can live again? That depends on Her Majesty and our honorable king. Great Sister Joanne. The girl gazed pitifully at Fallon, her large eyes filled with pleading. I can resurrect you, but first, you must tell me how you died and why you were sealed in a coffin, unable to find peace. Upon hearing this, disdain and murderous intent instantly flashed in the girl's eyes. She said, during the time when all races attacked the human race, the Xuanwu clan only cared about self-preservation. However, I disregarded my clan's opposition and went to the battlefield to kill the Heavenly Worm clan's crown prince, destroying his bones, extracting his tendons, extinguishing his body, and stealing his soul. These actions offended all the races. Fearful of repercussions, the Xuanwu clan wanted to kill me to pacify the other races. When this decision was made, I despised them deeply. Therefore, I cut flesh to repay my mother and scraped bones to repay my father, settling the debt of clan enmity. The Ansley spoke calmly yet with a hint of madness. If I can be reborn, I will obliterate this ungrateful, bullying clan that betrays its own. Chapter 211. Gilda, don't be afraid, junior brother. I'll help you cultivate. Upon hearing these words, Gilda and Kayla were both shocked. Such profound resentment. No wonder they sealed you with a sacred coffin. Kayla narrowed her eyes. Just sealing wasn't enough. They also had to transform you into a magical instrument, to be carried by the most talented and fortune-endowed genius of our clan. Only this way could your resentment be mitigated. Moreover, it can serve as a means of self-protection, truly killing two birds with one stone. Upon hearing these words, the Liana couldn't help but sneer. How ironic that they never imagined I would have a day to escape, and now I hate them even more. I can help you come back to life. After some contemplation, Gilda made an immediate decision. Really? The girl asked hopefully, filled with anticipation. Her Majesty would not lie if she said so. Kayla raised her chin and revealed the method of resurrection. To be reborn, you must forsake your past and receive Her Majesty's imperial decree, recognizing the revered king as father and the queen as mother, establishing this as your foundation for existence. Afterward, you need to form veins with yin-yang blood, bones with the power of water, flesh with faith in the king, and finally gain the enlightenment of the king for spirit to achieve success. Oh, is it so troublesome? A bitter expression appeared on the girl's face. Not at all. I can handle it for you. Gilda confidently replied. There is no time to waste. We should return to Bloodline Mall. However, Kayla immediately negated this suggestion. Your Highness, resurrecting this person is trivial compared to what needs to be done next. You must gather the 8 greatest treasures to unlock the Imperial Weapon Seal. 8 greatest treasures? What are those? Gilda asked curiously. Simple enough. You obtain the most precious item from each of the 8 different malls, and then submit them to the king. As she spoke, Kayla produced a radiant light orb. When the light dissipated, it turned out to be a fragment of a mirror. This is the most valuable item from the treasure mall. As soon as she finished speaking, the mirror fragment emitted a terrifying aura, almost overwhelming Gilda. This was the majesty of the emperor. Although only a very thin strand remained, it was certainly a fragment of an imperial weapon. Hula! James jumped out and swallowed it whole. An image of jade-colored worm reappeared inside his body, subduing the fragment of the imperial weapon. That was close. Gilda wiped away cold sweat, feeling icy all over. Remember, Your Highness, you carry the strongest bloodline, the revered king's realm of ignorance being the most powerful secret technique, and now this strongest treasure. You already possess 3 of the greatest treasures. Next, you need to purchase the ultimate items from the energy, power strike, information, law, and body malls. Be sure not to make any mistakes. I will remember that. Gilda nodded slightly, but then noticed a flaw. She stared intently at Kayla and asked after a moment, even if I gather the 8 greatest treasures, given my own strong bloodline, how am I supposed to transfer these to my junior brother? These words brought silence to the scene. Finally, Kayla responded resentfully. Your Highness, as an outstanding disciple of the Harmony Sect, you should excel in the art of yin-yang fusion. Must I teach you this as well? Instantly, Gilda blushed. You want me to with him, but he's like a wooden statue. So you should seek some external assistance. As she spoke, various items appeared before Kayla. She pointed at a bottle of pink liquid. You don't need to know its name. Just know that using this will increase the power of your charm tenfold. Too scandalous. I must confiscate it. Gilda criticized sternly, blushing as she put it away. Then she looked at the other props. After examining them, she found them somewhat ordinary. Black thigh-high stockings, high-heeled shoes, and some overly revealing outfits. These are just some personal defensive armors. Nothing special. These treasures' defense is just a side effect, Kayla said meaningfully. Imagine yourself wearing these. Would the revered king be able to resist? Hearing this, Gilda quickly imagined herself in such attire. The thought alone made her blood boil. Too scandalous. These 2 must be confiscated. Without further ado, she cleared everything from Kayla's table. Then she took a jade vial from Kayla to hold the soul of the Liana and fled from the treasure mall as quickly as possible. Her Majesty is so adorable. Watching Gilda flee, Kayla spoke with a satisfied expression. Inside the Bloodline Mall, Hatcher was meditating when he encountered a rare bottleneck, an unprecedented one. This was not supposed to happen. In his previous life, he had overcome countless trials and tribulations, erasing all bottlenecks. This life should have been smooth sailing, but he faced an even rarer exception. At this moment, three powerful forces were contending within him. The Heart of Faith, the Seal of 10,000 Phenomena, and the Starry Sky Destiny. Each of these was extraordinary yet required immense costs to operate. The Heart of Faith needed sufficient faith to help him transcend the cycle of rebirths. The Seal of 10,000 Phenomena demanded enough energy. As for the Starry Sky Destiny, it was an unfathomable and boundless force, requiring an even more formidable entity to control. If only one of these existed, Hatcher could satisfy their needs with his own resources. With all three converging and operating at full power, they began depleting Hatcher's essence. If he couldn't find a powerful external force soon, this tremendous fortune would turn into disaster. This situation couldn't be resolved by mere meditation. He needed to seek solutions from the outside world. With that thought, he stood up, ready to leave the shopkeeper's position. Buzz. Suddenly, formidable law forces pressed down, intending to imprison him here. Relying on you to stop me? What a daydream. Hatcher unleashed unparalleled mental power, while the water sovereignty revealed its sharp edge, ready to nullify this law force. However, at this moment, the mall's door opened suddenly. Junior brother, I'm back? Gilda hurriedly closed the door and walked quickly toward Hatcher. Don't come closer, it's dangerous here. Hatcher was anxious, not noticing Gilda's blushing face. But that stunning beauty disregarded everything and rushed into the whirlpool of law forces. No. Hatcher was genuinely alarmed. At the critical moment, a piece of mirror on Gilda glowed, instantly dismantling the chaotic laws. With a thud, both fell, with Gilda landing right in Hatcher's arms. What just happened? Don't talk. Gilda gently touched Hatcher's lips, whispering seductively, Don't be afraid, junior brother. I'll help you cultivate. Chapter 212. Dual cultivation with Eldest Gilda. Eldest Gilda, what's wrong? Hatcher subconsciously hugged the jade-like figure in his arms tightly, unwilling to let go. Huff. The Eldest Gilda's breathing became disordered, her eyes glinting as she gazed affectionately at the person before her. I spent all the spirit light coins. Will you blame me? Hearing this, Hatcher was taken aback. 20 million spirit light coins used up. What on earth did the Eldest Gilda buy? Although he was curious, he didn't press further. Since birth, he had known clearly that his most important responsibility was to protect the people most important to him. Material possessions were insignificant to him. Even if the Eldest Gilda had spent those spirit light coins frivolously, as long as it made her happy, he would fully support her. As long as Gilda likes it. Just as I thought, junior brother always cares for me the most. The Eldest Gilda looked gratified. As soon as she finished speaking, 6 light orbs flew out from behind her. This is... Hatcher immediately widened his eyes, sensing incomparable power emanating from them. So, you've spent them all here. These 6 orbs of light turned out to be fragments of the Imperial Weapon Mirror, Amplification Law, Great Sage's Ultimate Strike, Nameless Intelligence, Heavenly Star's Origin, and the Mysterious Eye. They corresponded to the strongest treasures, Law, Strike, Intelligence, Energy, and Body respectively. Adding the Yin-Yang Dao Body's strongest bloodline and the highest secret technique from the unconscious realm, all 8 supreme elements had been collected. Junior brother, you need to fuse these into one and make them your own. At these words, Hatcher showed a troubled expression. I'm not being modest. If fusing 2 or 3 might give a slight chance of success, but fusing all of them risks chaotic energies within me, leading to my demise. So, I'm here. The Eldest Gilda's charming demeanor shone with unmatched allure, leaving Hatcher utterly captivated. As the Yin-Yang Dao Body, I harbor the supreme force of harmony. If junior brother cultivates with me, these won't be an issue. Gilda is not just a tool for cultivation, thought Hatcher, ready to voice this sentiment, yet he restrained himself. Seeing the Eldest Gilda who held nothing but him in her gaze, he couldn't bring himself to say such things. Besides, the Eldest Gilda was the most important person in his heart, their connection predestined. Gilda, are you truly willing? Will you have no regrets? Hatcher asked seriously, signaling the breaking down of his internal reservations. I am willing. I've been willing since our first meeting. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? The Eldest Gilda's eyes sparkled with both joy and a hidden sob. If so, then junior brother may offend? Hearing this, the Eldest Gilda couldn't help but laugh. You fool, what do you mean by offend? Is this what you should say now? Repeat it. Cough, cough. Embarrassed, Hatcher finally said solemnly, Gilda, I like you. I also, Before she could respond, Hatcher kissed her lips. The Union Heaven Skill. Sea of Mortal World. Island of Blossoms. Though unable to speak, the Eldest Gilda moved her fingers, invoking the world of red dust filled with blossoms. Wait. After a passionate kiss, the Eldest Gilda panted, but Hatcher cupped her chin. I've said it before, there's no turning back once we start. If you tremble in fear, I'll tease you for life. We'll see who ends up trembling, she retorted stubbornly, her outer robe slipping off, revealing her perfect figure. One glance and Hatcher felt noseblood almost spurting out. Gilda, your attire. His eyes widened. Her charm had hit an all-time high. Those slender legs encased in black stockings, the curvaceous figure, skin fairer than snow, ample chest, and delicate face stirred his soul, urging him to fall into this world of tenderness. Come over. The Eldest Gilda grabbed Hatcher's head, barely able to suppress her excitement. Can you hear my heart pounding? If you dare to run away, I'll never forgive you. Aya! From the depths of his throat came a low growl, his rationality completely lost. Sea of Mortal World, Starlit Night. Hatcher activated the celestial skill, summoning stars to cover their figures under their light. Tears split fabric as the atmosphere grew intimate. As petals fell and waters flowed, yin and yang blended. After an unknown time, clouds cleared and rain ceased. Amidst the full garden of spring colors, The two of them used the sea of flowers as a bed and wove starlight into brocade quilts, embracing each other contentedly. Little pervert, little rascal, little heartthrob, eldest Gilda scolded with embarrassment and anger, panting weakly but smiling at the corner of her mouth. Just now, she had truly suffered a great deal. How could this guy be so energetic when he was so clumsy? Facing eldest Gilda's reproach, Hatcher looked to the side, his emotions surging like the sea, excitement overwhelming. Being reborn in this life, this was still his first time, never imagining it would be so mesmerizing. He was now desperately restraining himself, not daring to look at eldest Gilda, because just one more glance would cause his pride and self-discipline to explode instantly. A man living between heaven and earth. How could he drown in beauty? I'm talking to you. Why don't you even dare to look at me? Eldest Gilda immediately got angry, twisting Hatcher's head to ask, revealing the spring scenery under the brocade quilt without reservation. Just wait a moment. I need to regroup. Oh, you annoying guy. After another hour, the two finally dressed up, cuddling together intimately. At this moment, Hatcher felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. All paths harmonize, all laws can be controlled. I didn't expect to reach such a realm ahead of time. He muttered to himself, realizing the benefits of Yin Yang Dao body exceeded his imagination. His body now resembled a furnace capable of fusing countless laws, mastering them with a single thought, never producing mutual repulsion again. Humph. Eldest Gilda's face was filled with pride. Now you should know how important it is to find a good woman, right? As soon as her words fell, those 6 beams of supreme light reappeared, swirling around the two of them. Relax your mind. I'll help you complete the fusion. Eldest Gilda easily incorporated the Great Sage's ultimate strike and the fragmented Imperial weapon into Hatcher's body, a process that was unexpectedly smooth. The next part is the highlight. Another beam of light descended, carrying incomparably profound information. This is the mysterious intelligence, answering your deepest doubts. As she spoke, eldest Gilda pressed the glowing ball into Hatcher's brow. Thump thump. Hatcher's heart immediately accelerated, causing his unconscious realm to react. Chapter 213. Young Hatcher. I want to marry this Fallon. This is. After the mysterious intelligence merged into Hatcher's body, the world before his eyes underwent a radical transformation. Fallon. He blurted out subconsciously, feeling his arm gripped tightly by a soft hand, which instantly made him feel more at ease. I'm here, and I'll always be with you. Immediately after, an intangible force swept over them, enveloping both of them and pulling them into a strange space. As soon as they landed, they felt inexplicably familiar with this place. Where are we? Still in the Three Purities realm? The elder sister frowned and asked. It seems so. Hatcher extended his mental power to probe the surroundings, but then he furrowed his brow. Someone is coming. The elder sister immediately became alert and looked in one direction. A couple was seen fleeing miserably from afar, the woman holding a child in her arms, looking desperately back. They were being pursued. Following that direction, the elder sister indeed saw a group of black-clothed people wielding palm knives. You dare to do such massed killings in broad daylight. Stop right there. Without another word, she attacked directly, sending a powerful aura sweeping towards them. However, the opponents remained unmoved, completely unaffected. How can this be? Because this is just a segment of the past. We cannot interfere. Hatcher's voice sounded, filled with eeriness and oppression. Junior brother, you. The elder sister was suddenly startled, sensing Hatcher's abnormality and noticing the light surging from his body, as if breaking through some kind of restraint. This aura. The past self in the state of wuwa, selflessness. The elder sister exclaimed. So-called past self refers to a cultivator's former self. Only by acknowledging everything from the past can one truly understand the realm of wuwa. Now, Hatcher was experiencing his past self, which meant this time and place belonged to his past. Sure enough, the couple's conversation confirmed her speculation. We can't escape like this. Let's leave this child behind. The man clenched his teeth, speaking harshly. But he's only 4 years old. The woman resisted strenuously, her face turning pale. So what if he's 4? They are after him. If we leave him, we will be safe. It seems Tenji Gate was right. This child is a calamity. Upon hearing this, the woman stopped in her tracks. After a brief moment of contemplation, she agreed with her husband's opinion. Perhaps earlier she couldn't bring herself to do it, but now with a step down, it was perfect for accepting the situation. After all, no one's life was more important than their own in their eyes. I agree. The woman cried painfully but still released her embrace. Don't cry. Our lives are what matter. We can have more children or adopt one if necessary. Supported by the man, the couple quickly fled, leaving the 4-year-old child alone on the ground. How cruel. How could there be such heartless parents in this world? The elder sister was indignant, yet Hatcher said, one who does not act in self-interest will be condemned by heaven and earth. That's not right. The elder sister immediately countered, turning to hug Hatcher and gently stroking his head. For you, Fallon would be willing to give up everything, including her life. I believe Master and Sherry would do the same. I hope you won't be so pessimistic in the future. We will be heartbroken. Ha ha. Hatcher laughed happily, hugging the elder sister's waist. I'll never let go. That's the spirit. Just as they were talking, the black-clothed men rushed forward, ready to chop the child into pieces. Stop right there. The elder sister's expression changed dramatically, instinctively wanting to intervene but still unable to affect the past. Let me handle it. At that moment, Hatcher moved. With a stretch of his hand, he grabbed the weapons of the black-clothed men. Junior brother, why can you? The elder sister looked astonished, but before she could finish, she saw countless cracks appearing in the air. These are spatial cracks? No, temporal cracks. With a loud crack, as if a barrier had been breached, both of them crossed through. Who are you? The black-clothed men were shocked, seemingly panic-stricken by the sudden appearance of 2 people. There's no need to ask a dying man. In the next moment, Hatcher unleashed the balance between life and death, instantly killing all the black-clothed men. Congratulations, junior brother. You've finally comprehended the past self, changed the past, and saved your former self. The elder sister first paused in surprise, then rejoiced greatly. However, upon hearing this, Hatcher shook his head with a smile, as if realizing some profound truth. I didn't change anything, he murmured softly. If we interfere with the past, we will become part of it. Events that have occurred will still happen as they did, and the future will not change because of this. How can this be? I don't believe it. Gilda one picked up the child and noticed a jade pendant hanging from his neck, inscribed with the character Zhou. Indeed, it's you, she said happily, her eyes filled with tenderness and motherly warmth. Big sister, you're so beautiful. When I grow up, will you marry me? Young Hatcher's words were like thunder on a clear day, stunning the grown-up Hatcher. Oh dear, someone really should be embarrassed. You were such a charming child, but turned into a wooden log when you grew up. Gilda one adored him immensely, hugging young Hatcher affectionately and saying, how about coming with sister? I'll raise you. Sorry, I'm afraid that won't be possible. A voice suddenly interrupted the warm scene. A fairy-like woman walked towards them, her gaze fixed on young Hatcher. Felicia. Very rare, for a human to recognize me. But now is not the time for conversation. I've come to welcome our clan's king, but he's clearly a human child. Though she knew Mountain Spirit was a friend, Gilda one still clung tightly to young Hatcher. Humans can also become the king of the mountain spirits. He is the most suitable one. With a wave of her hand, young Hatcher floated beside her. The process couldn't be stopped since it was a fact that young Hatcher was destined to be raised by Mountain Spirit, unchangeable by anyone. Who are you? Young Hatcher asked cautiously. I won't harm you. Come with me, and I can fulfill your wish. Hearing this, young Hatcher stopped struggling. Any wish? Yes, if you agree, I can return you to your parents. No, they abandoned me. I don't want them either. The determination on the child's face made Mountain Spirit's expression flicker. What do you want then? Young Hatcher thought for a moment, then looked at Marcia. When I grow up, I want this big sister to be my wife. Hearing this, both Hatcher's hearts trembled. Was their fate sealed at this moment? Okay, what else? Mountain Spirit smiled. I want to become strong. Only by becoming strong can I protect everything, and others won't abandon me. All right, anything else? Nothing. Young Hatcher shook his head. These two wishes I can fulfill for you, but in exchange, you must fulfill my wish. Is that okay? Mountain Spirit picked up young Hatcher and spoke sincerely. What's your wish? Young Hatcher didn't care much, asking out of curiosity. Chapter 2:14. The strong shall yield, and the hero shall dare to compete. I want you to be the king of the Kaylee tribe. Kaylee whispered as if it were a trivial matter. Sure. Xiao Rahim agreed without a second thought. But it's not easy. You'll have to pay a heavy price. Pay it then. I've got nothing now anyway. Xiao Rahim's carefree response made Kaylee chuckle. You can't say that. Even though you have nothing now, your future is boundless as the king of the Kaylee. The price you need to pay is sacrificing your Dao fruit in this life to exchange for perfection in the next. Upon hearing these words, Hatcher trembled all over, feeling as if struck by lightning, and his mind suddenly became clear. I get it. I finally understand everything. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the world, returning himself and Gilda to reality. What happened? Marcia asked worriedly, noticing that Hatcher was bathed in radiant light. This was true enlightenment. Don't worry, Gilda. I have comprehended my past and found my own self. He smiled heartily, all doubts and burdens dissipating from his heart. No wonder his previous life had been so bitter. He had made a deal with Kaylee, sacrificing a lifetime of brilliance to gain everything in this life. 14 years ago, after being abandoned by his birth parents and saved by Kaylee, they each took what they needed and made a wish. 10 years ago, after being rescued by Gwyneth, he lost all his memories, drastically changing his personality into a timid prodigy, which was part of that price. Ultimately, his bleak end was also an inevitable outcome. Kaylee, should I hate you? Hatcher asked his heart, immediately receiving an answer. He felt no hatred because, without Kaylee, he would have died under the blade of the black-clothed assassin. Moreover, during those 4 years, Kaylee, as his teacher, endowed him with supreme talent and insight, which ensured his ability to break through later on. The past is gone, and the past cannot be pursued. What matters most is seizing the present. In one thought, the violent aura around him subsided, becoming restrained. Success! Gilda exclaimed happily. At this moment, Hatcher's aura reached a harmonious state, signifying that he had fully mastered his past self. In the next moment, a purple light imprint appeared in his hand, profound and containing the essence of time. The past self imprint. Once this imprint was unleashed, it could reflect oneself from the river of time. Though it couldn't change the past, it could draw power from the river of time. With a boom, Hatcher launched the light imprint, piercing through the temporal barrier, and a jade pendant appeared in his palm. Isn't this the identity jade pendant you wore when you were young? You actually managed to retrieve it from the river of time. It's not something particularly important, hence the simplicity. Hatcher shook his head and put away the jade pendant. Next, he raised his head and looked at the 3 glowing orbs still floating in midair, revealing a bold smile. Come, now I can finally refine all of you completely. As soon as he said this, he grasped the orb of law. This was the strongest law in the store, known as the amplification law, which had no inherent power but could enhance any other law. Without hesitation, Hatcher summoned his energy and refined it. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within him, as his heart of faith pulsated wildly, seemingly about to evolve into its perfect form. How is this happening? Clearly there's no infusion of faith power. Baffled, Hatcher quickly realized the reason. His venerated deity, Law, instantly became several times stronger, allowing him to gain faith power from anyone who devoutly knelt before him. In the next moment, with radiant light swirling around, Hatcher spontaneously condensed the past self-imprint, creating a passage through time. What followed was a familiar scene. After his death in his past life, Adrian wreaked havoc across the land, and countless heroes knelt before his statue, praying for his return to restore order, all with unwavering devotion. The vast faith power flowed like a mighty river, transcending time's barriers, merging into the heart of faith and completing its transformation. Bam bam! Hatcher's body quivered violently as the heart of faith fused with him, bringing about a breakthrough in cultivation. This was a supreme holy artifact capable of elevating someone to the reincarnation realm, and the highest level of the reincarnation realm at that, where the heart of faith surpasses all faith and merit. The sound of breaking realms echoed deafeningly, and Hatcher immediately emitted resplendent light. The power of reincarnation surged into every part of his body. Fallon, come with me. He did not monopolize all the faith power but embraced Fallon, sharing this blessing with her. Moments later, the brilliance subsided. Hatcher had ascended to the third realm of reincarnation, while Fallon directly reached the sixth realm. Such advancement was shocking. However, Hatcher's path to strength had not yet ceased. Another cluster of light descended. It was the essence of all the stars, also the strongest energy in the store. As the essence entered his body, the 10,000 phenomena imprint immediately responded. This vast energy was the best nourishment, causing Hatcher's physical body to begin a qualitative transformation. Originally, he had only opened 1,000 microworlds, which allowed him to effortlessly crush ordinary reincarnation realm cultivators. Now, after absorbing the essence, the number of microworlds within his body exploded, reaching an astonishing 100,000. At this moment, a faint golden light clung to the surface of his body. A slight grip of his fist produced the sound of wind and thunder, truly terrifying beyond imagination. Even if I were to face a sage head-on now, I would not be defeated. Chapter 215. The Eye of No Heaven. I witnessed the glow of great fortune. A loud boom shook the earth. The figure transformed from the divine. I held a long staff, as if it was about to sweep away all realms and heavens, sweeping horizontally towards Hatcher. Gilda, be careful. Hatcher's expression became solemn. He protected his Gilda behind him and moved forward alone. Time pause. He roared. Engage immediately appeared, stabilizing space and time. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Crack, crack. Spatial cracks continuously spread. That iron staff seemed unbound, directly slicing through the stillness of space and time, charging over with overwhelming force. Such a thing can happen. Hatcher widened his eyes in shock. This was his first time witnessing such a scenario, yet he did not dodge. Facing it head-on, who fears whom? Seal of 10,000 phenomena. Infinite power gathered in his fist. Each punch was without regret, unstoppable. With a boom, the two collided. Horrifying waves of energy instantly tore apart space-time, making time flow once more. Too strong. Hatcher's face remained grim, falling into a deadlock with the figure. His punch was enough to easily shatter 10,000-foot mountains, yet it could not defeat the phantom in front of him. Just as he was about to use another technique, his body suddenly trembled, a crack appearing between his eyebrows, revealing the heavenly eye nurtured by his purple bloodline. Then, under Gilda's astonished gaze, a void starry sky appeared behind Hatcher, vast and boundless, deep and infinite, but with two red stars flickering on their own. Why do these two stars feel somewhat familiar? Gilda muttered to herself, one of them almost perfectly matching her own aura, while the other was filled with Adrian's aura. Hatcher's previous guess proved true. As long as he tainted the opponent's blood, he could extract their luck, transforming it into stars hanging in the void universe. However, these two stars were different. Extracting luck through slaughter equated to force deprivation, thus weakening Adrian's luck. Gaining luck through yin-yang fusion achieved a win-win result. Evidence was that after dual cultivation, Gilda's luck had clearly become stronger, leaping from peak golden fortune to pale red luck, comparable even to Adrian's current state. A hum echoed. The two stars flickered intensely, followed by a wave rippling through the air, invigorating Hatcher. I see the glow of great fortune, he muttered to himself. In the next moment, the long staff in the phantom's hand shattered, placing it at a disadvantage during the clash. This did not mean Hatcher's strength had increased, but rather that the opponent suddenly revealed a flaw. Blessed with great luck, an ant can also reach the heavens. Seal of 10,000 phenomena, suppress for me. Hatcher's blood churned, pursuing victory relentlessly, unleashing even more terrifying power, completely breaking the balance. The figure, although weaponless, did not retreat, facing Hatcher's fist head-on. This time, no flash of great fortune was triggered, comparing raw power instead. Voids instantly exploded, whirlwinds swept, as if engulfing heaven and earth. Even space couldn't withstand it, revealing fine cracks. In an instant, the phantom was sent flying, only stopping after retreating hundreds of feet. The strong and weak had been determined. Ha ha ha. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Although defeated, the opponent showed no signs of discouragement, instead laughing heartily. Truly an interesting lad, one cannot help but bow to fate. I really didn't choose wrongly. Hearing this, Hatcher was slightly taken aback. Do you know who I am, senior? No idea, I'm merely a thread of consciousness. You're qualified because you're strong enough to receive my legacy. As the words fell, the figure dissipated, turning back into a celestial eye merging into Hatcher's brow. Remember, little boy, this world is too narrow. If you have the ambition, break through the limits no one has touched for 10,000 ancient years. The path of martial arts is endless. A majestic voice echoed in his mind, causing him to shiver. The world is too narrow, breaking through limits. Hatcher widened his eyes, obviously deeply moved. Throughout history, emperors were revered as the absolute pinnacle of cultivation, the very top of everything. Yet from what that person said, was there something stronger beyond emperors? It was almost unimaginable. Lad, I cannot say more. The rest you must explore on your own. Also, My Dharma Eye is called the Eye of No Heaven, capable of dissolving all laws of the world. But with your current strength, you can probably only harness a fraction of its power. Don't overly rely on it. Off I go. Accompanied by a dashing whistle, there was no other sound in Hatcher's mind. No Heaven's Eye. He touched his machine forehead and saw that the void starry sky behind him had become incredibly stable, clearly being completely suppressed by No Heaven's Eye. Up to this point, Hatcher had perfectly mastered his own power. The third stage of samsara, the 10,000 phenomena seal of 10,000 small worlds, the resonance of fate in the void universe, plus No Heaven's Eye. Now he possessed hard power that was entirely beyond his cultivation realm. No heaven. I will make this sky unable to obscure my eyes ever again. Hatcher slowly recited, causing the surrounding illusions to shatter instantly, and he and Gilda returned to the Bloodline Mall. Both exchanged glances, seeing joy in each other's eyes. This enhancement was truly enormous. Regardless of anything else, either of them now possessed the strength to sweep through this secret realm. Taking a conservative estimate, at least sweeping all outsiders was enough. Inyang Saint Maiden, save me, save me. Suddenly, the jade bottle in Marcia's arms emitted a faint cry for help, attracting their attention. Look at me. I actually forgot such an important matter. Gilda felt a bit embarrassed and immediately opened the bottle, from which an ethereal blue figure floated out. This is... Hatcher's gaze was sharp, and after a brief glance, he understood everything. A girl from the Black Tortoise clan, coming from ancient times. I have seen you, honorable king. The Ansley could still act coquettishly in front of Gilda, but upon seeing Hatcher, she became extremely reserved because she sensed the flow of the Tao, not daring to be the slightest bit unruly. After Gilda's explanation, Hatcher learned about the girl's past life and couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. Knowing gratitude and righteousness, I shall restore your flesh body and bring you back to life. Upon hearing this, both Gilda and the Ansley showed happy smiles. Do you wish to serve the Black Tortoise clan again after this rebirth? Hatcher asked. Hearing this, the girl shook her head resolutely. If possible, I want to become part of the Kayla clan. That's simple. Let me grant you an identity. Gilda spread her palm and summoned the royal golden ledger of the Kalis. This represented the authority of the Kayla clan and could be used to enroll others into the royal lineage or appoint royal guards. Chapter 216 Master and the Melissa are sharpening knives. These words immediately caught Hatcher's attention. Fallon, what is this thing? Ah! Fallon exclaimed in surprise, quickly hiding the golden scroll behind her back. Oh no, I was too careless. She was anxious. Her junior brother didn't know that she had gained control over the power of the Mountain Spirit clan. She deliberately kept it hidden. Would he be upset? Her heart trembled as she secretly glanced at Hatcher, only to see his eyes full of affectionate indulgence and a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You dare mock me? You knew all along, didn't you? Fallon said with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Haha, when I was at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, I had my suspicions. After awakening my imprint, I was certain. You are destined to be the queen of the Mountain Spirit clan. You annoying ghost. You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. I'll bite you to death. Fallon lunged at him, but was directly embraced by Hatcher. Sister, calm down. We need to save someone first. One sentence brought Fallon back to reality. I understand. Fallon took a deep breath, straightened her attire, and then looked seriously at the blue-clad girl. From now on, are you willing to join our Mountain Spirit clan and become a guardian of the royal family, never betraying us? Upon hearing this, the girl instantly knelt down, her expression devout and sincere. I am willing. As soon as these words were spoken, the golden scroll opened, revealing the page recording the names of the royal guardians. Do you have a name? Fallon held a golden pin and asked with a smile. My previous name has been abandoned. Since I've decided to leave the Black Tortoise clan, please grant me a new name from your majesty. Zaida. Hatcher's lips moved, deciding the girl's name. Thank you, your majesty. In the next moment, Fallon wrote the name beautifully. Fallon has such exquisite handwriting. Flatterer. Marcia shot Hatcher an annoyed look. Then, boundless light flowed around the girl, making her appear even clearer. But the most crucial step was yet to come. To truly allow Zaida to be reborn, they needed to trace back to the source and infuse her with Yin-Yang blood and the water element law. Fortunately, they already had both. Hatcher and Fallon cut their fingers and simultaneously channeled their spells, gathering the energy into the girl's body. Next, Hatcher recited the spell for revival and cast a hand seal. Balance of life and death. Instantly, endless vitality gathered from all directions, helping Zaida reshape her physical form. Rumble. At that moment, terrifying lightning emerged in the void, aiming straight at Zaida, intending to destroy her and cut off her path to rebirth. This was an inevitable occurrence. Reviving the dead was nearly godlike, and the celestial tribulation that descended was extremely formidable. However, Hatcher was well prepared. A powerful talisman danced on his fingertip, its strength surpassing even that of a 9th grade talisman. Talisman number 95. Mighty Ling Sanluo Protective Spell. This mysterious talisman was potent enough to help one transcend the saint's tribulation. To create a complete version, the heart's blood of a saint was required. Luckily, Zaida hadn't reached sainthood in her past life, and Hatcher's strength had increased many-fold since then. The simplified version of the talisman he inscribed was sufficient. Go! The talisman transformed into starlight points, merging into the lightning tribulation and instantly calming it down. After enduring all the trials, Zaida finally completed her rebirth, acquiring a new physical form. In the next instant, heavenly energy and laws converged once more, elevating her cultivation from nothing and rapidly increasing it at a terrifying speed. Under the watchful eyes of Hatcher and Fallon, her realm broke through until it stopped at the cycle realm. Though this growth seemed exaggerated, it was actually quite reasonable. The legacy of the Black Tortoise clan, the faith of the Mountain Spirit clan, plus the Yin-Yang bloodline and the Water Element Dominion, combined with the mystical talisman and her accumulated strength from her past life. Reaching the cycle realm could be considered modest. Greetings, Father King. Greetings, Queen Mother. Zaida, overwhelmed with joy, knelt down and kowtowed. Before her rebirth, she could call Marcia sister, but after being reborn, she had to change her address. Because everything she had now was granted by Hatcher and Fallon, who were like her birth parents. She couldn't transgress the rules under any circumstances. You are exempt from kneeling. Hatcher smiled and helped her up, noticing a hint of turbid chi between her brows, a sign of unresolved karma. Zaida, we now have sufficient strength to protect ourselves. When we actively summon you, you will be free to act. Thank you, Father King. Zaida bowed again, emotionally flying away from the scene. The Black Tortoise clan is in for some bad luck. Fallon remarked, Zaida's departure is bound to turn the entire Black Tortoise clan upside down. Do you think she can achieve this? It's hard to say. Hatcher shook his head. Anyway, I'm not optimistic about the Black Tortoise clan. The two chatted casually, as if discussing trivial matters. The fate of the Black Tortoise clan seemed insignificant in their eyes. After all, no one cared about the outcome of those who betrayed kindness. Moments later, the surrounding atmosphere became much quieter. Junior brother. The children are all gone. Fallon suddenly said, her face turning red, exceptionally enticing. Fallon. Hatcher looked at the charming beauty before him. His heart couldn't help but race wildly. He hopelessly discovered that his self-control was getting worse and worse. Despite living through 2 lifetimes, he still felt like a novice in matters of love. This wouldn't do. If this kept up, he'd be completely captivated by Fallon's charm. This time, he must decisively refuse. Elder brother, I want to tell him. Before Fallon finished her soft-spoken words, she was already embraced by her irrational junior brother. Next, the sea of red dust bloomed with springtime colors. An hour later, Fallon's face was flushed, completely drained of energy, lying weakly on Hatcher. No more, let me rest, she pleaded, her face filled with happiness and contentment. Hee. Hatcher grinned mischievously. Just as he wanted to tease a bit more, he heard a thud. The Mountain Spirit Clan's golden scroll landed beside him. Give it back. Fallon suddenly became alert, but her body was numb, allowing Hatcher to snatch it first. Let me see. Don't. Regardless of Fallon's resistance, Hatcher opened the scroll. To his surprise, it only had his name and Zaida's, with the page for concubines entirely empty. Strange, there's no name of Fallon here. Could it be that Fallon doesn't think highly of me? Upon hearing this, Fallon was about to get angry but suddenly smiled cunningly. Not at all, it's just that I want to be queen but didn't dare to act on my own. Today, I'm asking you, can you write my name as the first? At this, Hatcher tensed up, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was a guaranteed death sentence. He could almost see Master and the Tiana sharpening their knives. Chapter 217. As the head of the xiuxian sect, what does she understand about love? Gilda. Hatcher stammered, as if he was caught in a dilemma. Ha ha ha. Gilda laughed uncontrollably, her eyes filled with mischief. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She looked gentle, holding a golden pin and writing her name on the position of the 3rd royal consort. Gilda. You. Seeing this, Hatcher's expression changed. His heart trembled violently as he tightly hugged Gilda. Humph. Don't think I'm retreating. This is the composure of a strong person. One day, I will ascend to the position of Gianna. Gilda is number 1 in the world. Hatcher whispered into Marcia's ear, full of tenderness. I've never doubted that statement. Gilda's eyes sparkled, laughing like a successful fox who had just stolen a chicken. Her junior brother was still too inexperienced. Didn't he know that not striving is also striving? This was Gilda's method of taming a husband. As a good woman, the most important thing is not to put your beloved in a difficult position, making him hesitate. For instance, questions like, if I and the master fall into water, whom would you save first? Should never be asked. Moreover, to bind a man's heart, you need to make him feel indebted to you. She did this perfectly, and Hatcher was clearly well controlled by her. Oh no, I'm becoming a bad girl. Is this too much? Gilda suddenly blushed, the images of her master and the Tiana flashing in her mind, making her feel somewhat guilty. Cough cough. Isn't it true that the near water gets the moonlight first? There's nothing wrong with my taking the initiative. If you want to blame anyone, blame those who couldn't stay by my junior brother's side. Gilda raised her delicate chin and, after analyzing the situation thoroughly, revealed a satisfied smile. Asia is straightforward, both innocent and scheming, plus very tsundere, but being tsundere is outdated now. As for the master, she's the head of the xiuxian sect. What does she know about love? My chances of winning are huge. Gilda became increasingly confident. I am bound to win. But just as they were deep in affection, ready for another intimate moment, sudden changes occurred. A loud bang was heard, and the entire 2nd floor shook violently. A beam of rosy light rose from the center of the development area, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The Imperial Might. Hatcher stood up abruptly, the fragments of Imperial weapons inside him trembling gently in resonance. Oh my ancestors, at such a critical time. You two are still indulging in romance here. The ghostly image of Kaylee appeared before Hatcher again after 14 years. Miss Kaylee, is there something urgent? Gilda asked. Yes, indeed. After the assembly of the 8 great powers, the Imperial weapon emerged, causing the safety zone to collapse. The next phase will be a chaotic battle for the Imperial weapon. Are you willing to watch the 8 major malls disappear? Hearing this, they exchanged glances. You mean these 8 malls can be taken away? Gilda got excited. Who knew how much wealth these contained? If they could claim them, she could hardly imagine how wonderful it would be. That's right. Kaylee touched her brow, saying somewhat helplessly. The 8 malls have a connection with the rules of the secret realm on the 2nd level and were supposed to disappear along with its destruction, which no one could stop. However, I get it. Hatcher made a decisive move and rushed into the sky immediately. Heavenless eye, open. he commanded, and it seemed as if heaven itself opened its eye. His brow cracked open, shooting out countless rays of light downward. Boom! With a thunderous roar, all the chains connecting the 8 malls to the rules were cut off, leaving them ownerless. What a great opportunity! Kaylee smiled and threw out a scroll. Catch it, Your Majesty. From now on, this will be the small treasury of the Kaylee tribe. The scroll opened with a swoosh, releasing an incredibly dense spatial aura. 1,000-mile river and mountain map. Hatcher mumbled through half-closed eyes. This painting turned out to be a spatial artifact. While everyone else was captivated by the Imperial weapon, he and Gilda quietly profited, putting all 8 malls into the map. Mission accomplished. Gilda caught the scroll steadily and handed it to Hatcher. Junior brother, you keep it? Seeing this, Hatcher slowly shook his head. Junior brother has always been careless and idle. Matters concerning finances should be left to Gilda. Hearing this, the corners of Gilda's mouth curved into a crescent shape. See, this is Junior brother's doting. Managing the treasury is also within the prerogatives of the royal consort. It's everything you deserve, Your Majesty. Kaylee became a flattering ghost, celebrating in Gilda's ear. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread from the safety zone, as if a natural disaster was descending to turn this place into ashes. Let's go. Without a second word, Hatcher grabbed Gilda's wrist and tore through the void, distancing themselves from the area. Hiss. Gilda drew in a sharp breath, looking behind her. Dust rose up from the ground, and the bustling safety zone turned into ruins in an instant, as if it had been struck by divine punishment. If they hadn't escaped in time, they would have suffered the same fate. From now on, only the development area remained in the entire second layer. With the Imperial weapon now appearing, it would undoubtedly spark a bloodbath of competition. Heavens, what kind of treasure is that? Someone stared at the dazzling light and knelt on the ground, speaking with a distorted expression. This aura is definitely above the holy weapon level. It might be a sacred king's weapon, or even a great sage weapon. At this, everyone trembled, their eyes flashing with fanatical fervor. Truly a gift from heaven. I'm determined to get this thing. Whoever dares to challenge me, I will kill them. In an instant, people went mad, rushing toward the direction of the light without any concern for their own lives. Don't these people care about their lives? They don't consider that a treasure of this level isn't something one can casually touch? Gilda frowned, seeing some people continue to crawl forward even with their limbs severed by the Imperial aura, which sent shivers down her spine. The power of the Imperial weapon not only affects the body but also suppresses the spirit. These people are already deranged. Hatcher immediately locked onto the people from xiuxian Sect and Blood Deity Sect, warning them not to act rashly. After receiving confirmation, he let out a sigh of relief. Die. All of you should just die, for my great plan, willingly offer your lives. A very faint voice reached Hatcher's ears, drawing his attention. But when he tried to search for the source, the person was long gone. What strong vigilance! Hatcher exclaimed in shock. Great plans for 10,000 years. Could there be another plot? Before he could finish speaking, his third eye began to throb wildly, altering his expression slightly. It was an anomaly from the life and death rope. What happened? Could it be that the Joanne of Huome clan has encountered a problem? Chapter 218, Shantan Treasure Finder Saint Body. This thought had just arisen when Hatcher found it unbelievable himself. Back when he was combating the Holy Maiden of the Flame Charm clan, Jenny, he used the life and death chain to withstand her. After reconciling, instead of immediately removing the chain, an unexpected incident occurred. The information transmitted through the rope indicated that Jenny's condition was extremely dire, perhaps even facing mortal danger. What kind of thing could bring a sage to this state? Sure knows how to cause trouble. Hatcher took a deep breath and said impatiently. At his current level, he could directly destroy the life and death chain, so it wouldn't affect him anymore. However, considering Jenny had once signed a pact with him, which might be useful someday, rescuing her wouldn't hurt if possible. Next, Hatcher emitted Imperial-grade spiritual power to locate her but found nothing. Could she not be in the second layer? A surprised look spread across Hatcher's face as he followed the life and death chain's guidance and finally detected her whereabouts. To his shock, the woman appeared directly beneath an Imperial armament, clearly suppressed by it. Though inappropriate, Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. Did this woman detect the Imperial armament beforehand and rush for supremacy? How overconfident. A mere sage dared to touch an Imperial armament barehanded, truly ignorant of its power. If this particular Imperial armament wasn't damaged and its deity asleep, she'd have turned to ashes long ago. There's someone below the Imperial armament, and this aura feels familiar. Gilda also noticed the anomaly. Isn't that the shopkeeper from the info shop? How did they end up under there? Upon hearing this, Hatcher suddenly saw everything clearly. It made sense now. She must have gotten advanced intel. Ordinarily, gathering the 8 strongest objects would be necessary for the Imperial armament to appear, yet Jenny squeezed in somehow. Was she some kind of genius at exploiting loopholes? Was she a loach in her previous life? Junior brother, should we join in to seize the Imperial armament too? Gilda's voice broke into Hatcher's thoughts. There's no need. It's far too dangerous. Let's watch from the sidelines, Hatcher replied disinterestedly, thinking none of them stood a chance against the Imperial armament. Going up there would be like walking into a death trap. They needed to wait until circumstances changed before making a move. Save me, please save me. Just as Hatcher was about to lay low, a troublesome voice echoed in his mind. Undoubtedly Jenny. She retained a sliver of consciousness and instinctively pleaded for help. Unsurprisingly, Hatcher refused outright. What can I do? Everyone is but ants before an Imperial armament. I don't want to get myself involved either. Upon hearing this, Jenny burst into tears. Even as a sage, facing death brought out fear. I don't care. You've already signed the Heavenly Dao contract with me and stole my underwear. You should take responsibility for me. Cough cough. Hatcher coughed fiercely, reminded of something useful. How did I forget this? I can use the equivalent exchange spell. He casually retrieved a spirit stone and set up an array. This secret technique indeed was amazing. When the object being exchanged possesses intelligence, as long as it agrees its value matches the exchange item, the swap is complete. So exchanging a spirit stone for a sage isn't impossible. But the other side rejected it outright. I'm not that cheap. Jenny cried even louder. Do you want to die? I won't deal with you anymore. No, I am a sage and an embodiment of law. If I degrade myself, the heavenly Tao will abandon me. Upon hearing this, Hatcher finally understood. It was true. Sages held heavenly Tao fortunes within them. If both fire authority and heavenly Tao law perceived themselves as lowly, calamity could ensue. Reluctantly, Hatcher conjured a grade 9 spirit talisman and performed the exchange. Wah! The once high and mighty holy maiden of the Flame Charm clan sobbed bitterly. I am so miserable. A grade 9 spirit talisman got me traded away. This isn't fair. Hatcher felt a headache coming on. Being able to survive under an imperial armament was already great. Why act noble? Shut up, or I'll put you back in. After these words, she instantly quieted down. Because she was suppressed by the imperial armament, Jenny was entangled with imperial Tao laws, and thus most of her strength was sealed. Now, she only possessed the cultivation of an ordinary semi-sage. Hatcher could now easily deal with her. Where have all your clan members gone? Could they have all died under the imperial armament? Hatcher scanned for a moment, then asked with a somewhat serious expression. Not at all. I found them to be a burden and sent them all back to reality. How is that possible? Even Hatcher couldn't believe it when he heard this. The laws of this remote mountain secret realm were extremely robust. Even a sage wouldn't be able to escape. Perhaps it's because the aura emitted by the imperial armament was too strong, creating a spatial rift around it, which I just happened to discover. So, hearing this, Hatcher couldn't help but agree. He could only marvel at how adept she was at exploiting loopholes, truly a saint body who excels in finding shortcuts, though occasionally at her own expense. Alright, since you've already been saved, don't disturb our two-person world anymore, Hatcher said disdainfully, preparing to shoo her away. Suddenly, there came a loud boom. The imperial armament emitted a shocking wave, turning those who got too close into nothing but powder. Ah! Jenny screamed like a frightened cat, then trembled as she hid behind Hatcher. Don't leave me here. I'm scared. I can do anything. Seeing this, Gilda's eyes widened, ready to act. How could a sage be so timid? Hatcher sighed. This wasn't likely an act. After all, divine authority ultimately lacked human courage. Once it suffered a loss, it would develop an evasion mentality, making it difficult to achieve supreme enlightenment. You always think only of yourself. We have no obligation to protect you. Go away quickly, Hatcher said heartlessly. Don't send me away. I can help you obtain the imperial armament. Jenny offered a condition Hatcher couldn't refuse. Nonsense. It's true. I found a flaw in the imperial armament. If we exploit it properly, there's a chance to subdue it. Upon hearing this, both Hatcher and his companions stopped in their tracks. Chapter 219. The imperial armament appears. The 4 venerable Killingland mirror. Explain the flaw in detail. Hatcher frowned. Initially, he didn't want to believe this nonsense. But thinking of the other party's innate constitution for finding loopholes, he ultimately asked an extra question. Latoya was instantly delighted, hurriedly saying, I've seen that imperial armament in ancient records. It seems to be the 4 venerable Killingland mirror. Hearing this, Hatcher's pupils suddenly contracted. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He couldn't blame him for being skeptical because the imperial armament was shrouded with terrifying imperial might. Even he couldn't ascertain its true form or see through its veil, let alone Latoya, who as a sage should be even less able to see it clearly. I'm very certain that imperial armament is incomplete now and shows flaws periodically, so I could discern it clearly. She continued, it's a mirror with part of its body missing, and on its back are carvings depicting 4 supreme powerhouses jointly slaying a xiuxian. It's actually true. Hatcher found it hard to believe. He never imagined that the legendary born imperial armament would appear here. What's called a born imperial armament is divine material that became enlightened, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, then underwent refinement over time, spontaneously giving birth to divinity within and thus becoming an imperial-grade weapon. This kind of existence is several times stronger than ordinary imperial weapons, and this mirror is an exceedingly powerful one among born imperial armaments. According to legends, its creation originated from a confrontation of Tao. That battle left heaven and earth in ruins, days and nights colorless, and was famously known as the 4 venerable slaying xiuxian incident. Back then, at the dawn of chaos, there were 5 creatures and 5 immortals. The 5 immortals were heaven, earth, humanity, deity, and ghost. The 5 creatures were winged, scaled, furred, feathered, and insect. Winged creatures held sages in high regard, but these sages weren't sages by cultivation realm. They were the absolute powerhouses after extreme practice. Scaled creatures esteemed dragons and wyverns, furred creatures esteemed the xiuxian, feathered creatures esteemed phoenixes, and insects esteemed divine turtles. At that time, the furred creatures had great power, intending to dominate all under heaven and not obey orders, eventually leading to suppression from all sides. The xiuxian fought to the death but was outnumbered and slain by the other 4 on the Bloodkill Plain. This 5 stewards battle ended with 1 great steward dead and 4 others gravely wounded, spreading astonishing imperial doctrines that were finally absorbed by a piece of divine material, leaving an imprint. After undergoing the baptism of time, the divine material became enlightened and turned into an ultimate weapon. This is how the 4 venerable Killingland mirror came about. Seeing Hatcher nod slightly, Latoya finally sighed in relief. Listen to me, the imperial armament mirror is composed of 3 parts, the 4 venerable, the xiuxian, and the mirror surface. These 3 emit imperial might cyclically, but due to the damaged mirror surface, some parts have fallen silent and can no longer unleash imperial might. So every 2 eruptions, this imperial armament will enter silence once, making that the best moment to compete for the armament. Your words are very valuable, and I accept them. Hatcher revitalized his spirit, eyes focused ahead. already itching to try. Don't be careless. To seize the Imperial armament, you need formidable strength and even more formidable mental power. This is the crux. Latoya reminded from the side. Do you still not know the extent of my mental power? Hatcher looked at her, smiling. Seeing this, Latoya couldn't help but shudder. She had experienced it long ago. No matter what, don't be careless. Be cautious of the Heavenly Goo clan. Seeming to recall something, Latoya warned again. During the Great Siege on humanity, someone from the Heavenly Goo clan managed to escape and took crucial intelligence away. Therefore, they have definitely prepared thoroughly. If we recklessly clash with them, we may suffer a loss. Hearing this, Hatcher was slightly stunned. Indeed, precautions must be taken. I have a plan. Suddenly his eyes lit up, retrieving the purple golden red gourd. Opening the stopper and tapping it lightly, an elder flew out. This person was precisely Elder Aviv of the Heavenly Goo clan, who must know many secrets. You young whelp dared to scheme against me. You're asking for death. Upon coming out, he gnashed his teeth, attacking Hatcher. I intended to persuade you peacefully, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Since this is the case, soul-searching technique. Hatcher acted faster, slapping the top of the elder's head, injecting mental energy directly into him. Eowa. Instantly, the elder's eyes bulged, struggling fiercely with a distorted expression, ultimately exploding violently. Indeed. Hatcher laughed. He did obtain useful information. The Heavenly Goo clan does have some means, actually cultivating soul-seizing worms that can snatch mental power through slaughter. Moreover, through secret techniques, they can link the entire clan's mental powers together. Such things exist? Fallon was somewhat startled, indicating that the Heavenly Goo clan was really thoroughly prepared. If only that much, it's still insufficient. Hatcher revealed a confident smile. Don't be careless. They might have ways to enhance their mental power, and with combined efforts, their mental power could exceed that of a sage. Latoya said solemnly. Here they come. Hatcher's voice was low, cutting off her words. At the same time, his expression became serious. As he spoke, an eerie silence spread through the void, followed by the dimming of the light surrounding the Imperial armament, weakening the suffocating pressure by 90%. The weak point of the Imperial armament has arrived, Latoya said. Then, the image of the Imperial armament appeared before everyone's eyes. Indeed, it was the four venerable Killingling mirror. Now's the time. The crowd's eyes gleamed with desire and greed. Finally, the clouds parted to reveal the moon. They had finally found their opportunity. It's mine. Those who were closest rushed forward, with some even burning their essence blood, as if the first to touch the Imperial armament would own it. Looking for death. Those at the back became furious, Runbutu Chuso, their surging auras transforming into waves that shattered those in front, sending showers of blood and severed limbs down in a ghastly scene. We should make our move. Hatcher and Fallon advanced hand in hand, crossing space with a single step, rushing into the battlefield. Wait for me. Latoya followed suit, gritting her teeth to catch up. Stop there. This path is blocked. Back off unless you want to die. Suddenly, someone obstructed Hatcher, emitting murderous intent, ready to attack at any moment. Get lost. Without a glance, Hatcher roared, unleashing terrifying power in waves that instantly shattered the person. Hiss. Witnesses couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths, retreating hurriedly, fearing to provoke this star of misfortune. Boy, I finally found you. Prepare to die. A blast sounded suddenly, followed by a terrifying aura approaching swiftly. What a narrow encounter. Hatcher sneered, spotting members of the Heavenly Goo clan led by an elderly man with white hair, showing no sign of mercy. This old man clearly had an extremely ruthless nature, reaching the peak of the cycle realm. This must be the Zechariah of the Heavenly Goo clan. With a loud boom, the old man unleashed his full strength, punching directly at Hatcher's head. Heh! A direct confrontation, just as I wanted. Hatcher raised his fist simultaneously. Chapter 220, the Tyangazu clan. Can your mental power be stronger than ours? Overestimating yourself, you insignificant thing. Seeing this scene, the Zechariah of the Tyangazu clan immediately revealed a cruel smile. At your tender age, you dare to exchange blows with me? Who gave you such courage? Remember to tell the ghosts in the underworld that it was I, Sullivan, who sent you on your final journey. Bang! The two fists collided. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Sullivan's arm exploded Huff huff. He panted heavily, staring at Hatcher as if seeing a ghost. It's impossible. Even if this little brat had started training from birth, it's absolutely impossible for him to be this strong. There must be some trick. He quickly pondered, eyes darting around, arriving at a possibility. I understand. I completely understand now. You must have purchased a demi-saint strike from the powerful mall, thus achieving such power. Upon hearing this, others also agreed. This was currently the most reasonable answer. A demi-saint strike costs at least 30,000 spirit-like coins. You've already used it twice. Now, you should be at the end of your tricks, right? Why don't you try me again? Hatcher smiled calmly, approaching the other side. Hold on. Pale-faced, Sullivan dared not get close to Hatcher after the earlier encounter. After all, there's no deep-seated enmity between us. There's no need to fight to the death, right? What are you getting at? Hatcher stopped, his gaze icy as he asked. Very simple, enemies can be easily reconciled, not made. Why don't we shake hands and make peace, turning swords into plowshares? But I killed your elder Aviv. Could you really let that go? Upon hearing this, the people of the Tyangazu clan erupted in anger. They were always the ones bullying others. It was unprecedented for anyone to dare kill their elder. This was a great grudge, an irreconcilable hatred. Hee, no problem. Sullivan gritted his teeth, already plotting in his mind to grind Hatcher's bones to dust after he succeeded. Is that so? Then you're quite magnanimous. That means you wouldn't mind me using the soul-searching technique on him either, right? At these words, Sullivan felt as if struck by lightning. What do you know? Everything worth knowing, including the purpose of the jade green goo. As he spoke, Hatcher's face remained expressionless, but an intensely oppressive atmosphere spread from within him. Hiss. Fallon one widened her eyes and pulled Latoya back a few steps. She knew her junior brother was genuinely angry this time. You will surely die today, little scoundrel. Knowing our secrets, you cannot be allowed to live. You're anxious. Looks like those memories are real. An endless killing aura surged out of Hatcher's body. The jade green goo was transformed from a dermic manifestation, more specifically, refined from the remaining dermic manifestations of a human emperor after death. These Tyengazu vermin had once been protected by humans, but proved to be ungrateful bastards. Not only did they betray humanity, but they also dared to desecrate the remains of a human emperor. They truly deserved punishment beyond measure. Humph. So what if you know? We intend to use the dermic manifestation of your human emperor to seize your imperial weapon. What? Got something to say about that? Speaking, Sullivan extended his tongue, where another jade green goo lay in wait. Fortunately, my clan has made all necessary preparations. What if you took away one of the imperial goo? We can still seize the imperial weapon as long as you are dead? So you rely on these ants? Hatcher's eyes were filled with disdain. You dare to be arrogant despite your young age. Do you think only you have bought the power of a strong attack? Sullivan laughed maniacally, holding a dazzling light ball in his hand, filled with overwhelming divine might, clearly a demi-saint strike. Die! Without another word, he hurled the light ball at Hatcher. Run! Many people scattered like birds and beasts. A demi-saint's power was no joke. If caught in it, even those at the reincarnation realm would suffer serious injury or worse. Space stabilizing goo. Seeing this, Sullivan used another means, crushing a brown goo insect, and immediately a disgusting liquid spread out, sealing off the space around Hatcher, cutting off all escape routes. Now see how you escape. Under his excited gaze, Hatcher leaped up and rushed towards the light, seeking death on your own. Sullivan's face turned cruel, imagining Hatcher being blasted apart. But then fate staged a spectacular scene for him. Hatcher simply stepped on the demi-saint's strike and crushed it with force, the residual wave shattering space. Yet he remained unscathed. The shock was terrifying. Everyone from the Tyengazu clan was stunned. Could Hatcher still have the power of a strong attack? Aya! Finally reacting, the Zechariah's expression drastically changed, looking at Hatcher as if he were a monster, but soon a ruthless look appeared on his face. No matter what tricks you have, you will die today. He took a deep breath and looked at the others behind him. Activate the 5 divine goose. Exterminate this boy for me. Yes. Hearing this, the Tyengazu clan members were invigorated, as if those 5 divine goose were some terrifying superweapon that could suppress all enemies. Boy, look into my eyes. Sullivan laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his brow ridge split open, revealing a goo emitting strong mental waves. The slave goo of the 5 divine goose. Then, the goo insect spat out a mark that landed on Hatcher. You are finished. Marked by this sign. As long as your mental power is lower than mine, you will become my slave. Hearing this, Hatcher smiled. Who gave you the courage to compete in mental power with me? Humph, I know you're very confident in yourself, but no matter how strong your mental power is, can it surpass the combined power of all of us? Sullivan loudly declared, throwing out another goo insect. The linked goo of the 5 divine goose. Chain the hearts together. Unite against the enemy. Chapter 221. Hatcher. All of you, commit suicide. A thunderous boom echoed. Suddenly, the spirit worm emitted 1,000 rays of light, connecting the foreheads of all the Sky Spirit clan members. In an instant, their spiritual fields merged into a vast oceanic wave, pressing down toward Hatcher. Ha ha ha, little brat. Let's see how you resist this time. Seeing this scene, everyone around shook their heads in pity for Hatcher. Many had already fallen prey to this move, including friends and comrades. Once one's mental strength is suppressed, they become slaves to the opponent. How could they fight back? No matter how strong an individual's mind was, it couldn't match that of a group. Kneel before me. Sullivan spoke arrogantly, yet Hatcher remained unperturbed. Is that all? This remark made Sullivan's face twitch. You're quite something, little brat, managing to withstand it. Did you use a secret technique? But I told you, you're going to die today. With those words, he released another spirit worm. The 5 divine spirits, mind-suppressing spirit. Immediately, Hatcher was enveloped by a peculiar wave. Oh, so it's a means to suppress mental power this time. Rather interesting. His lips curled into a smile, showing no signs of worry. Still pretending? Kneel down. The order yielded the same result as before. Hiss. How is this possible? Could it be that you were supported by a law? Sullivan's expression turned serious, but soon reverted to ferocity. Even with laws, there are limits. With our mental power 10 times stronger than yours, you have no hope. Everyone, show your true skills. As you command. The other Sky Spirit clan members' eyes went red, revealing intense madness and excitement. The 5 divine spirits' mind-seizing spirit. In an instant, they became like beasts, wildly attacking everyone around them, killing over 100 people in the blink of an eye. Aya! The onlookers were horrified, fleeing hastily, keeping a safe distance from them. Then, vast amounts of spiritual energy emanated from the corpses and were absorbed and refined by the Sky Spirit clan, enhancing them several times over. Boy, this isn't over yet. Let's see how you dodge now. The 5 divine spirits' mind-exploding spirit. As this move was unleashed, including Sullivan, their minds exploded, reaching an extreme ascension, fiercely burning. This scene was truly terrifying. The endless stream of mental power shrouded the sky, making everyone feel oppressed, almost suffocating. Without a doubt, the Sky Spirit clan was indeed a fearsome race. This kind of tactic left others hopeless. The 5 divine spirits were linked, multiplying mental power exponentially. Not only could they handle sage-level experts steadily, but dealing with peak half-sages would be effortless. In an instant, people could clearly sense that Hatcher's mental power gradually retracted, retreating into his body, a clear sign of complete suppression. Kneel before me. Sullivan, arrogant as ever, thought this time was foolproof, yet the outcome still surprised him. Hatcher stood upright, indifferent. What's going on? You're supposed to be my slave now. Why can you still resist? His eyes shifted slightly, quickly finding a reason. You must have obtained the law of absolute refusal to kneel, deceiving even me. His lips curled into a mocking smile, all tricks and deceit, causing me to waste more efforts. But your fate won't change. Since you won't kneel, then I'll order you to stand still, obediently allowing me to dissect you slowly. With those words, he drew a brilliant blue sword. My sword is laced with deadly poison. A single scratch will make you suffer endlessly. He licked the blade lightly, inching closer to Hatcher. Quick, save him. Jolie, tense, was about to act. No need. Fallon Master gently stopped her. She and Hatcher shared a telepathic connection, clearly sensing his condition. Before Hatcher, this elder was merely a jumping bean. Cry, boy, you're about to be sliced into pieces. The closer Sullivan got, the more twisted his expression became. He glared at Hatcher, eager to savor the fear, only for his sword to grow heavier and heavier. What's happening? Why is my sword getting heavy? His expression changed. He had never encountered such a situation. It's not that your sword is heavier, it's that you can't lift your arm. Hatcher chuckled, startling the other side. What did you do? I order you to immediately withdraw your means and obediently accept your death. Huh? Hatcher laughed, making the other side's heart race. Have you not realized yet that my mental power far surpasses yours? How absurd. You can't intimidate me. You must be carrying some special law on your back. Sullivan immediately denied it. If he believed this, his worldview would collapse instantly. Throughout history, there had never been such a person. So young, yet capable of using his mental power to suppress the entire Sky Spirit clan with just one person. This wasn't reality. This was mythology. My mental power right now can even suppress a sage. What makes you think you can contend with me? He roared furiously, burning his essence, spirit, and energy, making one final attempt. But Hatcher's words were merciless, shattering all his illusions. His voice was very soft, so soft that only two people could hear it. Old man, the person standing before you is someone who possesses imperial-level mental power. As these words fell, Hatcher released 1% of his mental power, instantly engulfing everyone present. What is this? So heavy, it's suffocating me. Could it be mental power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This should be some other kind of energy we've never seen before. No matter how the crowd denied it, the facts didn't lie. All members of the Sky Spirit clan were filled with fear. Their minds were suppressed. According to the law of slave spirits, they were all now controlled by Hatcher. Young man, let's talk things through. We're willing to seek peace. Sullivan trembled all over, knowing he had encountered a monster. There's nothing to talk about. Killing you all would dirty my hands. Hatcher turned away, no longer looking at them. Commit suicide. Chapter 222. The unfortunate late years of the Great Steward. Under everyone's gaze, a horrifying scene unfolded. The members of the Sky Poison clan all raised their long swords and placed them against their own necks. How could this be? Thud. The collective suicide was an astonishing sight, with blood spraying and veiling the sky, sending chills down everyone's spine. Hatcher felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. Behind him, an endless starless universe emerged, visible only to him, starting to devour the fates of the deceased. These people were all ordinary, hence most of their fates appeared gray or green in color, but their sheer numbers added over 100 stars to Hatcher's cosmos. Then something astounding happened. Those green stars behaved like hunters, colliding with the gray stars, shattering and devouring them, growing even stronger as a result. The largest green star faintly revealed a streak of blue. It was advancing, and just before those gray stars were destroyed, they suddenly became extremely radiant, flashing with intense energy which eventually converged into Hatcher's body. Snap snap. Under this surge of energy, the miniature world inside Hatcher's body spontaneously formed, creating hundreds of worlds in one breath. I saw the energy flicker. He muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that perhaps each color of star had a special purpose. Strong stars would consume weaker ones and advance to become even stronger stars, while weak stars, upon destruction, would trigger special attributes. This is incredible. Hatcher couldn't contain his excitement. The boundless starry sky held too many secrets waiting for him to uncover. At this moment, an elderly voice broke his thoughts. Brotherhood boil poison. Just as Sullivan was dying, he activated his ultimate life-saving card. In an instant, his clansmen's corpses shriveled up, turning into human skins. Yet he absorbed their origins and vitality, reversing death and pulling through. I must have the Imperial weapon. No one will change it today. Thud. He reached into his chest, pulling out his heart directly. Take this. This is my last card, the 9-turn stasis poison. Suddenly, the heart exploded, emitting strange fluctuations that froze time and space. It actually paused time. Hatcher's face showed surprise, never expecting the opponent to have such means. He stood still, pretending to be hit, wanting to see what else the other party had. Next, the hole in Sullivan's chest healed, surprisingly revealing he had 2 hearts. Brat, wait until I take the Imperial weapon, you'll be the first one I cut down. He staggered towards the 4 Zhanlin mirrors, holding the jade poison bug, activating it through secret methods, with the image of the Great Steward appearing behind him. The Great Steward image gently touched the dormant Imperial weapon, lifting it effortlessly. Seeing this, Hatcher couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Success! I finally succeeded. Sullivan danced joyfully, shouting, our clan has been preparing for tens of thousands of years. We've finally succeeded. So, this jade poison bug actually has such power, truly well planned. Hatcher's voice startled the other party. You can ignore time suspension. Just a small trick. What difference does it make? The Imperial weapon is in my hands. Killing you is effortless. Pretending? Hatcher was unconcerned, let alone the Imperial weapon being in a dormant state. Even if the other side really could launch an attack, he had Imperial weapon fragments and half of the Imperial image poison bug within him, enough for self-preservation. What is that? Suddenly, Hatcher feigned surprise, looking at where the Imperial weapon originally was. There lay a talisman, radiating a powerful fluctuation. Could it be the spirit talisman controlling the Imperial weapon? Hatcher pretended to be delighted, making a move as if to seize it. Don't even think about it, that belongs to me. Sullivan was instantly frantic, snatching the spirit talisman as if bitten by a fly. Truly a good treasure. Its energy is like the sea. What can you, brat, do against it? Hatcher couldn't help but laugh. If so, then enjoy this spirit talisman. This spirit talisman was precisely the one used earlier to exchange fire xiuxian. For the opponent to inspect it in hand was foolish indeed. What did you say? Symbol number 91. Thousand-hand, bright heaven cannon. Instantly, infinite light emitted from it, causing Sullivan's face to show horror. He tried to block with the Imperial weapon, but it was too fast, already too late. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, all power focused on him. Aya, my fate ends here. The opponent let out an extremely terrified scream, and moments later, was completely engulfed by the light. Scatter. Hatcher exhaled gently, dispersing the surrounding haze. However, he did not see Sullivan's figure. All he saw was the opponent's jade poison bug falling from the sky, landing in his palm. Out of caution, he emitted spiritual energy to search for clues of Sullivan's death, but found nothing. This indicated that the other party was still alive, and had fled far away. Lucky old dog, actually activating the death-defying insect a second time. Hatcher cursed inwardly. However, before he finished speaking, Arwen appeared on his shoulder. Roar. With a roar, Arwen spat out another jade poison bug, which merged with the one in Hatcher's hand, finally forming a complete Great Steward image. Immediately after, the insect shattered, and a towering figure broke free from its constraints, appearing before Hatcher as if the Great Steward had been reborn. I have indeed bet correctly. Greetings, Elder. Hatcher, with complex emotions, paid his respects humbly. It was this Great Steward who resolved the crisis of the myriad races besieging humanity, yet he had exhausted his remaining life force, sinking into this cold and dark secret realm. Excellent. The bloodline of humanity truly has not perished. With someone like you existing, humanity will never fade into obscurity. Despite being just a remnant image, Hatcher could still see the joy on the Great Steward's face. Boy, I have a question. He voiced his confusion. Even after death, the image of a Great Steward should be invincible. How could the Sky Poison clan capture your image? Upon hearing this, the Great Steward's expression turned solemn. Little one, the events back then were very strange. The Great Steward explained slowly. Even at my twilight years, I was more than capable of suppressing the myriad races at the time. But in the final moments, I was ambushed by an unknown force, ultimately leading to my fall. Hearing this, Hatcher's pupils trembled violently. What kind of power could ambush an emperor in his twilight years and succeed? Don't be afraid, little one. Back then, I was already plagued by the misfortunes of my later years, often dazed and confused, with only brief moments of clarity. That's why I was caught off guard by that strange force. After my death, my incomplete laws were suppressed, giving the Sky Poison clan the opportunity. Hearing this explanation, Hatcher felt no relief. Instead, his expression became even more serious. Don't be anxious, little one. Cheer up. I'll help you integrate the Imperial weapon. Chapter 223. The human race will never wither. Steward. You. Hatcher's gaze trembled, but before he could say anything, the steward interrupted him. Don't say any more. My time is running out. It's good to be able to serve you younger generations in my remaining days. Before his words faded, an infinite light radiated from the steward's Dharmakaya, enveloping Hatcher and the Imperial weapon tightly. In the next moment, the fragments of the Imperial weapon separated from Hatcher's body and were restored to their original state. At this instant, it was as if the deity within the weapon had awakened, emitting endless oppressive power that seemed to devour everything, making even Hatcher feel a terrifying pressure. That's enough. Don't play around, the steward said kindly, and with just these few words, the Imperial weapon quieted down. Old friend, I have found you a promising master. You must support him well in the future. I can no longer accompany you. Hum. The Imperial weapon shook gently, expressing both reluctance and resistance. Although Hatcher had reached the reincarnation realm, he still did not meet the Imperial weapon standards. The light from the Imperial weapon quickly dimmed, as if it had turned into an ordinary mirror. It seems to look down on me. Hatcher smiled bitterly. This is normal. After all, you are still very weak and need its acknowledgement. The steward smiled and merged the Imperial weapon back into Hatcher's body. The entire process went smoothly as if it was destined to happen. It doesn't seem to dislike me as much anymore. Hatcher laughed, feeling a powerful will inside him, which was aloof yet didn't reject or acknowledge him. He's a good boy. You two will get along well in the future. The steward smiled even more warmly, lacking any overbearing authority. May I know your name so I can offer annual homage? Haha, just forget it. The other responded cheerfully and eventually vanished like the wind. The Dao soldier inside Hatcher also trembled, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Don't be sad. I'll stay with you in the future, Hatcher said inwardly. Bam. Upon hearing this, the Imperial weapon seemed to show annoyance and slight rejection. Fine. I won't bother you anymore. Do as you wish. Snap. Just then, a rift appeared in space-time, and the 9-turn stasis insect's effect finally wore off. Time was about to resume its flow. At the same time, without the Imperial weapon suppression, the second layer began to collapse rapidly, shrouded in an aura of destruction. What's happening? People, just regaining their senses, witnessed this terrifying scene and felt lost for a moment. The Imperial weapon is gone, and so is the Heavenly Insect Tribe's elder. He probably took it. This comment made Hatcher laugh, clearly Adrian's voice. He had learned to play dirty too. That damn old man truly deserves to die. Don't let me see him again, or I'll skin him alive. People expressed resentment. Immediately afterward, the second layer collapsed completely, sending weaker individuals plummeting into the darkness below. Only Hatcher, Gilda, and Marissa resisted the pull of darkness, floating mid-air by their own strength. I'm scared, junior brother. Gilda jumped into Hatcher's arms, her lips curved into a faint smile, showing no trace of fear. As long as her beloved was by her side, she would dare to go anywhere, even hell. Then you'd better hold on to me tightly. The third layer is full of unclean things. We should cleanse it. Holding Gilda, Hatcher stepped into the endless darkness. Wait, I'm scared too. Marissa's voice came from behind. She was genuinely afraid. As a sage, she clearly sensed the horror of the third layer. To say nothing else, the Holy King-level corpse was far beyond what she could handle. Hatcher's expression quickly turned cold. Not my problem. Wait for me. Marissa grabbed a corner of Hatcher's clothes and walked into the endless darkness with him. Rising sun. In the boundless darkness, Hatcher held a talisman and struck, illuminating the third layer. This place is terrifying. Marissa trembled. Her strength had recovered, once again becoming a sage powerhouse. However, this scene caused Hatcher to frown deeply. This indicated that the Empyrean law entwined around her had been eradicated. This layer indeed held great terror. Someone is coming. Hatcher extended his mental energy and immediately found a familiar presence. So what if you found us? No matter how many tricks you have, today is your end. Unseen but heard first, two figures soon emerged. Old acquaintances. Hatcher sneered coldly, never expecting that Adrian would be walking with Azai. However, with just a glance, he noticed something amiss. Azai's soul components had become more complex, mixed with the aura of dozens of different races. Even Adrian had regained vitality, with human, devil, and heavenly insect clan soul fragments hidden within him. You killed the great elder of the heavenly insect clan and divided his soul among yourselves? Humph, ignorant child. He has joined the supreme evolution. It's an honor for him. Azai sneered coldly. You are no longer human. Hatcher's expression darkened, and a murderous aura emanated from him. What are humans but filthy and lowly insects? We will become an unprecedented race, the ultimate perfect beings. Dream on. Hatcher immediately attacked. He threw a punch, but before the terrifying fist wind could form, it was extinguished by the rules of this place. Seeing this, the two laughed even more arrogantly. Don't waste your efforts. This is the graveyard of 10,000 races, filled with resentment against humans, specifically suppressing humans. This place is a slaughterhouse designed for you. Azai emitted a gloomy and murky light that enveloped the entire secret realm. The vengeful souls of 10,000 races, the time for revenge is today. Rise and drag these human scum into hell. Boom. A huge thundering sound immediately resounded here, followed by countless powerful auras appearing out of nowhere, forming various strange creatures. So that's how it is. These things are all the vengeful souls of 10,000 races. Hatcher sneered, and together with the other two, they managed to clear away most of the strange creatures. Humph, you have some skill, but alas, others will suffer as a result. Adrian mocked Hatcher. What do you plan to do now? Non-human mongrel, what are you? Hatcher taunted, seeing him stride through the air, looking down at the two men. This attitude greatly displeased them. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Humans never wither. As he spoke, Hatcher's mental energy surged out wildly, instantly filling the entire space, then capturing the auras of all humans. As expected, the situation of the humans was indeed precarious, besieged by 10,000 races. Some of those strange creatures were very strong, some even reaching the reincarnation realm. But Hatcher was not at all panicked. He had long prepared a countermeasure. Equivalent transport technique? At these words, the light in the void became even more brilliant. Chapter 224. The Ultimate Life Cultivation Plan. Equivalent transport technique? Hatcher unleashed a great ability, locking onto all the humans before shattering the rocks and exchanging them with pebbles as equivalents. Moments later, the secret art activated, and people started to be teleported over one after another. Among these people were some solitary cultivators, and others who belonged to sections. Upon seeing Hatcher, they did not hesitate and bowed their heads in respect immediately. Thank you for saving us, young Master Zhou. Instantly, Hatcher reaped large amounts of faith power once again. You're thanking me too soon. What's the point if he can teleport you here when you'll ultimately meet your deaths anyway? As soon as the words left his mouth, more bizarre creatures surrounded them, intent on battling the humans to the death. Elder brother. Vicky's little face turned ghastly pale from fright. Even though her cultivation had increased by several dozen times, she could not help but feel fear in this situation. Don't be afraid. I'll send you all out. Hatcher smiled faintly, greatly calming everyone down. Ambitious, aren't you? This place was chosen precisely to serve as a graveyard for humans. How do you think you'll escape? Azai mocked him, considering Hatcher as a fish in a trap. Hehe. If I'm not mistaken, this is no longer the desolate mountain mystic realm, right? Hatcher smiled. As soon as these words came out, the opponent's expression changed slightly. This place, known as the third layer, is actually just an independent space. Once torn apart, a passage to the outside world will naturally appear. Little thing, I must admit you have some insight. Azai stopped feigning ignorance and laughed coldly. Even if you figured it out, it's useless. This place has stable laws, so it's impossible for you to. Before he finished speaking, Hatcher opened the eye beyond heaven. Break for me. A fluctuation capable of erasing the rules struck the spatial barrier and shattered it directly. Through the crack, the outside world was already visible. Why wait any longer when we can leave now? Many thanks for your grace, young master. After we leave, we will surely repay you heavily. In the future, if you have any requests, I will not refuse. In an instant, everyone was overjoyed and scrambled to escape. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Aisha and Aubrey. Aisha, having been punished by the mountain spirit and trapped in endless nightmares, was now freed from her nightmare upon being found by Hatcher. As for Aubrey, she looked at Hatcher with vicious eyes, harboring the desire to retaliate for his refusal. Junior brother, it was you who saved me. Have you finally forgiven me? Tears welled up in Aisha's eyes as she moved towards Hatcher, wanting to touch his face. Don't come near me. I don't want Fallon to misunderstand. Hatcher embraced Fallon's soft waist closely, looking like a perfectly matched pair. Seeing this scene, Aisha burst into tears instantly. Don't torture me anymore. Please, give me back some of the tenderness you once showed me, even a fraction would suffice. There was no ripple in Hatcher's eyes. Although he knew that Aisha had made reparations, the thoughts of her past deeds in her previous life made him unable to ever forgive her. Slap. The slap landed on Aisha's face, interrupting her crying, leaving a clear handprint behind. Are you awake now? Wake up and get lost. Hatcher decisively kicked her out through the crack. After Aisha left, the eye beyond heaven slowly closed, leaving Aubrey behind. However, she didn't panic, but ran straight toward Adrian, diving into his arms. Junior brother Chi, kill this traitor for me. If you succeed, anything can be yours. One could only say that she was thoroughly twisted, her abnormal adoration of Hatcher transforming into deep-seated hatred. Unable to obtain him, she settled for something less and tried to destroy him by using force. Haha, sister, remember you said this. Stay beside me and watch how I finish off this worthless trash. Just as she spoke, terrifying strange creatures surged forward once again, encircling Hatcher and the two others tightly. We need to find a way to break this deadlock, Latoyer said with a grave expression, receiving a strange look from Hatcher. Weren't you very scared earlier? Why didn't you leave? Upon hearing this, Latoyer was momentarily stunned. I forgot. I was too engrossed in watching. Her eyes revealed deep regret. At this moment, Hatcher's body trembled slightly as the Imperial armament reacted. You finally acknowledge me? He chuckled somewhat teasingly. Immediately after, he felt another impact from the Imperial armament. It warned him not to fantasize. It had awakened to suppress the siege of myriad races once more. Even the Imperial armament had its anger and couldn't resist acting. In a flash, infinite power descended here, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, eradicating all evil and wiping out all strange creatures along with the chilling rules. After one strike, the Imperial armament went back to sleep, perhaps pretending to be dead, no longer paying attention to Hatcher. This guy, Hatcher said helplessly, then looked at Azai and Adrian. What tricks do you have left now? Ha ha ha, found it. I finally found the perfect sacrifice. Azai turned from worry to joy, dancing around as if he were a madman. The supreme genius of the human race, the final piece of the puzzle, has finally been filtered out. He mumbled, then glanced at Adrian. The supreme Zane, our millennium plan can begin? He was clearly speaking to the demon soul inside Adrian. The Heavenly King was a respectful title for a holy being in the demon race. Calling himself the Zane meant he was at least a holy king level powerhouse in his lifetime. You're right. Activate the altar. Today, we will transcend and become the most perfect ultimate beings. As he spoke, the entire third layer trembled violently. Everything within sight was crushed, leaving only an ancient altar. On the altar stood a stone tablet, and when Hatcher saw the drawing on the tablet, his pupils suddenly shrank. The drawing was divided into upper and lower layers. The lower layer carved images of all races, including the already extinct divine race, and the mountain spirit race, fire charm race, sky worm race, black tortoise race, etc., all of which were illuminated except for the symbol representing the human race, which remained dark. The upper layer was an unknown chaos, like an egg, emitting mystery and eeriness. The implication was bone-chilling. By sacrificing living beings of various races on this altar, they could break through the limit of myriad races and become the most perfect entity. Humans are troublesome. I've sacrificed over 10,000 people, but none qualified, while you are my perfect offering. Azai's voice was ethereal, as if he had already envisioned the scene of his divinity. You can't handle me. So, I've chosen the most suitable executioner for you. With a loud roar, the ground cracked open, and a terrifying figure leaped out. He held a massive sword, devoid of life but exuding endless killing intent. The remains of a holy king finally appeared. Chapter 225. Adrian becomes a perfect being. The remains of the holy king. Even though Hatcher had mentally prepared himself for this sight, he couldn't help but have his expression darken. Although the opponent was dead and the laws within him completely severed, this body was still terrifying beyond measure. Haha, it looks like you've already understood your situation. Now comes the delightful time of execution. Azai laughed smugly, towering above them as if he were a god gazing down at all creation. Immediately after, his body began to burn, eventually turning into ashes, leaving only his soul lingering in the void. The shell of a mortal has been shed. Once I obtain the final piece, I shall achieve eternal sublimation. He stared intently at Hatcher, who was the last piece he needed. In the next moment, his soul turned into light particles, merging into the remains of the Holy King, becoming its controller. This was an incredible occurrence. A weak soul would never be able to control the body of a powerful being. But it did happen, with his soul fused with the souls of 10,000 races, creating a subtle transformation. Now, the execution begins. With a boom, the earth cracked open, and Azai, controlling the Holy King's body, charged toward the three people. Seal of myriad scenes. Primordial force. Great power of fire strike. Hatcher and the two others attacked simultaneously, landing a devastating blow that hit their target squarely. The body flew back like a cannonball, embedding itself into the rock wall, yet emerged unscathed. It tickles. Haha. Azai laughed wildly, charging again. His eyes filled with the arrogant look of one looking down upon mere ants. Ah. Seeing this scene, Hatcher let out a long sigh. You all step back. Let me kill him. With just you? I could crush you like a bug. What can you do against me? Boom. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a power far surpassing that of the Holy King surged from Hatcher. A strike by a great sage. Seeing this, the enemy's face instantly changed from arrogance to terror. No. Please wait. I have something to say. Azai begged desperately, pleading for mercy, not expecting Hatcher to have such a trump card up his sleeve. Go tell it to Yama then. With a whoosh, the brilliant glow disappeared without causing any grand disturbance, but it was unstoppable, directly shattering the Holy King's body. Aya! Azai screamed in agony, his soul fragment lingering in the air, weeping, leaving behind tears of the soul. How could this be? I've hidden within the body-forging sect for so many years, and this is my end. Upon hearing these words, Hatcher's expression turned vicious, giving another reason for the destruction of the body-forging sect. Steward, save me. Azai's remaining soul approached Adrian but was caught by him. Heaven-devouring demon technique, come forth. Without hesitation, Adrian was about to consume him entirely. Steward, how could you do this to me? Enough talk. From the start, you were my pawn. To die for me is your honor. Aya! With a desperate scream, Azai vanished from existence, more accurately fused into Adrian, whose aura soared. Just tricks. Hatcher sneered, knowing now that with only Adrian left, there was no way he could cause any trouble. Younger brother, what do we do now? Veda asked anxiously. The situation had turned unexpectedly, and she hesitated, considering whether to pledge allegiance to Hatcher again. If she offered her essence willingly, surely Hatcher wouldn't refuse. Thinking this, her heart settled. She wanted to be the victor's woman, no matter who the victor was. Do you think you've won? Adrian looked at Hatcher, appearing confident. In the next moment, he stood on the altar, eyes filled with boundless madness. Since only the final piece is missing, let me complete it. With those words, he burned his human body, sacrificing himself. Hum. The mural of the human race lit up, followed by the top part of the mural lighting up as well, as if the chaos had been awakened. Witness this, my imminent perfection, haha. Boundless terrifying energy gathered from all directions, enveloping his entire body, forming a chaotic egg. Then the embryo stirred, emitting eerie energy as if something terrifying was about to break free. Stop him. Nia's expression was panicked, for the energy of the opponent had surpassed even the sages. Adrian's mention of a perfect being didn't seem like just idle talk. With a loud bang, the sky split. Before anyone could react, Adrian emerged from the chaotic egg. Time and space seemed to come to a halt in an instant. His appearance hadn't changed, yet it was as if a demonic god had descended, surrounded by an extremely terrifying force. Now I am the incarnation of supreme will. Those who follow me shall live, those who oppose me shall die. Good job, junior brother. Kill them, Veda said excitedly, secretly relieved that she hadn't betrayed him. His aura is even stronger than that of an ordinary holy king. Hatcher murmured, causing Nia's face to turn to despair. How can we fight now? Killing you guys doesn't even need me to blink. Adrian laughed wildly, plunging his hand into the ground and immediately pulling out a massive stone knife. Astonishingly, the blade carried an extremely profound aura. This is... Hatcher's pupils contracted, staring intently at the long knife, and then surprisingly smiled. Finally found it. You are laughing even when death is approaching? Adrian laughed in anger and unleashed a full-force strike with his blade, its terrifying blade light slicing through the void, aiming to instantly annihilate the three people. Where's the Imperial weapon? Save us. Hatcher called within his body but received no response. Alas, these days one has to rely on oneself. He spoke, then spat out 3 beams of light from his mouth, containing vast and pure energy, which transformed into dragon shapes behind him. This was precisely the geothermal energy he had taken from Xiuxian Sect, originally intended to deal with the remains of the Holy King, but now it could be put to good use. Transform the evil without form. Hatcher performed the incantation, and the energy from the geothermal vein was instantly drained, turning into a huge palm print that shattered the blade light and struck Adrian directly. Aya! He screamed horribly as the dark energy around him suddenly dissipated, completely suppressed by this force. Not enough. Just this isn't enough to kill me. Roaring, he burst forth with all his strength, and there was a crack as the stone knife shattered in his hands, canceling out the power of the geothermal vein. I told you, not enough. Adrian panted heavily. It had been very dangerous, but fortunately, he had made it through. The ones who should die next are you. He stared at Hatcher, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A piece of the broken stone knife suddenly emitted a light, washing away the impurities and revealing mysterious runes. It was actually a stone tablet. This is... Adrian froze, not knowing what had happened. Sure enough, it's the Heaven's List stone tablet for forging, truly coming easily. Hatcher smiled. At this moment, the Imperial weapon within him also reacted, sending out a signal. Bring that stone tablet to me, and I'll make a move. Chapter 226, Hatcher's Nearing Enlightenment Strike. When Hatcher heard the demands of the Imperial weapon, he was momentarily stunned. I refuse. Hum. The Imperial weapon emitted another signal, seemingly puzzled. After all my efforts searching for treasures, why should I let you reap the benefits? No way. Hum. The Imperial weapon trembled again as if to say, what's mine is yours. What's there to haggle over? Huh. So you admit our connection then? Call me master and see. Bang. This time the Imperial weapon vibrated intensely, as though truly angered. Indeed, it seemed rather proud and temperamental. Fine, fine, fine. You shall have it. Hatcher took a step forward, aiming straight for the stone tablet. Trying to move under my very eyes? You're courting death. Adrian sneered, then punched out. Time freeze. Dane suddenly appeared, stopping time and space in its tracks. Yet this move had no effect on Adrian, whose power was now overwhelming, breaking through the temporal and spatial constraints, unstoppable. At that moment, an illusory starry sky emerged behind Hatcher, revealing 2 red stars shimmering. I see the shimmer of great fortune. At this critical juncture, Adrian's punch veered off by an inch, grazing past Hatcher's body. This was something that should have been impossible, but at the crucial moment, chaos erupted within him, causing such a deviation. This was the transformation brought by great fortune, affecting every aspect, from life to death, completely rewritten. It belongs to me now. Seizing the opportunity, Hatcher finally stood before the heaven list, lifting it up with one hand. Without needing him to refine it further, the Imperial weapon responded, enveloping him in light and claiming the heaven list, merging into his body. Words began to appear on the heaven list. Top rank, the 4 venerable slaying dragon mirror. What vanity! Hatcher muttered inwardly as Adrian attacked from behind. This time, let's see how you escape. At that moment, the Imperial weapon emitted a soft glow, its mirror face aligned with Hatcher, reflecting his image. Is this me? Looking at the figure in the mirror, Hatcher shuddered. It was indeed him, but not his current self. It was the nearly enlightened version of himself from a past life who had died tragically. Mark me. Break through time and space. His body moved on its own, emitting a light seal that summoned the river of time. In a past life, adult Hatcher stood above a sea of blood, exuding a solitary aura, untouchable by anyone. Hey, what are you thinking about, looking so gloomy? These words startled adult Hatcher, who saw his younger self. Am I hallucinating? Fool, how could an emperor-level spirit experience hallucinations? Hatcher's true form smiled. You are my past. Upon hearing this, the other suddenly understood. The realm of no self, leading back to me? I have lived a second life. Adult Hatcher laughed, feeling relieved. Unfortunately, what has happened in the past is set. I cannot change your fate. Haha, I've never feared destiny. With a sharp gaze, adult Hatcher continued, are you here to borrow my strength? True to myself. Hatcher admired, allowing adult Hatcher to see through his body into reality. There, Adrian came charging with a vicious expression, intent on shattering Hatcher's body. Stand aside, let me handle this. Without hesitation, adult Hatcher, using Hatcher's true form as a pivot, unleashed a nearly enlightened strike toward reality. After the strike, the Imperial weapon's power was exhausted, forcing Hatcher out of the river of time. Until we meet again. Coming back to reality, Hatcher stood still, seemingly resigned to his fate, waiting for death obediently. This time, I'll send you to the afterlife for good. Adrian was already nearby, having sealed off time and space, ensuring this lethal punch would hit its mark. But then, a bright light suddenly shone from Hatcher's chest, followed by an overwhelmingly powerful force locking onto Adrian. What is this thing? Even a fool could feel the terrifying nature of this beam of light. Before it, even a sacred king was but an ant. Fortunately, this strike did not immediately trigger, instead building momentum, giving Adrian a chance to react. Even so, despair filled Adrian's face. The force was too overwhelming, making him feel like an ant trying to shake a tree. Quick, run away. The remnant soul of the Zane trembled, also sensing fear, desperately urging him on. Of course I want to run, but you think of something quick. Adrian complained. What can I do? I told you this person harbors great terror, but you wouldn't listen, and now look what trouble you've caused. Given the circumstances, this king can only sacrifice you to activate the life-death reversal insect, so don't blame me. Adoptive father, how could you do this? Adrian was furious and tried to resist but was restrained by the other party. The Zane had long planted restrictions within his body. Cursed, I am the son of fate. How could I possibly fall here? He struggled desperately, searching for a way out. Good boy, don't be afraid. I'll save you. At this moment, a third voice appeared in his mind. Who's there? Adrian and the Zane were simultaneously startled, only seeing a mass of chaotic energy. You are the perfect being, supreme will. Yes. The chaotic mass said, I am the supreme entity. As long as you recognize me as your master, I can help you escape this predicament. Can you stop this attack? Adrian asked with hope. Not possible, no one can stop it. It's just the flesh that will be sacrificed. The supreme will never perishes, and it will surely bring you to the pinnacle. Thump. Without hesitation, Adrian knelt down immediately. I have wandered half my life without encountering a wise lord. If you do not forsake me, I, Adrian, am willing to acknowledge you as my adoptive father. Upon hearing this, the Zane was stunned. He felt a sense of familiarity. Haha, very good, offer the price, and I will help you escape. Price. Adrian was bewildered and looked at the remaining soul of the Zane. How dare you? The Zane trembled all over, about to strike at Adrian when the Supreme will emitted a chaotic energy, firmly suppressing the Zane. Thank you, adoptive father. Adrian was overjoyed. Looking at the Zane again, his expression became extraordinarily vicious. Stop, I am your adoptive father and teacher, have you forgotten? With someone like you? You are nothing but an old thief, die. Adrian exerted the heaven swallowing devil art, striking harshly against the other's body. Ea! The Zane screamed miserably, his eyes filled with resentment. You beast. Before he could finish speaking, he turned into scattered fragments of soul essence. Very good. The Supreme Will was extremely satisfied, directly absorbing the Zane, then emitting a dazzling light enveloping Adrian's body. Boom. In less time than the blink of an eye outside, a near enlightenment strike obliterated Adrian's body. Seventh junior brother. Veda watched this scene and despaired completely. Elder sister, don't be afraid. I'm not dead. The next moment, Adrian's soul appeared beside her. Seeing this, she felt not relief but greater sorrow. The current Adrian could do nothing. Elder sister, I need to borrow something from you. As long as you give it to me, I still have a chance. Fine, take whatever you want. Anxious, Veda agreed immediately, but missed seeing the cruel smile on Adrian's face. Chapter 227, Desiree. This is your own choice, so don't blame me for being impolite. Adrian attacked directly. Swallow Heaven Devil Art. Although he was only a soul entity now, Adrian still demonstrated extraordinary skills with the fusion of the Supreme Will. He inserted a finger directly into the opponent's forehead. Ah, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it immediately. Veda felt intense pain followed by the realization that her sacred body origin was being ruthlessly taken away. At this rate, she would die of exhaustion. You have clearly agreed. Why would I stop? Adrian laughed malevolently. Golden light surged around him as he was evidently reconstructing his body. You deceiver. You deserve to die. You've been using me from the start. Ha ha, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to realize this only now. How incredibly foolish. Someone like you, I find too worthless even if you were to be my dog. Ah, I swear to kill you one day. Veda trembled all over. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. She watched as her body rapidly aged, her hair turning white, wrinkles crawling across her face, transforming into an old woman's appearance. Don't. I am a sacred body, destined to become a peak powerhouse. How could I end up like this? She shivered and looked at Hatcher, who was her only hope. Junior brother, I was wrong before. Now we have a common enemy, please help me. Just then, Adrian had already reached an extremely powerful level in Swallow Heaven Devil Art, draining Veda within a few breaths. You're useless now, get lost. In a brilliant glow of golden light, Adrian not only reconstructed his body but also regained his sacred body form. Time freeze. At that moment, Hatcher acted just in time, directly freezing space and time. He approached Adrian and decisively destroyed his forehead, heart, and dantian, delivering a powerful kick to his groin. Time resumes. Now, there were two people screaming in agony. Adrian looked fierce. Not only did he not die instantly, but he seemed even more alive. You can't kill me. I am a perfect organism. Clutching his groin, Adrian spoke with hatred. Yet he was indeed channeling spiritual energy to recover from his injuries. Seeing this scene, Hatcher was astonished. Even with his dantian destroyed, how could he still be functioning? Didn't expect this, right? I moved my dantian to my buttocks. What can you do about it? Adrian mocked, but the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his entire body covered in purple marks. Not only that, his aura drastically decreased, accompanied by intense pain. Poison. I'm poisoned. How is this possible? Be more certain. You are definitely poisoned. Suddenly, ripples appeared in space, and Kaylee slowly emerged, looking mischievously at Hatcher. You poisoned me. Adrian roared in anger. Of course, you dared to attack my dog without looking at the owner. Kaylee pointed to Veda and said, let me introduce you. This is my dog. I placed Kaylee Shah inside her body, an incurable poison. Hearing this, Adrian's pupils constricted, realizing he had fallen into a premeditated trap from the very beginning. Despicable creature, I'll kill you. Kaylee Shah erupt. Kaylee made a hand seal, and the purple spots on Adrian's body expanded rapidly, fiercely corroding his body. This poison was terrifying. Within moments, Adrian lost his physical body again, and purple spots even appeared on his soul, indicating that Kaylee Shah targeted not just the flesh. Wangxi Hui Tian Gu. Without hesitation, to save his life, he immediately activated his ultimate escape technique. Hatcher didn't intervene. With the assistance of the Supreme Will, the probability of success reached 100%, ensuring he would escape this crisis. Sure enough, in the next moment, Adrian vanished from everyone's sight, seemingly having left the secret realm. He has Kaylee Shah inside him. No one except the royal clan of Kaylee can remove it. Kaylee smiled, her eyes filled with disdain. What Supreme Will? Merely a pitiful mongrel created artificially. Miss Kaylee, you truly have incredible power. The senior sister couldn't help but admire. Greeting the honorable king, greeting the queen consort. Kaylee knelt down on one knee, her gaze devout and gentle. Kaylee, Hatcher softly called. Listen to the royal edict. You have guarded excellently throughout the journey, from start to finish. You are the supreme contributor of the Kaylee clan. Now, I grant you a name and identity. Upon hearing these words, even Kaylee's eyes brimmed with excitement. She had waited for this day for so long. From today onward, your name is Desiree. You shall be the chief protector of the royal clan and oversee all matters outside the royal clan. As Hatcher spoke, the next moment, Kaylee emitted a soft glow. She shed her mountain ghost characteristics and transformed into an extremely beautiful woman. However, she did not possess any cultivation realm, resembling an embodiment of laws, similar to Jenny but with a status superior to hers. Clearly, this was a form of transcendence. Laws turning from intangible to tangible, from ignorance to awareness. It was an unparalleled existence, far more reliable than the so-called Supreme Will. Seeing this scene, Veda on the side regretted it deeply. Now, she was like a true old dog, only able to crawl and whimper on the ground. Junior brother, save me. To utter these words revealed just how thick-skinned she was. Bad luck, Desiree said disdainfully. I command you to drag out your miserable life from now on and never appear before the honorable king again. No. Veda's face was full of despair. She would rather die than live like this. Just as she finished speaking, the entire secret realm trembled violently, with huge cracks spreading, allowing sunlight from outside to shine in. This place is going to be destroyed. Jenny finally relaxed, greedily breathing in the air seeping through from outside. It's time to get out. Hatcher narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and shattered the altar, causing the mural to fall down. Suddenly, the base of the altar emitted a 7-colored light, as if a star had flown out and landed in Hatcher's hand. It turned out to be a strange seed, covered in 7 colors, mysterious beyond comprehension, its function unknown. Desiree, do you recognize this thing? Hatcher asked curiously. This subordinate doesn't know? Forget about these for now, let's get out first. The senior sister urged them, and then they all rushed out through the crack. The secret realm began to collapse, everything crumbling away, except for that mural which remained unbreakable, revealing its entirety. This mural was divided into 3 parts in total. At the very bottom, there was a grotesque giant beast opening its mouth wide, ready to devour all the creatures of myriad races. The supreme will was merely one of its prey. Chapter 228. Not only master, even the Tiana knows. Boom. Outside, people from various sects were still waiting. They immediately perked up upon hearing the loud sound. There's movement. It's Big Brother and the others coming out. Vicky said excitedly. Sure enough, the space tore open instantly, accompanied by rising rosy light, for figures emerged side by side. Another beautiful big sister has appeared. Vicky widened her eyes, glancing at Thelma for just a moment before shifting her gaze to Jolie. That stern big sister is here too. Upon hearing this, Jolie gave her a glare that frightened the little girl. May Lord Luke enjoy long life and blessings. Many thanks for saving our lives. Anderson was the quickest to react, bowing down to Hatcher first, with the rest following suit in gratitude. After all, without Hatcher, they would have perished in the secret realm. In an instant, a thick surge of faith flowed into him, pushing Hatcher's cultivation to the next level. The 4th level of reincarnation realm. Rise. Hatcher's voice was deep and carried an irrefutable authority. The culprit behind this disaster in the secret realm is the body-forging sect. I will destroy the sect tomorrow. When Hatcher spoke these words, he did not hide them, as if declaring heavenly law, covering the entire eastern continent. Everyone present looked at each other in astonishment. Before entering the secret realm, Hatcher had already vowed to obliterate the body-forging sect, and now he was about to fulfill his promise. Regardless of whether it was for justice or personal vendetta, since young Master Zhou had spoken, they must support him wholeheartedly. Arrogant. Inside the body-forging sect, the patriarch's face was grim, filled with rage. What a big mouth. Let's see what kind of power you have to dare make such wild claims. Someone. At his command, a confidant appeared before him. Go and join forces with the other sections. Have their leaders come here for discussion and tell them we can finally take revenge. The Bobby sneered inwardly. Back then, Hatcher used the Grand Law Enforcer's power to suppress all the major sects, so the resentment should still be there. I'm sure once I call on them, the major sects will unite in enmity, standing on the same front as me. This time it's self-defense. Even if we kill that boy, the Grand Law Enforcer won't say anything. Ha ha ha. Don't celebrate too soon. We've supported you for so many years. If you fail, you know the consequences. A wisp of black mist suddenly appeared, then faded away. Understood. 6 heavenly kings. Outside the secret realm, everyone dispersed, leaving only Hatcher, Fallon, Thelma, and Jolie. Hatcher held Fallon in one arm and looked at the other 2. Where are you going? As soon as these words were spoken, Thelma stood right next to Hatcher. Of course, I will follow His Majesty. And what about you? Returning to the Fire Charm clan's ancestral land? Hearing this, Jolie shook her head. If I can, I want to join your sect. Ah. Hatcher and Fallon both exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe their ears. This is a holy one, and the wielder of fire's authority. Wherever she goes, she will be revered. Why does she want to join the Harmony sect? Seeing Jolie looking at Hatcher expectantly, can you invite me to join? These words made Hatcher realize something. Are you trying to exploit loopholes again? Looking at the mark around Jolie's neck that resembled a collar, Hatcher saw through her thoughts. Back then, when signing the Heavenly Law Covenant, she suffered punishment for her cunning ways, bound by restrictions from Heavenly Law, which required her to fulfill one request from Hatcher to be lifted. Compared to making her recognize Hatcher as her master or surrendering her authority, joining the Harmony sect was already quite lenient. Moreover, through her observations, she believed Hatcher had limitless potential. Joining early might bring great benefits later. Very well. I'll grant your wish. Without hesitation, Hatcher extended the invitation. I invite you to join the Harmony sect. If the Harmony sect treats you well, you shall not betray the sect. I agree. Without thinking twice, Jolie agreed. With a snap, the Heavenly Law mark around her neck broke and disappeared. Red Dust Mountain, Harmony sect. If viewed from afar, one could see a faint red aura enveloping the area. This was a sign of good fortune rising. In recent days, countless disciples eager to join the Harmony sect flooded the main gate, blocking it day and night, never decreasing. Even those who had passed the tests and joined numbered in the thousands. Even elders were recruited in nearly 100 numbers, though ordinary ones unable to enter the Hall of 16 Elders. Boom. Just then, 4 rainbow rays streaked across the sky, swiftly descending towards the Harmony sect. Who was so bold? Everyone on the ground was shocked. Who didn't know that the Harmony sect was at its peak, not only rich in resources but also supported by the Enforcer, hinting at surpassing the top 3 sects. However, there was another heavyweight piece of news unknown to many. The sect leader's strength had already reached the Sage realm. Its a sudden attack quickly stopped them. An elder reacted first, immediately rushing into the sky, followed by the others, forming an airtight barrier with their connected energies. Yet these 4 figures penetrated it directly. How is this possible? The elders' expressions were grave, realizing these individuals weren't ordinary. But they remained calm. In the territory of Red Dust Mountain, even a half-sage would have to submit. Quickly inform Elder Holy Heart to activate the sect's grand array. Go to hell. I've been here for ages. Look closely and see who they are. Holy Heart strode out, hands on her hips. In the few days since they last saw her, she had grown, resembling a young woman. As her words fell, Hatcher stopped before the crowd, revealing his face. Greetings, Great Elder, Greetings, second elder, exempt from etiquette. With a wave of Hatcher's hand, a burst of energy lifted everyone up, stunning all present. Indeed, befitting the great elder, his means were extraordinary, far beyond their reach. Senior brother Gilda? Holy Heart approached Fengyun cheerfully, saying, I've been waiting for you for some time. Master orders you to go to the main hall immediately. Hearing this, eldest sister's heart quivered. Given Master's nature, knowing they were returning, she would have come out happily to greet them. Now taking extra steps must mean something suspicious. Junior brother, do you think Master knows about our affairs? What affair? What do you think? Eldest sister's face flushed red, her heart filled with unease, trying to hide everything. No, she's just trying to trick us. As long as we pretend nothing happened, we'll be fine. Hearing this, Hatcher couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. It would be strange if Vera didn't know. With the harmony lock connecting them, not only did Master learn of what happened between him and Gilda, but the Tiana certainly knew too. Chapter 229. Vera, little guy, how about I take you as my beloved? At the entrance of the main hall of the xiuxian sect, Hatcher and Gilda arrived with anxious hearts but were stopped by a young Taoist child. Master has ordered that Elder 2 enter first. Upon hearing this, Gilda's heart pounded even faster. Is there anything wrong with Master? She whispered. The young Taoist child innocently shook his head. Cough. If so, then I'll go in first. Take care, Gilda. Hatcher prayed silently for Gilda. Inside Master's bedroom, a beautiful woman turned her back towards the door. Just her silhouette was enough to stir one's imagination. Vera knelt on the bed, dressed in thin clothing, her fragrant hair draped over her shoulders, her snow-white back straight, and her round buttocks pressing against her jade-like feet, her delicate toes occasionally curling, revealing anticipation and agitation. Master, I've returned. Courtney. Vera's voice was cheerful, showing a joyful smile, but it quickly vanished. You're back? Hearing this indifferent tone, Gilda felt an increasing sense of foreboding, cautiously sitting at the edge of the bed. Master, have I displeased you? Guess. On hearing these words, cold sweat trickled down Gilda's forehead. Lowering her head, she timidly asked, Can you give me a hint? Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from Vera. Xiuxian, heavenly skill 4th level. Jade demon body. Master, please calm down. Gilda was startled, fearing another demonic possession. But then, Vera's hair, which should have turned white, suddenly became green. Does this color suit me? These words made Gilda sweat profusely. No comment? Next time you see Sherry, you can dye her hair green too. What do you think of that idea? At this point, Gilda knew everything about her and Hatcher had been exposed. I know I'm wrong, Master. She jumped onto the bed and knelt before Vera. Humph. I won't forgive you. Don't be like that, Master. Am I not your most beloved baby? Gilda hugged Vera, pleading for forgiveness. No coquettishness. Vera's face turned serious. Courtney, I heard you've become quite wealthy. Hearing this, Gilda was completely stunned. Indeed, she had obtained treasures from the 8 markets in the secret realm. Wasn't this considered getting rich? But how did Master find out? Could it be that her junior brother reported ahead? That would be too much of a betrayal. Nothing escapes Master's eyes. Without hesitation, Gilda pulled out the scroll of 10,000-mile landscapes, intending to show it anyway but a bit sooner. As soon as the scroll opened, countless dazzling lights emerged. Bloodlines, cultivation techniques, energy, all top-notch items. Vera couldn't take her eyes off them. Although these treasures might be less valuable to saints, they were perfect rewards for outstanding disciples. That's not all, look at these. Like offering a treasure, Gilda presented the items initially recommended to her by Desiree to her master. A 10-fold potency-enhancing elixir, black stockings, seductive clothing. They all made Vera blush deeply. Fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating. Vera admired them without lifting her head. Never played with them? Never. Before she finished speaking, Vera resumed her dignified posture, assuming the air of a master. Too vulgar. All confiscated. Ha. What are you laughing at? Go out and bring your junior brother in. Got it. Gilda sighed with relief, knowing she passed the test. But just as she was about to leave, a doubt arose. Master, how did you find out about what happened between me and my junior brother? Oh, you haven't yet connected the xiuxian lock, which allows minds to connect over distances. This is precisely what the xiuxian lock does. This revelation struck Gilda like lightning, leaving her standing dumbfounded. She knew the xiuxian lock was mysterious, but never imagined it could also serve as a surveillance tool. Did this mean everything she and her junior brother did was watched by 2 outsiders from start to finish? Thinking of this, she wanted to bury herself underground. Aya, I don't want to live anymore. Now you're ashamed? Don't be silly. Sherry and I don't know the details. We only know you trespassed 5 times. Master still needs to learn from you. Wah. Gilda really cried, fleeing in tears. Humph, little brat. Watching her depart, Vera's composure vanished instantly. She was breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed red, and she appeared flustered and at a loss. What should I do? What should I do? The little guy is coming in, and I'm not ready yet. She ran her fingers through her hair, then suddenly had an idea. I've got it. Without further ado, she retrieved a wine jar from under the bed. As soon as she opened it, an intoxicating aroma wafted out. Glug, glug, glug. She drank greedily, her face turning crimson from the spiciness, her eyes becoming hazy, adding to her allure. Master, I'm here. Hatcher's expression changed as soon as he stepped into the room. He smelled the strong alcohol fumes. You've been drinking. This seems to be a mortal drunkenness. You can't binge on this stuff. Small little one. Come and keep me company. Come over. Murmuring with a fragrant belch, Vera sounded like a spoiled child. Be careful. I'm coming. Hatcher hurried forward, fearing she might fall, but Vera lunged into his arms. Big liar. Big scoundrel. Faithless man. Faced with this scene, Hatcher felt both affection and frustration. Master, you're drunk. I'm not drunk, you're the one who's drunk, you are. Vera nuzzled Hatcher's chest with her face, then looked up at him, her dazed eyes filled with tender feelings. Courtney said she fell in love with you at first sight. Am I any different? Otherwise, how could I have willingly let myself be locked by you? Hearing this, Hatcher's heart trembled as if touched by something profound. Murmuring again, Vera continued, from the moment I met you, I was yours forever. How long do you, this heartless little one, plan to make me wait? Don't you want me anymore? How could I not want you? Overwhelmed with emotion, Hatcher hugged her tightly. So tight, Master has prepared a gift for you. Saying this, Vera pulled out 2 figurines from her robe, both resembling Hatcher. From them, Hatcher sensed a powerful surge of faith and boundless wish energy. These are the divine self and the loving self. I specially forged these for you. By absorbing these 2 dermic bodies, you'll be one step closer to the state of selflessness. Vera purred coyly, leaning close to Hatcher's ear. But to absorb them perfectly, ultimately, you need the practice of dual cultivation. Chapter 230 Melissa, I want to prick you. Hatcher was completely stunned. According to the notes of the Great Steward, in order to reach the realm of selflessness, one must find the 6 self-bodies. Self, past self, departed self, divine self, love self, and severed self. Among these, the divine self and the love self were the simplest and also the most difficult. Because these 2 dharma bodies cannot be cultivated on one's own, but require others' selfless contributions. The love self, unwavering, never reneges. The divine self, supreme faith, absolute trust. These 2 points sound easy, but in fact, they are the hardest. In this turbulent world, how many can find such a partner and enjoy this supreme blessing? Even if there is such a partner, casting these 2 dharma bodies requires an immense amount of essence and origin energy, which most people simply cannot bear. Let me check your body. Hatcher was anxious, his heart breaking as he pressed his ear to Vera's chest, listening to the rhythm of her life. Vera's face always carried a gentle smile, her hands gently cradling Hatcher's head. The sage's essence has been consumed by 30%, and my spirit power has dropped by half you? Hatcher was furious. He pounced on her onto the bed, about to scold her, but was immediately softened by those misty, charming eyes. Don't be mean to me. I'll cry if you do, she said pitifully, which made Hatcher completely lose his anger. This was something I chose willingly. Why are you so troubled? Vera smiled playfully. At that moment, the alluring grace of a mature woman and the spiritedness of a young girl perfectly combined within her, making her irresistible. In the next moment, the entire bedroom lit up brightly, large red candles igniting one after another, with flames flickering, reflecting off a pair of B-run, matched couple. Did you prepare this? Hatcher looked at Vera, whose face was blushing, and asked in surprise. I've been preparing for a long time. Do you like it? Like it? Hatcher answered immediately, slightly intoxicated. Little guy, I don't know how to drink the ceremonial wine. Could you teach me? Vera mischievously took out 2 cups, filled them sequentially, and drank intertwined arms with Hatcher amid the romantic atmosphere. Like dry wood ignited into blazing fire. Rip? With the sound of fabric tearing, Hatcher's eyes blazed, filled with intense greed. Little guy, do you find me beautiful? Hatcher did not answer, his burning palms touching her perfect body, causing a shiver. What are you waiting for? I've long belonged to you. You wicked little thief. The candlelight swayed, shadows crossed. It wasn't the wind moving, it was their hearts. It hurt so much. After some time had passed, the beauty lay limp and was angrily hitting Hatcher's chest. Despite her clearly superior strength compared to her senior sister, she appeared more delicate in this aspect. Ha. Hatcher saw over a dozen tooth marks on his body and smiled affectionately. These were left when she pleaded for mercy, even using jade glass divine light without softening his resolve in the least. Just now, he had completely lost himself, filled with a wild possessiveness. What could be more satisfying than conquering a stunningly beautiful holy sage? So beautiful. Hatcher gazed tenderly, making Vera gasp in shock. Seeing this, she quickly pulled the blanket tighter, hiding her lovely body completely. I'm exhausted. I suffered a lot just now. All right, then rest well. Hatcher smiled. Just as he was about to lie down, he saw something on the bedside table and froze. They seemed to have forgotten something important. Vera followed his gaze and was similarly stunned. There they were, the 2 dharma bodies, standing intact like silent spectators who watched everything that transpired. I almost died. I forgot to help you fuse the dharma bodies. Vera was panicked, her body trembling slightly. They were too engrossed in the double cultivation and overlooked this crucial step. What a mortifying oversight. What if we absorb them later? Hatcher suggested cautiously. No, it must be tonight, or the effects will be discounted after the auspicious hour. Vera rolled over, pinning Hatcher down. But your body. Hatcher's breathing quickened again, his eyes filled with concern. Visibly, Vera's body blushed a captivating red. Actually, she stuttered, compared to being gentle, I prefer a bit more intense. As soon as these words came out, Hatcher's reason was instantly consumed. Master, this time I want to be on top. Plum blossoms bloomed several times. Day turned to night. Whether from exhaustion or sheer effort, Hatcher curled up, falling deeply asleep, only to see that the 2 dharma bodies turned into 2 beams of light, silently merging into his body. His cultivation thus advanced further, reaching the 5th level of samsara. Although love self and divine self could not directly boost power, they were crucial elements. Those who cultivate the path of emotions most dread solitude. Knowing that someone loves and trusts me is essential for finding a sense of belonging and mastering the beginning and end, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the way. But Hatcher's life had been too tragic. He was abandoned by his parents from childhood, and in the Jade Purity Sect, he faced discrimination and oppression, leaving behind only painful memories. Even though he found the true self, ensuring no one in the world could wrong him, and the past self, not being shackled by the past, he still wandered like a stray soul, unable to find a place to belong. Now, he found true redemption in Vera. This woman fulfilled all his longings. Sometimes she needed care like a child, sometimes she was gentle like an elder sister, harmonious like a wife, and affectionate like a mother who indulged and accepted him. At this moment, Hatcher finally let go of all his emotional knots, making his Tao more perfect, clearing all obstacles on his path. Forsaking me, yesterday's days cannot be retained. Troubling my heart, today's day brings many worries. One could hear him gently snoring, 2 clear tears slowly sliding down, wiped away softly by Vera. This is the one I've always dreamed of. The beautiful lady smiled happily, thinking that the little guy was once believed to be an unshaken hero even if heaven collapsed or earth split. But today, she finally saw his most tender side, which was very good indeed. Sleep, sleep, here is your home. She gently patted Hatcher, humming a lullaby, her heart filled with tranquility, spending a silent night. But at this moment, thousands of miles away, there was one person who simply couldn't fall asleep. The Tiana, now also the supreme holy maiden of the Celestial Master Clan, was staring blankly at the moon. May people live long and share the beauty of the moon miles apart. Originally a scene of great beauty, yet she gritted her teeth. The soft moonlight shone on her hair, faintly glowing green. I want to prick you, evil people. She raised her fist, angrily shouting at the moon. Chapter 231 Master, 3 Agreements, Wanting a Baby. As night turned to day, Hatcher woke up like an ordinary person. The moment he opened his eyes, he met a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes. Little one, you're awake. The sun is already high in the sky. Get up. Ah. Before she could finish, Vera was attacked again, feeling a mischievous hand wandering all over her body. Don't mess around. Her face flushed. She caught Hatcher's wrist with disordered breath. You kept me busy all night long. Aren't you satisfied yet? She complained. I'll never be. Hatcher grinned wickedly and tried to break free, continuing his antics. Hold on. A hint of panic appeared on the master's face, and she hurriedly said, although I've given myself entirely to you, I'm still your master. From now on, we must have 3 agreements, or else you can't touch me. 3 agreements? Hatcher became interested, asking curiously. First, you will always be my disciple. In front of others, you must call me master, not treating me as just a love-struck little woman. You mustn't embarrass me. Ah. Before she could finish, she was attacked again. Hatcher pressed her down, pinching her soft cheeks, forcing their gazes to meet. The disciple doesn't quite understand. What exactly is a little woman? Can master show me? As he spoke, his other hand became mischievous again. You rogue, you shameless. If you dare bully me again, I'll really be angry. Vera struggled but found herself utterly weak, only able to complain like a little woman. More so than any little woman. The disciple admits fault. What are the other 2 agreements? Humph. Vera gave him a disdainful look and continued. The second one is that when there's no one else around, I'll call you husband, and you'll call me Terra? Upon hearing this, Hatcher's gaze softened considerably. Your obedient disciple understands? What about the third one? Seeing this, Vera covered her face with both hands, blushing deeply. Husband, I want a baby. Please grant me this wish. Upon hearing this, Hatcher felt his head rush with blood. Seeing his master, who had lost all control, his resolve, once firm as a rock, faltered. Terra. He leaned down, their lips drawing closer, and Vera closed her eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. At that moment, bam bam bam, bam bam bam. The violent banging on the door made both of them widen their eyes instantly. Open up, I know you're in there. Fallon's voice was full of irritation. If you dare do it, why are you afraid to come out? The disciples and elders are waiting to meet the sect leader. I'm coming in. Hurry, get dressed. It's too late. Fallon is breaking in. Despite their formidable strength, they were flustered and increasingly disorganized the more they rushed. Got it. Hatcher suddenly had an idea and paused time with a wave of his hand. In the following 9 seconds, he hurriedly tidied himself up and helped the master get dressed, managing to just make it in time. Time resumed flowing. With a creak, the door opened, and Fallon saw the 2 of them sitting beside the bed, looking perfectly composed. What's this pose? Cough. Courtney, you're too anxious. Last night, your junior brother and I discussed doctrines, losing track of time. That's why we were late. So that's it. Is that why your clothes are mismatched? Hatcher and Vera froze, noticing that they had accidentally switched clothing, making them wish they could disappear into the ground. I'll laugh at you forever. Fallon sneered, leaving them utterly humiliated. On the way to the training grounds, Hatcher walked ahead, while the 2 women walked side by side behind him, looking pleasant and harmonious. Courtney, I'm grateful that you woke me up, but storming in like this made me unhappy, Vera said through gritted teeth. Haha, I did this for the sake of the sect's reputation. If you got carried away and sat on little junior brother's lap later, it would be disastrous. Humph, sharp-tongued girl. The number of times I went last night is 1 more than all your combined times. Hearing this, Fallon's face turned green. Greetings to great sect leader, greetings to senior elder, greetings to second elder. In the training ground, all members of the Joyful Union sect were gathered. Only 3 people were qualified to sit down. Vera sat in the main seat, with Hatcher on her left and Fallon on her right. Camille, Thelma, Jolie, Lionhangsing, Isabel, and others stood on either side, overseeing the area below. Behind them, the Joyful Union sect's flag fluttered in the wind, accompanied by faint sounds of wind and thunder, creating an extremely solemn atmosphere, evoking awe. Report on yesterday's sect progress. Vera said authoritatively, and instantly there was complete silence below. Camille was the first to step forward. Reporting to Master, as of yesterday, I have collected a total of over 14,000 texts, among which there are over 6,000 cultivation techniques and supreme skills. 紧接着就是刘晏禀报宗主，截至昨日，我合欢宗地盘扩大了1倍，主殿的建设进度已完成了80%，16长老殿已建设完毕，32洞天府也完成了1/3。Next was Isabel, reporting to Sect leader, as of yesterday, our joyful Union Sect territory has doubled in size. The construction of the main hall is 80% complete. All 16 elder halls have been constructed, and 1/3 of the 32 grotto heavens have been completed. Very good. Vera nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Lion Hangsing. The latter gave a slight tremble and hurriedly reported. Reporting to Sect leader, up until now, we have recruited a total of 3,600 disciples and 79 elders. Among them, 1,200 pairs of disciples have formed couples. 32 pairs were punished for excessive indulgence and are under observation within the sect. Besides this, there are currently more than 30,000 prospective disciples waiting outside the sect for evaluation. Hearing these reports, everyone was startled. Such a massive scale and depth clearly surpassed the upper 3 sects, yet the outside world knew nothing about it. You've done very well. Vera finally showed a hint of a smile. Today, I summoned you all here to introduce 2 new elders. She looked at Thelma and Jolie, having learned about their backgrounds last night and immediately deciding on their identities. From now on, Thelma will be our 6th elder, and Jolie will be our 7th elder. No one is allowed to show any disrespect toward them. We respectfully heed the sect leader's instructions. Everyone responded in unison, without any dissent. Since that's settled, today's meeting is dismissed. Just as Vera stood up to speak, several powerful auras suddenly shot towards the training ground from afar. Who dares to be so bold? Vera was furious and was about to act. Hold on. Hatcher laughed after just one glance. Business is coming our way. As he finished speaking, a group of Camdenan people rushed over, their faces filled with intense fear, as if something terrifying was chasing them. Seeing Hatcher, the leader among them was both shocked and delighted, kneeling down without a word. Your Majesty, please save us, save us. Chapter 232. Subduing the Black Tortoise Clan, Harlow acknowledges Zhong as her father. Your Majesty, please save us. The speaker was Steve, the chieftain of the Black Tortoise Clan. Behind him were 9 elders of the Black Tortoise Clan, all 10 being reincarnation realm powerhouses, kneeling before Hatcher. This scene left the elders and disciples speechless. What kind of person is this great elder? To have such imposing presence. Who are you? Why should I save you? Hatcher said with a smile, appearing utterly nonchalant. Your Majesty may not know. Steve trembled as he reported his name. So it's you. I heard my senior sister mention that your son once had improper thoughts towards her. Do you know about this matter? Upon hearing these words, Steve felt as if he was struck by lightning. When he looked up at Marcia, his face turned deathly pale, filled with profound regret. He never imagined that this formidable woman would be the senior sister of the one who solved the crisis. How could this be managed? On that day in the secret realm, after the sacred coffin cracked, he recalled the prophecy of the clan. When the sacred coffin breaks, the black tortoise perishes. Thus, he did not dare to delay, and immediately headed to the intelligence market to seek a solution. Fortunately, they eventually found an answer. To resolve the enmity, they must go to the eastern continent, visit Hongchuan Mountain's Bliss Sect, and pay homage to the great elder there. The only way out. However, after receiving Hatcher's portrait, the entire Black Tortoise clan dismissed it, believing it to be nonsense. How could such a young child influence the situation? This was simply playing with them. Some even directly doubted the prophecy. After all, the coffin only contained a dead genius, and nothing significant happened right away, making it seem like much ado about nothing. Hearing these comments, even Steve relaxed his vigilance, thinking he might have overreacted. Prophecies, after all, were predictions by humans and bound to have errors. Perhaps the ancestors really miscalculated. But after a few days of anxious waiting, his heart finally sank. As soon as they exited the secret realm, the Black Tortoise clan received terrifying punishment. A blue-clothed maiden descended from the sky, standing on the Milky Way, wielding the Inyang spear as she slaughtered her way into the ancestral land of the Black Tortoise clan. In no time, the Black Tortoise clan suffered heavy casualties, numerous weaker disciples were injured, but no one died. The maiden had clear objectives, avoiding indiscriminate slaughter and focusing only on high-level combatants, targeting all strength realm and above experts. Although she was merely at the reincarnation realm, she was frighteningly powerful. Not a single reincarnation realm expert within the clan could match her. Even the protective clan array was useless against her. The maiden knew the array better than they did, and with a wave of her hand, she took control, leaving the Black Tortoise clan severely disadvantaged. Even the return of the Supreme Elders was futile, being toyed with as they watched her demolish the clan's ancestral graves and explode other powerful figures. Quick, go to Bliss Sect and invite the revered monarch mentioned in the prophecy. The Supreme Elder spat blood in rage, his expression full of anguish. He had already recognized the maiden's identity, a peerless genius from 10,000 years ago who had died due to cowardice within the clan, harboring boundless hatred. Now revived, she aimed to exterminate the entire Black Tortoise clan, a grudge almost no one could resolve. If it were a feud from a lesser enemy, they wouldn't take it seriously. But this blue-clothed maiden possessed terrifying talent, likely surpassing half-saints soon. At that point, the Black Tortoise clan would truly be doomed. For the survival of the clan, Chieftain Steve volunteered, personally leading 9 reincarnation realm powerhouses as bait, luring the blue-clothed maiden to Bliss Sect. After a day and night of desperate escape, they finally reached their destination. Before Steve could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Gilda standing next to Hatcher, falling into despair. Please, Your Majesty, listen to me. My prodigal son has been disciplined. I've broken both his legs and hands, 废除了他的修为，从此之后准备把他当猪养，您看能不能? Before he could finish, a strong killing intent descended from the sky, causing everyone to shudder. Even the grand array of Camdenan 9 flowers reacted, blocking part of the murderous aura. Old scums, die for the hellhound. Suddenly, a maiden appeared with a long spear, diving down like a meteor, clearly aiming for Steve and his group. The Black Tortoise Clan's experts each wore fearful expressions. After burning their essence to flee, they were nearly exhausted, yet the opponent became stronger without any sign of fatigue. It was only natural. Harlow wielded the Water Law and Yin Yang Law, comprehending the mysteries of life and blessed by the life-protecting spell, making it easy for her to deal with same-rank opponents. Harlow, stop causing trouble. Hatcher finally spoke, catching the maiden's attention. In an instant, the opponent immediately reigned in her aura, and the surging killing intent turned into admiration, transforming into a streak of light as she knelt before Hatcher with one knee on the ground. Pay respect to father. Rise. Hatcher said with a smile. You've grown much stronger in just a few days. I'm very pleased. Thank you, father, for your praise. Let me deal with these cowards first before catching up with you. Having said that, she was about to make her move. Your Majesty, please save us. Our Black Tortoise Clan is willing to follow the orders of Bliss Sect. Please have mercy and grant us your favor. Steve cried out in grief, thinking that as the leader of his clan, when had he ever been this submissive? But now, the situation demanded it, so he had no choice but to humiliate himself. Harlow, hold it. Hatcher halted her, and instantly the girl reined in her hostility and obediently stood to the side. I've heard some history of the Black Tortoise Clan. Hatcher's expression grew somber as he slowly continued. You were enlightened by a great human emperor and should stand with humanity in prosperity and adversity. Yet during the humans' time of need, not only did you show cowardice and seek survival, but you also aided in their suffering. This is an unforgivable sin. They deserve death. Harlow brandished her long spear, ready to act. Hold on, we know we were wrong. We are willing to swear a blood oath, never to betray again. Steve hastily interjected. A blood oath was even more terrifying than a celestial oath. If violated, even future generations would suffer the consequences. It was not something to be promised lightly. Hearing this, Harlow couldn't help but smirk. She was sharp-witted, and although she harbored hatred, she remembered her duty as the royal guard of the Mountain God clan. The current situation was partly due to her manipulation. To acknowledge mistakes and correct them is indeed commendable. Hatcher commended. Since that is the case, I will reluctantly help you resolve this enmity. Harlow. Yes, father. Hatcher flipped his palm, and a jade bell appeared in his hand. The small bell was exquisite and translucent, emitting auspicious clouds, clearly an exceptional treasure. Harlow, I ask you to recognize the bell as your father and treat it as you would me. Can you do that? Upon hearing this, the girl hesitated slightly but then agreed joyfully. Very well, Steve. Come forward and receive the bell. Of course, certainly. Steve reacted immediately, pouncing like a starving tiger, both hands holding the jade bell, looking at Harlow expectantly. Greet your father. Harlow bowed respectfully, not toward him but towards the jade bell. Haha, good, excellent. Father can finally relax. Steve sat down heavily, casually placing the jade bell aside. But then he felt a bone-chilling killing intent coming at him. Old man, who is your father? Chapter 233. The weather has turned cold. It's time for the forging sect to perish. Ah. Suddenly attacked, Steve's expression changed drastically, unsure of what to do. Harlow looked ferocious as she lunged at him with her spear without any mercy. Fortunately, as a reincarnation realm expert, he was quick-witted and immediately grabbed the treasure bell beside him. Father. Harlow's expression transformed instantly, showing utmost respect. Huff you. Steve's face turned pale green with fright. He panted heavily. The spear had been merely an inch away from his throat, a tiny bit closer, and he would have been meeting his ancestors. What admirable filial piety. I'm truly delighted. The master clapped his hands, which only made Steve feel more bitter. Harlow, though you were reborn from the Shenwu Xuanwu clan, and your past grievances have ended, your ties remain uncut. Stay within the Xuanwu clan when idle and serve by Steve's side. Hatcher ordered. Your child obeys. Upon hearing this, apart from Steve, the other 9 elders of the Xuanwu clan felt immense excitement. Having such a heavenly genius join them was their clan's good fortune. It's over. Steve felt like wetting his pants. From now on, this treasure bell couldn't leave his hand. Even while sleeping, he'd need to keep one eye open. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, loud drum beats echoed from afar, coming from the direction of the forging sect. This is the assembly drum, a signal to gather. The master said, it must be that the patriarch of the forging sect heard about your plan to destroy his sect today and prepared troops, waiting for you to walk into a trap. Before he finished speaking, a coarse voice carried over from the distance. Hatcher brat, you frog at the bottom of a well. You were quite arrogant yesterday. If you dare not come today, you'll be my grandson. Whoosh. A strong wind blew past, carrying fallen leaves flying around. In the wind, Hatcher slowly stood up. The weather has turned cold. It's time to dig up the ancestral graves of the forging sect. Father, let me go with you. I'm adept at grave digging. Harlow said excitedly. Hearing this, Steve almost fainted. Dragon transforming mountain, forging sect. Patriarch Paul overlooked the vastness below, feeling immensely spirited. In this battle, victory is in my grasp. Satisfied, he watched various experts gathering, feeling invincible. This mobilization attracted all major sects except for Xiuxian sect. Even Shangqing sect, Yuqing sect, and the law enforcers were present. This was power. The only thing that troubled him slightly was the peculiar looks the experts gave him. But it didn't matter, they shared common interests. If Hatcher dared to come, he'd be annihilated in an instant. Patriarch Huang is right. That little brat is probably scared stiff in bed, too afraid to come out. Only the Caesar agreed, hooking arms with Paul, appearing buddy-buddy, ignoring the pitying gazes around them. Don't sink a boat in the shallows. Don't you think something is off with these people? Paul froze as the voice of 6 heavenly kings sounded in his mind. You're making a fuss over nothing. They're here supporting me. Surely, they won't betray me? As he spoke, 6 heavenly kings fell silent. The possibility was indeed negligible. Boom. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck the main peak of the forging sect. Instantly, dust and debris flew everywhere, shrouding the sky in a chaotic mist. Enemies attacking. It's the Joyful Union sect. Prepare the grand array. Master, only one person came. The reporting disciple looked stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. Who is it? It's Hatcher from the Joyful Union sect. Hearing this, Paul froze, then burst into laughter. That little brat must be struggling. Not even one follower dares accompany him. It makes sense. Who in their right mind would follow someone bound for death? Before he finished, Paul felt a bone-chilling coldness constricting his neck, barely able to breathe. Looking around, everyone's gaze seemed more predatory, like wolves seeing fat prey. Something wrong with you guys? He gasped, his heart pounding ominously. Just then, Hatcher hovered above the forging sect. From today onward, this place will no longer exist. Huh, just like dung beetles sneezing. What big talk. The Caesar scoffed. Brother, hold on. Let me deal with this boy. He volunteered, soaring into the sky, emitting the aura of the reincarnation realm. Brat, become food for my treasure. As he finished speaking, light flickered behind him, and in an instant, over 100 demon beast souls were summoned. These were his beast slaves, most of whom had the strength of the heaven-slaying realm, with a few even reaching the life and death realm. Together, they formed a formidable force. Kill. Gnaw this boy to nothing but bones. At his command, the beast slaves roared and charged at Hatcher. Too noisy. Hatcher said coldly. His gaze swept across like lightning, causing all the beast souls to explode instantly into wisps of smoke. How is that possible? The Caesar was terrified. What had just happened? Just one look from the other side, and his painstakingly trained forces were obliterated in a split second. What kind of technique was this? Leave. I'm only here to destroy the forging sect today. I have no interest in you. Hatcher said pityingly. However, these words did not make the other party retreat. Instead, they ignited his anger. What are you? Some nobody. You want to let me go? Do you have the qualification for that? I didn't plan on using this move originally, but because you're too arrogant, I've changed my mind. Today, I must teach you a lesson. The Caesar's eyes turned red, and then a beam of yellow light shot out from behind him, transforming into a yellow weasel. A Dharma manifestation? Hatcher frowned. It's a rare dermic Dharma manifestation. You have some knowledge. By using this move, your fate is already sealed. With that, the yellow weasel stood upright. Chapter 234. Finished with the self-introductions? Time for your last words. Bang. The yellow weasel turned into a tortoise. You're finished. From now on, you'll be tormented by grudges and will never be able to advance. The tortoise emitted a sharp laugh, red light flashing on its body, about to cast resentment on Hatcher. But then, it froze in place. What's happening? My law has been sealed. What did you do? The tortoise's voice was terrified. It had never encountered such a situation before. Die. Hatcher said disdainfully. Arwen appeared instantly, punching towards it. Hiya! The tortoise exploded mid-air, dead as could be. Pooh! The Caesar also suffered backlash, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. You! What are you saying? You go die too. Hatcher showed no mercy, a sword beam splitting the other party into halves. This horrifying scene played out before them. A top-tier reincarnation realm powerhouse, dead just like that? Paul trembled all over, feeling his faith crumble. How old was Hatcher? To be this powerful at less than 20 years of age, could he be a reincarnated emperor? Suddenly, Paul met Hatcher's gaze, feeling his blood freeze. If Hatcher could kill the beast-taming sect's patriarch in one hit, how long would it take him to kill him? Activate the grand array, quickly. His voice was distorted. The next moment, an invisible barrier spread, enveloping the entire dragon transformation mountain. Phew. Seeing this, Paul finally exhaled, gazing at the young man in the sky with lingering fear. I was careless. I didn't expect this little beast to have such means. This matter must be handled carefully, he thought, planning to let the Marvin act in secret after surviving today, to eliminate this thorn in his side. Weren't you going to give me some insights? Why have you become a timid turtle yourself? Hatcher mocked him through the barrier, causing him to flush instantly. Little beast, today I shall mercifully spare your life. Get lost. Boom. Hatcher punched the barrier, energy waves surging, shattering surrounding mountains, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Haha, don't waste your effort. This is the immutable boulder array. Though it lacks offensive power, it is heavily defensive. Moreover, beneath Dragon Transformation Mountain are 3 earth veins. You can't break through. Earth veins. A light flashed in Hatcher's eyes, as if he discovered treasure. Now, the profound 9 glory array only needed 6 more earth veins to become a sacred array. These 3, plus the remaining 3 from Jade Purity Sect, were perfect, as if fate had decreed it. With this thought, Hatcher slashed a sword beam, breaking open the foundation of Dragon Transformation Mountain. Are you stupid, boy? I've told you it's useless, yet you still refuse to give up. Paul sneered from inside his shell, but froze in the next moment. Fu 86, chasing dragon sealing fate. Hatcher cast a spirit talisman. The earth veins of Dragon Transformation Mountain were pulled out as if snagged by something, exploding through the soil layers and flying to Hatcher's side. This tactic of removing the fuel from under the pot left everyone stunned. This. Paul's pupils darted around, unable to speak before his proud defensive grand array began showing cracks, then shattered under Hatcher's punch. Do you have any more tricks? Powerful aura pressed down on his shoulders, making him feel death approaching. I advise you not to be arrogant. There are so many people here. If we all attack together, you will surely die horribly. Paul gathered some courage looking at those around him. Everyone, heed my command, attack. He waved his hand, but the surroundings remained silent, with no response. Why aren't you moving? Are you all lame? Paul lost it, shouting at the others. Next, someone moved. Anderson of Upper Clarity Sect slapped him first. You dare hit me? I see it now. Your Upper Clarity Sect has colluded with Joy Sect all along. Thinking he uncovered the truth, he ordered, let's work together and solve this traitor first. Slap. Another slap landed on Paul's face, this time by a Blood God Sect elder. Fine, fine, 2 traitors. Everyone, attack. Slap. Before he finished, another blow came from Taiching Sect. Oh, this isn't real. Paul muttered, dazed. I must be dreaming. Why are you helping this brat? He was almost in a state of collapse, eyeing these 3 factions with utmost caution as if facing a formidable enemy. You betrayed me? So what? It's nothing major. I was just defending myself properly, and at least the enforcer is still on my side. Slap. Another sharp sound echoed as the enforcer himself moved, shattering his illusion. So you're all traitors too? Paul was close to tears, looking around at the people with a sense of despair. Is there anyone who wishes to stand by this old man? Raise your hand. This statement instantly brought a touch of humor into the tense atmosphere. Everyone froze, standing motionless and staring at him dumbfounded. Even the members of Beast Taming Sect slowly lowered their hands. Hee. Ha ha ha. So I am the only traitor. Paul's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He had expected failure but never imagined it would be so ridiculous and humiliating. Do it, Hatcher said indifferently. The next moment, without any hesitation, all the powerful figures launched their attacks simultaneously. It was a battle without suspense. With screams of agony, the elites of Beast Taming Sect and Body Forging Sect were wiped out entirely, leaving only Paul barely holding on. Sir, save me. Sir, save me. At this point, he was riddled with injuries, frantically fleeing but surrounded by the numerous strong ones who pursued relentlessly, indicating that his time was running out. What good are you? You useless waste. Suddenly, the entire sky became unbearably dark as a terrifying demonic aura descended, enveloping the entire mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the surrounding earth of Dragon Transformation Mountain emitted thick demonic energy. It turned out that several demonic sources had been buried here for a long time. Without doubt, Body Forging Sect was one of the bases of the Demon Clan. The demonic energy surged, forming an even larger boundary that enclosed everyone within. Beast, you dared to collude with the demons, don't you fear divine punishment? The Elder of Blood God Sect shouted at Paul, cursing loudly. I only wanted to survive, to become stronger. What's wrong with that? Paul shamelessly said. In the next instant, behind him appeared a figure at the saint level. It's the Ellie. Terror flickered in the hearts of everyone present. This was an existence they could hardly contend with. They hadn't expected the Ellie to appear right in the heart of the human race. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Marvin. Though it's risky to show up here, eliminating you all will be a worthwhile reward. The Marvin looked around with a mocking smile, thoroughly enjoying the torment and slaughter of these weaklings. Are you done with your introduction? At this moment, Hatcher stepped forward, facing the Marvin directly. If so, it's time for your last words. Chapter 235. Who is the bird in the cage? Everyone was stunned by Hatcher's words, finding it hard to believe. This was a heavenly king of the demon race, equivalent to a sage among humans. In this era without holy kings, he was invincible. No matter how strong Hatcher was, his age was still an issue. It was absolutely impossible for him to have defeated such a level of existence. Boy, are you scared stupid? Dale's face was dark as he looked at this human who showed no fear towards him, feeling extremely displeased. Sir, quickly deal with him, Paul said anxiously. No rush, let's play with him first. Dale sneered and casually waved his hand, releasing a strand of demonic aura that possessed enough power to kill a half-sage. Master Zhou, be careful. The crowd below were terrified, their hearts leaping into their throats, but Hatcher remained unmoved, holding a pitch-black long sword in his hand. With one strike, he extinguished the demonic aura. This scene made Dale's eyes narrow slightly. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. He mocked, however. I advise you to give up your resistance. I've already set up a sky-blocking barrier around here. No matter how much noise you make, the human experts won't sense anything. Hearing this, everyone felt hopeless. Hadn't this turned into a cage for trapped beasts, forcing them to fight the sage to the death? Why do you talk so much nonsense? This isn't a good place for conversation. Come, let's chat inside my sword. Your 3 good brothers are in there too. Hatcher raised the Netherworld sword. On the blade, ghostly energy flickered, revealing 3 grimacing ghost faces. They were the remnants of the 7th, 8th, and Jedediahs. What? How dare you? Seeing this scene, Dale completely exploded, his eyes turning bloodshot, unable to contain his fury. I order you to release them immediately. Release is not possible, but you can go in, just right for a game of mahjong. Dale went completely mad, his body swelling, growing to be 1,000 feet tall. You insignificant little insect at the cycle realm, you have thoroughly enraged me. Let me show you my Devil King form. All humans who see this form end up dead. Opponent swallowing wind and thunder, arrogance radiating, not putting Hatcher in his eyes. He was certain that those 3 Elis weren't killed directly by Hatcher, hence his lack of hesitation. At this moment, however, Hatcher closed his eyes. Back then in the Heavenly Way domain, he had schemed tirelessly, prepared countless tactics, and even had 3 powerful sages join hands to barely slay 3 Elis. But times have changed. He was incomparably stronger now. Today he would instantly achieve sainthood. Boy, have you given up resistance? I won't let you die easily. I will crush your entire body, extract your soul and refine your marrow, tormenting you forever. Noisy thing. 4th level of Union Heaven Art, Jade Devil Body. Hatcher suddenly opened his eyes, his black hair instantly turning snow white, his aura surging abruptly, reaching peak cycle realm. This move displayed extraordinary power in his hands. The increase was shocking. Do you really think you can match me with just this? Dale was momentarily shocked, then increased force fiercely, attempting to shatter Hatcher in one blow. Seal 92, to the glorious one. Another spiritual seal was thrown out. The crowd below glowed simultaneously, endless primordial energy converging, forcibly pushing Hatcher's cultivation to the half-sage level. Moreover, the Wansheng Thunluo Yin, myriad phenomena Sen Luo seal, also surged powerfully. Although no new small world was created, it was full of astonishing vitality. Time pause. Dane appeared, stabilizing space-time, instantly exhibiting the law of heaven and earth state. Before him, the 1,000-foot-tall Devil King seemed like a toy. Huff. Hatcher exhaled deeply, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. It was time to start attacking. My seal borrow strength. My body, faith eruption, hexagonal world-breaking sword, end world lotus, life and death balance, fortune flash, energy flash, heavenless eye, open. That previous attack concealed chaotic destructive power, suppressing his flesh, spirit, soul, will, and essence. The flames of destruction burned, aiming to utterly annihilate him. Fifth brother, save me. In this crisis, he promptly decided to call for help. The next moment, space rippled, and another black figure emerged, emitting an aura even stronger than Dale's. Seeing this, those who were just rejoicing froze like statues, their expressions stopping dead. Truly never thought there would be such a terrifying— Who is the bird in the cage? Hatcher looked at Dale, listening to his defeated cries. Chapter 236. Both Kings Fall. The Earth's Vain Bedding Covenant. This. The 5 heavenly kings widened his eyes, even thinking he was dreaming. No matter how he tried, he couldn't understand what virtue or talent he possessed that could withstand such a formidable lineup of attackers. Among them were Apollo, Vera, and Ginny, all genuine sages. Gildemaster held the strong attack maul, and could also unleash attacks at the sage level. As for Desiree, after her mountain spirit tribe received its bestowed name following the long years, her understanding of the laws far exceeded ordinary people. In a real confrontation, she would be more troublesome than an average sage. In addition, there was a less than optimal Hatcher nearby aiding from the sidelines. This was a certain death situation. Although the 5 heavenly kings had confidence in himself, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could escape unscathed. Moreover, he still had a nearly crippled burden with him. Escaping by force was as difficult as climbing to heaven. Let us leave, or we will make a final attack, and at least tens of thousands of humans will perish with us. Out of desperation, the 5 heavenly kings could only threaten. You're bluffing. Head Enforcer Apollo followed the style of the old sage, attacking without warning, landing a stunning blow that caught the opponent off guard. A magnificent light pierced through the sky, almost causing the 5 heavenly kings to explode from head to toe. Ah, old man, you actually dared to ambush me. Do you really think I can't self-destruct? Just do it already. Hurry up. If you don't self-destruct, you'll be my grandson. Spit. You're my dog. Spit. You're not even fit to be a dog. You're only good for a night flask. Ah, you go too far. Enraged beyond measure, instead of committing suicide, he actually initiated an attack, prompting others to join the fray as well. 9-colored crystal light. Heavenly fire. Attack. Annihilation breath. Tai power. All these moves shattered defenses and brought destruction, pouring into the fight one after another, specifically targeting the demonic race, leaving the 5 heavenly kings unable to handle it. Heaven sealing lock. I without heaven. Luck flash. Desiree and Hatcher weren't about to let up either. The former sealed off any possible escape routes, while the latter blocked the route of the opponent's laws, ensuring that escape or last stands were out of the question. This battle was a foregone conclusion, and it didn't last long, barely taking 10 minutes to conclude. During this battle, the king's recovery abilities did nothing as he was quickly reduced to nothing. Both kings fall. Another sage has been slain. The crowd below stared in shock, and Paul fainted out of sheer terror, vomiting green fluid before dying. To die from sheer fright at the reincarnation realm was certainly an unusual sight. PFFF. Hatcher gently exhaled, releasing annihilation breath that struck the corpse, setting it ablaze. Against this kind of opponent, destroy their soul, obliterate their remains, so they don't even get a chance to reincarnate. Boom. Suddenly, thunder rolled across the sky, and lotuses sprouted from the ground. One rooster dies, another crows, a natural law. With the fall of a sage, the one who slew the sage should be blessed. Aside from the announcement of the heavenly Tao, all 6 participants received sage essence. Hatcher once again became the paramount sage slayer, for he virtually single-handedly crippled a heavenly king. Master, this is useless to me, please absorb it. Hatcher captured the essence orb, and immediately handed it over to Vera. To forge her divine self and love self, Vera had consumed a large amount of sage essence, which could now be replenished. I will accept it. Vera, blushing, accepted it but didn't absorb it right away, choosing instead to preserve it. Why not immediately refine it? Hatcher frowned, finding this decision unwise. I'll refine it later. She hesitated, clearly making calculations in her mind. However, this wasn't the time to fuss over that. What mattered was how to deal with Longhua Mountain. Senior Head Enforcer, 2 heavenly kings appeared here in succession. There must be something strange going on. Hatcher scanned downward, sensing extremely strong fluctuations. That makes sense. What do you suggest? Head Enforcer kindly looked at Hatcher, surprisingly giving him the decision-making power. It's simple. Just level this mountain range. Whatever secrets lie here will have nowhere to hide. Very well, as you say. On that day, cultivators from the eastern continent witnessed a grand spectacle. Sages worked together to flatten a mountain, effortlessly reducing an entire mountain range to dust. Not only that, they dug hundreds of feet deep, completely altering the landscape. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from the deep pit, even causing the sage-level fighters to change expression. This is such dense Grand Dao laws. What exactly is hidden underground? Jenny's spirit trembled. As the authority of fire, she felt incomparably insignificant before this law. Everyone, step back. Head Enforcer Apollo commanded. As he spoke, a massive lotus flower rose from the ground, filled with profound and sacred energy. This is the Earth's vein of the Eastern continent. Desiree enlightened everyone with her words. The Earth's vein. Although they had never heard of this thing, just by the name alone, they knew it was no ordinary entity. So this is the Earth's vein. I'm seeing it for the first time too. I didn't expect it to be here. Hatcher said gravely. It's said to be one incarnation of the Earth law, and also the lifeline of this continent. It governs the life and death, prosperity and decline of all living beings, and controls the ownership of this land. Ownership of the land? Head Enforcer immediately grasped the key point. Yes, according to the current situation, the ownership should belong to the human race. The Ellie establishing a base here clearly intends to meddle with this convenience. As he spoke, the Earth's vein slowly blossomed, and then a covenant arose from the stamens. What is this? Hatcher reached out and grabbed it in his hand. A Heavenly Dao bedding covenant. As the covenant unfolded, its content was revealed to everyone. With Heavenly Dao as witness, the parties involved in this bet are the Earth's vein and the Ellie. Betting period, 300 years. Betting content, confidential. Betting stake. If the demon race can fulfill the covenant, the ownership of the Eastern continent will belong to the demon race. If the demon race loses, they will sacrifice 10 sages to nourish the Earth's vein. Seeing this content, everyone felt their scalp tingle. Could a Heavenly Dao covenant actually be used like this? Now that the covenant is still ongoing, if the demon race completes it, the Eastern continent will become the territory of the demon race. We must figure out the content of the covenant. We have to race against time. A cold aura enveloped Head Enforcer, and everyone was anxious. This situation was like having a sharp sword hanging over their heads, not knowing whether or when it would drop, which could drive anyone mad. Perhaps we don't need to do this. I have a simpler solution. At that moment, Hatcher stepped forward. Chapter 237 Hatcher. Who in the hall dares to accuse this official? Do you have a way? All eyes turned to him simultaneously. Even the Amal had a trace of doubt on his face. Despite Hatcher being the most outstanding prodigy he had ever seen, the covenant with Heaven's way was absolute. Even sages could not challenge it. I will sever their covenant. Hatcher said with unwavering determination. Absolutely not. That would incur divine retribution. Vera said anxiously. My mind is made up. No more words from anyone. Hatcher placed his palm on the covenant. This was not the time to retreat. As a powerful figure among humans, he must bear certain responsibilities. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Don't always look so worried. I am not the creator of the covenant, so the price of interfering won't be too high. Upon hearing this, Marissa seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and asked timidly, You also want to exploit a loophole? Exactly. Aren't you afraid someone will initiate a heavenly arbitration against you? Ha ha ha. Hatcher laughed heartily. Who here dares to accuse this official? Upon these words, Marissa was stunned outright. Initiating heavenly arbitration first required the spiritual power of a great sage level. This condition alone could eliminate everyone present. Even if someone could temporarily reach the great sage realm through means, they still had to queue obediently, and even then, they would suffer under the spiritual pressure of Hatcher. In short, for Hatcher, so-called heavenly arbitration complaints were utterly harmless. It's about to start. Hatcher grabbed the gambling covenant, ready to tear it apart. Just wait a moment. The Amal still frowned and advised him to stop. You are too rash. If it were an ordinary covenant, it wouldn't matter, but this covenant contains the pulse of the earth. No one knows what consequences it might trigger. You must think thrice. I have thought it through. No more advice. Hatcher said firmly. On the path of cultivation, who could take every step perfectly? Take this covenant for example. A slight mistake could turn the entire Eastern continent into a den of demons. They couldn't afford such a loss. Although such a tragedy didn't occur in his previous life, since Hatcher was reborn, too many things had already changed. He dared not take the risk. Fate must be held in one's own hands. Everyone stand back. I'm about to act. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed around him, and in supreme aura emerged, pressing down on the covenant. Behind him, the void of the universe unfolded, 5 red stars shining brilliantly, representing Adrian, Gilda, Master, and the 2 celestial kings' fates. Now they all flickered together, protecting him. Joyful union lock, break apart. Red lightning erupted, wrapping around the covenant, and at the same time, the heavens changed dramatically. Boom. Accompanied by thunder, a giant eye appeared in the sky, full of boundless authority. Not good. It's looking for cheaters. If it finds us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Marissa understood the gravity of the situation, but Hatcher was fully engrossed in confronting the covenant. In the next moment, the giant eye discovered him, its gaze turning from neutral to angry. It was clear that terrible punishment would follow. Sure enough, the giant eye shattered the void, and calamity rolled down. Get out of the way quickly. Everyone's faces changed. They felt the breath of the 3 disasters and 4 tribulations. Even sages would feel fear in the face of such punishment. Boom. Hatcher was the first to be struck by the punitive gaze, blood immediately spurting from his body. Boy, stop immediately, don't take any more risks. Vera's face was pale with worry. She wanted to rush forward to join the fight, but was held back by Desiree and Gilda. Ha ha ha. Hatcher, despite suffering severe injuries, not only showed no fear but laughed wildly. A mere heavenly tribulation, it's nothing. Do you really think you can extinguish me? You're just dreaming. Next, he let down his defenses, allowing the force of the heavenly tribulation to surge into his body. He was devouring the tribulation. Buzz. At this moment, the 4 slit scale mirrors suddenly reacted as if displeased. If you dare to risk your life again, I won't care for you anymore. Immediately after, The Imperial artifact mirror reflected the heavenly tribulation, blasting it onto the Covenant. You always cared, didn't you? What a stubborn guy you are. Hatcher grinned triumphantly. This was exactly the result he wanted. Buzz. The Imperial weapon flashed intensely once before falling silent again, clearly sulking. Hatcher had no time to care about these things. His eyes flashed as he took advantage of this power and suddenly erupted, finally tearing the Covenant apart. Cough. Finally succeeded. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out from him, yet his face wore a defiant smile. The Covenant ends here. The demon race's conspiracy is finished. Boom. Accompanied by thunder, the eye of Heavenly Tao slowly closed. Since Hatcher had endured the punishment, everything was over. What a close call. Hatcher let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a shock in his heart as an elderly voice echoed in his ears. Good boy, do you think it's over just like that? Come in here. With a flash of white light, Hatcher was dragged into a strange space. Where am I? He looked around, sensing an incredibly familiar sacred aura, which startled him. Is this inside the pulse of the earth? You stinking boy, you have some knowledge. As the voice fell silent, an elderly figure appeared before him, exuding a grand and profound aura, heavy like the earth, seemingly capable of embracing everything. Are you the spirit body of the pulse of the earth? Exactly. You dared to openly resist heavenly tribulation. Quite unique. If I hadn't secretly helped you, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago. I admire your compassion, senior. Hatcher bowed gratefully. Compassion? Haha. Not necessarily. I saved you because you are a special existence. The elder waved a hand, and a seed flew out from Hatcher's chest. This seed shimmered with 7 colors, bright and diverse, emitting a strong life force. This is... Hatcher recalled that this seed was what he found in the 3rd layer of the secret realm. Even Desiree didn't know its origin. Just this? Hatcher said indifferently. Don't underestimate it. The pulse of the earth's aura suddenly turned incredibly sharp as he stared at Hatcher. You broke my covenant, so you're guilty. Being guilty means you must atone. I'm all ears. You can be taught. Now, I will also make a wager covenant with you. If you lose, you will become nourishment for the pulse of the earth. And if I win, then I will bestow upon you a power of the human race.